This is an era where everyone can tame beasts. Everyone can contract a spirit beast, rely on them to live, fight, and even climb to the pinnacle of power. But the strange thing is that people here have never actually seen mythical creatures like dragons and unicorns. They are just legends and books that are worshipped by countless people. Just as I was stunned, a voice sounded in my mind. Host binding detected. Surpassing SSS-level talent. Sequence extraction activated. In an instant, a huge amount of information flooded into my mind. I understood the terrifying nature of this ability, extracting life genes. Whether it is a spiritual beast, a plant, or even a dead object, I can extract blood, skills, and advantages from it, and even plan a new evolutionary route for them. In other words, I can create life, and even create gods. I looked down at the little snake on my wrist, and the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Since the dragon is just a legend, I will start with you and create a mythical world of my own. From that day on, my life changed completely. When the little snake first evolved, antlers grew on its head and its body was gradually covered with golden scales. I named it Xiaobai, but I knew very well that this name was destined to become an existence that everyone would worship in the future. Now, I am no longer an ordinary person. I am Lin Shang, a sequence extractor, a person who is destined to rewrite the rules of the world. Chapter 1 God-level skills, sequence extraction. 3 years ago, Yangqing Noble Villa Community. Xiaobai, you won't really be put into the pot, will you? I gently stroked Xiaobai's cold scales, trying to soothe its anxiety. Don't worry. As long as I can awaken my beast taming talent today, no one will dare to touch you. I was in the villa that my parents left to me. The huge room seemed a little empty. More than 10 years ago, I traveled to this world. Apart from the wealth left by my parents, Xiaobai was the only one to accompany me. It is an ordinary white snake, but because of the revival of spiritual energy, it has become intelligent and spiritual. But in this world, ordinary people cannot privately raise ferocious beasts. Today, I turned 18 years old and I must awaken my talent for taming beasts in order to save its life. It is not easy to awaken the talent of beast taming. Among the billions of people in Dragon Country, only 1/10 has this opportunity. And among those who have awakened, only a few can stand out. But I have no choice, because Xiaobai is my only proof of my past world. Whether for it or for myself, I cannot fail. Just as I was thinking, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. The host's age has been detected to be up to standard. The mythical gene system will be activated after the beast taming talent is awakened. System. It's finally here. I clenched my fists, the anticipation in my chest surging wildly. Today's awakening ceremony is crucial. The playground of Yangqing Noble Middle School was filled with students and parents. Lin Shang, come here quickly. The ceremony is about to begin. I responded a few times in the crowd, then found my place and stood still. Today is a turning point in everyone's destiny. Successful awakening means entering the ranks of beast masters, while those who fail will continue to be ordinary people. On the high platform, the tortoise shell on the awakening platform glows with a faint luster. Just put your hand on it to activate the power of awakening. Students came forward one after another to try. Some were happy, some were lonely. Lin Shang, it's your turn. Hearing the teacher's voice, I took a deep breath, walked onto the stage, and placed my hand on the tortoise shell. After a moment, a voice sounded in my mind. B-level talent, bloodline amplification. B-level? Not bad. Bloodline amplification can strengthen the bloodline of the contracted beast, which is very useful to me. But this is not the point. My system is the key. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded again. Ding ding ding. Host awakens talent. Myth gene system activated. B-level bloodline amplification evolves to surpass SSS-level talent. Sequence extraction. Chapter 2. System. You are finally here. Although I had a premonition in my heart still started beating wildly when I heard that mechanical voice. I have waited for more than 10 years, and finally you are here. A talent beyond SSS level? Isn't the highest talent level in this world SSS? There are only a handful of people in the world with this level, but I actually awakened a being beyond SSS level. I took a deep breath, forced myself to suppress the excitement in my heart, and looked at the talent introduction. Sequence extraction. Able to extract the genes of all living things and infuse them into the beasts. Instantly, I understood. In biological evolution, the strong survive, and each creature has unique advantages. And my ability can directly extract these advantages and give them to my beasts. Dragon. This name immediately popped up in my mind. The dragon's body is a collection of the best of all things, but there are no dragons in this world, at least not on the surface. But if I can extract the genes of different creatures, dragons, divine phoenixes, rueline, and even those indescribable creatures in legends, can they be reproduced in my hands? When I thought of this, I was so excited that I was shaking. Taming beasts? No, I want to create a legend. Lin Sheng, how is it? The teacher's voice brought me back to my senses. I responded casually, S-level, bloodline strengthening. Talents that surpass the SSS level cannot be exposed for the time being. If you tell them, no one will believe you, and it will only cause trouble. It is better to keep a low profile. Anyway, the highest level that the instrument can detect is S-level, so it is not a big problem to deceive. S-level? The teacher looked shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. And the students in the audience who were originally whispering also quieted down, replaced by shock and envy. S-level talent. In the entire dragon country, there are billions of people, but only 100 have awakened to S-level, and I have awakened this level of talent right beside them. Not long after, the principal came hurriedly, with the wrinkles on his face almost twisted into knots from smiling. S-level talent, great. Lin Sheng, you will receive a 5 million scholarship, and there is also a king-level cub for you to choose from. 5 million? A king-level cub? I was tempted for a second, but I quickly shook my head. Principal, I'll accept the scholarship, but forget about the cub. I already have a beast master I like. Xiaobai is still waiting for me at home. How can I replace it? Besides, how can an ordinary beast have the chance to evolve into a real dragon? The principal was stunned, and there was an uproar around him. Rejecting a king-level cub, these people looked at me as if I were a madman. Are you sure? What if your talent for taming beasts is not good enough? The principal couldn't help but persuade. It's okay, principal. I know my limits. I smiled faintly and walked out of the playground. I must go home as soon as possible to test the system's capabilities and see if Xiaobai can truly transform into the legendary dragon. Behind him, the classmates were still discussing. A king-level cub. How could he have the confidence to refuse? He's just a big shot. Does he really think he can just walk around with S-level talent? No matter what, this is a king-level cub. It's much stronger than the lord-level cub I bought. I listened to their discussion and sneered in my heart. King level? In front of the real dragon, any king is just a younger brother. Chapter 3 Evolution. Silver Fish Scales. Lin Family Villa. Hiss, Xiaobai wrapped around my arm, and its cold scales slid slowly against my skin. I cut my finger and squeezed out a drop of blood, which it held in its mouth and swallowed without hesitation. After a moment, a prompt sounded in my mind. Contract success. White snake. Level. Early awakening. Talent. Early awakening. Skill. Entanglement. Evolutionary route. None. Introduction. A weak beastmaster who can't wait 1,000 years. I sighed helplessly. As expected, Xiaobai was still too weak. Even though the ordinary creatures brought from Blue Star had a little bit of intelligence due to the spiritual revival, they were no match for the ferocious beasts outside. They were able to compete directly with the beastmasters for territory. Fortunately, I still have the system, and with millions of inheritance at home, I might as well spend some money to invest in Xiaobai. I did it right away. I logged into the website and bought a complete corpse of a late-stage awakening silver scale fish. Your delivery has arrived. I rushed to the door excitedly. The box the courier handed over was half my height. After carrying it back to the room, I breathed in exhaustion. It's so heavy. The silver-scaled fish in the box was shining silver all over, and its sharp teeth seemed to be able to bite through the steel plate directly. Seeing it made me feel that it was worth a lot of money. But when I think of the price of 100,000, I still feel heartbroken. I hope you won't let me down. I squatted down and pressed my palms on the scales of the silver-scaled fish. Extract. As the words fell, the silver-scaled fish began to shrink rapidly. Its scales fell off, and its body shrank. After a few seconds, it completely turned into a pile of bones. Extracting. Obtain the blood of the silver-scaled fish. Obtain silver scales, water spray, and sharp teeth. As soon as the system prompt sounded, I looked at Xiaobai, and sure enough, there were new options on its panel. Without hesitation, I reached out and pressed on Xiaobai's scales. Give it the blood of silver-scaled fish. Silver scales. Spray water. Sharp teeth. As soon as the words fell, Xiaobai's body suddenly shook and twisted violently. The scales gradually became thicker, and silver light emerged little by little, wrapping its entire body. It rolled on the ground in pain, but I knew it was the process of transformation. A few minutes later, Xiaobai finally calmed down. His body was covered with delicate silver scales, and his snake pupils began to blend with fish eyes, revealing a strange luster. I clenched my fists and felt a surge of strength rising from within me, as if my punch could punch through a solid wooden board. My gaze returned to Xiaobai's status panel again. White snake, level, mid-awakening, talent, late awakening, skills, entanglement, water spray, evolutionary route, silver-scaled piranha, silver python water monster, introduction. A peculiar beast. Although it is a snake, it can spray water. I was a little dazed. Mid-awakening? You know, it takes at least a month for an ordinary beast tamer to break through to the middle stage of awakening. Exclusive feed and training manuals, which one doesn't cost money. But I only spent 100,000 to buy a silver scale fish, which allowed Xiaobai to leap to a higher level and unlocked a new evolutionary route. This system is simply amazing. However, I also discovered that I failed to grant the sharp teeth skill. It should be because it does not match Xiaobai's physique. It doesn't matter. Xiaobai has undergone a qualitative change, and I have already thought about the future direction. Snake into python, python into anaconda, anaconda into dragon, and dragon into dragon. When I save enough money, I will buy a camel head, fish eyes, deer antlers, eagle claws. Who among you can tell whether I am a snake or a dragon? Thinking of this, I smiled. However, the blood and materials of top-level creatures are definitely not cheap, so I have to take it step by step. Ding dong. 5 million yuan has been deposited into your bank card with the last digit 9,527. The school scholarship has arrived. I immediately opened the shopping website and bought all kinds of biological parts that might promote Xiaobai's evolution. Nowadays, the express delivery industry is extremely developed. Within half an hour, the door of the villa was piled with the corpses of ferocious beasts. I was ready to do something big. Chapter 4. Xiaobai is just beginning to show his talent. In the yard, Xiaobai was circling around the corpses of the beasts, sniffing around, and seemed to be very interested in these big guys. Xiaobai, these are not for you to eat. I smiled and reached out to flick its head. Xiaobai's intelligence was obviously much higher than before. After hearing what I said, he immediately retreated to the side and coiled up into a ball, with excitement in his eyes. He knew that he was going to become stronger again. I glanced at the piles of beast carcasses and took a deep breath. Absorb. His palm covered the beast, and the system prompts sounded one after another. Obtained the blood of the red bird. Obtained the blood of the sharp-clawed viper. Obtained the blood of the armored tiger. Obtained the eagle-eye skill. Obtained the hardening skill. Obtained the extreme speed skill. Dozens of carcasses of ferocious beasts piled up in the yard turned into a pile of bones in just a few seconds. Seeing these once valuable beast corpses turned into waste, I still feel a little distressed. Each one is in the late awakening stage, and the price is much higher than that of ordinary beasts. But as long as Xiaobai can become stronger, this money is worth it. Xiaobai, come here. Xiaobai immediately crawled in front of me, coiled his snake body on the ground, his eyes full of anticipation. Inject some blood first, don't be greedy, or you may not be able to hold on. I reminded it and pressed down on the top of its head. A drop of bright red blood emerged from my fingertips and slowly fell in the air. Xiaobai tilted his head back and swallowed it into his mouth. The next moment, its body suddenly tensed up and it immediately curled up into a ball. Its scales trembled and the whole snake twisted violently. Genetic power poured into its body frantically, as if reshaping the flesh. Every scale was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming more angular. Xiaobai was originally only as thick as a finger, but now when I hold it, I need my entire palm to completely circle it. Hiss! Xiaobai moaned in pain, obviously suffering from great stimulation, but it persisted. At this moment, I also felt a strong sense of gratitude, and my vision suddenly became extremely clear. The veins of the flowers and plants on the roadside and the thin legs of the ants on the ground were all clearly visible. This is the effect of Hawkeye. However, not all skills can be granted successfully. A lot of failure prompts appeared. I looked at the final result. Entangle, water spray, harden. 3 of them succeeded, which was not a big loss. The water spray really matches Xiaobai. It seems like I'm lucky. Normal beast masters usually only have 1 skill, or 2 at most, during the awakening stage. But Xiaobai already has 3 skills. If word gets out, other beast masters will probably be envious. More importantly, with evolution, Xiaobai's potential will become stronger and stronger. This way, I'm sure I'll pass the Beastmaster test. I clenched my fists, unable to hide my excitement. For more than 10 years, the identity of a Beastmaster has been more than just a profession to me. It is also the key to the top of the world. Beastmasters have the privilege of not being subject to the law. Any problems will be handled internally by the Beastmaster Association. Ordinary people who provoke Beastmasters will be fined at the very least, or even killed at the worst. This supreme status is enough to attract countless people. What's more, Beastmasters enjoy extremely high resource allocation and social respect. My parents were beast tamers, and because of this, they both died fighting ferocious beasts. Thinking of this, my eyes turn cold. Beasts, I will trample you all under my feet sooner or later. Xiaobai finished molting and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. I touched its head and the system information appeared in front of me. White snake, level, mid-awakening, talent, late-stage general, skills, entanglement, water spray, hardening, evolutionary route, python, silver python monster, unicorn snake, colorful electric eel, scaly snake. Introduction. The rare gene is extremely strong. It is hard to imagine how other life survives. Finally, there's a python option. My eyes were fixed on the word python in the evolutionary path. This is the first step for a snake to become a dragon. Although other routes are also very strong, only by following the evolutionary direction of the python can one not deviate from the path of Jackie Chan. Looking at Xiaobai's body again, its scales are already as hard as iron. Even a creature in the late stage of awakening may not be able to bite through its defense. 3 days passed quietly. Every day I used the system to extract blood and infused it into Xiaobai's body. Finally, Xiaobai's level broke through to the late stage of awakening. It has grown horns. I touched the 2 bumps on the little white head. They were delicate and hard. Although they were just 2 small horns, they were enough to prove that it was already moving towards becoming a dragon. Xiaobai lay on my arm, squinting his eyes and looking very happy. But this horn is still not strong enough. A real dragon horn can attract lightning. Thinking of those ferocious beasts with the power of thunder, I had a target in my mind, but with my current strength, I couldn't touch them for the time being. Xiaobai, behave well in school tomorrow. I pinched its tail. Hiss. Xiaobai nodded with a firm look in his eyes. They don't know yet, but what I gave up was not a king-level cub, but a real dragon that will be able to turn the world upside down in the future. Chapter 5. Secretly in love with the school beauty. Yangqing Noble Middle School, outside the school gate. Several parents gathered together, talking enthusiastically about their children's beast taming contracts. Mother Lu, I heard that your son has contracted a Beastmaster with the talent of a late-stage general. Did he pass the Beastmaster test this time? Well, I'm just lucky, Aunt Lu said modestly, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Being able to become a Beastmaster, the money I've invested in the past few years is worth it. I'm so envious. My kid contracted a beast tamer with D-level talent. I was so happy that I couldn't sleep all night. Hey, have you heard about it? The student in Yangqing who awakened an S-level talent, Lin Sheng, publicly rejected the king-level cub offered by the school. As a result, the cub went to the second-place student, who is said to be Bai He. A king-level cub. How could my brat have such a fate? Several people sighed and were filled with envy. I was walking past the school gate and happened to hear their conversation. I couldn't help but smile and gently stroked Xiaobai in my arms. Xiaobai, if they knew that I gave up a future real dragon, they would probably go crazy, right? Xiaobai stuck out his tongue, as if responding to me. The beast taming space will be open soon. By then, Xiaobai will have his own independent place to live and won't have to stick with me all day long. Opening the beast taming space means truly stepping into the ranks of beast tamers. Awakening the talent for beast taming is only the first step. Only after completing the contract and opening up the space can one be considered truly qualified to be a beast tamer. The level of the beast taming space directly determines the future potential and growth rate. I have confidence in my talent, and more importantly, I have confidence in Xiaobai. Lin Sheng. A familiar voice came from behind, and several classmates came up with friendly smiles on their faces. Brother Lin, you're here too. Nonsense, this is the beast tamer training ceremony. How can I not come? I smiled. Haha, that's true. Let's go in together. I nodded in agreement, and several people surrounded me and walked towards the playground excitedly. The beasts around them were more impressive than the others. Flamingos, steel-armored bears, all of them were huge and majestic. In comparison, the little white wrapped around my wrist seemed particularly inconspicuous. A few people glanced at it curiously, but no one asked. When they arrived at the playground, the principal stood on the stage, looking full of emotion, and slowly spoke. "Students, training excellent beast masters like you is the greatest pride of my life." The applause was sparse. The principal continued, "But you have to remember, if something goes wrong, don't blame the school. If you become famous, don't forget to come back and promote it." The students looked at each other, knowing the underlying meaning of the principal's words. If anything happened, don't say it was his fault. The principal coughed and said, "Okay, without further ado, let's begin the ceremony." He brought out a crystal-clear spiritual stone, attracting everyone's attention. The opening of the beast control space depends entirely on this spiritual stone. Soon, the first student walked onto the stage. His beast was a flamingo, and its talent was at the level of a general. The flamingo pecked its own claws, and blood dripped onto the spirit stone, and a green light flashed. Sea level space, 100 by 100 meters, and 3 times the growth acceleration. The students exclaimed in envy. Grade C was already very good. Soon after, several more students came on stage, and the spirit stones emitted different degrees of light, and everyone gradually calmed down. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst out from the spiritual stone, illuminating the entire playground. A-level space, 500 square meters, 10-fold growth. It's Bai He. The audience started to discuss. Bai He, one of the school beauties, was always in the top 3. More importantly, the one she contracted was the king-level cub that I rejected. It's her indeed. A-level space, a king-level cub. TSK. This talent is outrageous. She is still secretly in love with that guy on the list who everyone wants to kill. Which one? Who else could it be? Lin Shang. At once, many people's eyes turned to me. Bai He walked off the stage and walked straight towards me with a faint smile on her face. "Lin Shang, come on, it's your turn." "Yes." I nodded and walked towards the stage. The translucent spiritual stone lay there quietly, waiting for my contract. The discussion among the students in the audience became more and more intense. What kind of beast did he contract? How could he reject a king-level cub? I could hear their confusion and curiosity. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. I reached out and stroked Xiao Bai's cold scales, but my heart was extremely calm. A king-level cub? What I hold in my hand is a future dragon. Chapter 6. God-level beast taming space. A legendary vision. Generally speaking, it is almost impossible for a first-time beast tamer to exceed the king level. The king level cub is the top contract target that everyone dreams of. However, I refused. The translucent spirit stones on the playground were glowing faintly, and the principal and the top leaders of the Beast Taming Association on the stage all looked at me at the same time, their eyes full of curiosity and scrutiny. "Is he Lin Shang?" asked a middle-aged man wearing black combat uniform and with a stern face. "Yes, Instructor Liu." The principal nodded quickly, with an extremely respectful attitude. This Chief Instructor Liu is the second in command of the Yangqing Beast Taming Association, a late-stage warrior, and has a beast that is close to the Lord level. Being valued by him is an opportunity for any student to rise to prominence. He's a good candidate. Instructor Liu nodded slightly with a steady look in his eyes. "Yeah, he's pretty good-looking." A woman nearby, wearing a tight black combat uniform, added with a smile, a hint of interest in her eyes. Hearing this, the principal sighed inwardly. Sure enough, this world still values appearance. When Bai He awakened the A-level beast taming space just now, neither of them reacted, but Lin Shang was stared at as soon as he stepped onto the stage. The principal was helpless, but he didn't say much. After all, these two were the second and third most important people in the Yangqing Beast Taming Association, and even though he was the principal, he could only bow and scrape. However, just as they were talking, something strange happened. Whoosh! Green, blue, and red light suddenly burst out from the transparent spirit stone, instantly shooting straight into the sky, shrouding the entire playground and even the entire school in glory. The 3 people's faces changed, and they stood up suddenly. 3-color light? The symbol of S-level beast control space. The students in the audience were also completely excited, staring at the stage with wide eyes. Under the light, I stood in front of the spiritual stone, with Xiao Bai wrapped around my arm, quietly closing his eyes and accepting the blood contract process. All the light came from the spiritual stone under my palm. S-level beast taming space. The principal had guessed it long ago, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. However, what really stunned everyone was the beast in my arms, an ordinary little white snake. There is no pressure, no strange vision, and no king-level arrogance. It looks like a small snake caught in the wild. What the hell? The students were stunned. This is the awakening scene of the S-level beast taming space. The contracted beast is actually an ordinary white snake? Even the principal began to doubt his life. Could it be that he has watched too many TV dramas and really thinks that contracting a white snake can turn him into a wife? Instructor Liu frowned, his expression complicated. Alas, this child may be talented, but his vision. The principal was anxious and quickly explained, You misunderstood. I did give him the king-level cub, but Lin Sheng himself refused. The two powerful men from the Beast Taming Association looked at each other, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. However, just when everyone thought this was the peak, the strange phenomenon reappeared. Buzz. The three-color light suddenly gathered and condensed into a dazzling golden light. The golden light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire playground like daylight. I was stunned for a moment, then looked down at Xiaobai in my arms and found that it was also covered with golden light, its scales trembling slightly and faintly emitting a golden luster. SS-level beast taming space? The whole audience was instantly shocked. What the hell? SS-level? This is worthy of Brother Lin's S-level talent. The golden light represents a tenfold increase in growth. The size of the space has doubled. Isn't this a direct takeoff? Instructor Liu and the woman in tights on the stage also looked surprised, their eyes fluctuating slightly. Yes, an SS-level beast taming space is worthy of his talent. The principal breathed a sigh of relief, and a relieved smile finally appeared on his face. This kid Lin Sheng. Although his beast control doesn't look that good, his space ability is pretty impressive. However, before everyone could react, Ong. The sudden dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth, shaking the entire campus. Inside the spiritual stone, the golden light actually transformed into a small golden dragon, circling and roaring inside the stone. I was stunned. Dragon? Didn't they say there were no dragons in this world? Why did a dragon appear in the translucent spirit stone? The playground fell into a deathly silence. Countless students stared at the spiritual stone on the stage, with their mouths wide open, their eyes filled with shock. The principal and two powerful men from the Beast Taming Association stood up directly with serious expressions. SSS-level. This kind of phenomenon? Dragon roars for 9 days. Instructor Liu's voice was trembling. The dragon roaring vision is a legendary phenomenon that can only occur when one awakens the SSS beast taming space. In the entire dragon country, there are no more than 10 beast tamers with SSS-level beast taming space. But even so, he is the first to awaken the dragon roaring vision. The woman in black stared at the spiritual stone closely, her eyes filled with shock and heat. This child, maybe he can become the one standing at the top of dragon country in the future. However, just as everyone was shocked, crack! A crisp shattering sound came from inside the transparent spirit stone. Chapter 7. The fight between two powerful men. There are no real dragons in this world. Just like the blue star in the previous life, dragons only exist in legends and ancient books. However, reptiles stained with dragon blood do exist and are very powerful, making the legend of dragon more real. When awakening in the beast taming space, there is a very small probability of triggering strange phenomena, and the dragon shadow is one of the most mysterious phenomena in the legend. When the shadow of a golden dragon emerged from the spiritual stone, I almost instinctively initiated sequence extraction. Crack! A crisp shattering sound was heard, and several cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the transparent spirit stone. The phantom of the golden dragon jumped out in an instant. Just as it was about to soar into the sky, I moved my palm slightly and absorbed it directly. Silently, the students, teachers, and the top leaders of the Beast Taming Association were still immersed in the shock brought by the dragon roar. No one noticed the reason why the spiritual stone cracked. Oh my god, the dragon roar phenomenon. This has already exceeded the range of what an SSS-level beast taming space can produce. Yes, it can be called a god-level beast controlling space. Is Lin Sheng's white snake really a baby dragon? Don't think too much. That snake is just an ordinary one. What mystery could it have? If it was really a baby dragon, I would have swallowed the spirit stone right there. The playground was in an uproar, with students talking a lot and wanting to rush forward to breathe in a breath of dragon energy. On the podium, Instructor Liu and the woman in black stared at me closely, their eyes full of interest and aggression. I actually encountered such a thing, Instructor Lu stared at me with a wolf-like gaze. Principal Zhang, I want this student. I will pay for the transparent spiritual stone he broke. The black-clothed woman chuckled and handed over a business card. You want to pay? Instructor Lu, I want to take this student away. Principal Zhang, you don't have to worry about the loss of this spiritual stone. Take this business card to the Beast Taming Association and someone will compensate you. The principal took the business card in a hurry, looked down, and his heart trembled. Dragon Slaying Bureau. This is the most mysterious organization within the Beast Taming Association, directly under the management of the highest beast tamers in Dragon Country, and is specifically responsible for suppressing SSS-level ferocious beasts and catastrophic events. Normally, if a student wants to join the Dragon Slaying Bureau, they must be a genius picked out of 100, but today, the director of the Yangqing Dragon Slaying Bureau actually personally named me. However, Instructor Lu's face darkened. Director D, I took a fancy to this student first. What do you mean? Haha, Instructor Lu. You also said you were just taking a look, but you didn't take it away. Director D smiled calmly, obviously confident of victory. The principal stood aside, wiping the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, feeling only relieved. Genius can indeed change one's destiny. Look, two big guys are fighting for it right in the school. Under the playground, the students were watching this scene, all of them envious. Oh my God, two big bosses from the association are fighting for someone. This is the true meaning of graduation is the peak, right? How could we dare to dream of such treatment? Alas, I also want to be fought over, even if it's just pretend. Even though I was standing on the stage, I felt extremely calm. I have no interest in either the military or the Dragon Slaying Bureau for now. Staubei's growth is the most important thing. Soon, the ceremony continued, and the students opened their beast control spaces one by one. Although there was no dragon roar, their space awakening went smoothly, and everyone was excited. Half an hour later, the ceremony was over and all the students officially became beast tamers, waiting for the Beast Tamer Association to issue them certificates. At this time, Instructor Lu stepped onto the stage, glanced around, and said in a loud voice, "Hello, everyone. I am Lu Qing, the chief instructor of the Yangqing Beast Taming Association." The playground fell silent instantly. Today, I am here for 3 things, Instructor Lu said slowly. First, to issue the Beast Tamer certificate. The students in the audience smiled. This was a symbol of identity for every beast tamer, and it meant that they had officially entered the professional field. Second, select the right talents to join my team or Director D's team. Everyone held their breath, their eyes gleaming with desire. The military and the Dragon Slaying Bureau are the places that all beast tamers dream of. Being able to enter these 2 organizations means endless resources and honor. But the third thing was what everyone was most concerned about. What's the third thing? Someone asked in a low voice. Instructor Lu looked down and after a pause, his expression became unusually serious. The third thing is that I want to announce a special mission, the protection of Lin Shang. The whole audience was shocked when the words fell. Protection? The students looked at each other, with countless questions in their minds. Director D chuckled. Protect? Why does that sound like you're trying to snatch someone away? Instructor Lu spread his hands and said, Don't get me wrong. We are just worried that Lin Shang's talent is too dazzling and may cause unnecessary trouble. You don't want such an excellent seedling to be targeted by restless forces as soon as he grows up, right? Director D didn't say anything else and looked at me meaningfully. I stood on the stage, frowning slightly. Protection? That's a bit of an overreaction. But on second thought, the dragon roar phenomenon was too explosive after all. If someone was jealous, it might be disadvantageous to me. I know everyone has questions in their minds, but don't worry, it still depends on Lin Shang's choice. Instructor Lu said, and then looked at me with a smile on his face. Student Lin Shang, do you have anything to say? I shook my head gently and touched Xiaobai. I haven't thought it through yet. Instructor Lu and Director D looked at each other without saying anything. Xiaobai's growth has just begun, and I have just entered the world of Beast Masters. Chapter 8 Di Qian's Trump Card? Chief Instructor Lu stood on the stage, speaking slowly and heavily. In order to cope with the complex situation and promote the coordinated development of Beast Masters and pets. After just a few words, the students on the playground began to yawn. Their eyes were dull, as if they were in a hypnotic state. I forced myself to listen until he finally got to the point. In recent years, there has been a shortage of catastrophic level Beast Masters. Therefore, we have decided to pool our resources and select 100 outstanding young Beast Masters from across the country for key training. As soon as the words fell, the audience exploded. National selection? 100 people? Is this the rhythm of training a disaster-level beast master? Many students looked at each other with burning eyes and clenched fists. Competing for the top 100 in the country is not only the highest honor, but also a direct ticket to the 5 major beast taming academies in Dragon Country. I nodded silently in my heart. No matter what, I must participate in this selection. Giant Beast City. It is said that there are Lord-level beasts in the city. Staubai's current strength is not enough to cope with that kind of environment, but as long as I can gain a place, my growth rate will be greatly accelerated. What's more, I still have that dragon gene. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile slightly. Lin Shang, congratulations. He walked forward quietly, her cheeks slightly flushed and her voice a little shy. Thank you. I smiled in response. He lowered her head and whispered, you can do it. I naturally understood her thoughts. He liked me, and this was almost an open secret in the school. But my goal now is not to fall in love, but to survive in this dangerous world. Besides, I already have a girlfriend in name. That woman always appears beside me at the right time, and uses her strong aura to scare away all the girls who dare to approach me. Just as I was talking to Bai He, the principal came up to me with 2 tall figures. Student Lin Shang, this is Instructor Liu from the Beast Taming Association, and this is? The principal said halfway, looking up at the woman in black tights, his tone a little restrained. Di Qian, captain of the Yangqing branch of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Di Qian stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Instructor Liu, Captain Di, is there anything I can help you with? I shook her hand and asked in confusion. Of course we invite you to join us. The two said in unison, then froze for a moment and glared at each other, the atmosphere instantly tense. Lu Qing, are you deliberately imitating my way of speaking? Di Qian narrowed his eyes. Learn from you? But you always come to snatch the students I like. What's the meaning? Instructor Liu was not willing to be outdone. The two of them were competing against each other, and I understood the general idea. They were vying to invite me to join the Beast Taming Association and the Dragon Slaying Bureau. This is exactly what I want. After all, to participate in the selection of Giant Beast City, one must first become an internal member of the Beast Taming Association. Di Qian spoke first. Lin Shang, you should have heard of our Dragon Slaying Bureau. Those who can join here are the best beast masters. As long as you agree, I can provide you with 30 million dragon coins and all the resources Xiaobai needs to advance to the Lord level. Instructor Liu sneered, I can offer the same conditions and also give you a rare evolutionary route for snakes. Moreover, my beast is also a snake that will soon advance to the Lord level. You can watch it live then. Di Qian's face changed slightly when he heard this. Are you crazy? You even give out top secret information like the evolutionary route? The evolutionary path of a beast is one of the most precious pieces of information for a beast master, and many people have a hard time obtaining it in their entire lives. Instructor Liu took it out directly, which shows how much he values me. However, what he didn't know was that I didn't need an evolutionary route at all. With the system in hand, all evolutionary routes were nothing. Di Qian took a deep breath, obviously not intending to give in just like that. Lu Qing, you forced me to do this. She narrowed her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. If that's the case, then I can only use my trump card. Instructor Liu frowned. What other tricks do you want to play? Di Qian slowly approached me, lowered her head slightly, and whispered in my ear, Lin Shang, join the Dragon Slaying Bureau, and I will be your girlfriend. Oh? I was stunned, and my whole body was petrified. Is this an invitation or a threat? Instructor Liu almost crushed the cup in his hand. Di Qian, you are cheating. Di Qian raised his head, his face full of pride. Why? Instructor Liu, can you give him a girlfriend? Lu Qing's face turned red, but he couldn't say anything to refute for a while. Isn't this killer move too outrageous? I waved my hands quickly. Captain D, I am not considering these emotional issues for the time being. Let's talk about business first. Di Qian chuckled and blinked. It's just a joke. Don't be too nervous. But my words still stand. Instructor Liu glared at her fiercely and said, if you don't play by the rules, you will fail sooner or later. Then just look forward to it. Di Qian shrugged indifferently, as if he was sure of victory. I was silent for a moment, then slowly said, you too. I want to think about it before making a decision. Is that okay? Di Qian and Instructor Liu looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Of course. Things have come to an end for the time being, but I know that the trials in Behemoth City are just the real beginning. Me and my useless sister. Lin Shang, your sister is also in our Dragon Slaying Bureau. I personally sent her to the headquarters back then. Di Qian said with a smile, with confidence in his tone. As long as you join my department, I am confident that I can train another genius like her. Instructor Lu's expression froze when he heard this. He has a sister? Before he came, he had never heard that Lin Sheng had a sister, and she was from the Dragon Slaying Bureau. If this was true, the card of family affection was indeed not comparable to the mere snake evolution route. Unfortunately, I almost rolled my eyes when I heard it. What's the use of sending it? I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Whether it is the snake evolution route or my biological sister, they are both negative buffs to me and have no appeal at all. The two tried their best to win me over by using the sister card, but I really had no interest at all. How about giving me money instead? Yes, I do have a sister. When I traveled to this world, I was only 10 years old. I couldn't protect my family property, let alone survive in this world where beast tamers are rampant. Just when the relatives were eager to divide the property, a girl 2 or 3 years older than me suddenly jumped out and claimed to be my sister. She blocked all the relatives and started taking care of my life and studies, playing the role of sister properly. I was quite touched at the time, and even consoled myself, a useless brother plus a genius sister. Isn't this the standard template for a protagonist? As it turned out, I was wrong. We were both useless. Until one day, I casually said, "Sister, I wish you were a beast-taming genius." The next day, she really became a rare beast-taming genius in a century, which made me completely question my life. But fortunately, I finally got rid of her. My thoughts came back to me. I looked up at the two people in front of me and said solemnly, "I understand both of your conditions, but the final decision is mine." Di Qian and Lu Qing were slightly stunned, obviously not expecting me to be so calm. Lu Qing waved his hand and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. If you choose her, I won't bear a grudge. We are still a family in the Beast Tamer Association." Di Qian also agreed with a smile. "Yes, you can choose any one of them. We are all doing this for your own good." I nodded, but sighed silently in my heart. Thank God, I didn't get into any big trouble. However, choosing which department to join does require careful consideration. The military has abundant resources and strict training, but it also means loss of freedom. The Dragon Slaying Bureau is freer and can provide many opportunities, but it is also equally dangerous. After weighing the pros and cons, I made a decision. I choose to join the Dragon Slayer Bureau. Tisk. Chief Instructor Lu frowned immediately, secretly cursing that young people still prefer pretty senior sisters. Di Qian smiled brilliantly. "Lin Sheng, you will never regret your choice." However, I immediately added, "But Captain D, please don't send me to my sister, and don't tell her that I joined the Dragon Slaying Bureau." Ah. Di Qian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, it seems that he wants to give his sister a surprise." The corners of my mouth twitched. Surprise? If she knew, she would kill me the next day. She didn't understand at all. I just didn't want to be targeted by that perverted sister. "Okay, I still have to continue selecting talents. I will notify you to attend the training in 3 days." Di Qian patted my shoulder. "In addition, your resources will be delivered to your home today." I nodded and watched them leave the campus. However, before I could catch my breath, a group of classmates surrounded me. "Brother Lin, what does an SSS-level beast taming space look like? Describe it to us, so we can have something to talk about later." "By the way, Brother Lin, what kind of beast do you have? It must be a king level, right? After all, you can awaken S-level talent, so the beast must be at least king level." What a joke. Awakening the dragon roar phenomenon must be a disaster. My scalp tingled when I heard this. Disaster level? You guys think too much. It's really just an ordinary little white snake. "Sorry, everyone. I'm going home first." I said a few perfunctorily, quickly got away, and hurried home at top speed. If an awakening level ferocious beast can allow Xiaobai to evolve, then to what extent can the dragon vein gene achieve? Just thinking about it makes me excited. If I don't go back and try it, I probably won't be able to sleep at night. And just after I left school, my awakening vision had already made the headlines in Yangqing. Chapter 10, Crazy Spending, spending 50 million. Not long after Lin Shengyu awakened his talent at the competition, the news in Yangqing has already begun reporting his deeds. The news even spread to several other large base cities. In Dragon Country, there are 3 major base cities: the Imperial Capital Base City, the Magic Capital Base City, and the Mount Everest Base City. Surrounding these 3 large base cities are 10 to 20 cities of various sizes. Yangqing is a small town affiliated to the base city of Modu. Although it is a small affiliated city, its population is still as high as over 100 million. Since the surface area is much larger than the blue planet in the previous life, it is understandable that the population is larger. Although the news spread to all the major base cities, it was not too well known. His sister was also in the main city of the imperial base city and was unaware of this matter. But it's a big deal in Yangqing. At this time, the Yangqing news had several bright headlines. A new SSS-level beast taming space. Rumor has it that the beast-tamed cubs contracted there have catastrophic talents. Does this break the restriction that the initial beast taming cannot be contracted above the king level? Look, this man is called Xiao Shuai. He is at the beast tamer instruction ceremony of Yangqing Noble Middle School. The citizens below were discussing this matter. But Lin Sheng didn't care much. It's just that this news is full of nonsense, which makes people speechless. He never said that the beast he contracted was one with catastrophic level talent. Why did you classify yourself as a disaster? Isn't this forcing him to find the picture? How can I keep a low profile? Lin Sheng, sitting on the leather sofa, was speechless. At this moment, there was a beast-taming space of thousands of square meters in his mind. If other people's beasts wake up in the morning, they wake up in a bed. When Xiaobai wakes up in the morning, he wakes up on a bed that is thousands of square meters. This wave is sleeping on a golden bed. And the most important thing is that Lin Sheng's top-level beast-taming space can accelerate the growth rate of beasts hundreds of times. What concept? This means that just 3 days of staying in the beast-taming space is equivalent to a year. Although the growth rate is outrageous, the cost is also high. After all, you only eat 100 days worth of food in one day. And Xiaobai is not like ordinary pets. It has high requirements for food, and the cost is also high. Even some wealthy people may be eaten into poverty. Luckily, there is a sucker who took the initiative to let me take advantage of him. He directly contracted all of Xiaobai's meals from the awakening level to the disaster level. Lin Sheng suddenly felt fortunate that he did not hide his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford the food expenses alone. It takes 1,000 years for a snake to evolve into a python, and a beast in the late stage of awakening takes nearly 100 years to grow, which means that only 10 will be enough. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Decided to go into the wild and fight the ferocious beasts. Although I can support myself for a while with the scholarship I received. But we also have to think about the future. What's more, good flowers cannot be grown in a greenhouse. Xiaobai also needs to hone his fighting will in battles with ferocious beasts. And at the same time, the funds for the Dragon Slaying Bureau have also arrived. Your bank card with the last digit 9526 has received 50 million. Please check it at any time. There is also a message below. The extra 20 million was earned by your sister. Seeing this, Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows. Is there such a benefit? I didn't expect that I could actually exchange money. In addition to the bank card deposit, Lin Sheng's information was also entered into the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Just enter www.xxx on the internet. Then enter your identification. You can enter the Beastmaster Association's network. This place is mainly used by Beastmasters to sell and purchase captured ferocious beasts and their cubs. In addition, the mall also sells ointments for quickly healing injuries in the wild, and almost all kinds of food for various beasts to eat, provided that you have enough money. And Lin Sheng is a member of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. In the Beastmaster Association's network, you can get a 10% discount on any item you purchase. And this discount will continue to increase as your status increases. Since it's a python, by a snake of the same species. Lin Sheng decided to make adequate preparations before going into the wild. After all, it is a paradise for ferocious beasts, and beastmasters die at the mouths of those beasts almost every day. Lin Sheng turned on the computer, logged into the website, and then entered the mall. Blue Silk Razor Evolution Route, Disaster Level Talent, 50 million. Iron Armored Python Evolution Route, King Level, 30 million. Lightning Snake Evolution Route, Lord Level, 5 million. 50 million evolutionary routes. I remember that the owner of the Blue Silk Razor is also a catastrophic beastmaster, right? Lin Sheng smacked his lips. This evolutionary path is too expensive. And this does not include the various rare resources required for evolution. However, this is indeed something that can help low-level pets change their fate. It's expensive for a reason. You know, a disaster-level beastmaster can become the lord of a city. However, Lin Sheng does not need these evolutionary routes. He wants to go his own way, buy some remains of fierce beasts, preferably giant pythons, and extract their essences. Soon, Lin Sheng recharged all the 50 million into the shopping mall and converted it into points and spent it all. 50 million was spent in less than a few minutes. This was Lin Sheng's first time experiencing this, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. But I'm afraid he will be able to adapt to this kind of thing in the future. because in the later stages of pet training, the cost of training will be an astronomical figure. Soon, a large truckload of ferocious beast corpses worth more than 50 million was delivered to his yard. Due to the discount, an additional 5 million yuan was spent. I used the remaining money to buy some wound ointment. The ointment is made from the mucus of some beasts and has a very strong wound healing effect. It is no exaggeration to say that if you get cut by a knife and wipe it on the surface, even the scar will disappear after a few minutes. Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng stretched out his hand and absorbed all the giant pythons that were coiled up in the courtyard. Obtain the essence of the unicorn python. Obtain the essence of the 7-colored giant python. Obtain the essence of the poisonous python. Then there are some repetitive skills. For example, pythons all have genes for swallowing, entanglement, scale strength, and even feng skills. Noob. Lin Sheng summoned Xiaobai from the beast taming space. The little white snake at this time was different from before when it could only wrap around his arms. It was now big enough to wrap around his waist. Let's try to learn some skills first. This is the most critical. Thinking about Lin Sheng injecting the skill gene into Xiaobai's body. Then, voices of failure were heard one after another. This was also within Lin Sheng's expectations. It is definitely not that easy to teach skills. However, at this moment, an unexpected voice broke Lin Sheng's thoughts. Chapter 11 Xiaobai's Fighting Power. Instantly kill the lightning snake. Awakening level entanglement skill gene upgrade. Entry-level winding upgraded to proficiency. The proficiency of the skill has improved. Lin Sheng was suddenly surprised. Later I thought about it, and it made sense. After all, the entanglement skills released by these creatures he absorbed had long since formed muscle memory. By extracting its genes, we can naturally extract this muscle memory. The proficiency of each skill level is divided into entry-level, skilled, mastery, perfect, and flawless. As the number of times your pet is released increases and your understanding deepens, your proficiency will continue to improve and the strength of your skills will also increase. To reach the proficiency level of entry-level entanglement, one must release it hundreds or thousands of times. But I just skipped that process. Lin Sheng was slightly excited. This means that without much training, his fighting skills have already reached a proficient level. Just use the wrapping to get the best force technique and angle. This will undoubtedly be a great advantage for him in battle. It seems that there are still a few memory genes with entangled skills. Let's give them a few more and see. Later, Lin Sheng endowed it with memory genes several more times. However, it only improved the proficiency and did not reach the mastery level. But even so, I am satisfied. To achieve proficiency, a pet beast must face at least several life and death battles. Lin Sheng whispered silently. Being able to get it for free is already pretty good, but if you want to really upgrade to the mastery level, you'll probably need a master-level entanglement skill. Open your mouth, Xiaobai. Oh. Lin Sheng combined the extracted python gene with the golden gene obtained from the spiritual stone before. It dripped into Xiaobai's mouth. The moment he entered the mouth, Xiaobai shuddered violently. Hot white gas continued to emanate from his body, and his size grew visibly larger with the naked eye. After a few minutes, its size had grown to twice its original size, and its eyes had become more spiritual. The original snake eyes turned into spiritual golden pupils. Lin Sheng could clearly feel that Xiaobai's wisdom had improved a lot compared to before. White snake. Level. Late awakening. Talent. Early king. Skills. Entanglement. Mastery. Water spray. Hardening. Evolution route. Python. Silver python monster. Unicorn snake. Colorful electric eel. Scale snake. Dragon blood monster. Late stage of awakening. And there is also a dragon blood water monster. The talent of this evolutionary route has also soared directly from the general level to the king level. Lin Sheng was excited. It seems that the genes extracted from the spiritual stone are indeed useful. Although there is no direct evolutionary path to generate a dragon, but it actually enhanced Xiaobai's talent and bloodline. No wonder it can help people awaken the beast-taming space. It seems the origin of this spiritual stone is also very mysterious. Lin Sheng became interested in the spiritual stone. If you have the chance, the more you can get, the better. But now Lin Sheng has other things to do. I need to go out into the wild to test my strength and get familiar with the wild environment so that I can prepare for the assessment in Behemoth City. Lin Sheng spoke calmly. After all, we are facing beast masters from all over the country, and it is easy to suffer losses if we don't try our best. There are 3 secret realms around Yangqing. Countless years ago, countless void cracks fell on this world, and those ferocious beasts and monsters walked out of the cracks and in turn affected other creatures existing in the world. But now some of the void cracks have already been broken by the Beastmaster. A large number of ferocious beasts were roaming around where the void crack was. Because these ferocious beasts are not very dangerous, and it can be used to train the practical combat capabilities of the younger generation of Beastmasters, so they are not killed completely, but their numbers are controlled to a certain extent. But even so, it is still very dangerous. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as mortality rate. Let's go to the lightning snake's lair and take a look. Lin Sheng made his choice quickly. Then he took Xiaobai and some purchased trauma medicine and antidote, and soon arrived at where the lightning snake was. This is a suburban area in Yangqing. Since this place is not dangerous, there is no one guarding it. Instead, there are some teams of beast tamers who practice hunting lightning snakes here and sell them to the Beast Tamer Association. There aren't many people here. Let's go and look for the lightning snake first. Lin Sheng stepped into the dense jungle in front of him. We are both snakes, so it would be great if I could learn one or two skills from each other. Hiss. Xiaobai wrapped around Lin Sheng, stretched out his neck and looked around, seeming very excited. This was its first time entering the jungle, and the wildness in its blood was aroused. Isn't that the young man who just went in the door the one I saw on the Yangqing news? Some professional hunters were surprised and suspicious when they saw Lin Sheng. Didn't he just make a beast taming contract? Isn't it too dangerous for him to come out into the wild alone? That's true. Even a Beastmaster at the late awakening stage, or even a general-level Beastmaster wouldn't dare to go deep into the lightning snake's territory alone. You can imagine how dangerous it would be for a novice to enter. Maybe you saw it wrong? That Beastmaster named Lin Sheng is from a wealthy family and is favored by all the major forces in Yangqing. He must be rich and spoiled. How could he come to the wild alone? That's true. I saw a few students entering the place earlier, accompanied by several general-level Beastmasters. Maybe I saw it wrong. Having said that, everyone stopped caring. And at the same time, hiss, Xiaobai stuck out his long snake tongue, as if he smelled a hint of danger in the air. It was also at this time. A long snake as thick as an arm suddenly jumped out from the bushes in front. Lightning snake. Level. Late awakening. Talent. Late lord. Skills. Paralysis poison. Entanglement. Evolutionary route. Razor. Introduction. These snakes live in the jungle. They are extremely fast and have a paralyzing venom. Lightning snake. It's also in the late stage of awakening, but its size is only half of Xiaobai's. Before Lin Sheng had time to think, the lightning snake had already appeared in front of the two of them. With its bloody mouth wide open, the pair of poisonous fangs were about to bite Lin Sheng. But the next moment, bang! Xiaobai's slender snake tail swung out instantly, directly pounced on the lightning snake in midair and flew away, with its entire head flattened into a ball. The force was so great that sonic booms were heard in the air. Instant kill. Even though it was attacked in advance, it could still kill snakes of the same level in seconds. So strong. Lin Sheng touched Xiaobai's forehead and was very surprised. You should know that the lightning snake is the best choice for many beastmasters who want to contract snakes. It is not a weak beast just because it is ferocious. However, he was still beaten to death by a tail, without even using any skills. It is conceivable that Xiaobai's strength is far more than what he has shown. If I can kill a late awakening warrior in seconds, then do I have a chance of winning against a general-level warrior? Lin Sheng became interested. If I can obtain a general-level skill, this trip will be worthwhile. Chapter 12 Evolution. Mastery level skills. Well done. Hiss. Listening to his owner's constant praise, Xiaobai's tail was about to reach the sky. Is this the 7th lightning snake? Lin Sheng extracted the genes of the lightning snake, then injected it into Xiaobai's body again. Entangle. Proficient. Upgrade to entanglement. Mastery. I've reached the mastery level, but I don't think I'll be using this skill much. Lin Sheng spoke silently. The few times Xiaobai killed the lightning snake, he almost always killed it with one strike. The other party has no room to resist at all. Naturally, there is no need to use the skill of entanglement. And this is the reason why this skill upgrades so quickly. This is also because this wild area is full of snake-like beasts, and almost all of them have the ability to entangle. Otherwise, even the lowest level skills, it will take at least a few years to reach proficiency, because this is not just about improving your proficiency. It is also accompanied by an increase in power. Mastery level. As long as you touch the opponent, you can almost entangle it with a 100% chance. and you are immune to the entanglement attacks of any creature with a lower entanglement level than your own. This is extremely outrageous. In this jungle, there are no natural enemies. Find a warrior level 1 and try it out. Lin Sheng became more and more courageous. Just fighting against weak awakening creatures was no longer enough for his training. Only when you are infinitely close to death can you understand the true meaning of life. And at the same time, in this jungle, there are 3 or 4 general-level beastmasters surrounding a young girl, fighting against a lightning snake in the late awakening stage. The girl's beast is a king-level cub, the Thunder Lion. Roar! The Thunder Lion roared angrily. He is tall and looks fierce. But at the moment it pounced, it still found an opportunity, bit the back of the lightning snake's neck and killed it instantly. A mid-awakening beast can kill a late-awakening beast. It's worthy of being a king-level cub. It is also thanks to the young lady's good command that the battle was ended in just a few minutes. That's true. If it were any other beastmaster, even if they were of the same level, it would probably be impossible for them to kill the lightning snake in such a short time. The girl's beastman was seen killing the lightning snake. The guardians on the side immediately began to lick wildly. No, I'm still far from that level. The girl spoke modestly. If Lin Sheng were here, he would definitely recognize by he. As students of an aristocratic school, they naturally have an outstanding background, and the Bai family whereby he is. It even has considerable influence and branches throughout Yangqing. Miss, let's go quickly. I have a feeling that the Warlord level Razor is nearby. Miss, you must not take action at that time. It is impossible for you to defeat a general level pet with an awakened pet. We will help you get the snake crystal of the lightning snake. They came here to find the key to the evolution of the Thunder Lion. Razor Guts. The next evolution of the Thunder Lion has been prepared in advance. By the way, Baihe's combat skills can also be tested in the wild. Speaking of, then a beastmaster summoned an eagle with a wingspan of more than 2 meters and began to search the surroundings for the presence of a war general-level thunder snake. Found it. The protectors were delighted. Several people quickly rushed towards the jungle. And at the same time, in that location, Lin Sheng's white snake has already faced off against a general-level thunder snake. Hiss, 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 hiss. A huge blue python with a long tongue sticking out of its mouth stared at Lin Sheng and Xiao Bai with caution. The other party's information also appeared in front of Lin Sheng. Razor. Level. Early Warlord. Talent. Late Warlord. Skills. Entanglement. Discharge. Evolutionary route. Thunder Snake. Introduction. Razor's evolutionary journey has long been terminated because his bloodline is not strong enough. A warrior-level Razor. No wonder the sense of oppression is so strong. Lin Sheng was surprised. I wonder if I can take away this discharge skill. Lin Sheng spoke silently. Xiao Bai, come on. Lin Sheng ordered Xiao Bai to attack. The other party is too cautious. If we delay any further, something unexpected might happen. After receiving the order, Xiao Bai rushed forward instantly. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the lightning snake tried to wrap around Xiao Bai. But unfortunately, the opponent's entanglement skills were not as proficient as Xiao Bai's, and his body was locked tightly. Next moment, Xiao Bai is about to bite Razor's neck. Crack! Razor finally couldn't help it and released a large amount of electric current in an instant. However, this electric current is enough to cause an ordinary person to go into shock and die instantly, but when it hits Xiao Bai's body, it is just like a tickle. That's it. The scales of the silver-scaled fish are anti-electric. Lin Sheng smiled. The next moment, a water sword instantly spit out from Xiao Bai's mouth and directly pierced through Razor's head. Razor died. Well done. I'll reward you with snacks when I get home. Lin Sheng encouraged. Hiss. Carrot Omega Carrot. Sequence extraction. After touching Xiao Bai's forehead again, Lin Sheng absorbed the warrior-level thunder snake on the ground. Obtain the Razor bloodline gene. Obtain Razor skill gene. Obtain Razor's evolutionary gene. Obtain Razor scales, Razor venom, Razor gallbladder. Then the lightning snake on the ground was absorbed, leaving only a blue crystal. Lin Sheng picked it up immediately. Since it is an item dropped by a warlord-level beast, it must be very expensive. Then sell it to the Beast Taming Association. Placing this blue crystal into the beast taming space, Lin Sheng endowed Xiao Bai with Razor skills and various genes. And because the scales of the Razor are much weaker than those of the silver-scaled fish, it did not replace them, but instead inherited their excellent features. The entire snake scale became smooth. Xiao Bai's body size also began to gradually increase. The cells in the body are working frantically, consuming the energy of this razor. After all, it is a general-level razor. It will take some time to completely absorb its bloodline genes. The discharge skill also continued to fail. It may be because of the scales. If we can continue to obtain excellent genes from other creatures and create the strongest scales, then we should be able to inherit many skills. Thinking about, Lin Sheng took Xiaobai and planned to leave the jungle. The training is almost done now. Repeatedly absorbing the genes of those creatures will help Xiaobai's growth very little. Only the first absorption will have a greater effect. He must ask the Dragon-Slaying Bureau for some food necessary for Xiaobai's evolution. These are the main factors that drive the evolution of pets. At the speed of my beast-taming space, I can consume a year's worth of food in just 3 days. Lin Sheng found it funny when he thought that the Dragon-Slaying Bureau had to spend money to raise a dragon for himself, and it was just not long since Lin Sheng left. A team came here in a mighty manner. Chapter 13, Miss Bai? What are you happy about? Razor is dead? We just detected his life signs a few minutes ago. How could it be so fast? A group of people surrounded a young girl, standing in front of the skeleton of the lightning snake, somewhat surprised. They came here following the trace of the lightning snake. The time difference is only a few minutes in total. However, this razor is already dead. Even if the 3 of them are general-level beastmasters, it will take a lot of effort to deal with this general-level thunder snake. To prevent it from escaping, it will take at least 7 or 8 minutes to complete it. But in the blink of an eye, only the skeleton of the lightning snake was left. Could it be that we met a professional snake killer? Impossible. No matter how skilled you are, it's impossible to remove the skeleton so cleanly without leaving any meat cubes, right? This guy is at least a beastmaster in the late stage of the war general. Otherwise, he would never be able to kill the agile razor in such a short time. And he took away the razor's crystal. We spent weeks searching for this one. Forget it. This forest is not our family's private territory. If it's been robbed, let it be. He spoke in silence. If I lose a piece of snake crystal like this, I don't know how much effort it will take to find it next time. Miss, you are too kind. There are some professional hunters who like to follow others and seize the fruits of their labor. We have been following this snake for a long time and we just found it now, but it was snatched away today just when we were about to catch it. Forehead. Even he was a little confused at this time. A war general level beast is no match for an awakened level beast in the wild. Since it contains many materials needed to evolve a beast to a general level, its high price leads to many people hunting it, and its number is extremely rare. And it is even more difficult to get a piece of high-quality material. What's more, her mother, Mrs. Bai, asked her to go to the wild to find materials herself without any mercy. He was deeply hurt when the snake crystal was taken away this time. Let's go back to the city right now. There are probably hunter associations and other individuals out there trying to buy off the beasts. This guy must be eager to get rid of it, so we can still find him if we go over now. Can't wait for Bai He to speak. Everyone quickly rode on their beasts and ran towards the edge of the city. Brother, have you hunted any rare materials? We can offer a higher price than the Hunter Association. As soon as Lin Sheng walked out of the jungle, he was stopped by several people. However, as soon as they saw Lin Sheng's appearance, they were stunned. You are so young, and you dare to run into this jungle alone? Of course, how much can I sell this piece of snake crystal for? Lin Sheng took out a bluish-purple crystal from his pocket. This thing is of no use to him. It would be better to just sell it. The moment they saw the blue crystal, their eyes lit up. This is Razor's snake crystal. Due to its scarcity, the Hunter Association has offered a price of 1 million. Brother, how about we give you 1.3 million and sell this snake crystal to us? Several people looked at Lin Sheng with hope. It seemed as if he was afraid that someone else would see it and buy it at a higher price. With my current level in the Hunter Association, even if I sell it to the Hunter Association in exchange for points, I can only get a 10% discount. It would be better to sell it directly to individuals. Lin Sheng made a decision quickly. After all, the Hunter Association is just a tool for profit, and it will sell to whoever can offer a higher price. And for such a precious resource, an individual's bid would definitely be higher. Just when Lin Sheng was about to open his mouth to agree. Wait, there was a sound coming from someone in the distance. Several people were stunned for a moment and turned their heads with Lin Sheng to look over there. In the distance, there were several beastmasters dressed in luxurious clothes, standing on a giant rhinoceros 2 or 3 stories high, rushing towards here. A general-level beastmaster, and he seems to be from the Bai family. These people's faces turned pale immediately. He wants to snatch the snake crystal from their men. Lin Sheng also met the eyes of the girl sitting on the rhino's back. Isn't this Bai He? Why is she in the wild? Lin Sheng said silently in his heart. Wait a minute, young man. How much will they offer you for this snake crystal? Asked a beastmaster standing on the rhino's back. 1.3 million. Humph. Although the price offered by the Beast Taming Association is 1 million, the premium for this snake crystal is actually very high. It is simply a pipe dream to want to get it for 1.3 million. How about this, little brother? Sell this snake crystal to us, and I'll give you 3 million. The beastmaster on the rhino's back directly offered a very high price. Even Lin Sheng was surprised. It was the first time he sold a ferocious beast, and he didn't expect the price to be much higher than he imagined. He would have been very satisfied if it sold for over 1 million. But I didn't expect that I was almost cheated out of 2 million. Pervert. Such a high price? Are you crazy? When those people saw this scene, they immediately lowered their heads, turned around and left, not daring to stay here any longer. After all, they were in the wrong. What's more, Lin Sheng has not verbally agreed to the deal, so he can choose someone else. Thank you very much. Lin Sheng took out the snake crystal and quickly completed the transaction. This thing is of no use to him anyway, so exchanging it for 3 million is already a great value for money. See you at school then. Before leaving, Lin Sheng did not forget to say hello to Bai He. Aha. Bai He also nodded in response. His eyes were always fixed on Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng left, several people showed a look of shock. He's so young, and he can kill the razor all by himself. As expected of an S-level talent, he was able to kill a general-level thunder snake in less than 15 minutes. This talent is truly abnormal. As rumored, Lin Sheng's pet is a catastrophic-level pet, or even a late catastrophic-level pet. Luckily, the lady informed us in advance, otherwise I would have definitely offended him just now. It's really just luck that I bumped into him. What a great fortune. But it seems nice to have a good relationship with such a genius. At this time, several people praised Lin Sheng repeatedly. It can be said to be praise from the heart. This young man's talent for taming beasts truly exceeded their imagination. At this time, several people also understood. Why did Bai He say that he would spend a high price to buy that snake crystal? This can also be considered as a favor. After all, although the snake crystal is expensive, it is still difficult to sell it for 3 million. So I've said it before, my talent is far from enough. Bai He seemed very proud at this time, with her hands on her slender waist. At this time, several servants were also confused. Miss, after all, this guy will be your enemy in the next exam. The enemy is so strong, so I should be worried, right? How come you seem happier than him? Chapter 14, Upgrading Resources, Early Stage of War. It turns out that this snake crystal was sold at a high price. The Bai family is indeed very rich. Lin Sheng thought silently on his way back. The middle school he attends is an aristocratic middle school in Yangqing. Almost all the children of powerful and wealthy people in Yangqing are in that school. And I have a good relationship with people in Yangqing Noble Middle School. It's not because of money, just because he's handsome. It can even be said that after his parents left, he was considered one of the poorest and least powerful people in the class. But since everyone has never had to worry about food and clothing since childhood, they don't take this aspect too seriously and their minds are particularly pure. Just a few words, and he would be controlled by Lin Sheng, a man who has lived 2 lives. But even though I am rich, I still owe someone a small favor by letting them remind me. If I become stronger in the future, I will still help them if I have the chance. He is not a heartless person. The moment of thinking. Lin Sheng has returned home. As soon as he got home, he immediately sent a message to Di Qian of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Didn't they say that the resources would be contracted to the Lord level? How would they be allocated specifically? After waiting for a while, the other side came back with a message. What kind of animal is your pet? What kind of food do I need to prepare for you? Generally, snake food is a mixture of various meats. There are 3 price ranges of snake pet food on the market, 100,000, 300,000, and 500,000. I will prepare the best quality for you. As for the materials needed for advancement, it depends on which one you need. However, food can only be advanced for up to 3 months, and the materials needed for advancement can only be applied for when the pet is advanced. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Sheng sent back the message. My beast taming space consumes energy 100 times faster than usual, so it consumes 100 days worth of energy in 1 day. As for the materials for advancement, you don't need to prepare them for me. Lin Sheng didn't want others to know how his pet advanced. After all, this is a one-of-a-kind route. Leaking information casually can easily arouse suspicion. After Lin Shang sent this message, the other party obviously fell into silence. This is indeed the case. Di Qian on the opposite side was completely confused. I didn't expect that the SSS-level beast taming space would consume energy so quickly. 100 times? Is this a joke? Doesn't this mean that the energy used in a year can be consumed in 3 days? If it's 500,000 a month, then we need to prepare 5 million worth of food for him every month. Even Di Qian couldn't help but smack his lips when he heard this price. I should have given this kid to someone named Lu. Di Qian suddenly felt a little regretful. This is too much to eat. But there is something of a joke in this statement. In fact, she was still very happy in her heart. After all, the more a pet can eat, the greater its potential and the faster it grows. In fact, the resources consumed for its evolution to the Lord level have not changed much. It is just overdrawn in advance. Then I will recruit fewer people and give their resources to Lin Shang. It just so happened that Di Qian still held certain rights over resource allocation. Lin Shang's talent also makes him qualified to use these resources. Soon, Di Qian gave the order to several of his subordinates and asked them to do it. She was responsible for picking up the geniuses from Yangqing and going to Giant Beast City to compete for the training places for disaster-level beast tamers. This is the big deal. The resources needed to train a disaster-level beastmaster would probably be more than 5 million a day. Lin Shang, I hope you won't let me down. Please at least help me get one of the spots. If one of her students could get this place, it would naturally benefit her. On the contrary, if resources are given but there is no feedback, she will have to bear the consequences herself. You can say that. Di Qian placed a huge bet on Lin Shang. Luckily, someone prepared this resource for me. Otherwise, the 3 million I earned from selling snake crystals wouldn't even be enough to feed Xiaobai for a few days. Lin Shang sighed. He touched Xiaobai's forehead. Hiss. Xiaobai seemed to sense his master's mood and cried out a few times in grievance. It seems to be saying that Xiaobai can go hungry. Good fellow, you're acting like a spoiled child in front of me. Are you trying to provoke me? Lin Shang couldn't help but roll his eyes. You really succeeded in provoking me. But even if no one prepares food for him, Xiaobai will not starve to death. After all, only by staying in the beast taming space can you obtain 100 times the energy consumption. And Lin Shang can also control this speed. Your package. Soon there was a knock on the door. Here it comes. Lin Shang immediately walked out the door and brought in a large box. There were some big words written on the box. Advanced pet food, special for snakes. Ingredients, giant rat meat, lightning snake meat, various kinds of meat and even plants are mixed in it. The nutrition is balanced, and the requirements for the content of its ingredients are extremely strict. No wonder it can be sold at such a high price. Lin Shang was surprised. 500,000 yuan a month is not something an ordinary family can afford. It is a service for wealthy people. What's more, Xiaobai spends 5 million in a month. Open the package. Inside were pieces of meat shaped like rat strips. Looks silly and cute. Just eating one a day is enough to support a month's energy consumption. You can imagine the energy content of this. But for Lin Shang, a rat strip can only last for 3 days at most. At this time, Xiaobai on the side was already drooling with greed. Xiaobai's eyes were fixed on the rat strip in Lin Shang's hand. You can imagine how attractive this thing is to snakes. Give. Lin Shang didn't tease it either. He picked up one and handed it to Xiaobai, who swallowed it in one gulp. Then he showed a look of satisfaction. The energy in it is also constantly being digested in its stomach. The next few days. During the day, Lin Shang takes Xiaobai to the field to train his combat capabilities and upgrade his skills. At night, he stays in the beast taming space to digest the energy he has absorbed. Finally, after a few days, before the fight for spots in Behemoth City begins, Xiaobai's level has reached the level of general. In front of Lin Shang's eyes, there was a white snake almost as tall as him. White snake. Level. Early Warlord. Talent. Early King. Skills. Entanglement. Mastery. Water Spray. Hardening. Dragon Might. Evolution Route. Jiao. Silver Python Water Monster. Dragon Blood Water Monster. Dragon Might. Form a domain. Suppress creatures with lower bloodline in the domain. Field ability. Finally, a skill related to dragons appeared. My choice was indeed the right one. Lin Shang was slightly excited. When Xiaobai's level reached the early stage of general, he became confident. Moreover, Xiaobai's strength now lies not in his skills, but in the characteristics of different parts of his body. For example, The scales on its body can protect it from water and electricity. These are taken from other creatures. In the future, the characteristics of the scales on its body will only increase. Its defense power will also become more and more exaggerated. And just at this moment, Di Qian suddenly called. Chapter 15 Trials. Disaster-level resources. Looking at Di Qian's incoming call reminder, Lin Sheng pressed the connect button. Then, a rather lazy female voice came from the other side. The trials for half of Dragon Country's regions will soon be held in Behemoth City. Including you, there will be more than a dozen people from Yang City participating. Almost all the Beast Masters participating in this competition are at the general level. Are you confident? Yes, but not much. That's good. Have a good sleep tonight. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Having said that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Only Lin Sheng was left holding the phone, stunned for a moment. You said I have no confidence? Why don't you give me some off-field help? Hiss. However, although Lin Sheng had no confidence, Xiaobai beside him was full of fighting spirit. He kept doing snake fist beside him. The long snake tail made a sonic boom sound in the air. At this time, Xiaobai has completely evolved into a giant python. When she goes to bed at night, she often likes to sleep on the bed and hold Lin Sheng close. Lin Sheng was really afraid of that one night. He dreamed of hunting a ferocious beast and yelled, "Xiaobai, come on!" Then Xiaobai reacted with stress and accidentally strangled him to death. It's not impossible. After all, his small body cannot withstand the force that can crush a truck. But I was afraid of hurting Xiaobai's feelings. So this matter has never been brought up. Cultivating affection and trust between the pet and the animal is also what the animal tamer should do. This competition should be real and effective. Before the game started, Lin Sheng saw many reports on TV. I heard that since this is the first time it is held, the rewards given are extra generous. As for the 100 candidates who get the quota, the resources they receive will decrease from the highest to the lowest. This competition also attracted countless people's attention. It is called the second chance for a turning point in life, second only to the college entrance examination. Once you get this opportunity and resources, you should be able to pass the college entrance examination easily, just like the Wudong ladder to the clouds, stepping left foot on right foot and going straight to the sky. Regarding such an important matter, Lin Sheng thought about whether he should send a message to his sister. But after thinking it over again and again, I decided to give up. Finally, a night passed. The next morning, Lin Sheng got up, washed his face and brushed his teeth, and helped Xiaobai brush his teeth as well. Then he dressed neatly and went downstairs. At this time, Di Qian was leaning on an off-road vehicle, and her black tights made her figure look extremely slender. Even some subtle muscle lines are clearly visible. It immediately attracted the attention of countless people around. Even some neighbors looked at Lin Sheng with envy, and then said to their children, "See? Now you have to become a beast master to be a gigolo." Something like that. Lin Sheng was also helpless. After becoming a beast master and getting feedback on his physical condition, how sensitive is his hearing? Not to mention what the people around him were saying. Even if he was hundreds of meters away, he could hear their heartbeats. Bang! Let's go. Di Qian opened the back door, hooked his chin at Lin Sheng, and then sat directly in the driver's seat. And Lin Sheng just sat on it. In the off-road vehicle, there were already several beastmasters of similar age to him, 3 men and 2 women. Among them was a figure that Lin Sheng was familiar with. Bai He, why are you here? Can I be here? I'm also a newcomer to the Dragon Slaying Bureau now. Bai He responded with resentment. You said a few days ago that we would meet again later. How come you forgot so quickly? That's true. With your talent, it's easy to get in here. Lin Sheng spoke silently. Then several other people also greeted him. We will all be together from now on. Please take care of me. Yes. I didn't expect to see Lin Sheng in person here. From now on we are all dragon slayers, ha ha ha. Those young boys and girls obviously recognized Lin Sheng. There was some excitement in his words. After all, we are all in Yangqing. Yangqing is not a large city, so it is normal for geniuses to know each other. Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly. After taking a look, he saw that there was only one seat left next to Bai He, so Lin Sheng sat down. At this moment, Bai He's heartbeat suddenly quickened and her whole body became stiffer. And seeing everyone gathered, as soon as Di Qian stepped on the accelerator, the SUV rushed out like a sharp sword. The scenery around the street flew madly behind his head. Several times it almost hit the car in front, but it avoided it narrowly. This car is driving too violently. Everyone was a little scared. Even the lips of several boys and girls turned pale, but Lin Sheng was the only one who looked calm. If I really get hit, The worst that can happen is that Xiaobai will wrap himself up. Anyway, Xiaobai has thick skin and hard scales, so the injury will be just a skin abrasion at most. At this moment, Di Qian, who had been sitting in the front seat in silence, spoke. This is your identification. Our daily work in the Dragon Slaying Bureau is not much different from those hunters, but the creatures we deal with are more bizarre. As he said this, he threw a few small notebooks to a few people in advance. Lin Sheng reached out to take it and opened it. Name, Lin Sheng. Position, Rookie Dragon Slayer. Permissions, none. Lin Sheng knew everything Di Qian said. Things that are generally handled by the Dragon Slaying Bureau. In addition to some missions of hunting ferocious beasts in the wild, they also hunt demons hiding among the crowds in the city. This is a creature of a higher level than a ferocious beast. And there is another privilege in the dragon slaying game. That means you can enter some newly emerged secret realms and obtain the latest resources therein. But the danger is also higher. It is rumored that the people from the Dragon Slaying Bureau are looking for something in those secret realms. A young man at the side whispered, seeming very mysterious. Don't make up rumors, don't spread rumors. If you keep talking nonsense, I will throw you out right away. After hearing Di Qian's words, the young man immediately shut up. Although this instructor looks kind, he actually has a bad temper. The main reason is that we don't want them to be laughing and joking when they are about to face the ferocious beast. They must show their attitude. Captain D, what is the content of this competition? If we can form a team, I want to team up with Senior Lin Sheng. Me too. Me too. I really don't have the confidence to go. My pet is only at the middle stage of the general level now. My level is not high. I am only in the late stage of the general. I still need the protection of Senior Lin Sheng. Several people looked at Lin Sheng with hope. Senior Lin Sheng's Beastmaster must be at least in the late stage of war. After all, that is a catastrophic talent. Even Bai he coughed twice silently. I am only in the early stages of the war. Lin Sheng inexplicably wanted to beat them up at this moment. I worked so hard for so long to finally reach the early stages. I thought everything was safe, but it turns out I was the clown. Xiaobai ate rat strips and injected the essence of so many creatures before upgrading. The cost is indeed much higher than that of ordinary creatures. But this also indirectly proves Xiaobai's talent. Yes, definitely. Chapter 16. Selection begins. Kill 3 eagles instantly. Lin Sheng comforted himself while sitting in the car. However, Lin Sheng could understand that these guys' pets were of higher levels than his. After all, not everyone is like him. The contracted pet beast is upgraded from the lowest level. These are usually pets in the middle or even late stages of contract awakening. At worst, it is at least a pet in the early stages of awakening. But Xiaobai doesn't have any level. Pure natural and pollution-free. Soon, Di Qian led everyone to the outskirts of Yangqing. Not far from Yangqing is the Behemoth City. Standing on the tall city wall of Yangqing, you can see the ruins of the town. This is an abandoned city. When the secret realm descended, it was completely destroyed by the ferocious beasts that rushed out. And now, there are still many powerful and ferocious beasts roaming around in the Behemoth City. You guys go ahead. I'll take you there. Di Qian left everyone behind and drove away. Let's go. Bai he summoned the tall Thunder Lion and invited Lin Sheng to ride along. Lin Sheng didn't act pretentiously and just turned over and jumped up. After all, Xiaobai is not very good at long-distance travel. And this mad Thunder Lion was also well trained by Bai he and had no will to resist. If some owners don't train well, it is possible that your own beast may attack others. That's why summoning beasts is prohibited in the city. The others also summon their own beasts. A white-haired goshawk and a scorpion as strong as a horse. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the giant beast city. Because Bai he was wearing a shoulder-bearing dress, her white neck and exposed back kept rising and falling in front of Lin Sheng, without any defense at all. Helplessly, Lin Sheng could only turn his head and look at the snow-capped mountains in the distance. Noticing this scene, a hint of disappointment flashed in Bai he's eyes. Am I not beautiful? Bai he said in a depressed mood. But she didn't give up. After all, I have worked hard for so long. It took a lot of effort to get on the same front with Lin Sheng. How could I give up so easily? Under the extreme speed of the Thunder Lion, the two quickly arrived at the abandoned city. At this time, outside the Behemoth City, many students were already waiting there with their hands raised. They are also followed by pets of different species. However, these pets are slightly inferior in front of the wild Thunder Lion. As soon as the mad Thunder Lion arrived here, the surrounding pets gave up some land and did not dare to fight for it at all. I was wondering why my pet was so scared. It turns out to be a thunder lion. That's a pet with king-level talent. Which city's beastmaster is this? Where did he get the wild thunder lion cub? I don't know, but the guy is quite handsome. The girl is pretty too. But you can't be fooled just because she has a king-level beast. A person's character has nothing to do with looks or beasts. You must have seen it wrong. That thunder lion belongs to the beautiful lady. Fuck. Living off me? Why the hell don't I have this kind of luck? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Shang with envy and jealousy. I wish I was the one riding behind that beauty. Lin Shang has long been accustomed to the gazes of people around him. After all, when I was in Yangqing, my classmates had already ranked first on some list. Why? Being handsome can sometimes be a trouble. But I think that more often than not, it's because I'm too capable. Lin Shang sighed helplessly. Xiaobai, who was in the beast-taming space, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. I don't know if my master is narcissistic or really thinks so. As time goes by, more and more students gathered around Behemoth City. During this period, Lin Shang even saw several beastmasters with S-level talents. There are also several pets with king-level talents like the Thunder Lion. Lin Shang had seen it in the beast-taming encyclopedia. The Tsongshan Eagle, the Taikai Giant, and even pets like this. But the armor of the Iron Titan should be very hard. I wonder if we can extract it and add the genes to its scales. Lin Shang suddenly had a lot of ideas. If this can be achieved, the strength of Xiaobai's scales will be greatly improved. At that time, we will no longer be afraid of any hot weapons such as guns and artillery. And that's the moment everyone is waiting for. Suddenly, a voice was heard on the radio. Please listen carefully. Here are the rules of the game. Hearing this sudden sound, everyone present suddenly quieted down and looked towards the source of the sound. 50 people will be selected to get places in this competition at the Behemoth Arena, and the other 50 will be selected at another venue. The rules of the game are simple. I have placed 50 hostages in the Behemoth City. The one who rescues the most hostages will win first place in this competition. The contestants who don't get hostages will be ranked according to the number of monsters they kill. There are no other restrictions. Let's get started. At this point, all the rules have been introduced. Although it does not say what the hostages are or where they are. But the moment that voice ended, almost everyone present rushed into the town in front of them at the same time. This extremely dangerous beast town seemed to have become a paradise that everyone longed for. In order to obtain the resources to become a disaster-level beastmaster, no one would hold back. Lin Shang, do you want to come with me? Yes, brother Lin Shang, it's safer if we act together. When the time comes, we can share the hostages we rescued. Several people from Yangqing invited Lin Shang. However, Lin Shang shook his head. Let's act separately. Also, don't trust others too much in the future. After giving a few brief instructions, Lin Shang also walked towards the town. Cities are different from the wild. The obstruction of vision is very serious. It is no longer possible to deal with ferocious beasts like we do in the wild. It can be said that this kind of city with broken walls and ruins is simply a paradise for ferocious beasts. And at the same time, in order to have a wider view, Lin Shang also came to the roof of a tall building. But as soon as he came up, hold head high. The 3 goshawks that were patrolling in the sky saw him instantly. Then he rushed down with lightning speed. Noob. Lin Shang immediately summoned Xiaobai to protect him behind him. However, eagles are born to be the nemesis of snakes. The 3 goshawks swooped down in front of him with the same momentum. In the next moment, Xiaobai's snake tail turned into khaki at that moment and instantly whipped towards the 3 ferocious beasts in the air. Bang! 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 3 explosions were heard. The 3 ferocious beasts were beaten and exploded in an instant. With the help of Xiaobai's hardening, the ferocious beast at the awakening stage could not withstand this level of attack and was killed instantly. Sequence extraction? Lin Shang breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden rush almost scared him. Lin Shang placed his hands on the remains of the 3 ferocious beasts. Obtain Goshawk bloodline for the first time. Obtain Yuan Wang gene. Obtain the Eagle Claw gene. Get the Flying gene. Get the Night Vision gene. Chapter 17, Another S-Class Beast Tamer. Another series of skill extraction. Xiaobai's strength now is far different than before. As soon as he obtained the skills, Lin Shang injected the genetic abilities of these ferocious beasts into Xiaobai. Obtain the bloodline of the goshawk. Gain the skill visual focus. Get skill visual enhancement. I got 2 more skills. Visual focus seems to improve Xiaobai's dynamic vision. while vision enhancement can increase Xiaobai's visible range. Lin Sheng was in a good mood. Both of these skills are what he needs. You should know that eagles can see rabbits running on the ground from thousands of meters in the air. You can imagine how strong his eyesight is. I don't know where to get the flying gene. If Xiaobai could fly, it would be much more convenient to do things in the future. And at the same time, this visual ability was also fed back to Lin Sheng. He keenly noticed that not far from this tall building, there were several beast masters observing him. As soon as he turned his eyes, he saw the other person. At this moment, those people were also shocked. He quickly stood up and said, "We are just passing by." "Boss, I heard that the hostages are usually on higher floors." Those people left a few words and left in a hurry. They were afraid that this big boss would dislike them and get rid of them as well. Just based on Lin Sheng's ability to instantly kill 3 awakening creatures just now, it is far beyond what they can deal with. Who was that person just now? We could see him at a glance even though we were so far away. I should have been hiding well. He looks familiar to me. If I remember correctly, he is the Beastmaster who awakened to the SSS-level beast taming space before. Is it him? Hearing this, the sweat on the Beastmaster's forehead immediately began to flow. Fortunately, I didn't take action just now. Otherwise, who knows who would be lying on the ground now? And saw several people leaving. Lin Sheng also had no intention of continuing to pursue the past. The main reason is that Xiaobai is not suitable for chasing battles. Its movement speed is too slow. In the future, when hunting ferocious beasts, we have to start from this aspect. A higher floor? That's the only one. Lin Sheng looked towards a tall building in the distance. And from his sight, he could clearly see that several beastmasters had arrived there in advance. This is the benefit of visual ability. Be able to obtain information in advance that was not available before. Walking downstairs, Lin Sheng quickly arrived at the location. And at the same time, somewhere in the Magic City, in a secret place, several figures were sitting in the monitoring room, watching the videos from various places in the Behemoth City, recording the number of ferocious beasts killed by the students. And at this time in the surveillance video, there was a young man standing on the shoulders of a giant wearing steel armor, attacking the surrounding beastmasters crazily. Every time the huge mace in his hand fell, it would stir up a huge cloud of dust, and a beast was seriously injured. What a powerful beastmaster! Which city is this? Which student? Iron Armor Giant, King-level talent. He is an S-level talent in Iron Mountain City next to the Iron Mountain Range. So it's an S-level talent. No wonder the Beastmaster is so domineering and powerful. I heard that the Beastmasters in the Iron Mountain Range have extremely terrifying defenses. The Awakened level ones can withstand a Gatling gun sweep for an hour. This student should be able to get one of the places, right? I want this student. You must assign him to me during training, boss. Fatty, you're giving it to me just because I said so? You only know how to eat all day. How can you teach me well? Okay, stop arguing. I'll make the distribution after the game is over. A middle-aged man with a determined face spoke up to stop everyone. However, one of the middle-aged man's arms was broken, leaving only his right arm, but everyone present still respected him very much. Even Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu Qing, whom Lin Sheng had met before, were here. However, the two people who were highly respected by the principal were now sitting on their chairs like students. Everyone followed the man with the broken arm. Di Qian, I heard that you have an SSS-level Beastmaster in the Beast Control space. Has he agreed to join us? The one-armed man spoke expressionlessly. After hearing this, everyone around showed some shock expressions. SSS-level beast taming space? Does this beast taming space, which is rarely seen in 100 years, really exist? Upon hearing this, Di Qian stood up immediately. He has agreed to join us and is now in the Behemoth City. What's your name and how strong is it? Lin Sheng. His strength is about the early stage of a general, and his beast is a white snake of unknown species. Lin? Another Lin? Turn the video to the previous scene. The one-armed man spoke. After all, he is the owner of an SSS-level beast taming space, and his talent is even at the S level, so he is naturally worthy of their attention. Another Beastmaster also turned his attention over. The video at this time also returned to the scene a few minutes ago. Lin Sheng was seen standing on a building more than 10 stories high with his white snake, which was almost as tall as himself. Seems to be observing something around. Your fighting spirit needs to be improved. There are many bird-like beasts in the giant bee city. Standing in a place like this will only make you a thorn in their eyes. The slightly plump instructor spoke. As expected, the next moment, 3 huge goshawks swooped down from the sky and flew straight towards him. Moreover, the levels of these 3 goshawks are all in the late stage of awakening. Although it is relatively easy to deal with the awakening level with the general's early strength, after all, there are 3 of them attacking at the same time, so it will inevitably take a while to fight. However, judging from the time he was transferred back, he managed to kill 3 awakened beasts within a few minutes. This level of strength is worthy of the title of S-level. But that's all. After all, almost any beastmaster with S-level talent can do this. Several instructors gave their own evaluations. As long as you can be among the top 50 in the competition, you will be eligible to receive a lot of resources and professional training. Of course, we need to select and pay special attention. Everyone was waiting, wondering how he was going to deal with this attack. And just when these 3 goshawks were about to fly in front of Lin Sheng, he still didn't give the order to attack. Too close. It's hard to hit a giant goshawk flying at such a high speed with the speed of a snake before it assumes an attacking stance. Everyone felt an inexplicable tightness in their hearts. At such a close distance, it would be difficult to resolve the situation without any damage. However, something unexpected happened to everyone. I saw the originally long snake tail suddenly disappear from the spot. Chapter 18: Serious Consequences of Rumors. Xiaobai's snake tail was originally standing up. In that instant, it disappeared from the spot, even turning into a residual image, and made a sound like a knife cutting in the air. Swish! Several people's eyes widened immediately. Knife? Where did you get the knife? No, not a knife. It is a snake tail with great power and speed. But how fast does the speed have to be to make a sound like a knife cutting? You know, a snake's tail is not a sharp blade. Without waiting for anyone to continue thinking about it. Bang! 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 3 sonic booms were heard instantly in the sky. The 3 awakened giant goshawks were like being hit head-on by missiles and exploded instantly. This horrifying scene shocked everyone, and they could not close their jaws for a long time. Is this the speed a white snake should have? At this moment, even the one-armed man's face became solemn. Turn the video back to me right now and slow it down. Soon, the video screen was adjusted back to the scene before Xiaobai made his move. Slow down 10 times. However, even if the video is slowed down 10 times, it is still difficult to see the movement trajectory of the snake's tail. Slow down 100 times. Slow down 500 times. Slow down 1,000 times. Only then can you clearly see the movement trajectory of the snake's tail. I saw the long snake tail was covered with a layer of gray keratin at that moment, and then it was pulled out, retracted, pulled out again and retracted again. Repeat several times until all 3 ferocious beasts are killed. Such proficiency. He must have been trained a lot. He must have had a lot of practical experience before this. I can guarantee it. What kind of species is this white snake? It can instantly kill 3 beasts in the late awakening stage at the early stage of the war. Could it really be a disaster level as the news said? Then it is absolutely the best choice for training a disaster level beast master this time. Don't be too happy yet. What if it's not a disaster level pet? Everyone looked at Lin Sheng's figure in the picture with a hint of appreciation in their eyes. If it is really a disaster level, then they will make a lot of money. Not only do they no longer have to look for catastrophic level cubs for them, they can even get a catastrophic level beast tamer for free. You have to know that the catastrophic level beasts are among the most famous in the entire blue planet. As for seizing their cubs, one can imagine how difficult and dangerous it would be. So the plan this time was to select 100 places. Then they will be given special training, and only a few will be selected for intensive training to help them find pets with catastrophic talents. If it really is a catastrophic cub, we can save a lot of effort. But they didn't have much confidence. After all, catastrophic level cubs were really hard to find. It seems that Lin Sheng is about to meet the beast master of the iron armored giant. I don't know who shouted. Countless eyes were once again focused on the surveillance footage. Really? At this time, Lin Sheng had already brought his white snake into contact with the iron armored giant, who was killing everyone. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The iron armored giant is also a pet beast with king-level talent, and it is a special kind of humanoid pet. With the kind of combat power White Snake showed just now, the iron armored giant should be no match for him, right? What are you talking about? The iron armored giant is a ferocious humanoid beast known for its early combat prowess. What's more, it's the Iron Kai giant in the middle stage of the war general. Yes, just like those awakened ferocious beasts just now. If it's an iron armored giant, as long as it can hit, it can be done instantly. What's more, the iron armor giant is famous for its defensive power. It is difficult for a creature like the white snake to break through his defense. It's better to avoid the sharp edge for now. The Beastmaster must also use one's strengths to attack the other's weaknesses. The Beastmaster present analyzed the situation on the scene. It seems that he is very pessimistic about Lin Sheng. But at this time Diqian believed him very much. Don't forget, he is an SSS-level Beastmaster in the Beast Control space. Diqian spoke confidently. He believed that Lin Sheng knew his limits. Just based on the fact that the Iron Armor Giant defeated several Beast Tamers in a row just now, Lin Sheng still dared to come, which shows that he has a sense of propriety. And at this time in the Behemoth City, are you Lin Sheng? A young man stood on the tall shoulders of the Iron Armor Giant, looking down at Lin Sheng. Do you know me? Lin Sheng hid behind Xiaobai and felt a little confused. You can say your name right away. Moreover, this guy is not from Yangqing, so it is obvious that he has been investigated in advance. Of course, I like to make friends with the strong the most. I am just the first beast man, but I can contract a late disaster level. I want to challenge you. Let's see how big the gap is between my king level pet and your disaster level pet. The young man looked dissatisfied. He just wanted to prove that the talent of the pet was not the problem. The Beastmaster was the key. With my S-level talent of defense enhancement, combined with the defense of the Iron Giant. Absolutely no problem. There's no way anyone can break my defense. What the hell? Where does the late stage of the disaster come from? Lin Sheng looked around, but there were only him, Xiaobai, and the snake here. Damn, has this rumor spread to other cities? It seems to be getting more and more outrageous. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel ashamed. Even if Xiaobai swallowed the liquid of the spirit stone now, his talent is only at the king level. It has nothing to do with the post-disaster period. Are you mistaken? My pet's talent is only at the king level. Lin Sheng told the truth. Humph. It's no use for you to hide now. You have to accept it today whether you want to or not. Iron Giant. Come on. The young man gave an order. The Iron Giant picked up the giant hammer in his hand and rushed towards Lin Sheng with big strides. Doesn't this guy listen to others? Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Then suddenly he seemed to realize something. Xiaobai, spray water at that place. As Lin Sheng gave the order, Xiaobai didn't know why, but he still did it. He opened his mouth and sprayed a pool of water onto the ground. And that ground is exactly where the Iron Armor Giant lands. Water spray? I don't know why a snake would have the ability to spray water, but no attack can possibly hurt my Iron Armor Giant. The boy spoke confidently. What's more, the aim is so bad. If you can't even hit such a big target, how can you demonstrate the defensive power of my Iron Armor Giant? This is the water skill of the silver-scaled fish. Not only is it extremely powerful, but the slime is also very slippery. Lin Sheng's lips curled up slightly. Not to mention a bulky pet like the Iron Armor Giant. Any creature stepping on it would likely slip. And now Lin Sheng still has an information gap. That is, the other party has never seen a snake with the ability to spray water. Even if there is, it can't be anything like slippery, because this is not the skill of a snake at all, but that of a silver-scaled fish. Chapter 19 Song Yunzong's brain is damaged. Next moment, the arrogant Iron Armor Giant stepped on the water, slid, and fell to the ground with his head raised with a loud bang. The young man standing on its shoulder glared, but failed to react in time, and was also knocked to the ground. The young man suddenly stood up, looking confused, and had no idea what was going on. What kind of liquid is this? How come it's even more slippery than a fish's water-spraying skill? Back then, his Iron Armor Giant only stumbled when fighting against the silver-scaled fish. He has paid extra attention since then, but I didn't expect that I would be tricked by a snake today. At this time, Xiaobai had already taken advantage of this opportunity and slipped behind the young man. A long series of tricks had already been prepared, and as long as Lin Sheng gave the order, the young man would be liberated on the spot. I give up. At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't dare to say anything more. As expected of a disaster-level pet. Although my Iron Titan's talent is not as good as yours, I will definitely be able to catch up with you under my training. At this time, the young man still had a fighting spirit on his face. Haha, then you do your best. Lin Sheng didn't want to talk to him anymore. If only this guy knew. The talent of his pet is similar to Lin Sheng's, but he still lost. I guess he must be very upset. Certainly. If he takes the initiative to challenge Lin Sheng again and gets beaten and his mentality explodes, it will no longer be Lin Sheng's business. After all, with the hardness of his Iron Armor Giant, It is simply a pipe dream to want to withstand the mastery-level entanglement. Even in a head-on battle, Xiaobai can completely defeat his iron armor giant. But before leaving, Lin Shang still collected some interest from the iron armor giant. Inject the iron armor giant gene. Hardening, beginner, evolves to hardening, advanced. At the skilled level of hardening, the tail can already evolve from khaki to black iron. Lin Shang touched Xiaobai's dark, pointed tail and felt very satisfied, although only partial hardening can be achieved. However, the hardness and power have increased several times compared to before. And at the same time, in a monitoring room somewhere in Longhua, everyone was completely surprised. Being able to find the opponent's weakness in such a short time and use my skills to make the most reasonable counterattack shows that I have already begun to possess the awareness that a beast master should have. Indeed, the chances of a snake-like pet fighting a giant iron giant in physical combat are not high. Even if they want to win, it will take a long time. However, he can win in an instant with just his beast master's combat skills. This combat quality is even stronger than some beast masters in the army. In a battle between pets, the beast master is indeed the biggest weakness, and Lin Shang just took advantage of the opponent's pet's clumsy characteristics. If all the guys under me had this kind of fighting spirit, I wouldn't have to work so hard every day. It's normal for a pet with catastrophic talent to defeat a king level 1, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. The one-armed man sighed. They thought it would be a struggle at the very least, but I didn't expect it to be such a one-sided ending. Di Qian, once the camp opens, this student will be under your care. Hearing this, Di Qian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly stood up and responded. Clear. Isn't this right? Shouldn't we discipline students in batches? Yes. They should be redistributed. Everyone had a premonition that Lin Shang would become a great beastmaster in Dragon Country in the future, so they began to compete for him. After all, the title of teaching a catastrophic beastmaster would become a topic of conversation after drinking in the future. I know you are reluctant to give up such a good seedling, but you have to know that Di Qian has placed a huge bet on him. The one-armed man put his hands behind his back and spoke. Everyone fell silent. They had indeed heard that Di Qian had poured 10 times as much resources as others into this guy named Lin Shang. If Lin Shang doesn't perform well, this kind of wasteful behavior will be punished or even lead to demotion. That's fine with me. I have no objection, but can you give us the remaining one? Even if he is eliminated, judging from the performance of this iron armor giant in killing several other beast tamers just now, he is still qualified to be included in the quota. Give it to me. I don't have an S-level talented beast master under my command. I'm also in need of a handyman here. Young people are too aggressive and need to be tempered a little more. If the beast master of the iron armor giant heard this, he would definitely vomit blood. So you are picking up junk here? What does the remaining one mean? After all, I am an S-level talented beast master, also contracted a king-level pet. Can you be more respectful? But fortunately, he couldn't hear this. I still feel good about myself now. Brother Lin, my name is Zhang Tianzong. Remember my name, I will come back to challenge you in the future. Zhang Tianzong was carried away from the behemoth city by 2 staff members. Lin Shang could only respond with a smile. The name is quite domineering, but the IQ is... Could it be that the blow just now damaged your brain? But it doesn't matter. Later, when it comes to training, won't the people from the military camp and the dragon-slaying bureau scold him until he screams? After defeating the Iron Giant, there were no beast masters around who dared to compete with Lin Shang. Lin Shang also arrived at the rooftop of the building smoothly. In the center of the roof stood a beast master in tattered clothes, with a wooden sign hanging around his neck with the word hostage written on it. Classmate, you are finally here. When the hostage saw Lin Shang, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had seen a savior. He quickly took off the wooden sign from his neck and handed it to Lin Shang. Before leaving, he muttered, "Damn it. The planner of this competition is really stupid %, ****#. In short, the insults were extremely ugly. They seemed to be all members of the Beast Tamer Association, right? In addition to being hostages, I'm afraid they also have the function of protecting the safety of the beast tamers in the city." Lin Shang thought so. After all, if you want to get a good ranking, you will inevitably fight around where the hostages are. It just so happens that these people from the Beast Tamer Association can also protect the students. Never mind, let's go to the next place. Afterwards, Lin Shang brought Xiaobai to the locations of one tall building after another. With previous experience, Lin Shang found the fight much easier. In less than a few hours, 5 signs were captured. Just as Lin Shang was about to go to the next location, a strange aura suddenly emanated from a street he was planning to pass through. And it was at this moment that Xiao Bai suddenly became alert. Lin Shang suddenly stopped, frowned slightly, and walked step by step towards the street with a strange atmosphere. The scene on the street stunned him. Chapter 20: The Trapped People, the Master of the Space. Deep in the street where Lin Shang was, the original road had long disappeared, replaced by a void of darkness. And in that darkness, an enchanting purple light was emanating. Lin Shang thought of a lot of things in an instant, because everything in front of me was exactly the same as what was described in the book before. Gray Fog Crack. This is a small space that may appear after a large secret world is destroyed. It can also be understood as a super small secret realm. Among them, the Gray Fog Crack is the most dangerous. Because the creatures in it cannot be judged by common sense, they are extremely strange creations. Although it is dangerous, there are also great opportunities. As long as you break into a secret realm, equipment and materials will drop randomly. These are all needed for pet beast advancement. And some equipment can also provide a certain degree of protection for the Beastmaster's life. He will no longer be like the iron-armored giant Beastmaster before, who was completely powerless to resist after being caught by Lin Shang. Although Xiao Bai's level is still in the early stage of General, his real strength has reached the late stage of General, or even the early stage of Lord. The strength of the small secret realms separated from this large secret realm will definitely not be much higher. At most, they are at the late stage of the General level. Lin Shang became interested. Opportunity is fleeting. Once lost, it will never come back. Generally, the first wave of secret realms are the fattest. Anyway, if you can't win, you can just run away. Lin Shang had no reason to refuse. No matter what, Xiao Bai, come with me to the dungeon. If you lose, you go to work in the sea. If you win, you win. Hiss. Rush. One man and one snake, without the slightest hesitation. He stepped directly into the black fog. At the same time, somewhere within the territory of Dragon Country, just as everyone was observing the students on the surveillance screen. Oh no, the space in Behemoth City has suddenly become seriously unstable. Preliminary estimates suggest that it is caused by cracks in it. A staff member who suddenly broke into the room spoke to everyone. What? And everyone present suddenly became nervous. Although from time to time some residual space cracks appear in the damaged secret realm, but it was definitely their fault that something like this happened during the game. Moreover, the moment this space appears, it is very likely to suck in the students who are participating in the competition around it. That would be very dangerous. You know, even a remaining space is extremely dangerous. If there is no Lord-level Beastmaster leading the team, with the experience and strength of these students, it will be extremely dangerous once they go in. Because with the same strength, students have no experience and may only be able to exert less than half of their strength. Have you found out where the space crack is? What type of crack is it? At this moment, even the one-armed man looked a little serious. We found it. It's a gray fog crack. It's located near the Tian supermarket in Behemoth City. Hiss. Everyone present gasped. While contributing to global warming, it also caused inner surprise. Gray fog crack. That's where the evil cultists are. Diqian, go and fix that crack immediately. Don't allow it to have any impact on the selection. Clear. Diqian stood up immediately after receiving the order. He put on a black combat uniform and followed the man out. And at this time in the gray fog crack. How impressive. In front of Lin Shang, what appeared was an extremely huge building. But at this time, there were many tombs around the building. Just when Lin Shang and Bai Shi were about to enter the building directly, suddenly, a weak voice came from the grave nearby. Lin Shang. The voice was extremely weak. Lin Shang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Xiao Bai is also a smart one. Hiss. What kind of monster is this? Yes, it's us, Brother Lin. Still calling me Brother Lin? Could this be the legendary evil ghost who likes to call people's names behind their backs? But something is not right. This is the world of Beastmasters. How could there be ghosts? Even a supernatural pet wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. After all, he is a general-level Beastmaster. It's far from something that some little devils can mess with. No, this voice sounds familiar. Lin Shang frowned, and then walked towards the source of the sound. After going around a hill, they suddenly found 5 people hiding behind the mountain. It was the same person who was in Diqian's car before, and they were all Beastmasters from Yangsheng, and even Bai He was among them. The word Lin Shang just now was called by Bai He. The 3 men and 2 women were already pale and thin from hunger, but the moment they saw Lin Shang, they breathed a sigh of relief. We were originally a team in Behemoth City, but we were inexplicably sucked to this place. We have been here for almost a week, Bai said weakly. So that's how it is. Lin Shang roughly understood the situation. This is a gray fog crack, and the flow of time is different from that outside. Since it was teleported in passively, unless you kill the Lord here, you can't get out. That guy is in the building ahead. One of the Beastmasters pointed there, with a hint of fear in his eyes. It seemed that he was very afraid of the monster in the building. Then wait a minute, I'll go and take care of it. Lin Shang took out a few bags of snacks from the beast taming space and distributed them to several people. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Only Bai He was relatively reserved. She nodded and said thank you to Lin Shang. As for the beasts that several people were controlling, anyway, we are about to go out, so let's just starve first. I can't even afford to support so many people and pets. Lin Shang was kind enough to give them something to eat. Of course, Lin Shang was referring to distributing it to those people other than Bai He, whom he had only met once. Lin Shang, be careful. That guy is a demon with very special abilities. Bai He spoke again. They had all tried to deal with it before, but the results were all failures without exception. It was only thanks to Bai He's pet, the Thunder Lion, that the other party didn't dare to press them too hard. But if this continues, sooner or later, they will die here. Fortunately, senior brother Lin Shang is here. A female beastmaster looked at Lin Shang's back and spoke silently. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. In times of extreme hunger and despair, someone brought food, and the person looked so pretty that it was hard not to fall in love with him. But Bai He became alert at this time. I'll go with him. Maybe I can help. Having said that, Bai He stood up and followed. At this time, Lin Shang also followed Xiao Bai into the tall building complex. After climbing up one flight of stairs after another, we entered a hall. Right at this moment, suddenly a voice came from the front. Another human rat came in? Hee hee hee. Chapter 21. I like your corner very much. It is mine now. Another human rat has come in. Hee. Am I entering the boss range and triggering the CG? Lin Shang complained silently. And Xiao Bai often watched Lin Shang play games in his previous life. After awakening his spiritual intelligence, this memory was also inherited, and he couldn't help but nod. What the master said makes sense. And at this time in front of Lin Shang, a black creature that looked like a human stood there. But his body was as strong as a bull and taller than both of them. However, Lin Shang cared about it. It's the pair of horns on his head. It was a pair of crisscross horns like an elk. Isn't this what I want? Lin Shang was a little surprised. I didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected surprise in this secret realm. And the life level of this demon is not high. It's just the late stage of the war. With Xiao Bai's current strength, it is more than enough to deal with it. At this time, although the demon in front of him couldn't understand Lin Shang's words, he could sense the unpleasant message from his words. I've changed my mind. I won't give you hope anymore. I'm going to kill you now. The dark demon stretched out a hand, pointed at Lin Shang in front of him, and spoke coldly. Then he leaped straight into the sky and flew towards Lin Shang. If it were hit directly this time, I'm afraid all his internal organs would be shattered. Fortunately, Lin Shang's current physical fitness is extraordinary. He just jumped and rolled to avoid the attack, and Xiao Bai followed closely behind. The two of them barely managed to dodge the attack. After the black demon behind him landed, he suddenly rushed towards the two of them. I gave you face, didn't I? Xiao Bai was completely furious. Before the black demon was about to touch the two of them, Xiao Bai's snake tail turned completely black, emitting a steel-like luster. Then he slammed the demon hard. Whoosh! There was a sound of air cutting. He was startled and stretched out his arms to resist. However, gotcha! A sound of broken bones was heard. The devil's black face suddenly became even darker. An indescribable pain spread from the arm to the brain, as if hitting extremely hard steel. It suddenly let out a painful roar that was inhuman. Ah! The shrill cry echoed all around. At the same time, all the low-level demons in the secret realm became impatient. At this time, several people who were waiting outside the building complex followed by he and heard this voice. They were suddenly startled and a bad premonition emerged. Oh no, let's go help. This demon is about to get angry. Senior brother Lin Shang won't be able to resist it alone. Hurry, let's go in and fight him right away. That's right. If we keep dragging it on like this, we'll all be dead. We might as well fight him together with senior brother Lin Sheng. Maybe there's still a chance of survival. Rush. At this time, the eyes of both boys turned red. It was obvious that Lin Sheng took the initiative to enter the secret realm, and not only did he not leave, he also wanted to help them. But now Lin Sheng is in danger. They just can't keep calm. After all, this is the territory of the devil, which is a great benefit to him. Even a pet with catastrophic talent will suffer if it faces him. And at this time outside this crack, a beautiful female figure wearing a black leather jacket rushed in directly from the crack. However, less than a few seconds after she stepped into the black fog, she was bounced out again as if she had been rebounded. Di Qian was stunned for a moment. Has anyone taken the initiative to enter this crack? This situation will only occur when someone has already entered the crack. This kind of small crack space only allows one person to enter at a time. But who would take the initiative to enter such a place? It's impossible for students not to know the dangers of such a place. I'm afraid that none of the students who come here to compete would be so reckless. Then it could only be the instructors who acted as hostages. Thinking of this, Di Qian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With the experience and strength of those instructors, it is not a problem to solve these small cracks. But it's better to confirm it first. Thinking of this, I picked up the phone and called the headquarters in advance. Beep, beep, beep. The call was connected quickly. I have reached the outside of the gray fog rift, but was rejected. Is there someone else who has entered it first? Hearing Di Qian's words, the one-armed man gestured with his hand. A staff member hurriedly lowered his head and began to check. But soon, he looked at the one-armed man and shook his head. No. No? Then who was in there? Di Qian was stunned. She really didn't expect this situation. It would be understandable if he was sucked in passively, but who would be so stupid as to enter it voluntarily? Or would he overestimate his own abilities to such an extent? The key is not to overestimate your own abilities. If someone was pulled in passively, and that made the Lord inside unhappy, and he dragged everyone to be buried with him, the number of casualties would be huge. At this moment, everyone in the monitoring room also became depressed. At this moment, it was as if a dark cloud was hovering over their heads, pressing them to the point where they could hardly breathe. They were telling the truth and didn't expect things to be so serious. You have to know that the time in the secret realm is different from the flow rate outside. Who knows how long they have been in that secret place now? And at this time, the demon suffered a great loss. His pupils suddenly widened and his eyeballs were filled with bloodshot. Once you come to my territory, don't even think about leaving alive. Almighty Lord, Supreme Being, grant me the power to bathe in flames. The demon roared in anger. Then, black flames suddenly emerged from the two horns on his head. The flames gradually climbed up his feet and spread to his entire body, but did not damage his skin. Hiss. It's the second stage, Master. Xiaobai hissed. It's been seen on TV. Xiaobai, you have learned to answer quickly. I am very relieved. Lin Sheng touched Xiaobai's head. But I also like this devil's horn. Lin Sheng's gaze rested on the pair of giant elk horns that were emitting black flames. But unexpectedly, this made the demon even angrier. He took a step and rushed towards Lin Sheng. I swear to tear the human beings in front of me into pieces. This kind of flame, the scales of the silver-scaled fish, plus the reinforcement of the scales of other creatures, should be able to withstand it for a while. Xiaobai, use the water spray first, then use the entanglement skill immediately. As Lin Sheng spoke, Xiaobai instantly spit out 3 water swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 water swords flew in front of him, but the demon was not panicked at all, and his right arm, which had been broken by Xiaobai, actually recovered in the flames. He stretched out his hand and deflected a water sword. However, the other 2 did pierce a hole of moderate size in its body. But in just a moment, the wound was completely healed. It's just that the black flame is less. At this time, Xiaobai had already touched its body. Chapter 22: The Possibility of Creating an Evil God. As soon as Xiaobai touched the demon's body, he climbed up like a snake and tied it up tightly. As Xiaobai's muscles continued to exert force, the devil roared in pain. At this time, the flames on its body only left some tiny traces on Xiaobai's scales. It's harmless. No. At this time, the demon was finally frightened. It had already discovered those humans when they broke into his space. In other words, it deliberately let those people in so that it could feed on these human fears. But I didn't expect such a pervert to come in halfway. Even its demonic fire couldn't cause any harm to the opponent. The entanglement force is extremely strong. Even if it tries its best, it can't break free. It's obviously just a low-level creature. Haha, how is it possible? However, before it could finish its sentence, its eyeballs, bones, flesh, and blood exploded from its body. The gushing blood dyed the surrounding ground red. And it was at this moment. Countless little ghosts also gathered in the palace. Ga. The IQ of these little devils is not that high, and they felt the desire to attack the moment they saw Lin Sheng. They didn't even think about the question. If they couldn't even beat their boss, what's the point of them going up? And at the same time, after the death of the Demon Lord, the entire small space is also facing collapse. Several beastmasters who were about to rush into the palace were suddenly startled. This space seems to be collapsing. Several people immediately showed shocked expressions. Could it be that Lin Sheng has killed the demon? Impossible? How could it be so fast? Otherwise, how could this space disintegrate? Only when the Lord here dies will the space merge with the outside world. Oh my God! The fighting power of a demon is several times that of creatures of the same level. It would take at least 3 beastmasters in the late stage of the general to deal with a demon in the late stage of the general, right? Awesome! Several people were completely convinced. This is the real beast tamer. No wonder Brother Lin Sheng was so calm just now. It turns out he was confident. It's a pity that they wanted to go in and help just now. It seems that if they go in, they will only be a drag. Meanwhile, outside, this space gradually merges with reality. Looking at the ball of light and the ground space gradually spreading in front of me, Di Qian frowned and jumped back quickly. The space collapsed? It seems someone has killed the Lord of Space. Who is it? There was a hint of shock in Di Qian's beautiful eyes. To be able to own a space on his own, he must be at least a demon in the late stage of war. The combat power of demonic creatures is more than 3 times that of creatures of the same level. This means that the people who entered the space this time have strength at least in the late stage of the general, or even at the Lord level. But she is only at the Lord level. Almost all the Lords and Beastmasters present were in the monitoring room. Who is that? Gia. At this time, a large number of red-skinned demons surrounded Lin Sheng. They were holding long knives or weapons made of human bones in their hands, and were shouting madly. And it was at this moment Xiaobai's pupils gradually emitted a sacred and majestic golden light. At that moment, it seemed as if an invisible wave spread out from its surroundings. For a moment, a majesty like a mountain enveloped the heads of several surrounding demon imps. Faced with the pressure from this ultimate creature, the dozens or even hundreds of demon imps present couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. In an instant, hundreds of little ghosts crawled towards Lin Sheng at the same time. His bones and pupils were shaking wildly, and he didn't have the slightest desire to resist. Dragon power. Although it is called dragon might, it is just the name of the skill, and its actual effect is far less powerful than that of a real dragon. It is a knockoff at best. If it is a real dragon, if just a trace of the dragon's might is leaked out, all the ferocious beasts in the giant beast city will bow down in worship. At this moment, there was no ripple in Lin Sheng's heart. Instead, another idea came to mind. Can I use the blood of demons and the blood of supernatural pets to create an evil god? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng became excited. He had heard the demon pray to his lord before. In other words, these supernatural creatures and demons have their own beliefs. And if we can use their bloodlines to fuse together and create an evil god, doesn't that mean we can control these creatures and truly come to their top? Yog Sothoth, Lord of Lalai, Nyarlathotep. Among all these evil gods, which one of them comes to this world and does not beat up those small gods? But the blood of these little ghosts is probably useless. Lin Sheng's gaze fell on the demon lying on the ground. Even this lord can only be used excessively in the early stage at best. Fortunately, I joined the Dragon Slaying Bureau. I heard that the missions carried out by the Dragon Slaying Bureau require entering some spaces, and the creatures they face are all extremely evil and chaotic creatures. There will be no shortage of opportunities to search for their bloodline components in the future. Speaking of, Lin Sheng came to the demon in front of a group of crawling ghosts and activated the sequence extraction skill. Obtain the demon blood gene. Obtain the black flame horn gene. Obtain the devil power gene. Black flame horn. It seems that this thing did not originally belong to this big ghost. But it's mine now. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and injected the black flame horn gene into Xiaobai's body. As for the remaining genes, Lin Sheng plans to keep them for the time being. After he has collected the blood of various strange creatures, He will inject it into the evil god for use. The black flame horn gene was injected successfully. After getting this gene, Xiaobai suddenly became excited. It just saw the powerful healing ability of the black flame. If I could have this kind of ability in the future, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? Hiss. Thank you, master. Xiaobai thanked him quickly. I didn't expect that although I was just an ordinary little snake, my master did not abandon me. Instead, he took me to become stronger and stronger step by step. At this time, Xiaobai's trust in Lin Sheng had reached its peak. Lin Sheng smiled and touched Xiaobai's head. This is not a little snake, but a baby dragon. At the same time, Xiaobai's panel appeared in front of Lin Sheng. White snake. Level. Early warlord. Talent. Early king. Skills. Entanglement. Proficient. Water spray. Hardening. Proficient. Dragon might. Black flame horn. Eagle eyes. Vision enhancement. Silver scale. Thunder snake scale. Unicorn snake scale. Vision. Evolution route. Jiao. Silver python water monster. Dragon blood water monster. This skill is simply too much. Even Lin Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Whether active or passive, it has completely exceeded the upper limit of the skills that ordinary pets can possess. And at this time, after the space is completely integrated with the outside world, Di Qian was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Chapter 23 Lord Level. Slender Ghost. At this time, Di Qian was wearing a black combat uniform. The perfect body lines are outlined in every detail. However, at this moment, she was standing at the intersection of the street, with shock difficult to conceal on her beautiful face. At this moment, Di Qian couldn't believe what he saw, only seen in the distance. In the palace that merged out from that space, there are dozens or even hundreds of demons with bright red skin and various shapes crawling around. This scene was originally a scene that would only appear in hell, but at this moment, the demons were worshipping a figure in the center. Di Qian did not feel the slightest respect from them, only endless fear and dread. It's like the awe of the king of hell, offering loyalty to that figure. At this time, outside the encirclement, several beast masters also had shocked expressions on their faces. What happened in just a few seconds was enough to make their brains shut down and start smoking and burning. They simply couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. But what really shocked them was the figure standing among the demons. Lin Sheng. Originally, Lin Sheng's appearance was quite outstanding. Now in this situation, it looks even more evil. Everyone was mesmerized by the sight. What made them even more unbelievable was, Lin Sheng not only killed the lord of this space alone, it even intimidated the crazy, violent, and murderous demons under the lord. Are you the son of the devil? This space is not here to lock you up, but to pick you up, and at the same time, break the space. Obtain. Devil's token. A token from the devil? At the moment the space was broken, a red disc resembling an eyeball appeared in Lin Sheng's hand. It's probably the material needed for the advancement of strange creatures. Generally, such things are quite expensive. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng put the thing into the beast taming space. Hiss. Master, I can't hold on any longer. Xiaobai's eyes were wide open at this time, and he was slowly spitting out his tongue. The golden light in those eyes was so strong that it was about to turn into red magma. Can't bear it anymore? Lin Sheng frowned. Back away slowly. Following Lin Sheng's order, the man and the snake began to slowly retreat from the demon's encirclement. During this time, Lin Sheng could clearly see the red neck of the demon crawling on the ground and the blood-red emblems on its body. It can be said that as long as Lin Sheng is willing, he can take the lives of these little ghosts at any time. It's as if they don't know how to resist, trembling under this pressure. It seems that no matter what form the creatures take, the bloodline and level suppression between them is extremely severe. Lin Sheng thought silently in his heart. After all, the hierarchy awareness among these creatures is much more important than that among humans. But once the effect of dragons might disappears, these demons will suddenly rise up in rebellion at that moment. At this time, Di Qian, who was standing far away, also keenly noticed this. As she waved, in a flash of light, a thin ghost figure appeared standing beside Di Qian. The ghost figure was pitch black, and one could only see its rough female-like shape, which was almost indistinguishable from Di Qian's figure. Her hands were replaced by two sharp knives, emitting an extremely cold aura. Weird beast taming. This is the most difficult pet to tame, and its strength is the most difficult to estimate. Shadow, kill all those demons, and don't hurt those humans. Ga, GH. Following Di Qian's order, The ghost made a sour and cold sound like grinding teeth. Then, step by step, he walked towards the direction where Lin Shang and the others were. Just at the moment he stepped into the space where Long Wei was, there was an obvious pause. In the end, he still walked in. Can it even affect Lord-level creatures? This kind of domain ability is really unheard of. Although Di Qian spoke calmly, but it's still hard to hide the shock in my heart. After all, even her Lord-level strange creatures do not have their own territory. However, at this time, a small snake at the general level can actually possess such a powerful domain and can even suppress creatures of the same level. If this matter gets out, there will definitely be chaos. That really makes my sister a little envious. At this time, the strange creature whose hands turned into long swords passed by several other students. Those beast masters, and by he suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Only after seeing clearly that this was Captain Di Qian's beast did he feel relieved. Savior! When Lin Shang saw the strange creature whose hands turned into sharp blades, his eyes suddenly lit up. It looks very strong. The strength is definitely not weak. At this time, the strange creature was also stunned by Lin Shang, who wouldn't avoid looking at her or stay away from her when seeing her. Although everyone tried their best to hide their inner fear, it could not escape her eyes. She has the clearest perception of negative emotions like fear. However, at this moment, she really did not see any fear in Lin Shang's eyes. Some are just inexplicable. I don't know where the excitement comes from. Excited for her. I am a strange creature, feeding on the fear of life. You really don't want to give me any experience, right? Never mind. Divert attention. Hee hee. The ghost made a terrible sound again, and then instantly turned into a phantom and rushed in front of him. As he raised his hand and swung his knife, countless red heads were thrown up. In Xiaobai's domain, these demons didn't know how to end their lives before they died. Just like being mowed, they were all killed in less than a few seconds. It was as if in an instant, the heads of these creatures were all separated. So strong. This is the Lord level. Killing these awakening level and even early stage general monsters is like mowing the grass. Bai He and a few others were shocked. Lin Shang was also very surprised. I don't know when Xiaobai will be able to reach this level. Then, Lin Shang reacted quickly. Start sequence extraction immediately and extract the genes of all the little ghosts around. Get the little devil gene. Obtain the demon blood gene. Di Qian walked to Lin Shang's side and then put away his ghost. How did you acquire domain skills? Di Qian asked straight to the point. If you want to obtain domain skills, you can only get it when you awaken the beast taming space in the spiritual stone, or when the level of your pet reaches the Lord level and has the potential to be a king, there is a slight chance of awakening. After I awakened the beast taming space, Xiaobai gained the ability of the domain. Lin Shang said casually. This is not a lie. It is indeed the truth. So that's how it is. What abilities does your field have? When asked this question, Di Qian's eyes were filled with curiosity. Any domain skill has the effect of strengthening one's own beast and weakening the surrounding beasts. As the level increases, this ability will become more and more abnormal. But no matter what, it is impossible to suppress the beasts of the same level. At most, it can have a strong suppressive effect on beast tamers that are lower in level than itself. However, Lin Shang's beast has domain capabilities. But it shattered Di Qian's cognition. Currently, it seems to be able to suppress creatures with lower bloodline than Xiaobai. Lin Shang spoke silently. This ability may not be strong enough for other creatures, but it is abnormal enough for Lin Shang, because he can continuously improve Xiaobai's bloodline, be invincible at the same level, and even be able to influence opponents of higher levels. It's a pretty strong field. You continue the game. I have to go back and reply to the letter. Clear. Lin Shang nodded and looked at the excited Di Qian silently. Is this very powerful? It's not yet time for Long Wei to really exert his strength. Chapter 24. The competition is over. Lin Shang is the second place? Are you serious? The one-armed man asked solemnly. Of course it's true. He broke that space by himself, and his pet also has domain abilities. As soon as these words came out, this crowd could no longer remain calm. They started discussing excitedly. It has only been a short time since he signed the beast control contract, but he is already able to destroy a small gray fog space by himself? This level of strength is already enough to rank him among the top 10 contestants. That's right. And his beast tamer also has domain abilities. Maybe it's really a disaster level, or even an emperor level talent. But didn't he say that his pet only has a king level talent? Do you know what it means to play the pig and eat the tiger? Every genius naturally has secrets that he doesn't want to tell others. At this point, everyone nodded and kept the matter secret from each other. I didn't expect this guy to be so well hidden. However, this level of combat power and talent is enough for them to pay attention and focus on training. Who's currently number one? The one-armed man suddenly asked. It's Du Ning. She has already got 13 hostage tags. The second one is Lin Sheng. He got a few more tags after he came out of the space. He has a total of 8 in his hands. However, Lin Sheng doesn't seem to pay too much attention to these signs. Instead, he has been searching for special beasts in the city to hunt. This kid is really outrageous. He actually started practicing during the tryouts. Although the one-armed man was harsh in his words, his eyes showed satisfaction. This is the kind of student he wants. There is almost no difference in the rewards for the top 3 this time. Since you have already won, why bother about the ranking? Improving your own strength is the top priority. That person named Du Ning should be the Du family in the Magic City, right? Yes, her pet, Ice Butterfly, must have been brought up by her side since she was young, and now her level has reached the late stage of the general. Only a big family like this can do such a thing. The one-armed man sighed. At this time, a girl with a pretty and cold appearance appeared on the surveillance screen, and next to her, a huge ice-blue butterfly as big as a snowflake was floating. She and the pet were just standing together, but there was a natural feeling that kept people at a distance. The Du family is the first of the 3 major families in the Magic City. He has more than 10 Lord-level Beastmasters under his command. It's even related to the King-level Beastmaster. It is truly the largest family. Time is almost up, let the game end. Clear. In the Behemoth City at this time. The competition is over, the results have been determined. All Beastmasters please gather at the starting point of Giant Beast City, and the results will be announced. The competition is over, the results have been determined. All Beastmasters please gather at the starting point of Giant Beast City, and the results will be announced. The competition is over, the results are fixed. Lin Sheng at this time. I just hunted a grizzly bear with Xiaobai. After extracting the bear's power, he heard the announcement. Is it over already? I haven't hunted enough yet. Lin Sheng was in a good mood. After coming out of that space. Along the way, he hunted various dragon-related beasts. Now, a lot of genes have been accumulated for Xiaobai. Gene injection. As Lin Sheng activated his talent skills, countless genetic abilities were injected into Xiaobai's body again. Obtain the bear power gene. Obtain snake venom gene. Get the bear paw gene. Get the Hawkeye gene. Visual enhancement, beginner, upgraded to visual enhancement, advanced. With the injection of genes, Xiaobai's scales gradually became fuller and his body size continued to grow. Evolutionary route. Jiao. Can walk in water, has 4 limbs. Conditions. Late stage of the war general, devouring thousands of creatures. Isn't this condition simple? Compared to other creatures, it is much easier for Xiaobai to evolve. After all, it doesn't rely on those evolutionary routes or eat fixed foods every day. It all depends on Lin Sheng's sequence extraction skills. And he got the Devil's Token. A rare item like this must be very expensive. I hope I can sell it for a good price after it goes out. Lin Sheng and Xiaobai began to rush towards the edge of the Giant Beast City. Soon, the remaining Beastmasters who had not been eliminated by the ferocious beasts gathered here. There are about 160 people, but only 50 of them can be selected. The first place is 13, Du Ning. The second place is 7, Lin Sheng. Third place winner, Zhang Kuo.
No.
As the names were called out one by one, the students whose names were not called turned pale. Du Ning stood there with an indifferent expression. She got first place, of course, because she is always number 1. However, but there was one thing that concerned her very much. This was the guy named Lin Sheng, whom she had seen on a building during the competition. This guy didn't fight for the wooden sign, but instead kept hunting ferocious beasts on the floors surrounding the hostages. But even so, he still managed to get second place. This guy, is he treating the trials as a joke? Du Ning's slightly pale eyes looked towards the young man in the distance who was touching his pet with a smile. Haha, you noticed that too, right? A female instructor suddenly appeared beside Du Ning. Who is he? Du Ning asked without turning back. Lin Sheng is Lin Ming's younger brother, your idol's younger brother. I heard that his pet is of the emperor level, just like you, and already has its own territory. Moreover, during the competition, he discovered a gray fog space and destroyed it by himself. Hearing the instructor's words, Du Ning's pupils suddenly shrank. She's not my idol, she's just a senior. As for her brother, It has nothing to do with me. I don't want the first place this time. I don't need something that doesn't live up to its reputation. Having said that, Du Ning turned around and left. Haha, the little girl is still so competitive. Even though she says no, she must have put him first in her heart. The instructor said with a smile. It seems that this provocation was very successful. Her favorite thing is to watch geniuses compete with each other. Alas, sometimes you really need to temper your overconfidence. The instructor spoke with emotion. However, apart from Lin Sheng from Yangsheng, I'm afraid no one can dampen her spirit, right? Du Ning was very angry. She had never been so angry. It wasn't because the other party looked down on her, but this kind of disregard and indifferent attitude made Du Ning, who had been the center of attention since she was a child and always got first place, very unhappy. Lin Sheng, damn guy. Du Ning gritted her teeth. It doesn't matter. When the training program for disaster-level Beastmasters begins, we will have a chance to meet again. Chapter 25. Rumors harm people, the sister of the imperial capital. Congratulations, Lin Sheng. He congratulated Lin Sheng with a smile. You too. Aren't you also on the list of 50 people? Yeah. I heard that the 50 of us will be training together with the 50 people who were tested in another city, and the standards are all set towards those set by disaster-level Beastmasters. Disaster-level Beastmaster? Lin Sheng asked doubtfully. He thought of many possibilities, but he never imagined that this time the training would be led by a disaster-level Beastmaster. You have to know that a catastrophic-level Beastmaster alone is enough to compete with a large family, just like the first place in this test. Born into the Du family, the largest family in Magic City. But even for the Du family, they can only curry favor with a Beastmaster who is close to the disaster level. As for asking a catastrophic-level Beastmaster to teach others, that is as difficult as ascending to heaven and almost impossible. Unless they are in a good mood, no one can ask anything of them. This kind of powerful freedom is also what Lin Sheng yearns for and needs. Of course, after all, we are training a disaster-level Beastmaster. Even though we may not be able to train one, at least it has to be a disaster-level Beastmaster to teach, right? That's true. Lin Sheng nodded silently. And I heard that among those 100 people, 3 can get a disaster-level pet cub of their choice. When talking about this, he became a little excited. This is a disaster-level cub, something that is impossible to sell anywhere in the world. Naturally, ordinary people have no channels to come into contact with creatures of this level. However, now that the opportunity is right in front of us, who wouldn't be excited? I'm afraid even the largest family in Dragon Country will have to compete for it. A catastrophic cub? Lin Sheng also needs such a pet as his second beast. The key is self-selection. In other words, you can request anything, whether it is biological, elemental, supernatural, or other rare types. This smells very good. You know that disaster-level Beastmasters enjoy extremely high honor status and dignity in Dragon Country, and even in the whole world. If I could get a cub like this, then this Beastmaster's life is almost on the verge of taking off. Besides, he suddenly spoke, seeming a little embarrassed at this moment. After waiting for a few seconds, her face slightly blushed and she said, My father said he wants to see you. Do you have time? Your father? The head of the Bai family? The head of the Bai family has a very high status in Yangqing. He is the kind of character who only appears on TV, but now such a person is coming to see him? Lin Sheng didn't think it was impossible. He just had no reason. Is that possible? Want him to be a gigolo? Forget it. I haven't done anything to you. Explain it to your father. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. It would be bad if the two of them were too close and caused the Bai family head to misunderstand. That's not what you meant. My father just wanted to honor you as a public figure. He lowered her head with a red face. Her cheeks and neck were so red that water seemed to be dripping out. Oh, so. That's fine. I'll go see your father tomorrow. Lin Sheng shook his head fiercely. How come even he had the wrong idea? But I can't blame him for having a crooked heart. I just blame he for being too beautiful. With such a top beauty all around you, pursuing you madly and available for you to pick her at any time. No one can resist it. Yeah. It's settled. Bai's tone was filled with excitement. She just felt her heart pounding at this moment. It's finally going to succeed. First trick them home. Then, ahem, that's not right. He has to be willing to do it. Lin Sheng got in the car. Soon returned to the school. There's still a week left before training starts, so I can still stay in school. Lin Sheng got out of the car and stepped into the school gate again. And just after he got off the bus, in an instant, a group of fans surrounded her. Oh my God, it's Brother Lin. Brother Lin himself? Didn't we see each other every day at school? What's so strange about that? You know nothing. You should know that senior brother Lin is the first place in the selection competition now. He is destined to become a catastrophic beast master in the future. By then, even the principal will have to kneel down and lick his ass. First place? As far as I remember, wasn't he second in the trials? The first one thought that he was not as strong as brother Lin, so he took advantage of the situation to win, and then he gave up and retreated to the second line. How could I possibly think that I'm not strong enough? Do you know who won the first place in this selection? It was the icy beauty of the Du family in Magic City, Du Ning. Doesn't this just prove that our brother Lin is charming? Even that icy beauty is impressed by him and is willing to give up her seat and surrender to him. It seems to make some sense. In contrast to these two, it seems that brother Lin's status is higher than that of the largest family in Magic City. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Shang with even more admiration. A real man should do this. What ice beauty! Use your strength to make her voluntarily submit to you and turn her into your little wife. Listening to everyone's boasting, Lin Shang felt numb. Could you guys please stop spreading rumors about me? Although Lin Shang didn't know why, the little girl of the Du family gave up the first place. But he was clear about one thing. That's what it means to be impressed and to bend your knees voluntarily. If the eldest daughter of the Du family knew these words, Lin Shang would be in big trouble. Lin Shang's premonition was also very accurate. This selection event concerns the entire Dragon Country. So many things that happened between the two trials have been reported in the news. What attracted the most attention was the first person's abstention, Du Ning at this time. Sitting upright in his own garden, Bing Dai was accompanying him. Hee. The reason why Du Ning rejected people was actually this man. Let the iceberg beauty be convinced by it and willingly submit to it. At this moment, Du Ning looked at the overwhelming news information and blushing words on her mobile phone, and she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The icy breath emitted by the ice butterfly froze all the plants around the courtyard into ice flowers. One can imagine how angry she was at this moment. Lin Shang, you dare to spread rumors to me. Miss, do you want to send someone to give all this news to? The butler at the side said nervously. The youngest daughter of the Du family has always been calm, but I didn't expect her to be so angry today. No need. I'll take care of it myself when the time comes. Du Ning took a deep breath. Deleting these news at this time will only have a counterproductive effect. It would be better for her to leave this person behind during training, let Lin Shang realize the difference between them, and apologize to her in person. At night, at Lin Shang's home. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Shang's phone rang for no apparent reason. At this time, there were two big words on the phone. Lin Ming, his sister, the genius beastmaster of the imperial capital. Chapter 26, the strongest and most comprehensive scale gene. Calling me at a time like this? Lin Shang frowned. I had a bad feeling in my heart. Then, Lin Shang hung up the phone directly. The ominous premonition disappeared, and Lin Shang breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "It's all an illusion." And at the same time, in a tavern in the imperial capital, two pretty women looked nervously at the short-haired girl sitting at the counter holding a mobile phone. "Captain, what's wrong? You seemed quite happy when you called just now. Why did you suddenly change your expression?" "I don't know. I've never seen the captain so happy before, but, judging from her current temper, I guess another demon will be in trouble soon." As they spoke, the two of them couldn't help but pull the clothes into their arms. At this time, Lin Ming also stood up from the bar counter. The right hand creaked, but that face, which would make anyone who saw it hold their breath for a moment, was extremely gentle. "Forget it. My brother has grown up, and it's time for him to have some free space of his own." Although Lin Ming said so, but his clenched right hand did not loosen at all. But where did he get the pet from? With a pet of this level, his chances of snatching a place in the disaster-level cub from the hands of the descendants of those big families are slim. Lin Ming whispered silently. She knew very well that if she didn't help, her brother Lin Shang would not have the money to buy a pet with high-level talents. And his opponent. They are also the descendants of several major families in the Demon City and the Imperial City, and even the descendants of some disaster-level and king-level beastmasters. I want to stand out from these people and snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Unless I go back to the past, maybe there will still be a chance. Lin Ming whispered softly. But it doesn't matter. No matter how useless her brother is, she is still there to support him. "Captain, what are you thinking?" One of the team members asked with some concern. "Oh, nothing. The egg we got when we completed the mission was a king-level egg. Let's sell it." "Captain, aren't you very useful?" It's useless now, sell it. I understand. But there are many people who want this egg. It must be sold for at least tens of billions. Several team members suddenly became excited. Boom, boom, boom. Your delivery has arrived. It's finally here. Lin Sheng's face lit up with joy. Just a few minutes ago, Lin Sheng hung up the phone and hung the devil's token in the mall. As a result, within a few minutes, a group of beast masters who owned demon-type beasts came to the door and wanted to buy them at a high price. Because the devil's token is a necessary item for a devil pet to evolve into a higher-level devil. It may be of little use to other beast masters, but to those who need it, it is a sky-high price. So Lin Sheng sold this demon's token at a price 100 million dragon coins higher than the market price. Then I bought what I needed online. Soon, Lin Sheng unloaded all the things he bought into the courtyard. Giant Cobra King, late stage of war, 10 million dragon coins. Colorful scale fish species, mid-war general level, 9 million dragon coins. Thornback Mountain Dragon, late warrior stage, 13 million dragon coins. A total of 7 species. The reason why Lin Sheng bought these creatures was very simple. It's time for Xiaobai to change his scales. Now that I have the ability, I must purchase higher-level scale genes. The scales of the Thornback Mountain Dragon have extremely strong defensive capabilities and can withstand the bombardment of missiles. The colorful scale fish can allow Xiaobai to move underwater. He can stay there longer. And the giant King Cobra scales are extremely resistant to poison. Some of the volcanic creatures that came after had resistance to fire, resistance to poison, insulation from lightning, and insulation from ice and frost. The sky creatures had perfect streamlined scales that could reduce air resistance and increase their speed to extremely high levels. It's already comprehensive, right? One-day scales genes have almost no flaws. Lin Sheng smiled. He is sure that Xiaobai is now the most capable one among the generals. Stronger than a turtle. It is difficult to hurt it no matter what kind of attack. It can be said to be the culmination of all the powerful creatures in the world. And there is no need to use their scales, just transfer the genes in them. Sequence extraction. Gene injection. Lin Sheng activated his innate ability. The several warrior-level powerful scaled creatures in front of him were corroded in that instant. Finally, Lin Sheng injected it all into Xiaobai's scales. Obtain the bloodline gene of the King of Glasses. Obtain the colorful fish bloodline gene. Obtain the snow-armored bear bloodline gene. Obtaining the volcanic rockworm. Obtain the scale fire resistance gene. Obtain the flowing water scale gene. Obtain the skyworm line gene. Just a moment. Countless genes were injected into Xiaobai's body. Xiaobai's scales also underwent earth-shaking changes. But it cannot be seen in a short time. But Xiaobai can feel that he feels much safer now than before. It can be said that he is capable of climbing mountains of swords and diving into seas of fire, and is omnipotent. I wonder when I can learn the skill of flying? Lin Sheng began to feel a little excited. But none of that matters right now. His first goal is to strengthen Xiaobai's blood genes, claws, horns, eyes, and sharp teeth to the strongest level. This requires a lot of funds. And the Dragon Slaying Bureau cannot provide it to me. But the training plan for a catastrophic beast master will definitely consume a lot of resources. This is Lin Sheng's primary goal. Keep improving your own abilities so that you can get more resources and a higher ranking in this training. Attract the attention of senior management. This way he can ask for a big profit. Then focus on training first and improve Xiaobai's attack power first. Lin Sheng has already set his goal. That is to stand out in this disaster-level beast master training program. At this time, Xiaobai's pair of horns were about to grow out. By then, these invincible scales plus the Black Flame's invincible recovery ability will be enough to make you invincible during training. And this time when I go to the Bai family, I guess they will also provide resources. Lin Sheng had a hunch. This time, the Bai family came to win over me. However, he felt at ease taking this resource. After all, if his strength is not strong enough to attract others to win him over, where would he get the resources? Everything depends on whether you are strong enough. Just like Captain Di Qian's Lord-level pet. If Xiaobai reaches the Lord level, it will be enough for everyone to respect him. Everything fell into place naturally. First, I'll go to the Bai family as agreed, and then take Xiaobai to train for a few days and hunt some attacking beasts. After making a good plan, Lin Sheng fell asleep quickly. The next morning, outside the Bai family villa. Chapter 27 Bai family support, training speculations. Early the next morning, outside the Bai family villa, a young man with delicate features and a handsome look was standing outside the door. Next to him was an old bicycle. It is in stark contrast to the boys and girls around who drive luxury cars. It's as if characters who shouldn't be in the same picture are standing together. Brother, who is that guy? Is he here to look for a job at the Bai family? A girl sat in a Rolls-Royce, leaned on a teenager and chuckled a few times. And hearing this, the young man's expression suddenly changed. Keep your voice down. Don't you know who he is? The boy's action immediately frightened the girl. He also asked with some concern, could it be that he just got out of prison and has 100,000 big brothers in prison, so he will come back at the command? Damn, I think you are drunk and confused. Even 100,000 brothers are not enough for him to fight. That's it. The young man immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove away with a roar of engine in his Rolls-Royce. I was afraid that if I stayed for another second, my face would get swollen, and when the girl saw it, when the head of the Bai family walked out of the Bai family villa in person, I was shocked. I was almost sober at once, and I couldn't help feeling a little scared. Don't say it was her. Even the big man behind the father of her boyfriend, whom she relies on, is no match for the Bai family. It can even be said that the Bai family is the emperor of the entire Yangqing. If you want to make someone disappear, that person will not survive the next day. This young man is so young. Could he be from the Demon City? That was all her poor imagination could allow him to think. And at the same time, outside the Bai family's door, the head of the Bai family, Bai Jioga, also came out with 2 guards. Little friend Lin, I didn't expect you to come in person. I was planning to send someone to pick you up this afternoon. Fine. Lin Sheng shook his head. It just so happens that he prefers riding a bicycle. I didn't want to waste time, so I came here early in the morning. However, Bai Jioga is a handsome man, not like the serious-faced, pot-bellied head of the family that Lin Sheng imagined. Soon, Lin Sheng followed him into a hall in the villa. At this time, Bai He and his mother were already sitting there. Lin Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Bai He was so beautiful, it was definitely due to her family factors. Not only is his father handsome and romantic, even her mother still has charm. Not bad looking. Bai's mother smiled and nodded. Back then, she agreed to let Bai Jioga marry into her family because she was attracted by his looks. But Lin Sheng would never have thought of this. The head of the Bai family, the most powerful person in Yangqing, turned out to be a son-in-law. Student Lin, our Bai He often mentions you at home, saying that you are very talented and that you are her goal. Now it seems to be true. So I plan to provide you with a sum of money in the name of my Bai family. I have no other intentions, just consider it as a small help from my Bai family to the younger generation of Yangqing, so that you have a chance to win the Disaster Cup. Bai Jioga started talking about business. Certainly. He thought the possibility was slim. After all, those who go to participate in the training are all super geniuses with prominent backgrounds and high aspirations. The Lin Sheng in front of him was just an ordinary person with a little money. Thank you, Master Bai. Lin Sheng nodded. Hearing this, Bai's mother burst into laughter. If Lin Sheng keeps refusing, her impression of him might even decrease. But I didn't expect that the young man accepted it directly. This made her somewhat pleased. The money will be transferred to your bank card later. If you have anything else to do, feel free to call at any time. Lin Sheng came so early, he must have his own things to do. This is the intuition of the head of the Bai family. Thank you, Master Bai, Madam Bai. I'll be leaving first. Lin Sheng said goodbye. He does have some things. The 2 people from the Bai family were not as polite as he had imagined, which made Lin Sheng feel very comfortable. Just after Lin Sheng left, how do you plan to support him? Asked Bai's mother. Let's just fund 25 million first. After all, it's what the board asked for, and it will be reported on TV later. Bai Jioga said silently. He guessed that Lin Sheng had known about it a long time ago. The directors and shareholders of the Bai family wanted to establish a good relationship with this genius through the Bai family. When Lin Sheng becomes successful in the future, the Bai family will also be able to share in the good fortune. I've already given it, but why don't you round it up to an integer? More than 2,500 doesn't sound good, Bai He muttered in a low voice. Bai's mother laughed immediately. You little girl, you're already turning your elbow outward just after we met, right? Okay. It's the board of directors who's paying anyway, so let's just say 30 million. Besides, won't all the money of the Bai family belong to him in the future? When Bai He first heard this, she didn't react. After a moment's thought, his face suddenly turned red with shame. Mom. Ha, don't worry. Mom supports you. You too, right, Bai Jioga? Bai's mother gave him a stunned look. Of course. I definitely agree. Bai Jioga quickly raised his hands in surrender. Joke. Now, there are countless people in the entire Yangqing trying to curry favor with Lin Sheng. Who wouldn't want to have such a relationship with a genius like Lin Sheng? It's like pie in the sky. If Lin Sheng can become a catastrophic level beastmaster in the future, don't even mention Yangqing by then, they might as well give it a try in the entire Magic City. Even if not, the king level is also good. What's more, this young man has a good character. It made both of them very satisfied. I didn't expect history to repeat itself. Another guy is here to eat my gigolo? Bai Jioga complained silently. At the same time, as soon as Lin Sheng left the Bai family, he rushed to the wild and began hunting ferocious beasts. After all, the goal is to hunt down 1,000 ferocious beasts. The current number of Xiaobai is far from enough. So Lin Sheng went out during the day to hunt ferocious beasts. Just find a hotel nearby to spend the night. Just like that, 3 days passed in a flash. It's finally time to upgrade Lin Sheng's pet. Mid-war. Hiss. Xiaobai curled up on the ground, and a layer of white molting skin began to appear on his body. And as that layer of skin fell off, the originally white and rough scales became extremely beautiful and bright. Clearly genes are at work. Each perfect scale, all arranged and attached to Xiaobai's body, looks extremely beautiful. It's like the most perfect masterpiece in the world. Lin Sheng couldn't help but touch it. Xiaobai was suddenly shocked by the pain. Lin Sheng quickly withdrew his hand. Hiss. It's okay, master. You can touch me. Xiaobai will bear it. Asterisk caret caret asterisk. Are you him? Lin Sheng doesn't have this special habit of bullying his pet. Choose to wait aside. Finally, after half an hour, Xiaobai completed his molting. The bright and beautiful white scales immediately made Lin Sheng's eyes light up. Finally, it looks like a dragon. I'm afraid any expert would see this scale. I couldn't help but spend a lot of money to buy it for collection. Perfect. Only these 2 words can describe the beauty of this snake scale. I can't wait any longer. I have to masturbate to my heart's content. Lin Sheng smiled. And at this time, Lin Sheng's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 28 Training Plan. Come on, Special Forces. Lin Sheng picked up the phone. It was Di Qian who called. Hello, is this Captain D? It's me. The training program is about to begin. I guess you've watched the recent TV broadcast? Yeah, a lot of people are paying attention. Lin Sheng nodded. In terms of attention, there is nothing wrong with this training. These days, whenever Lin Sheng turns on the TV, he can see experts discussing training matters. Almost everyone was predicting who would get the 3 catastrophic cubs. Lin Sheng also got a lot of information about his opponents from TV. He discovered that there were many opponents who gave him a headache. If Xiaobai hadn't evolved his scales at the critical moment, I guess Lin Sheng must be having a headache now, right? For example, in another competition for 50 places, the winning contestant's pet is an elemental pet. This kind of pet has no physical body and is the most difficult to deal with. The pets of several other people are also extremely rare. The talents are almost at the king level. Reached the talent limit to be able to contract the first pet. And because Lin Sheng's pet's talent was rumored to be catastrophic level, or even emperor level, let those experts go on TV and brag about it like crazy. It was so exaggerated that even Lin Sheng himself almost believed it. Isn't this bringing bad luck to yourself? He even suspected that someone disliked him. Deliberately create trouble for him in the training plan and let other players deal with him. That's right, the training is about to begin. A vehicle will come to your doorstep to pick you up in a few minutes, and the training location will be kept strictly confidential. Prepare for the aftermath. Prepare for the afterlife? Captain D, did you use the wrong word? That's right. This training is life-threatening, so it doesn't hurt to prepare in advance. This? Lin Sheng's brows jumped. The phone call was hung up. It looks like this training plan is indeed dangerous. However, Lin Sheng also received feedback on the ability of Xiaobai's genes, and now his physique is also extraordinary. If we talk about the past, the ferocious beast could slap him against the wall, and he couldn't be pulled down even by scratching. If I slap him now, at most he will roll around twice. This is already a huge improvement. Besides, there are still a few months before the college entrance examination. It's always a good idea to train in advance. Lin Sheng's goal is to be admitted to one of those 5 universities. A training program is just one part of it. I heard that those 5 institutions only recruit a few hundred people every year. Only recruiting a few hundred people from tens of billions. You can imagine how difficult this is. And his elder sister was admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. Anyway, Lin Sheng is not sure now. And this training plan is an excellent springboard. Lin Sheng didn't have to wait long. Soon, a huge armored vehicle with wheels stopped at the door of Lin Sheng's villa. The neighbors all came out to watch. I didn't expect that Lin Girl's brother is so talented. After all, their parents are beastmasters. Naturally, their children will be good too. It's all genes. Being able to participate in the training program, this means that he is already one of the top 100 young beastmasters in Dragon Country, right? Oh, I regret it. When my daughter went to pursue Lin Shang, why did I get so obsessed and stop her from going? Have you forgotten? Girl Lin is always watching her brother closely. Even if you agreed back then, you wouldn't have had a chance. That's true. Amid the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Shang got on the giant armored vehicle and quickly left the place. Inside the armored vehicle, the four sides were closed and the road could not be seen clearly. Lin Shang could only feel the bumps of the vehicle on the road. It's always better to keep it secret. If those malicious people knew that all the geniuses of Dragon Country were gathered in a certain place for training, I'm afraid there would be a lot of trouble. Want to fool everyone? Then don't even let your own people go. I don't know how much time passed. The giant armored vehicle finally stopped and the rear door opened. Lin Shang got out of the car and arrived at a contracted airport. There were also 3 small passenger planes parked at the airport. At the same time, several beastmasters in Yangqing who passed the test were already standing there. It's brother Lin. Senior brother Lin Shang is here. I was so nervous. I didn't expect I could pass the test. You can keep a good attitude. I heard that even if you pass the test this time, you may still be eliminated during training. Don't even mention being eliminated. I heard from Instructor D that my life might be in danger. I was so scared. I bought a set of life-saving armor overnight. As he spoke, the man shook the hardware on his body. It seems extremely safe. At this time, several people in Yangqing were very excited. After all, the outskirts of Yangqing are very dangerous. There are powerful and ferocious beasts everywhere, so we dare not go deep into them. This is why everyone has never left Yangqing even though they have grown up. And now that I'm finally leaving, how can I not be excited? Lin Shang. But he also waved. Lin Shang nodded. Now that we're all here, let's get on the plane. Di Qian was still wearing the black combat uniform. Everyone followed her and got on the left plane. 3 planes took off at the same time. And from inside, you still can't see the scene outside. Soon the small passenger plane took off. While the plane was flying, Lin Shang could occasionally hear the terrifying cries of birds and beasts coming from outside the plane. However, these birds and beasts were all shot down the moment they approached the passenger plane. Lin Shang knew without thinking that it must have been Di Qian who did it. Generally speaking, if some passenger planes want to take off, there must be a beastmaster guarding them. Basically, you can earn hundreds of thousands per trip. There are many similar jobs like this. This is also the reason why beastmasters are not short of money. In a situation like this where it is constantly being attacked, the only possible reason is that the passenger plane has entered an extremely dangerous area. If it is a safe route, it may not be attacked once a year. Just as Lin Shang was wondering where to fly, a package was suddenly thrown over. Get ready to skydive. If you're late, you'll be eaten. Di Qian's voice came from behind. Then the rear door of the passenger plane opened. Hoo. In an instant, endless cold wind rushed in. Come on, special forces. A sentence suddenly popped up in Lin Shang's mind. Without hesitation, they put on their backpacks and immediately jumped down following Di Qian. This kind of parachuting is a piece of cake for beastmasters. After all, any one of them has physical fitness and learning ability that is no less than that of professional athletes. And in the air, Lin Shang could clearly see that in the jungle full of ferocious beasts, there was a base surrounded by high walls. It's true. If he jumped 1 second less, he would have jumped out of the base. Lin Shang was completely speechless. There is really no life-threatening danger, but you are bringing danger to yourself. Even while Lin Shang was parachuting, we also saw several people carrying huge umbrellas, hanging on the tall tower in the center of the base, swaying in the wind. Chapter 29 Lightning. As fast as lightning. Bang! With a handsome and chic move, Lin Shang landed. Immediately, several staff members ran up and took away Lin Shang's umbrella bag. And then soon, 5 teams gathered on the playground. Lin Shangza came to the team where Instructor Di Qian was. A one-armed man walked onto the open space in front and faced the crowd. All the students present held their breath. Hello, my name is Gao Liang, and I'm a king-level beastmaster. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of discussion below. A king-level beast tamer. The strongest beast tamer in our city is only at the king level. But I heard that a catastrophic level beastmaster will be present at this training? Indeed, Why is it a king level? It's not bad though. Listening to the doubts of several classmates, Gao Yang smiled. You guessed correctly. There is a catastrophic level beast master. But he said he doesn't teach losers. He only teaches the 3 most outstanding people. If you can handle the upcoming training, everything will be fine. Gao Yang paused here and then pointed at several students hanging on the central tower. As for them, they don't need to participate in today's training, and they won't be able to get any points. Integral? Although the students are not quite clear about the use of points, but I have a vague feeling that this thing is very important. The same is true for Lin Sheng. After all, it can be seen from the miserable look the instructor gave the students on the high tower. If you don't get points, the consequences will be serious. I won't say anything more. In the first few days, I will conduct unified tests on the nerve reaction speed, muscle strength, defense, and other aspects of your pets and beast masters. If you fail the test, you won't get any points. Summon your pets and test their nerve reaction speed now. Gao Yang changed his previous kind-looking appearance. It suddenly became serious. Start now? Everyone present was stunned. I just jumped out of the plane and haven't had enough rest yet. But there were also some students who looked indifferent, just like Lin Sheng and Du Ning, as well as several beastmasters whose names could not be remembered. They all seemed extremely calm. Okay, let me conduct the next neural reaction speed test for you. Di Qian walked out of the crowd. Then he summoned his ghostly pet. Strange pet. Hiss, why do I have a bad feeling? Are you planning to let us dodge the ghost attack? You crow mouth, shut up. Yes, this is a Lord-level pet. How could it possibly hide from you? Feeling the cold breath, the students below all turned pale. It does seem dangerous, but that's it. Lin Sheng spoke silently, with the visual ability of a novice at the skilled level. In addition, he had previously absorbed the nerve reaction abilities of ferocious beasts such as wasps and goshawks. You can say that. Xiaobai has almost no rivals in terms of neural reaction ability. Let's start you. Come here. Di Qian casually pointed out a boy. The boy turned pale immediately. Forget it, it's only a matter of time anyway. The boy gritted his teeth and decided to go for broke. He summoned a creature with long limbs from his beast-controlling space. Everyone present was stunned. Even Di Qian was stunned. Isn't this a sloth? This is not a joke, is it? Sloths have some of the fastest nervous system reaction times in the world. Of course, this number 1 or number 2 refers to the last number. The sloth with long limbs lay on the ground and moved slowly towards Di Qian step by step. Forget it, I'll go over there. Di Qian held his forehead helplessly. By the time it gets to me, the whole day will probably be over. Lightning, come on. The boy looked at the sloth monster lying in front of the ghost and spoke encouragingly. And the sloth also slowly turned its head. It seemed as if he was about to nod to his master. Puff. This scene finally made the others almost unable to bear it. Damn it, this is so funny. By the time you nod your head, it's already been chopped off. And Di Qian obviously had no intention of waiting for it to nod. The ghost raised the long sword in his right arm and chopped it down with a swish. However, something unexpected happened. Ghost. It actually missed. Di Qian was stunned for a moment. At this time, the boy finally stopped pretending and revealed a sly smile. Lightning, fast as lightning. His sloth has the ability to accelerate instantly. I was pretending just now just to gain the instructor's trust. However, he couldn't dodge the next blow. Swish. The ghost shadow's knife was still so fast that it was almost invisible, leaving only a trace of the knife. In the blink of an eye, a mark was left on the sloth's body. You have dodged it once, you pass. Thank you, instructor. Haha, lightning, let's go. The boy immediately stepped aside with his pet. The students around were all dumbfounded. The next group of people were not so lucky, because next, Di Qian will not be negligent again. Swish. 0, eliminated. Swish. 0, eliminated. 1 passed. Just a few minutes. Out of 100 Beastmasters, more than 30 were eliminated. This means that these more than 30 people will not be able to obtain points. Damn, this attack speed is too fast. Even if the instructor suppressed its strength, it is still a Lord-level pet after all. Yes, I relied on my pet's speed-boosting skill to barely dodge the attack. Damn it, you're still lucky. My pet can't even match the speed of a sloth's nerves. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to be laughed to death when I get out. Don't tell me, the elimination list for this training will be announced on the news. Public execution. Huh? I admit I'm scared. Next, Du Ning. As the name is pronounced, a girl with icy white skin stepped forward from the team. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Such a beautiful girl, even looking at her from a distance is a pleasure. It's a pity no matter how beautiful it is. It's beyond their reach. Why do I feel like she glanced at me? Lin Shang said silently. You too, bro? I also felt like the goddess glanced at me just now. Me too. Me too. You too. Whose pee is yellow? Those with diabetes, please stand back and don't let him get a taste of the sweetness. Whoosh. Without waiting for everyone to continue speaking, the cold air spread from the front. An ice blue ice butterfly gently flapped its wings in midair. Not bad. It seems that you have trained this pet well. Di Qian nodded in approval for the first time. But I won't show mercy. Please start. Du Ning is very polite. Or say, there is a natural arrogance that even she herself is not aware of. Chapter 30. I wonder how far your white snake can go, but it is precisely this elusive arrogance. This is how Du Ning developed her unique temperament. I can only dodge one sword at most. If it's a goddess, she can definitely dodge several swords, right? That's not necessarily true. The attack methods of supernatural creatures are different from those of normal creatures. You don't even know how his wrist will twist. Indeed, this is too difficult to guess. But it doesn't matter. If our pet doesn't have an advantage in speed, it might have an advantage during the defense test. That makes a lot of sense. It was at this time. Swish. Another long knife slashed over. And at that moment, the ice butterfly's wings moved slightly. An intense chill spread around. Even the ghost's sharp blade was covered with some frost. Slow it down. And Bingdai also easily avoided this attack. She dodged it so easily. You're worthy of being a goddess. Release skills, isn't this considered a violation? I remember that the pets used acceleration skills before, but this time they are going to slow down the opponent. But isn't this test about the speed of everyone's nerve reactions? It's definitely not against the rules. After all, you have to grasp the timing of releasing your skills well. That's right. Swish, swish, swish. Then the ghost swung out 4 more swords. It was not until the 7th strike that he finally caught the opponent's mistake. 7 knives. This is already scary. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ghost's sword was swinging faster and faster, each time heavier than the last. And being able to dodge 7 swords has already surpassed most people. Come back, Bingdai. Du Ning took the ice butterfly back into the beast-controlling space. Good passed. After stepping off the stage, Du Ning passed by Lin Shang. Whispered, I'm looking forward to your performance. I wonder if your little snake can win my ice butterfly? Leave this sentence. Du Ning left. Damn, you're awesome, bro. We were just joking and dreaming, but you were actually telling the truth. It turns out that the Puxin man and the clown are actually me. If I remember correctly, you are Lin Shang who spread rumors to Goddess Du, right? It seems to be correct. There are only a few people in the entire base who are so handsome. Awesome. You dare to confront Goddess Du head-on. You'd better be careful of those lackeys. For everyone's words, Lin Shang did not comment. He didn't even listen to what Du Ning said. Lin Shang's admiration for her looks doesn't mean he looks up to her. Next, Chun Gao. A young man with a gloomy face stepped forward. A group of blazing, flaming demon dogs were summoned directly from the beast-controlling space. Elemental pet. Everyone present was surprised. It turned out to be an extremely rare elemental pet. You should know that the talents of this kind of pets are at the lowest level, the Lord level. And then in the test, Chun Gao did not disappoint everyone's expectations. Successfully dodged 5 attacks. After all, it was a ball of fire, and the affected area was too large. If one fails to control well, he will be easily attacked, and naturally he will be no match for the ice butterfly that can slow down the opponent. Not long after, Brother Lin Shang, it's your turn. A beastmaster from Yangqing, who had just finished the test, spoke up. Lin Shang nodded silently. Xiaobai, come out. A white snake emerged from the beast-controlling space and coiled around Lin Shang. At this time, Xiaobai's body was already as thick as a small tree. The length is about 5 meters. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. What a handsome guy. This guy should be the talented beastmaster Lin Shang from Yangqing, right? My goodness. The top talents and family members in other cities have familiar pets like ice butterflies and flaming demon dogs. What kind of pet is this white snake? Ha ha ha, this isn't going to be a baby dragon, is it? Come on. But this snake doesn't seem to have any outstanding features. I can't tell at the moment. It can't be that it's just an ordinary snake. How can it compete with others? Originally, everyone was looking forward to it. What is the pet of this top genius? After all, the previous two had already shocked them. But no one expected that Lin Sheng's pet was just an ordinary, slightly larger little white snake. To be honest, no one meant to look down on him. It's just that this kind of pet wants to compete for the top 3 spots in the training camp and get a disaster-level cub. It's really just a pipe dream. I guess it's hopeless. The space a snake can be hid in is just too big. I'm afraid I'll have to give all the points this time to Miss Duning. With such a long body, it's hard to take care of the tail even though you can only take care of the head. But I always feel that this white snake has been staring at me for too long, which makes me feel a little uneasy. A student spoke silently. He has a special feeling for the blood of some pets. But now facing this ordinary white snake, he felt very uncomfortable. It was at this time. Diqian finally took action. Swish! Instead of holding back, the ghost attacked Xiaobai at a faster speed than usual. Diqian wanted to test Xiaobai's strength as soon as possible, and this knife cut through the air. It was so fast that everyone chose some invisible knives. But in Xiaobai's eyes, the speed was extremely slow. He dodged it just by tilting his head. One knife. Lin Sheng spoke silently. Damn it, there is also time to count. So pretentious. Everyone stared over. Another faster blow. Xiaobai still dodged it easily. Then, 3 swords. 4 knives. 5 swords. This? Are you going to break Goddess Du's record? No one expected that this little white snake could be so good at hiding. Du Ning's little mouth below opened slightly. She admitted it. She was a little panicked. Even the genius whose pet was a flaming demon dog was shocked. Only the people of Yangqing cheered for Lin Sheng. Come on, brother Lin. Lin Shen is awesome. Who says pets have to be rare species? Then, as expected, Lin Sheng successfully dodged the remaining 2 attacks and broke Du Ning's record. Instructor Diqian, please wait a moment. What? No more? But that's also... After all, the ghost just used a speed close to the early Lord level. It would be too outrageous if even Lin Sheng could withstand it. But unexpectedly, Lin Sheng grinned. No, Instructor D, I just want to test how fast Xiaobai is now. So can you not come one at a time? Let the storm come even harder. You can chop me as much as you want. I can handle it. Lin Sheng spoke with a serious expression. This doesn't look like a joke. When they heard what he said, all the students around him were dumbfounded. Chapter 31. Number 1. Enjoyment like an emperor. Fuck. Are you so pretentious? You're too pretentious, aren't you? It's already outrageous that I can withstand it for a while, but you still want to chop me continuously? I've never seen anyone so bloated. But he does have the capital to be arrogant. His pet's current strength is probably the strongest among us. Don't be so confident. There will be a defense test later. That's the real trick. The beast tamers in the surrounding cities were completely shocked by Lin Sheng. They never thought that beast taming could be played like this. A snake can be so agile and clever, even faster than the reaction of some speed-type beast tamers. Although snakes are quite fast, they don't have any extra advantages in dodging attacks. This guy. When Du Ning saw this scene, her face suddenly turned slightly red. The confidence in my heart was completely shattered at this moment. Think about what you have done in the past. He even ran up to Lin Sheng and provoked him personally. Now it seems that I really overestimated my own abilities. The difference between Bingdai and the opponent's pet is more than just a little bit. But I won't lose in terms of growth potential. Sooner or later I will catch up with you. Even suppress you. Du Ning still refused to admit defeat. Of course, if a genius gives up after one failure, lost the invincibility, then she is not a true genius. A strong person will never retreat or surrender because of a small setback. What's more, there will be tests on various aspects of defense later. Several months of training, there is plenty of time. But actually, when Du Ning thought like this, deep down in his heart, he already believed that his pet was no match for Lin Sheng. Then I'll take action. Speaking of, the ghost attacked with 2 weapons at the same time. The difficulty of dodging this time can be said to have increased exponentially. After only a dozen seconds, Xiaobai couldn't bear it anymore. The final result is 15 attacks, more than twice that of the second-place Du Ning, except for the disbelief of the people around. The most shocked person was Diqian himself. She was sure that the ghost had used the Lord's early abilities just now, but he still let the other party dodge so many times. Lin Sheng, what race is your pet? Could it really have dragon blood? Du Ning's pupils suddenly shrank. Impossible. It is a creature that only exists in legends. How could Lin Sheng have it? Okay, the test is over. A total of 67 people passed the test. 1,000 points will be awarded to the first place. Second place, 500. Third place, 300. As the rankings were read out one by one, countless envious eyes were cast towards Lin Sheng. 1,000 points. Although I don't know what use it is, but those who dodge one attack can only get 10 points. The difference is 100 times. Okay, it's time for lunch. After lunch, we'll have the defense test in the afternoon. Finally, dinner is here. I can't wait. How's the food today? Training a disaster-level Beastmaster is definitely not just talk. The food should be quite good. That makes sense, hee. Brother Lin Sheng, let's go together. By he and a few people from Yangqing plan to call Lin Sheng to join them. No, I can do it alone. Lin Sheng is used to eating alone. Several people did not blame him. It is normal for geniuses to be lonely. Soon, everyone came to the dining hall. I have to say that the meals here are indeed extremely sumptuous. Almost all the catering needs of all pets and people present have been taken into consideration. Low-level package 1 point, mid-level package 5 points, high-level package 10 points, top-level package 20 points, luxury package 50 points. The pet nutritionist offers ruthlessly. Some students immediately turn pale. What if there are no points? Not everyone has points. Like the ones hung on the tower. Did not pass the test. Where do the points come from? Everyone finally understood why the instructor said that they just needed to persevere. They can't even get enough food to eat. I'm afraid they will quit after 2 or 3 days of starvation. Damn. Luckily I passed the test and got 10 points, which means I can last 3 days. But the things here are really worth the money. A low-level meal would cost 10,000 yuan outside, but here you can get it with just 1 point. What kind of food and drink would the luxury package include? I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. Please give me a deluxe meal. A figure came to the window. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes away. I suddenly understood. It's Lin Sheng. Of course you can afford a deluxe meal with 1,000 points. Damn it. Even if I can't afford it, do I still look down on it? I want to see what set meal is so expensive. Saw someone buying a deluxe package. Countless eyes in the restaurant turned over. Then a plate was handed out. This dish is made from the rarest parts of various creatures, such as the gallbladder of the earth dragon, the marrow of the sky phoenix, and the black chicken dan. It is the most suitable for long-term consumption by general-level creatures. It can enhance the pet's defense, reaction speed, and various abilities. It can even reshape the bones of pets and revive ancient bloodlines. It was made by the professional nutritionist of that disaster-level Beastmaster back then. The pet nutritionist seemed very proud, able to personally prepare a meal for a disaster-level Beastmaster. It's any pet nutritionist's dream. Is this the set meal that the guy used to train his pet? And it's exclusive to the generals. If this set recipe is released to the outside world, it will probably cause a frenzy of people to buy it. No wonder the ingredients have to use pseudonyms. You can buy something worth a fortune with just 50 points. For a while, everyone looked at the 2 portions of food on the plate, one for the Beastmaster and the other for the pet. I couldn't help swallowing. Even the pets following beside him couldn't help but drool. Unfortunately, they can only blame themselves for not living up to expectations. Bang! Here, this is your level 1 energy meal. The nutritionist casually handed over a plate with a large piece of meat on it. Any chef on the street can make this kind of thing. Asking him, a pet nutritionist who has gone through layers of examinations and training, to do this is simply an insult to him. Woo-woo-woo. No, I must work hard so that my pet can also have a luxurious meal. Several people secretly made up their minds. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on the Beastmaster because he is poor. Give me one too. Du Ning came to the window and refused to be outdone. Also ordered a deluxe set meal. As soon as Lin Sheng sat down, Xiaobai couldn't help but swallow the piece of meat into his stomach. He immediately showed a look of satisfaction. Comfortable. But look at Du Ning standing aside. He chewed it slowly with his ice butterfly. Looks very elegant. Moreover, this guy deliberately chose to stand opposite to Lin Sheng. The two of them were sitting so close. The contrast was immediately apparent. Have no choice. In order to save his image, Lin Sheng had to use his many years of dining experience. It was just when everyone had almost finished eating. The assembly horn sounded again. Chapter 32. Boiling water bath. Better than the gods. Gather in the training room immediately. The instructor stood at the cafeteria door holding a notebook and shouted, "I've only eaten half of it. Do you really think you're here for vacation? Oh my God, I lost 0.5 points. Don't worry, just pack it up in a bag and take it back. Stop talking, let's go." The originally noisy cafeteria. More than half of the people left in just half a minute. Du Ning took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her mouth. She raised her white chin and walked past Lin Sheng. "Let's go, brother Lin." Several people from Yangqing greeted Lin Sheng. "Lin Sheng, let's go." But he waved at Lin Sheng with a blushing face. Lin Sheng nodded silently and swallowed the last piece of meat into his stomach. "Get up and walk out." A few minutes later, hundreds of people gathered in the training room. The instructor this time was a bald man with a scar on his face. He stretched out his arm and looked at the pocket watch on his hand. "Everyone who is late will have half of their points deducted." The bald man spoke seriously, and his expression was serious. Everyone's faces turned pale. Fortunately, the bald man added another sentence. "Forget about it this time, but next time if you can't gather within a minute, your points from this time will be deducted as well." "Thank you, instructor. I'm so scared. My 0 points will be reduced to 2 CS. Even Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. What if this is really deducted? Originally, 1,000 points were not enough to have luxurious meals every day for a month. If we deduct half of it, it will not be enough. All right. Next, summon all your beasts and put them in the pool in front to give you a bath." As he spoke, the instructor pointed to a swimming pool in the training room. Bath? Although the students were confused, but they still summoned their respective pets. Gulp, gulp. The flamehound stepped into the pool comfortably. The surrounding water surface instantly became boiling hot. The surrounding beasts scattered all at once. As a result, I met Bingdai behind me again. Almost got frostbite. And in that pool, there is a huge iron armor giant. As soon as I entered, the water level immediately rose half a meter. The pool of water barely reached its waist. I see that most of the pets have entered. The bald instructor nodded silently. The assistant beside him immediately understood what he meant. He came to the wall and moved a handle down. As time passed, the water in the pool gradually became hotter. The pets that were originally playing in it also sensed a bad aura and wanted to leave. Roar. Gia. Why is the water hot? Maverick, come up quickly. Are you still soaking there? I'll boil you into a cooked frog in a moment. The beast masters became anxious. If you leave the water, you will be eliminated from this defense test. The bald instructor's dull voice sounded. Don't come up, Xiaoniu. Hold on. If you can hold on for a while, come up soon. I'll treat you to a delicious meal. Those people's faces changed instantly, and everyone present realized that this was the afternoon's defense test. We will comprehensively test the pet's ability to resist various extreme environments. As long as you can win, I will give 5,000 points to the first place. The bald instructor was very generous. It also made everyone excited. 5,000 points. As long as you can get first place, it is equivalent to getting 5 first places in the previous tests. But if you come in second, it's like having nothing. It's still the same points as before. And some beastmasters who accidentally came ashore. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Haha, then this test is tailor-made for my Iron Titan. Song Yunzong spoke confidently. Then he took another look at Lin Sheng's beast, the white snake. I won by relying on my skills. Now I'm going to compete in defense. I don't believe anyone can beat my iron armor giant. The Iron Titan's defense is truly extraordinary. Many contestants saw that their beasts could not hold on any longer and let them leave. After all, not everyone's pet has the defensive capabilities of the iron armor giant. Half an hour later, the water in the pool has completely boiled. If you stay in that water at this moment, you will be like being boiled meat. There are only 5 pets left. A white snake, a huge iron armor giant, an ice butterfly with ice all around. She has the most fog. The flame demon dog looked very happy at this moment. For it, this was like taking a hot spring bath. A giant volcanic rockworm. Floating on the water, it is unclear whether it is dead or alive. Compared to the abilities displayed by other pets, only the white snake really took a bath in the water. With the fire-resistant ability of the volcanic rock layers, staying here for a few days is no problem. Damn it, I can understand the other pets, but what's going on with that snake? This cold-blooded animal doesn't make you change like this. Coming to take a shower? Could it be that this snake species is a descendant of the flame serpent? It's really possible. Except for the flame snake, other snakes are unable to resist heat. Everyone stared at the white snake tossing and turning in the water. Other people's beasts were fighting desperately against the scorching heat. You flipped over in the water? Still complaining that the water is not hot enough. Deliberately ran to the flame demon dog to soak in it. Isn't this too pretentious? At this time, even the flame demon dog was a little confused. He stared at the white snake beside him with a pair of eyes made of flames. Its walnut-sized brain really made it unable to understand what was happening before its eyes. If we were to ask who is feeling the most uncomfortable at this moment, it must be Du Ning without a doubt. After all, no matter what, her ice butterfly is not compatible with this test. Only by constantly using skills and releasing cold air can you barely block this heat. The rest of the players didn't have it as easy as it looked. Only Lin Sheng stood there with a calm expression. He also chatted with Bai He from time to time. Lin Sheng from Yangqing? He is indeed very special, haha. The bald instructor came over and laughed. The more you pretend, the more necessary it is to suppress it. But I don't know if you can still hold on from now on? The bald instructor's expression changed. Assistant, turn on the chiller for me and set the temperature here to -270 degrees Celsius. Clear. The bald instructor and his assistant immediately fetched a piece of heavy clothing and put it on, then turned on the cold switch. Absolute zero. Just a moment. The originally scalding hot ice surface solidified instantly and then froze. Chapter 33. Ice and Fire. The bald man is completely convinced. This sudden change startled everyone in the field. Feel the temperature around me getting colder and colder. Even the breath of some beast masters can be seen. It's so cold. It's like ice and fire. This test is too extreme. Who can withstand both the heat and the cold? But the heat can't be raised too high. However, this kind of cold air is enough to freeze people. Aren't you talking nonsense? The pool is already frozen. Can Brother Lin Sheng's white snake still hold up? The old friends in Yangqing were a little worried. But their worries were unnecessary. How could Lin Sheng not have expected this? When it comes to adapting to the environment, Xiaobai is absolutely invincible now. Its scales can adapt to any environment. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of such a noble creature as a dragon? Certainly. The premise is that the test difficulty should not be raised to the Lord level. After all, the genes in Xiaobai's body are all extracted from general-level creatures. Almost everyone present was in the middle or late stages of the war. It is not realistic to raise it to the Lord level. In this cold air, the flames on the flame hound gradually went out. Finally, I couldn't hold on any longer. He was the first to jump out of the pool. But Bingdai was very proud and comfortable. Even the volcanic rockworm, a pet that lives in volcanic areas, was not affected. I remember this guy was in the top 3 in the northern competition. His volcanic rockworm is a pet with extremely pure blood. I heard that high-level volcanic rockworms can store heat in their bodies, ensuring that their body temperature remains constant even after they leave the volcano. It seems like another big guy has appeared. Whose beast master is this? I didn't expect the beast master to be so low-key. Everyone was a little surprised. But compared to these pets, Lin Sheng's white snake is truly incredible. At this time, it is still sliding on the ice. It seems that it can also store heat in its body like the volcanic rockworm. Good fellow. The bald instructor couldn't help but sigh. It can withstand his fire test and his extreme cold test. This year's class of students is indeed much stronger than in previous years. But what surprised him most was Lin Sheng's snake. Not only are the scales on its body extremely beautiful, its defensive capabilities are also astonishing. Looks like I have to give you some shocking news. Give me power. Listen to the orders of the bald instructor. The assistant beside him was stunned for a moment. Instructor, are you sure? Of course. There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. There must be a winner. But the bald instructor gritted his teeth and said, I understand, but it will take some time. The assistant turned and left. Damn it. You said it was a snake. And you said it was a king-level talent? Song Yunzong was completely dumbfounded. He had just established the invincible spirit. It was completely crushed on that sliding white snake. Unexpectedly, his iron armor giant could not defeat a snake. Even if I stand here and hold on, my defense is not as high as that snake. Could it be that the heavy armor on my iron armor giant is just for show? Then why are my iron armor giant's feet frozen? A snake, just like any other snake. This can't possibly be a king-level pet. For the first time, Du Ning felt tremendous pressure. This is a challenge to her genius status. This was the first time that Du Ning truly regarded someone as her opponent. But I won't lose. Bingdi's environmental adaptation skills are not inferior to any pet beast. Duning raised her fair face and spoke seriously. Not to mention, her ice butterfly level is in the late warrior stage. And no matter how you look at Lin Sheng's white snake, it's nothing more than a mid-level warrior who has just broken through. Although it's just a difference of one level, I don't know how many years it will take. And it happened at this time. The bald instructor's men just turned on the power switch. On the way back, I met Gao Yang and Di Qian. Instructor Gao, Instructor Di. Well, the two of us are going to go see how the students' defense tests are going. Oh, that's it. Instructor Zhang asked me to open the third barrier of the defense test, the electric shock test. Electric shock test? Both of them were surprised. Gao Yang and Di Qian looked at each other deeply. Being able to pass the third test means that there are beast tamers who have made it to the third level. This is quite interesting. I wonder if that boy named Lin Sheng is still testing it now? Lin Sheng's pet is a white snake, which is not particularly good at defense. I'm afraid it may not even be able to survive the first test. It's not that Di Qian has no confidence in Lin Sheng. Just telling the truth. That's right. A pet is good enough if it has just one advantage. There's no need to demand too much. Gao Yang also thought so. In the past, snakes or cold-blooded creatures. No one has ever been able to win in this kind of test. This has nothing to do with the strength of the pet. It's just because of the different types. Let's go and take a look. Gao Yang led the two of them and walked towards the training room. And at this time in the training room, crack! After a noise, Instructor Zhang, also known as the bald instructor, started the third test. Countless static electricity began to rush into the pool of water, shattering the surrounding ice. The iron-armored giant, as a conductor, was even more shocked. He hurriedly walked out of the water. It only lasted a few seconds. Duning gritted her teeth and took the ice butterfly back. Her pretty face was full of resentment. No way. This wave was restrained. I won't lose next time. Unexpectedly, only the fire rockworm and Lin Sheng's white snake were left on the field. Because the fire rockworm used a skill, a layer of earth shell was attached around it, so it could temporarily block the electric current. Xiaobai scales can perfectly isolate the electric current outside the body. After all, it still carries Razor's excellent genes. If the current cannot be isolated, then Razor's discharge skill will hurt yourself. Xiaobai at this moment. The pool felt like a conductor, with blue lightning all around. The snake's scales and eyes glowed slightly blue. Like a dragon bathed in storm and lightning. Looks majestic and domineering. On the other hand, there are volcanic rockworms. It's obvious that he can't hold on any longer. What kind of creature is that white snake? It can even block electric current? Not afraid of fire, water, or electricity, this is a real dragon. Could it be that, as the rumors say, his pet's talent is at the Emperor level? That's really possible. Apart from the Emperor class, I can't think of any outrageous creature that could do this. I really can't cure this kid. The bald instructor was completely convinced. It can be said that all the students present may not accept it, except him. I am completely convinced. The first snake creature to pass 3 levels without using any skills. It completely shattered his 3 views. This defensive capability. It's perfect. Let him appreciate it too. At this time, Gao Yang and Instructor Di Qian came to the training room. Chapter 34. The defense is the best among all. What kind of species is Xiaobai? Amid the sound of footsteps, Gao Yang and Di Qian walked into the training room. The two men's eyes immediately fell on the white snake bathed in lightning. The originally calm gaze suddenly became stunned. Then came the shock. It looks like the game is over. I really didn't expect that Lin Sheng's pet could rank first in defensibility. I thought his nerve reflexes were so fast. His resistance to lightning must be extremely low. Di Qian's face was full of disbelief. Is there anything that the little white snake can't do? This ability to adapt to the environment. It's hard to believe this creature isn't already spread all over the world. Even the people present had never seen it before. Certainly, if this is just an ordinary snake, they certainly won't believe it. Joke. Even if an ordinary creature is cultivated with all its strength, it would take countless years for it to develop intelligence. Wait a little longer to awaken the bloodline. By the time you have contracted a pet, others will probably be at the top of the world. So this idea was ruled out at the outset. Xiaobai, come up. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the white snake swam across the swimming pool and came to Lin Sheng. Everyone looked at him with envy. Apart from anything else, this level of loyalty is unmatched by any other pet. If it is other pets, It's hard just to stay in such an extremely uncomfortable environment, not to mention spending an hour or two in there. That is, Du Ning, Song Yunzong, by he and several rich young men, their pets have been raised together since childhood. That's why they trust their masters so much. Could it be that Lin Shang's pet was also raised together since childhood? I'm so jealous. I got 5,000 points right away. Damn it. Even though Tsang Yuan wanted to cry, he had no tears. Lin Shang, you are really strong. Are you hiding your strength? Du Ning stretched out her slender fingers and placed them on her red lips and asked with some doubt. Those beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin Shang's face. Until Lin Shang looked back. Du Ning's blushed and retracted her gaze. When Bai He, who was standing by, saw this scene, her face suddenly turned gloomy. But he recovered quickly. He walked straight up and grabbed the corner of Lin Shang's clothes. Brother Lin Shang, congratulations? No big deal. Lin Shang responded calmly. I've gotten used to the voice of victory every time. Damn it, pretending like this in front of a beautiful woman. If you have the ability, then go ahead and pretend. If you don't have the ability, why are you blaming me? Killing someone also requires destroying their heart? At this time, Chief Instructor Gao Liang and Di Qian in the distance also nodded to Lin Shang. It was obvious that the two were very satisfied with his performance. At least now I have the preliminary qualifications to own a disaster-level pet. But a test is a test after all. It may be affected by the pet's race, status, and level. For example, some pets may be relatively weak in the early stages, but its evolution speed is extremely fast. The best example is Ice Butterfly. Once this creature evolves to the Lord level, its strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. The same is true for Baihe's Thunder Lion. As a pet with king-level talent, it is not much weaker than the Ice Butterfly and Iron Giant. In the past, there have been people like Lin Shang who have surpassed many others. But as soon as the training started, the gap between them was immediately widened. So everything depends on the subsequent training. Soon, the bald instructor began to announce the rankings. First place Lin Shang, 5,000 points. Second, Lu Yin, 500 points. Third, Du Ning, 300 points. The points gap between the first and second place is huge, very visually impactful. In less than a few minutes, all the rankings were announced. Lin Shang breathed a sigh of relief. 5,000 points are enough for him to use for a long time. At this time, Xiao Bai has not yet returned to his beast-taming space. Many students gathered around. They looked at the white snake in amazement. Creatures of this level can only be viewed from a distance and not touched. It makes them very envious. Brother Lin, Lord Lin, where did you catch this pet? Yes. Is it an emperor-level talent? If it's catastrophic, wouldn't I have a chance to get it? Listening to what several people said, Lin Shang smiled helplessly. You really want to know? Of course. Of course. Upon hearing that there was a chance, the people around nodded repeatedly. It's almost like I have a few big words written on my face. I'm thirsty for knowledge. And Tsang Yunzong, who was far away, pricked up his ears. Du Ning, who was about to leave, stopped and bit her lip when she heard this. Hee. Looking at Du Ning straight back, Lin Shang smiled. It's not an emperor level, it's just a king level talent. As for the species, it should be the only one in the world, right? Lin Shang narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Cut. If you don't want to say it, forget it. The only one? That's too pretentious. Even the emperor level gifted pets don't dare to say they are the only one in the world. Forget it. Let's go. Everyone looked disappointed. Du Ning, who was far away, felt that she had been fooled and her body trembled involuntarily. Even Tsang Yunzong's face darkened. I always feel that Lin Shang did it on purpose. Lin Shang, is he really at the king level? Why, he looked at Lin Shang's handsome face with anticipation. Why would I lie to you? Lin Shang gave a bright smile. His heartbeat suddenly quickened. But I was also a little disappointed inside. This kind of thing really can't be said casually, not even by me. Ha ha ha. Young people must have confidence in their pets. I'm optimistic about you, young man. Chief Instructor Gao Liang laughed out loud. Di Qian and the bald instructor were both a little surprised. First, this is the first time that Chief Instructor Gao Liang has said something like this before the training even started. This shows that Instructor Gao Liang recognizes Lin Shang. I think he has the best chance of getting a catastrophic pet. This training has only just begun on the first day. Instructor Gao Liang cannot say this unless he is absolutely sure. You guys should get a good night's sleep tonight. We will officially start training after the test. During training, if you can achieve a higher ranking, you will have a chance to get a disaster-level pet cub. Of course, that person has spoken. If you are talented enough, it is not impossible to expand the quota by 3. Gao Yang spoke with a serious look. Hearing this, some students suddenly became excited and secretly made up their minds. It's time to eat. Lin Shang brought Xiao Bai to the restaurant. Just ordered a regular set meal. Since the deluxe meal contains more energy, it is enough for Xiao Bai to eat it once a day. Normally, you can just eat this ordinary set meal. Soon, the man and the snake finished eating all the food. Lin Shang came to the residential area. As soon as I came over, I heard some students crying for their parents from a distance. My goodness, what's going on? Lin Shang asked in confusion. Residential areas also need to pay points. Bai He, who was following beside him, spoke silently. So cruel? Lin Shang was stunned. This intensity. It's already like this before training even started. Once the training begins, will there still be half of the people left? Chapter 35 Lin Shang's upgrade goal. This is a residential area. It's no different from an ordinary apartment building, but there are still a few independent single-family villas. A single room in a 7-story ordinary apartment building costs 10 points per night. The single-family villa next to it can be lived in by yourself, but it costs 30 points per night. Because it's just sleeping. Many beast masters choose to live in apartment buildings. Of course, even if you live in an apartment building, the prerequisite is that you must have points. And currently, only Lin Shang has the most points. Bai He, do you want to live in the villa with me? I'll help you pay for the points. Lin Shang smiled. No need, I have quite a few points too, and here, you can only spend your points on yourself. Bai He blushed slightly and closed her eyes. Invite people to live together. And offered to pay. The taste is really strange. Lin Shang obviously didn't notice any of this and just asked a simple question. Well, I'm leaving now. Lin Shang came to the villa area nearby. He swiped his ID card. Student Lin Shang, spend 30 points. Obtain the right to stay in villa number 3 for 1 night. Drop. The door opened with an electronic sound. The entire camp is filled with the smell of money, power, and status. But the real world isn't much better than here. Go take a shower first. You haven't taken a shower in several days. Lin Shang always felt something sticky on his body. Xiao Bai was able to cleanse his body in the beast taming space, but Lin Shang couldn't. 10 minutes later, in the villa's bathroom, Lin Shang turned off the faucet and walked out of the bathroom, revealing his perfect muscular body, with a handsome face. If people see it, it will probably charm thousands of girls again. Ding! Consume 1 point. Hear this sound. Lin Shang was stunned. It costs money to take a shower. Can you be a human being? Forget it. Just a few points. If you wash for a month, even if you wash every day, it will only be $30, right? Just wipe it casually. Lin Shang fell headfirst onto the soft bed. Soon I fell asleep. As the next morning arrived, the trumpet sounded. All the students came to the playground. This time the test item is speed. Speed up along this track. When you reach the finish line, your fastest speed will be tested. The students were eager to try it out. They all summoned their pets. The same is true for Lin Shang's white snake. Everyone was very concerned about his pet. They simply didn't believe that Lin Shang's white snake could get first place. But in view of all the previous experiences of being slapped in the face, no one dared to speak anymore. Soon, the game begins. A group of pets started running, as if a beast tide was coming. The ground in the training camp was shaking continuously due to the footsteps. Then, the game ended. Bai He's Thunder Lion won first place in speed. Its maximum speed reaches 300 kilometers per hour. I told you. How can a snake run so fast? But don't be discouraged, Lin Shang. It's already abnormal enough to get into the top 5. The instructor was afraid that Lin Shang was too competitive. I can't get over it. However, at this moment Lin Shang didn't care at all. He has never performed any genetic upgrades on Xiao Bai's speed. And Xiao Bai's future focus is flying, not gliding. Isn't it funny to see a dragon running on the ground with 4 paws? I remember there is a very high-level beast that can fly even without wings, but with my current strength, it is too difficult to kill it. Lin Shang whispered silently. The creature's level is at the king level, and it's the weakest cub among them. Not something he could think of right now. And then the time. The strength test is over. You're still a snake? You can roll up a giant tripod weighing thousands of tons with your tail. This kind of strength is even greater than that of the Iron Titan. Tell me, are you a descendant of the Titan? Low-key, just the power of the bear. Dynamic vision test is over. Good boy. You can read the words that can only be seen when the video is slowed down 1,000 times. You can read it perfectly word for word. This kind of visual ability is simply unparalleled. Keep a low profile, just Hawkeye. Various tests were then conducted over the next few days. Almost all of them were won by Lin Shang, including the first and top 3 places. Such terrifying performance ability. Everyone present couldn't help but be surprised. I became more and more curious about the talent and bloodline of Lin Shang's pet. As for Lin Shang's low profile, they just treat this kid like he's in Versailles. Even instructor Gao Yang and the other 2 instructors were confused. Good boy. I was worried that he would be upset after losing the game, but now it seems that I was the clown. Not only can it take first place in terms of advantages, but it can also get a high ranking even when it has a huge disadvantage. Does this snake really have no weaknesses? I'm now beginning to doubt whether dragons really exist in this world. How is that possible? This is clearly the image of a little white snake. It has nothing to do with a dragon. What's more, it is a legendary creature that doesn't exist in reality at all. It seems that the real test can only be seen in training. We will start formal training tomorrow. And at this time, rank and training program. It has also been released to the outside world. It was clearly seen by everyone. The original doubts about Lin Shang had now disappeared without a trace. This is a genius. Top talent is truly terrifying. That's not entirely true. Lin Shang's pet, at least in my opinion, is very different from others. What do you mean by a big difference? Don't be fooled by the appearance of a pet in its infancy. Many highly gifted creatures will disguise themselves to look exactly like ordinary creatures in order to save their lives when they are young. That should be the case, but I don't know what kind it is. Could it be the 9-headed thundering sky-swallowing python? But he doesn't have 9 heads. People's doubts and suspicions continue to ferment on the internet. At this time, Lin Shang's deeds had almost spread throughout the entire Demon City. Even the other 2 major base cities have heard of it. The Bai family at this time. I told you a long time ago that our daughter made the right choice. Maybe she can really bring back a disaster-level beastmaster for us. Bai's mother chuckled. Looks particularly happy. Bai Jioga had nothing to say at this time. The talent this kid showed was indeed beyond his imagination. He thought, under the attack of that group of rich kids. It is already amazing that Lin Shang can achieve a top 10 result, but I never expected it. It's only been a few days since I started training, and I've already achieved such a high ranking in the test. This can't be explained by luck. Perhaps I should also support my daughter's choice. Bai Jioga smiled awkwardly. This time, he was completely out of control, because now it is no longer Lin Shang who is trying to marry into the Bai family. Now the status of both parties has completely reversed. Chapter 36. By Mu's intention, training begins. Of course, the most important thing is that my daughter agrees. It's not bad for the 2 of us to be ordinary friends. Bai Jioga said with a smile. I remember you didn't say that before? Bai's mother rolled her eyes at Bai Jioga. Bai Jioga could only smile awkwardly. Isn't that also for the sake of your daughter? Who would be willing to let their daughter marry a poor boy with no money or power? What if you get cheated? After all, the Bai family is considered a wealthy family in Yangqing. But many people approached Bai He with this idea in mind. But now, this doubt has been dispelled. Even ordinary friends are not enough. The young man is so handsome, polite, and motivated. If I don't make a move, do you think I want you to make your daughter a concubine? Bai's mother frowned slightly. Polygamy is allowed in this world. Just like Bai Jioga, his 2 concubines were found for him by his mother. After all, she is the princess of their Bai family. It's okay for her to be the main wife, but how can she be a concubine? What are you thinking? You 2 just met, and Bai He isn't even an adult yet. Bai Jioga was shocked. Why are my wife's ideas so weird? I was just trying to compliment him a few words, but as we were talking, things started to develop in the most undesirable direction. Anyway, don't worry about it. I'll have a good talk with the girl when she comes back. Mrs. Bai raised her chin and left directly. Bai Jioga could only sigh helplessly. Poor son-in-law has no say. If only he had 100,000 brothers. Forget it. I'd better just be a son-in-law. Isn't it nice to live off someone? What the hell are you doing? At the same time, Imperial Capital. Under the dark and brilliant moonlit night, the girl was wearing a dark windbreaker that completely concealed her slender figure. The turned-up collar hid her eyes in the darkness. She was standing on a tall building, flipping through her cell phone, and the phone shows. It is the test ranking of this training plan. Complete transparency and openness are to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. Not bad. Lin Sheng. Lin Ming smiled for the first time in a long time. She was genuinely happy for her brother. I was so moved that my eyes became moist. It is hard to imagine that such a cold-blooded dragon slayer still has his own weaknesses in his heart. It's a pity that I can't go to see you now. Oh, what a pity. Lin Ming stroked the screen of his mobile phone. The last time I saw Lin Sheng was at his school. I didn't expect it to grow to this point in such a short time. Now she really wanted to fly over there right away. She pressed Lin Sheng on her chest and squeezed him hard. And at this time, Lin Sheng was far away in the villa area of an unknown training base. I shivered for no apparent reason. It seemed to recall some distant and unknown fear. Which enemy misses me again? Lin Sheng pulled the quilt. Take back your heart. Browsing the training camp's mall on my phone. After several tests, I now have more than 12,000 points in my hand. But the camp points are a bit expensive to buy Lord-level creatures. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. The price of a Lord-level creature is dozens or even hundreds of times higher than that of a general-level creature. The reason why it is so expensive is because it is difficult to hunt. With Lin Sheng's current financial resources, if you want to exchange Xiaobai scales for Lord-level, you will need to spend as many as 50,000 points. What's more, we haven't even replaced all the general-level ones yet. I'm about 300 beasts away. I can kill 1,000 of them to allow Xiaobai to evolve. Save these points until the end of the training and redeem them for Lord level. Lin Sheng had a plan in mind. The next day, training camp. Students and instructors gathered at the foot of the camp's 100-meter-high wall. The towering and heavy steel tower is still extremely shocking when observed from such a close distance. It's almost time. Instructor Liang finally spoke. You are almost crystallized now. There are only about 70 students left out of the original 100, and more than 20 students have chosen to abstain. I will start formal training for you from now on. If you can pass the formal training, you will be eligible to get a disaster level cub. And this training will last for about a month. As soon as I heard about the disaster level cub, everyone present had their eyes shining. Isn't that what they came here for? If you can get a catastrophic level cub, maybe you can be admitted to those 5 legendary universities. When the time comes, I will return from the training base. You can also make a name for yourself in your own city and become the top scholar. As the saying goes, the best speech is the least speech. I won't say any more nonsense. This training is very simple. Go out from Chaotian Gate and head towards the northernmost part. There you will see a very high mountain. And on top of that mountain, there is a dragon blood fruit guarded by a Lord-level creature. Bring that fruit back, and you'll be eligible to get a disaster-level pet cub. The competition will last for a month, and there are no restrictions on the content. Even if you only survive in the wild for a month, you can still get a lot of points. And if you are in danger, just press the communicator in your hand and someone will come to rescue you immediately, but it also means that you have failed. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood. This is to allow those without ability to survive for a month and gain some points. Those who are capable will deal with Lord-level creatures and fight for the dragon blood fruit. I'd better go out and hide. Luckily, I've watched Bai Ye's Wild Survival. I have seen it, but do you have a nuclear-powered knife and lighter? I heard that we have to sign a life and death agreement before the accident. It seems that the mortality rate is not low. I have to sign a life and death agreement. I'm panicking. If you are panicking, then just quit. I said I panicked. I didn't say I was scared. You're awesome. Although some students were a little flustered, but no one will back down. After all, such opportunities for a turnaround are very rare. Open the gates. As the city gates slowly opened with a rumble, some students rushed out impatiently with their pets. With their speed, it would be extremely easy for them to get the dragon blood fruit. Why is Lin Sheng so slow? His pet has no advantage in speed, not to mention that its level is only in the middle stage of the general level. This competition is not only about speed, but also about endurance, patience, and survival ability in the wild. Chief Instructor Gao Liang explained. Under this rule, even though the pet is very powerful, it does not have any advantage. What's more, Lin Sheng's white snake has not used any skills yet. Battles between pets are mostly decided by skills. The outcome of this victory is hard to predict. I think Lin Sheng is confident. Di Qian said silently. Why do you always speak for him? Is he the boss to you? The bald instructor rolled his eyes. Haha, that's understandable. After all, Di Qian made a huge bet. Chief Instructor Gao Liang laughed. At this moment, a figure jumped down from the city wall and landed directly in front of the three people. Chapter 37. Disaster-level beast tamer. Six Kings competition. See this figure. The three of them dared not neglect. He immediately gave him a standard military salute. Hello, Senior Ding. The three of them had clear eyes, without a trace of slackness in their eyes. The bearded man in black clothes standing in front of them nodded seriously. He is the leader of this training program. Dragon Country's disaster-level beastmaster. Ding Long. How's it going? Has the training started? As you can see, it has already begun. It's good to just start. The daily testing these days has kept me awake, and I can't even play the game properly. Ding Long rolled his eyes. All day long, a group of little guys and their pets were making a lot of noise in the training camp. He couldn't even hear the footsteps. My teammates also asked about my parents several times. He was so angry that he almost went through the internet cable to beat someone up. Hearing this, the three instructors all smiled awkwardly. But Senior Ding, what do you think of Lin Sheng's pet? Does he have a chance? Di Qian asked, and Ding Long glanced at her. It seems that you pay a lot of attention to this student. He has great potential, but his chances of getting the dragon blood fruit in this competition are slim. Ding Long shook his head. Hearing this, Di Qian suddenly became anxious. Senior Ding, Lin Sheng has won first or top 3 places in several tests. At this time, even the other 2 instructors didn't understand. No matter how you look at it, Lin Sheng is the beastmaster most likely to get a catastrophic level cub. How come the chances are so slim? I'm not saying he doesn't have talent. Quite the contrary. His talent and pet are the ones I can't fathom the most. Ding Long said with a serious expression. After this was said, everyone became even more confused. Senior Ding's words can be said to be a great affirmation of Lin Sheng, but he didn't think he could get the dragon blood fruit. Why is that? Soon, Ding Long gave the answer. You haven't noticed yet, have you? The little girl from the Du family, the Tsang family, and the other beastmasters are all suppressing the levels of their pets. Their pets will be able to break through to the Lord level in just a few days. On the other hand, although Lin Sheng's white snake performed well in all tests and had the strongest talent, it was the slowest to level up. If I'm not mistaken, his pet was contracted after his talent was awakened, and it was a pet in the early stage of awakening. Hearing this, the 3 instructors opened their mouths immediately. They certainly didn't notice this. No wonder those guys have been a bit slack in training recently. Originally, they thought they were hit by Lin Sheng. Now it seems that they are the ones who are pretending to be pigs and eating the tiger. Could it be that these geniuses all like to play the pig and eat the tiger? But that's right. Lin Sheng's white snake should have been upgraded from the lowest level, while the pets of the others might have reached the early or even middle stages of a general when they were contracted. Di Qian spoke silently. After all, it is a pet with king-level talent. The upgrade speed cannot be compared with her lord-level ghost. The 2 sides are not in the same dimension at all. And based on their investigation of Lin Sheng, this white snake was indeed contracted when Lin Sheng had just awakened his talent for taming beasts. Now, even if you have talent, you won't be able to display it. After all, Lin Sheng's pet is only at the middle level of a general. It is simply a pipe dream to upgrade it to the lord level in a month. I'm afraid that even if Senior Ding could go back to the past, he wouldn't be able to do it. So that's how it is. Di Qian was silent. No way, that's the rule. Ding Long had no idea what to do. After all, he wasn't the only one who had to take this disastrous cub. But it's not completely without chance. Ding Long added another sentence. Just upgrade to lord level within 1 month. But, in 1 month, a general will be promoted from mid-level to lord level? Are you dreaming? Why? The 3 instructors also sighed. For the rest of the time, they could only wait outside the training base to see who would come back first. At the same time, in the jungle, Du Ning, who had just stepped into the wilderness, did not go directly to the top of the mountain. That location is far away, even at the fastest speed. Without the interference of wild monsters, it will take at least 6 or 7 days to get there. And if there is interference, this number of days will increase. What's more, even if you arrive early, you still have to compete with others. It would be better to evolve the ice butterfly to the lord level first. A faint white frost appeared in Du Ning's eyes. She sat cross-legged with Bingdai under a waterfall. At this time, the waterfall that was originally rushing downwards had already turned into pieces of ice sculptures, and the ice butterfly gradually melted into a cocoon in the ice sculpture, emitting a hint of cold air. This place is a few kilometers away from the main route, so it shouldn't be discovered. Du Ning let out a long sigh. Then she raised her white chin. Lin Sheng, It's better not to let me meet you again. And such a scene. It also happened in 4 places in the jungle. At least several beastmasters are upgrading their pets. There really are so many of them. On an open space. Roar. The huge bull roared in pain. A thick white snake entangled him, bit his spine, and caused him to collapse to the ground. Sequence extraction. Obtain the bull gene bloodline. Obtain the bull power gene. Obtain the bull horn gene. The wild bull in front of him instantly turned into a pile of bones under the use of Lin Sheng's skills. Not bad. Lin Sheng reached out and wiped the unnecessary sweat from his brow. This is already the 12th one. The reason why Lin Sheng hunted these monsters was very simple. In addition to increasing Xiaobai's genes, it also allows it to quickly upgrade to the Lord level. I can kill 50 a day, 300 in just 6 days. By then, Xiaobai's level will almost reach the Lord level. Lin Sheng was slightly excited. After all, many creatures here are killed for the first time, able to seize the power in the opponent's blood. After the evolution, Xiaobai's horns will almost grow out. You've worked so hard to run so far. With Xiaobai's speed, it would probably take him half a month to run. That's not even enough time for a round trip. It would be better to just stand guard at the door and beat up anyone who comes back. Lin Sheng gave a bright smile. The little white snake next to it was also eager to try. Hiss. The master is so smart. I guess no one can imagine what Lin Sheng is thinking now. There are more than 70 people participating in the competition. Who can beat up all of them? After all, you were guarding the door, and you didn't know who got the dragon blood fruit. Then everyone must be searched. But this is obviously not possible, because the beast masters here are not ordinary people, but a genius among geniuses. But Lin Sheng is not an ordinary person either. All we have to do next is keep upgrading and wait for the opportunity. Lin Sheng laughed even more happily. Who are the 6 kings? This remains to be discussed. Chapter 38. The second pet. Xiaobai has a sense of crisis. In the jungle, Lin Sheng took Xiaobai towards the high mountain. It's not that I want to fight for the dragon blood fruit. However, the deeper you go into the jungle, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts and the rarer their species. Then Lin Sheng will have more opportunities to obtain high-level genes of ferocious beasts. Just as the man and the snake were moving forward, a strong wind suddenly blew in the jungle. Then a huge one-horned tiger with white forehead and hanging eyes jumped out from the side. Beware of the tiger. Level. Late Warlord. Talent. Early Lord period. Skills. Pounce. Hard teeth. Bad omen. Hardening. Proficient. Stunning roar. Evolution route. Fierce and cautious tiger. Introduction. Fortunately, a drunkard didn't encounter it back then, and fortunately, it didn't encounter a mysterious person who could slide. The late stage of the war. This was the first tiger in the late stage of the war that Lin Sheng encountered. When I encountered the Lord Demon in the secret realm, he was only in the late stage of warfare. However, this was only halfway into the jungle. I encountered a tiger in the late stage of war. The jungle is really dangerous. Not to mention ordinary people, even beast masters can be killed in the wild at any time. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Roar. The huge and ferocious tiger let out a terrifying roar, and then he rushed straight over. He stretched out his huge tiger paw, and in the blink of an eye it turned iron black. But I didn't wait to take the picture. Xiaobai's snake tail also turned pitch black. With a whoosh, he stabbed out. In just a moment, the snake's tail pierced through the back of the white tiger's neck. The huge white tiger's body fell to the ground with a loud bang as the snake's tail was pulled out. It's easy for Xiaobai to jump 1 level. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. If it were in the past, it would probably take a while to fight. Sequence extraction. Obtain the hardening skilled gene. Hardening, proficiency. Upgraded to hardening mastery. Level upgraded to the late stage of general. Mastery level hardening. Lin Sheng was delighted. After spending so much time, I finally have a mastery level skill. Now Xiaobai can probably cover his entire body with the hardening he uses. The combat effectiveness has been qualitatively improved. Hiss. After absorbing the blood, the little white snake's body gradually became hot. The body size also became larger, and the scales became fuller. A pair of less conspicuous rounded horns also grew on its head. It can be said that under Xiaobai's scales, there are muscles all over. As long as he swings his snake tail casually, he can blow up a general level beast on the spot. Only 300 more are needed to evolve to the Lord level. Lin Sheng stroked Xiaobai's forehead with his hand. Hiss. Master, please continue. Xiaobai will become stronger. So motivated? As a master, you make me very happy. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded, touching Xiaobai's forehead even harder. Hiss. I'm afraid of being squeezed down by the second one. Dash. Understood dash. Xiaobai's eyes are very serious. He can sense that his master is going to contract a second pet, and now he feels a strong sense of crisis. Only the strong deserve to sleep in the bed. Oh? Then you have to work harder. Lin Sheng thought that Xiaobai would feel repulsed by the fact that he had contracted a second pet. After all, this would make the initial beast master feel betrayed. Generally, when a beast master contracts a second pet, they are all placed together with the initial pets for training for a period of time. Only after both parties have almost understood and become familiar with each other will they choose to sign a contract. Otherwise, it will easily cause conflicts among your pets. If the beast master then uses the contract to suppress it by force, it will be very dishonorable. Continue. Hiss. Xiaobai's level is completely sufficient. Next, Lin Sheng just needs to keep hunting down the ferocious beasts. And in this wild place, what they lack the least is ferocious beasts. Around every general level beast, there are usually 2 to 3 awakened level beasts lingering around. Not only are they family members, they also have different statuses. And a lord level ferocious beast. There are dozens or even hundreds of general level ferocious beasts surrounding them. Even a newbie nowadays can kill a general level warrior in seconds. There is even a chance to fight against some weaker beasts at the lord level. But the reason why he is still unable to face the lord level beast head-on. The day passed quickly. We killed about 50 of them today. We have to keep up the good work tomorrow. Otherwise, it will be difficult to evolve to the lord level before they come back. Lin Sheng explained to Xiaobai. Hiss. Awesome. The next day, still more than 50 were hunted down. Day 3, 62 pieces. Day 4, 73 of them. Day 5, 120 pieces. Based on the habits of these beasts, I can now confidently find the corresponding beasts in specific locations, and the efficiency of killing them has also increased a lot. Lin Sheng pondered silently. Xiaobai blinked and looked at his master. Now its body is as thick as a bucket. It can also be distinguished by the pair of small white horns on its head. Except it can't fly without claws. It has almost everything a dragon should have. Even Xiaobai gained 2 skills again during this period. Dangerous intuition. Healing eyes. Danger intuition allows Xiaobai to detect dangers around him in advance. The healing eye allows Xiaobai to heal other people, and this skill can also cause certain damage to strange creatures. Maybe in the future I can create a pair of holy eyes that can ward off evil spirits and disperse demons. Lin Sheng remembered that creatures like dragons have extremely strong suppressive power against strange and evil spirits. It depends on this pair of dragon eyes that can ward off evil and eliminate disasters when opened. If I could have a pair of eyes like this, in the future, if you follow the Dragon Slaying Bureau to go into those dangerous dungeons, you will gain a great advantage. And you can also help your second pet. Hunting accessories. In this way, by stepping your left foot on your right foot, you can achieve the status of a mortal emperor. This has all been verified by previous generations. Alas, the life of killing monsters is always boring. Lin Sheng shook his head helplessly. If the other students living in the cave heard this, I must be eager to run out and scold him for being shameless. Being able to survive in the wild for a month already makes you an expert among experts. And killing monsters in the wild for a month straight? They dare not even think about it. You have to know that some hunter teams probably only go out to hunt ferocious beasts once a month. Even so, there is a risk of injury and disability. It is conceivable how much Xiaobai's strength has expanded now. In the camp at this time, so many days have passed, these students should have almost reached the top of the mountain, right? I'll go over and take a look, and you two stay here. Ding Long can't sit still. I said a few words to the 3 of them. The 3 instructors looked at each other helplessly. In the past few days, they have rescued more than 30 students from the wild. In addition to those who are not strong enough, there are even many who have no food to eat and are starving to death. I guess the remaining students are having a hard time, right? The 3 of them thought subconsciously. And at the same time, on the highest mountain in this strange place, Chapter 39 geniuses from all over the world gathered on the top of the mountain. At the foot of a towering, extremely steep mountain, a huge butterfly with wonderful patterns on its wings, and its body looks like an ice sculpture. It looks extremely magical and gorgeous. And right next to this butterfly, there were a few cheese mountain goats that were also frozen into ice cubes. Cheese mountain goat. It is a ferocious beast that evolved from the blue sheep. It is the #1 killer in high mountain climbing. However, these warrior-level mountain goats had already lost their lives in this ice sculpture. Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly. Evolved from Ice Butterfly, its special move is Shout-I, let's go another way. Duning frowned. Although these warrior-level cheese mountain sheep are not worth mentioning. But if you anger the master on the top of the mountain, it will be bad. Duning didn't think that her Ice Butterfly was the only one that evolved to the Lord level. It's just a pity that I never met that guy Lin Shang. Duning raised her beautiful chin slightly. No other meaning. I just wanted to have a discussion with Lin Shang. It's not that I think I can't beat him, just a little white snake. The more Duning thought about it, the angrier she became. The more I want to see this guy, the less I see him. And in the darkness around Duning, the little girl is great. She can even evolve this extremely difficult pet to the Lord level. It seems that she is sure to get the dragon blood fruit this time. Ding Long nodded silently. It is rumored that once the Ice Butterfly evolves to a catastrophic level, just a flap of wings can freeze the entire city. It is an extremely dangerous and terrifying creature. But at the same time, it is also very difficult to cultivate because it is extremely fragile. If this Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly evolves to the catastrophic level, I'm afraid there will be no rival for it. Ding Long stroked his beard. Then he left this place. On the hillside far away from here, the giant was 10 meters tall, wearing heavy armor and carrying a huge sword at his waist. He was wearing a mask with only his eyes exposed and was climbing up continuously. And on the shoulders of giants, there also stood a young beast master. Night Giant also reached the Lord level. Ding Long was slightly surprised. Now that they have weapons, the fighting power of the Night Giant is no longer the same. Compared with before, there has been a qualitative leap, and the armor on his body is even more difficult to break. With the current combat power, I'm afraid that the owner of this mountain will no longer be his opponent. I really underestimated these students. Each of them is a monster among monsters. Compared with my compatriots back then, they're just garbage. Ding Long complained. This is simply the best class he has ever taught. Select a few disaster-level beastmasters from these people and train them. He will be in a good mood too. I must get this dragon blood fruit. Snakes are afraid of swords. My Night Titan is the nemesis of snakes. Song Yunzong regained his confidence. Now he is not afraid of anything. He just wants to be defeated. And the Night Giant also responded with a sound. Obviously, he is still brooding over the previous defeats. The honor of a knight will not allow him to keep losing. He must get his revenge. Listening to Song Yunzong's words, Ding Long couldn't help it. How much hatred does Lin Sheng have? I have heard about him spreading rumors to the Du family princess, but how did he offend Song Yunzong? This kid is really good at causing trouble. If this guy really gets the dragon blood fruit, if he gets into trouble in the future, wouldn't that ruin his reputation as a master? To be honest, Ding Long was a little panicked. But it doesn't matter. If we are targeted by these two geniuses, it will be impossible to get the dragon blood fruit. Ding Long said slowly. Certainly. He was just stating a fact. If Lin Shang could get the dragon blood fruit, he would teach him with all his might. De Huang, did you smell Lin Shang and the little white snake on the road? Bai He touched the majestic thunder lion beside him. At this time, the thunder lion's hair had turned snow white. There seemed to be endless thunder in those eyes. Obviously, the level of this thunder lion has reached the Lord level. Roar! The thunder lion growled and shook his head. Besides, the name Da Huang made it feel that the dignity of its lion clan was insulted. Why does this sound so much like a dog's name? Okay then, De Huang, let's go, De Huang. We'll be there soon, De Huang. Bai He smiled, turned over, and sat directly on the back of the thunder lion. The wild thunder lion only felt as if a knife was stabbing into his heart. Strings of data appeared on the screen. True damage, 99999. True damage, 99999. True damage, 99999. It's about to vomit blood. But for the sake of his little master, the thunder lion could do nothing. Rhubarb is rhubarb. It's just a name anyway. Only the master will call out. At this time, the thunder lion had not thought of it yet. In the future, there will be a second person who will call him Da Huang crazily. Same. Many beast masters also came to the mountain. Almost got here. The pets are all at the Lord level. Because if the generals don't form a team, they can't get here at all. The demons they encountered on the road alone could stop them for a long time. And the beastmaster who owns the volcanic rockworm is low-key brother. We also reached the halfway point of the mountain. I must get this dragon blood fruit. The low-key guy has a firm gaze. The reason why I kept a low profile in the camp before was very simple. When I was skydiving, I was accidentally hung on the central iron tower. It is passive and low-key. If this matter gets out, where will he save his face? If you become stronger in the future, you might be dragged out and beaten from time to time. Just thinking about that scene is terrifying. It's better to keep a low profile first. Wait until you get a disaster-level pet. Who would remember him hanging on the tower by then? That's it. He continued to move forward, leading the volcanic rock worm towards the top of the mountain. Because this mountain is extremely high, it will probably take half a day to climb to the top. Therefore, all the awakened ones rushed upwards with great efforts. Almost no one dares to slack off. After all, if you were a few seconds slower, the dragon blood fruit might have been taken away by someone else, and it will be difficult to snatch it from him again. No one wants to let the fisherman gain the advantage. I won't choose to take action unless it's absolutely necessary. However, what is unexpected is that, at this time on the top of the mountain, a beastmaster has already arrived there, and he is fighting with the master of this mountain. Chapter 40: The Terrifying Territory of the Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly. Lin Sheng has no chance? Damn it, if I had known I couldn't win, I wouldn't have come up so quickly. A beastmaster with his one-horned snow leopard, facing a group of ferocious beasts. They were huge white snow wolves. Among these snow wolves, there is a lord-level white wolf that is 5 meters tall and much larger than the other white wolves, staring at him eagerly. And now these white wolves are guarding a fruit tree on the cliff. There are also differences between geniuses. It would be very difficult for him to deal with so many war general-level ferocious beasts with his one-horned snow leopard. Just when he was hesitating whether to defend or give it a try, a cold voice came from high in the sky. "Get out of the way." Hearing this voice, he subconsciously looked up and looked forward. Only in the air, the gorgeous ice crystal emperor butterfly was carrying Du Ning, who had a cold face, and slowly descended to the ground, just like the mysterious woman above the 9 heavens. This made the beastmaster stunned. "Shao Dai, the ice is sealed." As Du Ning's pink lips slightly opened, cold words came out of his mouth. The ice crystal emperor butterfly in the air slowly flapped its wings. But invisibly, a terrifying domain force was spreading towards the surroundings. The first to be hit were the white wolves, who were instantly frozen in place. Its pupils were wide open, but there was no sign of life. And this destructive force continued to spread around. Those dozens, or even hundreds of white wolves lost their breath in just a few seconds and were left there like an ice sculpture. And the beastmaster standing behind Du Ning, seeing this horrifying scene in front of him, his pupils suddenly widened in shock. Oh shit, isn't this too perverted? Dozens, or even hundreds of general-level ferocious beasts were killed in an instant. Is this the field? Unfortunately, his beast taming talent level is too low, and he is unable to awaken his domain. There is a huge gap between them and those pets with high talents. If you don't leave now, you will soon become an ice sculpture. Du Ning's words were cold and devoid of any emotion. Now they are enemies, and there is no need for any mercy. If you stay here any longer, you will be considered as trying to fight for the dragon blood fruit. I understand. Snow leopard, let's go. The innocent boy was startled, hurrying down the mountain. Joke. This kind of godlike power is definitely not something his cheese snow leopard can resist. At this moment, Du Ning was like a snow girl from an extremely cold land. The area around her is an absolute place of death. As soon as the domain expanded, all the surrounding general-level beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. Ice cone. The ice crystal emperor butterfly slowly flapped its wings. Dozens of slender ice cones appeared around. Then, he instantly froze the stiff-moving lord-level snow wolf to the ground. The blood dyed the earth red. The white wolf lord at 4-4 has no power to resist. At the same level, creatures with king-level talents are enough to crush lord-level creatures. Well, it looks like I'm the first one here. Du Ning took a step forward with her long white legs. After passing by white wolves that were frozen into ice sculptures, we finally arrived at the fruit tree. Just as she was about to reach out and pick the red fruit. Whoosh! A terrifying wind pressure rushed down from the sky. Du Ning was suddenly shocked, and the ice crystal emperor butterfly quickly retreated with its master. Next second, boom! A sound like an explosion sounded in front. A big knife chopped down straight. It wasn't Lin Sheng, but you who came first? Haha, no matter what, I want this fruit tree. Night Giant, bring me this dragon blood fruit. As Cong Yunzong gave the order, the iron-armored giant stretched out his huge hand and pulled up the dragon blood fruit tree by its roots. Then he leaped and jumped down the cliff. Let's go. Looking at the boy's back as he left, Du Ning's eyes became colder and colder, as if covered with a layer of frost. Can you get away? In the dark, looking at the dragon blood fruit tree that was pulled out directly, Ding Long was so angry that he almost rushed out. Damn it, you little bastards, don't be too gentle. That dragon blood fruit tree was planted there by him. Uproot it directly. He was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. You know, this tree is worth more than 10 billion international coins. Do you want me to pull it out like pulling weeds? What if he gets killed? He is really about to vomit blood. However, it seems that there is really no more hope for Lin Sheng. Now that the dragon blood fruit trees have been pulled out, there is no movement. Ding Long thought of Lin Sheng. Is it really like that? Getting first place in every test means you are doomed to not get good results in the wild. He taught so many students it was like a charm. Now the dragon blood fruit has fallen directly into the hands of others. With his general level pet, Lin Sheng no longer has any chance. And it's only been half a month. Upgrading to the Lord level is just a pipe dream. Boom, boom, boom. A knight giant of gigantic stature, holding a dragon blood fruit tree in his hand, he ran wildly in the jungle. Every step he took scared the surrounding ferocious beasts and made them flee in all directions. And behind him, there were several beast masters chasing closely. Haha, Lin Sheng probably knows that a general level pet cannot deal with a Lord level pet, so he didn't come to snatch it. This seems to be his style. But it probably won't be long before those contestants find out that the dragon blood fruit tree has been taken away, and then they'll come after me. Without Lin Sheng, the biggest threat, I can just rush back to the base, and there won't be any problems. Song Yunzong narrowed his eyes. The iron armor giant is too huge, and it is not easy to hide. But he is the first one walking back now, and should be the first one to reach the base. As for fighting against the Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly, after Song Yunzong had seen that terrifying realm, he no longer had such thoughts. And even if two people fight, the noise would probably attract the rest of the people soon. It's really like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the end, I finally succeeded. Song Yunzong just wanted to laugh at this moment. A disaster-level pet. And they're still cubs. Who can contract a second pet to be at the disaster level? There is only me, Song Yunzong. Only a true genius deserves a disaster-level cub, as everyone chased after them. Not far from the base, Lin Sheng's white snake has just finished shedding its skin, completely evolved to the Lord level. White snake. Level. Early Lord stage. Talent. Midterm king. Skills. Entanglement. Mastery. Water spray. Mastery. Hardening. Mastery. Healing eye. Danger intuition. Dragon might. Black flame horn. Eagle eye. Vision enhancement. Vision. Evolutionary path. Jiaolong. Introduction. Devouring thousands of life genes, the true king of nature. Lord level. Hiss. Xiaobai coiled around Lin Sheng, his golden pupils extremely majestic. With the blessing of the essence and blood of 1,000 creatures, Xiaobai gradually developed his own dragon power. All creatures within dozens of miles around dared not approach after sensing this aura. It is worth mentioning that Xiaobai's water spraying skill has also been upgraded to the mastery level. At this time, they were surrounding Lin Sheng. Looks very intimate. Just shed its skin and got out of the weak period. I want a hug. Isn't it about time they come back? Lin Sheng touched Xiaobai's little horn that was almost rubbed bald by him and grinned. He had almost figured out the way to the entrance. No matter where they go, they will definitely pass by the main entrance. I built this road, and this tree should belong to me. Chapter 41. Dragon blood fruit in hand. The night giant almost fell down again. Ding Long is on his way back, but unexpectedly discovered a familiar figure. Why is Lin Sheng here? Ding Long was a little confused. In his opinion, the outcome is now almost certain. It's already difficult to reverse. What is Lin Sheng doing standing on the avenue with his pet now? Fierce. A bad idea came to Ding Long's mind. Suddenly his eye sockets kept getting bigger. Is this kid planning to block others on the road? It's simply seeking death. With Lin Sheng's high IQ, he shouldn't do such a stupid thing. Could it be that he doesn't know that other people's pets have evolved to the Lord level? Ding Long suddenly understood. This is somewhat possible. After all, Ding Long didn't notice when those pets were evolving. When they parted, their levels and pets were only at the level of generals. Should we remind this kid? After all, Lin Sheng has many enemies. If he is beaten up by then, his invincible spirit will be shattered. Even if he becomes more talented in the future, he will probably be frustrated and do nothing. Forget it. The training is fair. If I interfere, it will no longer be fair. Ding Long shook his head. Go straight back to the training base. See this, senior. The bald man who was squatting at the door eating his lunchbox suddenly brightened up his eyes. Senior, who got the dragon blood fruit now? Upon hearing this, Di Qian in the distance also raised his white forehead. Did Lin Shang get the dragon blood fruit? She asked bluntly. Your men didn't get that treasure. The dragon blood fruit is now in Song Yunzong's hands. If Duning doesn't catch up with him, he should be able to win. What precious subordinate. I'm just asking. It doesn't matter if he doesn't get it. With his talent, he will get it later. Di Qian's pretty face turned slightly red and she coughed awkwardly. Then he looked towards the jungle in the distance. One failure means nothing. Boom. Bang. Boom, boom, boom. A huge night giant was running wildly among the trees. Every step he took left a huge armor boot print on the ground. On the outskirts of the jungle, there were only creatures in the late stage of the general at most. Upon hearing the news, the surrounding ferocious beasts all fled in all directions. Even a few ferocious beasts ran to Lin Shang. Isn't it about time? Lin Shang and Xiaobai stood on a tall tree and looked towards the jungle in the distance. In the distance on the horizon, a huge head wearing armor gradually emerged. With Xiaobai's vision, he could clearly see that the man in armor was holding a tree in his hand, with a crystal-clear red fruit hanging on it. It's you. Xiaobai, hide in the dark and prepare to take action. Hiss. The two quickly jumped down from the tree, lurking in the jungle, waiting to strike. Soon, the huge night giant rushed here. Wow. Without waiting for that step to take place, suddenly, a stream several meters wide rushed out from the side. It instantly covered the feet of the night giant. Fuck. Song Yunzong was stunned. Some bad memories suddenly emerged in my mind. But it's too late now. The night giant ran all the way here without ever thinking of stopping. This step is taken. His whole body suddenly rose up. But fortunately, I still have a long sword in my hand. The night giant Zhang thrust his sword fiercely into the ground, and only then was he able to stabilize his body and avoid falling again. But the dragon blood fruit tree in his hand had been thrown away in panic. I didn't expect the night titan to be so agile after evolving. Lin Shang took the bright red fruit from Xiaobai's mouth and smiled slightly. But what a pity. Xiaobai's water spraying skill has reached the mastery level. Can instantly create a slimy stream on the ground. Damn it, Lin Shang, it's you again. Song Yunzong was completely furious. That blow just now almost broke his armor. The night giant put away his sword, stood up and prepared to chase after him. However, Lin Shang just turned around. Suddenly, a chill blew in my face. Noob. Lin Shang's expression changed. When Xiaobai opened his mouth, a stream gushed out, and the stream was frozen into an ice wall in the blink of an eye. Behind the ice wall, one can vaguely see a tall figure and a butterfly as huge as an ice crystal. Run. Why don't you run? Du Ning's expression was cold. The night giant behind Lin Shang also stood up. The huge shadow blocked all the sunlight behind it. Give me the dragon blood fruit, and maybe I can let you go. Du Ning stretched out her white and tender right hand. Lin Shang looked behind him. The night giant has already grasped the sword in his hand. Lin Shang, give me the dragon blood fruit. Your late-stage general-level pet is simply powerless to deal with us. I'll tell you the truth. My night titan has reached the lord level. Song Yunzong stood on the shoulders of a giant and spoke confidently. My nose is almost up in the sky. Give it to me. I can let you go, and I can also help you deal with the pig head behind you. Du Ning tucked her hair behind her ears. Who are you calling a pig head? A well-shaped pattern appeared on Song Yunzong's forehead. Hashtag. The unhappiness in my heart has accumulated to the extreme. At this time, 3 more people came here. Finally caught up, what's the situation now? On the left side, a beastmaster was staring at them with a flaming demon dog whose body was burning with flames. Lin Shang. Bai rode on the thunder lion and couldn't help but clamp her legs together. The current situation made her a little confused. The dragon blood fruit was in Lin Shang's hands, but she didn't want to snatch it away. But can Lin Shang, who is in the middle stage of the white snake, stop it? This snake doesn't seem to have any obvious features. A masked beastmaster whispered silently with a pitch-black beetle on his shoulder. This situation also means the opponent's pet has not evolved to the lord level yet. Don't look at him like this. He has studied the characteristics of many pets after evolution, which can tell what level the other party's race is at. This is quite useful in combat. However, Lin Sheng's pet does not meet the Lord-level characteristics of any snake creature. How about asking him to hand over the dragon blood fruit, and then we fight for it? Someone made a suggestion. Ha ha. Lin Sheng suddenly smiled coolly. Hiss. Ha ha ha. Although Xiaobai didn't know why his master was laughing, he just had to laugh along. It would rather make a mistake than do nothing. This hearty smile immediately made Bai He lose her mind. You can still laugh even in such a dangerous situation. You are worthy of being like that. The people around frowned. How about you guys come and get it? Whoever can get it will get it. Lin Sheng spoke calmly. These people were fighting with each other and didn't take him into consideration at all, which made Lin Sheng feel a little unhappy. Chapter 42. Confrontation with 5 people. The true strength of the white snake. Let us rob you? Are you sure you can get out of here safely? The masked beast master chuckled. But before he could continue laughing, Lin Sheng's right hand trembled. The fiery red dragon blood fruit in his hand was instantly thrown towards the man. Everyone's eyes were focused on the fruit in the air. The hostility naturally shifted to him. Nima. The masked beast master became anxious. Summoned his own volcanic rockworm. This volcanic rockworm is about the size of a basketball. Although it is considered a giant among ordinary volcanic rockworms, it is much smaller than the pets of others. The rockworm flapped its wings and flew towards the red fruit in the air. Its body is also covered with fiery red magma. I wonder who dares to come and grab it. If they touch it, the temperature will be thousands of degrees. At this time, Xiaobai had already rushed to the front of the volcanic rockworm. The tip of the tail turned pitch black and whizzed over. Whoosh! How dare you? The masked beast master smiled. A general-level warrior dares to attack my lord-level volcanic rockworm? Won't this burn your tail off? However, an unexpected scene happened. Bang! There was a loud bang. The volcanic rockworm flying in the air was hit head-on by Xiaobai. The thick scales on his body cracked with a click, and then he was shot out like a bullet. Look at Xiaobai's tail at this time. Just some minor burns. After a barely perceptible ball of black fire spread, the wound disappeared without a trace. Puff! The masked beastmaster suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood after his pet was hunted. The beastmaster is connected to the spirit of his pet. The shell on the volcanic rockworm is also part of itself. This blow dealt him a heavy blow, and he lost the ability to fight for the fruit. And the red dragon blood fruit also fell steadily into Lin Sheng's hands. Anyone else wants it? Feel free to come and get it from me. Lin Sheng held the red dragon blood fruit in one hand and glanced at everyone. Just like the owner of this place, extremely majestic. Everyone present was still in shock. The volcanic rockworm, which is as big as a basketball, is definitely at the lord level. But why? He was knocked unconscious by a beastmaster who was in the middle or even late stage of the war. Could it be that Lin Sheng's snake has already reached the lord level? But it doesn't look like it. Song Yunzong was already a little panicked. And the most important thing is, this is a flash sale. Although there was a possibility that the volcanic rockworm was careless and underestimated its opponent, so it did not react to it. But he can use his tail to break the scales on its body. It still proves that the strength of the snake in front of us should not be underestimated. At least among them, he is the strongest. How about we join forces? Song Yunzong spoke silently. It would be impossible for him to snatch the dragon blood fruit from Lin Sheng by himself. No matter how arrogant he is, it is impossible for him to underestimate the other party based on the strength Lin Sheng just displayed. Besides, Lin Sheng is not the only one here. Several other beastmasters are also here. He is not stupid enough to let others take advantage of him. Lin Sheng. Bai He was still in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the young man who was holding a red fruit and had a giant snake coiled around him. How can you underestimate Lin Sheng? I am targeting him. I am already so strong. How could Lin Sheng be weak? Bai He, you must reflect on yourself. Looking at Bai He's appearance, Song Yunzong's mouth twitched. It looks like there's no hope for this girl. Forget about helping them to join forces to deal with Lin Sheng. It would be better not to stand with Lin Sheng and deal with them instead. Du Ning in the distance also remained silent. It seemed that she had no intention of talking to him. And at this moment, Song Yunzong finally couldn't help but take action. There's no point in dragging it on like this. He might as well take action first. The night giant raised the huge iron sword in his hand. When it was raised to the highest point, it suddenly chopped down. Whoosh! The great sword oppressed and cut the air. With the enormous power of the night giant, It seems that everything can be cut through, if it falls on the ground, enough to split the earth and open mountains. However, Xiaobai and Lin Shang did not avoid it and were not afraid at all. Taking the power gene that Xiaobai now has in his body as an example, the only advantage this night giant has over him is his weight. The reason why Xiaobai can easily lift a 1,000-ton cauldron is that his real strength is definitely more than that. Boom! The big knife chopped down straight. The dust that was blown up swept around. The wind was howling, and everyone squinted their eyes to look at the scene. But he also felt an inexplicable tightness in her heart. Wait for everyone to see clearly. I was stunned in an instant. Only seen in the woods. A snake's tail is omega-shaped. In the future, a huge iron sword that is 7 or 8 meters long will be embedded directly into the snake's tail. No matter how hard the Night Titan tried, he couldn't pull it out. It was as if the giant sword and the snake's tail were originally one. Damn, how is this possible? How can there be a creature that is more powerful than my Night Titan? Song Yunzong was completely dumbfounded. His great strength is his only advantage. But now he was actually controlled by a snake. Who would believe this if I told others? Who would believe it? In the strength test, many people were able to lift the tripod simply because it was light. It seems now, in terms of strength, he really lost. A complete loss. Although he hasn't lost yet, it makes him feel worse than if he had lost. The next moment, Xiaobai's tail exerted force suddenly and pulled the knight's giant sword out of his hand. Then it flew into the air, turned twice, and landed on Xiaobai's snake tail again. Then Xiaobai took the giant sword and smashed it directly at the night giant. Boom! With a deafening noise. The night giant was smashed deep into the ground by the giant's sword. A pair of legs sank into the soil. It looks quite funny. The technique of hammering nails needs to be improved. Lin Shang gave his own evaluation. Hiss. I have tried my best, master. Xiaobai felt a little aggrieved. It used all its strength in this swing. If you keep hitting it, it probably won't work. Hearing this, Song Yunzong, who was lying in the dust, almost vomited blood. My goodness, is this the reincarnation of Hercules? The beast master of the flaming demon dog, standing not far away, swallowed secretly. This giant snake is simply not something I can deal with. The power is even greater than that of a dragon. Now he wants to give up this dragon blood fruit. After all, there will be opportunities later. So why hang yourself on a tree? Wouldn't it be not worth it if I really died? And there was a huge commotion coming from here. It had already been heard by everyone in the training camp. Has the fight started already? From the sound of the noise, it should be the Night Titan, right? It's him, no doubt. Apart from Song Yunzong's Night Giant, which beast could make such a big noise? It seems that this guy was stopped by Du Ning. It's hard to predict the outcome. Everyone looked slowly into the depths of the jungle. Chapter 43, Domain Showdown. Disobedience requires education. The noise was so loud. It looked like the situation was quite intense. Do you want to go over and take a look? The bald instructor showed his appreciation. No need. If my estimation is correct, without the threat of Lin Shang, Du Ning should definitely win. Ding Long slowly took a sip of the wolfberry tea. Is he sure to win? Even if he can definitely beat the Night Giant, there are still other Beastmasters. That's right. The more people there are, the more confusing the results will be. But Senior Ding must have his own reasons for saying so. This is exactly what Ding Long was waiting for. It seems that Di Qian has good vision. Although their overall strength is similar, the Ice Butterfly has evolved into the Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly and now has its own territory. Field. Several people stared at each other. Have you awakened your domain so quickly? You're only at the Lord level. It seems that the Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly's talent is indeed powerful. What a pity. If Lin Shang were still here, maybe he could fight him. But now only Du Ning's pet has a domain. There's no suspense anymore, right? Being invincible in the same level in the field, this is not just talk. Those pets that can awaken their domains are those that possess the qualities of a king. And the earlier the realm of awakening, the greater the future potential of this pet. This is a skill that grows with the pet's level. At the same level, the winning rate of a pet with a territory against a pet without a territory is over 90%. This is because the domain will create an environment that is beneficial to one's pet, and it has a great suppressive force on the opponent. Each field has extremely perverted effects. In the later stages, perhaps a pet without a territory might still have a chance of winning against one with a territory. But now the levels of both parties are only at the Lord level. Then you can imagine the suppressive power of this area on the enemy. Boom! A burst of white light shone out from the jungle ahead. It seems that Du Ning has opened up the realm. I guess he will be back with the dragon blood fruit soon. Finally, he looked over in surprise. And at this time in the woods, the ice crystal emperor butterfly was suspended in the air, and with just a slight movement of its wings, an indescribable chill rushed towards the surroundings. And her primary target was Lin Sheng, who was standing in the middle of the field. As for the flamehound standing aside, just have an impact on it. The icy cold air covered the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees with a thick layer of frost in just a moment, then quickly deprive it of its vitality. In an instant, the sky and the earth turned white. This reminded Lin Sheng of a movie he had watched in his previous life. A gust of cold air rushed over, freezing the pedestrians on the road into ice sculptures. Without heat, there is only one way to go. Extremely cold area. This is the territory of the ice crystal emperor butterfly. The air temperature in this area will drop to the lowest level, and the frost ability of the ice crystal emperor butterfly will also be increased to the limit. I won in the end. Du Ning laughed, which was rare. Her face was clean and fair, which made people lose their minds when they saw her. However, Lin Sheng just glanced at her. Laughing? Champagne at halftime, right? Lin Sheng also gave her a faint smile. The two stared at each other from a distance, and Du Ning suddenly wanted to look away for some unknown reason. Did this guy see me smile just now? Before she could continue thinking, Xiaobai's pupils gradually lit up, emitting a faint golden light. An indescribable aura spread out from Xiaobai's surroundings like crazy. As soon as they came into contact, Du Ning's territory was instantly excluded and could no longer spread out. Even the starting area is being compressed. Du Ning's mind was suddenly struck by a bolt of lightning. Your pet also has a territory. Du Ning opened her mouth, looking at the handsome boy in front of him in disbelief. The power of Lin Sheng's domain is even capable of overpowering her ice crystal imperial butterfly. This means that the other party's pet is more qualified to become a king than her pet. But this was the first time she had seen someone using only the aura to suppress the opponent's territory, almost returning to the meaning of the field itself. Don't rely on the momentum generated by the domain to make the opponent surrender. Rather, the domain itself represents its own momentum and majesty. Even Du Ning could feel it. When the ice crystal emperor butterfly looked at the snake, it trembled inexplicably. The flaming demon dog and the thundering lion in the distance were unrestrained and crawling on the ground. At Lin Sheng's signal, the suppressive force from the thunder lion was reduced a little. The scope of the field is extremely vast. Du Ning was a little bit unbelievable. How could a little white snake possess such a powerful domain ability? Without waiting for Du Ning to continue thinking, Xiaobai and Lin Sheng were already walking towards her step by step, and at this moment, her territory was still being compressed. Even the range at this time is less than 1/3 of the previous one. Miss, the little princess of the Du family, don't block the way. You, don't call me princess. Fluttershy, icicle. Du Ning gritted her teeth. The ears turned red. Dozens or even hundreds of sharp ice cones suddenly appeared in the air. As the ice crystal emperor butterfly flapped its wings, dozens or even hundreds of ice cones flew towards Xiaobai like bullets. But, in this field, Xiaobai's body reaction speed, nerve reaction speed, and physical fitness have been greatly improved. With just a flick of his tail, dozens or even hundreds of ice cones were shattered into pieces. And at the same time, Lin Sheng has already arrived in front of Du Ning. The white snake moved its tail and directly pulled the ice crystal emperor butterfly in the air to the ground. Under Xiaobai's enormous strength, the ice crystal emperor butterfly was completely unable to resist. But it is a king-level talent after all. It's impossible to beat it to death in one go. Bang! Xiaobai's snake tail moved. Du Ning fell directly to the ground. The little girl made a mistake, and she should be taught a lesson. Also, I don't have the time to make up rumors about you. That's all I have to say. Lin Sheng smiled and spoke to Du Ning, who was lying on the ground. You. Du Ning touched her painful buttocks and her face turned red. Can't you fight somewhere else? This guy definitely did it on purpose. Looking at that handsome face, Du Ning gritted her teeth and blushed. Even her father didn't dare to hit her. How's it going? Do you want to fight again? Upon hearing this, Du Ning trembled suddenly. However, Lin Sheng did not look at her at this time, but talked to the beast master of the Hellhound. Beat. Wanna fight? Xiaobai, go ahead. Don't kill him, just cripple him. Beat your ass. I said beat your ass, brother. The beast master was immediately startled. I almost knelt down and begged for mercy. Who dares to fight with you? Although elemental pets have no physical body, it does not mean that they cannot be harmed, nor does it mean that their beastmaster is not a physical body. Looking at Du Ning, Bai He rode on the back of the Thunder Lion, her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, looking extremely cute. Humph. After all, we just met, and the time we have known each other is far less than that of Brother Lin and I. Chapter 44. How did you get this fruit? It's best not to fight. I don't like fighting and killing. That's so rude. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded. The owner of the flaming demon dog suddenly twitched his mouth, looking at the devastated forest around. Do you still dare to say that you don't like fighting and killing? Every tree and blade of grass here is closely related to you. Brother Lin Sheng. Bai He came to Lin Sheng riding on the Thunder Lion, smiling and waving. We are still in the middle of the game. Don't get so close. So what if we're close? It's not like we can't team up. Bai He pouted. If those guys weren't so weak, I would definitely help them. It was just a blink of an eye. Lin Sheng almost suppressed everyone present. Bai He had no time to react. By the time she came to her senses, Lin Sheng had already defeated the rest of them. However, these aspects prove how powerful Brother Lin is. And the disaster-level Beastmaster. My parents won't be able to stop me by then, right? As Bai He spoke, there was a hint of affection in her eyes as she looked at Lin Sheng, and then quickly put it away. No rush. As long as you can keep up with Brother Lin, you will have the chance to confess at any time. Look at this silly girl. Lin Sheng smiled dryly. His current strength is still too weak to think about anything else. There are actually quite a few geniuses in this world. There are many geniuses like him who can upgrade their pets to Lord level and become Lord Beastmasters in just a few months. But no one's pet can be like Lin Sheng's. Keep taking genes and become stronger. The college entrance examination is approaching, and I will definitely meet other geniuses then. If I can upgrade my second beast to Lord level before the college entrance examination, I will be confident. Lin Sheng plans to be admitted to the Magic City Academy. That is the highest institution of learning in the Bay City where he is located. That year, his elder sister was admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. This is also the reason why Lin Sheng did not go to the Imperial Capital Academy. In order to avoid being ravaged by Lin Ming, she liked to bully Lin Sheng since she was a child, and was almost suffocated to death in bed several times when she was a child. I don't know whether to say that he is protective or possessive. In short, Lin Sheng just refused to go. Take your time to rest. I'm leaving now. Lin Sheng looked at Du Ning with a smile. If you lose, you lose. Du Ning stood up and turned her face away, so the expression on her face could not be seen clearly. But at this moment, she was probably gnashing with hatred. After all, she is the little princess of the core family of the Demon City Bay City. If you suffer a great loss in a place like this, there is no way to retaliate. I got spanked again. I must be extremely reluctant. Take me back. Lin Sheng looked at Bai He. Okay. Bai He agreed immediately. Lin Sheng turned over and sat directly behind Bai He. Two people, one in front and one behind. It took about 10 minutes along the main road to reach the gate of the base. It should be about time, right? Hey, there seems to be a figure over there. It looks like Bai He's Thunder Lion. Several people stood up suddenly. Could it be that Bai He finally got the dragon blood fruit? The bald instructor spoke silently. This is a bit strange. It was even a little beyond their expectations. The figure was getting closer. It took a few minutes to get there. Lin Sheng and Bai He turned over and jumped off the body of the Thunder Lion. Why are you two back? The moment he saw Lin Sheng, Di Qian walked up to him in surprise and asked. The bald instructor and Ding Long also came over. Oh, this is Ding Long, Senior Ding. He is an honorary member of our Demon City Beast Tamer Association. Di Qian immediately introduced herself to Lin Sheng. Honorary member of the Beast Tamer Association? Lin Sheng and Bai He were both shocked. The number of honorary members of the Demon City Beastmaster Association is limited to a handful of people, and each of them is a Beastmaster above the King level. Now appearing in front of them, could it be that the catastrophic level Beast Tamer? Lin Sheng thought of a lot of things at once. The unshaven bearded, smiling man in front of him also exuded a subtle aura. That body of muscles is so strong that one can feel its pressure even through the clothes. Although he has a kind face, he should never be underestimated. Hello, Senior Ding. Lin Sheng greeted Bai He. That dragon blood fruit is on you now, right? Ding Long looked at Lin Sheng with some surprise. I really didn't expect it. He actually got it wrong. In the past, you could guess who would win the championship without leaving the base. But now that he had gone out and taken a look, It had affected his judgment. He didn't expect that Lin Sheng, whom he had never been optimistic about, would win the final championship. Of course, this pessimism is temporary. He still values Lin Sheng's talent. However, as soon as these words came out, then it was the turn of the three instructors around to be confused. The three of them looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. What? The dragon blood fruit is on Lin Sheng's body? How is this possible? Just half a month. Lin Sheng was able to upgrade his mid-level warrior pet to the Lord level? But these words were said by Senior Ding Longding. Make them believe it. For a moment, an indescribable excitement rushed into Di Qian's mind. She has always believed in Lin Sheng. If she can really get the dragon blood fruit, it will be the greatest comfort to her. At this time, Di Qian was not sure, so he had to ask again, Lin Sheng, did you really get the dragon blood fruit? Looking at the instructor's excited expression, Lin Sheng didn't say anything. He just silently took out the dragon blood fruit from the beast taming space. And in his hand, a transparent and crystal red fruit appeared out of thin air. The moment I saw this fruit, it seemed as if an electric current rushed into Di Qian's mind from his spine. It made her excited again. Real. It's actually true. Although I don't know how Lin Sheng got the dragon blood fruit, the fact is happening right before our eyes. She couldn't help but believe it. But, isn't this too incredible? How is this done? You have to know that Lin Sheng is facing Du Ning, who owns a domain. High-level pets versus low-level pets. Once the domain is released, the suppression will be absolute. But even so, Lin Sheng still got the dragon blood fruit. Could it be possible that Yangqing will have another genius who will be admitted to one of the 5 major universities? Good fellow. The bald instructor couldn't help but exclaim. The students who had been eliminated and returned to the camp also gathered together. Listening to the instructor's words, he was in disbelief. It turned out that Lin Sheng got the fruit. I saw that Song Yunzong's pet beast broke through to the Lord level. Too amazing. A catastrophic pet cub. I'm jealous, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with me. Brother Lin is awesome. I knew you could do it. How did you get this fruit? Ding Long asked again. Summon your beast and let me take a look. Ding Long couldn't wait to say. Chapter 45. The organization behind the training plan, breaking the disaster. Noob. Lin Sheng summoned Xiaobai from the beast taming space. This slightly large snake has a pair of small horns on its head. If you look at it from a distance, you may not be able to see it clearly, but it becomes more obvious when you watch it up close. It really has the aura of a lord. How did you do it? Ding Long frowned. This snake has the aura of a lord, but his aura far exceeds that of ordinary lords. Even at that moment, Ding Long mistook it for a mid-stage lord. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he dared to say it. No matter which one it was impossible for him to upgrade a mid-level warrior pet to the lord level in such a short time. Is it really an emperor-level talent? Or is the SSS-level beast taming space really so abnormal? Ding Long dared to say it. Lin Sheng was truly the first beast tamer he had ever seen in a top-level beast taming space. If you think about it this way, it does seem possible. That's right. Lin Sheng's beast control space is SSS level, and when the beast control space was opened, a dragon roar phenomenon appeared. I was at the scene at the time and can vouch for it. Di Qian vouched for Lin Sheng, and the huge consumption of Lin Sheng's pet can be explained. The students around were also amazed as they listened to the instructor's discussion. This is the benefit of the top-level beast taming space. They couldn't even imagine upgrading their pet to Lord level in just half a month. But even if he is at the Lord level, the levels of the other beasts are also at the Lord level. The bald instructor was a little confused. What's more, the pet of the Du Ning Du family's little girl, the Ice Crystal Emperor butterfly, has awakened its domain ability. As we all know, a pet with a domain has a 90% winning rate against an opponent of the same level and a 99.9% winning rate against a lower level. Could it be that Lin Sheng's pet is at the same level? Its combat power is already 10 times that of the Ice Crystal Emperor butterfly? This snake doesn't look silly, does it? The bald instructor looked at Xiaobai, who was shaking his head and begging for rubbish. I really don't understand. It's very simple, because Lin Sheng's pet also has its own domain ability. Di Qian spoke with a smile. What? He has a domain too? An instructor nearby opened his mouth in disbelief. 2 beastmasters. Both have their own domain abilities. This training plan is a treasure. That's right, and Brother Lin was surrounded by those 4 guys at the time. He defeated all 4 of them in just a moment. He said with a little pride. It's like a little girl showing off her awesome brother. Fuck, did I hear that correctly? 1 against 4? Judging from the noise just now, there must be more than one Lord level. Moreover, they dare to encircle and attack the Lord level, so the opponent's level must also be Lord level. Fighting 4 lords of the same level at the same time, and one of them has a domain, isn't that too bold? Oh my god, this is no longer a genius, this is simply a monster. Is this the young disaster beast master? Why do I seem to have seen a disaster-level beast master rising up? The students who were listening on the side exclaimed in amazement. Sounds of praise, gasps, and cool breaths were heard among the crowd. A beast tamer with a territory can naturally deal with 3 beast tamers without territories at the same time. There is nothing wrong with this. But one of them also has a domain, so the outcome is hard to predict. But even so, he was still outnumbered 4. I even heard from Bai He that it was done in an instant, instead of just snatching the dragon blood fruit and leaving. This is amazing. What a young demon. The bald instructor touched his bald head, which was as bright as a light bulb, and exclaimed repeatedly, I really didn't misjudge you. Diqian looked at Lin Sheng with a smile. Well, thank you, instructor, for your trust. Lin Sheng smiled. Although this is thanks to the SSS beast taming space. But the fast upgrade is thanks to the talent ability of sequence extraction. Looking at the boy's smile, Diqian's heart beat a little faster for no apparent reason. Okay, since you won, this first disaster-level pet will be yours. Follow me. Ding Long also smiled, which was rare. It is always a pleasure to teach a genius. Moreover, if Lin Sheng could grow up, he would at least be a king-level beastmaster. I can already stand on my own. When he tells others about it in the future, it will also make him look good. A few dozen minutes later, Lin Sheng followed Ding Long to his office. What kind of pet do you plan to have? I recommend that you get a pet with auxiliary and healing abilities, such as the Minghuang butterfly or the Tianji vine king. This way, it can work together with your first pet. With a little training, its combat power can be multiplied. Ding Long expressed his thoughts. Most beastmasters would choose these pets as their second beast. This is also a standard combination. Although it is standard, it can give you a great advantage when dealing with other combinations. Are there no elemental pets? Lin Sheng asked. The names of these pets are quite domineering. It sounds like at least a disaster level. However, Lin Sheng does not intend to take the supporting route. As long as all the enemies are defeated, why would there be any need for assistance and healing? He wants to attack forcefully. Leave the other party no room to resist. Elemental? 2 attack-type pets? Ding Long frowned slightly. It's not impossible, but elemental pets are more difficult to catch, and catastrophic pets are even rarer. But it doesn't mean that we can't get it. As long as you ask for it, we can definitely do it for you. Lin Sheng believed this. Don't you even look at who is behind the training plan? Who is the leader? Those who dare to train a disaster-level beastmaster must be those people standing on the top of the mountain. It is difficult to get a disaster-level cub, but it is also quite easy. Are you planning on getting an elemental pet? No, I'm just asking. Forehead. Ding Long found that this student seemed a little naughty. I want a supernatural pet. Lin Sheng looked serious. Supernatural. Ding Long's heart skipped a beat, and he was also shocked. Good job. Do you really dare to ask for it? Supernatural pets are rarer than elemental pets, and more difficult to deal with. As for the catastrophic cubs, don't even think about it. I'm afraid that if we count the history of mankind over the past 100 years, we can't find many people who have caught catastrophic-level supernatural cubs. The main reason is that this kind of pet is really difficult to tame. Its danger and combat power are much stronger than other pets of the same type, just like Diqian's supernatural being in the late Lord stage. Even against the king, there is a certain winning rate in the early stage. You can imagine how powerful this pet is. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Sheng was a little puzzled. Apparently, he didn't know how rare catastrophic-level supernatural pets were. Of course. Ding Long nodded. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible. The leader of this training is the core organization of the Beast Tamer Association. Stop the disaster. All of its members are disaster-level beastmasters. It's a disastrous cub. It's very easy to get one. That's good. Lin Sheng suppressed his excitement. Evil God. You can start manufacturing immediately. Chapter 46, Blood Pool. Choosing a cub, Lin Sheng's thoughts. It only takes 1 month, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. In addition to this, we will also provide you with all the resources you need to upgrade your pet to disaster level. But these resources are limited to the pet we found for you. Listening to Ding Long's words, Lin Sheng nodded. Of course he knew this. Just so you know. Ding Long finally felt relieved. But you have to be careful. Supernatural pets are the most difficult to tame. In the past, countless supernatural pet owners have died at home. Even if you have been training for several months, you must not take it lightly. I see. Lin Sheng nodded. He had already checked this. But Xiaobai is here. The Dragon Clan specializes in defeating evil spirits and is the master of evil spirits. Can he still make a big fuss? If you can't beat him, just release Xiaobai. This is also the reason why Lin Sheng chose the supernatural category. Of course, the most important thing is, Lin Sheng wants to create the legendary evil god, Nyarlathotep, one of the 3 original pillars, known as the crawling chaos. And his image is ever-changing, can disguise itself in any form. Its image is also the closest to the legendary devil, and Lin Sheng happens to have the genetic blood of the devil. As long as the legendary evil god can be created again, even if it can release a little power, it is enough to completely crush the gods worshipped by the demons in this world. Let them know what the real evil god is. Eat this dragon blood fruit. The resources I applied for you will probably arrive in a few minutes. They will be enough for you to train in the training camp for a month. Resources for training a catastrophic level beastmaster. Lin Sheng was slightly excited. He casually threw the bright red fruit into Xiaobai's mouth. Xiaobai swallowed the fruit in one gulp. A heat gradually began to spread from the abdomen. This is the energy brought by the spiritual fruit. It can greatly promote Xiaobai's genetic recovery and bloodline growth. The pair of small horns on its head had grown several centimeters visibly. Lin Sheng sat in the house. Xiaobai was digesting the energy in the dragon blood fruit. Lin Shengza was standing aside, feeling the feedback from Xiaobai. This kind of waiting is not painful. On the contrary, it makes people feel very comfortable. It may even become addictive over time. After all, I'm on the way to becoming stronger. A few dozen minutes later, the resources have been applied for you. You can get the right to use the first level blood pool for 1 month. Hear what Ding Long said. Lin Sheng opened his eyes silently. Pond of blood? What is that? Why does it sound so evil? This blood pool is a good thing. It is made of the blood of various ferocious beasts, which have been condensed and gathered together. The toxins in it have been removed, and it has been prepared by the top disaster-level nutritionists. As long as the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster immerse themselves in it, it will stimulate the genes in their bodies to grow rapidly. There's even a chance to awaken domain skills and enhance potential. In short, the benefits are endless. Using the level 1 blood pool for 1 hour will cost about 5 million dragon coins. That means we need more than 100 million dragon coins for 1 day. Using it for a month straight, even the richest people wouldn't dare to splurge like this. Lin Sheng was stunned. But when you think about the fact that these are the resources needed to train a disaster-level Beastmaster, it makes sense. After all, it is very easy for a catastrophic-level Beastmaster to earn 100 million dragon coins. All you need to do is hunt down a king-level ferocious beast. You can even make hundreds of millions more. It's normal that it's expensive. The first-level blood pool mostly uses the genes of Lord-level beasts. Ding Long explained. Even Ding Long couldn't help but feel emotional at this moment. Even he hadn't used the blood pool back then. The blood of a Lord-level beast, doesn't that mean its genetic bloodline is also in it? This is natural. Normal blood pools use fresh blood because old blood will corrode and spoil over time. Listen to Ding Long's words. Lin Sheng became excited again. It just so happened that he had no place to find a Lord-level beast to seize its genes. Now there is this blood pool. Just soak in it, and you can absorb a large amount of genes of Lord-level ferocious beasts. Then give feedback to Xiaobai, and he will be reborn immediately. Come with me. Ding Long brought Lin Sheng to a room. This room is screened in on all sides. There was a faint sunlight coming in from outside. As soon as you come in, a rich and fragrant smell hits you. It makes people want to take a deep breath. In the 100 by 100 pool in front of you, there is a pool of light red blood. The smell came from the pool of water. It doesn't have the bloody smell you might imagine, but only a refreshing fragrance and the urge to taste it. This is an impulse that comes from our genes. You go ahead. Ding Long closed the door. Lin Sheng took off his clothes and entered the pool with Xiaobai. In a flash, a tingling sensation began to spread through the skin. It was as if something was trying to get into the body. And what follows is an extremely comfortable feeling. Comfortable. Lin Sheng lay down slowly. The little white cat next to him also turned over on its belly in the pool water. But Lin Sheng did not forget the important matter. Sequence extraction. As Lin Sheng stretched out his right hand, A blinding light suddenly burst out in the original room. At that moment, the water in the pool instantly shrank by 1/3. Then, a series of sounds like a screen refresh came from Lin Sheng's mind. Obtain the Longicorn Demon Gene. Obtain the Fiery Sun Tiger Gene. Obtain the Qingtian Bull Gene. Obtain the Iron Blade One-Horned Golden Leopard Gene. Obtain the Green Forest Lord's Gene. Obtain the Hardening, Proficiency, Skill Gene. Obtain the Claw Attack, Proficient, Skill Gene. Obtain the 7-color Dragonfish Whisker Gene. The data jumped wildly. Lin Sheng was immediately overwhelmed by this sudden happiness. So cool. He really didn't expect it. Blood can actually be absorbed. After the absorption, dizziness followed. It was not until Lin Sheng clung to the edge of the pool that he recovered after several minutes. It seems that there is a limit to the amount of genes I can extract each time. I have to recover for a while. Lin Sheng touched his forehead. This time, the genes of at least hundreds of creatures were extracted. It was really a bit too much for him to bear. Let's stop here for today. I have to go back and digest these genes. This is a Lord-level creature. Lin Sheng couldn't stop being excited. Xiao Bai felt his master's mood and became excited too, although there are also some general-level warriors among them. But the skill levels of these creatures are extremely high. If injected into Xiao Bai, many skills can be upgraded. Outside the door at this time. That's good now. I probably won't have to see this kid for a month. Ding Long stroked his beard with a smile. Being with this kid Lin Sheng was really a huge blow to him. The main thing is that this guy is so evil. Always do something unexpected. But I guess there's no chance this time. This big pool is a level 1 blood pool. It will take at least a month to absorb it. However, before Ding Long could continue thinking. Crunch! The door behind me rang. Chapter 47. The Evolution of Flood Dragons. Lin Sheng opened the door and walked out. Before that, clothes were already put on. Huh? Why did you come out? Ding Long asked with some doubt. I can't absorb it anymore. I need to digest it first. Lin Sheng touched Xiao Bai's forehead and responded. Can't absorb it? Ding Long passed by Lin Sheng and went straight into the house. A pair of eyes looked into the pool in the dim light. At this time, the essence in the blood pool had been reduced by 1/3. You have already absorbed 1/3? Ding Long's beard was trembling slightly. How long has it been? I guess the whole process won't take more than a few minutes. Directly sucking away 1/3 of the blood pool? Is this still a human being? Even if you drink it directly with your mouth, it can't be that fast. But the facts are there. This room is designed to prevent the essence from leaking out. It is impossible to transfer blood in a short time. Then there is only one possibility. Lin Sheng has already absorbed 1/3 of the essence in the blood pool. Boom! Despite some speculation. However, Ding Long's mind was still struck by a bolt from the blue. Exploded violently. This kid. This is the SSS-level beast taming space where the dragon roar phenomenon occurs. It actually has such a miraculous effect? Maybe this kid can really get into those 5 institutions. Ding Long was extremely excited at this moment, and his beard trembled slightly. It's hard to imagine how excited he was at this moment. It's like picking up a rare treasure. For a moment, he even forgot the price of this pool of blood. Although the blood pool is expensive, the Disaster Reduction Society behind the training can still provide it. If we can train another catastrophic level Beastmaster, the power of the association will be boosted once again. The Disaster Relief Association would certainly not spend money to help with training for no reason. Got such a big benefit from them. There will be opportunities to absorb these strong people into the association in the future. After all, they control 70% of the catastrophic level Beastmasters in Dragon Country. Even if you don't join, it is also impossible to be enemies with them. Ding Long walked out of the room. You can stay here and train for the remaining month. If the blood pool is insufficient, come to me anytime and I will supply it immediately. Lin Sheng nodded. If it can be updated, that would be the best. After all, every time the blood absorbs the ferocious beast, it may change. He can also gain newer abilities from it. Once the training is over, the National Beastmaster exam will begin soon. Which school do you plan to enter? Ding Long looked directly into Lin Sheng's eyes. Devil's Capital Academy. Lin Sheng responded immediately. Good. Hearing this, Ding Long immediately smiled with relief. If Lin Sheng only wanted to apply to those top-notch universities, that only shows that his character and vision are not long-term enough. It is difficult to become a top powerhouse in this way. On the contrary, Choosing one of the 5 universities would make Ding Long look at him with higher regard. But it's not easy to get into the 5 top universities, even though you can easily get into a top university with your ability. But if you want to get into a top school, the opponents you will face are all beast masters who have dual beasts that can match each other. I know that. Lin Shang had a serious look on his face. Those guys train the contracted beasts and the uncontracted beasts together. The 2 beasts seem to be connected in mind. Assist, attack, and support each other in battle. And Lin Shang must get the pet beast. Immediately improve their strength, while at the same time preventing them from having any resistance. You also need to train and get along harmoniously with your first beast. You can imagine how difficult this is. What's more, this second beast is a supernatural being that is extremely difficult to tame, and it was just snatched away. The difficulty will inevitably increase significantly. This is also why Lin Shang said that he wanted to choose a supernatural pet. The reason why Ding Long was surprised. Okay, you continue your training. I will select 2 more geniuses from the camp in the next few days. Ding Long left a word and left. Lin Shang also took Xiaobai back to his room. Immediately inject the Lord-level genetic bloodline into Xiaobai's body. Obtain the Fiery Sun Tiger gene. Obtain the Qingtian Yak gene. Obtain the Iron Blade One-Horned Golden Leopard gene. Obtain the Hardening, Proficiency, Skill gene. Obtain the Claw Attack, Proficient, Skill gene. Obtain the 7-color Dragon Fish Whisker gene. Hardening, Mastery, upgraded to Hardening, Perfection. Eagle Vision, Beginner, upgrade to Eagle Vision, Proficient. A large amount of skills, techniques, and blood flowed into Xiaobai's body in an instant. In just a moment, Xiaobai's body surface instantly became as hot water, emitting a wisp of mist, and the body is constantly expanding under this mist. A pair of long dragon whiskers gradually grew on both sides of Xiaobai's head. The antlers on its forehead continued to spread and lengthen backwards. The golden pupils become more lively and bright. Boom! This energy was fed back into Lin Shang's body, and in an instant Lin Shang was almost knocked down by the impact. With just a casual press, the iron bed frame was instantly flattened. Is this my power? Lin Shang looked at his hands in disbelief. The Lord-level genetic bloodline is indeed domineering. He turned to look at Xiaobai again. The antlers and dragon whiskers have begun to take on the appearance of a giant dragon. But the 2 pairs of golden claws unique to the dragon clan did not appear. It's superfluous. You are still a snake now. You can't have dragon claws until you evolve into a dragon. White snake. Level. Early Lord stage. Talent. Late King. Skills. Entanglement. Mastery. Water spray. Mastery. Hardening. Perfection. Healing eye. Danger intuition. Dragon power. Black flame horn. Eagle eye. Proficiency. Vision enhancement. Vision. Evolutionary path. Jiaolong. Introduction. Devouring thousands of life genes. The true king of nature. The perfect level of hardening skills is enough to allow Xiaobai to withstand all current thermal weapons. There is nothing to fear except nuclear bombs. And Xiaobai also has the skill of fish whiskers. It can breathe underwater and swim quickly, making it a great escape weapon. Check the conditions for evolving into a dragon, Lin Shang said. Then a string of data appeared in front of me. Jiaolong, King level, devouring 10,000 life forms, Dragon Soul, already owned. Dragon Soul, is this the little dragon shadow that escaped from the transparent spirit stone and was absorbed by me? I didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. If you miss it, I'm afraid it will take Lin Shang a long time to find the Dragon Soul. Now all we have to do is let things flow smoothly. A few dozen minutes later, Xiaobai has received it. The scales on the body, various genes and skills have been completely refurbished. Now it can completely withstand the attacks of mid-stage and even late-stage demons of the Lord. Although the level is in the early stage of Lord, but Xiaobai already has the initial combat capability of a mid-stage Lord. If you take those skills into account, a late-stage Lord is not without the ability to fight. Lin Shang spoke with a smile. Chapter 48. When 3 people walk together, one of them must be my teacher. On the way to digesting these genes, Lin Shang took Xiaobai and went to the deep mountains again. Killing ferocious beasts for training can help you become familiar with the use of skills and speed up the absorption of skills. Almost every day after that, this is how Lin Shang spent his time. After soaking in the blood pool, he went to the wild to hunt ferocious beasts. When you are almost recovered, soak in the blood pool again. It takes about 3 to 5 days to absorb a pool of ferocious beast blood, and after it is consumed, Ding Long will fill it up again. Lin Shang used the sequence extraction skill again in the blood pool. Obtain the pale cancer gene. Obtain the Qingtian yak gene. Obtain the bone scarab gene. The genes we got this time have a lot more duplication than before. Lin Shang walked out of the pool with Xiaobai and said silently, "But there's nothing I can do. There are indeed many types of Lord-level ferocious beasts, but it is actually limited within a certain area. Even if Lin Shang wanted to get more genes for Xiaobai, he would probably have to leave the city and go to other places in the future. But for now, even the types of ferocious beasts around the demon city are too numerous to count. The reason for the gene duplication in this blood pool is most likely due to the similarities between the ferocious beasts raised there. Everything in this world revolves around serving the beast master. Naturally, some people hunt and even raise ferocious beasts, and then make profit from them. There is nothing much to say about this. It is almost exactly the same as the blue planet where I lived in my previous life. But this is also a good thing. The duplication of blood means that their skill memory genes are also duplicated. It can quickly improve Xiaobai's skill level. This is very important. The later the game progresses, the more important skill proficiency becomes. After all, Xiaobai has few skills of his own other than his field. There are also some relatively weak skills. Improving the levels of these skills has become a top priority. While thinking, Lin Shang took Xiaobai, opened the door and walked out. However, as soon as the door opened, a girl as white as snow came towards him. The two looked at each other for a moment. Lin Shang's muscles were also exposed. Du Ning was stunned for a moment, and then a blush instantly spread from her neck to her entire bright face. Abnormal. After cursing, Du Ning turned and left with a red face. My heart was pounding. I couldn't help but recall the scene I just saw in my mind. His perfect muscular body was even more perfect than some of the male stars she saw in magazines. No. Why am I thinking this? This guy is a pervert. Du Ning was going crazy. Every time I see this guy Lin Shang, something bad always happens. Looking at the girl's back as she fled in panic, Lin Shang didn't know what to say. After all, I am at fault. It seems that Du Ning has also obtained a second disaster-level pet. To be honest, Lin Shang had never thought of this. After all, I go to and from work every day, and almost no one comes here. But he neglected the possibility that someone might pass the test again and obtain a disaster-level cub to train with him. The result was just like usual. He walked out without wearing a shirt. It seems I have to be more careful next time. Lin Shang spoke silently. He was not surprised that Du Ning was able to get the second disaster-level cub. After all, her pet possesses territorial abilities. This alone is enough. After that, Lin Shang often saw Du Ning. Every time we meet, Du Ning always stole glances at him intentionally or unintentionally. He seemed very curious about how fast Lin Shang's strength was growing. A dozen days later, the third person to obtain a disaster-level cub has been revealed. What Lin Shang didn't expect was that it was an acquaintance in Yangqing. White Lotus. I really didn't expect that you could snatch a disaster-level cub from them. Lin Shang was a little bit surprised. It's not that I doubt Bai He's ability. I just know how difficult it is. But it is not impossible. After all, Lin Shang had never fought with Bai He's pet. Moreover, the most threatening night giant has been seriously injured by Xiaobai, and it may take him less than a month to recover. This gave Bai He an opportunity. After all, everyone's pets have king-level talents. Why can't I do it? I've been working very hard since I left school. Bai He chuckled. But brother Lin Shang, what type of creature do you plan to contract for your second cub? I heard from Du Ning that she plans to choose an elemental one. In fact, I plan to do the same, since elemental creatures are very rare after all. Bai He was as happy as a little child. Secret. Lin Shang smiled. So mysterious. The more Lin Shang acted like this, the more curious Bai He became. And then in the time that follows, the two of them would walk together in the wild from time to time. From time to time, they would discuss things regarding beast taming training. In the end, even Du Ning joined in. It went from a two-person group to a three-person group. Of course, this is all pure friendship between comrades. The two's biggest goal was to find out which cub Lin Shang had chosen. It really made the two of them very curious. What kind of cub would someone like Lin Shang choose? The same element class as them? Or the plain and simple defensive type? But, although the relationship between the three of them became close, at most Du Ning let go of her prejudices. But he also had other purposes. As the saying goes, be closer to your enemies than anyone else. The relationship between the three is so subtle. Finally, I spent a month living a simple and unpretentious life with two peerless beauties. Lin Sheng's white snake broke through the realm again, reached the middle lord stage. In the jungle, bang! Xiaobai's snake tail moved. Instantly kill a ferocious beast in the early stage of lord. It's as easy as killing a chicken. So strong. Xiaobai seems to be stronger than before. Bai stood aside and watched. Before, her Thunder Lion entered the Lord level at the same time as Xiaobai. The result was achieved in such a short time. Xiaobai has reached the middle level of Lord. This upgrade speed has far exceeded theirs. It was also at this time. A message came from the watch. Both of them received the message at the same time. He looked down at his watch. Your cubs have arrived. See this line of words. Both of them had uncontrollable joy on their faces. They looked back at each other. Riding on the Thunder Lion, he rushed towards the base. Less than half an hour. He returned to the base from the jungle hundreds of kilometers away. Chapter 49, The Second Imperial Beast, King Level. An unexpected surprise. In a courtyard, there were 3 absolutely pitch-black cages placed on the ground. Du Ning, Bai He and Lin Sheng were standing in front of the cage. Even through the cage, you can feel the impatient noise coming from it. This is the disaster-level cub I caught for you. You should know that this time, more than a dozen disaster-level beast masters from the Duanzai group were dispatched. Sneak into the heart of the ferocious beasts and engage in an earth-shattering, void-shattering battle with those ferocious beasts and demons. It can be said that this is the biggest move that has not been made in the past 100 years since humans established the base city. We'll keep fighting until the road is almost obliterated. Talent. Okay, Senior Ding, stop bragging. We all know it. The 3 of them rolled their eyes silently. Has Senior Ding read too many novels? The road was even destroyed. It would be great if we could grind away the mountain. Ahem. Isn't this to let you know that it's not easy to get a cub? Treasure every moment you take. Ding Long explained silently. Seems a little guilty. After all, the words he said before were just written casually when he was bored. The next step is the highlight. You must make your pets accept you. When these cages are opened, the first person they see will be you. When making the contract and appeasing, make sure there is no one around. It's best to cultivate good feelings within a week and sign a contract within half a month. Ding Long explained in great detail. After all, this is a contracted cub. He certainly couldn't just stand by and watch. Because some descendants of powerful bloodlines will actively choose powerful beastmasters. There he is here. It is simply impossible for these students to contract these pet cubs. We understand. The 3 of them nodded to each other. 1 week, half a month contract. Time is indeed running out. But for the disaster-level cubs, it's all worth it. After picking up the cage covered by a black curtain on the ground, the 3 of them returned to their dormitory. Before Lin Sheng left, Ding Long stopped him once. You better be careful. You, a creature, have caused great damage to my old friend. We didn't even have time to check if the cub was injured before we sent it over. In order to obtain it, his pet beast must have spent at least tens of billions. It will take more than half a year to recover. Ding Long took a look at the cage. There was deep fear in his eyes. But don't worry, it's just a cub and doesn't even know anything. The most amazing thing is its catastrophic mother. Even in the end, the old monster was only slightly injured. Don't worry, Senior. Lin Sheng felt a little touched. These seniors really did what they said. It seems that this organization called Duanzai is not as dark as its name sounds. The beast masters inside are quite humane. In Lin Sheng's house, Lin Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the dark cage. Xiaobai tilted his head to the side, also very curious. Whether I can get into the Magic City Academy depends on you. Lin Sheng touched the dark cage. To be honest, you are the key to whether I can become the strongest person in the world. That's too far off topic. If I can't become the strongest person in the world, it's all your fault. Before opening the technological iron cage, Lin Sheng began to teach the creatures inside. Xiaobai, who was listening on the side, was stunned. Lin Sheng moved forward, looked around the cage, and soon found the depression of a deep red button. As Lin Sheng pressed the depression, the black curtain surrounding the technological cage disappeared. The scene inside also came into view. Looking at the creature in the cage, Lin Sheng was stunned. Even Xiaobai's snake eyes widened. It even stopped spitting out its tongue. Just saw it in the cage. There was a ghost-like creature floating there. It looks like a sunny doll. There was still a hint of grievance on his face. Yes, ghostly is the best way to describe this creature. Isn't this right? Hiss. Who wants to frame my master? Both the man and the snake were dumbfounded. Even Xiaobai, who doesn't know much, can see that this is just an ordinary ghost. How can I be worthy of my master's tall, mighty, and handsome image? Lin Sheng turned a deaf ear to Xiaobai's flattery. Could it be that the catastrophic Beastmaster just found one at random to deal with me? You're a fucking disaster-level Beastmaster. Can I get hurt by catching an awakened ghost? And he was seriously injured? Could it be that we took the wrong cub? Lin Sheng often sees this kind of bloody plot in TV dramas. Could it be that this bloody plot happened to me? No. Lin Sheng suppressed his anxiety. The data viewing skill is enabled. The opponent's attributes instantly appeared before his eyes. Ghost. Level. Mid-warrior. Talent. Late warlord. Skill. Curse. Evolutionary route. None. Introduction. An extremely advanced emperor. In childhood, he will hide his form and talent to ensure that he can live to a strong enough age. Most of his disguised forms are creatures with the talent of a general, so don't be fooled. Imperial level. Some pet cubs do have talents that surpass their parents, but most are not as good as their parents. I have found a treasure. 1 in a million, no. 1 in a billion talent. Lin Sheng became excited instantly. What are you looking at? Let me go. The ghost looked at the man and the snake in front of him. I cursed secretly in my heart. However, the two men had no intention of letting it go. That's impossible. Don't I look like those untouchables in my disguise? The ghost now came to a strange environment and felt like crying but had no tears. It is extremely intelligent. As soon as he was born, his level reached the middle stage of a general. The talent is really terrifying. Even this guy's disguise and identification skills are taken into consideration. If Lin Sheng didn't have the system, even if he had the ability to identify living creatures, he would still be fooled by it. It seems that the racial talent is all about camouflage. As long as we survive, we will be invincible, right? The little ghost obviously hadn't noticed it yet. Everything about it had already been seen by the human in front of it, leaving nothing but its underpants. I can only continue to pretend to be helpless, weak, and pitiful. After all, the snake next to it looks scary. It makes its heart tremble faintly, even though it has no heart. The snake seemed to obey the orders of the two-legged beast in front of it. So what race is this guy who looks like a biped? If I just listen to him, he won't feed me to the snake, right? Still pretending for me? But that's just in time. This kind of pet gifted by the emperor. It was such a pleasant surprise to get it. Lin Sheng forced himself to suppress his inner excitement and tried to keep his expression as calm as possible. He had heard of it before. Creatures with imperial talents are the most powerful beings in the world, and they disdain to make a contract with any human. If it is really exposed, I'm afraid this little ghost would not be willing to make a contract with him even if he died. Ah, poor child. Your parents entrusted you to me before they died. My parents? Dead? The little ghost didn't show any expression when listening to Lin Sheng's words. After all, it has never seen its parents. Moreover, parental affection rarely exists between supernatural beings. But you are too weak. I'm afraid no one is willing to contract you, right? Lin Sheng turned his head away sadly. When the ghost heard this, he became excited. This two-legged beast really didn't see through me. Then let me go. But if we let you go, you'll probably be killed before you can take a few steps. It's very dangerous out there. Don't you agree, Xiaobai? Hiss? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xiaobai looked at his master's eyes and nodded quickly. Hiss. Even I almost died outside just now. Xiaobai was very cooperative. The ghost in the cage suddenly trembled. But you are really a little weak, aren't you? I have to feed Xiaobai hundreds of little ghosts like you every day. So should I contract you? Or let you go out and be eaten by the beast? That was such a tragic scene, eating them alive. There was a hint of fear in Lin Sheng's eyes. What I was thinking about in my mind was the scene of me and Lin Ming together. Woo woo woo. The little ghost suddenly panicked. In its opinion, its camouflage skills are impossible to be discovered. This is an instinctive intuition from the soul, and the look of fear in the two-legged beast's eyes just now was too real. Chapter 50. The Identity of the Little Ghost, Another Dragon. Hey, let's go. Go out and get some fresh air. Lin Sheng did not agree directly. Instead, he took Xiaobai and left the room directly. The little ghost in the cage became confused after the two left. He doesn't look like he's lying to me. Is he really not going to sign a contract with me and let me go? The little ghost thought of Lin Sheng's panic look just now. I couldn't help but shiver. That is definitely the expression one would show after seeing something extremely terrifying. As a ghost, It knows it all too well. Outside the door at this time. These guys, it will probably take quite a while to contract these 3 pets. Ding Long whispered silently. He gave limits of 7 days and half a month. It actually just gave the 3 of them some sense of urgency. After all, the earlier the contract is signed, the less likely it is that accidents will occur. Elemental creatures are generally extremely violent. If they are kept in one place all the time, it is easy for them to develop resistance and tension. However, just as Ding Long shook his head and was about to leave, Lin Sheng's door opened again. Fuck. Ding Long couldn't help but curse inwardly. This kid. The contract was signed as soon as the cage was opened? He wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. The current record for the fastest contracting of a disaster-level cub in Dragon Country is taken by professional animal trainers, and it takes at least 3 or 4 days. Did you succeed in the contract? Ding Long asked nervously. How is that possible? We just met. Lin Shengtan started. How could you ask such a question? Ding Long suddenly felt the urge to scold him. How could I ask such a question? Isn't it because you forced me to do this? But this time Lin Sheng finally did something useful. How is it? Is the pet easy to tame? What is its talent? Ding Long asked impatiently. It's a little ghost. It's quite good at disguise. It has an emperor-level talent. Lin Sheng touched his chin and said seriously. Ding Long rolled his eyes. How could the cub of a catastrophic pet be a little ghost? And his old friend began to suffer serious injuries. There is no way to catch a ghost. What's more, he has an imperial talent. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, he could count the number of beastmasters with emperor-level talents on his fingers. In the Dragon Kingdom back then, there was an emperor-level cub that was publicly auctioned. It was sold at a sky-high price of 100 billion. Of course, this is just the apparent transaction amount. I don't know how many benefits I have given to others behind the scenes. Watching Lin Sheng walking towards the cafeteria, Ding Long suddenly seemed to think of something and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Entered a mysterious phone number. Hello? What's the matter? I'm recovering from my injuries now. I want to ask, what species is the supernatural pet you captured? Ding Long asked straight to the point. It's a supernatural being. Why are you asking after you've already told me? Did something happen? You didn't let the cub run away, did you? No. My students even joked that the cub has an emperor-level talent. Ding Long laughed dryly a few times. Then he shook his head. How is that possible? His old friend is just a catastrophic-level beastmaster. Wouldn't he be so scared that he turned around and ran away when he encountered an emperor-level beast? Do you dare to steal other people's children? However, it was unexpected. The other party fell into silence. It's actually a royal cub. I said that the affection between these supernatural creatures isn't that strong. Why did he chase me for 900 kilometers after I stole its cub? It turns out that this guy stole it too. If I remember correctly, not long ago, the Black Dragon Nyack attacked the lighthouse country because his cub was lost. This kid is really brave. He even dares to steal the cub of an emperor-level black dragon. Listen to what the old friend across the street says. Ding Long was stunned for a moment. What did you say? Black Dragon Nyack? Ding Long was stunned for a moment. Just a few years ago, a major event happened on Blue Planet. An emperor-level black dragon rushed out from the territory of strange creatures and attacked the nearest lighthouse country. That attack destroyed all the coastal cities of the lighthouse country. This caused all the emperor-level and disaster-level beastmasters in the lighthouse country to come out in full force. The black dragon was almost surrounded and killed in the west. Later it was discovered that the black dragon's cub was stolen by someone. That's why he became so irritable. As the faith and leader of strange creatures, the Black Dragon Nyack is already the top predator on the Blue Planet. Ding Long once saw it from some pictures on TV, and he could feel the endless darkness coming towards him. It almost made him possessed. And if it weren't for the lighthouse country that seriously injured the Black Dragon Nyack, even these disaster-level beastmasters dare not go to that forbidden land to plunder the cubs. But that's not necessarily true. Many descendants of powerful races will hide their forms when they are young. Besides, how could this little brat be so bold as to snatch his boss's child? Ha ha ha. What the hell are you talking about? You made me so excited for nothing. Ding Long rolled his eyes. I just suddenly remembered this, right? People should have dreams, right? I don't know where the cub is now. If it can't fall into our hands, it's better to kill it. Yes, if he grows up to be our enemy, he will be a troublesome guy again. If this is really a pet with emperor-level talent, that will be a big event for the entire Dragon Kingdom. But he guessed that his old friend was dreaming again. This kid has loved dreaming since he was young, And he also likes paper figures. There are creatures in this world that can be called dragons. It means that it is at the top among its peers. Even if it is true, want them to bow their heads and make a contract with humans? Dream. No one can make the emperor surrender. In the restaurant, Lin Sheng just walked in. Immediately, a group of people gathered around. Brother Lin Sheng, it seems like I can only see you when I'm having dinner. Have your disaster-level cubs been distributed? Let me see. What the hell? You can just watch it if you want? Enthusiasm for the people. Lin Sheng responded politely one by one. Then we came to the front desk of the restaurant. Are there any ingredients for supernatural creatures? Of course there is. Instructor Di Qian's pet uses this kind. The nutritionist took out some pieces of meat with strange colors and twisted shapes from the backstage. This is the favorite food of supernatural creatures. I think you bought it for Instructor D, right? The nutritionist asked secretly. Spending your points to buy things for others is not allowed in the camp. Of course not. Lin Sheng smiled mysteriously, then left the restaurant. Emperor level, I don't know when it will reveal its true form. It is indeed difficult to contract an emperor level contract. Coax, you can't just coax without coaxing. Otherwise, even if you sign a contract, it is easy to get upset. Hiss. Just a few beatings will be enough. Xiaobai is eager to try. No, we must conquer the spirits with virtue. Soon Lin Sheng and Xiaobai returned to the room. Someone, skirt, 39030. Chapter 51. Qilin tramples the dead, and all lives on earth are gone. Lin Sheng and Xiaobai just returned to the room. The little ghost in the cage smelled the scent. Suddenly, he became agitated. Lin Sheng didn't plan to tease it, so he just put the pieces of meat in the cage. Really? Although the ghost was impatient, he did not eat it. You don't want to eat? Then I can take it away. Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows and took back the pieces of meat. The little ghost suddenly panicked. I haven't eaten for a few days. If you take it away again, when can I eat it? Next moment, its original form changed in an instant. The body that looked like a sunny doll gradually melted. Then, a strange-looking, strong-bodied creature that looked like a deer condensed in the cage. The little deer was covered with jet-black hair, and its eyes were deep and dark. The antlers on its head were not forked, but were extremely thick and extended to the back of its head. Even its hooves and short tail were emitting black fire. Extraordinarily domineering. It's just a little mini. A strange sound came out of the fawn's mouth. The pair of front hooves were constantly raised and stepped on the ground. Huh? Why is it different? Lin Sheng pretended to be confused. But the other party's information has already appeared in my mind. Black flame deer cub. Level. Mid-warrior. Talent. Emperor level. Skills. Disguise. Disappears when growing to the king level. Black fire. Trampling. Body shape change. Death domain. Evolution route. Black flame deer. Introduction. A powerful and domineering creature at the top of the food chain, given the title of dragon. Lin Sheng's mind was suddenly shocked. Isn't this the cub of the black dragon Nyack? Of course he had heard of the legend back then. Creatures that can be called dragons are all at the top of the food chain. The key guy. He actually has a territory. It is said that when the Qilin steps on auspicious clouds, all troubles in the world will disappear. This black flame deer will probably only bring death and disaster. Your talent is just barely okay. Lin Sheng opened the cage. The cub walked out and ate all the food on the plate in no time. Obviously very hungry. Are you willing to make a contract with me? Lin Sheng spoke directly. The little deer looked at the white snake that was watching eagerly and nodded silently. Deer have to lower their heads under the eaves. 30 years later, I will. Before it could make its ambitious vow, an indescribable energy bloodline and a strange feeling surged into his body. Boom. Just a moment. The little deer instantly broke through to the late stage of general. Even the black hair on its body became more luxuriant and shiny. Is this the ability of the two legs? The deer was stunned. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, I will never treat you unfairly. Lin Sheng smiled and spoke, looking at the two-legged beast in front of him that was giving him benefits and food. The little deer, which had just been bumped and frightened, suddenly had tears in its eyes. Like, eating soft rice tastes good too. The key is that it will take at least half a year for me to break through to the late stage of the general. But the two-legged beast merely touched itself. It broke through in an instant. This made the little deer a little confused. Lin Sheng successfully completed the contract. It is bound to the soul of this creature, and comes with a deer language translator. I'll call you Xiaoling from now on. Lin Sheng spoke. Because the first time they met, the other person was in the form of a ghost. The little deer had no intention of resisting at this time. Just a soft moan. The size of the body quickly grew, and finally became like a wild horse. So handsome. Lin Sheng stroked Xiaoling's lush and soft black hair. If you ride this bike out for a run, you will definitely be the coolest guy in the room. He had heard of the Emperor-level Black Dragon. Just one tramp was enough to destroy hundreds of high-rise buildings in coastal cities. You can imagine how powerful it is. I don't know how many thousands of kilometers this place is away from the heartland of supernatural creatures. Lin Sheng muttered in a low voice. As long as you don't leave Longhua, don't take Xiaoling to that kind of place. It will never be found by its parents. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng put Xiaolin and Xiaobai into the beast taming space, and then walked out the door. He planned to take his two pets to the wild for training. By the way, upgrade Xiaoling's level. As soon as I went out, I met a few people talking. This catastrophic cub is too aggressive. No matter how I try to comfort it, it's always restless. But he frowned slightly. There were several other times when that pet hurt me, but I was very patient. Duning spoke silently. There was no trace of impatience on her face. We need to slowly cultivate the relationship with the pet. After all, it is a disaster level, so it is relatively difficult to contract. Some weaker beastmasters cannot make a contract even if their family buys them a pet with extremely high talent. Both of them became a little depressed. But it's still early. As long as the contract is successful before the end of the month. Brother Lin Sheng. The moment I saw Lin Sheng, Baihe's annoyance disappeared. Even Du Ning, who was standing by, didn't notice that the corners of her mouth had curled up. How's your pet contract going? Du Ning asked. The contract has been successfully concluded. It is a pet with an emperor-level talent, the cub of the Black Dragon. Lin Sheng said directly. It's not that he's not afraid of being exposed, but I was afraid that even if I told them, they wouldn't believe me. As expected, the two girls rolled their eyes silently. If you don't want to say it, forget it. But Brother Lin Sheng, Senior Ding will have to inspect our results before the end of training in a month. If we still can't sign a contract by then, these pet cubs will be taken back. If I can successfully sign a contract, it will be much easier to get into a good university, but if I can't sign a contract, it will be very troublesome. Baihe frowned. All three of them have the opportunity to be admitted to those 5 universities. The prerequisite is to be able to contract these 3 catastrophic cubs. But this is too difficult. Although the 2 were very powerful, they were not yet strong enough to make those pets recognize their master instantly. I'm going to the field for training. Come on, guys. Lin Sheng said goodbye to the 2 of them. Looking at Lin Sheng's receding back, Du Ning frowned slightly. I heard from Senior Ding Long that he contracted a psychic cub, and I'm afraid it's more difficult to get along with than our elemental cubs. Then Brother Lin is still going to hunt ferocious beasts? Isn't he going to take advantage of the time to cultivate a relationship with the little cub? Baihe opened her mouth. His pupils revealed his worry about Lin Sheng. There is less than a month left. Didn't Brother Lin say that he still wanted to take the entrance exams to those 5 universities? Why would you be so stupid as to choose a supernatural pet and not take it seriously? Let him be. Du Ning shook her head. Go away with the dancing of that beautiful hair. Du Ning estimated that the contract for Lin Sheng's first pet was too simple. I mistakenly thought the second one was the same. In fact, the talent of a beastmaster's second pet is generally higher than that of the first pet. This will make the second pet feel unwilling to be a concubine, and it will become more difficult to contract with it. She estimated that if Lin Sheng did not intensify his efforts to cultivate their relationship, he would go out to gain experience in the wild. If you lose the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds, you will suffer the consequences sooner or later. Chapter 52. Initial Tacit Understanding, Special Recruitment of First-Class Institutions. In the wild jungle, groups of more than 31 horned wild boars rushed towards Lin Sheng. The black deer standing next to Lin Sheng just stepped down with its black hooves. Invisibly, a dark area spread around. The flowers, plants, and trees on the ground, visible to the naked eye, are gradually decaying and dying within a circle, until all the 30 unicorn boars were wrapped up. The unicorn boar felt the fear of death, showed a look of horror, and began to flee frantically. But the king of hell wants you to die at midnight. How could I keep you till dawn? Under the rapid erosion of the field, the skin of the unicorn boar quickly aged and corroded, and finally turned into a pile of bones. The realm of death. A veritable realm of death. Anyone who dares to step into it will be quickly deprived of their vitality. Yo. Xiaoling shook her head. It seems very boring. Let's go. I'll take you to kill the Lord level. Lin Sheng was dressed in black and turned over to ride on Xiaoling, who had jet black hair. Xiaobai circled around it and ran quickly towards the depths of the jungle. Xiaoling is extremely fast. Under extreme muscle explosion, you can even reach that mountain in half a day. If Lin Sheng had such a pet at that time, the result of the game will be no suspense. July 16th. A few days. Lin Shengdu brought his two pets, Xiaobai and Xiaoling, to the depths of the jungle to hunt Lord-level pets. At night, they returned to the base to replenish energy, restore strength, and absorb energy in the blood pool. Soon, the two pets became in perfect harmony with each other. The relationship also heated up quickly, no longer as restrained as before. The college entrance examination is coming soon, and you must be promoted to the Lord level. Lin Sheng patted the deer on the head. The 1,000-fold acceleration of time allows Lin Sheng's pet to quickly absorb the energy. It's a pity that there are no strange creatures in this jungle, so the deer cannot have the genes needed for hunting. Hiss. Please upgrade quickly, little brother. Mao. Who is your little brother? The fawn raised its two front hooves and looked very angry. Unfortunately, it couldn't beat Xiaobai at all. Xiaobai's pair of dragon eyes are so powerful in restraining evil spirits. And this guy also holds his own. The key is that Xiaobai is too favored. Every time the master improves his strength, he always gives the improvement to Xiaobai first. No, I must also make achievements quickly. The little deer didn't know it at this time. Lin Sheng must hunt down demons in order to give them genetic enhancement. And there happened to be no strange or dark creatures here, so the deer could not be strengthened too much. But when we return to Yangsheng, there will be plenty of opportunities. Even the Dragon-Slaying Bureau has many strange secret realms. 7:30 p.m. Lin Sheng returned to the base. At the gate of the base, Di Qian was leaning against the steel wall. The moment he saw Lin Sheng, he immediately stood up and walked over, as if he had something to ask him. Captain Di, are there any strange secret realms in our Dragon-Slaying Bureau? Lin Sheng spoke first. Yes, I do, but you will not be under my control in the future. After all, you are now a Lord-level Beastmaster. Apply to the Dragon-Slaying Bureau for a promotion when you return. Di Qian's face was full of relief. Then he became cautious and serious again. I heard that you found a strange pet? Yes. Lin Sheng had no intention of hiding it. I just don't know why everyone knew about this. I tell you, strange pets are the most difficult to contract. They feed on the souls and resentment of evil people. You have to know that it took me a lot of time to contract this ghost. You have to invest a lot of energy and time, and you can't be careless. Di Qian's eyes were very serious. I guess he heard some rumors from somewhere. I'm a little worried about Lin Sheng. How about this? From today on, you come to me once a day, and I'll tell you in detail the key to this kind of biological contract. After all, I've been with supernatural pets for several years. Thank you, Captain D, but I have completed the contract. Now the little deer is still sleeping in the beast taming space. Lin Sheng turned around and went to the cafeteria to get his meal. He wanted to train Xiao Ling into a dark dragon, a strange lord that could transform into any form. Why? Watching the young man leaving, Di Qian's slender legs were shaking and she kept tapping the ground with her feet, seeming to be very impatient. This is an opportunity after all. Lin Sheng is a kid with too much self-esteem. Sometimes it's not okay to not rely on others all the time. The next morning, a helicopter. They arrived at the base carrying several middle-aged men in luxurious clothes. These people are all disaster-level beastmasters. Ding Long came out to greet him personally. Old Chen, long time no see. What brings you back from the capital this time? Come and meet an old friend. Ha ha ha. The man whom Ding Long called Lao Chun responded with a laugh. Still trying to fool me? I guess you're here for the special recruitment again, right? You discovered all this. Ding Long was speechless. Almost every year, those top universities will send some professors to major cities to recruit students. And the specially recruited students, no need to take the college entrance examination. As long as you pass the specified test, you can enter the school directly. And the people in front of Ding Long. It is now the top-notch university in Longhua. Professors from first-tier universities such as Jiangnan University, Fengshan University, and Shanhai University. They are all extremely powerful and famous. Ding Long, we heard that you have recruited many talented students this time. I remember there is a genius named Lin Sheng. Rumor has it that the pet he contracted is of disaster level. Old Chin asked with a smile. The Demon City has known this matter clearly for a long time. First place in the training camp. The first gifted student to obtain a disaster-level cub. I'm afraid it has already been targeted by various universities. I'll tell you the truth. We at Jiangnan Academy are willing to give you a complete set of black and gold armor. Add a third pet of the dragon generation, just to recruit this student. Hearing this, Ding Long couldn't help but be moved by it. A set of black gold armor is enough to block the attacks of catastrophic beasts. And which of the dragon generation pets is not at the top of the food chain? Just like the black dragon in the legend. If it weren't for Zeus, the strongest man in the Lighthouse Country, who took action. I'm afraid that the coastal cities of the Lighthouse Country have already been destroyed by the black dragon. These two add up. Without tens of billions, it would be difficult to win. I have to ask about this. Ding Long agreed first. Haha, thank you very much. Remember to help promote our Jiangnan Academy. When I have time in the future, I will invite you to. Old Chin winked at Ding Long. If such a genius could be captured, it would be of great benefit to the Jiangnan Academy and to him. Get lost. You want my wife to beat me to death, right? Ding Long said unhappily. The time that follows. Those top universities then selected a few more students from the rest. He was taken away from the training base directly. Before leaving, Old Chin also specifically revealed a piece of news to Ding Long. I heard that the 5 major universities will also come to your camp to recruit students. You must seize the opportunity. Chapter 53, Opening a Backdoor for My Brother. The 5 major universities in Dragon Country. The Imperial Capital, the Magic Capital, the Holy Snow, Mount Everest, and the Dragon Slayer. It has a great reputation throughout the entire Blue Planet. Every academy has an Emperor-level Beastmaster in charge. Among the students, there are also King-level Beastmasters. It is the most desired holy place in the hearts of all Beastmasters. All students who can enter the 5 major universities come out from inside. The lowest level is a disaster-level Beastmaster. I just didn't expect that these 5 universities would come to recruit specially. This is almost equivalent to the ancient emperor's incognito visit. After all, the 5 universities have a very high opinion of themselves and would never condescend to recruit students in the past. And then the time. People from the Beastmaster Association, the Dragon Slaying Bureau, and the military also came here. Almost all the students here were robbed clean. There is no conflict between joining the Beast Taming Association and the Dragon Slaying Bureau and entering the 5 universities. You can study in the academy, while the Beast Taming Association and the Dragon Slaying Bureau belong to one faction. For example, the Dragon Slaying Academy, one of the 5 major universities. Behind him stood the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Among these forces, the military is the largest. So many students also chose to join the army. This will ensure your future prospects and retreat. I heard that Song Yunzong's few beast-taming geniuses who reached the Lord level were recruited by first-class institutions, such as Jiangnan Academy. I'm so envious. It would be great if I could be specially recruited. Don't even think about it. Even if the top schools don't recruit them, they will almost certainly be able to get in. That's right. Being able to upgrade a pet to the Lord level so quickly and become a Lord Beastmaster is already 1 in a million. I'll be lucky if I can get into a top university. Everyone present. They are all top talents from major towns. But I found out when I got here. There are also differences between geniuses. Even so big that it is impossible to chase it. Just like the 3 Beastmasters who obtained disaster-level beast control. He would never agree to the special recruitment of first-tier universities, but planned to directly enter those 5 universities through the college entrance examination. And once you go in, you will at least come out as a catastrophic-level Beastmaster. There is no need to worry about having no way out. Power and money are far less important than being strong yourself. More than 10 days later, July 27th. The little deer neighed loudly. Originally, it was about to grow to the late stage of a general, and with the rich food and the powerful bonus of Lin Shang's beast-controlling space, it soon broke through. Black Flame Deer Cub. Level. Late Warlord. Talent. Emperor level. Skills. Disguise. Disappears when growing to the King level. Black Fire. Trampling. Body shape change. Death Domain. Evolution route. Black Flame Deer. Introduction. A powerful and domineering creature at the top of the food chain, given the title of dragon. As time goes by, the hair on the black flame deer grew visibly longer. Its hooves, abdomen, and weak parts of its body are all covered with black scales. The dark atmosphere becomes more intense, even if Lin Sheng didn't strengthen his bloodline. Today, The black flame deer is already the top existence at the same level. So handsome. Only in the late stage of warfare, this black flame deer is so majestic and domineering. If it evolved to the same level as its mother, how powerful would it be? Lin Sheng felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. And the most important thing is, the deer's ability to hide has not yet disappeared. Can still transform into ghost form at any time. Very convenient. Night. A private luxury jet exclusively used in the imperial capital. The place was booked out tonight. Although I don't know who the service staff above is, but they understood that his identity and status were not something they could find out. Ma'am, do you need anything special? The waiter had a sweet look and spoke to a woman lying in a chair. Even the service staff. Its appearance is enough to beat most people, but compared to the red-haired woman slumped in the chair, it was far from enough. No, I didn't notify you, so you don't need to come to me again. The beautiful yet very young red-haired woman waved her hand. Wait until the service staff leaves before picking up the phone. Boss, do you think this is possible? I always feel that this is a bit bad. What's wrong with that? Those rich kids can use connections, but my brother can't? I'm going to take this back door today. But this time it's different. The red-haired woman frowned slightly. This time they represented the imperial capital to go to the training camp to recruit students. But the captain actually wanted to open a back door for his younger brother. This doesn't matter. Not to mention opening a back door, she would even be willing to give her own life. The only thing that made her feel unhappy was, how could the younger brother be such a wimp when the captain is such an outstanding, strong, and beautiful person? Even if I can't get into the 5 major universities, do I have to use a back door to get into a top-notch university? Anyway, I'm going to see my brother appear in front of me in a month. Okay then, I'll try my best. The red-haired woman closed her beautiful eyes and sighed. Wish I had gone before. This guy could be specially recruited by other institutions. This way she won't have to be in a dilemma. It's impossible that he didn't inherit any of his sister's good genes, right? Since Lin Ming provided so little information, the red-haired woman thought of a lot. In fact, she originally thought that as a strong-willed person like the captain, he must be very strict with the people in his family. Why not let him get admitted to the 5 major universities himself to prove himself? But I never thought that I would be so obsessed with my brother. And before this private jet arrived at the training camp, 2 more black and gold fighter planes with black seals on their surfaces landed in the camp early. And on that fighter plane, then 2 people with arrogant faces walked down separately. But when the 2 saw Ding Long, smiles immediately appeared on their faces. Old Ding, what kind of good students are you going to train for our Dragon Slaying Academy this time? What do you mean it was trained for you? It was obviously trained for our Everest Academy. Before the 2 men even came down, they started a verbal battle. But Ding Long smiled. As one of the 5 great universities, it's great that one of our students has caught your eye. The 2 were just joking, so he naturally didn't take it seriously. Those who can come here for special recruitment, either he is a person who can represent the school, or he is a catastrophic level beastmaster. Then please introduce us to it without further ado. However, the requirements of our Everest Academy are the same as before and are quite strict. A short, lean man from the Dragon Slayer Academy spoke silently. Of course I know this. It's very common that even one person can't make it. Ding Long nodded. It's all right if you understand. Except for the 3 beast masters who have disaster-level pets, no one else will be seen. A sturdy man with a strong build and a knife wound on his neck spoke. He came from the Everest Academy, where the beast masters were relatively muscular. This wiped out almost everyone. Ding Long smiled bitterly. Anyone who can be admitted into these 5 universities is already a genius among geniuses. And those who can be specially recruited by them must be the most evil among evildoers. I guess this school heard about their training plan, so they came here specially. After all, there aren't many young beast masters with catastrophic talent. I don't know if the contract between these 3 people was successful. Ding Long felt a little uneasy. Less than half a month. If possible, I really hope that they can all be specially recruited by the 5 major universities. But the possibility is a little bit slim. Chapter 54 Special Recruitment. Even Du Ning can't pass? The news that the 2 big men had arrived at the camp spread quickly. Have you heard? 2 of the 5 great universities have come to our camp. Which 2? Holy Snow Academy? Could it be the Imperial Capital and the Demonic Capital? The Holy Snow Academy only recruits female students, so it should be the Everest and Dragon Slayer Academy. It's these 2 schools. And I heard that the only big shots from Right State are the 3 with disaster-level pets. That's for sure. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid these big shots wouldn't come here. I'm so envious. It would be great if I could pass the exam. What's special recruitment? I won't dream about it anymore. The students in the camp were talking about it. Not to mention being able to contract a catastrophic level cub. Even if it was to quickly upgrade their pets to the Lord level, it was very difficult for them to do so. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the 3 people who were qualified to contract disaster level cubs. In the training camp, in a square, Du Ning and Bai He both stood there with nervous expressions. In front of them were 2 special envoys from the Magic City and Mount Everest, as well as Senior Ding and 3 instructors. The other students stood in the distance and watched from afar. 3 damn disaster-level beast masters. I haven't seen even one in many years. This is the benefit of being strong and having a broad vision. But Brother Lin is really ruthless. He even dared to stand them up. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid I'm going to suffer a setback this time. Even though we can't beat you, there must be someone who can deal with you, right? I've been oppressed for a long time. Seeing that Lin Sheng finally suffered a loss, the students standing by were all secretly delighted. Bai He, who was waiting there, was worried. What about the other person? The man with a sturdy build and eyes like a lion asked. His sharp eyes swept around, and those who met his gaze all moved away, not daring to look him in the face. He went to the field for training. Bai He immediately answered instead. Still training in the wild? I haven't seen how Lin Sheng spends time with his disaster cubs these past few days, right? Ding Long was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. How come I accidentally said what I was thinking? Hearing what he said, the 2 men frowned even more. Training is important, but we also need to know what is important and what is not. The muscular man spoke as if giving a lecture. Since he hasn't come back yet, let's start with you 2. Yes. Du Ning stepped forward first. Although the Du family is considered a large family in Shanghai, it is still somewhat inferior to the giants like the 5 universities. After all, behind the 5 major universities stand the strongest forces in human society. The school also gathers the most talented students. Even when these students graduate and enter society, they will still have close ties with the institution. The value of being admitted to these universities is very different from that of being specially recruited. After all, there are 50, 60, or even hundreds of people who pass the entrance exams to the 5 major universities every year. But there has never been anyone who was specially recruited. Shao Dai. Du Ning waved his hand. The ice crystal emperor butterfly flapped its wings slightly and hovered behind her. Looking at this dreamlike creature, the students around were all shocked. Lord-level ice crystal emperor butterfly. Getting into a top university is a foregone conclusion, and there's even a chance to get into one of the top 5 universities. Well, let's release the skill and see. The sturdy man nodded. Then, under Du Ning's command, the ice crystal emperor butterfly instantly expanded its own territory, and then countless ice cones floated in the air. At this time, a dead zone formed around the ice crystal emperor butterfly. When the classmates around saw this scene, they turned pale with fright. If their pets were to come into conflict with the ice pure imperial butterfly, they would be killed instantly. This is not even on the same level. The pet's level is average, and it can condense ice cones. Its proficiency in this skill is not high, right? Yes, I just reached the proficient level. Du Ning nodded silently. Hearing this, the students nearby were dumbfounded. Is the Lord level still considered average? Skills at the proficiency level are not considered high? With these conditions, it's easy to get into a top university. However, it still cannot catch the eyes of the 5 major universities. You have great talent. According to your skill proficiency and pet level, you are probably ranked outside the top 120 in our school. 120 people. There are probably only about 100 people in the entire institution. But when I thought about the fact that there were king-level beastmasters in that academy, everything started to make sense. How's the contract with that catastrophic cub going? Not yet. Du Ning shook her head. It's only been less than a month. How could the contract be completed so quickly? Yes, with your current strength, if you train your second pet to the level of a general or lord before the exam, you will almost certainly be admitted to our Mount Everest Academy. Although I would like to recruit you, the requirements for this special recruitment are very high. The muscular man shook his head. He really hopes to recruit a genius like Du Ning into his own school. If you give up now, you might be able to get into another university. But there's no way. The special recruitment standards this time made him gasp in amazement. He even suspected that the school had no intention of recruiting special students at all. That's why we set the standards so high. I guess the only way to pass this level is if the Black Dragon King comes, right? The two of them looked at by he standing beside them. My strength is not as good as Sister Duning, and the contract with the disaster level cub was not successful. By he shook her head. She still has a relatively clear understanding of her own strength. What about the remaining student? The lean man, who had not spoken a word, said, in their opinion, Duning's ability was already very strong, but she still did not get the first place in the training camp. Naturally, the two of them became very interested in Lin Shang, who ranked first in training. Even if he fails the special recruitment, it is also a good idea to promise the other party some benefits and build relationships. Maybe I can bring this genius into my own school? I sent him a message. He will probably be back soon. Duning said. It's about the same at this time. Lin Shang returned to the training camp at the same time as usual. We have had a great harvest today. We have hunted more than 90 beasts in total, most of which are in the late stage of war generals. Lin Shang was very satisfied. It is estimated that it won't be long before the deer's level will be upgraded to the Lord level. By that time, getting into a university in Shanghai would be a sure thing. Brother Lin, someone over there wants to see you. A friend in Yangqing saw Lin Shang coming back and hurried to inform him. I know. Lin Shang nodded. He knew that the special envoys from Mount Everest Academy and Dragon Slayer Academy were here for special recruitment. But the place he wanted to go was the Magic City Academy. But we can't really let these two people down. It's not good to be too arrogant. Chapter 55. Emperor-level exposure. The shock of the two envoys. At this time, Lin Shang had already returned to the training base. The moment the two envoys saw Lin Shang, their eyes lit up. Lin Shang's handsome looks are one thing, but more importantly, there is an elusive temperament emanating from him. This kind of temperament is only possessed by a true genius. But Lin Shang's attitude towards the training of cubs, and keeping them waiting here for so long, this left some grudge in the hearts of the two. They have seen many geniuses. They have no objection to his arrogance due to his talent. But if you don't have the corresponding strength, it's not called arrogance, but overestimating your own abilities. I guess this white snake is your pet? The muscular man spoke coldly. Yes. Lin Shang stroked the scales on Xiao Bai's body with his hand. The relationship between the pets seemed very close, which eased the mood of the two people a little. Mr. Lin, it is important to cultivate a relationship with your first beast tamer, but you must not neglect your second beast tamer either. Although he is usually quite stupid, what he said now is not wrong. After all, it is a disaster-level cub, and it must have much more potential than the first pet you contracted. The thin man also said with a smile. The talent of the first pet is at most the king level, right? There seems to be only one level difference between disaster level and king level, but the number of beast masters in the two levels differs by 1,000 times. The thin man's words immediately made the strong man roll his eyes. Just talk. What's the point of arguing with me for no reason? Ding Long and Diqian also meant the same thing. Who asked Lin Shang to not develop any relationship with that disastrous cub since the first day? I spend almost every day outdoors. Anyone can see it at a glance. Lin Shang didn't really like the second pet. However, every time a beastmaster gains a pet, his combat power increases exponentially. It is impossible to compare with those beastmasters who have 2 or 3 pets if you only have 1 pet contracted. Listening to what everyone said, Lin Shang felt a little puzzled. Is the relationship between myself and Xiaobai not good? Thinking of this, Lin Shang couldn't help but speed up the movement of stroking the little white snake's head. The little deer in the beast-controlling space was also anxious. Damn those 2 legs. He actually tried to sow discord between me and my master. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. When I grow up, I will make you suffer. You 2 seniors don't need to worry about this. I have already contracted a second pet more than 10 days ago. Lin Shang smiled and nodded, revealing a bright expression. But looking at his expression, Diqian felt inexplicably worried. Is this child stupid? Even Ding Long was confused. Didn't I just give you the catastrophic cub a dozen days ago? It would be fine if you deceived the teacher, but why did you deceive yourself? The 2 special envoys who came here had already heard Ding Long talk about this matter, and they were suddenly a little curious. You mean you just got the disaster-level cub, and the contract was successful? Yeah, it's still a regal cub. Lin Shang nodded seriously. How come no one believes the truth these days? Hearing this, the 2 envoys tried to hold back their laughter and looked like they were having a hard time holding it back. Well then. Please ask this classmate to release your emperor-level cub from the beast taming space, and let's have a look. If the contract is successful, can it stay in the beast taming space? The two envoys were completely overwhelmed. Are you kidding? Do you know what it means to contract a royal cub? There are probably no more than a handful of beastmasters in the entire world who can contract emperor-level cubs at this age. What's more, he got the emperor-level cub to agree to the contract within a day. This is just a dream within a dream. Even the possibility of him eating a mouthful of shit now is greater than this possibility. The two were completely disappointed with Lin Sheng. So what if you are talented? This kind of boastful and arrogant nature is doomed to not go far in the future. However, before the two of them could speak, a strange sound suddenly spread from between heaven and earth. The surrounding sunlight seemed to be blocked at that moment and turned pitch black in an instant. And after the darkness around them completely disappeared, a creature that was 3 meters tall, strong, covered with black and gold scales, and looked like a horse or a unicorn appeared in front of everyone. As soon as this sturdy creature appeared, the beasts of some beast masters nearby were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. This is the suppression from blood. It is a higher-level creature that has absolute dominance over lower-level creatures. At this moment, Xiaolu's pair of dark eyes, as gloomy as the bottomless abyss, were staring at the two stunned envoys. The dark aura emanating from his body seemed to be turning into substance at this moment. It made everyone standing by shudder. How is it possible? The two envoys were completely confused. Even Ding Long was stunned. The three of them stared at the scene intently. The pet beast was like a bolt from the blue. It hit their brains with a bang. It made them tremble. The dopamine in their brains was secreted crazily. It was continuously transported to the whole body. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This sturdy body, the dark scales, and the dark and corrosive aura emanating from it. It is a look that no disaster-level beastmaster will ever forget. The Emperor of Dark Creatures. The world's top predator. Black Dragon Nyack. The three of them were stuttering and could no longer speak. They just felt like clowns. Ding Long was even more confused. It turned out that what Lin Sheng said before was true. It is truly an Emperor-level pet, and he is the offspring of the legendary Black Dragon Nyack. The most important thing is that this pet was summoned from the beast taming space, which means that the contract has been successfully signed. Oh shit, a royal cub, and he is the most powerful existence among emperors. There are probably less than 10 creatures of this level in the world. I will never forget the dark aura on this person. I saw it in the video before. The sturdy man's voice was trembling. This is simply like finding a treasure. As long as the first pet is similar to Du Ning, plus the second pet, it will have reached their special recruitment standards, not to mention their institutions. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid countless forces will extend olive branches to Lin Sheng. Student Lin, the door of our Everest Academy is always open to you. As long as you can join our Dragon Slayer Academy, we are willing to provide you with the right to use the Level 2 blood pool once. The two were excited. Second-level blood pool. A pool of blood of king-level creatures. The price of using it once is estimated to be over 100 billion. And at this moment, a special plane from the Imperial capital is about to land in the camp. Chapter 56 Rejection of Two Schools. The three disaster-level beastmasters had expressions of shock in their eyes that were difficult to conceal. Since ancient times, there have been many beastmasters who have had the opportunity to contract with the cubs of emperor-level pets, but there are very few who can successfully make them surrender and sign a contract. The beastmaster's temperament and strength alone are not enough. The talent level is too low. The first contracted pet is too weak. All of these will make the emperor-level pet cubs feel dissatisfied. Even many emperor-level pet cubs would rather die. Nor does he want humans to sign a contract. What method did Lin Sheng use? How can he make the offspring of this black dragon willing to follow him? Moreover, this is the cub of the black dragon that has been lost for several years. Now it has appeared again in the territory of their dragon kingdom. The students around them had no idea why the three disaster-level beastmasters looked so shocked. After all, they had only heard of the name of the Black Dragon Nyack, but had never seen it. At that time, the video was only circulated among high-level officials. In order to avoid causing panic in the base city, it was not spread widely, except for the disaster-level beastmasters. Anyone who casually promotes this type of video will be hunted down by the Beast Tamer Association. Brother Lin actually contracted this catastrophic cub? Oh my god. And the contract was signed within 1 day. No wonder he was training outside all the time before. It turns out he was cultivating the tacit understanding between the two pets. Damn it. This is a monster. How did Lin Sheng do it? That's not the point. The point is that even if that's the case, it wouldn't make those three people show that kind of expression. That's right. Anyone who can become a disaster-level beastmaster will be treated as a guest of honor in any base city. What kind of scenes have they not seen? Contracting disaster-level cubs is not something that has never happened before. Everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. Although the black pet in front of him looked very majestic and domineering, its bloodline must be very high. But being able to scare a catastrophic-level beastmaster doesn't seem enough, right? After all, no matter how talented it is, it now looks like a pet of just a general level. How strong can it be? Could it be that this is really a regal cub? I don't know who said this. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Di Qian, who was standing next to Ding Long, naturally thought of this as well. It turns out that I blamed him wrongly. While being shocked, Di Qian was also filled with self-blame. She had suspected Lin Shang before, but I didn't expect that everything the child said before was actually true. They just didn't believe it. For a while, thinking about how Lin Shang had faced suspicion from his teachers and classmates before, still training the two pets in the wild to improve their tacit understanding. Di Qian's eyes felt a little sore. I'm sure he didn't want the cub to come into contact with the others and affect the contract, so he didn't prove his innocence in advance, right? Di Qian felt inexplicably regretful. Why didn't you believe what Lin Shang said at that time? In fact, Lin Shang didn't let Xiao Ling out just because it was too jumpy. Xiao Ling's fighting spirit is too strong, and he wants to kick anyone he sees. When they first met, he ambushed Xiao Bai in the jungle and trampled directly on Xiao Bai's scales. Result: only a little dust was left on it. Instead, he was grabbed by Xiao Bai and beaten up. But that was all in the past. Now the relationship between the two pets has eased a lot, and they are even closer than brothers. What do you think, classmate? As long as you agree, you can immediately become a special student of our Mount Everest. The sturdy man spoke again. What's so good about Mount Everest? The air there is freezing. It's not suitable for black dragons to survive at all. The thin man opened his mouth to refute. Those eyes kept looking at the black dragon, as if they were seeing a rare treasure. Haha, black dragon's ability to survive means it can adapt to any place. The muscular man complained again. The eyes were also shining and almost approached the black dragon. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at the scales, look at the hair. Look at this muscular explosion of power. This is the best horse in the world. If it could evolve to the same level as its mother, it would have a pet like this. He becomes a disaster level just after stepping into it, and is the most difficult beast tamer to deal with. Once grown to the imperial level, the Dragon Kingdom has such a guardian beast. The two of them didn't dare to think about it anymore. What about the Lighthouse Country? I'm afraid they won't dare to act recklessly in front of the Dragon Country anymore. Did I hear correctly? The two envoys said this is a black dragon? Could it be the black dragon that attacked the coastal cities of the Lighthouse Country in the legend? The one that destroyed hundreds of tall buildings with just one trampling? Oh my god! The high-rise buildings in coastal cities are made of special materials. Even in the face of a tsunami, they can't collapse easily. Just one step can crush them all? How strong do they have to be? Now, two special envoys are fighting to join their 5 universities. Am I dreaming? It's real. I'm not dreaming. The geniuses standing by were drooling. I wish I could replace it. The entire Yangqing has tens of millions of people. Only a dozen people were able to enter the training camp. And it may take even more than 10 years to find one person who can be admitted to one of the top 5 universities. Then the probability of being specially recruited by the 5 major universities is even lower. And now Lin Shang is not only specially recruited by Wuhan University, but is even sought after. What an honor this is. I'm afraid even the top scorer in the college entrance examination cannot get such treatment. What is the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Really unfamiliar. If a king-level cub can voluntarily take second place, then the talent and bloodline of this snake must be very high. Their eyes fell on Xiao Bai standing beside them, and for some reason their hearts trembled violently. I seem to have seen a pet of this form in a picture, but I can't remember where. How about it, classmate? What do you think? Retracting their gaze, the two asked in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, Lin Shang shook his head. I want to go to the Magic City Academy. Even if I'm not specially recruited, I can get into that academy by myself. Hearing Lin Shang's words, the two were not surprised. Such a genius does not need special recruitment and will definitely be able to enter one of the 5 major universities. It's normal to be a little arrogant. It seems that he does have the capital to be proud of himself. On the surface, our 5 universities are ranked the same, but in reality, the Magic City and the Imperial City are the 2 universities with the most intense competition, and they are also the 2 strongest universities. In addition, there have often been fights between students in the 2 universities in previous years. Although I don't know whether these 2 schools will come to recruit specially, but relying on the Emperor-level cubs alone is not enough for them to recruit specially. At least your pet's skill proficiency must reach the mastery level. The 2 spoke silently. This difficulty is already quite high. However, what the 2 did not know was, Xiaobai not only has many master-level skills, he even has perfect-level skills. Chapter 57. Open the back door, do you understand? Miss Su, the plane will arrive soon. In the private plane, the sweet-looking waiter said to the girl with burgundy hair. I know. The girl nodded. Then he stood up and put on a black coat, accompanied by the sound of a plane landing. The private jet landed in the training camp. This is a passenger plane from the Imperial Capital. The students present were surprised when they saw the Imperial Capital Academy logo engraved on the passenger plane. Could it be that the Imperial Capital Academy also sent someone to recruit specially? Without waiting for anyone to hesitate, a girl with burgundy hair and a gorgeous face walked straight towards the crowd with her plump and tight long legs. Her white arms were folded in front of her, but her eyes were scanning everyone. There is an invisible aura of superiority in it. It turns out to be Su Xian from the Imperial Capital. The 2 people from Mount Everest and dragon-slaying Bay City recognized her immediately. The rising star of the Imperial Capital Academy, Su Xian, who is known as the Scarlet Demon. Hello, both of you. Su Xian greeted the 2 of them. Although she is only at the peak of the king now, it's still a long way from the 2 people in front of me. But don't you see how old she is now? Those who can reach the peak of the king level at this age are destined to have a bright future. The 2 disaster-level beastmasters before them were limited by their age and could hardly make any further progress. What's more, she now represents the Imperial Capital Academy, so there is no need for her to call them seniors. The 2 of them also knew this truth. The Scarlet Demon Shadow is very famous in the Imperial Capital. A man once entered a secret realm where even a king-level beastmaster would die, and broke it. There is no beastmaster who can reach the king level who doesn't know her. Who is Lin Shang? Su Xian spoke directly. Her beautiful eyes swept across everyone, and some timid boys didn't even dare to look her in the eye. Lin Shang looked at the girl in front of him with some curiosity. Is this the Su Xian who wet the bed as a teenager? Lin Shang heard about this from his sister. If Su Xian knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would definitely be severely beaten. Finally, Su Xian's eyes met Lin Shang's. You are Lin Shang, right? Yes. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He is quite handsome. It would be nice for the 3 of us to live together then, right? It's just that Su Xian doesn't like pretty boys very much. After all, she has achieved everything with her own hands. Then shall we leave first? The 2 disaster-level beastmasters are about to leave. If it is impossible to recruit Lin Shang specially, there is no need to try with the remaining students. They don't even meet the most basic requirements. No one can pass the test? Su Xian asked seemingly unintentionally. There was inevitably a hint of disappointment in his eyes. This Lin Shang. He couldn't even pass the special recruitment of Dragon Slaying Academy and Mount Everest Academy. How could he be qualified to enter their top Imperial Capital Academy? The 2 little girls standing next to them are quite pretty. Before coming here, Su Xian had seen several people chatting and laughing there. For a moment, the image of a rich young man who is idle and uses his looks to tease girls from decent families comes to life on paper. Such an image, compared with the most perfect person in one's mind. It's like heaven and hell. However, these 2 people are actually siblings. Can you believe it? But the boss's orders are destiny. Come back to the Imperial Academy with me. The boss wants you to go back with me today. No, you have to go back with me today. Su Xian almost let the cat out of the bag. The people around were suddenly dumbfounded, with their mouths wide open. They could understand why the 2 men before were vying to recruit Lin Shang. After all, there are Imperial cubs. But they didn't understand the scene in front of them. Special envoy? If you want to recruit special students, they must pass the test, right? The bald instructor asked somewhat nervously. Su Xian immediately gave him a cold look. The bald instructor was so frightened that he dared not speak again. Is this the Crimson Demon? It's really scary. Just the aura that naturally emanated from that body was enough to make a Lord-level beastmaster like him feel fearful. No one should speak. Can't I just take the person back to the capital for testing? Su Xian said coldly. Are you kidding? Can this kind of dandy boy pass the special recruitment in the imperial capital? Will the boss still let her open the back door? What does opening a back door mean? Don't you understand? Su Xian felt that she had already shown it clearly enough. So why were these people still asking stupidly? Do you know what a back door is? A relative. Idiot. Su Xian suddenly found it difficult to communicate with these people. But Di Qian felt something was wrong. This person clearly didn't know Lin Sheng's talent and hadn't conducted any tests, yet he summoned him to the Imperial Capital Academy. What's more, the admission requirements of the Imperial Capital Academy are 10 or even 100 times more difficult than those of the other 3 academies. Special Envoy Su, are you here alone? Di Qian asked. Some are worried about Lin Sheng. Yes. Su Xian frowned slightly. It seems that opening the back door is a little different from what I thought. Isn't it that as soon as I opened my mouth, this kid came over happily? Having lived in the Imperial Capital's Academy for many years, Su Xian has almost developed a habit of people around her getting close to her, and naturally she has developed an aura of superiority. However, Lin Sheng heard that the Imperial Capital Academy wanted to recruit him. There was no expression of joy on his face. If I know some playboys, I will promise them to join the Imperial Capital Academy. I guess you have to queue up even if you kneel down to lick her shoes. It's not Su Xian's fault that she's arrogant. After all, the academy is not only rich, but also extremely powerful. The students there are all at least at the king level, and once they leave the school they are all at least disaster level beastmasters. Even the teachers there are of catastrophic level, and who knows how many catastrophic beastmasters are standing behind them. They hugged each other tightly. Others are scrambling to join in. That's why everyone wants to send their children to that institution. As long as you can enter it, you will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Just because you can become a phoenix. It seems that I can only test it. Okay, the test should be okay, right? Su Xian said helplessly. Everyone around was completely speechless. How come now we are begging you to test us? Aren't you here to recruit students? How about this? The beast taming level reaches the leader, the late stage of the general. There is a proficient no, skilled skill. As long as you can produce 10,000 tons of force on the punching machine, you'll pass. Su Xian chose her words carefully. It seems like he is afraid of raising the difficulty. Everyone was full of questions. The students standing by were even more dumbfounded. The 3 instructors were completely confused. Even Ding Long didn't understand. Who in the training camp can't meet your requirements? You're not here to recruit. You're here to purchase goods. Are you sure you are not recruiting from an electronics factory? Chapter 58. Scarlet Demon Shadow. Xiaobai's true combat power. Oh my god. Skills at the proficiency level. Are you serious? Lord-level pets will have skills at this proficiency level, right? Doesn't that mean I can also pass the entrance exam to the Imperial Capital Academy? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Let's take a look first. The students didn't understand. And you dare to say that it has a force of 10,000 tons. Ferocious beasts have been extremely powerful since ancient times. Under continuous attacks, creatures in the late stage of the Warlord can easily reach 10,000 tons, or even 20,000 tons. The Lord class can easily reach 100,000 to 500,000 tons. Su Xian hadn't taken a test in a long time and had somewhat forgotten the standards. Seeing that everyone's expressions were not right, Su Xian quickly asked her assistant to bring a strength tester to the center of the field. Lin Sheng was about to speak when he was interrupted by Su Xian. Hurry up and test the power of your pet. Su Xian spoke very quickly. Since you can't explain it clearly, just cut the Gordian knot. After the test was completed, they said they only had one vacancy and ran away with my little brother. Don't give Lin Sheng a chance to explain. A machine covered with a thin film made of ferocious beast skin stood in front of Lin Sheng. You really don't listen to me. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly. It looks like Su Xian won't let go unless I test it myself. But that's just right. I haven't tested Xiaobai's strength yet. A sense of competitiveness also ignited in Lin Sheng's heart. His goal is to become the strongest beastmaster. In that case, you must have a clear understanding of your own strengths in order to plan your future growth path. Noob. As Lin Sheng spoke, Xiaobai came to the big cowhide drum. Then he lifted up the snake's tail and whipped it directly. Bang! This time the force was extremely great. Directly in the air, there were bursts of explosion-like sounds. 130,000 tons. The general strength of a Lord-level being is around 100,000 tons. 130,000 tons is already considered one of the better ones. The students and instructors standing by were not too surprised. Instead, Su Xian, who had been relatively calm, was slightly surprised. It seems that this younger brother is not that bad, right? Before anyone could think further, Xiaobai's body was suddenly covered with a layer of black keratin, and then the black color gradually condensed at the tip of the tail. Whoosh! This time, Xiaobai used a lot of force. As the snake's tail was pulled out, it made sonic booms in the air. And then suddenly it hit the big cowhide drum. Boom! Suddenly, a sound like thunder and lightning exploded in the field. Accompanied by bursts of sonic booms, the eardrums of everyone around were hurt. They all looked at the field in disbelief. Whole body hardening. And it can be concentrated on one point. This is a master-level hardening skill. At this moment, even Su Xian's heart skipped a beat. Mastery-level hardening. Although the hardening skill is very common, it is also the most difficult skill to practice. If you want to reach the mastery level, it is impossible without 30 or 40 years of hard practice. But does Lin Sheng have half a year to contract his pet now? I'm afraid it hasn't even taken half a year to reach the mastery level of proficiency. This can already be called genius. 190,000 tons. The number finally stopped at 190,000 tons. The best value that the Lord can achieve in the early stage is about 200,000 tons. But you have to know that Xiaobai has only hit it once. The power of a single attack reaches 200,000 tons, which is beyond description as excellent. But it's not over yet. The values continued to jump, and Xiaobai's snake tail gradually turned into a pitch-black ball as the black keratin flowed. Finished, perfect grade hardening. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Even Su Xian opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the young man in the field in disbelief. How is this possible? You know, even her beast taming hardening skill is only at the perfect level now. But her beast is already a king-level beast. And he is at the peak of the king. It's about to reach disaster level. But has this young man in front of him only had a beast taming contract for half a year? Boom. This time, Xiaobai's tail swing has great power. With the blessing of perfect hardening, it can flow black carrot into any part of the body. It can even change that part into any shape, such as knives, swords, axes, hammers, and the like. And the power when it's concentrated together is twice as powerful as the power when it's spread throughout the body. The blow hit the cowhide drum, creating circles of ripples on it. However, before the ripples on it disappeared, Xiaobai's snake tail whipped again. No, it smashed down. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, horrible noises were heard in this scene. Even some beastmasters who were only at the general level were almost knocked to the ground by the shock. You know, they are not ordinary people. But he is a beastmaster with extremely strong physical fitness. Even so, I was almost knocked down. It is enough to imagine how much force Xiaobai exerted at this moment. What's going on? Is it a bomber? The students nearby covered their ears tightly. His eyes widened as he looked at the crazy scene in front of him. Are you sure your beast is just a snake? Why is the terrifying power displayed even stronger than what they tested before? If a night giant came with such powerful force, I'm afraid his armor would explode with just one blow from his tail. Fortunately, Song Yunzong is not here at this time. If you saw this scene, you would probably be scared to death. Lin Sheng, your progress is too fast. Ding Long and the three instructors stared at the scene. They had been in contact with Lin Sheng for the longest time, watching him rise step by step from the general level to the Lord level. This speed of progress is really terrifying. Su Xian was completely dumbfounded. She stared with her beautiful eyes, slightly opened her mouth, and looked at the young man in disbelief. I just felt my heart pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of my chest. How familiar this scene seems. The boss was like this back then, using his strength to beat everyone so that they were speechless. Now her brother has shown such terrifying strength. And it seemed that the young man just wanted to see how far he could go. If she hadn't taken the initiative to force him, Lin Sheng probably wouldn't have taken any action. Finally, Xiaobai stopped attacking. The snake's tail gradually recovered. But the number on the cowhide drum just wouldn't stop. Chapter 59 being targeted, Crisis in the Magic City. 590,000 tons. 710,000 tons. 900,000 tons. The value on the strength testing instrument soared wildly. It didn't stop until it reached about 900,000 tons. Look at this terrifying number. The scene suddenly became silent. 900,000 tons. Some of the weaker pets of the king in the early stage probably only have this kind of power, right? Doesn't that mean that Lin Sheng, who is only at the Lord level, Has combat power close to that of a weak king? For a moment, everyone looked at Xiaobai with fear in their eyes. The combat power directly spans 2 levels. What kind of creature is this? The scales on Xiaobai's body are extremely large, revealing a breathtaking luster. A pair of light golden pupils had a strange beauty that made people's souls almost fall into them if they looked at them for too long. But the most important thing is the pair of small horns on the head, which are about a few centimeters long. But with these, their ethnicity is still unknown, because it is not uncommon for snakes in this world to have horns on their heads, like the giant unicorn python and the blue sky bull snake, which one has a horn bigger than the other. But this is the first time that everyone has seen such beautiful scales. And this is a leap in talent and combat power. It's far from something that rubbish like the giant horned python and the blue sky bull snake can scam. It was not until a long time passed that everyone recovered from their shock. Great. This kind of combat power is more than enough for us to recruit. Su Xian's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes and a smile spread across her face. That's what I told you. Geniuses are all related by blood. Since the sister is strong, how could the brother be weak? I'm not going to the capital. Lin Sheng was delighted with Xiaobai's strength and then spoke calmly. Su Xian's expression froze instantly. If you're not going to the imperial capital, why are you staying here? Be good and go back with your sister. Su Xian took a step forward, and the sound she made was captivating, making people feel itchy in their hearts. I want to apply to other universities based on my own abilities. Lin Sheng closed his eyes and started talking nonsense. Hiss. That's right. This snake will not eat food given out of pity. Xiaobai also joined in, and Su Xian's expression suddenly turned cold. The pair of light red pupils looked at Lin Sheng, and it seemed as if the air around them had become a little colder. This was Su Xian's usual reaction after being rejected, and now she could hardly control herself. The Scarlet Shadow personally invited people. No one has dared to refuse. But then, the expression returned to normal. Since you insist on going to another institution, then go ahead. Su Xian's words seemed threatening. Then he turned around and left without stopping. Why don't you persuade me? Lin Sheng was a little confused. Students from the Magic City and the Imperial City often compete with each other, and the stakes are extremely high. For someone as famous as Scarlet Shadow, even if she can't challenge you personally, she can find someone stronger than you. The two schools often use this method to coerce and snatch students away from each other. Diqian obviously knew some inside information. The greatest resource between these two institutions is their students with unlimited potential. And this kind of mutual robbing behavior is also allowed by them in secret, because it can build up the fighting spirit among students. After all, no one wants to be a traitor or a slave to two families. It does seem to be a bit troublesome. Just a little bit, who cares? Lin Sheng shook his head. When enemies come, we will fight them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. Xiaobai's combat power, although in the early stage of Lord, but it is already able to deal with ferocious beasts in the late Lord stage. He still has some confidence. Looking at this young man with a big heart, Diqian couldn't help but smile bitterly. You are being targeted by the Scarlet Shadow. Even a Beastmaster in the early stage of the King level was targeted by her. I guess I won't be able to sleep well at night. What's more, Lin Sheng is a freshman. If I go to the Magic City Academy without the protection of seniors, I guess it won't be long before it's snatched away by the Imperial capital. I'm afraid I'll have to suffer a lot by then. After all, everyone present could see that the Crimson Demon Shadow seemed to have a special affection for the young hunk Lin Sheng. Not only did she speak to him in a soft voice, but she also seemed to be begging him to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. At the same time, the news in the camp quickly spread to the outside world. Among the senior executives of the Magic City Academy, you should immediately recruit this student named Lin Sheng. He has a pet that is 2 levels higher, plus an Emperor-level Black Dragon Cub. We at the Magic City Academy have found a treasure. A man in a black suit was excited. I understand. I'll go right away. A teacher nodded repeatedly. This kind of talent is really rare. And I heard that Lin Sheng is also an S-level Beastmaster and has awakened the most advanced Beastmaster space. If you can join their Magic City Academy, you will have an extra great help in dealing with the Imperial Capital Academy. In the city, in an extremely dark high-rise building, there were 4 or 5 top Beastmasters gathered around the round table. This guy named Lin Sheng is just 18 years old now and has already joined our Dragon Slaying Bureau. He was recruited by Diqian from Yangqing. 18 years old. He must be rewarded for finding a genius for my Dragon Slaying Bureau, and Lin Sheng must be promoted immediately. Provide growth fund support. Make sure to lock him firmly in my dragon slaying bureau. I have asked someone to transfer Lin Sheng's household registration in my bureau to the Magic City. The handover will be completed smoothly within half a day. I have no problem. It is also a blessing for my dragon-slaying bureau to gather such a genius. Everyone nodded. There is no objection in my mind. And right above the round table, there was only one empty seat. That is the seat where the director of the dragon-slaying bureau sits. At this time, all the forces in the dark are somewhat turbulent. For example, the military, the dragon-slaying bureau, the beast-taming association, and the various subforces within them. Even some private unions and private chambers of commerce. They all extended olive branches to Lin Sheng. The rewards are so generous that it is really hard to refuse. Any organization can provide tens of millions of dollars, and it's just starting capital. If Lin Sheng had not seen much of the world, he would probably be easily overwhelmed. But now his goal is very clear. Enter the Magic City Academy first. Then use the resources of the Magic City Academy to hunt down powerful beasts and seize their genes. Today is the day when the training ends. The blood pool has been completely absorbed by Xiaobai. Lin Sheng was in his room, stroking the slippery scales on Xiaobai's body. Now Xiaobai's level has broken through to the middle stage of Lord and obtained many Lord-level skills. Gigantic, skilled, a certain kind of giant rat, has the skill to change its size for a short period of time. Swallowing cloud, skilled. This is Lin Sheng's favorite. It allows Xiaobai to spray out clouds to cover the surroundings and block the view. There are countless other small abilities. The more powerful skills are exclusive to certain races and cannot be inherited by Xiaobai. This is rather unfortunate. But it's almost time for the training to end. Chapter 60 Return to Yangqing. Reactions from all parties. Famous? How was it? Did my brother pass the test? Passed and... Su Xian was sitting on a private jet, holding her cell phone, seeming to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Ming on the other end of the phone seemed a little anxious. That's right. He doesn't want to come to the imperial capital and... Su Xian recounted to Lin Ming everything that happened to him in the training camp. Lin Ming on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent. The pink corners of her mouth curled up. The little guy is pretty good. I thought it would be hard for him to even get into the 5 major universities. Lin Ming felt inexplicably moved. Then I felt relieved. In that case, let's wait until school starts. By then, I will find a way to lure him to the capital. Lin Ming's tone was cheerful, and he seemed to be in a good mood. It was the first time that Su Xian saw the boss in such a good mood, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. You rejected me? This is terrible. Sister Lin Ming is very good at dealing with disobedient freshmen. Su Xian couldn't help but start looking forward to it. Wait until that unruly boy arrives at the Magic City Academy. There is plenty of time to play with him. You have to know that Sister Lin Ming is very good at dealing with those guys at the Magic City Academy. To this day, no attempt has ever failed in this regard. Being targeted by her can even be considered an honor. Let's go. In the training camp, Di Qian took Lin Sheng and Bai He on the return flight. After saying goodbye to the instructors in the camp, I left the camp. On the way back, I still couldn't see the outside scene clearly. In just half an hour, the plane returned to Yangqing. There were banners everywhere in Yangqing. Welcome the top scholar Lin Sheng back home. Lin Sheng looked very embarrassed along the way. There are also some outsiders who are unaware of the truth. I haven't followed the news. Hasn't the college entrance examination started yet? Who is the top scorer? You don't even know Lin Sheng? The college entrance examination is nothing. He was specially recruited by the Magic City Academy. Special recruitment. Doesn't that mean that you can enter the Magic City Academy without taking the college entrance examination? There are hundreds of people who can get into the 5 major universities through the college entrance examination every year, but there is probably not even one who is specially recruited, right? Of course. He can not only enter the Magic City Academy. I don't know how many big shots want to win him over. How could a small city like your Yangqing produce such a genius? Outsiders were surprised. At this moment, Lin Sheng has returned to his doorstep. Outside the house, there was a large group of reporters and neighbors. I want to get some of his aura outside his home. Oh, I've always thought Lin Sheng is a smart kid. I watched his sister get into the Imperial Capital Academy, and now they're twin stars. Yes, I held this child in my arms when I was a child, but unfortunately this child had a tragic fate and both his parents died. My son is so disappointing. It's hard for him to even get into the lowest level of school. Yes, that's right. Look at Lin Sheng. He was even praised by the mayor of Yangqing on a TV show. Shy. I just don't know when this child will come back. It's very lively in front of the door. Lin Shang could see it clearly from thousands of meters away. Did you hold me when you were a kid? Lin Shengren was dumbfounded. Why don't I remember it? Even when my parents passed away, I never saw these neighbors being so welcoming. Only a few people gave them help, but they never contacted them again. But Lin Shang could also understand. Raising your own children is difficult. Where is the money to support 2 other people? You have to know that training a beast master is already the limit of what an ordinary family can afford. Only then did Lin Shang realize what it meant to be poor in a busy city and have no one to care about you, while rich in a remote mountain area and have distant neighbors. It's human nature. Lin Shang had no intention of blaming him. I took a long way back through the back door. As soon as he returned home, Di Qian called him. The special envoy from the Magic City, the commissioner sent by the Dragon Slaying Bureau, and some mayors and important figures from our Yangqing all want to meet you. Should we go to your house now, or meet at the Yangqing Noble Middle School? In a noble middle school, right? Lin Shang responded. When he was on the plane, he had already received the information about the special recruitment in Magic City. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shang looked at the furnishings again in the house. This glance may be the last one, but this also shows that he has become stronger than before. Yangqing Noble Middle School. In a huge office, the special envoy from the Magic City and the commissioner from the Dragon Slaying Bureau, dressed in black, are communicating with the mayor of Yangqing. Ha ha ha, thanks to the mayor for teaching such excellent students to our Magic City Academy. No, it all depends on Lin Shang's own efforts. Mayor Yang said modestly. The principal of Yangqing Noble Middle School also had a smile on his face. After all, Lin Shang graduated from their school. He also made some contribution, right? I'm here this time to represent our Dragon Slaying Bureau and commend Lin Shang. Of course. We in Dragon Country will definitely not mistreat talented students. Everyone was talking. They all keep boasting about it. In the future, Lin Shang will graduate from the Magic City Academy, and when he comes out, he will at least be a king-level beast master. There is even a great possibility that he can grow into a catastrophic-level beast master. How can they not fawn over it? Soon, Lin Shang also came to the office. Hello, seniors. Lin Shang greeted everyone as soon as he entered the door. Everyone responded. So young. Just as the director said, he's only 18 and has achieved such results. This appearance looks very majestic. The commissioners from the Dragon Slaying Bureau were amazed. The special envoy from the Magic City Academy also took a step forward. Student Lin, this time I am here to recruit you on behalf of our Magic City Academy. We have already evaluated your combat capabilities, so there is no need for any tests or college entrance exams. You can come directly to the Magic City when school starts. Are you willing to join our Magic City Academy? The envoy felt somewhat uneasy. Certainly. Lin Shang nodded silently. The envoy finally let go of his worries. Although I had heard before that Lin Shang was planning to enter the Magic City Academy, it was just something I had heard. Now that he has received an official response, how can he not be excited? Our Dragon Slaying Bureau's top brass have unanimously decided to promote you to a full-fledged member of the Dragon Slaying Bureau and appoint you as the captain of the Yangqing branch. And you are already qualified to enter the sea-level secret realm occupied by our Dragon Slaying Bureau. Be able to enter the secret realm first. This is already a huge privilege. The captain of the Yangqing branch is almost the same as Di Qian, Instructor Liu and others. It is a position with real power in the entire Yangqing. But what excites Lin Shang the most is the right to enter the secret realm. You have to know that in today's world, if there are things that cannot be bought with money, they are the products of secret realms. Before leaving, the special envoy from the Magic City gave Lin Shang a reminder. You must first verify your identity as a Lord-level Beastmaster. The college entrance examination will probably be over in less than half a month, so you can verify your identity before then. And Lin Shang just left here. He went straight to the Beastmaster Association. Chapter 61. Lord Intermediate. Preparations before departure. Searching for attack skill genes. The gate of the Beastmaster Association. Most Beastmasters verify their identities here. Welcome to the Yangqing Beast Tamer Association. May I ask what business you are here for? The beautiful waiter smiled and looked at the boy in front of her. He looks quite handsome. I am here to certify my status as a Lord-level Beastmaster. As he spoke, Lin Shang handed over his ID. Lord-level. The waiter was surprised. Are you going to be certified as a Lord-level Beast Tamer at the age of 18? She did not dare to delay and took Lin Shang's ID. when he saw Lin Sheng's name. She was so shocked that she covered her mouth with both hands and looked at the handsome boy in front of her in disbelief. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Sheng asked with a smile. No problem, no problem, please follow me. The service staff took Lin Sheng to the testing site with excitement. The process was also smooth. Lin Sheng obtained the certification of an intermediate Lord-level Beastmaster with almost no effort. Became a documented intermediate Lord-level Beastmaster. An intermediate Lord-level Beastmaster. I think you can count them all in the whole Yangsheng. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I never thought that one day I could become a mid-level Lord-level Beastmaster. After taking a photo with the service staff at their request, Lin Sheng left the Beast Tamer Association. He is now the captain of the Yangqing division of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. There are certain qualifications to query information about ferocious beasts in the Beast Tamer Association. Those are information that are not open to the public and are only available to Lord-level Beastmasters. And now as the squad leader of the Dragon Slaying Bureau, he has higher authority. Lin Sheng turned on his cell phone. I started flipping through it directly. A few dozen minutes later. Aerial whales. They can fly without wings. Isn't this the ability that Xiaobai needs? The weakest cubs are at the king level, and the adults can even reach the late catastrophic level? Lin Sheng was surprised. But at least now we have a way to make Xiaobai take off. Just work towards this goal. The Thunder God Rabbit. Its pair of sharp horns can release lightning, which can instantly kill catastrophic beasts. Its cubs are also king level. The nine-headed divine python is found in coastal jungles. Its 9 heads can emit 3 kinds of elemental power. It is also a catastrophic beast. Even through the screen, Lin Sheng could feel a hint of pressure coming from him. Not to mention facing those living creatures. At least with his current strength, he is far from being able to kill these creatures. It seems that I must become stronger. My current strength is far from enough. Lin Sheng had a new goal in mind. That is to become a disaster-level beastmaster. Hunt these ferocious beasts and make Xiaobai the strongest creature in the world. Moreover, Lin Sheng heard that almost 90% of the students graduating from the Magic City and the Imperial City are catastrophic-level beastmasters. The remaining 10% die during their school experiences. After graduating from the Magic City Academy, I will be able to become a disaster-level beastmaster. Lin Sheng was full of confidence, but also had a sense of crisis in his heart. The Scarlet Shadow keeps his word. I will definitely face a lot of pressure when I arrive in Shanghai. There are even many beast masters with higher levels than me, and we don't have a sea-level secret realm belonging to the Dragon Slaying Bureau in Yangqing. I have to find some offensive means to see if there are any ferocious beasts with offensive skills in the wild around Yangqing. Enter keywords such as Yangqing, Lord level, etc. in the search bar. Thunder Dragon Python. He's probably at the Lord level, the leader of that group of lightning snakes. After the secret realm around Yangqing was broken, there were still 7 or 8 Thunder Dragon Pythons wandering in the jungle, and each Thunder Dragon Python was followed by at least dozens, or even hundreds of Thunder Snakes. It's you. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. Although there are many Lord-level ferocious beasts in the depths of the Yangqing jungle, but only about 7 or 8 of them mutated into Thunder Dragon Pythons. If you want to find it, you must join a group of hunters who are capable of going deep into the jungle. Lin Sheng returned to the Hunter Association again. You, Captain Lin, why are you back again? After Lin Sheng left, the girl learned that Lin Sheng was now the team leader of the Dragon Slaying Bureau, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. The captain is equivalent to being in charge of the entire Yangqing Dragon Slaying Force. He became the squad leader of the Dragon Slaying Bureau at such a young age. The future will definitely be limitless. I don't know how many young ladies followed them forward. How could it be her turn as a small clerk? But it's never wrong to build good relationships. Is there any team in the Beast Taming Association going out to hunt Thunder Dragon Python in the wild? Lin Sheng asked directly. Thunder Dragon Python. This beast killed a Lord Beastmaster 2 years ago. It is really fierce. But there aren't many Lord-level Beastmasters in Yangqing, so few people would form a team to hunt the Thunder Dragon Python. People whose names contain the word dragon are usually very fierce. Okay, do you know where Thunder Dragon Pythons usually are? Lin Sheng asked again. The records of the Beastmaster Association may not be very clear, but as a local, you might know something about it. I've heard from some old hunters that if you keep going southeast in the jungle, you'll see a lake. Once you see it, you must stay away from it. And he's also seen a Thunder Dragon Python by the lake. The waiter seemed thoughtful. That hunter is a veteran Lord-level Beastmaster. Even he said there was danger, so it must be real and life-threatening. A lake? Interesting. Lin Sheng smiled. He figured there must be something special about that lake. Otherwise, it would not attract mutant creatures like the thunder dragon python. What is it that can give a creature with ordinary bloodline the name of a dragon? Lin Sheng became more and more curious. But Captain Lin, you must not go alone. Once, 3 Lord Beastmasters went together to surround and kill the thunder dragon python and almost died. Captain Lin has probably just broken through to the Lord level. Once you encounter a mutated creature like the thunder dragon python, there is almost no way to survive. Thank you very much. Lin Sheng waved his hand. I didn't take the waiter's words too seriously. Xiaobai's current strength is already at the top level among lords. There is even a chance to confront some weak kings' early pets head-on. There is nothing to be afraid of at the Lord level. Walk out of the Beastmaster Association. Lin Sheng picked up a random car and rushed to the outside of the jungle. At this time, some hunters had already gathered there. As soon as Lin Sheng got out of the car, several people walked towards him. Recognized? That's true, but Lin Sheng doesn't like to be too secretive. I can only wait for the other person to come over with a smile on my face. Should I speak as a captain later, or should I be more friendly? Just when Lin Sheng was hesitating. The one over there, yes, it's you. The handsome one. Chapter 62. Thunder Pond. Getting rich. The one who is quite handsome? Lin Shengren was stunned. Wasn't he recognized? And what the hell is that handsome guy? I wanted to make a living by relying on my own ability, but in the end, I still have to rely on my looks? Lin Sheng smiled bitterly. We have a Lord-level Beastmaster leading our team, but we are still short of one person. Please come over here. In front of him, a girl with freckles on her face waved to Lin Sheng. She really came to win over Lin Sheng because she saw that he was handsome. If you want to go deep into the jungle, you must first have a Lord-level Beastmaster leading the team, and the number of people must be sufficient. In other words, Lin Sheng was just brought in to make up the numbers. Lin Shengren was stunned. But that's okay. He had originally planned to find some fans of his own. But you also have to protect other people's safety on the road, which is very troublesome. If someone invites you, just go together. Have you found anyone yet? A bearded Beastmaster raised his eyes and glanced at Lin Sheng. Obviously, he is the Lord-level Beastmaster in the team. Yes, Captain Hu. The girl with freckles on her face shouted. When we get to the deep jungle, everyone must obey Captain Hu's orders. Don't act on your own, or you'll lose your life. The young man standing by couldn't help but feel a little jealous when he saw that Lin Sheng was so handsome and was so close to the girl. But since it was our first meeting, and there was no hatred between them for murdering my father, I still kindly gave him a reminder. No, I am also a Lord-level Beastmaster. Lin Sheng smiled and spoke. You? And you're at the Lord level? Do you think you are Lin Sheng? The freckled girl rolled her eyes. He is very handsome and can deceive people with his words. A Lord-level Beastmaster. Is that something you can pretend to be? It's okay to pretend to be a highly educated gigolo and cheat rich men. Pretending to be a beast tamer is just asking for trouble. What's more, he is such a young Lord Beastmaster. Apart from Lin Sheng, she had never heard of anyone. Let's go. Brother Lin is not something that everyone can pretend to be. The young man left a message. Looking at the appearances of these people, Lin Sheng was secretly shocked. How come he is so famous, but no one knows what he looks like? Even the girl from the Beast Tamer Association recognized him because she had been to the Beast Tamer Association before and saw her own name. It seems that the protection of the Beast Tamer's portrait rights is going well. Lin Sheng complained silently, then caught up with the team. Since others don't know, he wouldn't keep talking like an idiot. A reputation is earned by yourself, not by telling others. This is a team of about 6 or 7 people. After entering the jungle, each of them summoned their own beast. Iron-shelled road turtle, red blood wolf, steel knife giant mantis. The pet of the Lord-level Beastmaster is a black-feathered steel eagle. The black-feathered steel eagle was suspended in the air, searching for and hunting ferocious beasts at an extremely fast speed. Less than half a day, they rushed to the depths of the jungle and hunted dozens of ferocious beasts at the general level on the way, most of which were in the late general stage. Did you see that? Captain Hu is one of the few Lord-level Beastmasters in Yangqing. I heard that Captain Hu is from the Dragon Slaying Bureau. He came here to hunt beasts to make money in order to cure his wife's illness. Besides, Captain Hu has always been very kind to people. You will definitely benefit from it when we get out. The freckled girl chuckled. At this time, the black-feathered steel shadow also threw a lightning snake down from a high altitude and killed it directly. Someone in the team immediately stepped forward to pick up the body. We are almost entering the depths of the jungle. We must be careful and avoid any Lord-level beasts we encounter, especially snakes with blue stripes on their bodies. Once you see this kind of Lord-level beast, don't hesitate, turn around and run. Captain Who gave a careful and thorough explanation. I see. I've said it so many times. Everyone responded one by one. Apparently, this Lord-level Beastmaster was not explaining such a thing for the first time. Lin Sheng, who was following in the team, also nodded silently. This Lord-level Beastmaster is indeed a good person. Although he was brought in to make up the numbers, he was not used as cannon fodder. Instead, he was not allowed to take any action along the way. You should know that some hunter teams often invite some personal Beastmasters to perform extremely dangerous operations. In comparison, this guy already looks pretty good. And he was someone from their dragon-slaying bureau, which made Lin Sheng feel much better. After everyone entered the forest area, they acted more cautiously. The late-stage Razor, a warrior that is not often encountered in the periphery. Once you get to this forest area, it's just like running into it every day. Although there are already 3 or 4 Beastmasters in the late stage of war in the team, it is still quite difficult to act. There were several times when Lin Sheng applied to take action. ZB? In the end, they all ended in failure. Finally, rest here first, then we'll return. This harvest has been very fulfilling. There is no need to continue risking your life. Everyone stopped what they were doing and took out food and water from their backpacks. I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Sheng left a message. Be careful, don't go too far away. Captain Who frowned and began to explain. Lin Sheng nodded. He turned and entered the jungle and immediately disappeared. Xiaoling. Hiss. A pitch-black warhorse covered in scales, exuding a dark aura. Lin Sheng jumped up and rode directly on it. Then he quickly ran towards the southeast in the jungle. On the way, there was an attack from a late-stage Razor. However, Xiaobai and Xiaoling were tied together, and a tail swing directly hit them and caused them to explode. Nearly 1,000,000 tons of power. Even the Lord level is hard to withstand, let alone the general level. It's so deep and you still don't see any shadow? Lin Sheng was puzzled. Xiaoling's full speed is 3 times the speed of sound. It caused sonic booms in the jungle, and in just a few minutes, it was estimated that it had advanced dozens of kilometers. Finally, Xiaoling jumped over a patch of grass, and suddenly a lake appeared in front of him. And around the lake, there are 3 giant pythons with blue stripes all over their bodies. 3 thunder dragon pythons. Here we go. Lin Sheng looked delighted. However, as he got closer to the lake, his body became more and more numb. There's something wrong with the lake water. The closer we get, the more we can feel an electric current. No wonder these thunder dragon pythons like to stay by the lake. Hiss. At this time, the 3 Lord-level thunder dragon pythons, who did not like to be disturbed, also saw the humans behind them. Suddenly, a terrifying thunderous sound came from his body. Lin Sheng's eyes also passed through the lake water and saw the things at the bottom of the lake. Those were pieces of blue stones emitting lightning, and there were dozens or even hundreds of them. This is a lightning stone. One piece can be sold for millions, and there are so many of them here. Lin Sheng was secretly happy. You should know that Thunderstone is a key item for training thunder skills and pet beast defense. No wonder these lightning pythons can dominate this jungle. It turns out that they occupy this entire lake. This thing is destined for me. How could these ferocious beasts possess it? Hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. These thunder dragon pythons also saw through Lin Sheng's plan, because not long ago, 3 human beast masters came and took away several of their lightning stones. Now that they see a human beast master, the murderous intent in their hearts automatically fills their chest. Chapter 63, Killing 3 Thunder Dragon Pythons. Is that kid fighting with thunder dragon pythons? In the jungle. Why haven't you come back in so long? Captain Who frowned. Suddenly I felt something was wrong. More than 10 minutes had passed and Lin Sheng still hadn't come back. It might be prostatitis. I'll go take a look. The boy in the team stood up and went into the jungle. After a few minutes, he suddenly turned back. Captain, he's gone. The boy's expression revealed a hint of anxiety. It's not because I'm worried about Lin Sheng. It's because if one person suddenly disappears at this time, he may be targeted by other ferocious beasts. Gone? Captain Who stood up. Even if it disappeared, it's impossible for it to not make any sound at all. He is a beastmaster. Captain Who could see something from Lin Sheng's physical fitness. Could it be that he is an awakened level beastmaster? If this is the case, it is really possible that he would be killed instantly by a general level beast without being able to make a sound. No, it's getting late. We have to go back quickly. The team member said, "Not now. Wait here for another half an hour. If he doesn't come back, we'll leave." Black Hawk, search the surrounding sky. If you spot any human figures, notify me immediately. Captain who gave orders to his black-feathered steel eagle. Hold head high. He Yugong responded with a long cry and then flew away. Roar. Boom. Deep in the jungle, the three-headed thunder dragon python with blue electric stripes on its back spewed thick lightning from its mouth and hit a white snake. As Xiaobai approached the three thunder dragon pythons, he kept dodging the thick lightning, but many of them still hit me. The electric field generated around this thunder pond is really affecting Xiaobai's movements. Even with Lin Sheng's current physical fitness, it is difficult to approach that forbidden area. What's more, Xiaobai has to keep moving under the attack of three razors. Moreover, the three thunder dragon pythons had obviously already adapted to the environment here and were hardly affected. The three late Lord-level beasts are indeed not easy to deal with. Thanks to Xiaobai's scales at this time, which possessed the electric resistance of the deep-sea electric eel, he was not completely crushed. If he didn't have this ability, this electric field alone would be enough to make Xiaobai unable to move. But thanks to this electric field, those weak lightning snakes can't even follow the three lord beasts. Lin Sheng felt somewhat relieved. A lord-level creature is often followed by dozens or even hundreds of general-level thunder snakes. There are three lord-level monsters, and there are as many as 300 or 400 thunder snakes. If these thunder snakes were to discharge electricity and attack at the same time, even Xiaobai wouldn't be able to withstand it. Roar. The three razors saw that they were unable to stop Xiaobai from moving forward. They immediately united together and spewed out extremely thick blue lightning from their mouths to encircle Xiaobai. Those three blue lightnings were like a big net. If hit by such lightning, the Lord's early beast would probably die instantly. Hiss. Let me go up and trample them to death. At this time, Xiaoling's temper flared up again. He raised his front hooves, looking extremely impatient. Okay, go ahead. Lin Sheng patted its horse's back. Hiss. Master, I was just kidding. Xiaoling calmed down immediately. Isn't it just a joke? Why do you take it seriously? A ferocious beast in the late Lord stage. Any other one of those three snakes could be hung up and beaten right now. But just wait until I grow up. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Wouldn't it be better to just kill these three snakes at random then? Just at this moment, Xiaobai finally rushed forward. The pair of snake tails suddenly turned pitch black and then condensed into a sharp blade. As Xiaobai swung out the sharp blade suddenly, it cut through the air and made a series of humming sounds. Puff! A thunder dragon python was chopped into two pieces in an instant. Then two more swings. Puff! Puff! Following two voices. The remaining two thunder dragon pythons were also chopped into two pieces at that moment. Three thunder dragon pythons were killed instantly. The offensive power of these three thunder dragon pythons is invincible at the Lord level, but their defense is not enough. Every time he faces a battle, he almost always kills his opponent instantly or seriously injures him. But this time I hit a wall. Their attacks could only leave some scars on Xiaobai's body, which were not fatal at all. Then he was instantly killed by Xiaobai's power of nearly 1 million tons. It looked like a simple kill, but if they did not have extremely strong lightning resistance and attack power, these three thunder dragon pythons would be almost invincible staying beside the thunder pool. Pick out the gallbladders of these three thunder dragon pythons. Lin Sheng and Xiaoling endured the numbness and walked forward. Take out the gallbladder of the thunder dragon python. Then the sequence extraction technique was used. Obtain the bloodline gene of the thunder dragon python. Obtain the thunder dragon python's anti-electricity scales. Obtain the thunder dragon python's thunder, beginner, skill gene. Then Lin Sheng extracted the genes of the other two thunder dragon pythons. Then it was injected into Xiaobai's body. As the gene entered the body, Xiaobai's scales gradually underwent slight changes. The originally snow-white neck, due to genetic changes, developed a blue-purple lightning mark, and successfully obtained the attack skills of the thunder dragon python. Thunder, skilled, roar. As Xiaobai used his skills, his pupils gradually emitted a breathtaking blue-purple electric light, and the blue-purple lightning mark on his back also gradually emitted a deep blue light. There was a burst of thunder in Xiaobai's mouth, which violently hit the pool of water. The lightning was extremely thick, with a diameter of 3 meters, and it instantly blasted a deep pit in the pool. What a powerful force! Lin Sheng sighed. And the most important thing is, Lin Shang can practice his thundering skills through the lightning stones in the thunder pool. These thunder dragon pythons can evolve to be so powerful just by feeling the lightning across the lake. If Xiaobai directly uses these lightning stones, how powerful will he be? Lin Shang was excited. Then he let Xiaobai dive to the bottom of the lake and put the dozens or hundreds of lightning stones into the beast taming space. A total of 139 pieces. I'm afraid there aren't that many in stock in the entire Yangcheng. And at the same time, in that camp, how's it going? Black Hawk, did you find the person? Hold head high. The Black Hawk let out a long cry. Captain Hu just kept nodding, his expression becoming increasingly solemn. Then it turned into shock, with a hint of disbelief. What's wrong? Captain Hu? Seeing the captain's serious expressions, the team members nearby all started asking questions. He's fighting 3 thunder dragon pythons. Chapter 64. The new captain of the Dragon Slaying Bureau with an afro. It's not quite accurate to say that he's fighting. He's facing off against the 3-headed thunder dragon python. Because the thunder dragon python's ability to spit lightning was so terrifying, Black Hawk could only watch from a distance in the air and did not see the scene clearly. So Captain Hu didn't know the whole story. Lightning dragon pythons are rare in general, and there are 3 of them gathered together. Even a Lord-level Beastmaster would be unable to save them. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. I don't know what he is thinking. That's true. With Black Hawk's strength, if he encounters the Thunder Dragon Python, he will be killed by the lightning. They are simply not on the same level. Captain Hu said silently, and everyone was more and more surprised. No wonder Captain Hu said that when he saw a snake with blue stripes on its body, he turned around and ran away. Even Captain Hu's Black Hawk in the early stage of the Overlord would be killed instantly if it encountered it. It can be seen how cruel and domineering this Thunder Dragon Python is. And the young man actually encountered 3 of them at this time. I really don't know whether to say he is lucky or unlucky. I'll let Black Hawk take me to watch from a distance. If there's no chance, we'll leave. Captain Hu made a decision quickly. He was once saved in the jungle by a senior from the Dragon Slaying Bureau. The current scene is so similar. If Hu Rui escapes now, how can he face that senior in the Dragon Slaying Bureau in the future? So he had to go. And as Captain Hu left with his Black Hawk, everyone on the side showed envious looks. The captain is so strong and has such a good character. Why hasn't he thought about finding a girlfriend? You don't know yet, do you? The captain is hunting ferocious beasts so hard just to make money to treat his wife's illness. The team member next to him spoke silently. Everyone was a little frightened. But those are 3 Thunder Dragon Pythons. I think this young man is basically hopeless. And the Thunder Dragon Python should be deep in the jungle. How did it run such a long distance in such a short time? Several people's hearts were filled with confusion. At the same time, Hu Rui had already flown dozens of kilometers on the back of the Black Hawk. Finally, I saw the lake and the scenery below. 3 Thunder Dragon Pythons, skeletons, dead? What's that white thing? At this moment, the white snake, which was completely white with a faint electric light on its body, turned its head and looked up at the sky. Hu Rui was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. So horrible. Such a long distance between us. Just being stared at made him feel like he was in danger of death. Even the Thunder Dragon Python can't reach this distance. And there is no way that the Thunder Dragon Python could leave the area around the Thunder Pool. In other words, the 3 Thunder Dragon Pythons were killed by the white snake. Killing 3 Lord-level Thunder Dragon Pythons at the same time. Could it be that this is a king-level beast? Hu Rui was shocked. And when he saw the snow-white snake walking towards a figure, the shock in his heart reached another level. Who was that guy with the afro? Could he be our Yangcheng's great Beastmaster? Hu Rui immediately went through in his mind the Beastmasters in Yangcheng who possessed king-level beast control. But none of them have the image of an afro. Not only was his hair afro, the clothes of the figure underneath were also charred and tattered, and even his face was covered with dust. It was obvious that he had just experienced an extremely fierce battle. Hu Rui did not dare to delay, and immediately ordered the Black Hawk to land. There are strong people around here, and flying high in the sky is disrespectful to the strong. Senior, I am Hu Rui from the Dragon Slaying Bureau. I wonder who you are. Hu Rui landed in front of Lin Shang, bowed, and then asked cautiously. Lin Shang was stunned for a moment. Then he touched his hair. When he approached the thunder pool just now, all the hair on his body was blown apart by the electric shock. I just didn't take it seriously, but I didn't expect Hu Rui to not recognize me. Just when Lin Shang was about to confess, he suddenly heard the 3 words, Dragon Slaying Bureau. Are you also from the Dragon Slaying Bureau? Yes, I am a formal member of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. That's a coincidence. I'm the new captain of the Dragon Slaying Bureau who just came to Yangqing to take over. New captain? Hu Rui was shocked. He did hear that Yangqing was going to have a new captain, and the succession ceremony will be held tomorrow. But I never thought I would see it in this jungle today. No wonder I have never seen this senior before. It turns out he is new to the position. Hello, Captain. I wonder if you have seen a young man around here, tall and handsome, about 18 years old. Well, I rescued him. Lin Sheng nodded. I'm new in the position, so I have to improve my status to avoid being rejected by others. Hu Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you very much, Captain. It's also thanks to the boys' good luck. I'm glad to meet you in this jungle. I wonder if you... My last name is Lin. Captain Lin. I will be there on time for tomorrow's succession ceremony. A few minutes later, Hu Rui returned to the camp. What's going on, Captain? Is he still alive? Alive. And he's really lucky to have met the new chief of the Dragon Slaying Bureau in this jungle. What? Everyone looked at each other. This luck is really extraordinary. If he met an ordinary Lord-level Beastmaster, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to save him. Only the 3 strongest men in the Yangqing Beastmaster Association can do this. And the person he met happened to be the director of the Dragon Slaying Bureau, one of the top 3. But this new director is really strong. Can he kill 3 thunder dragons by himself? And he did it right next to the thunder pond? Admiration appeared in Hu Rui's eyes. That is the yearning for the strong. He originally thought that the captain who came this time was a fool, but he never expected that he was so powerful. They are willing to help ordinary people. It seems that we in Yangqing have really found a treasure. The freckled girl giggled. Yes, that's right. So I plan to join the Dragon Slaying Bureau in the future. The boy next to him also spoke. Set a goal for yourself. Ha ha ha, you better work harder, brat. It's not that easy to join the Dragon Slaying Bureau. You should know that Captain Hu is one of the few Lord-level beast tamers in our Yangqing, and even he is just a high-ranking member of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Several team members then laughed. And dozens of minutes later, Lin Sheng found a relatively quiet and peaceful place in the jungle. He took out a piece of lightning stone directly from the beast taming space. The lightning stone emitted traces of lightning, making Lin Sheng's palm feel numb. It seemed as if an invisible energy wanted to penetrate into his flesh and blood. After a while, you may even feel comfortable. I'll first check the Beastmaster Association's website to see how to use this lightning stone. Chapter 65. How to use the lightning stone. New killing skill Thunder Dragon. There are 3 ways to use Thunderstone. First, it is used as food for lightning elemental creatures. Second, by combining it with some special materials to train the pet's defense capabilities, there is a certain probability that the pet will awaken extremely strong lightning resistance, or even mutate into lightning attribute skills. Third, directly and forcibly absorb the lightning energy in the lightning stone to increase the level of lightning attribute skills. The first method is too extravagant and is rarely used. After all, lightning stones are rare and extremely expensive, with one piece costing millions. I don't need the second method. Xiaobai has both lightning resistance and lightning skills. So the only option left is the third one. Directly absorb the lightning energy in the lightning stone. Lin Sheng picked up a piece of lightning stone and threw it to Xiaobai. Hiss. Xiaobai approached the lightning stone curiously. Then the lightning energy suddenly burst out from it unconsciously and flowed directly into Xiaobai's body. At the same time, the lightning mark on its back spread slightly and emitted a faint blue light. Since it can be absorbed, then absorb it all at once. With one move, Lin Sheng's hundreds of lightning stones instantly piled up on the ground in front of him. For a moment, a large amount of blue-purple light illuminated the surroundings of the jungle. The trees and grass that were closer died instantly. The birds and beasts fled far away. It is enough to show how powerful the thunder energy is. The energy in the lightning stone turned into a tangible airflow in the air and flew directly into the mark on the back of Xiaobai's neck. Xiaobai suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his body. All the cells in the body are stimulated madly and keep growing. The pair of dragon horns on its head instantly grew twice as long. Moreover, the scales on its body also emit a faint blue electric light. At this moment, Xiaobai looked like a giant dragon bathing in lightning. Thunder, skilled, mutates into Thunder Dragon, mastered. Get the skill Discharge Beginner. Discharge, entry level, upgraded to Discharge, proficient. 2 more skills, and they have mutated. Lin Sheng was delighted. This is a real bargain. It may take decades to upgrade a skill to mastery level. Some beast masters can become powerful people just by possessing one master level skill. And Xiaobai now has no idea how many skills he has mastered. The most important thing is that the thunder is strong enough. I don't know how long the 3 thunder dragon pythons have been staying by the thunder pool before they have reached the entry level. Xiaobai absorbed all of the lightning stones and evolved to the mastery level, even mutated into new skills. Try out the effect of the skill. Outside the jungle at this time, the team of 7 or 8 people had just left the jungle. A group of people immediately gathered around. What kind of ferocious beast did Lao Hu kill this time? Sell it to me directly. I will give you the highest price in the market. Ha ha ha, let's stick to the old rules. Hu Rui took out the bag, and the next moment, everyone in front of him was indeed stunned. Not only did he not react, but he raised his head and looked into the jungle in a daze. Dragon. Suddenly, someone pointed his finger at the forest in horror. Then more people's eyes shifted over. Even Hu Rui and others immediately turned their heads away, not knowing what was happening. When everyone shifted their gaze completely to the jungle, they were instantly frightened by the scene in front of them. All I saw was the deep jungle where the sky was originally clear. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared. But the most terrifying thing is under the dark clouds. A huge thunder dragon that was dozens or even hundreds of meters tall, with extremely terrifying blue-purple lightning all over its body, was rampaging wildly in the jungle. The body seemed to be made of thunder from the sky. Overbearing. Majesty. Fear. Just one pounce was like a nuclear bomb exploding. Boom. The explosion-like sound and air waves even swept here from the jungle. The terrifying light made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. The light disappeared after a few seconds. However, I'm afraid that jungle has already been bombed into a wasteland. What happens? Oh my god, what the hell is that? How can it be so scary? Could it be that the thunder dragon python did it? A thunder dragon python has transformed into a dragon. That lightning is too terrifying. If it were released in the city, it would be enough to raise an entire city block to the ground. It must be some king-level beastmaster unleashing his skills again. Could it be that senior? Hu Rui thought of a lot of things in an instant. Such a terrifying skill. Apart from that senior, who else can release it? Is the senior really a king-level beastmaster? No wonder even Diqian, the captain of the dragon-slaying bureau in the late Lord stage, could be replaced. Hu Rui looked shocked. The team members standing by were also shocked. This is too horrible. It's like divine power. So strong. Can I become a beast master like this in the future? The young boy and girl were full of longing. Captain Hu, we are going to the dragon-slaying bureau tomorrow as well. I also want to meet the new captain. The young man and the girl were all excited. If I miss this opportunity to meet such a strong person, I may never see him again in the future. All right, but you have to follow my instructions at the meeting tomorrow. Hu Rui hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. With the arrival of the new captain, members of their dragon-slaying bureau are allowed to bring their families with them. Since I'm alone now, I might as well take these 2 little guys out to see the world. Very good. The 2 were immediately excited. And at this time in the jungle, Lin Sheng looked at the wasteland in front of him that he had flattened and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. This skill is too terrifying. It is almost comparable to the killing skills of a king-level pet. Even Xiaoling in the beast taming space was shocked. What race is this big brother of mine? Why is it so scary? Hiss. Humph. Xiaobai looked at his master's surprised expression and seemed very proud. If it could grow hands, it would definitely be pinching its waist now. Not bad, not bad. Lin Sheng touched Xiaobai's very conspicuous dragon horn and felt very pleased. It can not only swallow up clouds and spit out mist, but also spit out thunder and lightning. How is this different from the legendary dragon? Soon Lin Sheng returned home and put the 3 pieces of Thunder Dragon Python gallbladder up for auction online. They were all sold in less than 15 minutes. The average price of one was about 90 million, and the other party paid Lin Sheng 300 million for the 3 Thunder Dragon gallbladders at one time. A full 300 million. This is a huge sum of money. But now facing this huge sum of money, Lin Sheng has been able to calm down and remain calm. Because compared to the 3 pieces of Thunder Dragon Gall, the Thunder Lightstone in the Thunder Pool is more expensive. The next morning, Lin Sheng got up early, washed, and changed into cleaner clothes. Then he took a taxi and came to the Yangqing headquarters of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Chapter 66, Successor Captain, heading to the Magic City Base City. The headquarters of the Dragon Slaying Bureau is located in the central building of Yangqing and is established separately from the Beast Tamer Association. Although they belong to the Beast Tamer Association, their internal management and divisions are separate. In other words, the Beastmaster Association is more like a group that integrates various major organizations to fight against the consortiums and organizations of various countries. Inside the Dragon Slaying Bureau, there are executives and bigwigs from all walks of life in Yangqing, even Chief Instructor Liu, the mayor of Yangqing, and Diqian and others. I heard that the captain who came this time just graduated. Can he be competent for the job? There were waves of doubts among the guests. I believe you all know who is the successor this time. His strength is beyond doubt. Although he has just graduated, he has been specially recruited by the Magic City Academy. His strength can be said to be the strongest among those present. Diqian was wearing a black dress and explaining. For a moment, the noise below became much quieter. It's Lin Sheng indeed. I heard that the headquarters personally assigned him. It seems that they want to win him over and tie him up to our Dragon Slaying Bureau. To be specially recruited by one of the 5 major universities at such a young age, this level of strength and talent deserves this honor. But I'm afraid that after he is listed as a figurehead, he will leave Yangqing again. Who will take over the affairs of the Dragon Slaying Bureau in Yangqing then? Captain D should still be in charge. After all, to some extent, she and that genius are even master and apprentice. At this time, the doubts in the crowd had completely disappeared. And in the corner of the hall, that person is actually Lin Sheng? No wonder he looks so young. Hu Rue was a little surprised. Beside him, the freckled girl and boy were even more excited. Unexpectedly, the two idols in their hearts now appear together. Lin Sheng is the captain of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. He is so young, and yet he possesses such strength. This was something the two of them didn't even dare to think about. At this moment, Hu Rue saw a familiar figure. Isn't that the guy we met in the wild yesterday? Hey, kid. Why are you here? The freckled girl waved at Lin Sheng. Let me tell you, the captain who succeeded the Dragon Slaying Bureau this time is the same person who saved you in the forest before. You are so lucky to have such a person personally rescue you. The boy winked and looked around. I wonder when Captain Lin will arrive. Looking at the expressions of several people, Lin Sheng blinked. Touching the nose seems a bit awkward. And at this moment, Diqian, who was wearing a black tuxedo in the distance, saw Lin Sheng and walked over. What are you doing here? Why don't you come with me? Diqian smiled slightly, took Lin Sheng's hand without saying anything, and left. It also helped him ease the embarrassing situation. Hello everyone, this is Lin Sheng, the new captain of our Dragon Slaying Bureau. Diqian introduced Lin Sheng in front of everyone. There was a burst of sparse applause from below. Hello, Captain Lin. You are indeed a handsome man. Of course not. He's so handsome. I wonder if Captain Lin has a girlfriend? I think my niece is good. She's from a top-notch school, and she ranks first in the class in terms of looks. Screw you. Don't you realize what kind of occasion this is? Are you getting married here? Forget it. We can meet again if we have the chance in the future. Ha ha ha. Look at that guy's emotional intelligence, and then look at you. Everyone burst into laughter. The senior official who introduced his niece blushed. The whole venue was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Only the 3 people standing in the distance were completely stunned. Is he Lin Sheng? He had just told people in the jungle that he was a Lord-level beast master, but no one believed him. And I just called him kid? The freckled girl muttered softly and suddenly shuddered. The other 2 people showed shocked expressions on their faces. Soon, the succession ceremony was over. The process was nothing special. It was nothing more than big shots from all walks of life, constantly flattering Lin Sheng and introducing him to blind dates. He politely declined them all. You're going to the Magic City soon, so let me take care of things in Yangqing for you. Whenever you want to come back, you can always take over. Diqian smiled and patted Lin Sheng on the shoulder. There are so many troubles. I don't want to stay here. Captain D, you should come. Lin Sheng touched his head. Ha ha ha, you're a person of status now, so don't call me Captain D anymore. Just call me by my name. Yes, Diqian. Lin Sheng called out Diqian's name softly. Diqian blushed slightly. All right, I won't keep you here anymore. It's more important to go to the devil. This is a big deal in life. Diqian looked cautious. I understand, but Captain D, there is something I need to tell you before I leave. Half an hour later, Hu Rue still felt a little scared. At this moment, the dashing woman in a black tuxedo walked straight up to him. Nico Hurry, mixed race? Yes, Captain. Hu Rue nodded quickly. Although he is of mixed blood, He has lived in the Dragon Kingdom since he was a child. However, because of this relationship, he has not been able to get promoted. Very good. From now on, you will be responsible for the secret realm management and rescue missions of Yangqing Dragon Slaying Bureau. Remember to take over early. After leaving these words, Di Qian turned and left. Only Hu Rue was left, standing there in a daze. A lot of things came to my mind. Even my eyes felt a little sore. A dozen days later, domestic college entrance examination enrollment has come to an end. Lin Sheng also used the teleportation formation to come to the base city of Demon City. Call. Following a flash of light, Lin Sheng arrived at the Demon City base. He took a deep breath and then looked around. The most powerful people in Dragon Country gather here. The three major base cities in the entire Dragon Country, the Magic City, the Imperial Capital, and Mount Everest are built on the barren land in a pincer movement. And around the three base cities, there are dozens or even hundreds of small base cities. Yangqing is a small city on the outskirts of the Magic City. Every large base city has a main formation, and small bases get subformations. It is naturally impossible to create such a teleportation array relying solely on human technology. There is a saying that this teleportation formation was obtained from the secret realm of those space cracks. At this time, this large formation was being built in a covered building that looked like a bird's nest, and different cities were teleported to different locations. My friend from Yangqing, please come down first. Someone else will be teleporting soon. The waiter on the side spoke up. Hearing the waiter's words, Lin Sheng nodded and walked down from the formation. Then he went straight to the outskirts of the main formation building. There are crowds of people and tall buildings all around, and each building is made of dazzling alloy and black gold. Hey, young man, which school are you going to? Magic City offers free pickup today. Chapter 67 Shocking Ranking Rewards. A blonde female driver, speaking broken Chinese, winked at Lin Sheng. There was also a valuable luxury sports car parked next to her. I'm so lucky today that I can actually come across such a top-notch product. Looks like you're still a student, right? She is white and clean. The blonde beauty waved to Lin Sheng while thinking, what a big white car. In the beast-taming space, Xiao Ling began to call out. I am very curious about human transportation. No need, someone is here to pick me up. Lin Sheng refused with an awkward smile. Lin Sheng was not surprised that there were foreigners in the Magic City. He had already seen quite a few foreigners among the people around him. Very alert. The blonde muttered. However, when she saw Lin Sheng walking towards the Magic City Academy's special shuttle bus, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. There was an empty space in the crowded crowd. And in that open space, there was a black and gold hovercraft parked. The black gold hovercraft reflected a strange luster in the sun. It was 9 meters long and 6 meters wide. It stood out like a crane among chickens. Although it occupies a large space, no one dares to say no. At this time, a man wearing glasses got off the vehicle. Student Lin Sheng, right? This is your student card. Once you arrive at the school, you can only enter the campus with your student card. The man handed Lin Sheng a black and purple card. The texture feels cool to the touch. Lin Sheng put the card into the beast-taming space and then got on the hovercraft. The vehicle then left quickly amid the envious gazes of the crowd and arrived at the gate of the Magic City Academy in less than 10 minutes. Is this a school? Lin Sheng looked at the school gate that seemed to have no end in sight. I opened my mouth, not knowing what to say. You'll get used to it later. The man with glasses responded with a smile. What surprised Lin Sheng even more was that there were 6 big characters engraved on a stone outside the gate. Kill all the evil spirits in the world. These few words are powerful and sharp. There is a murderous aura hidden in the darkness. This made Lin Sheng begin to doubt whether this was an institution of higher learning or a military unit. Those are the words left by the first principal who established our Magic City Academy. He was an emperor-level strongman. The man with glasses expressed admiration for the principal in every word. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng showed his campus card and entered the campus of Magic City. Soon he found a teacher in his Huaxia class. He was a man with sword-like eyes and star-like brows, and his entire face was as sharp as if it had been hammered or carved with a knife. Are you Lin Sheng? You should be my 103rd student and 93 seniors before you have already graduated. My name is Chun Dao. You can call me Teacher Chun or Old Chun. Chen Dao is very easy to talk to. Of course, he is only easy to talk to when he is with outstanding students. As the only special recruit in Magic City, Lin Sheng is obviously the one with the potential to become an outstanding student. Hello, Old Chun. Lin Sheng greeted. Yo yo yo. Old Chin, you are really good. At this time, Xiaoling in the beast taming space was becoming impatient again. Okay, next I will introduce you to the rules and facilities of our school. Old Chen took Lin Sheng on a tour of the Magic City Academy. This is the place for training pets attack power. The one who holds the top spot in attack power is your senior, Hu Kun. He is now ranked 3rd in the school. This is where students' points are recorded and exchanged for points from hunting ferocious beasts. The person who killed the most ferocious beasts in a single month is Chang Sun Kongan, who killed 376 ferocious beasts in a month. He ranks 17th in the school. This place is for students to exchange ideas with each other. This is the training room for training beasts to withstand blows. The cylindrical tower in the center is where students can exchange their points for items. As Lao Chen finished introducing the surrounding buildings, Lin Sheng finally had a general understanding of them. What are the points here used for? Lin Sheng asked, and Old Chen also smiled slightly at this time. Points are the most important thing in the Magic City Academy. I believe you have already learned about the role of points in that training camp. It can be said that the point system of that camp is a copy of the Magic City Academy to a certain extent. And the points ranking rewards of the Magic City Academy are even greater. As long as you can get into the top 10, you can use the 3rd level blood pool every month. As long as you can get into the top 50, you can use the level 2 blood pool every month. Level 3 blood pool. And it's for monthly use. Lin Sheng was surprised. The 1st level blood pool is made with the blood of Lord level beasts, and the 2nd level blood pool uses the blood of King level beasts. So, wouldn't the 3rd level blood pool be made with the blood of disaster level beasts? Lin Sheng was stunned. This reward is too generous. No wonder some students in the academy are unwilling to leave even after becoming catastrophic level beast masters. Moreover, this blood pool is more important to him than to others. After all, he could directly extract the genes from the blood pool. I must quickly improve my strength so that I can get the right to use the level 2 blood pool as soon as possible. Lin Sheng had a new goal in mind. Is it the top 10 university? In the entire Magic City Academy, there are nearly 500 students left, and each of them is an elite from all over the country. It's enough to imagine how difficult it is to get into the top 10. The blood pool is still the most basic reward. There are other more generous rewards. Old Chen added with a smile. Even the blood pool is just the most basic reward? Lin Sheng was surprised. And at the same time, it was indeed quite lively at the gate of the Magic City University. I am Wang Kong from the Imperial Capital. I have come to your Magic Capital Academy to challenge the specially recruited students. A thin-looking young man stood at the entrance of the Magic City Academy. Haha. The day for our 2 universities to compete has not even arrived yet, but the Imperial Capital can't wait. Why? Didn't the Scarlet Shadow come here in person? Did he send a dog? I wonder if you would still be able to say this if Lord Su came in person? The boy smiled and retorted directly. The man was stunned. Su Xian's reputation had long spread between the 2 universities. He is also a capable general of the Imperial Capital in the annual competitions between the Magic Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy. Last year, the Imperial Capital Academy won 3 sets of SSS-level resources from the Magic Capital Academy. As well as the mining rights of many secret realms, the 2 universities have always been incompatible. Who is clamoring to challenge us here? Chen Dao asked with a smile. Teacher Chun. Old Chun. He's from the Imperial Capital Academy. He's here to challenge the freshmen at the beginning of the semester. The Imperial Capital Academy is really getting more and more ignorant of the rules. Chapter 68, Why does it look so much like the legendary dragon? Old Chin glanced at the young man with sharp eyes. Cold sweat immediately flowed down the boy's forehead. Senior Chun, I am only here to challenge your school's new special recruit. I doubt whether he is qualified to be specially recruited by your school. The young man was talking nonsense. In fact, he was just looking for an excuse to challenge Lin Sheng. After all, since he was specially recruited by the Magic City Academy, is there any need to doubt his ability? Doubting Lin Sheng is almost equivalent to doubting the Magic City Academy. Whether you have the ability to be specially recruited is not your turn to be tested by the Imperial Capital Academy. If you don't get out of here, I'll beat the shit out of you. Do you believe it? The 2 sides are at loggerheads. Lin Sheng was completely stunned by what he saw. There is a feud between these 2 universities over who stole his wife. He even suspected that if Lao Chen hadn't been here, the 2 sides would have already started fighting. Can you tell me about the bet? Chun Dao interrupted everyone's conversation. The students nearby suddenly became anxious. Old Sean. Lin Shang has just entered my Magic City Academy, but this kid has already been in the Imperial City for several years and has been stuck in the late Lord stage. Everyone knows what he is thinking. Lin Shang, you can't agree with him. Some seniors from the Magic City Academy spoke silently. What do you want to bet on? Lin Shang spoke directly. Lord level? Now that Xiaobai has acquired the offensive skill Thunder Dragon, let alone the Lord level. Even when facing the king in the early stage, he is still able to fight. Hearing Lin Shang's words, the faces of the seniors beside him suddenly changed, and more of them just shook their heads. Chen Dao just smiled and didn't say much. The young man from the imperial capital raised his lips slightly. There was a barely perceptible hint of joy in his eyes. Only beast masters of the same level can challenge each other between the two universities. He could have broken through to the king level a few months ago, but he was still in the late lord level, just to challenge the lord level beast master. Now, in his opinion, Lin Shang agreeing to his challenge is simply courting death. No matter how talented you are, your pet is only at the mid-level lord level. How can it possibly compare to my oxhorn panda? The boy seemed to have already won. Lord level, I am invincible. It looks like I will be able to complete the task that Sister Su assigned to me soon. I am Wang Kong from the Imperial Capital Academy. Now, I am launching a formal challenge to Lin Shang from the Demon Capital Academy. If I win, you must drop out of the Magic City Academy. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people present changed drastically again. This is pretty much the worst bet ever. Failure would mean that he would have to quit the Magic City Academy and join the other academy. Would it be easy for a loser to go to the other party's school? Apparently, the Imperial Capital also took a fancy to Lin Shang's talent. Chen Dao didn't expect that the other party would put forward such a condition. Originally, I just wanted to train this new special recruit and see how strong he is. But I never thought that Wang Kong would be so decisive. Didn't we agree that this was just a competition? What? You don't dare? Wang Kang's mouth corners curled up slightly. His face was as gentle as spring breeze, and it seemed as if he just asked the question casually. However, it caused some seniors at the Magic City Academy to frown slightly. Sure, but if I win, I want all your points. Lin Shang spoke calmly. The other party has been in the Imperial Capital for so many years, so he must have a lot of points. This is also true. Wang Kong did indeed snatch a lot of points from the Lord-level Beastmasters. Hearing this, Wang Kong hesitated for a moment. This is a deal of equals. You can choose not to agree, but you must make a corresponding and valuable bet. A Beastmaster from the Demon City Academy spoke up in the crowd. Okay, I promise. Wang Kong gritted his teeth. He won't lose anyway, so what is there to be afraid of? At the Lord level, he is confident that he is invincible. A few minutes later, on the stage of Magic City Academy, Lin Shang and Wang Kong stood opposite each other. Standing aside were the seniors from the Magic City Academy who were watching the fun. Who do you think will win between the two of them? Wang Kong, he is known as the Invincible Lord, and it is true. So you're just going to watch the Imperial Capital Academy snatch away students from your school? What can we do? Once a duel is agreed upon, no one has the right to change it. What's more, Lin Shang was specially recruited by our Magic City Academy, so he's definitely not stupid. Everyone wants to see it. What methods does this new special recruit have? It made him so arrogant that he challenged Wang Kong, who was invincible at the Lord level, in a one-on-one duel. Everyone was inclined to believe that Wang Kong would win. But it doesn't mean there is no hope for Lin Shang. Then I will take action, but you can only use the first beast in this arena, don't forget it. Wang Kong gave a kind reminder. And then one of them was 3 meters tall. The panda, whose shoulders, abdomen, and hands were covered with steel, fell heavily on the ring. And on the panda's head, there is a pair of extremely sharp horns. Horned panda. Level. Lord Peak. Talent. King's Peak. Skills. Steel. Gigantic. But. Evolution route. Demonic panda. Introduction. A powerful beast that is no longer a protected species. This is the first time I've seen a top-level lord's pet. Lin Shang smiled slightly and summoned Xiaobai out. A very thick white snake with sharp horns on its head appeared beside Lin Shang. And behind the white snake's head, there was an inconspicuous lightning mark. What kind of pet is this? Why do I feel that this pet looks so much like the legendary dragon? You must be kidding, they just look alike, right? After Lin Shang summoned the pet, everyone started talking about it. The main thing is that this pet looks so much like the legendary dragon. Especially the pair of antlers on the head and the golden pupils, they are exactly the same. The only drawback is that it has no legs. Even Wong Kong was stunned for a moment, but then he quickly recovered. Bullhorn Panda. Charge. Wong Kong used his ultimate move as soon as he came up, intending to win by force. But this is not the end. As the bullhorned panda sprinted, not only did its body continue to grow larger, but even a layer of light yellow film covered its body. Wong Kong has used his innate skill. His defense has increased significantly. He is planning to win the game with one strike. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the bullhorned panda running wildly in the field. The entire training ground shook slightly under this tremendous force. Xiaobai hardened. Give me your best. Lin Sheng spoke calmly. When you make your first move, you must show your momentum. One punch is enough to prevent 100 punches from coming. Hiss. Xiaobai's eyes suddenly became serious. The pair of snake tails were suspended in the air and swaying constantly, gradually covered with a layer of black keratin. There were even traces of lightning floating on the cuticle. Chapter 69. Lord-level invincibility. The Battle of the School. Roar. The body of the bullhorn panda continued to grow larger, like a moving mountain, rushing towards Lin Sheng and Xiaobai. Is Lin Sheng planning to fight head-on? The snake pet did not dodge when facing the bullhorn panda, which relied on force to win, and actually planned to confront it head-on. Everyone was dumbfounded. They originally thought that Lin Sheng had some good tricks. Isn't it courting death to confront it head-on like this? Next second, the white snake with deer horns actually kept growing bigger, and finally grew 3 to 5 times bigger. In the end, it was almost the same size as the panda with ox horns. Gigantic. How could a snake possess such a skill? What the hell is this creature? The seniors from the Magic City Academy who were originally standing around watching the game suddenly lost their composure. Even Wong Kong was confused. He really didn't expect this. But what does it matter if you become gigantic? With your mid-level lord status, it's simply a dream to think you can fight against me, a peak lord. In the wild, a ferocious beast at the peak of the lord level may even command 2 or 3 ferocious beasts at the middle stage of the lord level. Although there is only a small realm difference, the strength is vastly different. And the peak of the lord is known as the invincible lord level. It can even kill ferocious beasts in the middle stage of lord in seconds. Both parties contacted. The bullhorn panda raised its giant paws and slapped Xiaobai's head fiercely. At the same time, Xiaobai's giant snake tail also swung over. A full 1,000,000 tons of power. It hit the bullhorn panda heavily. Boom! With a loud bang, the bullhorned panda was smashed away. That's right, he was smashed and flew out. The huge bullhorn panda was sucked into the air by Xiaobai like a ball, and fell heavily under the ring. The loud bang stunned everyone around. Wong Kong was even more confused. His bullhorn panda was killed instantly? And it was killed instantly by a mid-stage lord's pet? My points. Wong Kong, who reacted, felt even more uncomfortable. The points he has accumulated over the past few years are enough to rank him in the top 100 in the imperial capital. Lost everything overnight. Good. Ha ha ha, my junior is indeed capable. A mid-level lord can defeat the invincible bullhorn panda at the peak of the lord level. No wonder he was specially recruited by our Magic City Academy. He is really a pervert. That's awesome. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Sheng was very different from before. That's a level of importance that has never been seen before. Only the strong can catch their attention. He has the combat power of a peak lord in the middle stage. His bloodline talent is at least in the late stage of the disaster. Chun Dao's eyes were burning. I really found a treasure. At that time, he was somewhat unhappy when the special recruit Lin Sheng was assigned to him. If Lin Sheng were to leave now, he would be really unhappy. In addition to the excitement of everyone present, the one who suffered the most was Wong Kong. I gave you my points. Wong Kong gritted his teeth, turned around and left. Hearing the ridicule from the crowd behind him, Wong Kang's expression gradually turned ugly. I'm afraid the title of Lord-level Invincible will have to be held by someone else from now on. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng also received a message on his mobile phone. 370 points? So few? Hearing Lin Sheng's words, everyone around him stared in amazement. 370 points is not enough? A lot. Seeing Lin Sheng's question, everyone was completely dumbfounded. It's really laughable. You really don't know how lucky you are. 370 points, enough to put you in the top 150 in the school. You should know that the top 100 students in the Magic City Academy are all king-level beastmasters. You are a lord-level beastmaster, and you can rank 150th right after entering the school. This is incredible. There was envy in everyone's eyes. I'm afraid the only lord who can have so many points is Wang Kong. After all, he had the ability to break through to the king level a long time ago, but he just hadn't made it yet. Although everyone was envious, they also understood that this was all achieved by Lin Sheng's own strength. But Lin Sheng, I advise you not to spend these points carelessly. It is more cost-effective to save the points and use them to obtain the rewards on the leaderboard every month. Everyone gave Lin Sheng some advice. Lin Sheng also nodded. He had the same plan. We can't just kill all the fish, right? First, get the first 100 and get the right to use the first level blood pool. Boss, I'm back. Wang Kong returned to the Imperial Capital Academy using the teleportation formation. Seeing his miserable expression, Su Xian's heart skipped a beat. Lin Sheng didn't accept your challenge? In Su Xian's opinion, as long as Lin Sheng accepts it, Wang Kong will not lose. At least at the Lord level, it is impossible to lose to anyone. He agreed. Wang Kang's expression became even more uncomfortable. You lost? Su Xian opened her red lips slightly, somewhat incredulous. Wang Kong stayed at the Lord level for at least several months. Although his beast taming skills have not reached their limits, he is still in the first echelon of the Lord level. In the end, he lost to Lin Sheng in a one-on-one duel. You know, according to her previous investigation, Lin Sheng's pet is only in the middle Lord stage. Could it be that a mid-stage Lord already possesses the strength of a peak Lord? Humph. I can only say that he is worthy of being the boss's younger brother. Su Xian snorted coldly. Sister Su, why do you seem so happy? Wang Kong was dumbfounded. I originally wanted to come to Sister Su for comfort. The result was heartbreaking again. It doesn't matter. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Besides, we will have another competition with the Demon City in 6 months, so we will talk about it then. 6 months later? So soon? Wang Kong was surprised. At the same time, in the Magic City Academy, Old Chun, why is it that there is such incompatibility between our Magic City and the Imperial City Academy? Lin Sheng asked with some surprise. He thought there would be at most some minor conflicts between the two institutions. I never thought it has developed to such a stage. That's naturally because the two schools control the most secret resources in Dragon Country. Once those large secret realms are discovered, who will be the first to mine them? Chun Dao was very satisfied with his student, so he planned to say more. Last year, our Magic City Academy lost to the Imperial City and directly lost 50% of the resources. 50% is an astronomical figure. It is enough to build a small base city anywhere. Hearing this, Lin Sheng was stunned again. So you better do your best. A new round of fighting will probably start again in 6 months, and this time the large-scale secret realms involved will be much more than the previous ones. Qin Dao has high hopes for Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded silently. 6 months? It was enough for him to elevate Xiaobai to the level of a king. Moreover, Lin Sheng heard that the large teleportation array in the base city was found from those large secret realms. Naturally, this made Lin Sheng a little jealous. If I could enter that secret realm, God knows how much benefit can be gained. Chapter 70. Become the top student. Earn points. That's right. Just work hard with the goal of defeating the imperial capital. Lin Sheng estimated that his sister would also participate in the fight between the two schools. After all, the interests and amounts involved are too great. Even some large-scale secret spaces are involved. Soon, Lin Sheng came to the central building of the Magic City Academy. In that building, there is a real-time electronic leaderboard. The rankings are full of unknown names. Lin Sheng ranks relatively high on the list. 137? There are only 30 or so people left. Lin Sheng continued to look up along the ranking list. The top 150 were all Lord-level Beastmasters, and most of them were in the late Lord stage. The top 100 is filled with a large number of King-level Beastmasters and a few peak Lord-level ones. Almost all of the top 50 are in the late King stage. What's even more terrifying is that among the top 10 people in this academy, 8 of them are at catastrophic level. And this does not include those students who deliberately concealed their abilities. Isn't this higher than the level of my teachers? Lin Sheng was surprised. There are indeed many geniuses in this world. In the Demon City Academy alone, there are so many beast tamers who have reached catastrophic level in their 20s. And there are countless people who have reached the king level. Lord level ones are everywhere. So what is really worse than a dog? So, Su Xian is also ranked around 50 in the Imperial Capital Academy. Su Xian is called the Scarlet Demon Shadow, and his level is probably in the late king stage. And they are among the stronger ones in the late king period. So what level of strength has his sister Lin Ming reached now? Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. No wonder his sister became the freshman leader of the imperial capital and became known to everyone in Yangqing. Now it seems that this is indeed a very important title. Student, what are you looking at here? In the hall, a sweet-looking woman with a ponytail asked Lin Sheng with a smile. Oh, I'm a new student. Let me see where I can get some points. So you're a freshman. If you want to compete for the top freshman position, you can go to each training room to refresh the record. This is a relatively fast way to increase points. Or, you can directly challenge a student who is ranked higher than you. After defeating him, you can exchange ranks with him. The girl with the ponytail spoke quickly. Freshman chief? Yes, as long as you have the highest score among the new students before the end of the month, you can get the title of freshman leader. In addition to the ranking, you will receive an additional resource. I still advise you to work hard, my junior. The reward for being the top student is something that even the seniors in the top 50 or even the top 30 on the list would be jealous of. The girl smiled slightly. Even they are jealous? Could it be something better than the second-level blood pool? Lin Sheng became interested. That's good. The first goal after entering the academy is to become the top freshman in the Magic City. Seeing this new student so excited, the girl also smiled slightly. How easy is it to get the chief's resources? But freshmen have to be energetic. We must have the courage to pull down those old people in order to go further. A few dozen minutes later, Lin Sheng came to a training room specially designed for strength testing. Just then, a few students from the Magic City came towards them. You've reached 700,000 tons of power in such a short time. Maybe you can really get the resources of the new chief this time. However, at this moment, the student who had achieved an excellent result of 700,000 tons had a worried look on his face. It's far from enough. The highest record of a freshman on the power instrument is 1.3 million tons. And the special recruit defeated the top beastmaster of the imperial capital with one blow. The power of his pet is probably over 1 million tons. Are they all so perverted? Of course not. At the age of 18, he already has a top-level Lord-level pet, and it's a power type 1. I heard his name is something like Zhang Kuang. He's really crazy. Several people looked shocked. They had thought that a Lord-class ship that could produce 700,000 tons was outrageous enough. I didn't expect that someone could exert a force of over 1 million tons. Is this still a human being? 1.3 million tons? That seems to be higher than the result I tested with Xiao Bai in the training camp. Lin Sheng touched his chin. At that time, Xiao Bai's strength was just over 1 million tons. But at that time, Xiao Bai was only in the early stage of Lord, but now he has reached the middle stage of Lord. The opponent's pet is a powerful beast at the peak Lord level. To some extent, Xiao Bai even has an advantage. Open a room. Lin Sheng handed over the card. It's not the end of the month yet, so you haven't received the free use of your ranking reward yet. But since you're a freshman, you can still use it for free for 1 month. The service staff quickly opened a room for Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng picked up the key and entered the room. It was filled with various training equipment, and he summoned Xiao Bai and went straight to the strength testing equipment. First place in the freshman ranking, Zhang Kuang, 1.3 million tons. The second freshman, Zhang Liuxin, 970,000 tons. Overall ranking, anonymous, 130 million tons. Second overall ranking, anonymous, 100 million tons. There are indeed many geniuses. Moreover, the freshman ranking is separated from the overall ranking. It seems to be a kind of protection for the freshmen in the Magic City. Lin Sheng touched his chin. If they, the freshmen, were allowed to compete with the seniors for the rankings, they would almost certainly lose. Xiao Bai, try your best again. Don't hold back at all this time. Use all your skills. Hiss. A few minutes later, sounds like explosions continued to be heard in the room. If this room wasn't soundproofed, the sound would probably spread throughout the entire Magic City Academy. Soon, the best test results are out. 1.37 million tons. Congratulations to student Lin Sheng for winning first place in the new strength test. At the end of the month, 100 points will be automatically sent to your account. 100 points. So much. Lin Sheng was excited. However, this is not the final result. I must maintain this result before the end of the month. And during this period, the growth power of other people's pets might surpass his. Lin Sheng also has to keep raising this upper limit to prevent himself from being stolen from the list in the end. After leaving this strength test site, Lin Sheng came to the speed test room again. The room is filled with various laser instruments. The pet needs to dodge back and forth between these lasers. The longer you can last, the better the result. But the lasers in this laser room are really getting faster and faster. Fortunately, Xiaobai's neural reaction ability is its strongest point. The test ended after a few minutes. Congratulations to student Lin Sheng for winning first place in the freshman neural reaction speed test. Total duration, 176 seconds. A total of 176 seconds. Until the end, the speed of the laser was close to the speed of sound, and the number is about dozens. Moreover, when the laser flies by, it does not make any sound at all, and you have to observe with your naked eyes to avoid it. Being able to last 176 seconds under such circumstances is already incredible. Even the second-place winner only lasted about 120 seconds. It looks like this result is stable. Let's go to the next one. Lin Sheng smiled and planned to refresh the record today. Don't seek to reach the limit. At least you have to get a ranking first. Hiss. Xiaobai was also very excited. I haven't exercised for a long time. Chapter 71, The Reclusive God. Arrogant. Just after Lin Sheng left the training room, several students surrounded a boy and entered the room. What do you think, Brother Zhang? Are you confident that you can get the top spot in this year's freshman class? Yes, Brother Zhang. I heard that our Magic City has a special recruit, and even Wang Kong from the Imperial Capital is no match for him. Several people around were talking about it in a serious manner, and the man with strong arms whom they were surrounding did smile. You guys, you just want me to fight with others. Zhang Kuang shook his head. On the side, the newly born beast tamers smiled awkwardly. But Brother Zhang, this time the status of the freshman chairman is related to the resources and support from the families in the Magic City. Yes, even if it's a fair fight, we can't slack off. Of course I know when I've slacked off. Just do your best. Zhang Kuang's eyes are sharp. He had his reasons for having to take the chief position this time. After all, this concerns the resource support of major families. If you can become the chief of the new students in Magic City, you will be able to get financial support from the big families in Magic City, but no one will remember the second place. But he would not make enemies with other students in the academy because of this. Anyone who can enter the Magic City Academy must have some power behind him. And that special recruit Lin Sheng is the local boss of Yangqing Bay City. Rumor has it that even the youngest daughter of the Du family, one of the three major families in Magic City, has a close relationship with him, and the Du family is the family that supports him behind the scenes. If Lin Sheng heard these rumors here, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. When did I become the local boss of Yangqing? Those rumors are even more nonsense. Besides Lin Sheng, there are other enemies who deserve my attention. There are still many strong ones among the new students this time. Zhang Kuang had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Then he went straight into the strength testing room. Boss Zhang is so ruthless. His strength has obviously surpassed the second place by a lot, and he comes to test his strength every day to constantly break the record. It's impossible for this to be stolen, right? The pets that haven't been tested yet are all agile pets. Maybe this is stability. Everyone was talking about it. It seems that he has great respect for Zhang Kuang. This is a normal phenomenon in academia. Strong people are always followed by some people. For example, Lin Sheng's sister Lin Ming also has her own power and connections in the Imperial Capital. The training room at this time. Golden ape? Roar. As Zhang Kuang spoke, a huge ape with golden hair suddenly appeared beside him. The monkey is about 5 meters tall, and its big hands almost take up half the size of its body. Boom. The golden ape exerted force with its arms. It smashed directly on the strength testing instrument like a battering ram. Even the fist formed by the golden ape's palms was a circle larger than the cowhide drum on the testing instrument. Boom. A huge sound rang out. The testing equipment seemed to have been hit and moved back 1 centimeter. Call. We just got a portion of the blood of the fierce beast from our family. Now the golden ape should be even stronger. Is this almost a record? The corners of Zhang Kuang's mouth began to rise uncontrollably. And it happened at this time. The sound of the instrument also came out. Ding. 1.32 million tons. 1.32 million tons. Not bad, not bad. After drinking the blood of the ferocious beast, his mass increased by more than 20,000 tons. Zhang Kuang kept nodding. Don't underestimate this small 20,000 tons. The further you go in the future, the more difficult it will be to increase the power. A difference of just 10,000 tons may require a large amount of resource accumulation and weeks of hard training. It's almost stable. Let's try to break through other tests. Zhang Kuang was in a good mood. But when he turned around, congratulations on getting second place in the freshman rankings. Your strength has increased since the last test. So your ranking has dropped. The sound of the instrument was extremely harsh. Zhang Kuang suddenly stopped, then quickly turned around and stared at the ranking of freshman. Lin Sheng, 1.37 million tons. How can the gap be so big? Zhang Kuang took a step back violently. Even though the amount is only 50,000 tons, Zhang Kuang knows that this is a huge gap, like an inconceivable chasm. The less powerful a pet is, the more difficult it is to increase its power. But isn't Lin Sheng's pet an agile snake? How can it be so powerful? Zhang Kuang's face turned pale. If I can't win in terms of strength, then wouldn't I lose even more miserably in terms of agility? I think Brother Zhang will definitely break the record this time. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. In terms of strength, let alone that special recruit, even if it's ranked in the whole school, I guess Brother Zhang won't be lower. Look, Brother Zhang is coming out. Everyone smiled and looked at Zhang Kuang, who rushed out of the room. However, his expression at this moment was very wrong. He ignored the crowd and walked straight past them. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. How come I was in a good mood when I went in, but became like this when I came out? Could it be that Brother Zhang's record has been broken? It's impossible that the golden ape has already reached the peak of the Lord. Very few beasts can surpass it in terms of strength. Quick, follow and take a look. There was a trace of disbelief in the hearts of several people. Quickly followed Zhang Kuang's footsteps to the agility testing room. At this time, Zhang Kuang had already come out of the room. Sure enough, I knew it. 176 seconds. It's really a monster. Zhang Kuang looked shocked. It was a look that none of them had ever seen before. What, 176 seconds? What on earth is that? Several people had no idea what was going on. Today, Zhang Kuang went around all the training locations like a madman. The shock from the beginning. I was confused later. Until the final numbness. Strength test, nerve reaction test, gravity test, defense ability test. Zhang Kuang muttered softly. Both eyes seemed a little lifeless. Brother Zhang, what happened? Those people were really puzzled. How come Brother Zhang changed so much all of a sudden? The arrogant look from before seemed to be gone. And after listening to what everyone said, Zhang Kuang seemed to regain his confidence. That's right. There are some things you are destined to be unable to compare with him, so you might as well be yourself. From today on, I will be in seclusion for 16 hours every day. Apart from eating, sleeping, and practicing, I will do nothing else. Treat every day as if it were your last, and don't be afraid of losing. Listening to what Zhang Kuang said, those people looked at each other in bewilderment. How come you were so listless just now, but suddenly start to work hard again? What stimulated this? Oh, isn't this arrogant? A young man with long hair looked at Zhang Kuang in front of him with a smile. I'm going to go into seclusion. On the last day of the test, I'll come out and refresh the rankings. Zhang Kuang avoided everyone and went straight into the training room. From today on, a legend of an extremely hardworking and arrogant person will spread in the Magic City. Chapter 72, The Real Weird Space, Netherworld Ghost River. The boy was stunned. Zhang Kuang is secretly the best among the freshmen. It is also the biggest stumbling block for him to become the new chief of the Magic City. But he didn't expect that Zhang Kuang now didn't even take him seriously. Haha, well, since you don't want to compete, I won't compete either. Let's see who can get the title of the freshman leader in the end. And after Lin Sheng made the list, in less than 2 days, the news quickly spread throughout the freshman circle in Shanghai. In the exclusive forum of Magic City. Have you heard? That special recruit broke the records of Zhang Kuang and other students. Maybe he can really become the chief of the new students in the Magic City. Indeed. I also went to the training room to test it. That record is really hard to break. But we are not without a chance. There are still more than 20 days left. You guys will train for more than 20 days, but won't Lin Sheng train? Everyone was talking about it. Everyone was somewhat shocked that Lin Sheng could achieve such results. But I don't think he will definitely get the position of the freshman leader. After all, these days, they often see Zhang Kuang going in and out of various training venues. And the list has not been updated for a long time. This is to make a stunning debut and surpass Lin Sheng in one fell swoop. Even besides being arrogant, there are also a few relatively low-key freshmen from Shanghai who just concentrate on training hard. I'm afraid he also plans to steal the list on the last day. Hu Kun, how is it? Is your new junior student quite capable? In a room reserved for teachers, Chen Dao said with a smile to the short man about 1.60 meters tall, like a dark iron dwarf, with a very strong body. Hu Kun. Now he ranks third in the whole school in Shanghai. He is undoubtedly the person with the most offensive power. This attack power does not refer to just one beast, but two beasts. As both of his pets were attack type, Hukun could be considered a legend in the Magic City. Not bad, but this strength is a little worse than what I had back then. Hukun was flipping through his phone, not seeming to care much. If it wasn't back then, you can also easily get the status of freshman chief. Among the top 50 students in their school ranking, there are probably more than 10 who were once the top freshmen, and the remaining 40-odd people are not even the strongest in their class. Being the freshman chief doesn't mean anything. Really? What if I say his pet is only at the middle lord stage? Qindao looked at the man in front of him with a smile. When Hukun heard this, he was stunned. But he was only stunned for a moment and then recovered. Please help me to challenge for the first place. I'm feeling a bit itchy lately. At the same time, in the central cylindrical high-rise building of Magic City, young man, why haven't I seen you come here for 2 days? The girl with a ponytail asked Lin Sheng with her signature smile. Oh, I've been busy with the leaderboards these days, and now I've checked all the lists. Is there anywhere else I can increase my points? Lin Sheng asked the girl with ponytail. Points? The few points on the list alone may not be enough to get the top position. You can also go to the wild to hunt beasts, or enter the secret realm of the Magic City Academy, and you can also get a certain amount of points. The girl smiled and spoke. This kid probably knows how hard it is to beat the list. So you want to start somewhere else? She didn't think much about it. The purpose of being entrusted with the management of this cylindrical building is to provide convenience and various information to the students in the institution. Is there a secret realm? Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. Of course. We in the Magic City Academy have our own secret resource realm. However, there are certain requirements for your ranking to enter the secret realm. With your current ranking, you should be able to enter the Lord-level Ferocious Beast secret realm once. And the supplies you hunt in the secret realm can be handed over to the school to exchange for points. Of course, you can also keep them for yourself. The girl smiled and spoke. Then is there a secret realm with Lord-level, strange creatures? Strange creatures? Yes, there are. But that secret realm? Take me there now. Lin Sheng quickly spoke. Originally, he was thinking about how to help Xiao Ling hunt those strange creatures. Isn't it a good time to come now? Okay then, but you'd better call a few more students. It would be dangerous to enter the secret space alone, not to mention that this is a weird space. The girl introduced Lin Sheng as they walked. The creatures in the strange secret realms are the most difficult to deal with. Soon, she brought Lin Sheng to the basement of the building. The underground space is very open. There are also several teleportation formations. She brought Lin Sheng to one of the teleportation formations, the Netherworld Ghost River. It is recommended that 3 Lord-level people enter in a team, as long as you stand on the teleportation array. Before the girl with a ponytail could speak. At this time, Lin Sheng had already stood above the teleportation array. The girl suddenly panicked. You come down quickly. How dare you enter that secret place alone? But before she could finish her words, black mist rose up and wrapped Lin Sheng's body. When the fog dissipated, the figure had disappeared. The girl was stunned. 1 person enters the secret realm recommended for 3 people to enter. Moreover, it is a mysterious place like the Netherworld Ghost River. It may even put your life in danger. The girl didn't dare to hesitate and hurried to the elevator and pressed the up button. And at the same time, the scene around Lin Sheng also changed. What comes into view is a space filled with darkness, corruption, and dilapidation. The sky was pitch black, and the surroundings stretched as far as the eye could see. The only scene that could be seen was a black river beside Lin Sheng. And around the black river, there are also countless strange creatures wandering around. Yo! It's my turn to appear. With a neigh, a giant horse with a pitch-black body and scales appeared beside Lin Sheng. And the ghost wandering by the river in the distance also saw the two of them. Haha, how dare a meat-eater come to our territory? Come on, cut it into pieces. I'm going to use your bones to pick my teeth. Those terrifying creatures swam down from mid-air. He was wearing a black robe and holding a sickle longer than his body, like the god of death. Ghost sickle. Level. Late Warlord. Talent. Early Lord period. Skills. Curse. Death strike. Evolutionary route. None. Introduction. The creatures wandering in the Ghost River will curse any creature they touch, and killing them will also be cursed. Court death. I'll kick you to death. Before Lin Sheng could speak, Xiao Ling ran straight up, a pair of black hooves raised high. He stepped directly towards the ghost. Chapter 73, Extracting the Ghost's Lifespan. Lin Sheng can't get out? Hee hee. Do you think physical attacks will work on us ghosts? The ghost sickle made a sinister sound, as if mocking the black horse in front of it. Then the next moment, the pair of pitch-black hooves seemed to be infinitely magnified in front of it. It seems that there is no way to avoid it, without waiting for it to show a look of fear. Bang! A crisp sound. The ghost sickle was crushed into pieces by Xiaoling's hooves. After he died, the resentment on Guijian seemed to want to stick to Xiaoling, but was absorbed into his body the next second. Yo! So brave. Xiaoling at this time. It seemed that he had found the confidence that he had lost in Xiaobai from these ghosts. Standing there proudly, enjoying the terrified looks of the weird people around, Lin Sheng directly used the sequence extraction skill. Naturally, he was not worried whether Xiaoling's attack would be effective. As the descendant of the top existence of the Dark Empire, how could he be afraid of these strange creatures? It's so strange that a general in the middle stage of war can kill a general in the late stage of war in seconds. Even the curse after the opponent's death can be completely immune. Extract the resentful aura of the ghost sickle. Obtain the ghost scythe curse skill. Obtain the ghost sickle's ability to transform into nothingness. Obtain the 130-year soul mark of Oni sickle. Soul mark? Lin Sheng was a little stunned. The soul mark is a mark that all strange creatures have, and it will continue to improve with age. But it is extremely difficult for strange creatures to seize each other's mark, and they can only let the other party show up on their own initiative. And now Lin Sheng can actually forcibly seize the soul imprints in the bodies of these strange creatures. I remember that legendary black dragon. It lived for a very long time, and the soul mark in its body is tens of millions of years old. If Lin Sheng can continue to seize strange life skills, Xiaoling will only become stronger and stronger. Generally, for a Lord-level strange creature, it is considered good to have a 1,000-year mark in its body. A mark of 10,000 years can make one the Ghost King. A mark of 100,000 years, that is an existence that no one can mess with. Even Di Qian's strange creature in the late Lord stage had a soul mark in its body that was only 1,000 years old. Lin Sheng was excited. Inject genes. As Lin Sheng uses his talent skills, suddenly, a comfortable feeling surged into Xiaoling's body. Xiaoling's energy also skyrocketed at this moment. The black scales that originally only covered the weak parts of the body began to spread outward. After a few minutes, it almost covered half of the body. Compared with before, it seems even more powerful and extraordinary. And after obtaining the 130-year soul mark, the strange aura emanating from Xiaoling's body became even more terrifying. Some of the weak and strange creatures around were frightened and shrank back. Comfortable. Xiaoling stood beside Lin Sheng and became a little excited. Master, I want more. Let's kill all the strange creatures around this black river. No, let's liberate all of them. Xiaoling was busy shaking her head. Looking at those strange creatures floating around, they didn't seem so annoying anymore. That's exactly what I meant. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. These strange creatures are born from absorbing human resentment. The two sides are destined to be mortal enemies, and there is no mercy. The greatest sin is not being able to kill them all. Just like the motto of the Magic City Academy, kill all the evil spirits in the world. Those big characters were carved with vigor and power, and now Lin Sheng can still feel the sharp will emanating from them. Soon, Lin Sheng brought Xiaoling to the side of the Black River and started slaughtering. Then absorb all the genes of those strange creatures. Obtain the soul mark of Anakama 79 years. Obtain the Blood Red Ghost's 17-year soul mark. Obtain the 120-year soul mark of the Cursed Doll. Get the Curse skill. Obtain the Void skill. Gain the skill of sensing evil thoughts. Jia. A black crow flew over Lin Sheng's head. A sinister and miserable cry was emitted. The level of these strange creatures is too low, and they seem to be insubstantial. Lin Sheng shook his head. We have to find the owner of this netherworld ghost river. Its genetic skills. This is what Xiaoling needs. And at the same time, the girl with a ponytail has anxiously come into the hall. What's wrong, Tian Xian? Why are you in such a hurry? A steady voice was heard. Tian Xian was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the short man in front of him, his face suddenly became happy. Senior Hu Kun, Lin Sheng has entered the ghost river space alone. Hear this. Hu Kun's expression suddenly changed. He went in alone? Yes. Tian Xian nodded repeatedly. Wait here. I'll go call Teacher Qindao right away. Hu Kun turned and left. A few minutes later, he and Chun Dao arrived at the cylindrical building. This kid is just fooling around. That's a Lord-level secret realm for 3 people. The owner of the space, Weird Crow, is extremely difficult to mess with. Chun Dao talked as he walked. Even if you have talent, you can't act like this. A single player enters a team-level Lord-level secret realm. Even Hu Kun, who was the most powerful attacker back then, had to think twice before entering. Soon the two followed Tion Xian to the basement of the original building. And someone has indeed entered the Ghost River space. Hu Kun, didn't you enter this Ghost River secret realm before? How powerful are the lords inside? Hearing this, Hu Kun shook his head. That lord has suppressed his strength to the lord level. If you are higher than that, you can't enter his space at all. Once you force your way in, it will only cause the space to collapse and then explode, and no one will be safe. When I entered that space, I walked along the Black River for 3 full days, but I couldn't find it. Hu Kun didn't say anything else. That is what would have happened if he had found the Lord back then. The outcome is really hard to predict. After all, the strange crow has always suppressed its strength at the Lord level. I'm afraid he just wants to break through to the middle stage of the king in one fell swoop. By then, even if a king-level Beastmaster enters, he may not be able to do anything to it. It's really cunning. So we can only wait for this kid to come out? Want to get out? Unless the owner of Black River is willing to let him out? Hu Kun shook his head. Lin Sheng really offended the person he should never offend. If he had not been strong enough back then, the owner of the Black River would not have let him out. Now Lin Sheng is out. I'm afraid I'll be hungry for a few days. That guy won't let me go unless I absorb enough negative emotions from him. Well, the genius is too sharp and needs to be sharpened. This kid, I didn't expect him to be so troublesome. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought him here. Tion Xian felt a little guilty. What if the sharpening fails? Instead, it caused Lin Sheng's mentality of being tortured by ghosts to explode, and he no longer lived up to his previous enthusiasm. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Tion Xian to get over her self-blame for several years. And at this time, on the Heihe River, wherever a horse passed, there were corpses everywhere. The terrifying black horse was still shouting, "Life is hard. Why bother lingering? Just let me help you to be reborn. I will carry the mark of your soul and live for you." Chapter 74. Haha. God rewards hard work. My chance to show off has come again. What are you afraid of? With Lin Sheng's current strength, the owner of the Black River may not be able to control him. It's probably going to be a tough fight, but the blade sharpened this way will be even sharper. Qin Dao and others were helpless. I had to leave this place. Once you enter the secret realm, it is difficult to get out unless the owner of the secret realm wishes. But the owner of the secret realm will not kill anyone. It knew very well what the consequences would be if it took the fatal blow. That will lead to the Demon City's relentless pursuit day and night. What's going on, Hu Kun? What happened? A Beastmaster friend in the dormitory asked Hu Kun with a smile. Why do you look a little unwell? Nothing, just a junior who accidentally entered the secret realm of the Netherworld Ghost River alone. A person went in? This is incredible. You know, the flow rate of time in the secret realm is different from that outside the secret realm. I remember that the flow rate of time in the Netherworld Ghost in the secret realm is twice that of reality, right? Besides, a new freshman chief will be elected at the end of the month. This kid probably won't make it in time, right? That's what I'm worried about. Hu Kun scratched his head. After all, Lin Sheng and he were taught by the same teacher. I never thought that before I could help him, this kind of thing would happen again. If this matter gets out, it will be embarrassing for him as a senior brother. But there is still a chance. If he can gain benefits in the Ghost River secret realm, he will have practiced for 1 month longer than other students. Hu Kun spoke again. I guess it's difficult, right? Many seniors entered the Ghost River secret realm when they were at the Lord level, and they all came out starving. The name of the newcomer's graveyard is not given for nothing. My roommate beside me shook his head and was not optimistic. That's the newlywed's grave. The fact that it can be given this title is enough to explain the problem. Although the time has doubled, let alone improving my strength. If you can come out without being weak, it will be a huge benefit. And at the same time, the news that the new special recruit defeated Zhang Kuang and got extremely high rankings in various tests also spread. I was wondering why Zhang Kuang was training so hard in seclusion. It turns out that he was beaten in the rankings. But this record is really a bit abnormal. Even if all the freshmen from previous years were brought here, they would probably be ranked higher. Could it be that the identity of the freshman chairman has already been confirmed? You know what? Many organizations in the Magic City have already started trying to contact this special recruit, but he's pretty cool. I don't know why he hasn't answered the phone these past few days. His cell phone is unreachable, and I can't even see him anymore. All the freshmen on the Shanghai campus were amazed at the strength of this special recruit. Just at the Lord level, you can unleash the power of an early king. Everyone became more and more curious about the pet of this special recruit. But the only thing that is certain is, Lin Shang has almost secured the spot for the top freshman this time. After all, the first place score is exactly 100 points. Getting so many first place rankings, even before, almost never happened. Even some senior students in the Magic City began to pay some attention. This kid has great potential. He might be able to become a great help in our fight against the Imperial capital in the future. Maybe he can become the next catastrophic beastmaster in our demon city. Indeed, ever since the chief student from the Imperial capital came, our demon city has been losing. When everyone thought of that figure, there was some fear in their eyes. Lin Ming, although she is not yet the strongest in the Imperial capital, but it is the most difficult one. After all, he is extremely talented and grows very fast. I'm afraid that within 2 years it will become a major threat to the Magic City. By then, it would be difficult for them to defeat the Imperial Capital Academy in the competition. And once half of the resources are taken away every year, the battle power between the two universities will be unbalanced, and the Imperial Capital University will become stronger and stronger. This seems to be a fight between two universities, but no one knows how many organizations are behind it, and even the military is involved. A few days later, when everyone's enthusiasm for discussion was almost gone, the news that Lin Shang entered the secret realm finally spread like wildfire. In a gravity room, a huge golden ape is constantly lifting a piece of iron weighing several tons. Lift it up, put it down, lift it up, put it down, lift it up, put it down again. At this time, there is a 30 marked on the top of the room. That's 30 times the Earth's gravity. Haha, it seems that my hard work and cultivation was not in vain. God rewards hard work. Lin Shang, you can't blame others for this. Zhang Kuang couldn't stop smiling. As long as Lin Shang no longer continues to improve his strength, he wants to surpass the original record, and it is not without chance. Even with his current training intensity, the chances are still great. Double the gravity. As it opened, the number on the gravity room jumped from 30 to 31. And a foreign youth with golden hair. A bald eagle was also controlling itself and practicing its evasive ability. The bald eagle was extremely fast, and every movement made a sonic boom in the air. Its sharp wings seemed to be able to cut through steel. Yes, yes, good. The blonde man commanded his pet over and over again. Strong man from Dragon Country, if you don't enter the secret realm, I won't stand a chance at all. But now, everything is hard to say. The blonde young man's mouth curled up into a smile. He was originally very confident. But when I saw a snake moving that fast, I felt a little panicked. But now he is resurrected with full health. As long as he can get the resource reward from the chief student, it will be even more difficult for other students to catch up with him in the future. Maybe even that special recruit will never be able to catch up and can only look up to him. Beast training, one step faster. That's fast step by step. And such a scene. It also happens in many training rooms. During this month, almost all the pet training rooms in Magic City were fully occupied. Magic City Forum. This scene seems familiar. I remember that in previous years, there were also some old students who had almost secured the top spot in the freshman class when they first entered the school, but they insisted on going to the secret realm to have some fun, and they even chose the rookie tomb Netherworld Ghost River. Of course not. I was even more excited when I heard that the Netherworld Ghost River was a tomb for newcomers. What the hell? Isn't this the 37th ranked Chenhe? The top freshman of the 26th year. Big boss, can you explain in detail why the Netherworld Ghost River is the grave of newcomers? Listening to everyone's questions, Chenhe was also bored, so he started talking. The people who listened became more and more frightened. Chapter 75. Weird Crow, Cross-Level Battle with the King. The most bizarre thing about the Netherworld Ghost River. It's just that its road is almost endless. No trace of the Lord could be found no matter what. Logically speaking, a small secret space cannot have such a large range, but it is difficult to exhaust. Moreover, the ghosts and monsters seemed to be endless and kept emerging from the Black River. Everyone was increasingly shocked by the difficulty of this secret space. In the secret realm at this time, bang! A giant horse emitting black air and covered in black scales stepped on a ghost and exploded it, then continued to move forward along the Heihe River. I've been here for more than 30 days. I thought there were endless strange creatures in the Black River. How come they're gone now? Lin Sheng felt helpless. Over the past 30 days, the number of these strange creatures hunted each day has decreased. However, after all the genes and soul imprints were injected into Xiaoling, it was still a very large amount. The number of soul imprints required to upgrade the level of a creature like the black flame deer is much greater than that of other weak and strange creatures. This is also the reason why the black flame deer can crush other levels of ferocious beasts at the same level. Black flame deer. Level. Late Warlord. Talent. Emperor level. Skills. Disguise. Disappears when growing to the king level. Black fire. Trampling. Body shape change. Death domain. Soul mark. 3,800 years. Evolution route. Black flame deer. Introduction. A powerful and domineering creature at the top of the food chain, given the title of dragon. The late stage of the war. Just one step away from breaking into the Lord level. By that time, Lin Sheng had 2 Lord level pets. It will be easy to get into the top 100 of the rankings. Xiaoling, aren't you an experienced person? Do you know where the owner of this secret space is? Have no idea? Xiaoling shook the horse's head. And I'm not a horse. It just hasn't evolved yet. Lin Sheng was a little puzzled. He was on his way to hunt the strange creatures of the Black River. A space door appeared beside him, as if it wanted to send him out. But this is paradise. How could he get out? Hiss. I can try. Xiaobai, who had been watching the show in the beast-taming space, suddenly spoke up. Good. Lin Sheng nodded quickly. As soon as Xiaobai appeared in this space, an invisible field spread out towards the surroundings, and the pair of dragon eyes also emitted bursts of golden light. The light shone out, and even Xiaoling took 2 steps back. It was at this time. The Black River in front of me suddenly began to bubble, and then pounce. A huge monster flew out from it. Only when the monster stopped in midair did Lin Sheng see its shape clearly. Strange crow. Level. Early king stage. Talent. Early disaster. Skills. Crows disperse. Blood eyes. Curse. Evil song. Evolution route. Death crow. Introduction. A creature that lives in the sticks and is the favorite spy of the Emperor in darkness. Boy, you are looking for death. You push me too far. The huge body of the strange crow was suspended in the air. A pair of blood-red pupils stared at the young man and the 2 pets below. It originally relied on the Black River to suppress its own strength. I thought I could live peacefully like this forever. But he never expected that the young man would break in, and that the monsters under his command were no match for it. Even 2 Lord-level monsters were killed by the deer by relying on its cross-level domain. As the spy of the weird emperor, how could it not recognize the noble species like the black flame deer? No matter what, this is human territory anyway. After I eat this black flame deer, maybe my talent will be able to break through to the emperor level. This is an opportunity. The strange crow swooped down directly. The body is so huge that it covers the sky and the sun. So what if he's in the early stages of his reign? Xiaobai is not without the ability to fight. Python. Level. Late Lord. Talent. Late disaster. Skills. Entanglement. Proficient. Gigantic. Proficient. Cloud swallowing. Proficient. Water spray. Proficient. Hardening. Perfect. Healing eye. Danger intuition. Dragon might. Black flame horn. Eagle eye. Proficient. Vision enhancement. Vision. Evolutionary path. Jiaolong. Introduction. Devouring thousands of life genes, the true king of nature. Now Xiaobai's talent level has already reached the late disaster stage, and I have been staying in the beast-taming space for more than a month, and my level has improved by leaps and bounds. All the rat strips that Lin Sheng bought before have been digested. A lord in the middle stage can withstand the ferocious beasts in the early stage of the king. By the late lord stage, he was already strong enough to fight. Hiss! As Xiaobai opened his snake mouth, a thick fog instantly spread around. In just a few seconds, the thick fog seemed to cover the entire sky and earth, and the strange crow rushed into the thick fog in an instant and lost its target in an instant. What ability? But so what? You are only at the lord level. The king kills the lord. It couldn't be more common. Before the strange crow could continue to hesitate, a huge shadow suddenly emerged in the white fog. The shadow was like a giant snake, and its body was even bigger than it. Whoosh! The giant snake's tail lashed towards it fiercely. The strange crow was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. The entire body instantly dispersed and turned into countless small crows, then dodged the attack and gathered together again. But 30 or 40 of them had no time to dodge and were beaten into blood foam. And the shadow disappeared. How is that possible? The force you just used is greater than mine. The strange crow was shocked. Isn't that snake's level just that of a lord? Even a lord-level black flame deer shouldn't be its opponent at this moment. Without waiting for the strange crow to continue hesitating. Pa pa pa. The snake's tail in the shadow kept collapsing like a skyscraper at night. Its vision was obstructed in the thick fog, and it could only disperse its body into countless crows to hide. However, after these few hits, hundreds of the scattered crows were beaten to death. I can't go on like this. You're forcing me to do this. The strange crow suddenly looked at the black river behind him. Then he opened his mouth wide. The black river instantly turned into a stream of water and flowed into his mouth. The endless black river was swallowed directly into its mouth. This black river is also a treasure it obtained from this space. Not only can it hide its own breath, even after absorption, it can be transformed into a suit of armor covering the body. Ga. The strange crow cried 3 times. The black river overflowed from his body and covered his torso. It formed an extremely black scale armor, and even his wings were strengthened, turning into an extremely black color. Hiss. Master, the dark aura of this crow has become stronger. Xiaobai reported in the thick fog. Chapter 76. Kill the Crow. The rookie's tomb was cleared by the rookie. The aura of darkness has become stronger? Lin Sheng frowned. This strange crow must have used some tricks. Or in other words, he played his trump card. And then Xiaobai pulled it back again. Instead of dodging, the strange crow turned into a sharp blade and passed directly over Xiaobai's body at a speed 3 times the speed of sound. Puff. This time, directly scraped Xiaobai's 2 snake scales and cracked them. Even Lin Sheng was surprised. What a strong defense and attack power. He can withstand such impact without getting hurt and even scratch Xiaobai. You need to know the scales on Xiaobai's body, but it gathers the hardest parts of all Lord-level creatures. This means that no Lord-level creature can withstand the opponent's attack. Gah! The strange crow made another strange cry. Then suddenly I saw the towering snake shadow in the thick fog. Whoosh! It floated over. Die. However, when it rushed forward, what greeted it was not the body, but it was a huge thunder dragon. Roar! The thunder dragon let out a terrifying roar. The crow was so scared that its souls were about to flee. It turned around and tried to leave. But the next moment, boom! The huge thunder dragon drilled directly into the body of the ghost crow. Even the layer of black scales covering its body cannot block electric current. He was instantly charred by the electric shock and fell directly to the ground. Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng couldn't wait to use his talent. Obtain the ghost crow's soul, mark 1,700 years ago. Obtain the skill, Crows Disperse. Obtain the skill Death Song. Obtain the skill Blood Eye. Obtain the black feather gene. In a flash, the black crow was completely absorbed. Only a pool of black slime was left on the ground. Mao! Xiao Ling walked forward and stepped on the slime with his hoof. The black mucus was instantly sucked into the body, although I don't know what it is. But Lin Sheng knew that the price of this heiha must be sky high, and it is the most precious thing in this secret space. Inject genes. Lin Sheng placed his hands on Xiaoling's body. Successfully obtained the 1,700-year soul mark. Successfully obtained skill dissipation. Successfully obtained the black feather gene. With the injection of genetic energy, Xiaoling spun around on the ground comfortably. Finally, I can also be strengthened by my master. In the past, Xiaobai became much stronger every time he was strengthened, and Xiaoling saw it every time. I have been craving for it for a long time, and today I finally got what I wanted. It's the owner's turn to give it to me. He immediately shouted excitedly. Absorb this gene well, and I will elevate you to become the most bizarre and unpredictable being in the world. Lin Sheng stroked Xiaoling's hair and felt that it was obviously much thicker than before, and it becomes more and more flexible, and the resistance when running will be reduced. It's obviously a genetic effect, and after the soul imprint of the previous 700 years was completely absorbed, Xiaoling's body suddenly swelled up again, and black scales appeared all over the body. The pair of huge black horns on its head also became even bigger. Even on its back, A pair of pitch-black wings grew. Black flame deer. Level: early lord stage. Talent: emperor level. Skills: disguise, disappears when growing to the king level. Dead fire, mastered. Undead trampling, mastered. Body shape change, death domain, dissipation, death song. Soul mark: 5,500 years. Evolution path: black flame death deer, black dragon king. Introduction: when the black flame deer grows to adulthood, it will automatically reach the king level. Evolved: Xiaoling's level has grown to the early stage of lord. Lin Shang was delighted. And the proficiency of skills actually improves automatically. Is this the benefit of talent? There are 2 more evolutionary routes. It seems that this is the effect of genes. Lin Shang decided to temporarily set Xiaoling's main form as the Black Dragon King. Puff! Before Lin Shang could continue thinking, the little spirit in front of him took the initiative to use the dissipation skill. The body instantly turned into countless little ghosts, floating in the air like a sunny doll. Wow, this is a great escape technique. Lin Shang touched his head. And the most important thing is, you can also let these little ghosts help monitor you. Now that we have the good stuff, let's leave first. Hiss. Good. Mao. There's nothing left to grab. Gone. Gone. The location of this secret space is not in the Magic City Academy. When Lin Shang leaves, it will naturally dissipate somewhere and become one with reality. At the same time, the end of the month is coming to the Magic City Academy. The school is also very lively. I heard that Zhang Kuang has broken the record again. The power of his pet has reached over 1.3 million tons. Don't tell me. There is also Owen from the Lighthouse Country who also broke Lin Shang's nerve reaction speed test. One after another, the number 1 on the list was knocked down. The points Lin Shang obtained were also decreasing in disguise. This goes back and forth. The possibility of becoming the chief is reduced. And Lin Shang has been staying in that secret space. Other students continued to hunt ferocious beasts in the wild and sell them to the Beast Taming Association in the central building. The number of points is also growing by leaps and bounds. We've been waiting for more than 20 days. It's already the end of the month, and he still hasn't come out of the secret realm? Could he have died in there? Don't be kidding here. The 2 people guarding outside the Ghost River secret realm were chatting and laughing. When one of them accidentally looked at the sign, he was suddenly shocked. The lights in the Ghost River secret realm are out? What? The 2 looked shocked. The light in the secret realm really went out? This also means that the Ghost River secret realm will completely disappear from the Magic City from now on. And the owner of that space was also killed. At the same time, a figure emerged from the teleportation array. Although his body was a bit dark and dirty, and even had a smell, but the muscles and lines on his body are extremely perfect, and his eyes are extremely firm. The aura emanating from his whole body is even stronger than before. This caused both of them to take a step back uncontrollably. You're back from hell? An inexplicable sentence came out of the 2 people's mouths. Lin Shang smiled and looked at the 2 of them, but did not say anything. He walked straight past them. The reason for not speaking is very simple. Lin Shang now just wants to go back and take a shower. Soon, Lin Shang returned to his room. He quickly washed himself in the bathroom. With a relieved look on his face, he turned on the special computer in the room. There were several messages from Bai He and Di Qian, as well as several from Duning and some friends in the training camp. Lin Shang was often bored, so he chatted with Bai He via voice or video. The little girl's strength is also very good. Although she was not specially recruited, she was still admitted to the Shengshuer Academy, which only accepts female students. Duning went to the Imperial Capital Academy. After all, Modu often loses in school competitions. It is estimated that his family also took this into consideration and sent Duning to the Imperial Capital Academy. With her ability ranking among the top 3 in the training camp, it is more than enough for her to be admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. Lin Shang smiled and started a voice call to Bai He. Chapter 77. The New Chief of the Magic City. The Benefits of Strength. Zhang Kuang, 927 points. Ranked 83rd in the school. Owen, 916 points. Ranked 92nd in the school. Zhang Qiliu, 867 points. Ranked 91st in the school. The current total score for the 100th place in the school ranking is 300 points. And Lin Shang's score is 773, ranking 97th in the school. Of course, if it weren't for the points benefit of the freshman rankings, these freshmen would not have been able to make it into the top 100. Someone summarized everyone's points ranking in the forum. The prerequisite is that these rankings can be maintained by the end of the month. And today is the last day. This record was also obtained by Zhang Kuang and others after they broke various rankings. But now the situation has changed. Lin Shang actually came out of the secret realm before this. If he can defeat these people and get first place, he will most likely surpass them. What am I panicking about? Even if he came out, his body must be exhausted now. Zhang Kuang and others kept tapping their toes. However, when he saw it, when Lin Shang killed the Lord in the Ghost River secret realm, everyone was completely shocked. Is this true? The secret realm known as the Graveyard of Newcomers was actually cleared by a newcomer. Of course it's true. The lights in that secret realm have all gone out, and the owner inside must be dead. This Ghost River secret realm is a secret realm that even the top 10 bosses in the rankings back then couldn't pass. The special recruits are indeed special recruits. Their talents are indeed strong enough. It looks like he's going to break those records again. Let's go over and take a look. Everyone on campus was extremely excited, except for some freshmen. The old students also rushed over. At this time, Lin Shang obviously didn't know about these things. Then I'll hang up first. Our school is competing for the top freshman position. These people are so perverted. They are almost the same as you. Bai in the picture is wearing a white dress, with a rosy face as clean as snow and a smile on her face. To be honest, Lin Shang didn't answer her call for a month. Bai felt inexplicably uncomfortable. But fortunately, it was just an accident. I should probably get out soon. Lin Shang hung up the video. Then he went straight downstairs. The dormitories in Shanghai are also independent residences, with their own exclusive areas. Lin Shang quickly opened a training room. Boom. Just flick your tail casually. The enormous power of the late Lord was transmitted into the cowhide drum. 1.7 million tons. Congratulations on getting first place in the new force test. 290 seconds. Congratulations on getting first place in the freshman neural reaction speed test. 57 times the gravity of the Earth. Lin Shang passed 5 levels and defeated 6 generals along the way. In the same level, Xiaobai has almost no rivals. After all, even the king-level crows in the secret realm are no match for Xiaobai. Now its strength, coupled with those skills, already reached the king level. It's just that the level of evolution is not enough. It takes the genetic bloodline of 10,000 creatures to evolve into a dragon. Look, the rankings have changed again. Lin Shang has refreshed the freshman rankings again. He defeated Zhang Kuang directly and got 1,300 points. He is now ranked 63rd in the whole school. Today, someone is watching the rankings all the time. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Not only did the strange crow fail to restrain Lin Shang, instead, it became a stepping stone for him to keep moving forward. Today's points ranking is overflowing. Even Zhang Kuang, who was in second place, was still hundreds of points behind. It's too late to save the situation. Damn it, how could this guy be so perverted? He is so arrogant that he makes people stupid. No wonder he could become the first special recruit in the history of Magic City Academy. Even the Black River secret realm of the newcomer's grave can be passed alone. I should have realized earlier that it wasn't me, but his opponent. I'm afraid there is no one among his peers who can be his rival nowadays. Oh my god, this dragon countryman is so perverted. Even international students from the Beacon country are planning to give up. Not a match. No match at all. The gap between the two sides is simply not on the same dimension. Relying on the points from this freshman reward, Lin Shang is even going to squeeze into the top 50 in the whole school. Even if I get through, my secret realm score is only 63rd? Lin Shang seemed a little dissatisfied. But it's not bad. After all, 63 people can get the right to use the first-level blood pool. Relying on these blood pools, Lin Shang will be able to fill the gap in the bloodlines of those 10,000 ferocious beasts. Otherwise, relying on him to hunt, I don't know how long it would take. But now it can be done simultaneously. And when Xiaobai reaches the king level, he can strive for the top 50 and get the right to use the level 2 blood pool. The second-level blood pool is simply priceless in the market. The corpse of a king-level ferocious beast can be sold for tens of millions. The price of a blood pool made up of the blood of hundreds of kings and ferocious beasts is even more astronomical. If it weren't for the abundant resources of the Magic City Academy, any force would suffer if they had to use up these resources. If other people knew about his thoughts, they would definitely call him a pervert. Not to mention being a freshman. Even if students have been in school for several years, they may not be able to make it into the top 70. But Lin Shang reached the top 70 within a month. And after Lin Shang got the spot as the top student of this year's Magic City, what followed was countless olive branches. It was like being in training camp. But this time, those who came to recruit him were people and forces of a higher level than him. Just like the Du family of the big family in Magic City. Just send someone to contact Lin Shang directly through Du Ning's relationship. He wanted to tie Lin Shang to their Du family's chariot after graduation and promised to use the resources of the second-level blood pool. This is simply bloodletting. In addition, the other two major families also extended an olive branch to Lin Shang. Even some families as far away as Mount Everest and the imperial capital are showing their goodwill. If you can become the chief freshman of the Magic City, you will definitely get to know a lot of strong people after graduation. As long as he can establish a relationship with Lin Shang, when the family encounters difficulties in the future, with just one word, he can recruit countless kings and even disaster-level beast masters. This is the foundation on which families can survive. This is also the reason why the resources possessed by universities are becoming increasingly huge. The conditions offered by the military and the Beast Tamer Association seem to be more tempting. Lin Shang couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw those conditions. No wonder the senior students in the academy improve their strength so quickly. With so many people rushing to send resources, it's hard not to become stronger. Lin Shang suddenly felt fortunate. From the very beginning, I was working hard to get into the 5 major universities. With just a few words from others, a beast master can receive resources that he would never see in his entire life. This kind of platform and vision can never be obtained anywhere else. But everything depends on your own strength. After Lin Shang politely declined those olive branches one by one, the other party still sent Xiaobai and Xiaoling the highest quality food they needed. It can almost sustain his needs for a few years at the Magic City Academy. Damn, these bitches are so rich. Master, how about we rob them? Xiao Ling was muttering while stuffing pure feed into his mouth in the beast-taming space. The gangster nature in his bones was almost exposed again. Chapter 78: The Role and Resources of the Black River. Not now, no. Not ever. Lin Shang scolded Xiao Ling. The day is over. No accidents happened. Lin Shang became the new chief of Magic City. This is normal, as those points are almost impossible to catch up. As a representative of the freshmen of Magic City, Lin Shang also officially obtained this identity on the official website of Magic City University. Every freshman chief of the Magic City needs to do this. In the video, Lin Shang was seen dressed appropriately. Her black hair was loose and her eyes were slightly sharp. He picked up the manuscript and began to read. I'm very happy to be the freshman leader of this year's Magic City. This is inseparable from the hard work and practice of me and the Beast Master. The video is about 5 minutes long. The content is about the Magic City Academy, which is shaping a positive image of Lin Shangwei to the general public. After all, the freshman's chief representative is the Magic City University, so the standard must be high. So handsome. Is this the freshman leader of the 5 major universities? He's really handsome, especially that look in his eyes. It makes my heart beat faster. And he's so capable. Don't even think about it. Just wait and see. He is the only special student enrolled by the Magic City Academy this year. If I remember correctly, Lin Shang seems to be the younger brother of the genius in the imperial capital. They are really a pair of twin stars. The two of them became the freshman leaders of the Magic City and the imperial capital respectively. Is there going to be a scene where a brother and sister are killing each other? So exciting. There is a lot of discussion on the internet. They were all discussing the matter between Lin Shang and Lin Ming. Some people even started to ship the two together online. With Lin Shang's fame, almost everything about his training camp in Yangsheng was dug up. Suddenly, the popularity of two top talents emerging from a humble family reached its peak. Even Lin Shang's sister Lin Ming. It was dug out again. Imperial Capital Academy. Both of them have the last name Lin. No wonder the boss thinks highly of him. I thought he was only attracted by his talent and looks. The Crimson Demon Shadow Su Xian murmured. Indeed, the boss has been looking at her phone and grinning foolishly lately. I thought she was looking at something else. The sturdy-looking man at the side spoke silently. Isn't she a brother con? I see the boss often reads posts about couples. This is immoral. Su Xian blinked. My younger brother looks good, is pleasing to the eye, and has strong abilities. It's not impossible. You're just overthinking it. The boss just thought it was funny. She even asked us to step up our efforts to improve our strength and prepare for the competition in 6 months. That's true. I was just joking. How can a little guy who has just become a beast master compare with the super monster in the imperial capital? Su Xian touched her white chin. Suddenly I feel like I've been watching too many soap operas. How could someone as cold-blooded as the boss be a brothercon? I remember when my eldest son first entered school. There were a few older rich second-generation students who always teased her on the forum of Shanghai University. As a result, ever since the boss came to their door, those people haven't made a sound since. From then on, they would avoid Lin Ming when they saw him. It can be said that when he first entered the school, he had a terrible reputation in the Imperial Capital Academy. It's just that I haven't been doing much recently. And at this time Lin Ming, wearing a tight-fitting outfit, her perfect figure is clearly outlined. At this moment, she was lying on her bed, covering her face with a pillow, her body shaking slightly, and she was laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. How is it? My junior brother's strength is pretty good, right? Hu Kun, who was wearing training clothes, spoke to his companions beside him with a smile. What do you mean your junior brother? Have you taught him? Why are you so shameless? The companion rolled his eyes. Hu Kun just scratched his nose when asked about these three desperate questions. A little embarrassing. Should we invite him to join us? Sure. We are desperate for such a genius. But you have to act quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome if those mortal enemies snatch him away first. The companion smiled. Lin Shang and Hu Kun have the same teacher. They can be said to be from the same school. At this time in Lin Shang's room, Mao, the huge Xiaoling, was operating the Black River on his body. Let the Black River turn into a sticky liquid and cling to Xiaoling's body. Only creatures close to darkness can control it. Bang! The sticky liquid separated a long tentacle from Xiaoling's body and directly grabbed a plastic bottle on the table. Then melt and absorb it instantly. Then it turned into spikes and ghost hands, constantly destroying the surroundings. Xiaoling uses it very skillfully. I'm so lucky. I can even get a treasure like this. Lin Shang's eyes lit up. The moment he came out, he searched the internet for a detailed introduction to the item. Heiha, whose real name is parasitic spirit, is a parasitic creature born in the Darkland. Being able to inhabit the body of a dark creature, the stronger the power of this creature, the more exaggerated the strength of Heiha itself will be. Generally, a dark emperor with a parasite can easily kill an emperor without a parasite. This is something that even catastrophic beasts would covet. Even in the human network, there are only a few records. No wonder the strange crow didn't know. This strange crow thought it was just a defensive device, but in fact defense is only its weakest function. Lin Shang was excited. It can cover the body and hide one's own breath. The attack power can break through any Lord-level defense. Even Xiaobai can't stop it. Certainly. Part of the reason is also because the owner of it is a king-level ferocious beast. If it was used by Xiaoling, it naturally couldn't be so sharp. But even so, it's perverted enough. It is a priceless treasure. Start. 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 All systems are started. Beep. Lin Shang's phone rang. It was Chun Dao calling him. Teacher Chun. Ha ha ha, that's good. But you call me Teacher Chun when you get benefits, and call me Old Chun when you don't, right? Chun Dao over there laughed out loud. Lin Shang fell silent. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm happy that you can call me teacher. Now that you've come to the central building, it's the end of the month and it's time to distribute resources. Of course. There are also exclusive resources for you special recruits. Okay, I'll go right away. Lin Shang put down his phone. The two pets were also very excited. They are extremely intelligent, so they can naturally understand what it is. A few minutes later, Lin Shang came to the building in the center of the Magic City Academy. The building towered high into the clouds, but Lin Shang's mood was better than ever. This is the first time I got the resources of the Magic City Academy. Every student would be excited today. Chapter 79. Terrifying Chief Privileges. Hundreds of millions of resources for free in 1 month. Here. Chen Dao, who had a resolute face, also smiled today. He waved to Lin Shang from a distance. Tian Xian, who was standing next to the counter, also looked over. She really didn't expect that Lin Shang was the special recruit. In the past few days, she always thought that Lin Shang was just an ordinary student who was admitted to the Magic City Academy. Thinking about how she had taken care of Lin Shang like a weak younger classmate, Tian Xian felt a little embarrassed. Of course, this was just awkwardness. In all these years in Shanghai, she had never made such a mistake. First, your points ranking. Your final ranking is 72nd. Although you have dropped a few places, you still have access to the level 1 blood pool, as well as free accommodation and training room fees. However, the gravity room still charges a fee. In addition, there is also the Magic City's chief resource for freshmen, which will cover the meals for all your pets for 5 years, if your pet can reach the king level, disaster level, or emperor level during your time at school. The school will also bear all the materials needed for the pets to evolve. These are rewards. Lin Shang and his 2 pets' eyes lit up when they heard this. The 2 pets only heard that all meals would be provided for the next 5 years. Lin Shang heard it and took care of all the materials needed for the upgrade. This means that you only need to continuously improve the strength of your pet, and there is no need to worry about evolutionary materials. You must know that once a pet beast advances to the king level or disaster level, the materials required will be extremely expensive. That is to say, Xiaobai's talent level was not very high before, so the materials were not so urgently needed. But once Xiao Ling advances to the king level, the cost of the materials required is definitely something that Lin Shang cannot afford in a short period of time. I heard that the materials needed for a pet with king talents to advance to the king level are as much as billions. If we do not use alternative materials and choose the best materials for all, the amount we spend will be several times this number. No wonder those old-timers are also eyeing this spot. Their pets should have evolved long ago. Lin Shang touched his chin. The reasons why many students do not leave the institution have also been found. It is just to obtain the pet advancement materials provided by the school. As a result, the school will also gain connections with more powerful beastmasters. In the long run, they will only earn more. When can I use the level 1 blood pool? Lin Shang couldn't wait any longer. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. You still have points to use. Chun Dao raised his hand to stop Lin Shang. Lin Shang's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. The points ranking will be recalculated in the second month. The points from the previous month will only be kept for 1 day. Then today is the deadline to spend the points. Soon, Lin Shang came to the counter. What can points be exchanged for? Or what is the most cost-effective way to exchange for it? You can exchange for anything. Most beastmasters will exchange the highest grade and quality food for their pets. Tian Xian introduced it to Lin Shang. The highest quality mixed snake meat. Only the most valuable gram is taken from each beast. 10 points can be exchanged for a meal, but in the outside world, it costs 1 million to buy it. 1 million. This price is quite expensive. After all, Lin Shang's pet is different from others. Because the digestion speed is so fast, you have to eat almost every day. Haha, you are the chairman of the freshman class of the Magic City this year, so the Magic City will naturally provide all the food for you. Seeing Lin Shang's conflicted expression, Chun Dao suddenly wanted to laugh. Even geniuses have times when they worry about food for their pets. Yes, free of charge means I can get 30 million from the school for free every month. Lin Shang clenched his right fist and smashed it onto the palm of his left hand. Xiaobai in the beast taming space also became excited. The food is finally going to be improved. Tian Xian and Chun Dao blinked and looked at each other. 30 million? One meal of the highest quality pure meat can last you nearly half a month, right? You can't eat it every day, right? Is there any food for strange or dark pets? Pick out the highest quality ones for me. Yes, pure souls are the favorite of strange creatures. One meal requires 30 points, and the price outside the area fluctuates between 1 million and 3 million. After all, the total amount of pure souls is different. Moreover, this kind of food can improve the quality of pets in all aspects. Good ingredients can also improve the mood of pets. The most important thing is that the evolution speed of eating this kind of food is more than 10 times faster than that of ordinary food. 3 million. That's 30 to 90 million for free in a month. The 2 pets together would cost the Magic City Academy 100 million yuan in food expenses per month. Lin Shang's lips curled up slightly. So cool. Lin Shang was excited. And Xiaoling also became happy. The food I bought online before had too many impurities. It would starve to death if it didn't eat it. As a noble emperor, it would never eat such garbage. Now I'm finally going to improve my food. Listen to the sounds here. The students who also came to spend points looked over in surprise. After hearing what everyone said, his face was filled with envy. Chief student, as long as I get this spot, I won't mind doing anything. You can get a lot of resources provided by the Magic City Academy every month. The resources consumed in any month can create several millionaires in the outside world. However, in the school, it is just simple food expenses. But if they want to do so, they will need to spend millions, or even tens of millions. Even if a beastmaster makes money faster than an ordinary person, he cannot afford such spending. It really makes people jealous. Your status as the freshman leader has been recorded in your student card. As long as you go to the university cafeteria, you can get the food you need for free. Of course, You can also go there once in a while. Usually there will be a lot of stock left. Listening to Lao Chin's words, Lin Sheng nodded. Then what should I redeem for my 1,300 points? Now that there is no shortage of food, is there a body of the floating whale? Lin Sheng asked. No, not to mention that the sky whale is rare. Even its young can reach the level of a king. Hunting it is too difficult and not cost-effective. And each time the floating whale is sold for a very high price, you obviously can't buy it with your few points, and the Magic City Academy doesn't have this channel either. It's not that the school is not strong enough, but since it is also the corpse of a ferocious beast, there is no need to do so. It would be better for Lin Sheng to kill them personally in the future. Yes, can I exchange all my points for lightning stones? Yes, a total of 1,300 points can be exchanged for 260 lightning stones. The exchange price for each item is different. Thunderstone is very rare in Yangsha, but in the Magic City, it can only be considered rare. Carrying his own lightning stone, Lin Sheng returned to the dormitory. Chapter 80 Evolution. King Level. The snake enters the sea and turns into a dragon. In a room in the dormitory that is specifically used for training, 260 lightning stones piled on the ground, emitting dazzling light. The tiny arcs of electricity could peck a black hole in the wall. The energy in this lightning stone is even more concentrated than what I got in the wild before. Lin Sheng looked at the pile of lightning stones on the ground that was like a small mountain. It is worthy of being a major force in Dragon Country. The store is big, but it doesn't cheat customers. Although the things are expensive, what you exchange for will definitely be the best. Hiss. Xiaobai walked forward slowly, pulled by the lightning mark on its back. Streams of water flowed out from the 260 lightning stones. The water flow formed a vortex in the air, and all rushed into the lightning mark. Thunder Dragon, Mastery, upgraded to Thunder Armor, Perfect. Boom. The terrifying thunder spread over Xiaobai's body. The lightning moved around, but did not hurt it at all. The lightning flashed across his body and connected to the ground on the iron plate, leaving black traces. But it did not splash onto Lin Sheng's body. At this time, Xiaobai's whole body was covered with scales made of lightning, a horn made of lightning, even armed to the teeth. That layer of lightning armor covered the outside of his body, and it really looked like he was wearing a piece of armor. Even the sharp claws extended several meters and were made of lightning. Mao. Master. Brother Bai is targeting me. All of its skills are young. Xiao Ling was staring anxiously in the beast-taming space. There is no way I can surpass it no matter how long I live. This wave was definitely restrained. Not bad, very powerful skills. This ranking was not in vain. No wonder everyone is so yearning for the 5 great universities. The strong will become stronger and stronger. I must accumulate enough resources. I want to be in the top 50 of the rankings starting from the new January. Lin Sheng set a goal for himself. Then, without hesitation, he took Xiaobai and Xiaoling and stepped directly onto the teleportation array and rushed to a small town on the edge. In the days that followed, as soon as Lin Sheng got up every morning, he took his 2 pets to hunt ferocious beasts in the wild. The levels of the ferocious beasts hunted are almost all at the Lord level. If it is lower than this level, there will be no training effect. And at night, then return to the academy and soak in the first level blood pool. The skill libraries and genes of the 2 pets are improving rapidly. Xiaobai was fine, as he had absorbed a lot of genetic energy before. Xiaoling absorbed it in less than half a month. The level directly broke through from the early Lord stage to the middle Lord stage. Its body became even larger, and its original height of only 2 or 3 meters increased to 4 or 5 meters. The pair of pitch-black wings can also be displayed on the back, and the parasites in the body are utilized more skillfully. This is an improvement in combat experience, which is far beyond what can be obtained by giving genes. Only through constant training and fighting against ferocious beasts in the wild can you improve. Mid-March, Lin Sheng brought Xiao Ling into the Lord-level secret space again. Then hunt strange creatures in the secret space and extract their genes. But this time my luck wasn't as good as before. The owner of the secret realm was not found. Sensing the entry of a being stronger than himself, the owner of the secret space had already run away. Soon a month was over. Lin Sheng's points ranking is 56th. Originally his points were ranked within the top 50, but I never expected that the list would be stolen at the last minute. This is very common in the Magic City Academy, but Lin Sheng is a newcomer, and he didn't expect so many people to steal the list. Don't slack off next time. The fact that a Lord-level Beastmaster could make it into the top 50 caused quite a stir in the school. At the beginning of the second month, Lin Sheng became even crazier than the previous month. Every morning when he wakes up, he takes the two ferocious beasts to hunt in the wild. Enter the secret space once every 3 days. Noon, right in the middle of the third month. The goal of 10,000 ferocious beasts was successfully achieved. I absorbed nearly 7,000 bloodline genes from the first-level blood pool, and about 3,000 of them were hunted in the wild. Exactly 10,000. It's time to evolve. Lin Sheng's eyes were as fast as lightning. Bring Xiaobai to the river outside the magic city. Lin Sheng's naked upper body was riding on Xiaobai's body. At this time, Xiaobai's body has become extremely large, and he can easily destroy a large ship in the river. One man and one snake. Float down the river. There were dark clouds all along the way. There were countless strong winds and lightning struck from the sky. It seems that Xiaobai is a creature that is envied by heaven, and even heaven wants to take its life. The violent thunder struck Xiaobai's body, causing wounds one after another, and attracted countless ferocious beasts to bite him. Lin Sheng sat upright on his forehead, staring straight ahead, without wavering. Finally, after half an hour, the river became wider. Almost all the scales on Xiaobai's body fell off. As it rushed into the sea, huge scales grew on its body again. The white scales were engraved with intricate patterns and were even harder than before. There are also dorsal fins growing on the back that look like fish fins. Its body also had 2 pairs of 3 sharp claws piercing out. The divine light in his pupils became even more terrifying. It's just that there is no thick hair growing on the neck, but rows of sharp teeth grew out of his mouth. Dragon. Success. Lin Sheng stood up suddenly. The dragon is more than 10 feet long, like a snake, but with 4 legs, with a white baby on its neck. There is red flying on its chest. Roar. Xiaobai roared towards the sky. Move freely in that river. Its speed even exceeded 5 times the speed of sound, but it can only be so fast in the river. What is that? The crews on the surrounding ships were shocked, but that figure was like a flash of lightning, disappearing in a flash. By the time he took out his camera, it was too late. Mao. Xiao Ling in the beast taming space widened his eyes. Something seemed to be awakened deep in Xiao Ling's memory. Having followed Lin Sheng for such a long time, Xiao Ling had naturally heard of the legendary creature called the dragon. Could it be that Brother Bai is really? Xiao Ling was dumbfounded. Before, I let it be the second in command, and I felt a little dissatisfied. Now I am completely convinced. No matter how talented I am, I can never compare to the legendary dragon. After receiving huge power feedback, Lin Sheng felt that the power contained in his body was even stronger, and they seemed to have a natural affinity with water. The dragon is good at water. Although it can't fly, it is still a tyrant in the water. Lin Sheng was excited. A few days later, the center of the building in the Demon City Bay City. Bang! Looking at the huge teeth that Lin Sheng threw out from the beast taming space, Tian Xian covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with shock. You really killed the king in the abandoned city. That was a creature in the middle stage of the king. After being shocked, Tian Xian suddenly reacted. Has your beast master reached the king level? Tian Xian's heart skipped a beat when she saw Lin Sheng smiling but saying nothing. He has reached the king level in less than 3 months after arriving at the school. This speed of improvement is too terrifying. Chapter 81. Second level blood pool. Exchange for king level accessories. The first person in Modu Academy. This tooth is the most valuable part of its body. It can be exchanged for about 300 points. 300 points plus your 2,600 points. 2,900. Tian Xian was shocked. He knew exactly what this meant. It means that Lin Sheng has just arrived at the school. In less than 3 months, he was ranked 36th in the university rankings, able to obtain the right to use the second-level blood pool. To be able to get such a ranking after losing the novice protection is enough to explain a lot. Damn it, you are such a pervert. All arrogant people are stupid. I have been trapped at the peak of the Lord level for at least half a year. I thought that after breaking through to the king level, I would be able to suppress Lin Sheng for a while. But he never thought that this perverted boy would break through before him. I am also an SS-level beast controlling space. How can one extra letter make such a big difference? You are really good. Several senior sisters have privately asked me for your contact information. Lin Sheng. Qin Dao's serious face was almost smiling into a chrysanthemum. Such a genius actually fell into his hands. Old Qin, the competition will be held in more than 3 months. At what level can I participate? Lin Sheng asked. Oh, you still want to participate in the battle between the demonic city and the imperial city? Chun Dao stared. This is a competition that requires both pets to reach the king level. In our Magic City Academy, there are probably only more than 20 people with 2 pets above the king level. Chin Dao said. Don't look at the fact that his first pet is currently at disaster level. The second pet's level was only at the early king stage. Not to mention those beastmasters who only have 1 king-level pet. Some families might be able to afford to train a king-level pet, but what about training 2? Unless he is the young master of a Fortune 500 company. Who dares to be so generous? I understand. I will try my best. Lin Sheng nodded with a smile. What's the point of your efforts? You didn't understand what I was saying, did you? Chen Dao blinked his eyes. That resolute expression, as sharp as a knife, could hardly be held back. But if you really want to, you may have a chance. I'll call Hu Kun and ask you to meet Du Qianqiu. Du Qianqiu? Lin Sheng had naturally heard of this name. The Magic City Academy is always ranked in the top 5 in points. His strength is even stronger than Hu Kun. When my grades were the best, I ranked first in the school's points. It is also the largest of the several major gangs in the Magic City Academy. Okay then, but I'm going to use the level 2 blood pool first, and I'll talk to you when I come back. Lin Sheng waved and left. Soon, he arrived at the place to receive the reward. The guard outside the door took a look at Lin Sheng's student ID number and looked at him in surprise. Then his face was full of smiles. Lin Sheng, right? Come in. Lin Sheng nodded and went in. Although he had come here countless times, Lin Sheng's heart still beat faster this time. As he pushed open a door, he was immediately shocked by the scene inside. Only in the room, filled with all kinds of huge and terrifying creatures. A golden ape with barbs all over its body. A giant crocodile with teeth like steel. A wolf with 6 wings on its back. Each one is much stronger than the one Lin Sheng encountered in the Bay City before. Just the overwhelming pressure is enough to suffocate people. But this is just an illusion. As Lin Sheng shook his head, the shadows disappeared. What appeared before his eyes was a jar of blood essence from a king-level beast. It exudes a fragrant aroma that increases your appetite. Is this the blood essence of a king-level creature? The blood essence of the king creature accounts for a very small proportion. Therefore, the quantity is much less than that of the Lord level. Sequence extraction. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the 6-armed golden ape. Obtain the iron-toothed 9-tailed crocodile's genetic bloodline. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the winged wolf. Obtain the 6-armed golden ape power gene. Obtain the iron-toothed 9-tailed crocodile bite gene. Obtain the golden armored land turtle defense gene. Obtain the assault, mastery, skill gene. A large number of genes were extracted by Lin Sheng. According to preliminary estimates, there are more than 60 kinds of king-level bloodlines. This is already an extremely exaggerated number. Lin Sheng's current physical condition is enough for him to withstand the extraction of so much blood at the same time. Injection. A large amount of genes were injected into Xiaobai's body. Xiaobai's body also became hot. You can even boil an egg directly on your body. It wasn't until half an hour later that it was completely over. When Lin Sheng picked up the machete and slashed directly at Xiaobai's scales. The specially made fine steel knife was directly broken into 2 halves. The defense has been greatly improved compared to before. And as time goes by, after all these defensive genes are converted, it will only become stronger. And this is only the first day. After I inject a large amount of monarch-level genes into Xiaobai, Xiaobai will be able to deal with late-stage monarch-level pets in the early-stage monarch stage. Xiaobai has just broken into the early stage of the king and can deal with the middle stage of the king. Moreover, at that time, there was no genetic bloodline of a king-level creature in his body, so he had to rely entirely on his own skills and talents. Xiaolong. Level. Early king stage. Talent. Emperor peak. Skills. Entanglement. Perfect. Giganticization. Perfect. Swallowing clouds. Perfect. Water spray. Perfect. Hardening. Perfect. Healing eyes. Mastered. Danger intuition. Mastered. Rockification. Mastered. Thunder armor. Perfect. Dragon might. Black flame horn. Eagle eyes. Proficient. Vision enhancement. Vision. Evolution route. True dragon. Introduction. Devouring countless lives. Standing at the top of all living things. Previously absorbed a large amount of biological blood from the first-level blood pool. Almost all skills have reached perfection. Now he has acquired the king-level skill of rock transformation. Xiaobai's foundation is already very solid at this point. Coming out of the room, Lin Shang came to the cafeteria again. Or take a month's worth of food? The beast tamer nutritionist in the cafeteria stared at Lin Shang. He didn't understand why this kid's beast was so greedy. Others only come once every few days, but Lin Shang can spend 100 million yuan on food expenses in their cafeteria in a month. Even if the university has money, it can't build it like this. But during this period, he asked Chen Dao and got Chen Dao's permission. And this is also the key to Lin Shang's pet's rapid improvement. Even the food they eat is of the highest grade and is supplied in unlimited quantities. How can they not evolve quickly? I guess even the Du family's side door doesn't dare to build like this. Bring your own food. As soon as Lin Shang went out, he ran into Hu Kun. Lin Shang, I've been looking for you for a long time. Come with me to see Du Qianqiu. Hu Kun looked at his junior with a smile. He was also very satisfied with Lin Shang. Learn. Lin Shang responded, also smiling. He and Hu Kun often talked about beast taming and training, and the two had known each other for a long time. Both are disciples of Chen Dao. Lin Shang naturally wanted to meet this senior who was once ranked number 1 in the Magic City. Chapter 82, Genetic Fruit. Intermediate Secret Realm. A few minutes later, Lin Shang followed Hu Kun to the villa where he lived. The Magic City Academy is very large, with a special area for students to live in. The place where they usually gathered was Hu Kun's home. Just treat it as your own home. Don't be polite. Before Hu Kun could speak, Xiao Ling in the beast-taming space spoke first. Haha, just think of it as your own place, don't be polite. Hu Kun stretched out his strong and powerful arms and opened the door. The iron door is made of a special alloy and is extremely heavy, but Hu Kun could still push it away easily. The physique of a disaster-level beastmaster is evident from this. And this is the case when there is only one disaster-level pet. If both pets reach the disaster level, the power will be very terrifying. The two walked along the stone-paved road into the villa. At this time, Du Qianqiu and several other beastmasters were standing in the living room. Du Qianqiu. Lin Shang stared at her for a while. The first impression it gives is that it is very beautiful and very cold, and it is the kind of coldness that is born in you. Come to think of it, you and Qianqiu have some history. You should know her sister, right? Although they are not born of the same mother, they are at least sisters from the Du family in Magic City. Are you talking about Du Ning? Lin Shang immediately thought of the girl who pretended to be cool, different from the Du Qianqiu in front of him. Du Ning pretends to be aloof, but Du Qianqiu's coolness comes from the depths of his soul. Don't be fooled by Qianqiu's cold face. He is actually a warm-hearted person. Hu Kun chuckled. You talk too much. Du Qianqiu interrupted Hu Kun. Hu Kun quickly shut up. This is a ruthless master who owns 2 disaster-level pets. In terms of strength, he is considered to be among the best in the Magic City Academy. Generally, a disaster-level beastmaster can have 3 pets. A disaster-level pet can be called a disaster-level beastmaster. And owning 2 disaster-level pets also means a certain reputation and status among disaster-level beastmasters. With 3 disaster-level pets, he can almost be called invincible in the disaster level. If we break it down, these pets can be divided into early, middle, and late stages. A small realm can lead to a huge gap. There were a total of 5 people present, including Lin Shang. 4 of them are catastrophic-level beastmasters, and the only one who possesses 2 disaster-level ones is probably Du Qianqiu. Lin Shang, I have heard about your situation from Teacher Chun. If you want to quickly upgrade your pet to the disaster level, you must go to the disaster-level secret realm. Du Qianqiu went straight to Lin Shang. Even if you observe closely, you still can't find any flaws on Du Qianqiu. She was like an ice sculpture. No one dared to touch her. But wouldn't it be suicide for me to go to the disaster-level secret realm? Lin Shang raised a question. Of course I won't let you go by yourself. As long as you join us, I can take you into the disaster-level secret realm once a month. Du Qianqiu stated his conditions. She also hopes that Lin Shang can join her. Among the several organizations in the Magic City Academy, Du Qianqiu is not the strongest one. 2 of her enemies even possess 2 disaster-level beasts. It would be a good thing for her if she could recruit this new chief of the Magic City freshmen under her command. Isn't this the equivalent of asking others to take you into a higher-level secret realm? Lin Shang thought to himself. This kind of thing seems to be very common everywhere. Of course. Du Qianqiu added, the points obtained in the secret realm will be divided fairly according to the amount of effort. If you get it by your own strength, you can own 100% of the share. Okay, I'll join you. Lin Shang nodded. Being a lone wolf is far from enough with his current strength. If you want to survive, you must rely on a more powerful force. Du Qianqiu rarely smiled. The three people beside him also laughed. The new chief of Magic City. And he is the only special admission student. Lin Shang's joining is undoubtedly great news for everyone. Ha ha ha, we are all students of Teacher Chen Dao, so there shouldn't be too many barriers between us. Hu Kun laughed. Yes, I have heard of your name, Lin Shang, when I was hunting beasts in the wild. You are very famous in our Magic City. A young man nearby began to praise. Even the people in Demon City know about it? Of course, you are the new chief of the Magic City. Many beast masters in the Magic City Bay City know you. When you go out, remember to cover up a little. Don't be too tempted. A senior student winked at Lin Shang secretly. Lin Shang blinked and pretended not to understand. All right. Du Qinqiu interrupted everyone. Lin Shang, go back and get ready. We'll set off tomorrow. Yes. The secret realm we are going to this time is a new medium-sized space. I'm afraid people from other schools will go there too. You have to be careful when you get to the secret realm, the young man said with a serious face. I know. Lin Shang naturally knew it clearly. He had just entered the king level and was just a fledgling in the eyes of those disaster-level beastmasters. But don't be so serious. After all, our Magic City Academy is the top of the 5 major academies. Those people probably don't dare to mess with us, haha. The young man patted Lin Shang on the shoulder and laughed. If you have power, you can do whatever you want. They don't bother other people, and those people should be thankful. Who dares to cause trouble for them? A few minutes later, Lin Shang returned to his room. 2 pets were eating their food there. It looks absolutely delicious. Xiaoling's level is in the middle lord stage. With the benefits gained in the secret realm, he must quickly evolve to the late lord stage. Then you can get the resources of the school. You can easily advance to the king level. I can also become an invincible existence among the kings. If 2 king-level pets were to arrive at any small bay city, they would be able to become city lord-level beings. It is rumored that someone has seen genetic fruits in the newly opened medium-level secret space. I heard that someone from our Imperial Capital Academy is planning to enter the secret space tomorrow. Not only the Imperial Capital, but also other major first-class academies are sending people. Gene fruit. Any one of them can be sold for tens of billions of dollars, and it can stimulate the blood talent of pets. I'm going to join in the fun tomorrow. Maybe with some luck I can get the missing one? Otherwise, just follow the group from the Imperial Capital, and you'll get less benefits at most. Someone came up with an idea. At this time, Lin Ming was discussing countermeasures with Su Xian and others. Sister Lin Ming, are you planning to go in person this time? Su Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. If Lin Ming enters in person, who can beat them? Yes. Lin Ming uttered a word. She wants to get the genetic fruit in the secret space. This thing is not something a disaster-level lord is qualified to possess. The next morning arrived quickly. Chapter 83 Worthy Information, Forced to Separate. The basement of the cylindrical building. In front of a teleportation array. Du Qinqiu, Hu Kun and Lin Shang were fully armed. Yesterday, someone from Jiangnan Academy brought back a genetic fruit, which was auctioned online for a whopping 13 billion. Everyone looked at each other. They saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. The target is the lord of that space. Find it and kill it. Du Qinqiu's words were cold. The air around seemed to drop a few degrees. Clear. Learn. Lin Shang, you stay with us and take care of those monsters. I know. Lin Shang nodded, thinking a lot in his mind. 13 billion genetic fruits. If I could get one, Xiaoling could break through to the king level at any time. Following a flash of light, everyone disappeared from the teleportation array. Then, he appeared in a jungle. Obviously, the owner of this world prefers the wild environment. The weather around was extremely gloomy, and an extremely dangerous atmosphere continued to emanate from the jungle. However, there was one person missing from the team at this time. Lin Shang is missing. Hu Kun was shocked. Not only Lin Shang, but Lu Song is missing too. One team member looked around nervously. Now find the lord of this space and kill him. Du Qinqiu frowned slightly. Hu Kun was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. This is a medium-sized secret space, and its size is almost equivalent to a small base city that can accommodate tens of millions of people. Trying to find someone here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be better to quickly kill the Space Lord here and take away the genetic fruit. By then, Lin Shang will naturally be out of danger. Lin Shang, you better be careful. The dangerous creatures in this jungle aren't just the beasts. A king-level beastmaster fell into a disaster-level secret space. As long as you act a little more carefully, it won't be too dangerous. People? Lin Shang landed in the jungle, and looked around. Why is the person gone? Could this be a random teleportation space? It's possible. When too many people enter a space, the owner of the space will sense the crisis and will activate the self-protection function of the space to disperse these people. Lin Shang had seen this knowledge in books before. Hiss. Xiaobai emerged from the beast-taming space. Mao. Xiaoling also came out and shouted loudly, as if announcing her arrival. Xiaobai swung his tail directly on Xiaoling's head. You're shouting so loudly. Are you afraid that others can't hear you? Lin Shang rolled his eyes. Xiaoling immediately let out a few low moans of grievance. Then his eyes lit up. Master, I smell the genetic fruit. You smelled it? How did you smell it? Lin Shang was a little confused. I can't explain it clearly. It's an impulse in my blood. It seems to be urging me to go in a certain direction. I have a little bit too. Both pets seem to have this feeling. After all, Xiaobai's talent has now reached the emperor level. The two pets have become more sensitive to these resources than before. You will involuntarily rush towards those things that can make you stronger. Then you lead the way. Lin Shang turned over and rode directly on Xiaoling. Because Xiaoling is now 4 or 5 meters tall, Xiaobai could barely coil around its body. In this way, one man, one snake, and one horse headed towards the west. Roar, roar, roar. There were constant roars of beasts coming from the jungle, and from time to time a branch from the roadside would extend out to attack Lin Shang. But they were all killed instantly by Xiaobai. Don't you even look at the genes in Xiaobai's body now, and what kind of organism they were extracted from. Those terrifying creatures are the top existences even at the king level. But Lin Shang also encountered many ferocious beasts that were not easy to deal with along the way. Their levels are all around the late monarchy stage. In the early stage of king, Xiaobai still dared to fight. It became a bit difficult in the middle stage. The later stages are completely on a different level, so I can only avoid it. Sai. A wriggling sound came from Xiaoling's body. The black parasitic spirit attached itself to the two pets and Lin Shang like skin, completely isolating their breath. In the process of sprinting, there was even one time when he rushed past a creature in the middle stage of the king without being discovered. There are more and more king-level people, and they are probably coming soon. Generally, a disaster-level beast will have 5 to 6 king-level subordinates. Lin Shang's eyes lit up, hoping to get 1 or 2 genetic fruits. Soon, an extremely huge mountain appeared in front of Lin Shang. On top of the mountain, there lay a reptile with its body covered with thick bone barbs. The reptile did not notice Lin Shang and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, but there were still 3 ferocious beasts in the early stage of the king patrolling around. Just watching from such a distance made Lin Shang and his 2 pets tremble with fear. Is this a disaster-level beast? Lin Shang had never really seen it before. Moreover, it is able to control 3 ferocious beasts in the late king stage, whose levels are at least in the middle or even late stage of the disaster. Brother? Suddenly a voice came from beside Lin Shang. Lin Shang turned his head away suddenly. In front of him, there was a man looking around furtively. Did you also get separated from your team? When the man saw the medal of the Magic City Academy on Lin Shang, he immediately showed an envious expression. I have first-hand information here. Do you want it? While speaking, the boy's eyes kept glancing at Lin Shang's pet. Oh shit. Those who graduated from Shanghai's universities are all rich. The talent levels of these 2 pets are definitely not low. Some beast masters would enter the secret realm in advance to observe the movements inside. Then he sells the information he obtained to people who entered the space later. Do you have any valuable information? Lin Shang asked. I know the genetic fruit is in that mountain. The man pointed to the mountain range beneath the giant lizard's body. Boy, aren't you talking nonsense? Are you kidding us? Xiaoling took a sudden step forward. A dark breath came over me. At this moment, 2 people suddenly walked out from behind the man, looking at Lin Shang and his companions with a fierce look. The man immediately smiled. Without a bodyguard, how dare he sell information here? Of course not this information. I have something more valuable. I won't cheat anyone. And this secret space is about to be in chaos. I can guarantee that it's absolutely worth it. Only 50,000. The man held out his hand. It's not expensive. Lin Shang touched his chin. Hee, of course, and I won't sell it to ordinary people. The man looked at the logo of the Magic City Academy on Lin Shang's body. Okay, go ahead. Chapter 84. Universities take action. Lin Ming's weapon pet. Lin Shang casually transferred 50,000 yuan to the other party. With this little money, you can sell the scraps of any ferocious beast. Hey brother, you made a fortune. If this place hadn't become so dangerous, I wouldn't have sold the information so cheaply. I'm not afraid to talk about those people before. I sold it to them for millions and made a lot of money. The man seemed somewhat smug. Seeing this, Xiao Ling just wanted to step on his face. It's a pity that there were two burly men standing behind him, so Xiao Ling didn't dare to take any action. Damn it, they actually asked me to pay. This is such a shame. Xiao Ling swore secretly in her heart. Wait until I become stronger. This will definitely be the last time. It will never pay anyone again. Listen to me. A few dozen minutes later, Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. It is indeed news worth the price. Just as the man said, Lin Sheng really made a profit. This is my business card. When you arrive at any of the secret realms in the future, feel free to contact us and you'll always get first-hand information. The man left a business card and left quickly. They are the information merchants who enter each secret space at the first opportunity when it opens. It also has its own organization within the territory of Dragon Country. According to what he said, all the universities are planning to take action tonight. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. 3 of the 5 major universities are here. They had all discussed it in advance and planned to start the snatch tonight. By then, this space will naturally become extremely dangerous. But the information merchant did not sell it to Lin Sheng at a low price just because of this incident. But because they saw that Lin Sheng was a student of one of the 5 major universities, they thought he might know this information, so they didn't dare to kill him too harshly. But I didn't want to leave empty-handed, so I had to make a very low offer. Just find a place to wait. At night, use the cover of darkness and the parasite's hiding ability to sneak in. Lin Sheng was lurking around the mountains. Soon night fell. Let's do it. Hukun summoned his pet. The same was true for Du Qinqiu, standing next to him. Hukun's pet is an elemental creature made up of hurricanes. Its body will continue to grow in size during battle, and its destructive power is extremely strong. Du Qinqiu is a snow wolf with snow-white fur all over his body. There is nothing special about him, but Hukun does not dare to underestimate him. Another person in the team also summoned his pet, and at the same time, in the place closest to the mountain, Lin Ming was wearing a black combat uniform, which outlined his body in every detail. In her hand, she held a double-edged sword that was almost as long as her. The width of the hilt can also cover that slender waist. On the hilt of the sword, 2 blue-green pupils opened, representing the element of thunder and wind. Special pet. Possess self-aware weapons. This is a pet that is rarer than elemental pets. The attack power is the strongest among all types of pets, but it is extremely dependent on the user. So strong. Su Xian on the side was secretly surprised. A hint of fanaticism also arose in my heart. That knife? Every time it appears, a catastrophic beast will shed blood. Let's go. I can only hold out for 5 minutes at most with dual elemental power. Lin Ming picked up the big sword with one hand. There was even a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. 5 minutes is enough to kill that thornback dragon. But the thornback dragon is not the key. The most dangerous people here are the students from other schools. Finally, at that moment, countless extremely terrifying auras emanated from around the top of the mountain. Roar, roar, roar. The thornback dragon clinging to the top of the mountain suddenly opened its scarlet eyes. The angry roar spread throughout the entire secret space. A large number of ferocious beasts in the early, middle, and late stages of the king's reign all rioted. The entire secret space was in chaos in an instant. Roar. At once, the screams of countless ferocious beasts could be heard all around. Even with the help of the dark moonlight, Lin Sheng couldn't see clearly. Is it that intense? Lin Sheng, who was hiding in the dark, was secretly shocked. At the same time, there is also a hint of excitement. Once that thornback dragon comes down from the top of the mountain, it will be my turn to take action. Mao. At this time, Xiaoling finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Even king-level creatures could die here. Why is a lord-level creature joining in the fun? Go. Follow me. Lin Sheng rode directly on Xiaoling's back. Then the breath of the two disappeared into nothingness. Xiaobai was taken back to the beast-taming space. In a flash, Lin Sheng rode Xiaoling into the open space ahead. With the cover of night and by concealing his own aura, he was hardly noticed. Lin Sheng's heartbeat kept accelerating as he got closer to the mountains. Fortunately, Xiaoling is fast enough. In less than a moment, half the distance had been covered. However, at this moment, roar! A purple light suddenly appeared on the body of the huge thornback dragon. The light instantly illuminated Lin Sheng's figure. With scarlet pupils, the thornback dragon looked at this audacious human being and couldn't pull away for a moment. But there are still a large number of kings around, who rushed here after receiving the order from the thornback dragon. Woof woof. A three-headed dog in the early stage of the king suddenly rushed forward, looking for death. Xiaoling snorted disdainfully. Then a snake tail suddenly appeared from the void, and the tip of the tail turned into a sledgehammer, which directly blew up the three heads of the three-headed dog. Boom! The huge corpse of the three-headed dog fell directly to the ground. Lin Sheng took a break from his busy schedule and used his sequence extraction skills. Obtain the ironbone three-headed dog's genetic bloodline. Obtain the three-headed gene. Get the bite force gene. Get the bite skill. Get the fire-breathing skill. The three-headed dog's body turned into a pile of bones in an instant. The White Lord in the late stage can kill the king in the early stage. Now that he has broken through to the early stage of the king, his strength is equivalent to the level close to the peak of the middle stage of the king. Having obtained a large number of king-level genes, killing a ferocious beast in the early stage of the king state is a piece of cake. The other ferocious beasts simply could not keep up with Xiaoling's speed. But along the way, there were still beasts controlled by other beastmasters attacking each other. Even Lin Sheng was accidentally hit a few times. But after seeing Xiaobai's terrifying attack, no king-level beastmaster dared to provoke it anymore. And all those beastmasters also rushed into the mountain. It's your brothers. How can you snatch it from so many people? Xiaolingqi's eyes turned red. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. When I become stronger, all of you will be killed one by one, and none of you will survive. Don't worry about them for now. Can't you feel where those gene fruits are? Yes. Xiaoling suddenly woke up. I am the emperor. The ability to find things, especially those of ordinary beast masters, can be compared. Chapter 85. Seizing genetic fruits and stunning people. Swoosh. Xiaoling bent down slightly and sniffed the ground. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Over here. On the mountain where the thornback dragon is lying, there are many holes of different sizes. Lin Sheng followed one of the cave entrances and went directly into the mountain. At the same time, roar. The huge thornback dragon suddenly spewed out a purple laser from its mouth. The laser swept over, and the pets of several beast masters were seriously injured. However, what made it most angry was the figure in front of it, the human holding a big knife in his hand. Almost. You should die too. Lin Ming spoke silently. The murderous intent in his eyes never diminished. Lifting the big knife in his hand, the blade was instantly covered with blue-purple thunder. As he swung out the crazy thunder with his sword, it instantly turned into a sharp blade and flew out diagonally. Puff! The sharp blade cut through. One of the hind legs of the hedgehog was cut off directly. The severe pain instantly sent him into a state of rage. He turned around and planned to escape from here, and even killed one of his king-level subordinates along the way. Want to escape? Lin Ming held the knife, and a hurricane appeared above his feet. In just an instant, he flew to the back of the spiny-backed dragon. Then he held the handle of the knife with both hands and slashed hard from top to bottom, accompanied by a burst of thunder and terrifying sounds. Boom! Lin Ming's entire figure pierced directly through the hedgehog dragon's back and fell under its abdomen. Then the huge disaster-level beast Thornback collapsed with a loud bang. A bit weak. I think highly of you for using 2 elemental powers. Lin Ming put away his sword, but his words remained cold. However, everyone watching this scene was shocked. The beast that was in the middle of the disaster just died like that? Hukun still found it a little hard to believe. It would be strange if he didn't die. Lin Ming overdrew his strength and was able to reach the late stage of the disaster in an instant. Du Qinqiu standing aside obviously knew something. He frowned and looked at the figure holding the knife. Go to the mountains and take all the genetic fruits. Kill those who refuse to cooperate. Lin Ming's eyes were filled with tyranny. Even Su Xian didn't dare to approach her at this time. Of course, it is impossible to kill someone by murdering them. Although the wild is not under the jurisdiction of the government, animal tamers often kill each other. But once you are caught, it is not so easy to get away with it. Just beat up those who don't cooperate. Sister Lin Ming is affected by the weapon. She is not like this normally. Su Xian explained to the people around her. The new students from the imperial capital who were brought in by them also nodded nervously. Then everyone headed towards the mountain together. In the mountains at this time, the battle outside is about to end. Get the things and run. Don't let the people in the imperial capital see you. Lin Sheng listened to the somewhat nervous sounds in the mountains. Turning his head, he looked at Xiaoling. Can your parasitic spirit forge special items? After a few seconds, in the cave, several students from Jiangnan Academy were moving forward quickly, holding a pure white fruit in their hands. However, Lin Sheng's figure suddenly blocked the way for several people. Hand it over. Lin Sheng stretched out his hand. When those people saw the Imperial Capital School emblem on Lin Sheng's chest, their expressions suddenly changed. What should I do? If I don't agree, that crazy woman will definitely come. But this is a genetic fruit worth tens of billions. They are unwilling to give it away just like that. Hiss. A white snake appeared behind Lin Sheng, staring at everyone with a fierce look. Those people looked at the creature and suddenly shuddered. In the darkness, Xiaobai looked so much like the legendary dragon. Give it or not? Lin Sheng smiled. The color of Xiaobai's pupils became increasingly brighter. Give. Those people gritted their teeth, threw the genetic fruits in their hands directly towards Lin Sheng, and turned away. We can't win in battle, and we can't compete with the capital in terms of recruiting people. We can only blame the fact that there is no strong person leading the team in their school. Looking at the snow-white and transparent genetic fruit in his hand, which even had traces of blood vessels in it, Lin Sheng was excited. Hundreds of billions are now in his hands. Now is not the time to be happy. There must be other people here. Lin Sheng exchanged glances with his two pets. Xiaoling suddenly became excited. Hitting with a club is its favorite thing to do. In the following time, Lin Sheng continued to pretend to be a student of the Imperial Capital Academy and seize genetic fruits from there. Sensing human breath is much easier than sensing those genetic fruits. Once he encounters a student from the Imperial Capital Academy, Lin Sheng will kill him. With the help of the parasitic spirit's cover, attack from behind. With Xiaobai's strength, a Beastmaster in the middle or even late King stage would have no power to resist if he attacked them. What's more, these people don't seem to be on guard. In just half an hour, they snatched nearly 20 genetic fruits. Finally, someone discovered that something was wrong. On the outskirts of the mountain, next to the huge corpse of the hedgehog dragon, Du Qianxiu and Lin Ming stood opposite each other. Beside them were Hu Kun, Su Xian, and others. The two men agreed that they would not fight personally, but let their men go into the mountains to fight for the spoils, and they would take whatever they could get. And at this time, but suddenly someone rushed out. There was a huge red bump on his head and he was grimacing in pain. Sister Lin Ming. Someone pretended to be a student from our capital and attacked us from behind. He stole at least a dozen gene fruits from us. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Everyone's beasts instantly appeared behind him. I can guarantee that it wasn't done by my people in the Magic City, at least not by the people I sent. Du Qianxiu's eyes were cold. Even if a fight really breaks out, she won't be afraid of the other party. Really? How about I go and find that person? Lin Ming spoke silently. As you wish. Du Qianxiu spread out his hands. But I have to follow you. Who knows if you'll go in and take what we found? Lin Ming said nothing and walked directly towards the mountain, while Du Qianxiu followed closely behind her. The two of them had just reached the foot of the mountain. Another figure walked out, and the moment he saw Du Qianxiu, the figure trembled suddenly. Sister. Du Ning touched the bump on his head, seeming a little aggrieved. Snort. Du Qianxiu breathed heavily and ignored her. Although Du Ning and I are not from the same school, how can she be so disappointing? Can you still be hit by a club? I want to see which kid is so bold. The two of them unexpectedly shared a common hatred for the enemy. Chapter 86. Caught by my sister. In the cave. These are all good things. This beast collection is really good. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. There was a huge hollow space in the cave, and piled in it are huge eggshells of various colors. This certainly couldn't be the egg of the thornback dragon. The higher the level of the beast, the more difficult it would be to breed offspring. Lin Sheng estimated that these eggshells were kept by the thornback dragon for itself to eat, or for its offspring to use. It's a pity that I saved so much and ended up giving it to others. Lin Sheng looked at the huge eggshell that stretched as far as the eye could see, and his eyes felt a little hot. The price of an eggshell is estimated to be around 100,000 to 1 million. If you can breed a cub and contract it to a beastmaster, the price will only be higher. But the essence contained in it is the most important. It can greatly increase the growth rate of pets and stimulate the potential of genes and cells in the body. Xiaobai, Xiaoling, swallow all these eggshells. Following Lin Sheng's order, the two pets immediately rushed to the storage room in front, as if they were having fun. In the wild, It is extremely common for ferocious beasts to devour the cubs of other ferocious beasts. Xiao Ling used her hoof to crack the eggshell open and sucked out all the essential liquid in one gulp. Xiao Bai swallowed the eggshell together. No nutrients are wasted. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely scold me for being unpromising. Wouldn't it be better to sell it? Eating it directly is too damn extravagant. But Lin Sheng doesn't care about that. Da. Hello, two seniors. The two students from the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital nodded and greeted Lin Ming and Du Qianqiu immediately upon seeing them. Well, have you seen the guy who was messing around in the cave? Du Qianqiu asked. No, but he knocked out several of my companions and robbed them of the genetic fruit we found. This guy was so ruthless that he even defeated a mid-level king beast tamer. When they came to this point, the two students felt a little scared. He can even knock out a mid-stage king, so his strength must be at least in the late stage of the king, right? It is even very likely to be catastrophic. Hearing this, Du Qianqiu glanced at Lin Ming. I just ended my overdraft state. The bloodthirstiness and murderous intent in my body have not completely faded away. If I lose my sanity and kill someone, I might. Du Qianqiu was a little nervous. If Lin Ming really killed someone here, it would be troublesome. And he is a king-level beast master, which will be even more difficult to explain. But fortunately, this place isn't a secret place. As long as he lies and says he was killed in a battle with a ferocious beast, no one will find out. White Wolf. Du Qianqiu summoned his pet. The two students from the Imperial Capital and the Demonic Capital felt their legs tremble as they looked at the giant wolf with snow-white fur. A disaster-level pet. Not to mention them, even their pets would be killed instantly. Hurry up, I have things to do back in the capital. Lin Ming on the side spoke calmly. Got it. Are we still afraid that we won't be able to catch him? Du Qianqiu smiled slightly. The wolf with snow-white hair just sniffed the ground and ran away into the darkness. Lin Ming also hurried to follow. Good fellow. Who on earth is the one who is so hated that he could make two big guys attack together? I think he's in trouble now. There was a hint of pity in the eyes of both of them as they looked into the darkness. Crunch, crunch. From deep within the dark cave, there was a constant sound of gnawing. Roar. Xiao Bai excitedly patted his belly with his two front paws. I lay on the ground and didn't want to move. The same was true for Xiao Ling, who was standing nearby. The bellies of both pets were bulging. They can eat like this thanks to their imperial digestive abilities. It's enough to imagine how much energy is contained in that eggshell. Roar. Someone is coming. Xiao Bai suddenly opened his pupils. In a moment, the black parasitic spirit enveloped all three of them. So many eggshells? It looks like you just ate them. You have a big appetite. Du Qianqiu looked around. I didn't expect this little thief had such a big appetite. In that direction, the two of them had a slight sense of perception in the darkness. At that moment, a sound of shattering suddenly came from behind the two of them. Gotcha! The two of them turned their heads abruptly. There was a young man with a snake and a strong horse, looking at them awkwardly. Hello, I'm just passing by. How did you accidentally step on the eggshell? It's all over now. Due to the nervousness in the darkness, Lin Sheng did not see the faces of the two people clearly. He could only feel an extremely dangerous aura from them, which was far beyond what he could resist. However, the two of them saw it clearly. Lin Sheng. Du Qianqiu was delighted. He hurriedly stopped the ice wolf's movements. Since he is one of us, there is nothing much to say. On the other hand, Lin Ming, who was standing aside, was also stunned. Then he took a step forward and rushed forward. Du Qianqiu's heart suddenly tightened. In her opinion, a cold-hearted person like Lin Ming has no family affection. This is murdering my own brother. Wait. Before Du Qianqiu could shout out, Lin Sheng has been held in Lin Ming's arms. The face that was pressed so tightly against Lin Sheng's was almost suffocating him. Ugh, damn it. What kind of magic is this? Lin Sheng stretched out his hands and struggled hard, finally escaped from the bondage. However, when he saw the peerless beauty of the woman in front of him, Lin Sheng was so frightened that he almost broke out in a cold sweat. It was even scarier than the scariest horror movie he had ever seen. Lin Ming. Xiaosheng, why didn't you tell me that you were going to such a dangerous place? What would I do if anything happened to you? Lin Ming played with Lin Sheng's hair lovingly. The brutality and murderous intent on his face had not yet faded. Makes Lin Sheng look particularly scary. It was all my fault before, and I made you suffer, but you should also know my difficulties. When saying these two words, Lin Ming gritted her teeth very hard. Let's go. Come back to the capital with me. She grabbed Lin Sheng's hand and prepared to leave. Although it was exceptionally soft, Lin Sheng didn't care about how it felt. I'm not going. Lin Sheng quickly refused. Du Qianqiu was even more stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Is this still the Lin Ming who kills ferocious beasts without blinking an eye? Why do you act like a little mother in front of Lin Sheng? However, when Lin Sheng said that, the air around him suddenly seemed to drop several degrees. Du Qianqiu couldn't help but feel nervous. Be good. Come back with me. I will teach you how to train step by step. Lin Ming's eyes curved into beautiful crescents. Her voice was sweet, and she kissed Lin Sheng on the cheek. The sweet lips are kissed in one go. Du Qianqiu blinked immediately. If this kiss were given to anyone else, they would probably be hunted down to the ends of the earth by those people in the imperial capital. I don't know how many heirs to large groups have pursued Lin Ming, but without exception they all ended up being rejected. Chapter 87. Crazy Devouring of Gene Fruit. Xiaoling advances. It's over. It's over. Am I really going to become a slave to 3 families? Lin Sheng didn't care too much about the touch of the red lips. I don't know how many times I've been kissed before. No. I've already promised Sister Du that I'll participate in the competition between the 2 schools with her. Lin Sheng suddenly had an idea. Du Qianqiu was very cooperative. Yes, I brought Lin Sheng to the secret realm this time to help him upgrade the level of his second pet. Du Qianqiu admitted it generously. That is true. This was indeed the purpose of everyone's trip, but some accidents happened along the way. Hearing this, Lin Ming's clenched fists creaked. However, Du Qianqiu just stood there and smiled, not afraid at all. I've been humiliated for so many years, and now it's finally my turn. Let's go, junior brother Lin Sheng. Come back to the Magic City with me. Of course, all the gene fruits you get belong to you. Du Qianqiu was in a good mood. The amount of words I said to Lin Sheng today was almost more than all the previous times combined. Lin Ming looked at the 2 figures and suddenly became thoughtful. Could it be that my brother likes someone who is a little cold and arrogant? Is being too enthusiastic bad? Lin Ming nodded involuntarily. Little boys certainly do. Like, desire to conquer. Yes, that's what it said. But Du Qianqiu, I want to see if you can still calm down during the competition. Lin Ming caught up and pulled Lin Sheng back to his side. Xiao Sheng, where did you get your pet? It looks pretty handsome and looks exactly like you. It looks just like the legendary dragon, but the one next to it is neither a horse nor a donkey. Xiaobai enjoyed listening to it, but Xiaoling was so angry that she almost quit. It's a pity that this ruthless man even dared to kill the thornback dragon. So how could he be afraid of it? The 2 chatted all the way. Lin Ming's words were gentle, just like a real mother. Du Qianqiu sighed when he heard this. During this journey, Lin Ming probably spoke more than he had since he joined the Imperial Capital Academy. This brother control. I did find an advantage over him. The 3 of them left the cave immediately. This space is about to shrink. We must go back quickly. I don't know who said this. Everyone dispersed. Lin Ming, do you still want this thornback dragon's body? Lin Sheng looked at the disaster-level beast that was as huge as a hill beside him, his eyes shining. You want it? Lin Ming looked at Lin Sheng with some curiosity. The body of this thornback dragon is estimated to be worth more than 13 billion in the outside world. But even so, it is not as valuable as the gene fruit in your pocket. Du Qianqiu said coldly. Lin Ming didn't say anything. She was also a little embarrassed to ask Lin Sheng for it. Otherwise, just relying on this fruit that sold for tens of billions of dollars, Lin Sheng would not be able to escape unscathed. Want to? If you want it, just call me sister, and I'll give it to you. Elder sister. Hey, it's yours. Looking at the 2 silly people, Du Qianqiu was speechless. How can you look like a disaster-level beastmaster or a strong man from the Imperial Capital Academy? Looking at the 2 of them, Du Qianqiu's heart tightened, and his gaze inexplicably fell on Du Ning. However, when his sister saw Du Qianqiu, she suddenly became nervous and her body trembled involuntarily. Well, let's go. Du Qianqiu sighed. Lin Shengza came to the front of the thornback dragon and touched it gently with his hand. Sequence extraction. In a flash, the body of the thornback dragon collapsed like a pool of mucus. Obtain the bloodline gene of the thornback dragon. Obtain the black death purple light skill gene of the thornback dragon. Obtain the thornback spike gene. Cool. This is a catastrophic beast. If Xiaobai can obtain skills beyond his own level, he can use them as a killer weapon. Even now, he can be invincible in the same level. Okay, sister, I have to go back too. But I will not show mercy in the competition 3 months later. If you lose, you will have to obey my arrangements in all matters. Lin Ming gave Lin Sheng an ultimatum. I know. I know. Lin Sheng was a little impatient. My elder sister is good in every way except that she is nagging and always wants to restrict him. It's hard for the top 10 masters of the Imperial Capital Academy to even talk to your sister, and you're still not satisfied. Hukun felt a little disappointed with his friend. If I had such a strong sister, I would have clung to her and refused to let go. To say something outrageous, I wish we could sleep in each other's arms every day. This kid really doesn't know how lucky he is. It's none of my business, Lao Hu. Lin Sheng shook his head. A sister is a sister. It has nothing to do with the high and mighty things that the powerful people in the imperial capital have. As long as I want, I can talk and play with my sister at any time. Dozens of minutes later, Lin Sheng returned to the Magic City Academy. And after everyone left, the news that this secret realm had been conquered spread quickly. Even the video of Lin Ming falling from the sky and instantly killing the mid-stage disaster beast was uploaded to the internet. It has attracted countless people to follow and admire it. In this era, people are more yearning for strong women. With such a beautiful appearance and a strong student in the imperial capital, Lin Ming naturally attracted the attention of countless people. But the genetic fruit in that secret realm has disappeared. There are rumors that the imperial capital and the Magic Capital Academy divided it up privately, and they have no intention of selling it to the outside world. Even though the major organizations knew that the two universities were planning to embezzle the genetic fruit and not sell it, they did not dare to put pressure on the two universities, and the matter ended up in nothing. At the same time, in Lin Sheng's basement, the world could never imagine it. The genetic fruit that attracted countless people's envy was now thrown on the ground by Lin Sheng like watermelons on the road, piling up like a small hill. The fruits are crystal clear, and you can even see the genetic veins inside the fruits. Only a faint fragrance wafts from the fruit, but it is also very tempting. Xiaobai swallowed one whole and chewed it clean in 2 or 3 bites. Now Xiaobai's mouth is full of fangs, and it is no longer like the previous snakes that can only swallow by relying on gastric juice. Not to mention Xiaoling. Although it looks like a horse, its mouth is full of rows of sharp teeth. The effect started quickly. The blood vessels of the two pets slowly expanded. As the blood flows faster, the cells in the body are also working like crazy. A large amount of black viscous liquid was discharged from the body surface of the two pets. Those are the untransformed impurities in the blood of other creatures. This genetic fruit can make the pet's blood purer, like the blood that Lin Sheng injected into his two pets. Those that have not yet been transformed or cannot be forcibly transformed are expelled. Mao! Xiaoling roared. The body gradually changed. The conditions for advancement have been met. Chapter 88. Preparation for War. Black Dragon King riots. Xiaoling's energy surged again, and he had only eaten 5 or 6 genetic fruits. There are 7 left on the ground. Xiaobai's hands are very flexible now. He grabs one with each of his 4 claws and puts it into his mouth as soon as he throws it. Mao! Leave some for me. After tasting the sweetness, Xiaoling became anxious. Xiaobai immediately looked at his master with a face full of grievance. It seems like she is planning to act coquettishly and cutely again. However, Lin Sheng looked at the 2 genetic fruits in Xiaobai's mouth and the 4 genetic fruits in its 4 hands, and he really didn't know how to speak for it. Don't eat yet. Your stomach is so bloated. It looks like you're pregnant for 10 months. Lin Sheng held his forehead in his hand and was speechless. Xiaobai had swallowed the essence of the eggshell in the cave, but had not yet digested it completely. Then he came back and stuffed a dozen more genetic fruits into his stomach. A majestic Chinese dragon, as fat as a Western dragon. I guess his feet don't even touch the ground when he walks. Woo-woo. Xiaobai suddenly felt aggrieved. However, Lin Sheng ignored its pretense and collected the remaining 7 genetic fruits on the ground. Then he sent Xiaobai into the beast taming space to speed up the consumption of energy and brought Xiaoling to the central building of the Magic City Academy. Lin Sheng, how come you are free today? I heard that you gained a lot of benefits in the secret space. Some students greeted Lin Sheng with a smile. These are all Qingdao students, and Lin Sheng responded one by one. There are indeed many benefits. All the valuable things in that intermediate secret realm were taken by him alone, so how could he be left out? But it will be hard to have such an opportunity in the future. My second beast needs to be upgraded to the king level, and I need the following materials. Lin Sheng stuffed a piece of paper listing various precious materials into Tian Xian's hand. Tian Xian was shocked and her mouth opened so wide that a golf ball could fit in. So soon? Before, Lin Sheng's pet was at the general level. It seems that I really gained a lot of benefits in that medium secret realm. Okay, this is your privilege as the head student, but these materials are quite expensive and will take some time. Tion Xin looked at the materials listed on the paper. The shock in my heart reached a new level. Even the materials required to upgrade a pet with catastrophic talent in the academy are not as expensive as what Lin Sheng needs. There are even some things that cannot be bought with money. It is also necessary to entrust the Dragon Slaying Bureau or the Disaster Removal Organization. What level of pet is Lin Sheng's second pet? Why are the requirements so high? Of course Lin Sheng knew it too. When he was listing those materials, he couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. Among them is a kind of fruit that grows on dark cliffs. And there are catastrophic beasts guarding it. There are even some materials whose value is almost the same as that of genetic fruits. They are all good things that are in short supply. If Lin Sheng were to go find it, Xiao Ling didn't know how many years he would be stuck at the Lord level. Now that I have the privileges of being the chief student, things are much simpler. Write something down and walk away. In a few months, someone will deliver it to you. The quality of this service is impeccable. After handing in the materials to the central building, Lin Sheng returned home and injected the genes of the Thornback Dragon into Xiaobai's body. Obtained the bloodline gene of the Thornback Dragon. Obtained the Black Death Purple Light gene. Obtained the Thornback Spike gene. With the injection of genetic energy, one after another, prompt sounds of successful injection were heard. Black Death Purple Light. This is a catastrophic level ability. Lin Sheng saw with his own eyes that the Thornback Dragon was emitting a lush purple light, and a laser went down. Several king-level beast masters' beasts were stunned. That's just those who were affected. You can imagine its power. As time goes by, under the influence of genes, the scales on Xiaobai's body become sharper and sharper. A purple light slowly merged into the dragon fin behind Xiaobai. The dragon fins emitted a faint purple glow. It makes Xiaobai look even more terrifying. And then 2 days. Both pets stayed in the beast taming space to digest the energy in their bodies. Lin Sheng did not continue taking them for field training. After all, in Xiaobai's condition, it's difficult for her to even walk with her big belly, let alone fight against ferocious beasts. But as energy is continuously consumed, the levels of the two pets are also slowly advancing. Xiaoling has almost reached the limit of the Lord level. That is the peak of the Lord level. And Xiaobai is gradually progressing towards the middle stage of King. The aura emanating from his body was much stronger than before. Now, I'm afraid that just a glare would be enough to scare a Lord-level beast to death. At the same time, in the far north of the European continent, in a dark territory, a huge reptilian monster with a huge body and a back that almost pierces the clouds, exuding an extremely dark aura. Its body was covered with thorns that reached the sky, and when its wings were spread out, they could cover an entire small base city. Those scarlet eyes were so terrifying that just looking at them would chill one's heart. Black Dragon King Nyack, the king of dark creatures. His strength is at the top even among emperors. And now, in front of the Black Dragon King Nyack, there were two equally terrifying creatures crawling on the ground. If there were someone here, he would surely recognize that these two creatures are at the emperor level among the ferocious beasts. But now, facing the Black Dragon King Nyack, he could only crawl on the ground and dare not look up. Dragon King, I have found information about your child. One of them was a huge red strange bird with 9 heads, and said tremblingly, although they are both emperors, the Black Dragon King in front of it can kill it instantly. Snort. White mist came out of Nyack's nose. For the first time there was action. Seeing this, the two beasts hurriedly continued. Your child was once in the hands of a late-stage disaster-level beast. We have received news that the ones who snatched him away were a few humans with Asian faces. The other ferocious beast, whose shape could not be seen clearly, responded hurriedly. At this time, the Black Dragon King Nyack received this news and suddenly stretched out his body. That pair of broad wings instantly covered the territory of darkness, causing countless creatures in the darkness to crawl down. Roar. The angry roar that resounded through heaven and earth showed the Emperor's wrath. When the Emperor is angry, corpses will be scattered all over the place. At this moment, the monitoring satellite of the Lighthouse Country captured this scene, and the country's security center suddenly fell into extreme panic. After a lapse of several years, the Black Dragon King, who once dealt a heavy blow to their lighthouse nation and pulled them down from the pinnacle of humanity, has made a move again. Chapter 89. 2 months later, something light. More than 2 months have passed. Preparations for the competition between the two universities are in full swing. In a wilderness area, Xiaoling, hold him back, received Lin Sheng's order. Countless big hands, made of black mucus, stretched out from Xiaoling's body, locked the huge skeleton wolf firmly in front of his eyes. However, the giant skeleton wolf almost broke free with just a slight effort. But a building next to him was suddenly pierced through. A ray of purple death light shot straight into the giant skeleton wolf's head and then pierced through it. Giant skeleton wolf. The ferocious beast in the late king stage. Die. Extract genes. Lin Sheng placed his hand on the skeleton of the giant wolf. Obtain the skeleton giant wolf bloodline gene. Obtain the skeleton gene of the giant skeleton wolf. Obtain the skill bite. Perfect. Obtain the skill bone armor. Perfect. Obtain the skill clash. Perfect. Finally dead. Lin Sheng let out a long sigh. In the past 2 months, Lin Sheng has been hunting ferocious beasts in the border forest between Mount Everest Base City and Demon City Base City. And this giant skeleton wolf is already the most powerful beast at the border of this forest. Due to its hard bones and ability to summon bone armor to protect itself, it is difficult to kill. Finally, Lin Sheng and his 2 pets found an opportunity. Good cooperation. Lin Sheng touched the foreheads of the 2 pets. Then the giant skeleton wolf's bone armor skill was instantly injected into Xiaobai's body. Obtain the skill bone armor. Perfect. Perfect level. And it is a unique skill of this creature. With this skill, it will be much easier for Xiaobai to kill the king in the later stage. Now Xiaobai's level has reached the middle stage of the king, close to the late stage, and his real combat power is in the late stage of the king, or even the peak. Relying on this huge amount of skills, even if you encounter a ferocious beast in the early stages of a disaster, you can just run away if you can't defeat it. Xiaoling is still at the Lord level, but his actual combat power has reached the early king level. Lin Sheng is now considered to be the top one among the king-level beastmasters. After all, there are no more than 30 beastmasters who can tame both of their pets at the king level. Brother Lin Sheng, are you still in the wilderness area? Suddenly, a message popped up on Lin Sheng's phone. Yeah, what's wrong, girl? Lin Sheng smiled. Sent the message back. In less than 2 seconds, the other party sent a message back. Isn't that very close to Shengshu Academy? Why don't you come find me? Attached below that sentence was a cute emoticon. Okay. Lin Sheng shook his head. Very close? Relying on the teleportation array, you can get there in less than 10 minutes. Bai He is getting worse and worse at lying. But in his heart, Lin Sheng had already regarded Bai He as his own sister. It's normal for a brother to indulge his younger sister, right? A few dozen minutes later, Lin Sheng came to the famous Shengshu Academy in the Mount Everest Base City. The Holy Snow Academy was built on the edge of the Mount Everest Base City and was originally a fortress used to defend against ferocious beasts from outside. It is called the Impregnable Wall. However, relying on its military background and the uniqueness of the school, it is listed as one of the 5 major universities along with the Demon City and the Imperial City. At first glance, the school gives people an extremely clean feeling. There were still quite a few young people wandering outside the gate. Lin Sheng had a handsome appearance, and as soon as he walked over, someone came up to him and started talking to him. Brother, you're here to see the waves too, right? Watch the waves. Lin Sheng was a little puzzled. That's slang. The boy leaned close to Lin Sheng's ear. White thighs. So many layers upon layers, I can't see them all. The boy chuckled twice. You look pretty handsome, but I advise you not to go after the students here. Although the students there are all fair-skinned and make people feel itchy, but if you really set your mind on it, you will die miserably. The boy spoke seriously, and at the same time, a car was just driving up to the gate of Shengshu Academy. Did you see that? The brand new black and gold series. The full price is 70 million. Tisk, TSK, TSK. It costs so much money to find a good wife these days. There was envy and emotion in the boy's eyes. Why bother? What belongs to you is the best. Lin Sheng began to persuade. I just want to ask if you have a girlfriend? Forehead. Lin Sheng suddenly felt that he had said too much. This brat should be left to fend for himself. Who wouldn't say that they don't have a girlfriend? Look, school is over. The boy grabbed Lin Sheng's arm and shook it. Lin Sheng didn't mind that much. Just the way you shake it. Everyone else will see it. It's as if you and I are of the same kind. That being said, but it is indeed very white. The students of Shengshu Academy all look like princesses. Not only does she look clean and pretty, but even her extraordinary temperament makes people feel that she is something that can only be admired from afar and not touched. At the same time, the wealthy young man driving a sports car worth tens of millions also picked up the person he wanted to pick up. The two of them can be considered a perfect match. However, when the girl looked at the two of them, she found that the guy next to Lin Shang was staring at her legs and frowned immediately. After whispering a few words to the young man, the two of them walked over here. It's bad to be discovered. Let's run slowly, don't walk too fast. The boy standing next to Lin Shang suddenly panicked. If he gets caught, his legs will be broken. Why are you running? Lin Shang glanced at him. The boy was almost dumbfounded. Let's go. What are you still standing there for? Do you think you are a big shot with some powerful background? If you make those top beast masters unhappy, killing you is just a matter of words. You two are quite courageous, much more capable than those petty thieves I've seen before. The young man smiled slightly. However, when he looked at Lin Shang, he gave him an extra look. The little thief is next to me. I'm just here to pick up my sister. Lin Shang spoke silently. The troubles caused by other people had nothing to do with him, and there was no need for him to help this kid. Oh, I know almost all of the 270 people in this Shangxue Academy. I wonder which student's relative you are? The pretty girl raised her chin and asked Lin Shang. The two of them spoke quite politely. It has the style of a big family. Unfortunately, the Magic City Academy does not teach etiquette like the Holy Snow Academy. As Lin Shang is the best among them, he has been hunting ferocious beasts in the wild for many years, so his temper will naturally be affected. If they weren't in a good mood today, the word, "get out," would have been slapped on their faces. Do I need to report anything else to you? Lin Shang's eyes were fixed directly on the girl. There was a faint golden light in his pupils. You. The girl took a sudden look at him and couldn't help shivering. Chapter 90. How about? I turn around? Sorry. It's my girlfriend who is being immature. The young man's face changed and he hurriedly pulled the girl behind him, looking at Lin Shang with a smile on his face. What are you doing? The girl pushed forward, but he was pulled back again. The boy next to him was shocked. Fuck, are you some big shot? Why don't they punish you? Lin Shangza regained his amiable expression. I was admiring you. Do you understand? I only watch what suits me. Have you forgotten what I said before? What suits you is the best. The boy blinked, but the other two ignored him. Why did you pull me just now? The girl seemed very angry in the car. He's not a thief who came to the academy to take secret photos. It wasn't until I got closer that I realized I knew the guy. The young man got nervous and stepped on the accelerator. Who? Lin Shang. Yes, it's the one in the Demon City. The girl covered her mouth. She had also heard that the special recruits of the Magic City Academy had to hunt hundreds of ferocious beasts every day in the wild between the two base cities. But I never thought that I would see it in front of Shangxue Academy today. No wonder my heart was a little nervous when I met that look. I just don't know. Who is this killer god sister? Why have I never heard of it in the School of Sacred Studies before? And at this time, Bai He, who was wearing white socks and casual clothes, saw Lin Shang's figure from a distance. Brother Lin Shang, long time no see. I have heard about your glorious deeds at the Magic City Academy. You little girl, how dare you flirt with me? Lin Shang smiled and reached out to hold Bai's head. Bai He is not tall and needs to raise her head to see Lin Shang. There is a kind of immature cuteness. Are you really her brother? The boys were dumbfounded. Impossible. The two people don't look alike at all. Is this keeping a mistress? Never mind him. Let's talk while we walk. Lin Shang smiled slightly. Dozens of minutes later, the two men sat on the back of the Thunder Lion and strolled in the wild. The Thunder Lion walked very slowly, but now he was about to break through to the king level, and no ordinary beast dared to mess with him. Lin Shang and Bai He sat on the Thunder Lion, one in front and one behind, walking and chatting, talking about everything. Yangcheng Noble Middle School, talking about the training camp. The two of them unknowingly stuck close to each other. Bai He also deliberately tied her hair in front of her body, revealing her white neck. Lin Shang is taller than Bai He, and you can clearly see the perfect lines of his back from the neck to the bottom. She has just reached adulthood, but already has the charm of a woman. Lin Shang was a little angry for a moment, then both of them were stunned. Haha, this is all normal physiological phenomenon, don't mind it. Lin Shang smiled awkwardly. Hey. Bai He placed her hands on the Thunder Lion's body, turned her head and looked up at Lin Shang. This perspective. Lin Shang suppressed his anger. Do you want me to turn around? Bai He suddenly said. You damned girl, how dare you tease me? Lin Shang rolled his eyes. Bai He smiled secretly. The two laughed and talked happily along the way, just like real siblings walking in the dangerous wilderness. After a while, he said something like, "De Huang," which made the light bulb under his crotch so angry that he almost gave up. The time of separation came quickly. After all, if you want to meet, you can meet anytime. At the same time, in the octagon building of the lighthouse country, it's already a mess in there. Where is the black dragon now? We have urgently summoned all the emperor-level beast tamers and disaster-level beast tamers in the country to go to the border cities and wait for orders. What? A catastrophic beast master is useless. One sneeze can kill dozens of you. We must ask Zeus for help. I have already asked, but Lord Zeus said that the black dragon was severely injured by them last time, and it will take at least 30 years for it to recover. And in that battle, an emperor-level beast man did die. Then, the black dragon is gone. How do you explain that? Do you disregard the lives of our people? A middle-aged man in a suit had veins bulging on his forehead. The people around were also busy and exhausted. An imperial beast. Any emperor-level ferocious beast only needs to make a small movement and behavior. It will cause chaos in their octagon building in an instant. An emperor-level beast represents endless disasters and misfortunes. We finally managed to kill the black dragon's cub in its cradle. Could it be that the cub has been discovered again? Everyone in the lighthouse country was extremely nervous. Oh no, that beast is heading southeast. I don't know who said it. The man in the suit hurried over and looked at the surveillance screen. In the satellite image, there is a huge red dot surrounded by endless small red dots, which represent ferocious beasts in the wild. But there are two red dots of the same size around this huge red dot. The big red was extremely conspicuous and kept moving towards the southeast. This direction is the direction of Kyushu. And all three emperor-level beasts moved. Cold sweat immediately broke out on everyone's forehead. A combat force of this magnitude could destroy most of the base at any time if the defense is not timely. Tell this to Longwa. But isn't it a good thing for the three emperors to leave the area around my lighthouse country? Even if you don't tell me, Dragon Nation can detect it in advance with its strength. That's it. I understand. A few days later, in a virtual space, several emperor-level beastmasters from the Dragon Kingdom came to this space. The director behind the Dragon Slaying Bureau, the president and vice president of the Beast Tamer Association, the leader of the Disaster Severance Organization, each of them is a well-known figure. 5 people in total. At this moment, they gathered here to hold the highest-level meeting in Dragon Country. The cub is now in the body of a child named Lin Sheng. The leader of the Disaster Prevention Organization spoke first. He's a good prospect. I've been keeping an eye on him for a long time in the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Being able to contract an emperor-level cub, this young man really has a bright future. It's a pity that it was taken away by you in the Dragon Slaying Bureau. You are really unlucky. That's not the point. No matter what, it belongs to our dragon country. But how should we deal with the emperor? Ha ha ha, a little crawling insect dares to act so arrogant when it comes to our territory? Everyone's eyes were sharp. If the ferocious beast dares to come and seek death, there is only one way to go. Kill. And they did not come here to discuss better countermeasures. The best solution is right in front of us. If the ferocious beasts dare to attack, they will only face death. Chapter 91. King-level Black Dragon King. Almost in the textbook. Lin Sheng returned to the Magic City Academy, and the materials for Xiaoling's advancement were finally obtained. Red Bloodstone, 10,000-year soul, Origin of Darkness. All the items whose names I had never heard of were placed in a small box. Tian Xin handed the box to Lin Sheng. The moment I got the box, Lin Sheng couldn't wait to return to the basement. When the box was opened, a surge of resentment and darkness rushed towards him. However, Xiaoling seemed to be intoxicated by it. Several long tentacles extended from its back and rolled the thing directly into its mouth. Xiaoling's strength has already reached the conditions for advancement. After taking these things, the shackles in the body seemed to be opened, and a burst of energy rushed in. Mao! As energy rushes into the body, Xiaoling's body gradually began to evolve towards the spinal reptile species. The camouflage skill also disappears. The 4 hooves gradually transformed into huge, 4-fingered claws. The darkness behind him suddenly spread his wings, creating a violent gust of wind. Its pupils are scarlet. At this moment, his body shape has almost completely transformed into a dragon-like form. And this huge force is fed back into Lin Sheng's body. As if possessing dragon blood, The bones and muscles have become more resilient. The heart rate becomes slower than before, but the amount becomes larger each time. Life expectancy increased. This is Lin Sheng's most intuitive feeling. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the Beastmaster, the longer he can live. Roar! Xiaoling was extremely excited. Looking at the black scales all over my body, I just want to vent. Black Dragon King. Level: Early King Stage. Talent: Emperor Level. Skills: Dead Fire, Mastery. Undead Trampling, Mastery. Poison Mist, Mastery. Death Chain, Mastery. Body Shape Change, Death Domain, Dissipation, Death Song. Soul Mark: 7,300 years. Evolution Route: Black Dragon Emperor. Introduction: Adult Black Dragon, at the top of the food chain among its peers. 2 more skills, and they are directly at the mastery level. Lin Sheng sighed silently. This talent is good. And at this moment, a phone call came in. Lin Sheng, come here now. Du Qianqiu's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Good. Lin Sheng nodded. Then he left the basement with his 2 pets. In the past 2 months, in addition to hunting ferocious beasts, he also often practiced with Du Qianqiu. That's why the cooperation between the 2 pets can improve so quickly. Soon Lin Sheng arrived at Hu Kun's villa, and the 4 people were already inside. Have both of your pets reached the king level? Du Qianqiu was slightly surprised. Several people around also looked over. How do you know? Lin Sheng was surprised. This is equivalent to acknowledging what Du Qianqiu said. Several people nearby suddenly stared. You already have 2 king-level pets so quickly. You are considered one of the best among king-level beast masters. Indeed, with your ability, you can definitely go to a small base city and become a local tyrant. Listening to everyone's compliments, Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly. These guys are probably local tyrants in their hometowns. Even if it's not the first, it can be said to be in the top 3. I'm afraid that if I go back once, all kinds of flattery will come to me. Compared with these people, Lin Sheng's current achievements are nothing. Okay, I'm going to increase the intensity of my training over the next month. Lin Sheng, your 2 pets are both attack-type pets, so just fight against Hu Kun. The other 2, I'll take on both of you. Hearing Du Qianqiu's words, the 2 of them looked miserable. Hu Kun and Lin Sheng just chuckled. After training with Du Qianqiu and being abused for more than a month, now it is finally their turn. The whole month that followed. In addition to improving his own strength, Lin Sheng fought with Hu Kun in the training hall. Of course, it was impossible for Hu Kun to use his full strength. Just use the disaster-level pet to fight Lin Sheng, and don't use your full strength. 3 days passed. Boy, your 2 pets work well together. Under the attack of my explosive hurricane, you can actually hold out for a minute. 10 days passed. Your strength has improved quite quickly. I'm definitely no match for you with just my king-level pet. Hu Kun was somewhat surprised at Lin Sheng's speed of progress. And so far, they fought against each other for more than 30 games, but Lin Sheng never won a single game. 20 days passed. Damn it, he actually forced me to use my explosive hurricane skill. After the battle, Hu Kun was a little confused. His explosive hurricane was a disaster-level pet, and he almost fell into a disadvantage when fighting with just his physical body. Even if both of Lin Sheng's pets can use skills, isn't this a bit too outrageous? Especially the pet that looks like a little dragon. Each of its attacks hits the vital point directly, and he can keenly perceive the attack trajectory of his explosive hurricane. It can be said that it is more agile and cunning than any wild beast Hu Kun has encountered so far. Although his level is only in the middle stage of the king, his combat capability is even close to the disaster level. You know, there is a difference of 2 levels between them. One can imagine the shock in Hu Kun's heart. This kid, how come both of his pets look like the legendary dragons? Hu Kun couldn't help but shiver. No, we can't fight this kid anymore. If a catastrophic pet can't even defeat 2 kings, wouldn't Hu Kun be nailed to the pillar of shame at the Magic City Academy by then? From now on, when students are in class, the following situation will occur. Teacher, are you saying that it is really impossible to cross levels? Of course it's possible. I know there's a special case. And then get it, get it, get it, get it. Add fuel to the fire and say something extra. I have some urgent matters recently. You should go find Du Qianqiu to practice. Hu Kun waved his hand, then run away. Looking at Hu Kun's receding figure, Lin Sheng scratched his head in embarrassment. At this time, Du Qianqiu and 2 other members were rushing here. I wonder how the training of Hu Kun and the others is going. I hope Hu Kun won't abuse him too harshly. After all, there is a gap of 2 levels between the 2 of us. Several people talked as they walked. Du Qianqiu looked straight ahead. At this time, Hu Kun happened to slip away from the competition venue. Isn't that brother Hu? Both of them brightened up. He called Hu Kun directly. How's it going, Hu Kun? How's the training going for you and Lin Shang? Did you abuse me too harshly? I don't want to train with you anymore. After all, Hu Kun is the strongest in attack at the Magic City Academy. It's normal that the king level can't bear it. Chapter 92 Qilin Ancient City. Competition Venue. Brother Hu Kun, why do you look so unhappy? The two looked at Hu Kun's face, which was as tense as a pig's liver. After hearing what everyone said, Hu Kun quickly waved his hands. It's okay. It's a good seedling. Do I need to tell you that? That's right. Who in our Magic City Academy doesn't know that Lin Shang is a good candidate? The two of them blinked. With Lin Shang's talent. But there is hope to become an Emperor-level Beastmaster. There is nothing to say about the talent, okay? I'm asking about the training process. What's his combat awareness like? This question was asked by Du Qianqiu. Hu Kun had no choice but to tell the truth. Very strong. As strong as a monster. Hearing this, the two people behind Du Qianqiu looked at each other. As strong as a monster? The fact that this sentence came out of Hu Kun's mouth has already proved the value of Lin Shang. After all, Hu Kun is considered a top genius in the Magic City Academy. However, I am so honored to be praised by such a genius. That explains the problem. You didn't come out because you couldn't beat him, did you? What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't lost yet, okay? I didn't lose, so why are you panicking? Get out of here. Hu Kun waved his hand, but the two of them became more and more curious. Is Lin Shang's strength really that outrageous? Even Hu Kun, who is known for his best attacking power in Modu Academy, was confused? Soon, the four of them came to Lin Shang. The moment he saw Lin Shang's two pets, he couldn't help but hold his breath. Deer horn eagle eyes. Why does this pet look so much like a dragon? And the one next to it looks very similar to the reptilian dragon in Western legends. It seems that its bloodline is purer than Nyak's. The two of them felt more and more frightened. Dragons are legendary creatures. No matter how it is said, it is at the top of the food chain. After all, it is a creature that has accumulated the most powerful abilities of all living things. Dragons can do what other ferocious beasts can do. The dragon can do what other ferocious beasts cannot do. But things that do not exist in this world cannot possibly come into reality. However, the two of them couldn't help but ask, Lin Shang, are you sure your pet isn't a dragon? Hearing this, Lin Shang looked at Xiaobai and then touched Xiaobai's forehead. Xiaobai felt a little shy when his dragon horns were touched in public. Just touch it in private. It would be too embarrassing to touch it outside. Just barely, but it will be soon. Lin Shang said with a smile. The two looked at Lin Shang and Xiaobai and nodded silently. I think so too. Even if it's not a dragon, it's probably almost like one. What do you mean almost like a dragon? There is no way a legendary creature would have only this much power. Du Qianqiu suddenly spoke. But Lin Shang's pet is indeed strong enough. I'm only talking about it compared to the legendary creatures. And the people in the large space we visited this time have a strong belief in the legendary creatures. People there? Lin Shang was a little confused. Du Qianqiu naturally saw it as well. She came here just to explain these things to Lin Shang. Large secret spaces suddenly appear all over the world. In those ancient times, some humans settled in those large spaces and rarely came to the main world, Blue Planet. That's it. Lin Shang suddenly understood. And the large secret space we are going to this time has been determined. This is the result reached after the Global Beast Taming Association discussed with the owner of that secret space. In the Qilin space world, the people in that space believe in a mythical beast that is said to be able to step on auspicious clouds and bring good omens. I've heard that it's a belief that's no less than that of the divine dragon. But compared to dragons, only a minority believe in Qilin. Hu Kun had obviously heard about this as well. When Lin Shang heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't the Qilin the auspicious beast that he wants to evolve? I never thought that this world even has records of auspicious animals like the Qilin and has a clear belief in it. Maybe Lin Shang can find a pet in this world that is suitable for evolving into the divine beast Qilin. In 10 days we will enter that world and the rules will be revealed then. Just be prepared for the rest of the time. I'm afraid we'll have to stay in that large space for a long time. Du Qianqiu looked at Lin Shang. Lin Shang nodded in response. Of course he knew all this. The last time the two universities fought, no one knew how many king-level beasts died. Although it is a fight between universities, The scale of each fight is no smaller than some major decisions. Even a catastrophic beast nest that is about to destroy a small base city can be destroyed in a single thought. This is why the country did not stop it. Being able to hunt ferocious beasts is good no matter what. At this time, the 5 major universities all took action. In the Imperial Capital Academy. How is it? Are you confident? I heard that the freshman leader of the Magic City Academy is very powerful. A bald, scholar-like man spoke to the young man who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and looked a little sinister. The young man just moved his mind, and an invisible black gas spread around. Countless poisonous insects were crawling on his shoulders. Yeah, I heard that his pet has the posture of a dragon. As a dragon slayer, I hope he actually has the posture of a dragon. The poisonous insect on the young man's body was taken back again. The bald scholar smiled. You are quite confident. The top student of the Magic City Academy is now in the limelight. If they can really slay that giant dragon, their Imperial Capital Academy will always be superior to the demonic capital. It even truly became the #1 institution of learning in Dragon Country. How are you preparing? Lin Ming suddenly spoke up and said to Du Ning, who was standing beside him. Hearing this, Du Ning immediately nodded obediently. Ready? To be honest, she had complicated feelings towards her senior. On the one hand, it's because Lin Ming is Lin Sheng's sister. On the other hand, the difference in personality between the two is too big. These 4 words should be the first words Lin Ming said to Du Ning this week. That's good. You are quite capable. You might be able to get a lot of resources. Of course, my brother's strength is not bad either. Lin Sheng is indeed very strong. Du Ning spoke in agreement. The corners of Lin Ming's mouth curled up slightly. For Lin Ming, this competition is a competition to win his younger brother back. When the time comes, I will tie Lin Sheng tightly to myself and will never let him get away from me. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Soon, the final time passed. The 6-month deadline has arrived. Chapter 93, Cruel Little World, Rules of the Game. And at the same time, on the day the competition begins, all Beastmasters from the Magic City Academy and the Imperial City Academy who own 2 king-level or above pets are qualified to participate in the competition. 29 people from Shanghai versus 33 people from Beijing. In fact, this competition started the moment school started. The process in between is just preparation for the competition. This game also attracted the attention of people all over the country. After all, this is an unprecedented big event in Dragon Country. I remember that more than a decade ago, the competition between the 2 schools was held outside Arsong City. All the ferocious beasts around were killed. Now the threat to the city is much smaller, and the development is better than before. That was in the past. Now the goal of the Magic City and the Imperial Capital Academy is bigger than before. This time it is a large secret space. It's a pity that this match will not be broadcast live. We will have to watch the official edited video afterwards. We definitely can't broadcast this live to the public. These people will be the pillars of our Dragon Nation in the future. How can we let outsiders know about the beast control information at will? Indeed, you have to know that some ferocious beasts are also very intelligent. Maybe there are ferocious beasts lurking among humans disguised as ordinary people. The discussion on the internet is very heated. After the list of participants in the competition is announced, it even caused a huge uproar. Oh my god, this guy named Lin Sheng is just a freshman at the Magic City Academy, right? And Du Ning, and this guy named Pu Chong, they seem to be freshmen at the 2 universities. In less than a year, both pets were upgraded to the king level. This upgrade speed is too outrageous. I know. Lin Sheng is our Yangqing genius. He was the first in the training plan that year. But I haven't heard of his opponent's name. Everyone has high expectations for Lin Sheng. After all, Lin Sheng's popularity is much higher than that of the other contestants, and his support rate will naturally rise. Several old students also attracted heated discussions, especially the brother and sister Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. There are even novels written about the 2 of them online. It was a love-hate relationship with countless blades. There are also some that cannot be posted online. The principals of other schools, military personnel, the director of the Dragon Slaying Bureau, and even several Emperor-level Beastmasters all gathered in the virtual conference room. What was being played was the scene in another secret space. It will take a long time for the Black Dragon to arrive here. These are the young ones of our Dragon Nation. When we are old and can no longer walk, we will rely on these little guys to protect the safety of our human race. Ha ha ha, you old immortal. You must be over 700 years old this year, right? Everyone's eyes were fixed eagerly on the faces of the young men in the picture. Think back to when they were young. Isn't it the same as these young boys and girls? Fighting against each other for their own institutions. But this also motivated these geniuses to have their own goals and directions to strive for. At the same time, on a large teleportation array in the central building of Demon City, the 29 Beastmasters from the Magic City Academy were all standing on the large teleportation array, looking at some familiar yet unfamiliar faces around me. Lin Shang couldn't help but feel a little excited. Among these people around, at least 9 are catastrophic-level Beastmasters. Du Qianqiu, Hu Kun and others beside Lin Shang occupied 4 of the places. It is also the strongest group in their Magic City Academy. The rules of this competition are very simple. We'll just count based on points. Kill a Lord-level beast, 1 point. Kill a King-level beast, 5 points. Killing a Disaster-level beast will earn you 10 points, 20 points, and 30 points, depending on your level. Kill an Emperor level, you can get 100 points. Hearing Tian Xian's words, everyone on the platform couldn't stop laughing. Kill the Emperor? Are you kidding me? If they encounter this enemy and are not completely wiped out, they should burn incense to their ancestors every day. Or let's not say it's them. Then everyone in the Qilin secret realm will be finished. Of course, there is a more important rule. Tian Xian looked up at the people in front of him. Every day you must send one person to fight one-on-one with a student from the Imperial Capital Academy. If this person loses, then the points will go to the other person. This rule is extremely dangerous. This means that one student will be eliminated every day. We have explained all the details in the embassy we set up in the secret realm. As Tian Xian activated the teleportation array, a misty white fog emanated from the formation. In a flash, everyone present disappeared. At the same time, the same scene occurred in the Imperial Capital Academy. As soon as everyone was teleported over, a man in strange clothes came towards them. He looked at everyone with a big smile on his face. Welcome all distinguished guests from the main world to visit Qilin City. This should be the native of this space, right? Lin Shang looked at him silently. Although the clothes he was wearing were a little special, they were not too different from reality. And the common language is the same as theirs. After all, even if they can be self-sufficient in this space, it is impossible for them to completely avoid interacting with the outside world. The Lord of Qilin City reached an agreement with the owner of this secret space, a beast in the late stage of disaster. Both sides do not attack each other, but neither do they care about the fight between future generations. Hu Kun began to explain. Lin Sheng nodded silently. Before anyone could say anything, 33 beautiful local women walked out from behind the man in strange clothes. They were wearing fancy and strange clothes, which made them look particularly charming. No matter where you put it, it is the most beautiful one. These are the maids I prepared for you. You can use them as you please, and they will obey any orders you give them. The strangely dressed man smiled. Of course, you can also replace them with men. He has to serve the 33 people in front of him well. After all, the lord of their Qilin city is just a catastrophic-level beastmaster. Among the crowd before him were 9 disaster-level beastmasters. The beastmasters in the main world are totally incomparable to those in these small spaces. I'm leaving first. Du Qianqiu's eyes revealed an imperceptible disgust. Then she took a step with her white and tender legs and left. Hu Kun smiled awkwardly. This space is not regulated by the law, and you should not look at the people here with the eyes of the main world. Hu Kun continued, Lin Shang, I don't care about others, but you must not fall for it, unless you want to be beaten to death by Qianqiu. Chapter 94. The crisis is approaching. 2 kings dare to arrest me? I know. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Lin Sheng spoke silently. Soon, a Qilin city woman who was about 1.70 meters tall came to Lin Shang's side. The girls all had a white ribbon wrapped around their arms. Mr. Lin, I am here to serve you on a daily basis under the orders of the city lord. You can use me as you wish. You can just call me Xiaoyan. The girl bowed slightly. There was a hint of excitement on his face. She was assigned such a handsome boy who also exuded stability. Boys like this are rare. I remember that not long ago, a sister was taken away by a person from the main world who came here. From then on, he got rid of his status as an inferior and took off the ribbon on his arm. Being able to serve people from the main world is also an opportunity for them. And I heard that these people have very respected status in the main world. Even the city lord has to take the initiative to receive him. It made the girl feel a little excited, and she thought of a lot of things at once. I must serve well and not make any mistakes. Lin Sheng nodded. Please follow me. Xiaoyan led the way and soon led everyone to a palace. And in that palace, there was sitting a middle-aged man with gray hair, exuding a hidden aura of power. Some of the servants below didn't dare to look up. Haha, welcome everyone to our Chilan city. I have been waiting for you for a long time. When the middle-aged man saw the people in the academy, he suddenly lost his previous momentum. After all, he and the main world are mutually beneficial. Let the main world get part of the resources of this space, and the main world will help them to eliminate the ferocious beasts. With so many disaster-level beastmasters, the cleanup will be much faster. In this space, the area where the ferocious beasts live is directly north of the city. The strongest one among them is an old wolf in the late stage of disaster. It may not attack you, but you still have to be extremely careful. The arena where you two will fight will be built in the center of the main city. The middle-aged man kept introducing. Before leaving, he tried to keep Lin Shang and others and praised them. If you can stay in this space, I will take you as my godson and make you the deputy city lord. It can be said that we have tried every possible means to keep them here. After all, they have countless people trying to win them over in the main world. But no one paid any attention. Instead, they went to the residential area specially prepared for their Magic City Academy and stored their belongings first. On the way back, Xiaoyan looked at the young man next to her with curiosity. Even the high and mighty city lord wanted to keep him like this. You should know that the position of deputy city lord here is equivalent to the prime minister in ancient times. Don't be too greedy for this place. Some very talented catastrophic beastmasters stayed in this small space just because they coveted the power here. They can hardly make any progress in their entire lives. The catastrophic beastmasters who stayed here are nothing but cowards. Du Qianqiu's words were cold. Only people in these small spaces would think about living in harmony with ferocious beasts. The main world has always been a fight to the death. There is no other way to go. Nor would they trust their lives to the mercy of their enemies. Listening to Du Qianqiu's words, the maids around her were suddenly trembling with fear. Oh my God! Is the city lord just a coward in the eyes of these people from the main world? But in their small space, it is already an extremely powerful existence. He is even more powerful than the emperor and can decide the life and death of the weak at will. For a moment, several people began to yearn for the main world more and more. It should be much safer there than this space, right? After all, there is the legendary emperor-level beastmaster here. At the same time, in a wasteland, Emperor, that aura has disappeared. It seems to have entered the crack. A strange bird with 9 different heads flapped its wings and made a strange cackle. Crack? Yes, it's a catastrophic crack. The 9-headed strange bird continued. Then find a way to get into that crack. The Black Dragon King's scarlet pupils revealed a hint of coldness and cruelty. But with your body, if you force your way into the crack, it will most likely be destroyed. The monster whose figure could not be seen clearly continued. 9-headed bird, go ahead. You are at the emperor level now. How many heads do I have to chop off before you fall to the disaster level? The scarlet pupils looked at the 9-headed monster bird beside them. The strange bird suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Quack! Great emperor. I can get in, but it will take some time. Very good. I will wait for you for 2 months at most. If you still can't get in within 2 months, I will chop off your head. Haha, I understand. The 9-headed strange bird was terrified. It is really like living with a tiger to serve the king. The Black Dragon King is considered to be the top existence among their emperor class. However, it had only just entered the emperor level and was no match for the Black Dragon King. As the 9-headed monster bird's diamond-like head closed its eyes, open it again after a few seconds. The entrance is in that direction. And at the same time, in the large secret space, Modu and others also set the goal of hunting down ferocious beasts. On the first day, Hu Kun was sent out to fight the opponent in a duel. Lin Sheng followed the team to hunt ferocious beasts in the wild. With previous experience, Lin Sheng hunted down more than 20 Lord-level beasts in just one day. A King-level one. A total of 25 points were obtained. It's even more points than what some disaster-level beastmasters get from hunting. Good fellow. No wonder people call you the god of killing. No one is better than you in hunting ferocious beasts. I think those beasts' calves would tremble when they saw you. Hu Kun sighed silently. That's not as strong as you. Didn't you eliminate the opponent's catastrophic beastmaster today? Ha ha ha, same here. The two complimented each other. Time passes quickly. The first few days were fine. The demonic city and the imperial city do not interfere with each other. Later, the two sides began to attack each other while hunting the ferocious beasts. There are even people who deliberately lurk in the bushes in the wild, waiting for hostile beast masters. The smell of gunpowder is getting stronger and the battle is getting more intense. A wild place. Snow Wolf. Catch him. Lin Sheng. Hand over all the points you have, and we can spare you one more time. The two king-level beastmasters pursued Lin Sheng relentlessly. However, I can't catch up no matter what. Oh shit. Then why does the black lizard run so fast? It's several times faster than the Snow Wolf, which is famous for its speed. Is it possible that Snow Wolf can't even outrun a lizard with wings? Hee hee. Lin Sheng chuckled on Xiaoling's back. The points he currently holds in his hand are among the top 3 in the Magic City, even more than some disaster-level beast masters. It is simply impossible to let those guys in the imperial capital let him go. He is now a thorn in the opponent's side. A thorn in the flesh. That's why I was ambushed in the wild. 2 king-level people dare to arrest me? They really don't take me seriously. Lin Sheng's eyes fixed. These guys in the imperial capital must be taught a lesson. Chapter 95. The Gap in Points. The chief of the imperial capital. Damn it, he really got away. The two of them suddenly felt unhappy. In order to carry out this ambush plan, they had been following Lin Sheng's movements in the city and observing them for more than half a month. Lin Sheng now has more than 300 points. The two of them are about 50 years old. If we can grab all these 300 points, there will be no hope for Magic City. The current total score. The imperial capital scored 7,130 points. The Magic capital scored 6,200 points. I was able to get such a high score thanks to the one-on-one match. In that duel, Lin Ming eliminated 2 disaster-level beastmasters one after another. However, since then no one has been willing to accept Lin Ming's challenge. However, just as the two were wondering where Lin Sheng had gone, crash! A clear spring suddenly swept over from the side. Wave? Why are there waves on this shore? It's really shocking. No, this is a skill. However, just as the two were about to escape, from the endless rushing waves, a white dragon covered with snow-white scales suddenly jumped out. Roar! Xiaobai suddenly roared at the two of them. The two were stunned at first. Then he got angry. A king-level pet beast dares to deal with their 2 king-level beastmasters? You know, these two haven't just entered the king level. Instead, they each have 2 king-level pets. This behavior is simply a contempt for them. Snow Wolf. The two of them instantly summoned their other pet. In an instant, the 4 kings' pets rose from the ground. That wave was as inconspicuous as a small stream in front of these 4 king-level pets. Roar! The 4 creatures attacked the white snake at the same time, and they all used hardening skills and enhanced attack skills. This time, no king-level creature can catch it. At this time, both of them showed happy expressions on their faces. As long as we can eliminate Lin Sheng, it will be a great achievement. You can get more resources after the end, but the next moment, boom! Xiaobai's body was suddenly covered with a thick layer of white bone armor. And on top of the white bone armor, there was another layer of extremely violent and terrifying thunder. Skeleton armor plus thunder dragon armor. These 2 thickened layers directly withstood the attacks of 4 king-level creatures. Impossible. The two were stunned for a moment. The limbs of both of them bear average combat power, although it is around the early stage of the king. But when all are added together, the attack is equivalent to that of a late king or even a peak king. How is it possible that not even a little bit of damage can be left on him? This snake is not a real dragon. However, before the two of them could continue to be surprised, Xiaobai's dorsal fin gradually began to emit a purple glow, and the purple light gathered towards Xiaobai's mouth. Whoosh! A dark purple light spurted out instantly. The disaster-level beast's ability instantly shot off the 3 king-level arms. Then he pierced a huge hole in the other king's leg. The 4 king-level creatures immediately lost their combat effectiveness. The 2 beastmasters also looked pale. He suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Ahem. We lost. Although they were still a little bit unbelieving, the two of them handed over the points honestly with pale faces. 4 king-level creatures. When united, they are almost equivalent to a peak king-level existence. Even if a real king comes, it is not impossible to fight. However, in front of the white snake, it seemed so vulnerable. The two looked at Xiaobai with more and more fear in their eyes. Yes, with the points from these 2 people, we have surpassed them a bit. The points gap between them and the Imperial Capital Academy is more than 1,000 points. The The combined strength of these two people only makes up for a gap of more than 100 points. But there should be more opportunities afterwards. Because tomorrow morning, everyone planned to go into the mountains and forests to hunt down the disaster-level beasts. After all, a disaster-level beast is accompanied by a large number of king-level beasts and countless lord-level beasts. Soon, the news that Lin Shang eliminated 2 king-level beastmasters spread to the imperial capital. There is an increasing shortage of manpower nowadays. Now 2 people have been eliminated at once, and both of them are extremely strong players among the kings. In an instant, it attracted the attention of the middle school students in the imperial capital. We must ensure that we win this game 100% without any damage. How about sending someone to have a one-on-one duel with Lin Shang tomorrow? One-on-one duel? Do you think there is anyone else in the king class who can beat him? Everyone was silent. It seems to be true. Now there are only about 20 people left on each side. The more than 400 points in Lin Shang's hands are extremely precious. But he doesn't have any opponent in the king level. Doesn't that mean he is invincible in the king level? Moreover, if we send a disaster-level beastmaster to challenge him, I'm afraid the other party will not agree. After all, they are not stupid. I'm afraid it's unrealistic to ambush him again. I guess once the other party notices that they're about to be ambushed, they'll send a catastrophic beastmaster to follow him. Following beside him, everyone was not panicking. However, the strongest combat force in their imperial capital might not be willing to take action. They originally thought that Lin Ming's emphasis on sibling affection was definitely not as great as honor and benefits. But I just discovered it now. In Lin Ming's heart, competition comes second and friendship comes third. There's no need to say who comes first, right? However, just when everyone was at a loss, "I'll go." Suddenly a voice came from behind the crowd. Someone turned his head. Next to a bald young man was a gloomy man. Lu Qing. Everyone was shocked. That bald guy is also one of the top 3 strongest people in their imperial capital. I just don't do much. The gloomy man next to him was the head of the new freshman class at their imperial capital academy. It's just that Lin Shang's brilliance is too dazzling. Everyone almost forgot about it. Can you really do this? Students in the imperial capital are still somewhat worried. After all, Lin Shang is very popular now. No problem, trust him. Lu Qing smiled slightly. Everyone looked at each other and agreed to this decision. It doesn't hurt to give it a try. What's more, Lu Qing has been ranked among the top 3 in the capital's points for several consecutive months. If he believes it, there shouldn't be any problem. Soon, they sent an invitation to the battle to the Magic City. When the people from the Magic City Academy saw that the other party was also a king-level beastmaster, they almost laughed out loud. If a king-level person comes to challenge Lin Shang, isn't that just asking for death? Don't say that. Since they dare to challenge me, they must have their own reasons. Although they said this, they still had uncontrollable smiles on their faces. Isn't this a gift? And listening to everyone's poisonous milk, Lin Shang was also slightly embarrassed. After Xiaobai digested all that energy, his level officially reached the intermediate king level. No longer afraid of beastmasters in the late king stage. But I'm afraid that the people in the imperial capital are not fools, and they must have their own plans. The next day arrived quickly. This time, it was Lin Shang's turn to compete in a one-on-one match, and it arrived as scheduled. Chapter 96. Poisonous Insect. The poison has no effect? The arena in the center of Qilin City. It can withstand the attacks of ferocious beasts in the late stage of the disaster. The arena is now full of potholes and several sword marks. Those who could leave their mark on it were the strongest in the 2 schools. And Qilin City is in darkness. There are even bets for this. Every time 2 people come here to duel, countless people will stop and watch. But what is surprising today is that in addition to the people in Qilin City, many people from the academy have also come here. Come on, Mr. Lin. The maid beside her clasped her hands and said to Lin Shang. Lin Shang smiled politely. This girl reminded him inexplicably of Bai He. Every time before my competition, there is always such a voice. Is it going to start again? These people from the main world are so powerful. Yes, it seems that as long as they are willing, they can wipe out all the ferocious beasts in the Wild Wolf Mountains at any time. Compared with the younger generation in our Qilin City, they are like a poor horse compared to a Qilin. The eyes of men, women, young, and old below were fixed on Lin Shang, who was about to walk onto the stage. She has an outstanding appearance and temperament. Compared with his peers in Qilin City, he is truly a Qilin. The young man who walked onto the stage opposite Lin Shang also looked good. It just looks a little gloomy. Generally speaking, a powerful beastmaster wouldn't look too bad. After all, the genes in the body have been changed, and Lin Sheng is becoming more and more handsome. From his previous simple handsomeness to his current easygoing nature with a hint of subtle sharpness. This is the temperament developed from years of killing. Lin Ming in the crowd looked at Lin Sheng, with a smile on his face showing relief. Pu Chong, I now have the same amount of points as you, 419 points. The young man smiled and spoke. Lin Sheng, me too. As long as we win this game, we can catch up with the big score. Looking at Lin Sheng in front of him, Pu Chong felt a little jealous. I'm jealous of him for having such a good sister. Even though he worked very hard to reach his current position, I could only look at the senior from a distance. And now, even though the senior had arrived at the scene, his gaze remained on Lin Sheng's face. But after this game, everything will change. Pu Chang's mouth corners curled up slightly. He believed that it must be because of Lin Sheng's strength that Lin Ming valued him so much. But now that his poisonous insects have evolved, no creature can withstand his attack. He is sure to win this game. If Lin Sheng knew, when someone finally realizes that he has achieved everything through his own efforts, maybe there will be some happiness. As for being noticed by my sister, I can go to hell with that. The better to stay as far away from it as possible. And at this moment, suddenly, a large number of poisonous insects emerged from Pu Chang's body. Each of my poisonous insects carries toxins that can harm different creatures. As a fellow king, there is absolutely no way anyone can stop me. The poisonous insects rushed towards Lin Sheng in overwhelming numbers. The people below were stunned. What kind of pet is this? Isn't it too scary? Feed the insects with your own body. If you want to contract this kind of beast, you must train it from a young age. Everyone in the two schools looked shocked. The bald man in the imperial capital even curled up the corners of his mouth. Winner. The best way to defeat the poisonous insect tamer is to attack him before he releases all the poisonous insects. Gather these poisonous insects in one place and destroy them together. But now, look at these poisonous insects that are everywhere. How do you destroy them? Heh, I am young after all. So what if I am not as good as you in level? What matters in a battle between beast masters is information. Both of them are full of confidence. Lost. Du Qianqiu in the crowd spoke silently. Hu Kun also nodded. Of course it's not that Lin Sheng lost, but the other party lost. After more than half a year of training with Lin Sheng, they already knew that Lin Sheng's pets were not afraid of poisons at all. Not to mention the poison, even paralysis attacks, mental attacks, and a series of abnormal attacks have almost no effect. Using poisonous insects to deal with Lin Sheng's pet, isn't that just courting death? Let's go and prepare to go to the Wild Wolf Mountains. Du Qianqiu closed his eyes and turned away. There was no suspense in this game. When the bald man saw Du Qianqiu was about to leave, the corner of his mouth curled up. In his opinion, what else can he do if he doesn't leave in such a desperate situation? At this time, Lin Sheng's pet was also summoned out. It's not that Lin Sheng doesn't want to summon, it's just that it's too early and there's no point in doing so. Roar. With a roar, a snow-white creature that looked like a dragon appeared on the ground. The people around immediately covered their mouths, widened their eyes, and looked over in disbelief. Is this a dragon? The shock in their hearts at this moment was beyond words. Although it is Qilin City, they have also heard of creatures like dragons. It is a legendary creature that is almost the opposite of the Qilin in their minds. However, at this moment, such a creature actually appeared in front of them, and it seems to be the young man's beast. Probably, just very similar, right? This is incredible. Without waiting for everyone to be shocked, Xiaobai rushed directly towards Pu Chong. Although Pu Chong was stunned for a moment, he moved quickly. The poisonous insects in the air had already spread all around and immediately began to stop Xiaobai. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless poisonous insects flapped their wings, causing the surrounding air to shake continuously. Pu Chong even summoned a second group of centipede-like pets, which appeared from the ground and began to stop him. Mao! But the next moment, a giant crawling dragon soared into the sky and suddenly fell down. The huge shock generated directly shook up all the centipedes on the ground. At this time, there were countless poisonous insects hanging on Xiaobai's body. But the poison sprayed by these poisonous insects is so strong that it can't even penetrate the scales. How is it possible? These poisons have no effect? Pu Chong was shocked, but it was too late. Xiaobai stretched out his claws and lifted him up from the air. Then he stretched out his right hand and gave him a big slap. Bang! A crisp sound rang out all around. Roar! Sorry, I was too quick. I wanted to strangle you. Xiaobai suddenly felt embarrassed. Pu Chong was even more stunned. The bald man below was no longer as calm as before. He opened his mouth and looked at everything on the stage in shock. Is this the end? And he was killed instantly. The key point is why the poisonous insect has no effect. Even if it can withstand 90% of the toxins, at least 10% of them will be effective. Could it be possible that he could block 100% of the toxins? The bald man had no idea what was going on. Lu Qing, forget it. The people you teach are no match for my brother. Lin Ming walked past the bald man with a smile. Ha ha ha, good fight. Xiao Ling behind him laughed and clapped his hands. It used to think Xiaobai was stubborn, but now it seems that he really has some of its style. Anyone who dares to go against them will be killed. No need to show mercy. Chapter 97. The Fawn in the Wild Wolf Mountains. The Wall of the Deep Valley. TSK, TSK, TSK. The intricate patterns on these scales are exactly the same as the legendary Qilin beast. The people in the audience came forward and looked at Xiaobai curiously. Xiaobai suddenly couldn't stand it anymore and thought of going to Lin Shang's beast-taming space. What are you afraid of? It won't cost you anything. Roar, roar. Listening to Xiaobai's protest, Lin Shang ignored him, but a little curious. If you want to believe in a mythical beast, then it must have a prototype. Maybe there is a creature similar to the Qilin in the Wild Wolf Mountains. Lin wins. Pu Chong is eliminated. A total of 419 points transferred, a total of 838 points. Hearing this, Lin Shang was immediately delighted. The points gap between the two sides has widened to around 900 in the past few days. Add to that the 838 points I earned this time. The situation in Shanghai is not as tense as before. After hearing this news, the expressions of the students of the Magic City Academy below also eased a little. But the other party is obviously not that good looking. Let's go to the Wild Wolf Mountains. Suddenly, Lin Ming, who had been silent, spoke quietly. The students of the academy were immediately delighted, finally planning to take action. No wonder I have been conserving my energy these days. The people are also enthusiastic. Of course, it would be good for them if the ferocious beasts died. Of course, when the students of the Magic City Academy see the Imperial Capital Academy, they naturally won't miss it. Then he left the city and came to the Wild Wolf Mountains. Remember not to separate too far. If you are attacked by the opponent, press the bracelet immediately. Du Chinchou explained to everyone. The remaining dozen or so people from the Magic City Academy also nodded. Every time you hunt a ferocious beast in the wild, you need to return to the city and confirm the number and points at the embassy. Only by killing enough ferocious beasts can you have a chance to surpass the Imperial Capital Academy. The Wolf Mountains cover an extremely large area. It's hard to see you again even after traveling through the mountains and forests for months. After Lin Shang hunted down those ferocious beasts, he only left some specific parts for claiming points. The rest are all absorbed and converted into genes. Obtain the Bloodtooth Wolf gene bloodline. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the Jungle Tree Spirit. Obtain the Oxhorned Rabbit gene bloodline. Lord-level beasts are also rare in this jungle. Since there are no points below the Lord level, Lin Shang quickly went deep into the mountains. If we continue hunting at this pace, it will be difficult to catch up with the points. There are too few Lord-level beasts in this mountain range. Compared with the main world, it is just a drop in the bucket. Those above the king level heard the news and hid themselves. Even if you want to hunt it, it's hard to find it. Just when Lin Shang was riding on Xiao Ling and was at a loss. Yo! Suddenly, a long deer cry was heard. Xiao Ling reacted quickly and immediately ran towards the hill. Just as he was about to get closer, a white figure flashed by. That's a deer. He is only about 1 meter tall, but the body is white and translucent, emitting an incredible glow. In an instant, it jumped into the canyon between two mountains. Run! Xiao Ling chased after him immediately. It was upset at the sight of such a holy creature. If I don't pollute, I will feel very uncomfortable. When Lin Shang and others stepped into the canyon, the white deer seemed to look back at them, and then continued to run wildly into the depths. Hey, little guy, don't let me catch you. Xiao Ling laughed out loud. Lin Shang grabbed its 2 dragon horns. Hurry up and chase him. Stop making trouble here. Lin Shang felt a little excited. The little Qilin should be nurtured from a young age. This creature looks very extraordinary. How can it be bad if you can survive in such a dangerous place? As Lin Shang went deeper, the gap in the canyon became larger and larger. It's getting foggy. A misty fog filled the air all around. A huge beast claw suddenly stretched out from the fog. Xiaoling is extremely fast and dodges fiercely. With one wing, he cut off its head directly. Obtain unicorn bloodline gene. Obtain the unicorn gene. I was shocked. There are actually Lord-level beasts in a place like this. As he went deeper and deeper, Lin Sheng became more and more frightened, because there are more and more Lord-level beasts along the way. Moreover, these ferocious beasts are obviously more difficult to deal with than those outside, and their IQ is also higher. He even encountered 3 king-level ferocious beasts along the way, and they were all killed by Xiaobai. There are actually many more ferocious beasts in here than outside. Lin Sheng was slightly happy. That's the case. Maybe we can really surpass the Imperial Capital Academy. But at the same time, it also aroused Lin Sheng's curiosity. The little deer managed to survive in such a dangerous place. It's truly extraordinary. Maybe this little deer sees that Lin Sheng has good talent and wants to be his beast master? Hey, just be good and let your master ride you. Lin Sheng is inexplicably narcissistic. Follow Lin Sheng into it. The ferocious beasts inside are becoming more and more ferocious. Until the end, Lin Sheng encountered 3 king-level beasts on the road to death. Tower weirdos, crypt worms, and cold crows. 3 king-level beasts, all in the late king stage. Even Xiaobai and Xiaoling had to fight desperately before they finally killed the 3 ferocious beasts. Obtain the bloodline gene of the tower monster. Obtain the bloodline gene of the crypt worm. Obtain the cold crow bloodline gene. Obtain the creeping skill gene. Obtain the ice mile skill gene. At this time, the points Lin Sheng had earned from killing ferocious beasts had already reached several times the average value that the 2 academies could obtain every day. If we return to the base city, we should be able to easily surpass the Imperial Capital Academy. Lin Sheng extracted the corpses of 3 huge ferocious beasts, and they gradually dissipated. Black flames burned on the bodies of both pets, quickly repairing their wounds. Roar! Xiaobai came to Lin Sheng and rubbed his forehead against Lin Sheng's body. Grabbing one of the dragon's horns, Lin Sheng pressed Xiaobai's head to the side and stared at the wall in front of him. The pictures on the wall are relatively simple and easy to understand. In a blood basin, the blood of countless creatures of different races on the blue star was sacrificed, and then the gods bestowed rewards. Sacrifice of lives of different races? This is a real secret treasure. Lin Sheng understood immediately. He had seen many such plots in books back then. The blood of countless creatures. Is there enough in Xiaobai's body? After all, Xiaobai's blood has accumulated the essence of countless lives. Lin Sheng took a drop of blood from Xiaobai, then applied it on the wall. In a flash, the blood was completely absorbed by the wall. Then, boom! The stone wall in front of me slowly cracked open to reveal a dark hole. Chapter 98: Colorful Deer. Mysterious object in the cave entrance. The cracked hole was very small. Lin Sheng could fit his arm in there. After confirming that there was no danger, Lin Sheng went deeper and took out the things inside. A piece of grass about 1 meter long with a white ball hanging on it. What is this? Lin Sheng couldn't recognize it. But if something is obtained by sacrificing the blood of tens of thousands of creatures, it must be good. More. Lin Sheng took another drop of blood from Xiaobai, then painted on the wall. Boom boom. As expected, another hole opened. This time Lin Sheng reached his hand in without hesitation. And then in the time that follows, boom boom, boom boom, boom boom. As Lin Sheng continued to offer blood upwards, the holes opened one after another. This is pretty good. There's actually something like a necklace. Why is this cave entrance full of dust? Why are the things inside gone? I don't know how many years this wall has stood here. Some of the items in the cave have disappeared over the years. In just a few minutes, Lin Sheng took out about 5 items in total. 2 grasses that grow like lanterns. A pure white necklace that can be worn around the neck. A very sturdy iron box was taken out from the other 2 holes. But in fact, this box is very hard, and I don't know what material it is made of. The rest of the holes were filled with dust. Why is there no reaction after I wiped the blood several times? Is it not enough? Lin Sheng looked at Xiaobai, who was feeling aggrieved. Looking at his master's eyes, Xiaobai bit his lip. Roar! Come on, master. Xiaobai is not afraid of pain. Hearing this, Lin Sheng's eyebrows twitched slightly. With this little blood, there wouldn't be any problem even if it was drawn from Lin Sheng. What's more, Xiaobai's body is so big that it is comparable to that of a dozen Lin Shengs combined. This really made Lin Sheng feel distressed. After a few seconds, bang! Lin Sheng slapped the wall with a bloody palm print. Whoosh! The blood was absorbed instantly. However, what opened this time were not the small holes, but a large hole in the center. The entrance of the cave is big enough to accommodate several people. Woo woo woo. Xiao Bai standing aside looked aggrieved. Xiaoling was laughing there. You deserve it. I let you act like a spoiled brat. Yo yo yo. Suddenly, the sound of a deer calling was heard from the entrance of the cave. Lin Sheng and the two beast masters rushed in hastily. A little deer with a faint glow and pure white fur was pacing back and forth deep in the cave. From time to time, he looked towards the cave entrance, somewhat doubtful. After sacrificing so much blood, the only thing you get is this deer? Lin Sheng's eyes moved slightly. Then he was shocked by the stones and weeds under the deer's feet. Life stone, dragonbeard grass. There are life stones and dragonbeard grass here. Lin Sheng was completely shocked. He had seen these two things before when searching on the internet. They are all rare items in the world. The preciousness of the life stone is many times higher than that of the lightning stone. A life stone was once auctioned at a high price of 300 million, and a root of dragonbeard grass is worth as much as 30 million. Now, what is piled under the feet of the little deer is more than just a life stone and a dragonbeard grass. Even Lin Sheng couldn't lift him up. Probably the richest man in the world. I'm not even qualified to hold a bundle of dragonbeard grass. That amount of life stones is enough to build a toilet. But who would be so extravagant as to build a toilet with life stone? These things are all items that can enhance the level of life and provide life energy. Lin Sheng couldn't help but breathe faster. Even the place to live is so luxurious. Lin Sheng looked at the little deer in the corner. The little deer just stared at Lin Sheng, neither panicking nor hiding. Because someone told it. Open your eyes and follow the first person you see. The little deer woke up early, left the cave, and met many people. Now it doesn't know what to do. And the human in front of him looked like he had bad intentions, always staring at it with a smile. Colorful deer. Level. Early Lord stage. Talent. Skills. Concealment. Life growth. Kaiyun field. Evolutionary route. Guanglin deer. Introduction. The creatures left in this space possess extremely profound knowledge. Unknown talent? It was the first time that Lin Sheng saw a creature with unknown talents. Even at the Imperial level, this situation has never occurred. He is very knowledgeable, and he might be able to recognize the things I got. Lin Sheng thought to himself. Come on, little deer, it's dangerous here. Just follow me. Lin Sheng approached the colorful deer with a smile on his face. And Kai Linlu did not resist. He actually walked up to Lin Sheng obediently. Seems to be more friendly to Xiao Bai. It's over. Here comes another ancestor. Xiao Ling rolled her eyes. Xiao Bai looked at the little guy in front of him curiously. Lin Sheng took this opportunity to collect the life stones and dragonbeard grass on the ground. Why do I feel like this little deer dislikes me? Lin Sheng suddenly felt a little ashamed. Don't worry, follow me, and you will have delicious food and spicy drinks. Lin Sheng touched the colorful deer's forehead. The deer still ignored him, but did not resist either. Logically speaking, creatures of this level should be able to speak for themselves. I guess this little guy is shy and doesn't want to talk. Lin Sheng didn't think much about it. His current level is not high enough for him to contract a third pet. It's better to just carry it with you. And the most urgent task now is to return to the city and hand over the corpses of the ferocious beasts. I have been here for at least half a day. I'm afraid that other people in the academy have already returned to Qilin City. And at this time in Qilin City, in an embassy, crash. The contents of the bag were dumped out. There are scales, teeth, horns, fur, etc. of ferocious beasts. A total of 2 monarch level, 1 mid-level disaster level, and 32 lord level. Total score, 62 points. Now your total points for the Imperial Capital Academy are 10,700 points, and the points for the Demon Capital Academy are 10,200 points. Looking at the remains of so many powerful creatures, the staff were also shocked. The people in the main world are indeed extremely powerful. In the past, if a king was killed in a month, Qilin City would publicize it. After receiving this message, the people below were also very excited. The boss's moves are extraordinary. Adding up all our points, we earned a total of more than 200 points this time. If 400 points hadn't been taken away before, we would have won long ago. Luckily, the boss has a keen sense of smell and found the lair of a catastrophic beast. Ha ha ha, now those people from the Magic City Academy are probably going to be in a state of panic. As long as we hold on, it will be difficult for them to turn the tables even if they find a disaster-level weapon. Everyone was excited. 500 points are not something you can catch up with just because you want to. Chapter 99. Crisis approaching. Forced entry into space. I still have 133 points, plus some of your scattered points. The total is only 300 points. There is still more than 200 points away from 500 points. Du Qianqiu bit his lip. Hukun and others stopped talking. The atmosphere suddenly became a little solemn. Those 200 points were like a mountain pressing on their backs. This is not just a matter of victory or defeat. There are 2 universities involved behind the scenes who can become the #1 university in Dragon Country. The Magic City Academy had already failed in the last competition. If it fails again, the entire school will be thrown into a bottomless abyss, and it will be difficult to recover. Where's Lin Sheng? Why hasn't he come back yet? Du Qianqiu looked at the crowd. Lin Sheng was not seen. I don't know. His signal was cut off halfway through the journey. I searched for a long time but couldn't find him. Everyone shook their heads. I'm not too worried about Lin Sheng's safety. The 2 king's pets were able to protect themselves in that jungle. It is obviously impossible to catch up just by relying on the points obtained by Lin Sheng. After all, even if everyone's points are added together, there is still a shortfall of more than 200. What does more than 200 points mean? Need to hunt down 200 Lord-level leaders, 40 King-level heads. This is simply impossible. It is indeed possible to hunt 200 Lord-level creatures in one day in the main world, but it is not that easy. But in the Wild Wolf Mountains, there are not so many Lord-level monsters for you to kill. And in the mountains of the main world, there are dozens of disaster-level monsters lurking. At most, no more than 100 heads are killed there in a day. In the secret space, killing 30 or 40 heads a day is already a lot. People don't know yet. The Lord level that Lin Sheng met in the canyon. This was more than what he usually encountered in the main world in a few days. Right now, in a wasteland area, Ga, a huge, strange bird with hair all over its body and 9 different heads, is using its body to support a space. In this mountain range, the original ferocious beasts and a dozen disaster-level lords had already fled to who knows where. I have sealed 5 heads, but I still can't enter the Lord's space. The 9-headed strange bird became a little anxious. The 2-month deadline is approaching. It can only enter that space with the energy of the last 3 heads. That's totally enough. Even if the power is suppressed to the peak of disaster level, it is far beyond the ability of those catastrophic beasts to deal with. The next moment, the energy of the 6th head of the strange bird continued to decay. And at this time, in Chilan space, deep in the Wild Wolf Mountains, a huge creature that looked like a snowball monster was crawling beside a hill. If you look closely, you can see that this is a wolf-like creature, but its hair covers its eyes, limbs, and eyes, making it look like a white ball. Surrounding this ball were several early-stage, disaster-level ferocious beasts, looking at the white ball in the center with fear and trepidation. However, the white ball seemed to have encountered great fear, and its body began to tremble uncontrollably. 2 cloudy, old eyes appeared from the thick hair. Stare closely at a certain point in the sky. Fear. A feeling of impending disaster. Even when he was besieged by several catastrophic beasts, he had never had this feeling. This is a fear that is close to despair and just 1 arm's length away from death. But the ferocious beasts around it, which were only in the early stages of the disaster, obviously could not feel this fear. Because this invasion is aimed at the owner of this space, the white ball. Lin Sheng is back. When Hukun saw Lin Sheng, his eyes suddenly lit up. When Du Qianqiu heard this, he couldn't help but relax a little. Relying on Lin Sheng's speed in hunting ferocious beasts, he might be able to catch up with some. After all, among these people, Lin Sheng's pet is the most sensitive to the breath of ferocious beasts. What is this? Where did you find a deer? Are you planning to treat us to a venison feast? It's not a low grade. It doesn't look like a meat deer. She's quite pretty, and her looks are considered top-notch among all the deer. Everyone stared at the milky white fawn beside Lin Sheng with some confusion. I caught it from the wild, and I plan to contract it to be my 3rd pet. Lin Sheng explained to everyone. The 3rd one? That's right. With your strength, it's only a matter of time before you reach the disaster level. Training in advance is the right choice. You can't be so careless. Just find one at random in the wild and plan to make a contract with it. Also, this pet doesn't look like a species from my blue planet. It's probably from this secret space. But the highest talent in the secret space is only at the disaster level. The mother of the ferocious beast has a talent that has reached a catastrophic level. It does not mean that its offspring can also reach catastrophic level. After all, its mother also evolved by devouring the flesh and blood of other ferocious beasts. But the key point is, with Lin Shang's current talent, why would it come to this? As long as he says the word, countless people will probably send him talented cubs at the peak of disaster potential. Who wouldn't be envious of a cub of this level? The seniors from the Magic City Academy continued to give Lin Shang advice and suggestions. Lin Shang had no choice but to agree temporarily. But the concern of these seniors still made Lin Shang feel a little warm in his heart. Okay, Lin Shang, you've been out the longest, so you should have a lot of points, right? Du Qianqiu stared at Lin Shang's face with shining eyes. Everyone looked over expectantly. As long as Lin Shang can get enough points. Their Magic City Academy is not completely without any chance of surpassing the Imperial City Academy. I found a canyon. Life energy is overflowing in the canyon, and there are a lot of ferocious beasts living there. Lin Shang told the truth. And this is a huge number, which is already a very conservative description. There is a lord every 10 steps. Finally, they encountered 3 ferocious beasts in the late king stage. The points obtained by these 3 ferocious beasts in the late king stage alone are as high as 15 points, not to mention the other early kings and a large number of lords in the middle. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. This way the chances were much greater. If you have better luck later on, there is still a chance. Lin Shang, you usually get 30 to 40 points a day. This time you should get at least 70 or 80, right? Everyone made bold guesses. 70 or 80. I think you should not have such illusions. 70 or 80 points means you need to hunt 70 or 80 lord-level beasts. Hu Kun shook his head. Don't be too greedy. I'll just say a number. Is there 50? Hu Kun held up 5 fingers. The other people on the side were stunned. You are like the pot calling the kettle black. It's a pity that they just thought Hu Kun was quite pragmatic. In fact, Lin Shang was not quite sure about it. But what is certain is that the number is definitely more than 70 or 80. After all, a king-level beast leads 10 to 30 lords. Crash! Lin Shang poured out the remains from the beast taming space. Chapter 100. Overtaking in points. Is the king-level beast coming? Piece after piece of the remains of the ferocious beast fell to the ground, making crisp sounds, like big and small pearls falling, continuously like a jade plate. It won't stop until the pile on the ground is as high as a hill. The students of the Magic City Academy were originally looking at Lin Shang calmly and with some expectation. The expectation in his eyes gradually turned into shock. So much. Hu Kun was shocked. It doesn't look like it was taken from a ferocious beast. The corners of Du Qianqiu's mouth also curled up slightly. I always feel that Lin Shang must have gained a lot of benefits since he has not returned for such a long time. Otherwise, why would he take such a risk? But I didn't expect to get the remains of so many ferocious beasts after hunting. From the aura emanating from the remains, one can sense that many of them are at the king level. 1 king level remains can earn you 5 points. So many piled together. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little excited. The personnel in charge of acceptance were also shocked. This is the first time someone has sensed so much at once. A few minutes later, there are 23 kings and 190 lords in total, for a total of 305 points. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped. Oh my god, 23 king-level ones. This is enough to cover the amount they would hunt for several days. It is normal that Lin Shang can kill so many kings. After all, an ordinary king could not withstand a single attack from the white snake. It's barely good enough for the middle stage of the king. But where did he find so many king-level ferocious beasts? Ha ha ha, you really gave us a surprise. I think the faces of those people in the imperial capital are about to turn pale with fear. Newcomers are still looking at their faces, but old people have already started looking at their lips. Originally, we were only 200 points behind, but now we have 305 points, and we are 100 points ahead of the opponent. In a few days, this competition will be over. It's not easy to surpass this 100-point lead. Everyone at the Magic City Academy looked at each other and smiled. Lin Shang definitely made a great contribution to this. The earlier you are eliminated, the fewer points you get, and the less rewards you will get later. Lin Shang, you have grabbed so many points. If you can hold on to the end, you will definitely be able to get a large amount of resources. Hu Kun laughed and patted Lin Shang on the shoulder. It's really eye-catching. Maybe Lin Shang can even get some single-person secret space. If it is undeveloped, the rewards will be even more generous. Because no one knows what is left in that secret space. But people are not jealous. This is what Lin Sheng deserves. Right now, in the direction of the Imperial Capital Academy, two people were staring at the score screen. Hee, a full 200 points. I guess those people in the Magic City are busy right now, right? That's right. As long as we can hold on for the last few days, then it will be our turn to soar into the sky. How many resources do you think Senior Lin Ming can get? She contributed the most this time. One of them turned and asked the student next to him. However, the other party did not respond to him at this time. Instead, he just stood there in a daze, staring at the points comparison screen in front of him. Fuck. The man was suddenly confused and turned his head to look over. In an instant, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Then he wiped his eyes with both hands. I was immediately frightened. Imperial Capital Academy 10700, Demonic Capital Academy 10,805. Overtaken, and it was surpassed by more than 100 points. Fuck. Didn't the group of people from the Magic City all go back? At most, only 1 or 2 people were left behind. No, we have to tell them about this. Their lips turned pale as they crawled out of the embassy. 10 minutes later. What did you say? Is this true? That's impossible. Everyone from the Imperial Capital Academy gathered together, with some disbelief in their eyes. Logically speaking, Lin Sheng was the only one who did not follow those people back to the city. But how could Lin Sheng hunt down the ferocious beasts and get so many points by himself? Everyone was panicking. It was at this time. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration in the sky above. Feeling this vibration, everyone in the two schools was stunned, and then quickly rushed out of the room and looked up at the sky. Not only the people in the two institutions, but also the citizens in the city and the Lord of Qilin City all looked up into the sky to see the ferocious beasts lurking in the forest. This vibration, it means that this space has been attacked by external objects. There are creatures whose size far exceeds the carrying capacity of this space, and they want to enter this space. But the owner of this space is a top-level disaster-level beast. Could it be Emperor-level? The face of Qilin City Lord was full of disbelief. Why would an Emperor-level creature come to his small space? There is nothing here that any Emperor-level creature wants. Roar. In the mountains and forests, the Wolf King, with thick white hair all over his body, roared towards the sky. It seemed like it was venting its dissatisfaction and anger towards the invaders. However, the other party ignored it and continued to shake the space. The collisions again and again. There were cracks in the sky that looked like glass. Finally, after a few seconds, boom! A violent shock spread out. A huge 9-headed monster bird, which was so huge that it almost reached the clouds, fell from mid-air. The 9 heads of the strange bird were all different, but 6 of them could not move. Quack! The strange bird made a joyful and happy cry. His eyes immediately locked onto the owner of this space. Just as the old wolf with snow-white hair was about to resist, the head of the strange bird suddenly jumped down. Puff! This heavy blow directly pecked a big hole in its body. Just want to seize its identity as the Space Lord. Only then can he restore his strength to the Emperor level. But this white wolf with thick hair is obviously not easy to mess with. Several early-stage disaster beasts beside him joined forces to attack the 9-headed monster bird. The roars and terrifying aura of ferocious beasts continued to be heard from the mountains. The people in the city were all frightened and turned pale. Even during the duel, the 9-headed monster bird had a crystal-like head looking towards the town. Haha, found it. That moment, Lin Sheng is in great trouble. It was as if I felt that my eyes had met the other person's. Even Xiao Ling in the beast-taming space felt a shudder from the depths of his soul. This is an irresistible reaction after being targeted by a creature of a much higher level than oneself. The whole city was in chaos in an instant. A few minutes later, everyone in the space gathered around the city lord. Everyone. If you can't stop the beast, then run. Once it gains the status of a lord, this space will naturally rise to the emperor level, and then no one will be able to escape. The Qilin City Lord looked pale. After all, Qilin City is the result of many years of hard work by his ancestors. I feel really bad for giving up just like that. I can't leave. A cold voice came from beside Lin Sheng. Chapter 101 Crisis. Targeted Space Lockdown. Lin Sheng, come here. Lin Ming, standing in the crowd, frowned slightly. A sweet sound like a silver bell came out of his mouth. However, At this time, Lin Shang was staring at the deer beside him. I'm only following my brother. Besides, why should we fight it? As long as you give the order, everyone in Qilin City will be teleported out, right? Lin Ming looked at the Lord of Qilin City calmly. The same is true for Du Qianqiu, the middle and peak of disaster. There is a whole difference of 2 levels. To kill a creature like this, the 7 of them are definitely not enough. Lin Ming also didn't want Lin Shang to lose his sister at a young age. Cold sweat ran down the head of Qilin City Lord. Apparently his little plan had been discovered. At this moment, a figure ran to the side of Qilin City Lord. Lord City Lord, the highest decision-making body of the Dragon Country Beast Tamer Association, requires you to open the channel immediately and teleport all the students in the 2 schools out. If anything happens to any student, the figure seemed to be hesitant to speak. The Qilin City Lord was even more shocked. The highest decision-making body of the Beastmaster Association. That is a meeting that can only be formed by Emperor-level Beastmasters. How could he dare not obey orders given to him by such a high-level official? Everyone, you should leave this space first. Having said that, the Qilin City Lord opened a door next to everyone without hesitation. He signed a contract with the ferocious beasts in this space and has certain rights. Although the people from the Imperial Capital Academy were somewhat unwilling, they still entered the portal one by one. Compared to points, your own life is more important. What's more, even if I stay here, the gap of 100 points will never be made up. As one figure after another left, it was finally Lin Shang's turn. Let's go. Lin Shang shook his head and sighed. It's just a pity for Qilin City. I didn't suffer any major loss. However, the moment Lin Shang stepped into it, the space gate suddenly shook and bounced him back. What's going on? Lin Shang looked at the space in amazement. I tried a few more times, but still couldn't get in. Even the owner of Qilin City was dumbfounded. Wait a minute. I'll open another one for you. However, no matter whether it is round, square, flat, or any other shape of portal, even Lin Shang couldn't pass. As time went by, the Lord of Qilin City became more and more anxious. Lin Shang's sense of crisis is growing stronger and stronger. From time to time, violent roars of beasts could be heard from outside the city behind him. If this continues, once the ferocious beast grows to the Emperor level, it will be over. Master, you better hand me over. Xiao Ling in the beast-controlling space suddenly spoke softly. It could feel that the ferocious beast was coming towards it. Impossible. Lin Shang spoke decisively. Don't mention this kind of thing again. Listening to his master's words, Xiao Ling was suddenly moved. Hateful. Why are you so nice to me? If I hand you over, I'll be dead too. Do you think your parents will let me go? Xiao Ling's feeling of being touched was instantly shattered. Lin Shang even looked directly at the deer beside him. Why didn't you tell me earlier that I couldn't go out alone? Listening to Lin Shang's words, the little deer blinked. After all, according to common sense, Lin Shang should be the first person he saw when he opened his eyes. Not helping is a bit. If you had told me earlier, couldn't I have kept the others to save me together? Lin Shang was speechless. Now, relying on him as a king-level beastmaster, isn't he just waiting to die? By then, everyone in the city had run away. Hearing this, the deer was stunned. What is worrying is not the scarcity but the inequality, right? You can hide in my house first. The little deer spoke. The voice was ethereal and elegant, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Walk. Lin Shang's eyes lit up. He stood up and walked straight out of the city. The Lord of Qilin City, who had been listening nearby, was stunned. Just leave like that? Outside the city. Summon the parasitic spirit. It can block perception. The deer spoke again. Even the parasites know it. Lin Shang was surprised. The breath is gone. The 9-headed strange bird stopped moving. The 3 heads looked around desperately. How is that possible? At this time, the space had already been locked by it, and there was no way that kid could get out. Once a catastrophic skill locks onto someone, it is impossible to eliminate it without it being aware of it. But now the human breath really disappeared suddenly. Ga. In an instant, the 9-headed monster bird became violent. Seizing this space is still a secondary task. The main task is to find the offspring of the Black Dragon King. But given its suppressed strength, it is difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Damn it, this old wolf is hiding his strength. At the same time that the 9-headed monster bird was attacked by several disaster-level beasts, the old wolf, whose body was covered with white hair, also felt greedy. Imperial blood. If I could take this opportunity to kill it, I can also enter the Emperor level. And at the same time, outside the door of the cave, with the arrival of the deer, the cave slowly opened. Don't worry, even the Black Dragon King can't penetrate here, the little deer said slowly. Do you still know the Black Dragon King? While Lin Shang was surprised at the defensive power of the cave, he was also curious about how much the deer knew. Of course, the Black Dragon was able to evolve to the top of the biological world only after it obtained the ancient relics. The little deer spoke very calmly. Ancient relics? What allows an organism to evolve to the top of the food chain? Didn't you get it? The deer glanced at him. You mean those caves? Lin Shang's heart was pounding. I didn't expect that those things were the reason for the birth of the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King is already so powerful that he has few rivals even among the emperors. But its strength is just due to those few grasses? And now Lin Shang has this thing on his body. And there are more than one. Don't be too happy too soon. It's not the same thing. It has different values. The deer said as he went into the cave. Lin Shang suddenly felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him. True, but it's not bad either. After all, it's free. Boom. As everyone entered, the door of the cave closed. Chapter 102, The Supreme Association's Response. Emperor Hunting Plan. Little deer, where are you from? Lin Shang was in the cave, hitting a glowing stone for lighting. He once didn't believe in aliens. But I have also heard that some confidential documents have leaked out about the existence of aliens. In ancient times, people have photographed huge remains in deep space. But at that time, it was considered hype. Come to think of it, the universe is so vast, who can be sure that they are the only life in this world? I am Blue Star Deer. The deer directly shattered Lin Shang's fantasy. Then let me take a look in your cave to see if there are any treasures left for you. Lin Shang's two pets started to rummage around in the deer's cave. The white deer looked at the man and two dragons and fell silent again. In the outside world at this time, in a supreme conference hall, a figure was projected, standing upright and reporting information to the people in front of him. This was caused by nervousness, because now he was facing some of the most powerful beast masters in Dragon Country. The people in Qilin City have now been transferred to the base city we recaptured earlier. All students from the two universities have been transferred back, and there are no casualties so far. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the news. To be honest, they were really shocked when they saw the nine-headed monster bird on the surveillance camera. Nine-headed sunbird. It's been less than 100 years since he became emperor. It is considered to be a young generation among the emperor-level ferocious beasts. But its strength should not be underestimated. Especially his 9 heads, each with its own unique function and consciousness, are particularly difficult to deal with. I didn't expect that the black dragon didn't come, but I encountered the 9-headed sunbird first. This is an opportunity. This 9-headed fiery sunbird has just been promoted to the emperor level. Wait until it completely transforms this space, and then we will go in together to kill it. I just don't know why this 9-headed scorching sunbird, as an emperor-level creature, wants to go to that space? Could it be because of Lin Shang's pet? What pet? After hearing what the Dragon Slaying Bureau director said, the two newly arrived emperor-level beast tamers present were puzzled. Apparently some of them didn't know about this. The cub of the black dragon Nyack, by some strange coincidence, fell into the hands of those people from the Disaster Reduction Organization and now has become Lin Shang's second pet. What? An emperor-level cub was contracted? After this surprise, there is ecstasy. Some of the emperor-level beast masters present there had the strongest pets that were only at catastrophic level. After devouring countless natural treasures and ferocious beasts, he finally broke through the boundaries and forcibly ascended to the emperor level. Only a few people can directly contract with an emperor-level beast master. And now that someone can directly contract with the emperor level, it is almost certain that he will become an emperor beast tamer in the future. The disaster level is maintained at 100 people. But in the entire Dragon Kingdom, how many years has it been since an emperor-level beast master appeared? And it is the black dragon Nyack, an extremely powerful being even among emperors. How could everyone not be excited after hearing this news? But this has also caused us a lot of trouble. An emperor-level beastmaster from the Duanzai organization started to complain. But there was a look of joy on his face, as he hadn't exercised for a long time. It just so happens that I have someone to succeed me, so why not get to work and do it to my heart's content? Just as the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were preparing to hunt down the Emperor. In the Magic City Academy, the students were just immersed in the joy of winning the competition. Then, I received extremely bad news. Lin Sheng didn't come back? Du Qianqiu frowned. He looked around among the crowd again. Yes, half an hour has passed and I still haven't seen him. Beads of sweat appeared on Hu Kun's forehead. If I had known this, I would have let Lin Sheng come out first. Now that the Lord of Qilin City in that space has escaped, how can they get out again? At a loss. At this moment, a harsh phone call came to the Magic City Academy at an inopportune time. It's Lin Ming calling. Qin Dao looked at everyone. You can't tell her. Du Qianqiu spoke quickly, but she knew in her heart how much Lin Ming valued her younger brother. Once she knows this, she will definitely return to that space without hesitation. If we really let her go back, things will become more and more troublesome. I see. Qin Dao also pressed the answer button. Since this matter cannot be prevented, there is no need to make one more person nervous. Is my brother back? The voice on the other end of the phone was calm yet revealed a hint of anxiety. He's back, but he's a little tired. He's going back to sleep first. After all, he killed so many beasts in one day. Qin Dao said with a smile. The lies were woven perfectly. Really? I asked him why he didn't answer my call. Lin Ming's voice sounded relieved. Teacher Chun, please tell him to go to bed early. Beep, beep. The phone call was hung up. However, the expressions of Qin Dao and others were not good. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. I'm afraid it won't be long before the news that Lin Sheng hasn't returned spreads throughout the city. I have to tell the principal about this. Qin Dao turned around and left. Only the principal of the Magic City has the right to say that Lin Sheng should be rescued. Roar. Haha. Stupid pig. If you don't want to die, get away from me. Flames spewed out of the bright red head of the nine-headed bird. The flames turned into lava and instantly burned off the arm of a catastrophic beast. There were 5 disaster-level beasts in total, and now they were in a passive position when they were trying to kill the nine-headed sunbird. However, the nine-headed sunbird seemed extremely relaxed and at ease. A pair of scarlet and terrifying eyes kept exploring the surroundings. Where on earth is he hiding? My space mark hasn't disappeared yet. He must still be here. Quack! Roar! Most of the hair on the white-haired old wolf was also burned. Only then did it realize how big the gap between disaster level and emperor level was. Even if the opponent has suppressed their strength, even if they have a large number of people, they cannot gain any advantage. Even in the middle of their fight, the nine-headed sunbird's crystal-like head was still using its spare energy to explore other places. Obviously, the nine-headed sunbird is not targeting it. But it is not a vegetarian. As long as he devours this nine-headed sunbird, he will evolve into a more powerful being. No need to hide in this small space anymore. This is a fight where either you die or I die. Boom! The next moment, the body of the white-haired old wolf suddenly swelled up, and its snow-white hair turned into a breathtaking purple-black color in an instant. And the aura in his body was also rising rapidly. Chapter 103: The Real Dragon. Lin Ming's anger. Don't look for it. The little deer in the cave couldn't bear it any longer. All the knowledge is in my head. It's too much for me to bear. But as time goes by, my memory will keep coming back. The deer interrupted the 3 people's search. This is the biggest treasure here. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiaobai couldn't help it anymore. Why do I want to give you a big pussy pocket so much? The little deer obviously has a good impression of Xiaobai and doesn't want it to hate itself. Seeing Xiaobai like this, I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Let's talk more. Let me think about it. After a few minutes, I figured out part of it. You resemble the creature I saw in my mind's eye. The little deer looked at Xiaobai. That is a giant dragon, flying through the endless stars. One of its scales is bigger than millions of stars combined. Every time it breathes, it takes countless lives with it. But you only look like it, and you are far from being as good as one of its scales. The horrifying scene seemed to appear in the deer's eyes. Then, he told Lin Sheng and others about several terrifying creatures. They are exactly the same as the legendary creatures in Lin Sheng's previous life. That's it? I know everything. Lin Sheng said calmly. Who doesn't know how to brag? Are you deliberately insulting me here? Xiaobai said silently. What does it mean that it is not even as good as a single scale? No, Xiaobai. That's all I can think of right now. Oh, and there's also skill fusion. The little deer's eyes suddenly lit up. I can combine the skills of creatures to evolve into more powerful skills. But most creatures have very few skills, so they probably won't be of much use. Fusion skills? Lin Sheng's heart beat faster. He can endow creatures with a large number of skills. Now Xiaobai has more than hundreds of skills? But let's put this matter aside for now. He has more important things to ask. Lin Sheng took out 2 small wooden boxes from his pocket. This is what Lin Sheng obtained by sacrificing Xiaobai's blood. Just as he was about to ask what it was, the little deer spoke first. "Oh my God, you actually left this thing behind." The little deer widened his eyes. One could actually see shock on that expressionless face. Lin Sheng's curiosity was immediately aroused. "What is this?" "It's a dragon eye. Do you remember the creature I told you about before? This little box contains the blood of that dragon." "Longan?" "That's right. After it died, the dragon eye was obtained by someone. Once a creature can devour the dragon eye, it can evolve to the supreme level. I didn't expect that the dragon eye would stay in the same place with me." "Real?" Lin Sheng's heart was pounding. This is a real dragon. If Xiaobai swallowed this dragon eye, wouldn't he become an immortal instantly? Don't be happy too soon. If you forcefully devour the dragon eye with your current strength, you will only die without a burial place. The usually calm little deer could not hide his excitement in his words. "Can this box be opened?" Lin Sheng asked. He has the skill of sequence extraction. There is no need to extract all the life energy from the Longan directly. As long as a little bit of energy can be extracted, it will be enough to transform Xiaobai. After all, it is impossible for them to stay in this cave forever. Without food, they will starve to death sooner or later. It would be better to let Xiaobai make a big promotion in advance before the 9-headed bird occupies the space. Of course, only I can open it. As he spoke, the little deer walked forward and tried to open the box. On the wooden box, there was only a gap that was so small that it was even smaller than the gap between a cell. In an instant, the entire cave was filled with an aura of domineering and majesty. But this breath seemed to have lost the murderous aura in it. Only a stream of energy was left, but this energy was too much for Lin Sheng and his 2 pets to bear. "Extract." Lin Sheng closed the box fiercely. The terrifying and ancient atmosphere disappeared in an instant. "Extract trace amounts of dragon blood genes." Success. Lin Sheng was sweating profusely, but there was an uncontrollable surprise on his face. The power in this box is too terrifying. With just this little bit, I don't know how many 9-headed monster birds will be beaten up. Xiaobai standing next to him was equally excited. The little deer was even more stupid. "Yo, did you really get the energy in that box?" The little deer could clearly feel that the dissipated energy was absorbed by Lin Sheng. What kind of incredible ability is this? It is not so easy to extract the essence from Longan. Never mind, let's try it out first. Roar. "Master, Xiaobai is ready." Xiaobai lay on the ground obediently. Lin Sheng skillfully grabbed Xiaobai's dragon horn, and then used his innate skill. Obtain a trace amount of dragon blood gene. Next moment, Xiaobai let out a roar of extreme pain. The whole body suddenly curled up tightly into a ball. Every scale on the body was twitching wildly. Those golden eyes were filled with bloodshot, gradually turning into a blood-red color. At this moment, the blood cells in his body were running wildly, digesting this vast and boundless energy at dozens or hundreds of times the speed before. The little deer and little spirit standing by were both dumbfounded. But there was also desire in his eyes. They can clearly feel that Xiaobai's strength is improving by leaps and bounds. At the same time, because the speed of time flow between the 2 worlds is not the same. At this time, half a day had passed in the outside world. The news that Lin Sheng failed to come out also spread. The highest meeting level of Dragon Country. What to do? This is a big problem. Our pets can't suppress their strength to a catastrophic level. Why is it that Lin Sheng is locked in there? The 9-headed monster bird is targeting him. It's no use saying this now. We have to rescue them quickly. Rescue it? We can only enter after the 9-headed bird is promoted to the emperor level. Everyone was in a gloomy mood. They should have thought of it earlier. Since the 9-headed monster bird has a way to enter the space, it naturally has a way to block the space. Now the initiative is completely in the hands of the other party. But no matter what, they must never let the black dragon cub return to Nyack. There must never be another powerful imperial creature on the blue planet. That would completely break the balance of combat power between humans and ferocious beasts. Now Lin Sheng couldn't come back from that space. Moreover, the news of the invasion of emperor-level ferocious beasts spread like wildfire. But the media has long been controlled, so people only get sporadic news and cannot tell the truth from the false. And at this time in the Imperial Capital Academy, Open the teleportation array. Lin Ming stood on the teleportation array, veins bulging on his forehead and his face full of murderous intent. That handsome face now looked like a devil from hell. No, it's hard to get out if you go in now. The Lord of Qilin City won't go back no matter what. Su Xian spoke up to dissuade him. It was the first time she saw Lin Ming so angry. The last time, Lin Ming tried his best to kill a ferocious beast in the late stage of disaster, but he had never been so angry. Open it. Don't make me say it a second time. Lin Ming stared at Su Xian and the manager of the teleportation array. After receiving the news that Lin Sheng was unable to come out, her nerves were stretched to the limit and were on the verge of collapse and breaking at any moment. Chapter 104, The Power of Dragon Blood Gene. Lin Ming goes upstream. Open. Lin Ming looked straight into Su Xian's eyes. Besides anger, there seemed to be moisture in his eyes. She couldn't let Lin Sheng die in there. Otherwise, you will feel guilty for the rest of your life. Boss Lin. Su Xian was silent. This is the first time I see the boss like this. In Su Xian's eyes, Lin Ming has always been the person she most aspires to become. The strong person in her heart who always faces danger calmly. Su Xian had also investigated Lin Ming's past in Yangqing out of curiosity. I can understand her. Buzz. Su Xian opened the teleportation array. Senior Su. The staff member in charge of managing the teleportation array here looked over in panic. Don't worry, just say it was me later. Su Xian spoke calmly. But the staff was totally panicked. Originally, Lin Sheng was trapped inside and couldn't get out, so this matter was already a big enough mess. If Lin Ming, the top genius of the Imperial Academy and a catastrophic beastmaster, is trapped inside, the seriousness of the matter will be raised to another level. But it's too late. As bursts of light emanated from the formation, Lin Ming's figure gradually disappeared, and Su Xian's expression changed from calm to angry. I'm going to capture the Qilin City Lord. Su Xian spoke in a bad tone and walked away. The staff was only left with a straight back and a stunned expression. This is the end. Is the matter going to get more serious because of Lin Sheng? Xiaobai, how do you feel? Lin Sheng touched Xiaobai's scales with some concern. Xiaobai has been curled up there since just now. No matter how Lin Sheng asked, there was no significant reaction or movement. Roar. Finally, Xiaobai let out a weak roar. Lin Sheng suddenly felt distressed. I wonder if I have injected too many genetic elements, but this is the minimum requirement for extracting genes from Longan. Roar. Master, don't worry about Xiaobai. As if sensing Lin Sheng's mood, Xiaobai began to comfort him again. But these words seemed to have pulled the wound, and a sound of people gasping for air was heard. Lin Sheng's brows suddenly frowned slightly. My heart also skipped a beat. It's fine. Even if the cells are damaged, it's not that serious. The ethereal voice came from behind him. Xiaobai cleverly turned over his belly immediately. In. Pretending again. Lin Sheng was completely overwhelmed this time. I was so worried just now. Call. Forget it. After all, it really suffered a lot of pain this time. Let's leave it to the autumn to settle the score. This brat. Xiaoling watched from the side with grimace. It's so good at competing for favor that it's about to curl up. But I really don't know how to do it. How about asking Xiaobai how to act coquettishly later? How's it going? How do you feel? The little deer asked, his eyes sparkling. Roar. Stronger than before. Roar. But I'm a little hungry. Xiaobai rolled over twice more. After swallowing the dragon's blood, its muscles became tighter. The eyes also became more majestic and began to change from light gold to blood red. The deer nodded slightly. When a pure-blooded dragon is fighting, the pupils of both eyes are blood red, and at other times they are light gold. I have indeed become much stronger. I can clearly feel that my strength has increased several times more than before. Lin Sheng was also very excited. Xiaobai's level has definitely jumped by more than one level. Let me see. Lin Sheng couldn't wait to look at Xiaobai's panel. Jiaolong. Level. Late King. Talent. Emperor Realm. Skills. Entanglement. Perfect. Giganticization. Perfect. Swallowing clouds. Perfect. Water spray. Perfect. Hardening. Perfect. Healing eyes. Mastered. Danger intuition. Mastered. Rock formation. Mastered. Thunder armor. Perfect. Dragon might. Proficient. Black flame horn. Eagle eyes. Proficient. Vision enhancement. Vision. Evolution route. True dragon. Cloud dragon. Introduction. Devouring countless lives. Standing at the top of all living things. The ultimate realm of the Emperor. another new realm of talent, and late stage of the monarch. This true dragon gene is indeed powerful. Xiaobai's level before was in the early king stage and was about to reach the middle king stage, but now he jumped to the late king stage. And there is a faint feeling of reaching the peak of the king. It is unknown how many years it would take for an ordinary pet to reach the late king stage, or even the peak from the early king stage. There are even some that take hundreds of years. Because from now on, if a pet wants to be promoted, it doesn't just depend on the growth period. It's the pet's bloodline and its physical fitness. You can imagine how difficult it is to meet all of these requirements. And he has reached proficiency in the field. Lin Sheng was excited. Domain is the most difficult skill to improve. It is difficult to achieve training effects simply by continuous release. What is tested is the pet's understanding. If one's comprehension is not good, one may never improve in his entire life. And if one has good comprehension, it is very likely that one will break through in an instant. Lin Sheng was already very satisfied to be able to reach the proficient level, and it only takes a tiny bit of the energy in the box. If Xiaobai could absorb all the life energy in the dragon's eyes, he would definitely become the strongest creature on Blue Planet. This also made Lin Sheng think, how powerful was the original owner of this body? However, such a powerful creature was killed and his eyes were stored in a small wooden box. What should humans do when faced with such creatures? Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. Don't be afraid, with Lung Yin here, you have surpassed many people. The little deer was very smart. It seemed to have guessed Lin Sheng's thoughts and spoke to comfort him. Unfortunately, its current strength is not enough. There are not many memories that can be held in the mind, so they can't be of much help to Lin Sheng. Let me help you integrate your pet skills. It doesn't have many skills anyway. The deer spoke silently. Even those extremely powerful beings are remembered in its memory. The number of active and passive skills possessed does not exceed 30. It's pretty easy to combine them. Moreover, the fused skills will become stronger, or even transform. The effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2 is achieved. Sure. Lin Sheng nodded quickly. Xiaobai has too many skills, and it is difficult to take care of them all. And it would be much more convenient if we could combine all these skills together to become more powerful abilities. Yo! The little deer slowly walked to Xiaobai's side. He slowly lowered his head, and his whole body emitted a faint glow. That glimmer is so beautiful and holy. Unfortunately, the little deer knew that he was still far behind those creatures with top bloodlines. It's probably not even as good as a single cell of the legendary Qilin. There is a limit to what I can do to help the master. It was at this time. Xiaobai's skills flooded into Xiaolu's mind like a flood. Chapter 105 Skill Fusion. Lin Ming's second pet. Skills detected. Entanglement, perfect. Gigantic, perfect. Swallowing clouds, perfect. Water spray, perfect. Hardening, perfect. Healing eyes, mastered. Danger intuition, mastered. Rockization, mastered. Lightning armor, perfect. Dragon power, proficient. Black flame horn, eagle eyes, proficient. Visual enhancement, vision. A huge amount of skills poured into Xiaolu's mind like a data stream. The impact will make the head dizzy. So much. The deer shook twice. However, skills are still pouring in. How come? How can there be so many skills? Even the legendary dragon it knew couldn't have so many skills. There is an upper limit to the skills that living beings possess. No matter how talented you are, you won't have too many skills. Because genes bring your abilities together. But now everything in front of him completely broke the deer's cognition. 120. 157. 198. Directly break through 200. What is the concept? Just one creature possesses the same amount of skills as an entire group of ferocious beasts. And that's not even counting the passive skills it possesses. There will be even more. You. The little deer looked at Xiaobai's confused eyes. You don't know how outrageous you are. It feels like it's wrong. Xiaobai may not be as good as a scale of the dragon now. But if you grow up, that's too scary. Master is so lucky to have picked up such a creature. The deer obviously didn't understand. Xiaobai's skills were all instilled in it by Lin Sheng. There are quite a lot of skills. It will take some time to integrate them. Then help me merge it too. Xiaoling next to her came over again. It also followed Lin Sheng into the secret realm and acquired some skills. All right. The little deer came to Xiaoling again. It shouldn't be too much this time, right? After all, creatures like Xiaobai are 1 in a million. Even it was envious when it saw it. The appearance of two such creatures, contracted by the same person, is impossible from a probability perspective. But the next moment, Detected skills: dead fire, mastered; undead trampling, mastered; shape change, perfect; death domain, dissipation; death song, spirit; parasitic spirit, cursed eye; trickery crow, curse energy extraction. So many skills? The little deer was confused again. One is enough. Give me another. Wait, let me take my time. The little deer took a deep breath. The completely impossible thing happened again. Could it be that it has stayed in this spatial world for too long, and the main world has already undergone earth-shaking changes? The frog in the well is actually me? That's impossible. People from the main world come here every once in a while. Those people's pets don't have so many skills. Is it related to humans? The little deer poked its head out and glanced at Lin Shang, who had a handsome appearance standing beside him. If I could get so many skills by making a contract with this human, it would be a huge profit. It had previously received information from humans that they possessed innate skills that could strengthen their pets. But isn't it a bit too much for this human being in front of him to be able to grant skills to his pet? The gap between the talents and skills of the people I met before is quite huge. How is it? Is it possible? Lin Sheng asked silently. The little deer doesn't look very happy, but this sad look is also quite cute. Yes, of course. The little deer's desire to perform has arisen. If only my abilities could be recognized by this human being. If you really contract it, you will get so many skills. Then you can earn huge profits without losing money. Xiaolu suddenly had a new opinion of Lin Sheng. He also forgot about the 3 men who came to rob his house. I will help you integrate your skills. A few minutes later. Skills: cloud swallowing, water spraying, thunder kai, merged into thundercloud control, mastery. Skills: vision enhancement, perception enhancement, healing eye, merged into burning sun true eye, mastery. Skills: gigantic, rock, bone armor, physical strengthening, cell strengthening, fused into diamond body, mastered. After each fusion of a skill, the fawns need a long rest before they can move on to the next one. There are too many skills, and the physical strength consumed is relatively large. Xiaobai and Xiaoling are also on their way to becoming familiar with these skills. Although the proficiency level has decreased, its power and ease of use have increased significantly. In addition to the original appearance of those skills, you can even use more powerful skill combinations according to your own wishes. The most important thing is, these skills will continue to improve with Lin Shang's integration, so that those junk skills won't be piled up in the corner and gather dust. The outside world at this time. Call. Lin Ming's chest heaved. He took a deep breath and looked around. She was wearing special combat clothes and a black tights. Her figure was flawless, and her beautiful short hair made her look dashing and smart. However, she was carrying a large broadsword on her back, which was somewhat out of place with her tall and well-proportioned figure. Qilan City was desolate at this time, and fruits thrown on the ground could be seen everywhere on the roadside. Girl, use the 5th elemental power. The broadsword suddenly made a sound. Good. Lin Ming suddenly quickened his pace and came to the edge of the city, then jumped onto the city wall, which was hundreds of meters high. From a distance, you can see several huge and ferocious beasts attacking each other in the jungle. Lei Ling. Lin Ming whispered. The space beside him suddenly became restless. A little man with a sharp body emitting blue-purple lightning appeared beside Lin Ming. Thunder Spirit. Level: mid-stage disaster. Talent: early emperor period. Skills: wild thunder imprisonment, thunder tribulation, possession, double thunder strike, transformation. Evolution path: purple thunder spirit. Introduction: lightning element creatures with bad tempers and strong attack power, mostly born in the thunder tribulation mountains. The second pet: double disaster level. As Lin Ming stretched out his slender hand and touched the wild thunder spirit, the mad thunder spirit instantly dissipated and attached itself to Lin Ming's body, forming a dark purple armor that looked real. The unique fusion skills of elemental creatures. The more fused the armor is, the more real it is. The more powerful the elemental creatures are. However, even if Lin Ming received feedback from his pet, it would be difficult for him to merge with the lightning elemental creature for a long time. This is a method of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting yourself by 800. It will not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. At this moment, Lin Ming stood on the city wall, just like a general bathed in lightning, so dazzling that it is impossible to look directly at it. 9 heads. Feeling the master's restlessness, the broadsword in his hand also became excited. An uncontrollable desire to kill is rising. The images here were also transmitted to the main world's highest conference room. Chapter 106, The Nine-Headed Sunbird's Territory. The Wolf King dies. In the highest conference room of Dragon Country. That girl Lin Ming. Looking at Lin Ming's back in the video, the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy couldn't help but feel worried. Everyone present widened their eyes. This aura is rising faster and faster. If it continues like this, it will probably reach the peak of the disaster level. Is she the genius from your Imperial Capital? This way of fighting is unheard of. She is a beast master, but she takes action personally. But this also opens up a new path for us. It's just that this path is difficult to achieve, and it places very high demands on both pets. But even if she reaches the peak of the disaster, it is still not enough for her to deal with the nine-headed fiery sun bird. Everyone stared at the figure in the picture. While envying the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy, I am also afraid that Longwo will lose another Emperor-level talent. Lin Ming can be said to be the first person to attempt to train beastmen in this way. Once she grows to the Emperor level, few people present will be able to be her opponent. But now she is facing the real Emperor. Nine-headed sunbird. This is also what I am worried about. The weapon used by Lin Ming can burst out extremely strong elemental power by overdrawing his own emotions and physical strength. I'm afraid she will be unable to make it through. Once she activates the 5 elemental powers, she will probably die of exhaustion. The principal of the Imperial Capital was very worried. It's about to grow to the Emperor level. You must not be upset. When you reach the Emperor level, won't it be very easy to kill those ferocious beasts to avenge your brother? Weapons that overdraw elemental power are unheard of. Everyone present was staring at the image that was coming out. Lin Ming, even if he overdraws the elemental power and forcibly raises his strength to the peak of the disaster level, can he defeat the nine-headed sunbird? But what is even more worrying is that neither of them can come back. After pouring so many resources into it, both of them died in that space. This made everyone's anger rise to a new level. Nine-headed sunbird, Black Dragon King. The Dragon Kingdom will fight you to the death. Secret space. Lin Ming shuttled through the jungle, trying his best to hide himself. At this time, the nine-headed fiery sunbird was fighting with the old wolf and several catastrophic beasts. There have even been 2 catastrophic beasts that were killed on the spot by the nine-headed sunbird. Roar. The old wolf, whose hair had already turned purple, roared angrily. The pupils were filled with scarlet blood. Why? Why is it that even though it has reached the peak of the disaster level, it is still no match for the nine-headed sunbird? Is the Emperor class really so invincible? What's more, he is an emperor who has suppressed his strength to the peak of catastrophic level. Gaga. Dangerous breath. The crystal-like head suddenly began to look around. What? One of the red-haired heads asked. Another disaster peak. The power is still rising. Even the nine-headed sunbird was getting a little impatient at this point. After the old wolf opened its territory, it severely damaged one of its heads. Now its strength has been reduced by 1/5. It was all because of relying on that crystal-like head to search for Lin Shang's location and being unable to predict the danger. But I never expected that I would discover the existence of another disaster-level peak. Damn it! Open the field and kill them. One of the blue-gray heads screamed strangely. As long as the proficiency level field is opened, it is enough to kill all living beings. Boom! A thunder sounded. The endless lightning spreading from the horizon gathered into a blade and slashed towards the nine-headed sunbird, instantly cut off a head that had not yet revived. Roar! The nine-headed sunbird suddenly let out a painful roar. The cut on the head was burned and solidified before it even grew. This guy is also targeting it. Spiritual peeling. A faint light spread out from the body of the nine-headed sunbird. The skilled level domain was instantly opened, covering all the surrounding beasts and Lin Ming. And at that moment, the territories of several ferocious beasts and Lin Ming's territory were all covered. But both sides had a tacit understanding and attacked the nine-headed sunbird in the middle at the same time. However, after the nine-headed sunbird opened its territory, it was obvious that no one could be its opponent. Finally, boom! A huge fireball hit the purple-haired Wolf King head-on. A big hole was instantly blown open on his body, and the Wolf King lost consciousness in an instant. Quack! The nine-headed sunbird did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and dismembered the Wolf King and devoured it. When the Wolf King died, the catastrophic beasts beside him also panicked. Oh no, girl. If we don't kill it within half an hour, the owner of this space will change. Lin Ming knew very well what the consequences would be. Open the 5 elemental powers. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. She could feel that Lin Sheng was here. I just don't know why he hasn't shown up. Okay. Following you will make my life worthwhile. Broadsword did not hesitate. 5 elemental forces of white, purple, blue, red, and green light up on the blade. In an instant, the strength in Lin Ming's body increased by several levels. Its level is extremely close to the Emperor level, stuck at catastrophic perfection. Sensing this breath, the 9 heads of the 9-headed sunbird suddenly stared over. Kill her for me. I will forgive her for the past. Upon hearing the news, several disaster-level beasts rushed towards Lin Ming. However, a burst of light spread out. The bodies of the 2 early disaster beasts were broken. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and then the wounds solidified instantly. Die. Instant kill. At this moment, 5 elemental forces were entangled in Lin Ming's body. It was like a god descending from the sky to earth. With just a casual swing of the sword, you can decide the life or death of any creature in the world. There was no mercy in those eyes, only emptiness and contempt with infinite power. Its strength is infinitely close to that of an emperor. But the body is also under great pressure, and the skin on the surface of the body is disappearing inch by inch. Damn it! The Black Dragon King didn't say there were such perverts in this space. The 9-headed sunbird panicked for the first time, because the opponent's strength is infinitely close to it. If the previous fight with the Wolf King and several catastrophic beasts was just for fun, then its strength has declined, and now there is a real possibility that it will die here. An emperor died in such a miserable way. It is absolutely not allowed to happen. This space must be integrated quickly to increase its carrying capacity to the imperial level. The 9-headed sunbird is going to fight to the death. When I get out, I will kill all the people in your country. The anger of the 9-headed sunbird burned like a raging flame. Fighting for life is also a shame for an emperor. Oh no, the owner of this space is dead. The little deer in the cave suddenly woke up. Dead? I just extracted the 2nd trace drop of dragon blood. Taking advantage of the time when the deer was fusing his skills, Lin Sheng injected another drop of dragon blood into Xiaobai. The energy lost from consuming the dragon blood was also replenished by Lin Sheng through a month's worth of energy food. It's in the process of being absorbed now. Moreover, Lin Sheng had a vague feeling of palpitations. I always feel like something bad is happening outside. Chapter 107 King level is complete. Go out and take a look. In the top conference room of Dragon Country. Lin Ming actually overdrew her elemental power. The principal of the Imperial Capital Academy was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Lin Ming, who was usually very cold, a girl who showed no mercy to ferocious beasts. There is actually a reverse scale in my heart that I cannot touch. That's her younger brother. For Lin Sheng's sake, she actually dared to confront the emperor-level creature head-on. That 9-headed bird has absorbed the space and is gradually transforming it into the emperor level. When it can withstand the energy limit of the emperor level, we will enter the space together and kill the 9-headed bird completely. Okay, we must catch up. Our dragon country must not lose such a genius again. Although everyone was angry, they were helpless. If they force their way into the space, at that time, the space will not be able to withstand their power and will completely shatter and collapse, and no one will be able to walk out alive. Now we can only wait. Wait until the 9-headed bird's strength reaches the emperor level. And after he was promoted to the emperor level, Lin Ming and Lin Sheng were able to come out alive. Isn't this possibility too slim? It would be better to hope that Lin Ming could seriously injure or even kill the 9-headed monster bird. But this possibility is too low. After watching the footage of Lin Ming's battle, everyone was convinced again. The path chosen by Lin Ming is truly a brand new path for Beastmasters. But the creator must not die in there like this. At this time, it is a secret space. After Xiaobai digested the drop of dragon blood, Lin Sheng fed it enough food to replenish the energy consumed. Then, the trace amount of dragon blood gene extracted from it for the 2nd time was injected. Now Xiaobai's aura and energy are rising rapidly. It has completely reached the peak of the king level. King level perfection. This dragon blood gene is indeed powerful. Even if it is used repeatedly, the effect does not diminish at all. Lin Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Of course, dragons are one of the most powerful creatures in the world. Any one of its races, such as the Earth Dragon, Feather Dragon, and 6-eyed Divine Dragon, can slaughter lower races at the same level. The little deer seems to respect creatures of higher races very much. This is also the reason why he is very close to Xiaobai. Xiaobai really looks like the legendary dragon. It is even better than the dragon in some aspects. This? Lin Shang was a little puzzled. It seems that what Xiaolu said are not pure-blooded dragons. How come there is a dragon with 6 eyes? Is there any genetic defect? Don't underestimate the dragon species. You should know that among the species, some of the top dragons can even surpass 3 levels and fight 1 against 5 without losing. Kill the enemy by crossing 3 levels? You're still not at a disadvantage against 5 people? That's really powerful. Lin Shang was shocked again. At this time, Xiaobai slowly woke up after absorbing the energy. The golden light in his pupils became brighter and brighter, and the vertical pupils made people feel uneasy. The scales moved in accordance with the body's command, and their abilities changed dramatically. The same is true for Xiaoling. Xiaolong. Level. Peak King. Talent. Emperor Realm. Skills. Thundercloud Control, Mastery. Burning Sun True Eyes, Mastery. Diamond Body, Mastery. Dragon Might, Proficiency. Evolution Route. True Dragon. Cloud Dragon. Introduction. Devouring countless lives, standing at the top of all living things. Black Dragon King. Level. Early King Stage. Talent. Late Emperor Level. Skills. Death Domain, 3 Steps to Soul Extermination, Proficient. Corrosive Breath, Proficient. Awakening the Remains, Proficient. Soul Mark, 13,500 years. Evolution Route. Black Dragon Emperor. Introduction. Possessing inherited dark blood, but with even better genes. Good. Although Xiaobai's skills are integrated, but the power is several times stronger than before. According to a rough estimate, the gap is about 7 or 8 times. Xiaobai's real combat power now is probably at the early or even middle stage of a disaster. Although Xiaoling did not reach that level, he could barely touch the disaster level. In the future, if the genes of the Longan are worn down and digested bit by bit, maybe I can really fight against enemies at a higher level than 3. 1 or 2 levels is still not enough. Lin Shang sighed silently. Do you want to go out and take a look? There is no danger outside the door. Besides, the 9-headed sunbird can't kill you instantly. You can run away anytime you want. The deer nodded. Staying here is not a solution either. What if the Lord of Qilan City returns to this space again? Wouldn't we miss it? Thinking of this, the little deer silently opened the stone door. The scent is strong. The 9-headed sunbird was covered in wounds at this time. 4 of the 9 closed heads were chopped off, and its 4th head is constantly reviving as the space is unlocked. The 9-headed flaming sunbird cackled strangely. So what if it's chopped off? It's only a matter of time before my head grows back. Quack. There is a redhead. Any injuries on your body can recover quickly, but the human in front of it was obviously unable to hold on. Call. Lin Ming let out a long breath, and a cloud of mist came out of his mouth. The huge amount of energy consumed has caused the cells in her body to begin to damage, and these cells were repaired by the power of the wind element and gradually began to become cancerous. Girl. If you keep going like this, you'll be dead even if the status is lifted. The broadsword in his hand spoke anxiously. No problem, I'll kill it now. Lin Ming raised the broadsword stubbornly. A large amount of violent factors spread throughout his body, and the world in front of him had already turned blood red. Now it is very difficult for Lin Ming to suppress the murderous intent in his heart and retain some rationality. Even the broadsword in his hand began to crack. But the 9-headed sunbird was obviously not feeling well either. Just use this trick. Lin Ming tightly grasped the long knife in his hand. All the energy in the body and the power of thunder element are poured into it. Feeling the extremely dangerous and violent energy, the 9-headed fiery sunbird glared with its 6 eyes. The domain ability instantly expanded and covered the surroundings. Oh no! 2nd-level domain ability. The people of Long Country felt a tightness in their hearts when watching the video. The 2nd-level field is the proficiency level field. It can perfectly suppress the ordinary domain possessed by Lin Ming. Make sure its attack is not effective to the maximum extent. And it was at this moment. Boom! As the stone door opened, Lin Shang, Xiaobai, Xiaoling and Xiaolu stepped out. The restless area in the air instantly covered several people. And at the moment when this field was covered, it inadvertently touched the reverse scale in Xiaobai's blood. Dragons cannot be offended. Roar! In an instant, Xiaobai's pupils gradually emitted a scorching light. A majestic and magnificent field, like an ancient bell, quickly spread out to the surroundings. Same proficiency level field. In the blink of an eye, the area it covered dissipated and swallowed up. Chapter 108 Dragon? Xiaobai's experimental skills. Boom. The nine-headed fiery sunbird was horrified. Impossible. GA. Most of my domain has been cancelled out. Could it be some other emperor-level creature? But with the crystal head there, it is impossible for it not to sense it. Who then can possess proficient-level domain capabilities? It's that human. The crystal skull discovered Lin Shang's figure. This is exactly the person they are looking for. However, danger has already appeared before the nine-headed sunbird. Puff! Lin Ming picked up the long sword and slashed it. Swish! At that moment, the sky and the earth lost their color. The nine-headed sunbird was just stunned. Tiny cracks appeared on its body. Then the upper and lower parts of the body completely lost connection and broke apart. At that moment, blood gushed out. Countless tentacles stretched out from the flesh and blood of the nine-headed sunbird, trying to forcibly connect the two halves of the body together. However, the cells of the two halves of the body had already been burned and necrotic by the violent lightning element. The nine-headed flaming sunbird was shocked. Gah! Damn it! It loses connection with the lower body area, and its strength is reduced by half again. And this is only because it separated a crystal skull to observe Lin Shang. But it had already predicted Lin Ming's attack just now. Why did it suddenly become so fast? So fast that people have no time to react. It's like time has been eliminated. With its current strength, it is impossible to revive the fourth head. It can be said that the nine-headed sunbird's strength is now only 1/10 of what it was before. In order to recover, you must protect the red head. Lin Ming suddenly half-knelt on the ground and let out a long breath. Why aren't you dead yet? The vitality of this nine-headed sunbird is too strong. Good. Looking at this scene, several people in the conference room were excited. If we can really kill the nine-headed sunbird here, it would be a huge profit. How many years has it been since an emperor-level ferocious beast died? If you can kill it, at least in the next few decades, no new emperor-level beasts will appear. But they, the human race, have one or even two more beast masters who can face the emperor alone. How could people not be excited? Even these old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years. I also hope that another emperor-level figure will be born among future generations. After all, that means getting along with them in the future and becoming like-minded people. But why didn't the nine-headed sunbird's domain ability work? The director of the Dragon Slaying Bureau frowned, looking very puzzled. Logically speaking, the proficiency level of the field is enough to crush Lin Ming. However, even after the domain was opened, it was still cut off by one sword. Clearly, this area of competence did not play a role. And this happens. There is only one possibility. That means someone has activated a domain ability that is more powerful than the nine-headed sunbird to offset it. Could it be that an emperor-level being has entered that space? Everyone was confused. This is obviously impossible. But why? And just when they were confused, roar. A dragon roar that resounded through heaven and earth spread from the secret space. Dragon? Everyone's heart was shocked. What did they see? A dragon so huge that it can flatten a mountain just by moving. At this time, it was rushing towards the nine-headed sunbird. But why doesn't it fly? Aren't the dragons in legends supposed to be able to fly? Oh my god. Everyone was completely stunned. I was frightened by this sudden scene. The legendary creature appeared before everyone's eyes, and no one could remain calm. What's more, it is a dragon at the top of the food chain. It is indisputable that all living things yearn for the end of evolution. It also only exists in the myths and legends of Blue Star. After being stunned, they were filled with boundless shock. Roar. Xiaobai used his gigantic body to cover the mountains and rivers of the Wild Wolf Mountains. Dragon horns, eagle eyes, and huge scales covering the entire body. It instantly scared everyone watching the live broadcast. And at that moment, Lin Ming and the nine-headed monster bird also sensed this huge creature. Dragon? The nine-headed sunbird was shocked. It had seen this kind of creature on the valley wall of the ruins. One scale is large enough to cover the entire solar system. How can one not be afraid when such a creature suddenly appears before one's eyes? However, after sensing the aura of Xiaobai, the nine-headed sunbird recovered. But at the peak of the king. So what if it's a real dragon? Now it is at a higher level of evolution. Lin Shang. One of Lin Ming's eyes was covered with blood, and he was a little unconscious at this moment. After sensing that Lin Shang was still alive, He immediately tried to get up. We can't go on like this. The broadsword in his hand shook violently. The elemental power in Lin Ming's body was sucked away in an instant, and then he slowly fell into the ruins. The skin on the body has been damaged over a large area, and in some places the bones can even be seen. If we continue to fight in this state, the possibility of death will reach 100%. Even in this situation now, it's hard to survive. Damn it. Lin Sheng's eyes were bloodshot. After the domain expanded, he naturally felt Lin Ming's aura. I didn't expect that my sister would come back to save her in this situation. Are you stupid? Lin Sheng was furious and shouted, Xiao Bai, Xiao Ling, kill it for me. Roar. Mao. The two pets sensed their master's mood and couldn't help but be affected by it. Quickly start looking for opportunities around the upper body of the nine-headed sunbird. Little reptile. The nine-headed sunbird widened its eyes. A tiger in dire straits is bullied by a dog. Now even king-level ferocious beasts dare to covet him. It's such a shame. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the nine-headed sunbird, Xiao Ling and Xiao Bai both couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is a fear at the level of life. The genes of life feel threatened by death. But having just absorbed dragon blood, Xiao Bai was able to barely suppress this reaction. Taking advantage of this time, the deer took the opportunity to take a long detour and come to Lin Ming's side. Oh no, I'm too seriously injured. I can only seal the life stone temporarily and heal it after this is over. As he spoke, Xiaolu took out a few life stones and placed them next to Lin Ming. The wounds on his body stopped immediately and then recovered quickly. But in order to heal the cancerous cells and root damage in the body, he must use the plants that Lin Sheng got from the cave. The current situation obviously does not support treatment in such a place. At this moment, Xiao Bai and Xiao Ling were also conducting tentative attacks. With the upgraded fusion skills of the two of them, even a catastrophic level beast at its peak can be injured. What's more, the nine-headed sunbird is now unable to move. We can only let them slaughter us. Chapter 109. Kill the nine-headed sunbird. Extract the Emperor's gene. Thunder Dragon. Xiao Bai transformed into a thunder dragon a little further away and quickly pounced on the body of the nine-headed sunbird. Boom! A violent explosion was heard. The nine-headed sunbird cried out in pain. Damn it! I'm going to eat you up when I get out. However, Xiao Bai didn't care about him at all. Continue to experiment with skills. Roar! Xiao Bai spewed out a bolt of lightning, which shot into the nine-headed sunbird above. Lightning pierced through the clouds, quickly gathering together large tracts of dark clouds and condensing into violent lightning. Damn it! My nerves are still in a mess. The nine-headed sunbird had just been attacked by Lin Ming. The lightning in the hilt of the knife disrupted the electrical nerves in the body. It's difficult to move now, and there's no way to avoid this attack. Boom! It spewed out a ball of flame and flew high into the sky. But nothing works. The lightning still struck down from the sky. At first, it just fell on the body of the nine-headed sunbird like raindrops, barely leaving a few burn marks. Then the lightning became thicker and thicker. The frequency of falling is also increasing. In an instant, it fell like a waterfall and hit the body of the nine-headed sunbird. Those heads couldn't resist, and their flesh and blood were turned inside out in an instant, let out a painful and miserable roar. However, this cry sounded extremely pleasant to Lin Sheng's ears. Experiment with your skills. Lin Sheng's lips curled up, but there was no smile in his heart. Now, he just wants the nine-headed sunbird to die. Puff! Xiao Ling surrounded the nine-headed sunbird and continuously released corrosive gases. The amount of gas increased over time, gradually enveloping the entire body of the nine-headed sunbird. Let's go. Even if we cut off the source, we will leave. The nine-headed sunbird was terrified. It can feel that its vitality is being constantly deprived. If it continues like this, it might really die. The nine-headed fiery sunbird had a ferocious look on its face. Damn you. You dare to use me as an experiment. This damn human being. This was the first time he suffered such a huge injustice. How dare you use an emperor-level being to test your skills? When it leaves here alive, I will tear this guy into pieces. Bump! The nine-headed sunbird flapped its body and began to escape from the poisonous fog into the distance. Want to escape? However, Lin Sheng's two pets would never let it go. Immediately afterwards, countless skills hit his body. Roar! The nine-headed sunbird was completely enraged. It never thought that there would come a day when it would be chased and killed by a king-level creature. Moreover, The power of these two king-level skills is too strong. These two ferocious beasts will be a great threat to my dark kingdom in the future, especially the creature that looks like a dragon. The nine-headed sunbird was angry. I wish I could tear Xiaobai and Shaoling into pieces right now, but now it can only escape. This scene stunned everyone in the highest meeting in the imperial capital, chasing and fighting an emperor-level creature. Even if he is seriously injured to this extent, it is not something that a king-level person can deal with, right? Unless the attack power of these two pets has already reached a catastrophic level, disaster level. In the late stage of the king's reign, the attack power can reach a catastrophic level. After everyone knew that these were Lin Sheng's pets, they became even more excited. It seems that the name of the Dragon Slaying Bureau will also have to be changed in the future. Should it be changed to the Dragon Breeding Bureau? I think it's possible. But the most urgent thing now is to stop the nine-headed scorching sun bird from escaping. That's right. The nine-headed sunbird's crystal skull can be discarded once to activate the space teleportation skill. We must now completely seal off that small space. Oh my god. My pet, the space-time beast, is best at spatial abilities. Director Zhanlong stood up. Everyone nodded. Unexpectedly, they were eagerly waiting for that space to open. But now they don't want to open it, and instead block it. This is also thanks to the brother and sister Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. The two of them are really talented. Have you found out their backgrounds? One person asked. I found it. It is very easy for them to check a person's past. In this information-rich age, it only takes less than 10 minutes to investigate all the information about a person from birth to the present. Lin Sheng's parents were not extremely talented beastmasters, and they died in a battle to defend the city. As for the two of them, why is the teleportation ability not working? Someone has locked this place. The nine-headed sunbird was terrified. I really feel that death is just around the corner. The life force in its body was rapidly fading away, but there was no source of replenishment. Finally, under the bombardment of Xiaobai and Shaoling that was almost exhausted, the nine-headed sunbird, its last breath of life, disappeared into nothingness. Annihilate together with the catastrophic beasts in this space. Xiaobai let out a long sigh and said in surprise, finally he's dead. After the death of the owner of the space is facing collapse. Lin Sheng did not dare to hesitate and walked forward immediately. Sequence extraction. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the nine-headed fiery sunbird. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the Ji-Ling Wolf King. Obtain the dragon blood pangolin gene bloodline. Obtain the nine-headed sunbird flamehead skill. Obtain the nine-headed sunbird spacehead skill. Obtain the poisonous head skill of the nine-headed sunbird. Obtain Ji-Ling Wolf King's enhanced skill gene. Obtain the Sacrifice Wolf King's overdraft life skill gene. The corpses of catastrophic beasts, even the corpse of that emperor-level beast, gradually dissipated under the sequence extraction skill, and the space is facing collapse at any time. Lin Sheng came to Lin Ming's side, bent down and picked him up, turned around and ran towards Qilin City without hesitation. At this time, Su Xian was also bringing the Lord of Qilin City back to this space. The aura of the Space Master has disappeared. Su Xian opened her red lips slightly. Could it be that this catastrophic beast is dead? Impossible. No one here can kill it. It must have left because it didn't find Lin Sheng. The worst outcome is that both Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Su Xian couldn't help but bite her lip. At this moment, two figures were rushing back from the Wild Wolf Mountains. I can sense their presence. The presence of the nine-headed strange bird and those catastrophic beasts have all disappeared. The Lord of Qilin City was delighted. As expected, Lin Sheng and Lin Ming's figures soon appeared on the horizon, and in the highest conference room of Dragon Country. Everyone couldn't help but stand up and applaud the two of them. Pretty. Kill the Emperor. Transmitting this video to the entire network will definitely be a huge shock to the morale of Dragon Country and even the whole world. In the eyes of the Emperor-level Beastmasters present, these two pairs of siblings have long been like-minded people with them. He will definitely become an Emperor-level Beastmaster in the future and hold the power of the world. Right now, send out the best medical team. Find all the people in the world who have healing beasts. The news that the Emperor-level beast had been killed quickly spread from Dragon Country to the whole world. Chapter 110. Boiling. The Lord of the Dark Empire. Fine. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Sheng, sitting on Shaoling's back, quickly rushed back to the city. At the city tower, boss. Seeing Lin Ming's bruised body, Su Xian couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Open the portal. Hearing Su Xian's order, the Lord of Qilin City did not dare to hesitate. After all, he is homeless now and a stranger in the main world. The local tyrants are still hard to deal with. Several people quickly passed through the portal and returned to the main world. From beginning to end, there was no expression on Lin Sheng's face. He just looked at Lin Ming worriedly. Time flies. Soon, several months passed. The video of Lin Sheng and Lin Ming fighting against the Imperial Beast in space was also spread to the outside world. It was claimed to be an accidental leak, but in fact it was a deliberate leak. Apart from some parts that cannot be broadcast, such as those that expose the two people's abilities, only a few harmless clips were leaked. It has set off a craze in the human world, especially within the territory of Dragon Country. So strong. Look at him. He's just a student, but he can kill an emperor. Look at you. Tomorrow, I will send you to fight an emperor in single combat. Then you might as well just kill me. I see you don't even know what an emperor is. So cool. This is the image of the strong woman in my dreams. In order to protect her sweetheart, she would go upstream and face the ferocious beast. What sweetheart? They are brother and sister. Brother and sister. Have you read too many online novels? My little brother is also very strong. The two of them support each other, which is really enviable, especially when the elder sister held the broadsword. At that moment, I seemed to see God. If I could marry such a goddess, I would die without regrets, even if I were a dog. You? Send me the address. I'll P yellow. Discussion on the internet. They all revolve around Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. Now the entire Dragon Kingdom is in turmoil. And at the same time, in a wasteland area, in an abandoned city with broken walls and ruins everywhere, a middle-aged man in black stood on top of a tall building, and scattered everywhere below are ferocious beasts above the Lord level. Do you think you can fool my chronoman by pretending to be dead? Is it about time? The middle-aged man looked at the Rolex on his wrist and spoke silently. Beside him, a strange and ferocious beast with 5 short legs and 7 blood-red eyes appeared. But he is an emperor-level existence. And at the same time, the space in the air above the abandoned city suddenly collapsed. Starting from a cell, a body of flesh and blood gradually began to condense. If anyone could see here, they would be able to tell that this is exactly the 9-headed sunbird. The 9-headed flaming sunbird angrily said, "Damn human! I will tear you into pieces." The anger in my heart is like a raging flame. Once this anger is vented, it is enough to completely raze a human-based city to the ground and wipe it out from the world. However, this time the anger was directed at one person, Lin Sheng. That was the moment I realized the space was locked. The 9-headed sunbird immediately made the decision to abandon the crystal skull. Using the crystal skull's ability to transform, he left a corpse on the spot, and then teleported himself across the blockade. But by doing so, 3/4 of its body remained on that side, and the crystal skull, which is most important to it, will remain there forever. But it's better than being killed by a king-level kid. Haha, do you think you can get away? The middle-aged man's mouth curled up. Now the 9-headed fiery sunbird is seriously injured, and its true combat power is probably only 1% left. Let him take advantage of this bargain. It's also thanks to the brother and sister Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to face an emperor head-on and kill him. What's more, the 9-headed sunbird has the ability to master space, so no one can stop it from escaping. Finally, the 9-headed sunbird also discovered the humans on the tall building. He panicked and screamed, "Oh no! Contact the emperor!" The 9-headed fiery sunbird was afraid that he would be killed by the Black Dragon Emperor when he returned. That's why I chose to teleport to Kyushu. But he never thought that it would play into other people's hands. The next moment, the space-time beast below opened its bloody mouth. The world in its mouth was like a miniature of the stars in the universe, and it instantly sucked down the 9-headed sunbird. The body of the 9-headed sunbird also gradually shrank and was finally swallowed into the mouth of the space-time beast. The middle-aged man suddenly showed a comfortable expression. Good. And I have to thank you, siblings. This was the first time he had major emotional fluctuations after becoming the Emperor's Beast Master. Digesting an Emperor-level beast is also a great tonic for his space-time beast, even if this Emperor only has 1/10 of his energy left. It's a pity for the crystal head. I wonder if it's still in that secret space? In the middle-aged man's opinion, the most powerful feature of the 9-headed sunbird is the crystal skull that controls time and space. Otherwise, He would not abandon it when he was about to die. It's about time I go back. As he spoke, the middle-aged man also entered the mouth of the space-time beast next to him. Then, the space-time beast's mouth opened wider and wider, and it actually swallowed its entire body. In the blink of an eye, the tall building was empty. In the distant mountains, the breath is gone. A blurry-looking imperial beast spoke silently to the dragon beside it. Waste. Nyack didn't have many emotions. The only thing that surprised it was that the nine-headed sunbird also died there. As an emperor-level ferocious beast, it shouldn't be possible for it to die so easily. Even if it has just entered the emperor level, even if it has suppressed its strength to the peak of disaster, it will not necessarily die if it encounters a real emperor. All we can say is that the opponents it encountered were somewhat special. Emperor, should I go? The ferocious beast with a blurry silhouette beside him asked. No, there are many emperors in Kyushu. If you go there and get surrounded and attacked, it will only cause trouble. And the top brass is probably well prepared, so we'll definitely fall into a trap if we go there. Nyack's eyes sparkled. Yes, I am stupid. The ferocious beast with a blurry figure beside it lowered its posture. The Black Dragon King had obtained something when he entered the ruins. Its wisdom and strength are stronger than other ferocious beasts and even humans. Otherwise, it would not be possible to occupy a certain seat in the Dark Empire. Go back to the Kingdom of Darkness. I will seek the Lord's advice. Human beings have society. Naturally, there are social entities among ferocious beasts. It's just more bloody, brutal, and straightforward than human society. All creatures in the Dark Empire believe in their only Lord. Chapter 111, Lantern Grass. Lin Ming wakes up. In the Demon City Hospital, a new intern nurse was waiting outside the door nervously. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figures in front of me, my heart beats faster. At this time, even the director of their hospital has to wait here all the time. My God, some of these doctors here I've only seen in medical journals. There are even several catastrophic-level beastmasters with healing abilities. Who is lying in this ward? Could it be one of the siblings? The intern nurse's heart beat faster when she thought of this. President, director, and has captured the beast. A figure spoke into the ear of the Beastmaster Association's president. The president of the Beast Tamer Association nodded, feeling relieved. That's good. He turned around again and looked at the world-famous doctors in front of him. It's been a few months. How is the discussion going? Hearing this, the doctors all turned around with an apologetic look. The president of the Beastmaster Association immediately felt depressed. President Rong, we are powerless. If it weren't for the life stone, I'm afraid the patient's life would not be saved. Listening to poor Chinese, President Rong frowned slightly, but couldn't say much. The various hidden diseases caused by overdrawing vitality are indeed difficult to cure. Unless what? President Rong asked hurriedly. If Lin Ming can be saved, any sacrifice will be worth it. Unless you have an emperor-level healing skill. The doctor spoke. Emperor level. This is simply impossible. There is only one emperor-level person on Blue Star who possesses healing skills. However, he had already vowed not to do it again. What's more, he has no reason to help Longhua. At this time, he and his parents, along with Su Xian, the students from the Imperial Capital and the Demon Capital, arrived in front of the ward. Looking at these characters, the hospital director couldn't help but hold his breath. Students from two of the most prestigious institutions of learning. Is there any more powerful network than this? As time goes by, those siblings will probably become the people that Dragon Country cannot afford to mess with the most. Even the strongest families in the major base cities have sent their condolences in the past few days, but they didn't really express their attitude. Everyone is watching. It was at this time. A young man in black came downstairs to the hospital. Mr. Lin. The patrol officer on guard outside hurriedly said respectfully. Lin Shang just nodded slightly. There was no expression on his face as he walked straight into the hospital. Looking at the boys receding back, the patrol officer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now he felt that the person he was facing was not a young boy, but an old man who had lived for dozens or even hundreds of years. The aura emanating from him was too sharp and steady. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at the floor where Lin Ming was. But I happened to hear the conversation between those doctors. There's basically no hope for her. Her cells have become diseased on a large scale, and she has a variety of complications. When they saw Lin Sheng stop talking, they turned around and walked downstairs in a hurry. President Rong smiled awkwardly. No hope? That's because your Blue Star's medical technology is not good enough. The little deer in the beast taming space chuckled. In the past few months, Lin Shang has been collecting alternative plants that can work with lantern grass. With the lantern plant, not to mention this disease, even broken limbs can regenerate. Lin Shang, don't worry. Our superiors are still trying to contact that Emperor-level Beastmaster. It's not that there is no chance at all. President Rong looked at Lin Shang with concern, afraid that he would do something stupid again. They can't afford to lose another genius. I see. Lin Shang nodded. He greeted everyone present and went straight into the ward. The ward was sealed off on all sides. The figure on the iron bed was riddled with needle holes, and a faintly glowing life stone was placed at the head of the bed. As soon as he entered the ward, a violent thought rushed into Lin Shang's mind, and several bloodshot lines suddenly appeared in his eyes. As long as you enter this ward, your emotions will be affected by Lin Ming. All emotions will be infinitely magnified. This is also why rescue is extremely difficult. Lin Shang walked forward in an orderly manner, removed all the needle holes on Lin Ming's body, and then took out 2 life stones and placed them next to him. Finally, the lantern grass was placed together with several auxiliary ingredients brought from other places. Those auxiliary ingredients are just to suppress the medicinal effects of the lantern grass. Take a leaf from the lantern grass and smash it together with the auxiliary ingredients, then place it next to your pillow. You will wake up within a week, and you will recover your strength or even become stronger in half a month. Following Xiaolu's words, Lin Shang did as he was told. But subconsciously, there was still some anger in my heart. Finally, the herb is made. Lin Shang put it in Lin Ming's pocket. Gotcha. Just then the door opened. Brother Lin Shang. But he couldn't bear to see Lin Shang face it alone, so she walked in without permission, just like she always stayed by Lin Shang's side before. Seeing that all the needle holes on Lin Ming's body had been removed, Bai He's eyes turned red. Brother Lin Shang must not want his sister to suffer any more pain. He must be feeling very tormented now, right? As she spoke, Bai He looked at the boy in front of her. Looking at the slightly golden pupils and messy face, Bai He couldn't control her emotions for some reason, so she tilted her head back and kissed him. Lin Shang was caught off guard. Then he put his hands around the straight white back. For a moment, the desire in my heart was magnified to the limit. Look ahead. Bai He turned around in confusion, not understanding what to do. Bai He was wearing white socks and was being hugged around the waist and gently lifted up by the wrist, barely reaching the same level as Lin Shang. Outside the ward door. You have to comfort the child later. Bai's mother frowned slightly. Bai Jioga nodded. Faint sobbing could be heard in the ward. Half an hour later, the door of the ward opened. Bai He walked out with some traces of tears on her face, but there was also a smile on her face. My legs hurt from standing for too long. Sister Lin Ming is awake. What did you say? Hearing this, everyone present was also surprised. Rushed into the ward quickly. Although the needle in Lin Ming's body was removed, the electrocardiogram fluctuated abnormally fast. Quick, call all those doctors back immediately. Okay, I'll call them now. Now Lin Ming's heartbeat has completely recovered to the level of a normal person and is even getting stronger. What did you say? Recovered? How is that possible? My friend, you are not kidding us, are you? The medical team, who were originally planning to leave, suddenly stared in disbelief. Based on the results of their observations just now, this girl from Dragon Country is almost hopeless. Even if the Emperor-level Beastmaster came, it would be difficult to save it. It's just that his heartbeat has recovered. Could it be a terminal recovery? Several people looked at each other. Go back and take a look? Chapter 112 I do. Summons from the Supreme Council. The doctor originally wanted to leave here. He hurried back in a hurry. When I rushed to the ward, I was surprised to see the data that had been restored. Quick, start checking all indicators immediately. As they spoke, the doctors immediately took out their instruments and began to work busily. With current technological conditions, it is much more convenient to check. The inspection was completed in less than 5 minutes. Then several of the world's top doctors were stunned where they were. He shook his head and murmured, This is impossible. Just now, this girl from Dragon Country looked like she was about to die. They were only gone for a few minutes, right? All the dangerous cells in the body have died. Even the roots of his wounds are gradually recovering. I'm afraid it won't take a day to wake up. This completely overturned everyone's cognition. Even if an Emperor-level Beastmaster came here for treatment, it would be impossible for the animal to recover so quickly. Oh my God, what drugs did you give this girl? A foreign leader asked President Rong with a look of disbelief on his face. However, President Rong just glanced at Lin Shang and shook his head as if he knew something. We didn't do anything. Oh my God. This is a miracle. Oh my God. A group of people began to pray. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. I knew that Sister Lin Ming had a strong physique and nothing would happen to her. Su Xian wiped the corners of her eyes. She doesn't know much about this. The shock in my heart was far less than that of those doctors. Several doctors were simply terrified. If this happened to an ordinary person, they would bring Lin Ming back for research at any cost. But this is obviously not possible now. Even stating the request is a provocation to a country. They dare not do that. All they could do was make a post-event recovery plan for Lin Ming. Then he left the place under the escort of soldiers. President Rong, families from all the major base cities have sent messages of condolence. A servant brought some letters and placed them in President Rong's hands. President Rong opened it and sneered after just one look. These families really can't wait. The doctors got the news right after they left. They have quite a lot of spies. President Rong crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it into the trash can. President Rong naturally knew what they were thinking. They were afraid that this pair of siblings would threaten their status in the future. Not everyone was happy about the appearance of these two geniuses in Dragon Country. There will inevitably be a few termites. Don't tell anyone what's happening here. I want to see who dares to jump out at this time. President Rong's eyes were sharp. It's time to clean up the termites. That's great. Sister Lin Ming has finally recovered. Lin Shang, why do you look a little off? The two sisters, Du Ning and Du Qianqiu, came to Lin Shang. Du Ning looked at Lin Shang curiously. Fine. Lin Shang replied silently. He was in a state of confusion in the room just now, and did something that he didn't even expect. Now that Lin Ming has recovered, the ability to affect his emotions has also dissipated. Lin Shang suddenly felt a little guilty. I really used too much force on you. And it is indeed quite outrageous in a place like this. The little girl gritted her teeth, but he didn't stop. Instead, he hit her harder and harder. Now I think that I am worse than an animal. Don't blame yourself. Some strong species reproduce with 4 or 5 females every day. Leaving behind excellent genes is the right choice. The deer spoke silently to comfort him. In its opinion, only the strong have the right to fulfill it, let alone one. What if there are 10? However, this could not convince Lin Shang. After all, he has lived 2 lives, and moral concepts have long been ingrained in his bones. It's fine. A cool and delicate little hand grabbed Lin Shang's hand. But he held the wall with one hand and grabbed Lin Shang with the other. I do. She didn't feel aggrieved at all. Although it was far from what she had imagined, she didn't feel wronged. Yeah. Lin Shang nodded silently. He looked into Bai He's eyes. At this moment, my soul is sublimated like never before, and I feel like some shackles have been opened. The state of mind is more ethereal than ever before. Then his eyes calmed down again. He needs to become stronger. Only after seeing the Emperor did I realize how powerless I am now. If it was the Black Dragon King who came, I'm afraid neither the brother nor the sister would be able to come back alive. Black Dragon King, I want to collect disaster-level advanced materials for Xiaobai. Lin Shang's eyes lit up. Wait until Lin Ming recovers and then take action. Moreover, he still had the Emperor and disaster-level genes left to be injected. That is the thing that can truly transform Xiaobai. The two beauties, Du Ning and Du Qianqiu, looked at them. Du Ning suddenly felt a little awkward. What's wrong with me? Bai He was just worried about him. I have nothing to do these few days. I'll take care of Sister Lin Ming. Du Ning asked. Lin Ming also took good care of her when she was in school. It can be said that the relationship between the two is like that of master and apprentice. Let me do it. I recently learned some skills on caring for patients from the doctor at home. Bai He rushed to speak. The two argued for a few more words. Finally, it was decided to take turns guarding the place with someone he knew. Finally, less than a week later, Lin Ming woke up. Even the injuries in his body were completely recovered, and his strength became several times stronger than before. There was a faint white light in those eyes. The eyelashes are stained with sacredness. The two hugged each other, and Lin Ming burst into tears. What's wrong with my sister? Why does she seem to be stronger than before? You are talking nonsense. Do you really think that just because it is called lantern grass, it is lantern grass? It is a magical grass. Eating it can transform a person completely. The little deer suddenly felt that his master was like a country bumpkin. Then he continued to explain. Some races rely on their own strength to conquer the world. They need to take some powerful drugs to extract their essence to train their bodies. Some people can even fight against emperor-level beasts with their physical bodies. Fight the emperor with my flesh and blood. Lin Sheng was surprised. Of course, those people are called warriors, and you are a soul tamer, an even rarer existence. You mean there are other races in the universe? Lin Sheng grasped the key point. I don't know, but there must be places on the blue planet that you can't imagine. The deer didn't say much. But you must grasp your talent for taming beasts. This is a more noble talent. It is a blessing for you humans to be able to awaken this ability. The deer seemed to have great respect for the Beastmaster. Just wait. The mystery of the lantern grass will slowly reveal itself now. The Beastmaster fights in the way of a warrior. Your sister is much more talented than you. The fawn seemed very excited. Hee hee. Lin Sheng rolled his eyes, then continued to rush towards the agreed location. He is going to meet the strongest people in Dragon Country. Chapter 113 Advanced Materials, Giant Tree Secret Realm Space. Lin Sheng returned to the Magic City Academy, wearing a high-tech projection helmet in his dormitory. He immediately appeared in the conference room. In the highest conference room, 6 or 7 people were constantly looking Lin Sheng up and down. The look was mature, as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life. Not bad. The boy is quite handsome. Ha ha ha. We have to thank Yangqing for training such a genius for us. Young man, have you considered getting married recently? My niece is the president of the Fengqing Beast Tamer Association, and she is in her prime. Several people did not treat Lin Sheng as an outsider, but Lin Sheng couldn't keep smiling. The person in front of him was the most powerful old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Just a stomp of his feet can make a big family in the Dragon Kingdom disappear. I already have someone I love. Lin Sheng spoke calmly. Oh? You are so popular now, who can catch your eye? Besides, my niece is only in her 30s, she is still young. Besides, it's not like I can't find another one if I'm in love with someone. I have 7 people from different countries in my family. The old man blew his beard and glared, seeming to be very dissatisfied with Lin Sheng's answer, and insisted on forcing his niece on him. Lin Sheng couldn't help feeling ashamed. Is 30 still young? They are truly a group of old monsters. The remaining fractions of these people's ages are probably older than him. Since you are from my dragon-slaying bureau, you will be the deputy director from now on. And it's time to change the name of this dragon-slaying bureau. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard spoke without hesitation. Safety. Are you trying to play tricks on me? This boy is a member of our Beast Tamer Association. I remember your hometown is in Yangqing, right? From now on, the Beast Tamer Association in Yangqing will be under your control. President Rong looked at Lin Sheng with a smile. The rest of the people also started arguing. What was given to Lin Sheng were resources that could not be obtained with money. Lin Sheng felt ashamed after hearing this. The deputy director of the Dragon Slaying Bureau? The branch president of the Beast Tamer Association? There was even someone who planned to give up his position to Lin Shanglai. This guy is planning to retire early. This pot must not be taken. I am used to being idle, so these positions are just for show. But my pet is about to advance to the disaster level, and it will require a lot of materials. Lin Sheng spoke silently. Materials are easy to come by. You are the top freshman at the Magic City Academy, so you are naturally qualified to get the advanced materials for your pet. What materials can't we produce? Do you look down on us? Just ask it directly. Everyone looked calm and composed. I plan to show off in front of my juniors. Otherwise, if Lin Sheng grows to the emperor level in the future, they will no longer have any chance. Oh, and there's one more thing. I'm planning to buy some rare beast corpses recently, also for advanced materials. So Lin Sheng proposed 20 or 30 extremely rare and ferocious beasts. This is to cover up his purpose of collecting the corpses of the floating whale beast. Otherwise, if we just acquire the floating whale, it would be easy for people to guess it, because everyone present is smart and not so easy to fool. That's easy to say. Although the number is indeed scarce, it is not impossible to obtain it. Everyone frowned slightly. Why does this kid always create problems? But having made the promise, they couldn't take it back. Otherwise, your face will be dull. Oh, thank you very much. The materials I need for advancement this time are mainly Millennium Ice Stone and 7 Aperture Ginseng. Lin Sheng read out the names of materials one by one, and everyone's expressions gradually changed. From the beginning, he looked calm. Gradually, it turned into a slight frown. Then he slowly opened his mouth and looked at the boy in front of him with shock. Are you serious, kid? The requirements for a disaster-level advanced material are actually higher than those for an emperor-level advanced material. Back then, they were looking for the materials to upgrade their pets to the imperial level, and it took them at least several decades. This is going to cost them their lives. I do have the Millennium Ice Stone, and I can buy the other materials, but I really don't have the 7 Aperture Ginseng. The principal of Modu Academy suddenly felt a little regretful that he had set such a condition and threshold. I can help you buy the corpses of the beasts, but you have to go to the giant tree secret realm to get the 7-hole ginseng. The largest secret realm on Blue Planet, the giant tree secret realm. The secret realm gathers the strongest people from all over the world, even ferocious beasts. Even a catastrophic level beast master could die if he entered it. The Tree King in the giant tree secret realm has a 7 Aperture Ginseng in his hand. Everyone spoke silently. Obviously, a lot has not been said. This world is far from what ordinary people see, and it obviously hides many secrets. For example, in the secret realm of the giant tree, even if an emperor-level being enters it, there will not be a ripple in the space. That means the owner of that space is at the imperial level, or even above that. I see. Lin Sheng nodded silently. It seems that everyone is still hiding some truths about the world. In the past, Lin Sheng lived in lies woven by others. It was not until Lin Sheng's strength reached a certain threshold that the truth of the world began to slowly reveal itself to him. After making an agreement with everyone, Lin Sheng withdrew from the virtual meeting. Just at this time, Lin Ming sent a message to Lin Sheng. When I was unconscious, I felt like I had a dream. It was a dream that made me very angry. I don't know if it was real. Maybe you're overthinking it. There's always someone with you in the ward. Lin Sheng typed a line of words and sent it to Lin Ming. The message came back within seconds. Maybe. It would be best. Putting the phone in his pocket, Lin Sheng felt a little nervous. Could it be that Lin Ming had already woken up at that time? Then wouldn't I be? Lin Sheng quickly shook his head. Don't think about it for now. There should be a teleportation array to that secret realm downstairs of the Magic City Academy. But before that, Lin Sheng had more important things to do. After Lin Sheng left the meeting room, is all the information you found true? One person asked the other. It's true. More than a decade ago, Yangcheng was attacked by ferocious beasts. Lin Sheng's parents saved a child on the front line, but they died in that war. And the child we rescued is very talented and learns everything very quickly. The only problem is that she seemed to appear out of thin air. Everyone was silent. That child was naturally Lin Ming. She and Lin Sheng are not biological siblings, but she kept this a secret. She has always taken care of Lin Sheng as an older sister, and her care can be said to be meticulous. That possessiveness, but it was like some kind of ferocious beast was dominating something it owned. Go to Yangcheng and check if there is any special secret space there. Chapter 114. Dinner with the mother and daughter, entering the world of the giant beast secret realm. Your sister has a really good physique. I thought it would take at least 1 to 2 months to fully recover, but I never expected that she would wake up in one day and fully recover in less than a month. The little deer was marveling at the sight in the beast taming space. The human physique can actually adapt perfectly to the lantern grass. If the person he saw when he opened his eyes was not Lin Sheng, Shulu might have wanted to make a contract with Lin Ming more. Maybe if Lin Sheng doesn't come, the person who has made a contract with it is Lin Ming? Lin Xingli used the teleportation array where the Magic City was located and quickly arrived in Yangcheng. Without telling anyone, he ran straight to Baihe's home on the road. Stop! As soon as Lin Sheng arrived, he was stopped by the guard. However, when the guard saw who was in front of him, he was shocked. Nowadays, Lin Sheng is already the president of the Yangcheng Beastmaster Association. If all the forces, big and small, in Yangcheng knew that Lin Sheng was coming, they would surely welcome him with great fanfare. Even if the Bai family's headquarters in Shanghai saw Lin Sheng coming, they would probably come to greet him. How could a security guard like him dare to stop them? At this time, Bai Mu and Bai He were welcoming guests who had come from the Magic City. Mother Bai was wearing a cashmere sweater, revealing her snow-white shoulders, and a short skirt wrapped around her hips, revealing a sense of maturity. Bai He was also wearing a white woolen sweater similar to her mother's. She had a soft and round face, and just sitting there made people want to bully her. Bai Jioga was not at home at this time. He was summoned to the main home of the Bai family in the Magic City. And in front of the mother and daughter was Bai Jing, a very powerful man in the Bai family of Magic City. In the past, coming to such a small city was like an emperor visiting the homes of some retainers, but now he seemed a little restrained. It's all because of Lin Sheng. Madam, Miss Bai, I heard that the young lady seems to have a good relationship with President Lin. Shirai asked tentatively. Their head family has a marriage relationship with the Bai family in Yangsheng, and the marriage partner is the Bai family's youngest daughter, Bai He. But not long ago, it was heard that Bai He and Lin Sheng had a close relationship, so the Bai family hurriedly interrupted the marriage and sent him here to carefully inquire. If I could get in touch with Lin Sheng, maybe their Bai family can survive this disaster. You have to know that this time the higher-ups were angry, and the big families in the major base cities were in a state of panic like frightened birds. It would not be surprising if several major families disappeared from the base city overnight. I don't know, they are just classmates. Bai's mother frowned slightly. Obviously, he doesn't know what happened between Bai He and Lin Sheng. When Bai He heard this, she felt disappointed and wanted to refute. Upon hearing that there was a chance, Shirai's eyes lit up and he quickly advised, "Oh, if you're classmates, then you should keep in touch more often. If it really doesn't work out and others look down on you, you can just be a commoner or even a concubine." In the eyes of the main family, the direct descendants scattered to various cities are just tools for marriage. Being able to help the master is already their greatest blessing. Now Lin Sheng is just the right age, has a large circle of connections in the Magic City and the Imperial City, and has good talent. It was even rumored that he was summoned by an Emperor-level Beastmaster not long ago. He is simply the most suitable candidate. In addition to their Bai family, many people have already sent invitations. This is very common in today's world. Just like Hu Kun from the Magic City Academy, or even Zhang Kuang when he first entered the school, he had marriage agreements with many families. Really? I'll try to contact you as much as possible. Bai's mother's face was calm, but in my heart I felt that there was no hope. Perhaps Bai He still had a chance before Lin Sheng rose to prominence. But now? She understands those men too well. There are so many people who are prettier than Bai He and have stronger family backgrounds, but instead he wants to marry a direct descendant of the Bai family? Wouldn't this be laughed at? Bai's mother has long remembered the truth that if a girl pursues a boy, it will take a lot of effort. I'm afraid Lin Sheng has already fallen for the sugar-coated bullets of those big families. He might even have married one or two. This is the case in their Yangsheng, not to mention that the Demon City base is such a big city. This kind of thing is not uncommon to Bai Mu. And suddenly, accompanied by a knock on the door, Lin Sheng stepped into the room. Seeing that there were already 3 people here, he was stunned for a moment, and Shirai was even more shocked. You, why are you here? Bai Jing never expected that Lin Sheng had already returned to Yangsheng. I'm here to find Bai He. Lin Sheng spoke calmly. Looking at Lin Sheng's gaze, Bai He couldn't help but recall the scene at that time, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Her daughter's appearance also frightened Bai's mother a little. This kid is quite good. He was not blinded by the immediate benefits. Instead, he came to find Bai He. It seems that I am superficial. Bai's mother thought to herself. The look he gave Lin Sheng couldn't help but soften. I heard what you said just now. Bai He is not a tool for your marriage. Lin Sheng said coldly. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Lin Sheng's words, Bai Jing was immediately ashamed and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Our master family has always supported the girl's own choice. This time I came to inform you of this matter. How dare he shake his head? With just one word from Lin Sheng, the Bai family might be seriously damaged, and he estimated that his fate would be even worse. Go tell the Bai family, who Bai He will be with in the future, is not something your family can decide. Lin Sheng spoke coldly, and Shirai nodded repeatedly. At this time, Bai's mother looked at Lin Sheng with a more serious look. This child has a good character, which really makes his mother a little jealous. Would you like to stay for dinner? Bai's mother tried to persuade Lin Sheng to stay. Bai's face suddenly turned red, and she whispered, Well, brother Lin, have a meal before you leave. Although she looked calm on the surface, Bai's heartbeat had actually accelerated to its limit. The scene at that time popped up in my mind from time to time, and I felt a little sorry for Sister Lin Ming. After all, she was the first. It's also my mother's fault for not stopping her at that time. But when brother Lin Sheng asked who I was with, Bai felt a little disappointed. After a few dozen minutes, we had a pleasant dinner time. Lin Sheng left the Bai family villa. Lin Sheng felt relieved to see that Bai He was fine. He would definitely be responsible in the future. But not now. He has more important things to do. Lin Sheng then went directly to the Beastmaster Association in Yangsheng. The president of the Yangsheng Beastmaster Association and Di Qian immediately came to the Beastmaster Association to welcome them upon receiving the news. Haha, Lin Sheng, you're finally back. Di Qian smiled and said, But now I should call you President Lin. It's not appropriate to call you by your name anymore. Hearing Di Qian's words, everyone around felt ashamed. You know that too? Now, apart from you, Who else dares to call Lin Sheng by his name? No need, Di Qian. Just call me by my name. Lin Sheng repeated what Di Qian had said to him at that time. Di Qian's face suddenly turned red. You kid. You've actually learned bad things. How dare you tease your sister? Di Qian glared and changed the subject. But what are you doing back in Yangqing this time? I have some things to do. Is there a teleportation array in Yangqing that can lead to the giant tree world? Yes. But the teleportation array has been sealed for a long time. I will take you there. As he spoke, Di Qian brought Lin Sheng to the giant tree teleportation array. Not much is known about the world in this teleportation array. People only know that it is one of the largest secret realms in the world. Without the corresponding token, you cannot enter. And Lin Sheng happened to get the token from President Rome. It was a green leaf, exuding the breath of life. As Lin Sheng stepped onto the teleportation array, the green leaves in my hand gradually dissipated. Lin Sheng disappeared in the teleportation array of Yangqing. Then he appeared in a pure white room. On both sides of the exit of the room, there stood a pair of catgirls in maid outfits to greet Lin Sheng. Oh, are you new here? You look like a stranger. Suddenly someone walked into the pure white room. He has a strong body and his whole body is covered with explosive muscles. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Lu, and I'm in charge of managing our dragon country's entry into the secret space. Chapter 115 Arena, Bloody Giant Tree World. Lin Sheng. Speaking lightly, Lin Sheng looked at the two catgirls at the door with some curiosity. Ha ha ha, don't mind it. The beast masters in our dragon country have some weird tastes. This is their strong request. The sturdy man came up to Lin Sheng, took out the instrument and scanned it at him. Oh, king level? That's rare. The strong man was a little surprised. Although this giant tree world also has kings and even ordinary people. But those who came here from the outside world, except for those who stowed away, were at least disaster-level beast masters. Come with me, and I'll introduce you. Wu Lu took Lin Sheng out of the room. Soon they arrived at a place similar to the Beast Tamer Association. But the space occupied here is more than 10 times larger than that of the original Beastmaster Association. Occasionally, a few Beastmasters passed by here, and they all looked at Lin Sheng curiously. Apparently, there weren't many Beastmasters who could enter the world of giant beasts, and almost everyone knew each other. The giant tree world covers an area no smaller than a country. And you are now in our dragon country's garrison. Once you leave this place, your life or death will be at the mercy of fate. Wu Lu smiled. No more? No, you will know it if you experience it yourself. Wu Lu knew the brutality of this place. Killing people in the street is child's play. Even if a family is broken up and people die, no one would even look at it twice. Oh. Lin Sheng didn't want to know more. He just came here to get something. Is there any 7-hole ginseng here? Of course. Wu Lu turned his neck. Go to the arena, and the prize is 7-hole ginseng. Soon, Lin Sheng left the base. After learning that he was only at the king level, Na Wolio obviously didn't want to say too much. Along the way, Lin Sheng saw many children in tattered clothes. But after seeing the Dragon Kingdom seal on him, those people obviously did not dare to get too close. These should be the indigenous people here. That is, the ordinary people of the Giant Tree Empire. Now that the empire has been occupied by several major base cities, how can life be any easier? Lin Sheng even saw many people trafficking in ferocious beasts and human beings along the way. Everything that was not allowed was not under the jurisdiction here. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at a duel arena. Hello. Seeing that the visitor was from the main world, the service staff's attitude immediately became extremely respectful. After all, if he can come from the main world, he must be at least a disaster-level beastmaster. He is the local emperor of this world. The civilization is really backward. No wonder President Rong and the others don't want to talk more about this world. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Now that you are here, you have to adapt to the environment. What match are you looking to book? I'm here to compete. Competition? The staff immediately changed their expressions. What level? Are there any requirements? The reward I requested is the 7-hole ginseng. 7-hole ginseng? Only the Tree King has 7-hole ginseng. There will be a duel between kings tomorrow, and the winner can see the Tree King. The waiter spoke silently. He is only responsible for conveying information. That's it. After agreeing, Lin Sheng was quickly arranged to a rest room. I had just rested in the room for a while when there was a knock on the door. Lin Sheng opened the door and saw 7 or 8 slaves standing outside. Some were black, some were white, some were human-animal hybrids, and even some were elves. Each of them has fair skin, and their appearance is at least above 9 points. I don't know if this guest needs it. It only costs 100,000 per night, the man said with a smile. Before he could finish his words, Lin Shang closed the door with a cold look on his face. I didn't expect that there are so many places in this world that I don't know about. Even elves. Of course, more than 70% of Blue Star's territory is still in secret and has not been completely unlocked. There are even some secret spaces that even I cannot enter. The little deer suddenly spoke. Really? You've actually been to the giant tree secret realm? Lin Shang was a little surprised. I didn't expect the little deer knew so much. After releasing their two pets, Xiaoling and Xiaobai were also very curious. Of course, it's easy to get in here but hard to get out. The information is completely blocked and ordinary people have no way of knowing it. Lin Shang nodded. He agreed with this point. If his strength had not reached this level, he probably wouldn't even know that there was such a place on Blue Star. It is even possible that even if one has reached the level, there is no way of knowing without channels. Lin Shang's attention was quickly attracted by a ranking list in the room. Wanling Competition Single-Player Ranking. First, Agility. Second, Zeus. Third. The more Lin Shang looked, the more frightened he became. Zeus. Isn't this the strongest person in the Lighthouse Country? Even Director and is among them. There's even the nine-headed sunbird. Lin Shang was stunned. Not only emperors and beastmasters from various countries participated in the competition. Even those ferocious beasts have participated in the battle here. And there are more than 13,000 people on this competitive list. The weakest ones are all king-level beastmasters. This means that more than 13,000 beastmasters above the king level and intelligent ferocious beasts have come here to participate in the competition. The rewards are extremely generous. Some ranking rewards are even priced directly by person. The daughter of the 7th prince of the giant tree empire, an elf? This is truly amazing. Even the emperor-level beastmasters got involved. You can imagine the huge interests involved here. No wonder this secret space is unattended. It's not that there is no one to supervise, but that it is impossible to supervise at all. How are you going to manage such a huge group of beastmasters, where the weakest are all king level? Perhaps the law can restrain some ordinary people, but to the strong it is just a piece of paper, and they simply don't abide by it. This is true even in reality, let alone in the secret space. Master, go meet the Tree King. The fawn seemed very excited. There is a faint impulse in my heart, but its level is still low now, and it doesn't know what this impulse is. But as long as it sees the King of Trees, it will definitely understand. Of course, Xiaobai, Xiaoling, you are all ready. Lin Shang's current ranking is over 13,000. At the end of the ranking, and in tomorrow's battle, there will be strong players ranked in the top 5,000. Even though he is only in the top 5,000, he is already the top among the kings. Once you enter the arena, there are only two outcomes. Win and die. Or you can choose not to die and become a slave to the opponent or the arena. But that is not much different from death, or even worse. If you are a defeated general, you can imagine how the other party will abuse you. Let me help you inject your skills first. Lin Shang gently stroked Xiaobai's forehead. Feeling the long-lost head pat, Xiaobai shook his head and enjoyed it very much. Obtain the nine-headed sunbird flamehead skill. Obtain the nine-headed sunbird spacehead skill. Obtain the poisonous head skill of the nine-headed sunbird. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the nine-headed fiery sunbird. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the Ji-Ling Wolf King. Obtain the dragon blood pangolin gene bloodline. During the injection process, Lin Shang could clearly feel that the ability of the space system was stronger, while the others were weaker. But Lin Shang didn't think much about it, and just thought that the bird was exercising its crystal skull regularly. At this moment, a large amount of energy was injected into the body, and Xiaobai's level had almost reached its limit and was about to overflow. A huge force is flowing through the body, just eager to break through as soon as possible. Chapter 116 Old Man Jack, the Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. The next morning, Lin Shang woke up from his bed. The bed here is still not as comfortable as my big bed, which is several hundred square meters. After stretching, Lin Shang got up and washed up. Xiaobai was also full of energy after waking up. I always feel full of energy and endless strength. In addition to the bloodlines he obtained, the most important thing is that Xiaobai obtained many catastrophic level skills. Of course, some inappropriate skills were not inherited successfully, but almost all of the skills of the nine-headed sunbird were inherited. That's enough. Compared to catastrophic level skills, imperial level skills are more important. Whoosh! As Xiaobai's pupils began to glow fluorescently, Lin Shang's coat floated in the air and was put on very smoothly. This is part of the application of spatial ability, which can control objects through the air. It can even rely on spatial energy to allow Xiaobai's body to float in the air. But the heavier you are, the harder it is to achieve. At most, it can only guarantee to hover in the air for a period of time. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Lin Sheng opened the door, and it was the arena's service staff. Hello, guest. We have scheduled your match for the third time. Seeing Lin Sheng had changed so much from the day before, the service staff couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Mr. Lin, I came to you last night to sell you something, but you didn't buy anything, did you? The waiter hinted. Lin Sheng shook his head. That's good. The waiter didn't want to say more, as this was not within his business scope. Soon, Lin Sheng was brought to the arena. At this time, a ferocious beast was fighting with a human beastmaster, ranked 11,300 megalodon, ranking 10399 Wang Feng. Go ahead. Hit me. The crowd in the audience was very lively. In the spacious arena, the beastmaster's second pet had half of its body crushed by the saber-toothed mammoth. Seeing this scene, Lin Sheng frowned slightly. I inexplicably put myself in the shoes of Xiaoling and Xiaobai. Haha, the death of beastmasters is a common occurrence here. At worst, we can just make another contract. They are nothing more than tools for mutual use. A voice came from beside Lin Sheng. Turning around, a sturdy, half-naked blonde man was looking at Lin Sheng with interest. You're new here, right? I hope you and your little pets can make it out alive. The blonde man didn't say much to Lin Sheng. This newcomer is not worth his extra attention. They don't even have the qualifications to be provoked by him. Using a pet? That's something only a useless beastmaster would do. Lin Sheng had a blank expression on his face. When the blonde man heard this, the blood vessels on his forehead bulged and he squinted his eyes at the boy in front of him. Master Jack, why are you in the mood to talk to a newcomer today? A butler-looking man wearing a suit and glasses came over with a smile and lowered his head. Nothing, just a kid who doesn't know what's good for him. The blonde man spoke fluent English. Lin Sheng, however, could completely understand it. The King Beastmaster's memory is different from that of ordinary people. It only takes him 6 hours to learn a language. Soon, the game was over. The winner is Wang Feng. Damn it. If I had known, I would have bet on the higher-ranked side. Damn it, this Beastmaster is really lucky. But his two beasts may not live long. Let me pay for it. It's better to die. How about I just bet on the side with a higher chance of winning next time? What are you afraid of? Keep going in reverse. You need to learn more, study the status of each player in each game, how much their strength has improved, what their status is like, and place bets based on the status of both sides and their current strength. Over time, you will jump off the building. Wang Feng returned to the waiting area. Although he was dirty, he had a bad temper and didn't look like someone who had just lost a few pets. He shouted at the staff, "Go buy me 2 king-level beasts right now. I have plenty of money." The service staff in the venue are just ordinary people. How dare you neglect these beast masters? He walked forward in a hurry. Winning a game can earn you hundreds of millions of dollars. This is a wealthy man. You must serve him well. Humph. I will be defeated by you in the end. The waiter wearing glasses spoke respectfully to Jack. Next game. 4,790. Jack. 6,320. Dragonblood Warriors. All the competitions use codes. Few people use their real names. Jack. Look at me here. Jack. I love you. I bet 30 million on you. Kill that guy now. 4790. There is a gap of 2,000 places. There must be no surprises, right? You'll have to torture me for a while longer, little Jack. Jack. Are you free to spend time with your sister tonight? Everyone present was excited. Jack enjoyed the look. His eyes occasionally wandered between the noble ladies of the giant tree empire, wondering which one I should go find tonight. The ladies were also delighted by the sight and kept screaming, "You are Jack? Is it okay for me to kill you?" The other party sneered twice. Sure. Jack hooked his finger expressionlessly. The Dragonblood warrior summoned his 2 mid-stage king pets, both of which were armored dragons of the same species. The Ankylosaurus roared and rushed towards Jack. As Jack waved his hand, 2 giants wearing armor and holding shields and long swords in their hands suddenly appeared. Swish! There was no suspense about the outcome of the game. The 2 pets were slaughtered by the giant holding a shield, and the Beastmaster fell in the arena, hacked into the ground by the sword. Armored giants? And they are 2 late kings. Lin Sheng touched his chin. I always feel that the Dragon Blood Warrior seems to be in a bad condition. It was just like the bloody battle between 10 people last night. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so badly. I'm going to have to face Jack sooner or later. Lin Shang could still understand this principle. The reason why Jack was brought to this competition venue, which was far below his ranking, was to gain popularity. Otherwise, who would come all the way to watch you newbies fighting each other? What I want to see is the old guys slaughtering the new guys. Let the newcomers know the cruelty of the competition, and Lin Shang was obviously among those who were slaughtered. I'm afraid Jack only spoke to me out of curiosity as to why I could hold back that night. Lin Shang's lips curled up. Those women who are at least 10% or even 90% beautiful were probably sent by him. I'm afraid Jack wouldn't know either. Compared with the beautiful women Lin Shang had seen, those were just mediocre women. He has long been immune to this. I never thought that a veteran player ranked within 5,000 would be afraid of being overturned by us rookies. In order to win, any means can be used. And the competition might have already started as early as when Lin Shang entered this world. Even a player ranked only 5,000th is so smart. We have to use all our strength to deal with these newcomers. What about the players who are ranked higher? Next one, the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior. It's my turn. Lin Shang walked out of the waiting room with no expression on his face. Chapter 117. Instant kill. Winning streak. Arena Death Devil. Invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior is the code name Lin Shang gave himself. Anyway, every game can be renamed, so it doesn't matter. When Lin Shang stepped onto the duel arena, Jack also looked over with interest. In the past, there have been many cases where we have failed to deal with newcomers. Jack has survived until now only because of his cautious character. When participating in a big competition, I am just a bottom-level person, but in this small competition, I am at the top. Although the number of spectators is far from that of a big game, it is enough to make a fortune. The most important thing is that there is no danger. Next, let's welcome our newcomer, the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, against another beast ranked 12300 in the middle stage of the king. Skeleton sword and shield. As soon as Lin Shang and the skeleton holding the shield arrived, everyone on the platform immediately quieted down. Obviously, it was different from when Jack appeared just now. Lin Shang instantly attracted everyone's attention. So handsome. I want him. Is this the new beast master? I really don't want to see him get beaten to death by the skeleton swordsman. It's a pity indeed. You can just come and serve tea to me. Everyone on the stage was talking about it. A new king-level warrior had to deal with a skeleton swordsman at the middle stage of the king level right after he arrived. The outcome is indeed hard to predict. But more people still placed their bets on the skeleton sword and shield man. After all, a ferocious beast in the middle stage of the king level needs at least 3 beast masters in the middle stage of the king level to deal with it. The skeleton swordsman and shield man kill here every day and have more combat experience. Here we go. Jack smiled. I hope this new guy won't let me down. The stronger you are, the more people's applause you will win when we kill you tomorrow. After years of slaughtering newcomers in this arena, Jack's character has long since changed in a way that is different from that of an ordinary person. And I heard that this newcomer was not found in the arena, but he is a guy who walked into a trap himself. So Jack had to be careful. Make sure Lin Shang is not someone sent by others to play the pig and eat the tiger. Shaoling. Lin Shang waved his hand. A giant reptilian dragon as tall as a 4-story building appeared in the arena. Early King period. At that moment, everyone on the platform held their breath. The owner of the arena who was in charge of hosting this game also widened his eyes. What kind of breed is this? I have never seen a pet that looks like this. Its body is like a dragon, but it is covered with black hair in addition to scales. Moreover, the dark aura on the body has become so strong that it cannot be concealed. Hee, the early period of the king. The skeleton swordsman smiled. Jack also felt relieved. He is just a small beastmaster in the early stage of the king stage. The little guy really makes me a little nervous. Jack's lips curled up into a confident smile again. Die. The skeleton swordsman picked up his long sword and jumped up. Its body is so huge that it can block out the sky and the sun. The big knife suddenly chopped down towards Xiaoling. Whoosh! A pitch-black spear suddenly emerged from Xiaoling's body. The spear was extremely fast and rushed towards the skeleton swordsman with a whoosh. The skeleton swordsman hurriedly raised the bone shield in his hand to block the attack, and the bone knife had already chopped down towards Xiaoling's neck. The skeleton swordsman couldn't help but smile. The little guy is still inexperienced. However, before Skull Knife could say a word to his opponent, he felt something piercing his chest. Looking down, He saw that the spear had pierced through the bone shield in his hand and rushed into his chest. How? The next moment, the parasitic spirit in the chest cavity turned into countless spikes and exploded directly. Boom! The skeleton swordsman's body exploded. Killed in action. So weak? Can you give me something more capable of fighting? Xiao Ling spread his wings and began to roar. With the parasite around, the possibility of winning against it at the same level is zero. His combat power has reached the middle stage of the king, and with some powerful skills and parasitic spirits, he can at least reach the peak of the king. Am I seeing this right? What kind of skill is that? It actually penetrated the shield on the skeleton sword and shield. That bone shield can block attacks from beasts of the same or even higher levels. Also, this black beast is too arrogant, isn't it? It looks like a dragon. Does it really think you are a dragon? This new guy does have some ability, but he dares to shout like that just because he won a game? I think the Beastmaster is pretty cool, and the little pet is pretty cute, ha. The audience around was immediately ignited with enthusiasm. This wave of Xiao Ling can be said to have attracted enough hatred. After all, the audience comes to see these newcomers be scared and afraid. But he never expected to be shouted at and mocked in return. There are many old viewers and supporters who want some stronger players to teach it a lesson. Is Jack here? I can't stand it any longer. Jack, come and discipline the newbie. Listen to what everyone says. Jack in the arena waved his hand. He is just a king in the middle stage. There is no need for him to work so hard. Just kill him. But this talent is quite good. The king in the early stage can deal with the skeleton swordsman in the middle stage of the king. It might be nice to take him in as a follower or a slave. The game is over. The owner of the arena immediately came to Lin Sheng. No matter how you look at it, Lin Sheng is going to be the next big hit in the arena. Hello, my name is Chao Sun, and I'm the owner of this arena. Are you interested in signing a contract with our arena? I can offer you extremely high profits and conditions. Not interested. Lin Sheng refused directly in person. He came here just for the 7-hole ginseng. Chao Sun smiled. It doesn't matter. When you know the dangers and benefits here, you will naturally consider it. The next few days, Lin Sheng faced more than a dozen opponents in succession. The result was without exception. They were all killed instantly by Xiao Ling. Lin Sheng was also given a title, the killer who left no intact body, the devil of death. The reason is simple. Any ferocious beast killed by Lin Sheng would eventually leave not even a corpse. Any human who managed to survive would be taken as a slave by Lin Sheng and would disappear from Lin Sheng's side within one night. This is true for both men and women. So when those opponents faced Lin Sheng, they were all extremely terrified. If they lose, they will surely face a situation more desperate than death. In Lin Sheng's room, the teenage girl was massaging Lin Sheng's shoulders with her trembling hands. Today is her first and last night with the death demon. Even if I die, I will keep my innocence. The girl bit her red lips. At this time, Lin Sheng suddenly said, "It's almost time. Tomorrow is the last game." Chapter 118, Daughter of Zeus. The last episode. Is it almost time? Faced with death, the girl's heart suddenly tightened. But what was even more terrifying was that she didn't know how this master was going to deal with her. You. Lin Sheng looked at the girl, and she was immediately frightened, and her whole body went limp. All her previous desire to resist was taken away, and she could only stare blankly at the light golden pupils. Only then did she understand that in the face of power, any delusion was unrealistic. Tears began to well up in the girl's eyes. Memories of the past flashed through my mind like a kaleidoscope. You, go back to the main world. Then go to Yangqing in Dragon Country and tell me my name. Someone will recruit you there. Lin Sheng waved his hand. Kill people, he will kill. However, Lin Sheng will also keep those who have no intention of killing him and are just forced to participate in the competition. However, so far, facing more than a dozen opponents, there are only 1 or 2 people who really have no intention of killing. Regardless of gender, age, or status, everyone was sent to Yangqing by Lin Sheng, used to deal with possible attacks from ferocious beasts in the future. Why? The girl was a little stunned. I asked you to return to Yangqing and wait for orders. Aren't you my slave? Follow my orders. Lin Sheng didn't want to explain too much, because it's really hard to explain. It's better to kill that master. Xiao Ling in the beast taming space spoke silently. Killing it is far less useful than keeping it. The deer said calmly. These slaves signed an indenture never to disobey orders. He is the most suitable soldier candidate. If you want to survive, building your own power is the first priority. The owner did an impeccable job in this regard. I support the master. Xiaobai started licking again. Time passes quickly. The next morning, the popularity of the arena today is much higher than ever before, even breaking the highest record of this arena. This is all because of the appearance of a very popular newcomer, the Death Demon. It even attracted the attention of people in some large arenas. After all, this is just a king-level arena. There are countless arenas like this in the entire giant tree world. There are about a dozen disaster-level ones, and every famous disaster-level beastmaster is occupied by those arenas, attracting countless people from all over the world to watch. And there are even fewer imperial-level arenas. Only 2. It depends on your open mood. It is a place where emperor-level beastmasters settle their grudges with each other. It is basically only open a few times a year. One of them belongs to the Giant Tree Empire, and the other belongs to the Global Beastmaster Association in the main world. And now there are a lot of disaster-level arenas, and wealthy spectators have come here. The owner was immediately flattered. But Jack was in a bad mood. It's all because this newcomer stole his limelight. The factory owner even told Jack not to be too ruthless during the competition. Doesn't this mean that I have to be replaced? It's just a new boy. Jack felt a little unhappy. However, after receiving the order from the owner, Jack did not dare to resist too much. Just a little lesson. The two got ready and soon stood on the field. The final prize of this competition will be the right to meet the Tree King of the Giant Tree Empire and make a request to the Tree King. And the contestants in the finals are the new contestant, Death Demon, and the veteran contestant, Jack. The two quickly stood on the field. Cheers immediately broke out all around. The betting result is also that Jack is higher. Jack couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said proudly, "Newcomers are newcomers after all." When Jack's eyes stayed on the field, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure, which made Jack's pupils dilate. Sitting on the high platform were 2 elegant girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. Both of them were wearing tight t-shirts and short skirts, revealing their fair skin, which looked very dazzling. The short skirts wrapped their round and full hips, echoing the front of their bodies. Behind them stood 5 fully armed bodyguards, all with the symbols of other beacon countries on their bodies, which made people afraid. "How is it? I told you this new guy is handsome, right? Do you want to play with him?" The girl looked at the girl next to her playfully. "That's right, but my father doesn't allow me to play around, and his pet is really..." The girl seemed to be hesitant to speak. "Of course, Lydia. It's absolutely true." The playful girl next to him was absolutely sure. He is definitely the descendant of the legendary Black Dragon King. Hearing this, Lydia's pupils dilated slightly. Black Dragon King. They in the Lighthouse country know this very well. Even his father barely defeated the Black Dragon back then, but was unable to kill it. And at that time, there were other Emperor-level Beastmasters to help. Jack was so shocked that he could not be more shocked. Lydia, one of Zeus' daughters. Jack's heart was pounding. That white, desirable skin and light blue pupils, there's no doubt about it. If I can make her like me and take me in... Thinking of this, Jack couldn't help but lick his lips excitedly. Then he looked directly at Lin Sheng in front of him. Rich ladies like these all have their own servants. "I'm sorry, I was planning to let you go, but now, just become my Jack stepping stone." Jack summoned 2 huge armored giants. Boom. The arena made a deafening noise. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Both are in the late monarch stage. Lin Sheng touched his chin. In the previous battle, Xiaoling's level had reached the middle stage of the king. The battle between life and death is very effective in training ferocious beasts. Xiaoling obviously also likes this kind of violent atmosphere. It can greatly accelerate its growth. Relying on domain abilities, he may not be able to defeat 2 giants in the late king stage. After all, its father, the Black Dragon King, had the advantage when facing many Emperor-level Beastmasters in the Lighthouse country alone. Or mother. Lin Sheng didn't know whether the Black Dragon King had a gender. "I don't know how it gave birth to the little spirit. Or will you just summon one pet?" Jack's eyes were cold. How dare you look down on him? Court death. Now he ranks in the top 5,000. There are only over 9,000 newcomers. Oh. Our Death Demon contestant still plans to fight with only one pet. It seems like you are very confident in yourself. Listening to the host's harsh voice and the audience's whispers, Jack's eyes became even colder. The murderous intent in my heart gradually spread. It really is the Black Dragon King. They look so similar. Lydia exclaimed and covered her delicate little mouth with her hands. The girl next to her was also very excited, and she was so excited that she didn't know what to do. "Die." Jack gave the order. Feeling their master's murderous intent, the two armored giants were filled with boundless rage. He raised the sword in his hand and rushed forward. Mao! Who? Brother Bai. Master, you're not really going to let me fight alone, are you? Xiaoling asked quickly. You should exercise more and can't always rely on Xiaobai. Don't worry, I will save you if you are about to be beaten to death. Lin Sheng patted Xiaoling's wings. Xiaobai in the beast-taming space also nodded. Shows that he has healing skills. Xiaoling sounded aggrieved, wanting to cry but unable to cry. Just go ahead. I have to bear the hatred that I have brought upon myself. Chapter 119. Death Domain. The power of domain skills. Two armored giants, each as huge as a 10-story building. One of them held a spear in his hand and wore a plate helmet, and the other held a huge sword in his hand and wore a long-tailed helmet on his head, revealing only a pair of fierce eyes. Every time the two giants took a step, the ground shook. Regardless of his strength, at least he has great momentum. One of the reasons why Jack is so popular is because of his two pets. After all, people in some countries like night giants wearing armor the most. Royal Giant. Level. Late King. Talent. Late King. Skills. Stabbing, slashing, alloy armor. Evolutionary route. None. Introduction. Giant Kingdom. Giants guarding the royal family. The levels and names of the two pets are not much different. Jack bought them all from others at a high price. That's why Jack was so angry when Lin Sheng mentioned before that only the weak would give up their pets. Obviously, it hit a sore spot. And Jack also wanted Lin Sheng to have a taste of what it was like to contract a pet beast again. But now, I guess there's no chance. Royal Giant, don't hold back. Jack's face was cold. The two royal giants also let out earth-shaking roars. For a moment, the excitement of everyone on the stage was ignited, especially the royal family of the Behemoth Empire and some countries where knights appeared in history. The arena owner became nervous. Didn't I tell you to hold back and just perform for a bit? Chao Sun was a little flustered and kept winking at Jack. However, Jack, who would always look over here from time to time during the game, didn't even look at him at this moment. This guy, are you planning to kill me? That's my cash cow. All the Chao Sun people were dumbfounded. In his opinion, as long as Jack shows his strength, there will be no opponent at all. If Jack were to kill Lin Sheng, he would be in great danger. It looks like my brother is in danger. Damn it, please don't scratch his face. The girl next to Lydia pinched her waist and was very angry. Lydia sighed, feeling a little helpless. This friend of mine has some special hobbies. He bought a lot of slaves before, but in the end they were all covered in wounds and dying. Julie, this person is very important to me. Please don't mess around. Lydia said helplessly. That death demon can actually contract with Nyak's offspring. If I could give it to my father, he would definitely like it. Hey, Sister Lydia, are you interested too? It's your first time. Julie smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth. Then I'll be even more excited. Stop talking. Just wait until he can get out alive. Lydia said silently. If I could get out alive, I would be qualified to be her servant. Looking at the two girls, the guards behind them were speechless. Either of them is stunningly beautiful, and together they make an even more extraordinary pair. But they were not so friendly to the male slaves. I wish the guy below good luck. Usually, if you are favored by two ladies, you will end up in a bad situation. Whoosh! The royal giant held a machete, which fell down with a whistling sound. Roar! Xiao Ling roared like a dragon, and the parasitic spirit on his body turned into a giant black hand and directly grasped the huge machete. However, this alone is not enough to stop that huge force. Damn it! The realm of death. Xiao Ling dodged the big knife and directly activated the field skill. All of a sudden, a dark aura spread around and instantly covered the entire arena. Field. Jack's face changed. This damn guy actually owns a domain. Once a pet possesses domain skills, its strength will increase exponentially. Not only does the domain possess some special abilities, it can also greatly enhance the pet's own strength and weaken the opponent's strength. Like his royal giant, one costs about 1 billion. The two together cost 2 billion, which would be cheaper if they were just leased. But once the royal giant owns the territory, the price will skyrocket from 1 billion to 10 billion. Moreover, there is no demand for it at a high price, and it is impossible for anyone to sell it. For a moment, greed arose in Jack's heart. Kill the man and leave the pet to me. It is very common to snatch each other's pets in the arena. And Julie on the stage also covered her delicate mouth. This guy actually possesses domain abilities. Could he really be the descendant of the Black Dragon King? She was just joking before. I feel that there is only a 50% chance. But once it has territory, this possibility increases greatly. The king level can possess domain abilities, so the talent of this pet is at least above the late stage of disaster. The two royal giants rushed forward instantly after receiving the order. Raise the weapon in your hand and chop madly. After activating the domain skill, Xiaoling's movement speed is abnormally fast. It can even flap its wings to fly for a short period of time, so these attacks cannot hit it at all. At the same time, Xiaoling seized the opportunity and specifically attacked one of the royal giants, continuously spewing out extremely corrosive green mist. As time passed, one of the royal giants finally fell down, and the armor on his body was completely corroded, even revealing his bones and flesh. How is this possible? This is a royal giant in the late king stage. Jack was shocked and doubtful. Could it be that I was cheated? But he bought it from a very reputable slave trading company. It is absolutely impossible to be deceived. Dear audience, a beast of the early stage of the monarch can defeat a beast of the late stage of the monarch and is facing two beasts of the late stage of the monarch at the same time. We have to say, this is simply a miracle. Let's give our applause to this newcomer, the Death Devil. Seeing that the time had come, Chao Sun immediately began to vigorously promote Lin Sheng. As for Jack, just throw it away. As long as there is money, what kind of beastmaster can't be created at the late king stage? Damn it! Listening to the crazy shouts around him, Jack's eyes were about to burst out. This new guy, how dare you steal my thunder? Jack understood that he had been abandoned by Chao Sun. In the eyes of these field owners, only those who can create profits are of use. But what made Jack most desperate was, he could clearly feel that his pet and his own life were slipping away. This field has the ability to deprive people of their vitality. As the battle progresses, the speed of the two pets will only get slower and slower. And at this moment, one of the royal giants finally seized the opportunity. The big knife in his hand suddenly slashed towards Xiaoling in midair. Jack's face suddenly showed a look of joy. However, a thick spear suddenly stabbed out and instantly pierced through the chest of the royal giant. Chapter 120, Awakening the Corpse. Competition Rewards. What? Jack opened his mouth wide, not daring to break his promise. Everyone on the stage fell silent and slowly lowered their raised hands. The arena owner held the microphone in disbelief. Julie and Lidica, on the contrary, were quite excited. A royal giant who was about to succeed was pierced through the chest by another royal giant with a spear. But Jack had already lost control of the royal giant holding the spear. How is that possible? My pet will attack me? Jack couldn't believe it. Everything before my eyes simply breaks common sense. It is reasonable for the pets of beast masters to never attack each other. However, at this moment, one of his pets attacked another pet, interrupting his attack. The pet beast was emitting green mist, and the wounds all over its body were giving off a foul smell of death. Wake up the corpse. The spirit can revive the creatures it has killed. Although the combat power is not as good as before, it is definitely not much weaker. Currently, you can only awaken one pet of the same level as your own. 3 pets that are one level weaker than you, and cannot be awakened at the same time as those of the same level. Even so, this skill is extremely perverted. After waking up the giant, the two giants instantly fought each other, and with Xiaoling's attack, the outcome was quickly decided. The armors of Jack's 2 giants were shattered and they fell down, no longer having any breath of life. For a moment, Jack felt hopeless. After hearing the news of his pet's death, his face turned even paler. A lot of the hair has turned white. It was obvious that he was going to die soon, a human being standing in the field for too long. The life force in his body has been almost completely taken away by Xiaoling. It will die of natural causes in a few days. Haha, you want to kill me? You'd better go and wait for death. Xiaoling sneered twice and had no intention of killing Jack. But let them live in fear of death. Draw the negative energy from his body. Slowly experience the pain of falling from the peak to the bottom. To be on the safe side and to prevent any future trouble, Xiaoling extracted a few strands of life breath from its body. It could clearly feel Jack's endless murderous intent towards his master. If Lin Sheng wasn't still here, Xiaoling would have tortured him to death. But in order to maintain his image in the eyes of his master, he had no choice but to do so. Xiaoling flew back to Lin Sheng. Well done. Lin Sheng touched Xiaoling's forehead and knocked on the dragon horn twice. Xiaoling suddenly had an idea. Fortunately, those 2 night giants in the late king stage were not raised by Jack since childhood. Not only is there a lack of coordination between them, but the soul contract is probably not solid either. It is understandable that he would fail when encountering Xiaoling, who has his own territory. After all, Xiaoling has synthesis skills. Any one of them is at the top of the king level. Even among 10,000 king-level pets, not all of them may possess one of these skills. At worst, Lin Shang can also summon Xiaobai. By then, the battle will become a scene of crushing defeat. He is just a night giant in the late king stage, and I am afraid he would find it difficult to withstand even one attack from Xiaobai. The people on the platform had already been frightened. What kind of creature is that? The dark aura on this person is too strong. Could it be a weird one? It must be a weird one. No wonder it was given the nickname Death Devil. Where is the Death Demon's signature method? Why doesn't he use it yet? Use it now. I came here just to see your move. The audience on the stage blushed with excitement. Even those who had supported Jack before turned against him. These audiences don't care who lives or dies. As long as they can win, they will support them. This is a yearning for the strong that is engraved in our bones. Lin Sheng naturally heard the voice from the podium. However, the more they pay attention, the harder it is to discover their abilities. This is the reason why it is said that it is darkest under the lamp. Obtain the Royal Giant Bloodline Gene. Obtain the Royal Giant Chopping Skill Gene. As Lin Sheng uses his talent skills, the corpses of the two royal giants gradually dissipated and finally turned into a piece of yellow earth. Dead Demon. Dead Demon. Death Demon. Under the manipulation of the arena owner, everyone on the platform shouted Lin Sheng's nickname. The entire arena was immediately filled with the name of the Death Demon. Lin Sheng's ranking was also exchanged with the other party. 4,730. Your ranking is high enough to participate in higher-level competitions. Xiaobai and Xiaoling are both unable to obtain the genes and skills of the royal giant. It is better to save them for later use. Maybe they can be used by future pets. As soon as Lin Sheng stepped down from the arena, two people came to serve him. There were even many noble ladies and aristocrats who came to the edge of the arena and stretched out their hands to shake hands with Lin Sheng. This kind of extravagant and glamorous environment, where one is sought after by thousands of people, can easily affect a person's character. No wonder the people who come to participate in the competition are so bloody. It's also a good place to hone people, but it's a pity that the level of these people is too low. Lin Sheng sighed. If Jack heard this, he would probably vomit blood. But what Lin Sheng said was indeed the truth. In order to force its way into space, the nine-headed sunbird sealed 6 of its 9 heads. The strength of the remaining 3 heads was also suppressed to a catastrophic level, but he is still an emperor. After fighting with 6 disaster-level and late disaster wolf kings, he was seriously injured by Lin Ming, who forcibly raised his strength to the peak of disaster. However, Xiaobai's skills can still injure it. This is already very perverted. To be honest, even Lin Sheng didn't expect that he could kill the emperor. Thinking about it afterwards, it is indeed a bit scary. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng was so angry at the time that he didn't care about so much. The Peak King can injure the peak disaster. The more you think about it, the more outrageous it becomes. According to common sense, this is impossible. But who made him have the cheat? Mr. Lin. Lin Sheng had just left the arena. The owner of the arena came over immediately. Mr. Lin, you have won the final grand prize of this competition. This time, our arena won a total of 13 billion. We will give you 2 billion of it. And you are qualified to go to the center of the giant tree empire to meet the Tree King. 2 billion. No wonder people here are so eager to compete. Just winning a competition once is enough to enjoy for a lifetime. But Mr. Lin, are you interested in signing a contract with our arena? As long as you become our contracted fighter, you will be eligible to receive 50% of the profits from future competitions. Chao Sun opened his mouth to seduce. Originally, the profits made in the arena would not be told to others, but in order to lure Lin Shengta, it was leaked intentionally. Need not. Lin Sheng refused directly. A 50-50 split seems very tempting, but if you keep competing here, it will only waste your time and talent. It would be better to go to a higher-level arena. Well, there is a group of guests who are your fans and want to meet you. Chapter 121. 2 people with special hobbies, traveling together. Although Lin Sheng rejected Chao Sun's request, he was not angry. There is a reason why I have been able to be the boss in the arena for so long. Not see. Lin Sheng spoke silently. But those two said they can help you get the 7 aperture ginseng smoothly. You leaked my information to them? Lin Sheng glanced at him. Chao Sun was immediately startled. Although he is the master of this arena, He does not dare to provoke a beast master of this level. So he hurriedly said, "No, no. You also know my identity. I dare not tell you." Chao Sun couldn't help feeling ashamed. The power of the person who came was far beyond his ability to offend. With just a few words, his small arena could disappear from the giant tree world forever. Then let's meet. Lin Shang was unfamiliar with the place. Although he is qualified to see the king of trees, he does not know how to ask for the 7-hole ginseng. A few minutes later, Lin Shang came to the arena, to the most luxurious room number 1. Boom, boom, boom. As he knocked on the door, an elegant female voice came from inside. "Come in. Lighthouse country people?" Lin Shang paused, then pushed the door open and entered. There were 2 blonde girls sitting on both sides of the round table in front of him, wearing extremely low-cut white tops and loose coats, which covered their flawless sexy bodies. Only 4 dazzling white legs were exposed. The thickness was even. 1 more would be too much, and 1 less would be too little. Both of them looked Lin Shang up and down. Behind the 2 of them stood 5 servants of the lighthouse country. "That's right. Be my servant and do your best to conquer me." Julie spoke with a smile, obviously used to being noble. He even took out the dog leash and collar from his body unconsciously. "Don't scare me, death demon. I should call you Lin Shang. Are you interested in coming to my arena?" Lydia looked up and down at Lin Shang. It's a bit surprising that this kid isn't stage frightened. After all, they are also from the lighthouse country in the main world. When people from the secret world see them, they will naturally bow their heads. They would even be honored to serve as servants, just for the right to leave here. Julie was becoming more and more interested. "I didn't expect he was so tough. I hope your bones are still so strong when you get to my room. What do you 2 know about 7 aperture ginseng?" Lin Shang spoke calmly. This moment, the 2 of them were stunned. "You are from Dragon Country? Are you from the secret space, or from the main world?" Julie quickly put away the dog pin and asked nervously. If it was someone from the main world, she would be so embarrassed. Those who can come here from the main world are the top people in any country, and the Dragon Kingdom is one of the top 3 powerful countries in the main world. "What do you mean? He doesn't even know how to meet the Tree King," Lydia said silently. Lin Shang had obviously just arrived in the giant tree world. "Hurry up and tell me. I'm in a hurry and need to go back quickly." Lin Shang was getting a little impatient. You. Julie's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. This guy must have seen the dog collar she took out just now. But so what? This world of giant trees is their territory. To go to the center of the giant tree world, you must have the token of the giant tree city, Lydia said silently. Lin Shang had never heard of this matter. "Oh, I have the token of giant tree city and can take you there, but there is a condition." Lydia observed Lin Shang's expression. "Forget about sending a slave. I already have one. Besides, the slave next to you is too stupid." Lin Shang frowned slightly and looked at Julie with some disgust. Julie was stunned for a moment, then she got angry. "Whose slave are you talking about? Do you know who I am?" Julie obviously hasn't suffered much. He walked forward angrily, took out the collar, and was about to put it around Lin Shang's neck. "It turns out that your brain is not working well." Lin Shang was speechless. He grabbed the other person's hand, snatched the collar from his hand, and then quickly put it around Julie's white neck. With a push of her feet, Julie's snow-white knees knelt directly on the fragrant wooden floor. You let me go." Julie looked up at Lin Shang, and her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. However, when he met Lin Shang's light golden pupils, he was suddenly frightened and fell silent. Lydia, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but snicker. "Ha, it seems that you have trained it very well. I will give this slave to you." Julie has been too overbearing. It's time for her to suffer some consequences. "Lydia, you're kidding me too." Julie sat on the ground, touching her red knees, feeling like crying but unable to do so. However, Lin Shang didn't care about her at all. "You want to put a collar on someone the moment you come up?" Naturally, Lin Shang has no good feelings towards this kind of person. "Forget it. I'm afraid my IQ will be affected. You should just take care of your own dog." With 2 chuckles, Lin Shang handed the necklace to Lydia. Looking at the 2 people singing the same tune, Julie suddenly felt that she had been fooled. The servants standing by were also extremely nervous and dared not say a word. "I didn't expect that the host who came this time was so powerful. I can actually chat and laugh with these 2. In the past, even people from the main world would have been lured away by Julie. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them got into a taxi from Giant Tree City. It was a giant beast like a rhinoceros, and the 3 of them were sitting on its broad back. "Your father is Zeus?" Haha, yes, you're not afraid at all? Lydia said with a smile. What's there to be afraid of? He's not here now. Well, I'm really getting more and more satisfied with you. Are you interested in joining my arena? Lydia stared at Lin Sheng in front of her with her beautiful eyes. In the past, when those people heard that her father was Zeus, they would be scared to death. Unexpectedly, the young man who came this time was very calm. Hadn't he heard that Zeus was very strict with his daughter? Giggle. Sitting aside and watching the two people talking and laughing, Julie felt inexplicably jealous. When I thought of Lin Sheng's light golden pupils and appearance looking down at me, I felt itchy in my heart. Unconsciously, he moved towards Lin Sheng. When he was about to get close, he was blocked outside by an invisible force. If you come any closer, I'll throw you off. Lin Sheng spoke coldly. Who came over? Julie rolled her eyes and sat back down. However, Lin Sheng's cold attitude made Julie's heart beat faster. Could it be that she had mistaken her own fetish? Haha, we'll soon be at the center of Giant Tree City. Looking at the two of them, Lydia smiled gently, feeling a little unhappy. She hated being interrupted the most. Lin Sheng didn't pay too much attention to the two of them. Although they were both good-looking, they were still a little behind Lin Ming, especially in temperament. His attention was attracted by the towering tree in the center of Behemoth City. Chapter 122, The True Name of the Tree King. Extracting an existence beyond the Emperor. In the center of the Giant Tree City in the Giant Tree World, there is a towering tree. Lin Sheng had been sitting on the rhinoceros's back for almost half an hour, but the giant tree had not yet arrived. You should know that even at its normal speed, this rhino can reach 70 kilometers per hour. It can reach 300 kilometers per hour at full speed. It's enough to imagine how big that giant tree is. This is the Tree King of the Giant Tree World, the owner of the secret realm of this space. Even a beastmaster in the late Emperor stage can enter it without any obstacles, so he is suspected to be in existence beyond the Emperor level. But the Tree King has no offensive power. Instead, it grants rewards to people from time to time. So the people of the Giant Tree Empire have taken root here since ancient times, and their strength has grown at a speed that can keep up with the main world. But don't underestimate the natives of the empire. The strength of their top leaders is enough to rival that of some countries. Listening to Lydia's explanation, Lin Sheng nodded silently. It seems that those who are treated as slaves are just the lower-class people. Even the top emperors cannot resolve this situation. There was no point in Lin Sheng thinking too much. I also want to get the 7 aperture ginseng quickly. Only when Xiaobai's strength reaches the catastrophic level can he be said to have a foothold on Blue Star. And you also need to prepare the promotion materials needed by the Emperor in advance. After all, even the promotion materials for the disaster level are so difficult to obtain. Is there any need to think about the Emperor level? That is definitely unimaginable difficulty. Maybe Xiaobai has reached the late stage of the disaster and hasn't even collected all the materials. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the center of Giant Tree City. The central town of Giant Tree City is completely separated from the outside world by a wide moat. As Lydia presented the token, the city gate slowly fell. Let's go. Entered the Giant Tree City. The entire Giant Tree City is shrouded by the branches of the tall trees. What surprised Lin Sheng the most was that in addition to humans, there were also many demons and ferocious beasts in this city. Moreover, the lowest levels of these monsters and beasts are above the king level. After all, only when ferocious beasts reach the king level can they have the intelligence and learning ability equivalent to ordinary humans. At this point, humans who focus on intelligence can be said to have taken a considerable advantage. Many people even recognized Lydia along the way. Several men also cast jealous glances at Lin Sheng. Hee, little brother, be careful. If Lydia's father finds out about this, you will be finished. You can beg me to accept you now. Julie put her hands on her hips, showing her little fangs. However, what greeted her was only a slap in the face. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at the trunk of the giant tree. You can clearly feel the excitement of the deer in the beast-taming space. This is a branch of the Chaos God tree. What? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The fawn was still very excited. But after hearing this, Lin Sheng almost knew what was going on. Whenever this kid doesn't know something, he will say that you won't understand even if I tell you. I'm afraid the deer only knows the name of this tree. If you want to know more, your strength must also be improved. Real payment for knowledge. Lin Sheng came to the trunk of the so-called Chaos God tree. Looking at this tall tree trunk, it is easy to feel powerless. Touch it and pray to the Tree King in your heart, and he will give you a reward. A man in religious clothing nearby spoke silently. There are only 10 people who come here every day to pray to the Chaos God Tree. Of course, this is just a low-level prayer. In some parts of the Chaos God Tree, you can beg for things of higher levels. Lin Sheng slowly placed his hand on the Chaos God Tree. Branches of the Chaos God Tree. Grade? Talent? Skill? Evolution route? Introduction. The weapon that all the strong people desire, but never thought it would be left on a poor planet. Arms? Such a big tree can actually be used as a weapon? Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. It is totally unimaginable to use this huge tree to smash people. And the most important thing is that it is actually a branch. I need 7 aperture ginseng, Lin Sheng muttered to himself. And at that moment, he only felt that some of the energy in his body was drained away. Then a 7-hole ginseng with 7 holes on its body appeared in his hand. However, at the moment when Lin Sheng's energy was drained, he subconsciously used the sequence extraction skill to try to draw that energy back. But it actually started successfully. Extract trace amounts of life essence genes from the Chaos God Tree. Extract trace amounts of life affinity genes from the Chaos God Tree. Extract trace amounts of the healing skill gene from the Chaos God Tree. Extract the Chaos God Tree's natural control skill gene. It can actually be extracted. Lin Shengren was dumbfounded. And at that moment, one could clearly feel that the Chaos Divine Tree was showing some signs of struggle. But he couldn't do anything to Lin Sheng and could only let him extract his essence. Even the energy that had been drawn away before was taken back by Lin Sheng. I guess Luan Shenmu will never think of this in this lifetime. If you advocate equal exchange today, you will be bitten by a dog. Instead of making any profit from the other party, he got slapped with a big mouthful. Master, this 7 aperture ginseng is not worth that much energy essence. You will lose a lot if you exchange it with it. In rich places, 7-hole ginseng is just a white radish thrown on the roadside. It's only a little more precious here. The deer felt sorry for Lin Sheng. Just use a piece of carrot to exchange for so much life energy of others. This chaotic god tree has a good plan. Lin Sheng responded twice silently. Try not to appear too excited. If these believers knew that they had sucked blood from the chaos god tree twice, they would probably be beaten to death here. Go away. The farther you run, the better. Lin Sheng turned and left. Brother, since you don't want to join our arena, you can come and play occasionally. Lydia smiled and invited Lin Sheng again. Certainly. Lin Sheng responded silently. I have the same plan. Now Xiaobai's strength has increased too quickly, his foundation is unstable, and his combat experience is insufficient. And this place is a good place for polishing and training. Lin Sheng decided to stay here for a month to hone Xiaobai's strength to the peak of the king level, and then make a breakthrough. By the way, it can also help the other 2 pets obtain skill genes and bloodline genes. Doesn't the little deer want to be the legendary Qilin? Then Lin Sheng will satisfy it. But the reward is that you can be your mount for life. Okay. Why don't you stay at my house first? My house is very big. When the competition starts, I'll give all the money to you. Julie seemed very excited. And when everyone was laughing, the distraught Jack also came to the giant tree city. But the previous hatred and fighting spirit were no longer in his heart. Only the psychological shadow and fear left by the Black Dragon continue to provide food for the Black Dragon. Chapter 123 Amazing Ranking Rewards. Daily Necessities? Jack, why are you like this? 2 strong men from the lighthouse country came forward to inquire. It is normal to have several brothers in this giant tree world. And the man with a scar on his face in front of Jack is one of the top 1,000 players in Giant Tree City. People call him the Knife Twister. Jack quickly told the 2 of them his story. The Knife Ghost's expression changed again and again. Brother, you must make the decision for me. Jack felt like crying but had no tears. The reason why he can get to where he is today is because he has Dao Gui backing him up. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Since you are unlucky, just accept it. Dao Gui shook his head. He can kill 2 late-stage kings by relying on an early-stage king. And it also has domain capabilities. Dao Gui has seen many players like this before. And after growing up, they all became the top 1,000 strong ones in the giant tree arena. It is definitely not an existence that can be easily provoked. There was no need for him to provoke the other party for Jack. Hearing this, Jack felt hopeless. Benefit. The giant tree world really only needs people who can create benefits. Friends, relatives, and siblings. Everything is so vulnerable in the face of interests. At this time, the staff of the Behemoth Arena also came to Lin Sheng's door. At this time, Lin Shang was temporarily living in Julie's house, and Lydia was also staying there. Of course not living together. With Julie's family's influence in the main world, it would be easy to get a few villas here. Is it Mr. Lin Shang? Two staff members from the Behemoth Arena came up. It's me. Lin Shang nodded. The attitudes of the two immediately became respectful. It's like this, Mr. Lin Shang, you are ranked 4,730th in our Behemoth Arena. So I'll give you this month's reward as usual. This is 300 million activity funds, 300 energy crystals, and some daily necessities. As they spoke, the two of them retreated to the side. There was a carriage parked in front of Lin Shang's villa. Lin Shang followed the two and opened the curtain of the carriage. There were all kinds of high-end items piled up inside, and a woman. This is the eldest princess of the Duke of Coates family. Of course, absolutely new. You are really lucky. This is the latest batch. The rest of the servants have already been distributed. The two men laughed dryly and waited beside Lin Shang. The princess of the Duke of Coates family looked at Lin Shang with horror. Lin Shang's eyes swept over his body. He has an extraordinary appearance, even with pointed ears, and looks like a descendant of the giant tree empire. Most importantly, his skin is very fair, and he wears the local exotic clothes of the empire, which is very attractive. I don't need it. Change it to something else. Lin Shang spoke silently. No matter how long he stayed here, Lin Shang was not used to these things. But it is indeed helpless. Moreover, if the people in their main world were enslaved, they would probably end up like this. Whenever he thought of this, Lin Shang felt a little heartbroken. Strength is indeed the most important thing. If you can't reach the level of an emperor, you will always be controlled by others, even used as a trading tool. The reason why he is respected in the giant tree empire is definitely not because of his own strong strength. It's just because behind Lin Shang there is a country that is enough to make people fear. And in that country, there is an absolute power that is terrifying. The two looked at each other. This beauty made them unable to help but be moved, and with her noble status, anyone who saw her would have wild thoughts. How could Mr. Lin, a young man, refuse? Is it possible that there is a problem with some functions? Tell me what the top rankings can get. Lin Shang looked at the two people in front of him. Just being in the top 5,000 can get 300 million in funding every month, plus so many luxury goods. No wonder such a strong man from such a country is willing to station in the giant tree secret space. The owner here really invested a lot of money. Are you new here? The two looked shocked. You can get a ranking in the top 5,000 of the giant tree empire as soon as you arrive. It's unheard of. The two of them instantly paid more attention to Lin Shang. He quickly introduced to Lin Shang the monthly rewards he could get. The top 5,000 in the arena, 300 million yuan in funds per month, various daily necessities, with a total value of over 500 million yuan. Of course, the prices of these daily necessities are calculated according to market prices. If we only consider the cost, it would definitely not reach as high as 500 million. Top 3,000 in the arena, 500 million activity funds per month, higher level daily necessities, total value 1 billion. Top 2,000 in the arena, 1 billion monthly activity funds, a complete set of noble mansions, and 1,000 servants to choose from. Top 1,000 in the arena, 2 billion activity funds per month, the right to live in the royal family, and the option to marry a royal family member. 1 first-level wish per month. Top 100 in the arena, 10 billion activity funds per month. Can marry a direct descendant of the royal family. Make a second-level wish to the Tree King every month. Top 50 in the arena, 15 billion activity funds per month. You can make a level 3 wish to the Tree King every month. Top 10 in the arena, 30 billion in activity funds per month. You can demote the entire Ponzi family into slavery. You can make a third-level wish to the Tree King every month. Number 1 in the arena, 50 billion activity funds per month. You can make a level 4 wish to the Tree King every month. The highest wish of the Tree King is level 5. Only the most core members of the royal family have the opportunity to pray once a year. This is the rule set by the Tree King. The two of them introduced themselves to Lin Shang in a very experienced manner. Lin Shang was frightened after hearing this. The prayer he had made before was only a first-level prayer. Even so, you can get the precious medicinal material 7-whole ginseng, and those with higher rankings can actually receive wishes every month. Even the top 10 in the arena can treat the entire noble family as their slaves. Even though it's Ponzi scheme, it still has a trace of royal blood. The ruler of the giant tree empire is indeed a ruthless man. No wonder he has been able to occupy the secret space until now amidst the confrontation between multiple countries. I'm so envious. I also want to be the master of those high and mighty nobles. The two were very envious. But it's normal when you think about it. Being able to enter the top 10 in the arena is also a top-notch existence among the emperors in the main world. What can't they get their hands on? Even money has no effect on them anymore. What really concerns them is the ability to make a 4th-level prayer to the Tree King. Only the first 1,000 people can make the lowest level of prayers? Lin Shang had a vague goal in mind. As long as he can make the lowest level of prayer, he can continue to extract genes from the Tree King. If this continues for a long time, it may even cut off the foundation of the entire giant tree empire. If you don't want this item, you can replace it with something else. There was some heat in the eyes of the two men as they looked at the noble girl. The girl suddenly panicked. Please take me in. I can serve tea, pour water, and do everything. The girl's face was pitiful and her voice had a slight tremor. However, the two people who came from the arena were smiling slyly. Serve tea, pour water? Haha, you don't have to do this easy job yourself? The two of them laughed out loud as if they had heard some huge joke. She is indeed the eldest daughter of a noble family. It really makes people want to love her. Chapter 124 Advanced Materials arrived. What are you doing? Lydia heard the sound outside the door, opened the door and walked out. Seeing this familiar figure, they were stunned. Then he lowered his body and said, Ms. Lydia, we are the people in charge of distributing ranking rewards in the Giant Tree Empire. Today we are distributing ranking rewards specifically for Mr. Lin. If we disturb you, I hope you won't blame me. Looking at the two of them, Lin Shang was slightly surprised. It seems that Lydia has a high status in the Giant Tree Empire. Oh, she's a good girl. Your room is so messy. Why don't you let her stay and help you clean it up? The corners of Lydia's crystal-clear mouth curled up, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Shang, as if she could see through him. Yes. The two men lowered their bodies again. After leaving the things in the vehicle, he drove away. With the help of the servants, the items were quickly moved into the villa. The cleaning work in the villa and his 3 meals a day are left to you. Lydia spoke silently. The princess of the Duke of Kurt's family quickly half-knelt down and performed standard aristocratic etiquette to Lin Shang. Thank you, master. Then he did it again in Lydia's direction. Thank you, madam. Hee hee hee. Lydia couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Suddenly, spring flowers bloom in full bloom. I'll go back first. You can have fun by yourself. Without waiting for Lin Shang to speak again, Lydia and the servants left Lin Shang's villa. Lin Shang looked at the petite Duke princess who was staring at him eagerly, feeling helpless. Don't come into my room casually. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Understood, master. Looking at Lin Shang's embarrassed look, the Duke and Princess of the Kurt family were secretly delighted. Fortunately, I managed to get away with it. This master looks stupid. As long as he can get rid of his slavery, there are only 2 ways to escape slavery. One is to be married by your master and give birth to children. The second is that the master pays a fee to the Giant Tree Empire to terminate the slave contract. After all, she is essentially still a slave of the Giant Tree Empire, and her master cannot terminate her slave contract without permission. Being able to be a duke or princess of an aristocratic family, her mind cannot be too simple. And now Lin Shang's goal is to be in the top 1,000 in the arena. During the training, collect the advanced materials for Xiao Ling and Xiao Lu. Return to the room. It will be no less difficult for Xiao Ling to advance to the disaster level than for Xiao Bai. Lin Shang was slightly surprised. Some materials can be bought with money. For example, the blacklist root and 9 nethergrass. Although they are expensive, Lin Shang now has more than 2.3 billion in his pocket. There are also a large number of life stones and dragonbeard grass. 3 blacklist roots, plus 7 9 nethergrasses, the total value reaches 11 billion. Lin Shang couldn't help but gasp. The value of a life stone is 300 million, and the value of a dragon's beard grass is 30 million. Now Lin Shang owns 25 life stones, which can be sold for about 7 billion. If you count the dragon beard grass carefully, there are hundreds of them, which can be sold for about 3 billion yuan. The two added together amount to as much as 10 billion. This is just enough to gather the material Xiao Ling needs. Damn it, this is not the way to spend a lot of money. Lin Shang immediately picked up the phone and called the main star. Teacher Chen Dao. You called me teacher again. Is there something wrong again? Chen Dao on the other end of the phone said helplessly. It's this kind of teacher. Lin Shang counted the materials he needed in detail. More than 10 billion. Are you kidding me? A disaster-level advanced material costs so much money? And this is only a part of it. There are some that can't even be bought? Chen Dao's extremely excited voice came from the other end of the phone. No wonder he was excited. It really scared him. How about this? It will take us some time to raise the funds. We will prepare the upgrade materials for your 2 pets in a month. Thank you very much, Teacher Chen Dao. No. These are the privileges you deserve as the chief student. Chen Dao couldn't help but feel ashamed. Lin Xingzhen made an indelible contribution to the principal's cancellation of this policy. I thought it was outrageous enough that he spent 30 million on the school's food expenses in a month. Now it seems that compared with the advanced materials needed for his pet, it is nothing. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have the support of the Magic City Academy. Many problems can be easily solved. Otherwise, even if he collected these things, he would be seriously injured. Now there are only materials left from the first level wish. I will have to pray twice to collect all of Xiaoling's materials. The material level required by Xiaoling is higher than that required by Xiaobai. The main reason is that the materials of strange creatures are too rare, very difficult to collect. In the following time, Lin Shang went to Lydia's arena every day to train his pet. Although it is a disaster level arena, most of the matches that take place are at the king level. Only occasionally would a catastrophic match take place. During this period, Lin Shang fell into danger several times. But he still did not summon Xiaobai and insisted on honing Xiaoling's combat awareness. The opponent's level is too low, so Xiaobai was summoned just for backup and cannot serve a training purpose. Finally, a month passed quickly. Lin Shang's current ranking has reached 4,230th. Gradually, he gained his own reputation and fans in the arena. After all, Lin Shang was able to reach this level with just a king-level pet, which naturally caused a lot of cheers. And the brutal means are daunting. Xiaoling actually enjoyed the fighting process, especially the feeling of tearing your opponent's flesh and blood. Let it tremble from the depths of the soul. But that was only during the battle. When he was with Lin Shang, he was still a hardworking and obedient boy. Just don't ask for too much. All the materials have been collected. Xiaobai's evolution materials will be sent to me from the main world soon. 2 months is enough time for Lin Shang to make 2 first-level prayers. The main credit was that he knew Lydia. Generally, wishes are only frequently rewarded in high-level arenas. And Lydia's arena happens to be a high-level arena. Some contestants tried their best to get in and have the chance to pray, but they were all rejected by Lydia. Not everyone can participate in the competition. Little dear, you must be ready. The energy this time is extraordinary. Lin Shang explained it seriously to Xiaolu. In total, he extracted trace amounts of genes from the Tree King 3 times. Okay, come on, I'll take it all. Xiaolu had previously seen Lianqing inject genetic energy into Xiaoling and Xiaobai. Naturally, I was very envious. I wonder when my master will be able to inject it into me. Isn't it coming? Lin Shang reached out and pressed the deer's forehead. The fur on it was very soft and felt very warm. Come on, stop touching my head. The little deer shook his head, feeling itchy. This owner seems to like patting the head very much. Get ready, I'm coming. As Lin Shang silently chanted in his heart, a stream of energy flowed from the palm of his hand into the body of the deer. Chapter 125. The Deer of the Sacred Tree, a method to destroy the empire and seize the sacred tree. That moment, the huge amount of energy instantly swept through the deer's entire body. The little deer just frowned slightly, and a faint fluorescent light emanated from his body. There was no painful struggle like the other 2 pets before, standing there very dignified and elegant. All 4 legs were trembling slightly, also due to excitement. This energy, absolutely right. It's the energy of the Chaos God Tree. Obtain a small amount of life essence genes from the Chaos God Tree. Obtain a small amount of life affinity genes from the Chaos God Tree. Obtain the Chaos God Tree's trace healing skill gene. Obtain the Chaos God Tree's natural control skill gene. A powerful force surged into the body. The deer's level soared rapidly. The originally shorter hair on the body continued to grow and became much longer than before. And the breath of life on his body is also more intense. The little deer couldn't help but jump twice on the ground excitedly. Yes, I've become much stronger. Just a moment. The little deer then completely absorbed all the energy that was pouring in. The level directly reached the late Lord stage. Just one breakthrough away. Lin Shang did not prepare the materials needed for Xiaolu's advancement in advance. Because after the genetic change, the deer's advancement route will also change, and the required materials will naturally change accordingly. Colorful deer. Level. Late Lord. Talent. Skills. Concealment. Life growth. Kayun domain, life affinity, plant healing, nature control. Evolution route, Guanglin deer, Shinmu deer. Introduction. The creatures left in this space possess extremely profound knowledge. Shinmu deer. What is this thing? Lin Sheng muttered in a low voice. A new race emerged on the evolutionary line. Hearing the name, the deer's ears suddenly stood up. Shimulu, can you see my evolution path? The little deer was shocked. According to common sense, its race would not have the same evolutionary path as the Shinmu deer, because there is no connection between its race and the Shinmu deer. Its appearance means that this is a new evolutionary route that goes beyond one's own racial bloodline. Lin Sheng noticed the deer's shock and asked, "What's wrong? Is this evolutionary path very strong?" No. Although it is the latest evolutionary route, it is only slightly stronger than the evolutionary route of my own race, the Guanglin deer. What shocked the deer was not the extra evolutionary path. That's just icing on the cake. What really helps in times of need is that Lin Sheng has the ability to evolve living things. It can actually improve the bloodline of some creatures out of thin air. It originally thought that Lin Sheng could only give his pet skills at most, but could not improve its bloodline. No wonder the master's other two pets have such high bloodlines. Originally it thought that its owner was luckier. After all, I can encounter it. How can I be unlucky? Can you continue to help me improve my bloodline? The deer asked hurriedly. Of course I can. As long as I can go to the Tree King and pray, I can extract the genes from it. The same goes for any other creature. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, Xiolu was extremely excited. If that's the case, it would be fine to help myself evolve one of the branches of the Qilin race. That is the legendary Qilin, a creature with the highest level of bloodline. According to the vague memory in the deer's mind, even the weakest branch of the Qilin race can easily flatten the entire blue planet when it is just born, etc. The master just said that this gene was extracted from the Chaos God tree. After the deer's level was raised, some information about the Chaos God tree had already flooded into his mind. The branch of the Chaos God tree fell from the branch of a world tree. I didn't expect it to take root and grow here. This thing, wherever it is placed, will lead to the extinction of a certain race. But it is the favorite thing of those strong people. The little deer knew the importance of this sacred tree, but I don't know why it's important. Master, we must obtain the branch of the Chaos God tree. I have a feeling that this will be one of the most crucial items. Xiaolu stood straight and dignified, and spoke to Lin Sheng like a noble princess. Okay, but how do I get it? Lin Sheng was very puzzled. The entire giant tree empire has countless emperor-level powerhouses and has connections with countries all over the world. Even the emperor level can't use the 5th level prayer of the Chaos God tree. What's more, what about getting the entire branch of the Chaos God tree directly? If these words were spoken out, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the entire giant tree empire. Who is so bold? I'm afraid that even any country in the main world would not do such a stupid thing, let alone him alone. I have an idea, Xiuluyo said. What method? Lin Sheng listened attentively. That means you become an emperor-level powerhouse, or directly become a powerhouse that surpasses the emperor level. The little deer raised his chest and spoke with great dignity. Fuck, aren't you talking nonsense? Lin Sheng rolled his eyes. I thought the little deer had some profound insights. That's for sure. But you can get this branch of the Chaos God tree by becoming an emperor, which is already a huge profit. It's really a great luck. Don't worry, with the blood from the dragon's eye that you injected into Xiaobai, as long as Xiaobai reaches the middle or even late emperor stage, he will immediately become the strongest being on the entire blue star. And it is overwhelmingly powerful. After all, these native creatures on Blue Planet have merely been affected and mutated. What kind of rotten fish and shrimp are these? Even if there are a few outstanding individuals, all of them rely on the divine objects in the ruins to forcibly improve their bloodlines. As long as Lin Sheng can become the strongest person on Blue Star, at that time, we can step into the gate of the Behemoth Empire openly and force them to hand over the branches of the Chaos God tree. Only the strong are qualified to possess it. It's easy to say. Lin Sheng sighed. He can now probably be considered a disaster-level beastmaster. But how difficult is it to grow to the emperor level and grab the branch of the chaotic sacred tree? After all, apart from him, aren't the strong men from other countries coveting the chaos divine tree? The answer is definitely yes. But they did not try to rob. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the problem. The giant tree empire possesses extraordinary power. Master, there is someone outside the door looking for you. The princess of the Duke of Coat opened the door and walked in. Now that she has become Lin Sheng's full-time maid, she naturally wears maid's clothes. I see. Lin Sheng showed some joy on his face. It seems that the main world sent the materials to me. Thinking of this, he walked towards the door. However, just as he reached the door, an accident happened. Chapter 126 Xiaobai advances to disaster level. Flying ability. In front of the door, the princess of Duke of Court suddenly fell. The whole person fell towards Lin Sheng unconsciously. Lin Sheng was quick to embrace the girl's soft body in his arms. The maid blushed and looked up at Lin Sheng's face. Be careful next time. Lin Sheng had a blank expression on his face and slowly pushed it away. Hee hee. Kurt Christian covered his mouth and laughed. A pair of beautiful eyes stared straight at the tall and straight back of their master. Don't rush. Take your time. She is so satisfied with her master. Every time I seduce him, I can't help but want to eat him up. But I have to hold back. When he is completely defeated and takes the initiative. These past few days, Christine had always been looking towards him vaguely. And he is always panting and groaning. Even though the diet on his face has improved, I still feel that this guy's body seems a little too soft. It's quite soft though. Lin Sheng recalled the feeling of the hug just now. Then he was stunned and abruptly drove the thought out of his mind. After all, she was a princess of the Duke's family. It's understandable that she's weak and sickly. Just use her more. Lin Sheng shook his head. Put aside those unrealistic fantasies. But they don't know that they are being influenced subtly. Not to mention Lin Sheng, this slow offensive and long-term residence could easily be considered as falling in love. What's more, every night, Christine deliberately made the sound of bathing water and humming. In addition, she is a noble princess whose family has been destroyed and has outstanding looks. With it so readily available, few people can resist. Lin Sheng is an exception. I haven't touched anything for a month. Mr. Lin, this is your advanced material. A truck from Dragon Country drove into the villa compound. Several staff members unloaded the goods from the truck into the open space in the courtyard. After saying hello to Lin Sheng, they left together. Unpack those. First, store Xiaoling's advanced materials in the beast taming space. Then he placed Xiaobai's advanced materials in one place, and then used fire to smelt them into 7 parts of medicinal bath. Change it every day for 7 days. During this month, Lin Sheng injected a small amount of dragon blood into Xiaobai every day. The huge amount of energy in the body has long been accumulated to the point where there is nowhere to vent. When Xiaobai heard about evolving, he immediately became excited and cooperated very well with Lin Sheng's actions. It's your turn next. Lin Sheng looked at the little deer who had been watching the fun on the side. Well, let's transform into a Shenmu deer first, and then evolve into a Qilin afterwards. The little deer was full of confidence. The image of Qilin is the closest to its perfect evolutionary direction. Soon, both Xiaobai and Xiaolu entered the process of evolution. My. Xiaoling was a little unhappy. Why can the other two evolve, but he can't? Wait a minute. I have already collected all your materials for you, but your level is not up to standard yet. Lin Sheng stroked Xiaoling's dragon horn and comforted her. Xiaoling shook his head violently. Fight! I want to fight. Xiaoling is full of fighting spirit. Looking at her master and the 3 pets in the courtyard, Christine covered her mouth in surprise. Naturally, she had heard rumors about her master, but I didn't expect that I actually had 3 pets. 2 dragons and a deer? And it seems that the crawling creature is not the owner's most powerful pet. Even now those 2 pets are going to evolve again and will only become stronger. Christine's heart was pounding. Not to mention her now. Even if their Duke family were to be resurrected, they would still have to bow down before a strong man of this level. Master. He is very handsome and has a nice personality. Christine put a finger on her pink lips and stared at Lin Sheng through the window, lost in thought for a moment. My master was afraid that I was weak, so he bought me more expensive food and let me live in the same room as him. Christine didn't believe that Lin Sheng didn't know how to use slaves. But in this situation, could it be that the master is planning to make me his harem? Christine couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. She had been very calm, but now her face turned red. No, I must find an opportunity to test it. This is not only about whether she can escape from her status as a slave. It also concerns whether she can avenge their Kurt family. Before, she only saw in Lin Sheng an opportunity to escape from her slavery. But now that I see a chance to take revenge, how can I not be excited? Lin Sheng obviously doesn't know about these things yet. In the gap between the evolution of the 2 pets, still constantly training Xiaoling's abilities, During this period, he even asked Lydia about the disaster-level Beastmaster competition. Yes, this month we will hold a one-on-one competition for disaster-level Beastmasters. The prize is the third-level wish of the Tree King. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng applied to Lydia to participate in the competition. You want to participate in the competition? Sure. Lydia agreed to Lin Sheng's request without too much doubt. The two of them had already become familiar with each other after a few interactions. And also at the beginning of the game. The two pets have completed their evolution. Staubai's evolutionary path was determined by Lin Sheng to be Yunlong. Moreover, Lin Sheng successfully obtained the corpses of floating whales and some rare ferocious beasts, and injected their genes into Xiaobai's body. But when Xiaobai evolved into a cloud dragon, he seemed to have naturally acquired the ability to fly in the air. This is also the reason why Lin Sheng wants Xiaobai to evolve into Yunlong. The little deer evolved into the Shenmu deer in the early king stage. Shenmu deer. Level. Early king stage. Talent. Skills. Concealment. Life growth. Kaiyun domain. Life affinity. Plant healing. Nature control. Evolution route. Blue god cloud deer. Introduction. The creatures left in this space possess extremely profound knowledge. Yunlong. Level. Mid-stage disaster. Talent. Skills. Thundercloud control, mastery. Burning sun true eyes, mastery. Diamond body, mastery. Dragon might, proficiency. Evolution route. Blue cloud dragon king. Introduction. The cloud dragon soaring in the sky is a branch of the dragon clan's vast bloodline. The moment Staubai's plan succeeded, heavy rain fell in the entire giant tree space. That night there were lightning and thunder, and Lin Sheng successfully experienced the feeling of flying on Staubai's body. So cool. That feeling of looking down from a high altitude. It is far beyond what airplanes and other flying equipment can provide. There were even many rumors circulating in the giant beast city that night, saying that a divine dragon was seen surging in the clouds. Chapter 127. Children of Zeus, people planted in the empire. In a rich and magnificent palace in the giant tree space, 20 or 30 maids from different foreign countries were standing outside the door of a room. Miss Lydia. The 20 or 30 maids bowed collectively to greet Lydia. Is my father in there? Yes, but Lord Vel's Thor won't allow anyone else to enter. Snort. Lydia snorted coldly. Just walk straight up and open the door. The maids who were guarding wanted to stop it, but they didn't dare to move. Who doesn't know that Lydia is Zeus's beloved daughter? Neither side is easy to mess with. At this moment, the door opened. My daughter. A man with golden hair and pupils and naked upper body walked out. You guys go down first. Hearing this, the maid beside her hurriedly left the place. My daughter, why are you so angry again? Zeus gave a gentle smile. Father Wells, have you secretly sent people to deal with my people again? Lydia was very angry. Zhou immediately laughed dryly twice. Didn't you intercept all the people? Zeus turned his back and said with a serious expression, Who can be worthy of my daughter? His strength must be at least as good as mine. Zeus had sex 7 or 8 times almost every day, but his children totaled only 30 or 40. This is the downside of being strong. As genes become more powerful, few people can give birth to children. Therefore, the people they are looking for are women with excellent genes. And Lydia was Zeus's favorite youngest daughter. That's because he wasn't in the villa that night. Otherwise, he would have been dead there by now. Lydia's tone was very impatient. But she also didn't understand why she, who was always calm, was anxious about a boy she just met. Maybe it's because this isn't the first time? At this moment, another voice came from the side. Is that the boy you mentioned who is called the Death Demon? A handsome young man walked out of the room. Then he bowed slightly and said to Zeus, Father, don't worry. I found out that the boy called Death Demon has signed up for the Lydia Arena competition. I will personally take him in as a slave. I don't allow you to come to my arena. Lydia's face was cold. Oh, don't worry. I won't kill him. At most, I'll just let him know his status and position. As the handsome young man said this, he looked at Lydia in front of him with a gloomy face. My proud sister, one day, I will make you voluntarily submit to me. If you want it, protect it yourself. Zeus didn't say much. He never cared much about the fights between his children. The reason why he cherished Lydia more was because Lydia's performance was the most outstanding among all his children. Otherwise, he would not have expected that Zeus would secretly send people to deal with Lin Sheng. I will go to watch the game in person. I guess it will give you a chance. Zeus finally softened his heart. Really? Thank you, Father. Seeing Lydia smile for the first time, Zeus couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Some also became curious about the death demon. Haha, then let's meet on the court, Hardy said with a smile. Hardy, you won't be his match. Lydia looked down at Hardy as if he were an ant. Veins popped up on Hardy's forehead, and he felt unhappy. My proud sister has been like this since she was a child. I've always looked down on him. Even those brothers of hers who had conflicts with Lydia were secretly dealt with by her. Although it's just a rumor, in Hardy's opinion, it could only be Lydia who did it. You stinky woman, one day I will let you taste my power. Hardy's eyes were vicious. I don't know how many times I have ravaged Lydia in my heart. Hee hee. Looking at this scene, Zeus touched his golden beard with satisfaction. He has always educated his children by raising insects. It was normal for brothers to kill each other, and Zeus saw it all. As for that guy called Death Demon, being able to become a tool in their family fights and serving as an experience package is pretty good. Master, this is the black tea for your dinner. Christine brought a cup of black tea to Lin Sheng. Kiske, I didn't expect that I could drink famous tea. Lin Sheng was amazed. What's good to drink? It's so bitter. That's right. The two pets complained. They really don't know what's good about drinking such bitter water. Drinks are still good, especially the kind that bubbles up and gurgles. The more you drink, the more addictive it becomes. Don't drink it. The black tea leaves have a hypnotic effect. The deer spoke silently. Xiaoling reacted immediately and became furious. Kill her? Dare to poison the master. This two-legged beast is being affectionate with its master every day. I, Xiaoling, have been fed up with it for a long time. At this time, Lin Sheng did not say anything, but still picked up the cup of black tea and drank it. It tastes good. Would you like to come? Before Lin Sheng could finish this sentence, he fell directly onto the table. Seeing this scene, Kristen's face suddenly turned red and she became a little excited. Owner? Seeing that Lin Sheng didn't respond, Christine called out a few more times. Then he bent down, knelt on the ground, and crawled directly under the table. Feeling the movement under the table, Lin Sheng seized the opportunity. He reached out and grabbed Christine's hair. He lowered his head and faced Christine's stunned white face. Master, I just wanted to see what's wrong with you. Oh, where do you put your hands? Hearing this, Christine blushed and quickly took her hand away. You don't really think that I don't know what you did in the past? Lin Sheng smiled slightly. Christine suddenly felt despair. Don't send me back. In the Empire, committing treason is punishable by death. You can use me to free yourself from slavery, but there is a condition. Hearing this, the gloom in Christine's heart suddenly dissipated. I agree to any condition. 2 hours passed. After a mix of soft and hard tactics, Christine changed into a new set of clothes and left Lin Sheng's house. From now on, she is no longer a slave, but a direct descendant of the Empire. Well done. Infiltrating the giant tree empire from the inside. It seems that I am superficial. Master, when did you start planning for her? Lin Sheng smiled but said nothing. If I remove the slave status rashly, it will be easy to be suspected, but I have shown that I don't like this slave before, so it seems normal now. Now that I have the leverage over her, it's even less likely that she'll betray me. As a branch of the Empire, it would be easy for them to rise again with the financial support provided by Lin Sheng. And once Lin Sheng tells the Empire about her purpose, he can ruin her reputation at any time. As a smart woman, she naturally knew what to do. Besides, the task given by Lin Sheng was just to let her explore the secret of the giant tree and the combat power of the giant tree empire. Once she was done, she would be let go, which was not too difficult for the side branches of the empire. No smart person would refuse such a sure-win business. Chapter 128, Disaster Level First Battle, Frontal Kill. The next day, Lin Sheng is about to have his first game. Welcome our newcomer number 4110, Death Devil. As the host spoke, the audience who came here because of the fame immediately cheered on the stage, but most of them are still doubtful. I remember that the Death Demon is not a king-level Beastmaster. How could he participate in the competition between disaster-level Beastmasters? Yes, I have only seen him in the king-level competition before. Could it be that the Death Demon has advanced to the disaster level? It's very likely. The Death Demon has no rivals at the king level. This growth rate is really too fast. The audience in the arena kept guessing. Lin Sheng's fans were even more enthusiastic, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. His opponent is the Demon of the Dark Empire, ranked 3200th, the Undead Monster. The Demon of the Dark Empire. Lin Shang had heard of the Dark Empire a long time ago. It is rumored that the country is composed entirely of strange monsters. But it's only the early stages of the disaster? Lin Shang frowned slightly. Isn't this too weak? Looking at the expression of the human in front of him, the undead monster was also furious. No one has ever dared to underestimate it like this. Roar. In a flash, the undead monster pounced towards Lin Shang. On the contrary, the next moment, a scorching light suddenly burst out from Lin Shang's whole body. The light that spread over the audience made them feel warm. But to the undead monster in front of him, it is poison. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the light, the undead monster kept making crackling sounds. The screams of pain echoed throughout the arena. It only takes a few seconds. The undead monster disappeared completely under this light. How low? Not to mention that Xiaobai suppresses this guy by 1 level. Even if they are at the same level, he can still defeat the enemy with 1 strike. The little deer enjoyed watching the fun in the beast taming space. Got the best audience seat. Help you to be reborn. Help you to be reborn. Just go there with peace of mind. The little thief laughed. It was as if it had killed the demon. Although Lin Shang and his pets knew that it was Xiaobai who used a skill in the beast taming space to kill the opponent instantly. But to the audience on the stage, it seemed that Lin Shang killed the demon instantly by himself. Everyone on the platform was stunned. This is the early stages of a disaster. Is the instant kill too much? You have to know that a catastrophic game may last a whole day at best, and at least more than half an hour at worst. The rankings are almost the same, but the battle is resolved instantly? It's indeed the Death Demon's signature method. He is worthy of being called the killer who leaves no corpse intact. Oh my god, I killed my opponent instantly without even seeing his beast. Yes, that's right. I just felt warm all over as if I was basking in the sun, and when I turned around, the ghost had disappeared. This method is commonly used by Beastmasters, but it is only used when the level is much higher than the opponent. That is to let the Beastmaster release skills directly in the Beastmaster space. Although the power will be reduced to a certain extent, it can save lives in critical moments. You mean to say that the Death Demon's pet killed the Dark Empire's ghosts in the early stages of the disaster with just 1 skill? Oh my god. This is too terrifying. At this moment, everyone truly felt some fear from Lin Shang. Then comes the excitement. In a flash, people on the podium began to shout Lin Shang's name. Death Demon, Death Devil. As the name was called out again and again, the audience on the stage was getting more and more excited. This is the support and yearning for the strong. Be afraid, be afraid. The more afraid you are, the stronger I will become. Xiaoling enjoyed this atmosphere very much, constantly absorbing negative energy from the audience. Xiaobai was lying in the beast taming space, feeling very lazy. This kind of opponent is too weak and has no qualifications to fight. The Burning Sun's true eye had just opened when the opponent was killed instantly. It's boring to play. At this time in a corner of the audience. Damn it, he didn't even summon his pet. Master Hardy. The attendant in black robe looked at the handsome man beside him. The man was biting his lips at this time, staring at Lin Shang in the audience, his expression no longer as relaxed as before. This guy, didn't it just reach disaster level? Why is it so strong? Hardy was completely stunned, but he had boasted in front of his father that he would take Lin Shang as a slave. If I back down because of this, won't I be ridiculed by that stinky woman and abandoned by my father? Damn it, this guy must have used some tricks. At the same time, Hardy met the contemptuous look of Lydia, who was also in the audience. The anger in his heart suddenly reached its peak in that instant. It must be this guy Lydia who contracted a higher level pet for Lin Shang. I should have killed him in that room myself that night. Hardy couldn't help but feel angry. Zeus had only sent him that night to investigate the man who lived with Lydia, but he was jealous and resentful, so he sent people to kill Lin Shang. But I never expected that the other party happened to escape. After looking at Hardy, Lydia's pink little mouth curled up. This pighead. However, she didn't expect that Lin Shang actually hid his strength. I like it more and more. Lydia glanced at the handsome boy in the audience, her face full of satisfaction. When he mocked Hardy in front of his father before, he actually had no idea how strong Lin Shang was. It was just to mock Hardy. But he never expected that he would end up making things worse and his words would come true. Lin Shang's strength is actually so strong. If he is such a man, my father would probably agree, right? After all, he is the one who has a contract with the Black Dragon Prince's heir. No one knows better than her father Zeus how powerful the Black Dragon King is. And Lin Sheng's name spread throughout half of Giant Tree City through this game. There are even quite a few dragon people who, upon hearing that some of their countrymen have achieved remarkable results in the arena, are envious. And it just so happens that there have been rumors recently that a real dragon rose into the sky at night and surged in the clouds. It can't help but make people have some associations. Lydia, arrange some strong opponents for me tomorrow, so that I won't be able to hone my skills at all. But there's no one with the same strength as you. How about, you come to me at night, and I'll help you hone your skills? Lydia chuckled. Oh, sure. My pet is afraid of fire. You can try burning it like this. Lin Sheng spoke silently. What? Lydia didn't hear clearly and didn't know what it meant. I'm saying hello. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. You bad guy. Lilia suddenly realized something and felt a little ashamed and angry. Looking at the two people from a distance, Hardy frowned slightly and then relaxed. I can't help but have an idea in my mind. He turned to look at the attendant beside him. Come on, follow me to the giant tree market. Chapter 129 Poison. Contracted deer. In what is said to be the largest commercial street in the empire. In a shop, Hadi and one of his guards were buying items from the boss in the room. Do you have any drugs that can be put into the water and not easily detected? It would be best if it can affect a person's combat. Hardy narrowed his eyes. Yes. Edge, go get the medicine for Master Hardy right now. The shop owner was terrified and whispered a few words into the ear of the salesperson in the store. But Lord Hardy, using this method in an arena competition, the shop owner asked tentatively, if you are caught doing this, the sentence will definitely start with the death penalty. Did I say it would be used in the arena competition? Hardy narrowed his eyes. When Hardy thought of his sister's contemptuous look and the expression when she talked to Lin Sheng, a vague anger burned in his heart. Seeing this expression, the shop owner panicked. Yes, I was reckless. As compensation, I will give you some other items. Hardy is the son of Zeus, and is not someone a small boss like him can mess with. At this moment, the girl was rushing over with a bottle of colorless and odorless medicine. Looking at the girl's shaking body, Hardy narrowed his eyes. I can forgive you, but I still need a way to buy a disaster-level beast. Money is no problem. But that girl... Hardy stared at the female salesperson in the store. The fire of desire is burning in my heart. He has to find a place to vent his anger, right? When the girl saw this scene, she was instantly terrified because she had heard about Hardy. If you fall into his hands, you will definitely be worse off than dead. However, of course, if you need, I will transfer the slave contract to you now. The store owner was extremely excited. Someone came to buy a disaster-level pet. This is a big order. It is far beyond what a mere slave can compare to. What's more, it's great to be able to get along well with a big shot like Hardy. It also helps a lot for the business in his store. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Make sure you prepare it for me before the competition in 10 days. Hardy looked at the girl's body and licked his lips. Bring her to me and get me a room. His anger finally had a place to go. In Lin Sheng's room, get the unicorn scales. Obtain the black wolf king's claws. Obtain the flying thornscale bird scale. Lin Sheng injected the king level and disaster level genes he collected into the deer's body. Sheep's head and wolf's hoof are already similar in shape. Looking at the little deer in front of him that looked somewhat like Qilin, Lin Sheng spoke silently. It's just similar in appearance, but it's still far from the legendary Qilin. The little deer walked around there, looking at the colorful scales on its body, and couldn't hide its joy. But he still insisted. You can also become a legendary beast. Or how can you not be excited if you have the chance to become a legendary beast? Yo! As the fawn raised one hoof, a holy light emanated from its surroundings, and a large number of plants pierced through the floor and broke out of the ground. The deer has the power to manipulate plants. As your strength increases, this ability to use it will only become stronger and stronger. Moreover, the little deer has excellent healing abilities and can fully take on the role of a nanny. You can also ride it at ordinary times. After all, Xiaoling and Xiaobai still need to fight. The nurse doesn't need to fight, but she can ride it when she's bored. Come, let the master ride you. Lin Sheng rubbed his hands excitedly. He has never ridden a Qilin, the legendary sacred beast. Back then, even the gods and Buddhas in the sky might not be able to ride on it, but today it is Lin Sheng's turn. Just this once. The little deer raised his chin proudly and said, Master, you have helped me so much, so I will reluctantly let you ride me once. Okay, just once. Lin Sheng turned over and sat on it, touching the antlers, and couldn't help but marvel at it. The little guy is so easy to fool. Every time I do it, it's always the last time. There will never be a last time. As long as you can sit on it the first time, there will be a second time and a third time. After a long time, you will get used to it, or even become numb to it. You are more comfortable. Those two guys are too big. I can only sit cross-legged on them. Lin Sheng was very satisfied. Its body shape is similar to that of a horse, so it is more suitable for riding. Moreover, Qilin can also take off on the clouds, so it doesn't necessarily mean it can't fly. Yeah, get off me now. The little deer felt a little embarrassed by the praise. No, a little longer. Then, just for a moment. This is the last moment. Xiaolu really couldn't persuade Lin Sheng and always felt like he was cheated. It seems that the owner always enjoys riding on his back. And human girls too. Perhaps this is engraved in human genes? The horns on the little deer's head are different from those of Xiaoling and Xiaobai. They grow backwards, bend upwards, have branches and length, and are very slender. The horns on Xiaoling's head grow backwards and bend downwards, but they have no branches and are very thick. Xiaobai's horns are more complex, not as sharp as the other two, and seem to be a little rounded. And the touch feels different. If Lin Sheng recorded these, it would be enough to write a book called On the Feel and Difference of Divine Beast Horns, on the sensitivity of mythical beasts to their horns. If you think about it this way, 10 books are totally not enough. For Lin Sheng, a pet lover, owning 3 pets is simply paradise on earth. I have now become a catastrophic beast master. Any physical ability I possess can easily reach the world's best level in my previous life, or even far exceed it. Lin Sheng clenched his fists and felt a strong sense of power. You won't die even if you are hit head-on by a Lord-level beast. Let me contract you. Okay, I'm ready. Lin Sheng put his hand on it. The little deer closed its eyes gently without struggling or resisting. The contract was quickly established. At that moment, a huge amount of life energy was fed back towards Lin Sheng. In a flash, countless black impurities were expelled from Lin Sheng's skin. Even the height is a little shorter than before. I always feel like I'm a lot more relaxed. This is the essence of the Chaos God Tree. After you have made a contract with me, your vitality now far exceeds that of some emperor-level beings. You can live for 1,000 years. The little deer spoke solemnly. But 1,000 years is not enough. Any of these 3 pets can live for more than 3,000 years. This is really far from enough for the long history. Only by becoming a legendary dragon can you achieve immortality. It's okay. I'm satisfied. Lin Sheng is content with what he has. Comparing his past life with his present life, he has made huge profit. No. A beast must be greedy to go further, Xiao Ling said with a smile, fearing that Lin Sheng would slack off. Xiao Ling is right this time, but we must remain greedy at heart. The deer also advised. Xiaobai nodded. If the master was dead 1,000 years later, it would be the only time traveler in the world. What is the meaning of life? Chapter 130. Giant Dragon. Famous in Giant Tree City. Don't worry about me. Lin Sheng's hands were stroking the heads of the 3 pets. Who's worried about you? The deer rolled his eyes. This is for the sake of future development, so don't be so self-indulgent. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Lin Sheng walked over and opened the door. It was Lydia who was walking towards him. She was wearing a long black dress, with her golden hair tied behind her head, revealing her white neck, and she exuded the scent of a noble princess. Does it look good? Lydia smiled. Can you speak Dragon Country? I just learned it. Lydia covered her mouth with her hand and smiled. Behind her was Julie, who was also dressed in the same outfit. The two of them were as dazzling as princesses walking out of a mural. Let's go. Lin Sheng knew that it was his turn to participate in the competition in the arena. Whenever it was her turn, Lydia would take Julie straight to her. Then they watched the game in the highest VIP rooms in the arena. It can be said that Lin Sheng was given great respect. Certainly. This respect was also earned by Lin Sheng with his own strength. Dozens of minutes later, Lin Sheng arrived at the arena. This time the opponent was a Beastmaster in the middle stage of Disaster King, so Lin Sheng had to summon Xiaobai out of the Beastmaster space. Hold head high. At that moment, a dragon roar resounded throughout the arena. Then Xiaobai fought with his opponent for a while, and a thick beam of lightning spurted out of his mouth, instantly annihilating the opponent's ferocious beast. At that moment, everyone in the arena stood up. A sound full of disbelief was made. Oh my god. Could it be that the thunder dragon that night was the pet of the death demon? This is an eastern dragon, a western dragon, an eastern dragon. This beastmaster actually has two dragon pets at the same time. But dragons shouldn't exist in this world, right? How can we possibly make a contract with them? This guy can actually possess two dragons at the same time? Dead demon. Forest god. Look at me. The audience watching on the platform were instantly ignited. Everyone stood up and shouted wildly. This was the original environment in the arena, and it was now ignited to the extreme. Dragon. The legendary dragon. Now it appears alive in front of everyone. How can it not be exciting? Several audience members even fainted on the spot. The beastmaster facing Lin Sheng also looked pale. Looking at the huge monster in front of me, I was filled with fear. The antlers suspended in the air, and the four pairs of claws. If this isn't the legendary dragon, then what is this? Fighting against such an opponent is simply hopeless. Quick, quick, quick. Susan, take the photo right away. This will definitely be the headline of tomorrow's news. A newspaper owner was extremely excited. Only rich people can come to this kind of high-level arena to watch. Without any professional equipment, he just started taking pictures with his mobile phone. If you send it out 1 second faster than others, that means a lot of traffic. How could they miss it? It's so exciting. A boy from Dragon Country and a dragon. In this country where dragons are truly legendary, it is hard not to have fantasies. Oh my god. How could this guy Lin Sheng be able to contract such a creature? In a private room, Julie covered her mouth with her hands, looking at the giant dragon in front of her in shock. The giant dragon's figure and the young boy's tiny shadow formed a sharp contrast. This made Julie feel longing in her heart. How could she hold her head up in front of such a powerful person? Humph. Lydia chuckled. Only such people are qualified to be her followers. Only then are you qualified to follow me. And it was right next to the box where Lydia and Julie were staying, just separated by a wall. Several mysterious men in black robes looked at the dragon shadow downstairs in shock. Oh my god, I must tell this to Master Hardy immediately. This guy actually used his own pet. No, there's no need to tell Master Hardy. I'm afraid the news will be full of information about this guy soon. The two men in black robes were startled. After that, Lord Hardy is doomed to fail, right? How can he possibly defeat a dragon? Why are you panicking? Lord Hardy has spent a huge amount of money this time and is sure to win. What's more, this guy only has this one pet, and the other one is only at the king level. Although he said so, the man in black still felt a little uneasy. After all, this is a legendary dragon. Even though he is not from the Dragon Country, he has heard of dragon legends in the world. Now that I see it in front of me with my own eyes, how can I not feel envy and fear? Congratulations. Congratulations to our Lord Death Demon. You defeated your opponent and got the 1,360th place in the arena. The staff member on the podium who was in charge of presiding over the arena was so excited that he was incoherent. I know it in my heart. In a few days, this arena will be packed with people. I'm afraid that by then the price of tickets will increase substantially, and even his salary will increase accordingly. After all, as a host, he is no longer a grassroots staff member. You are eligible to get a share of the profits in this competition. Weak. Too weak. Xiao Ling was screaming wildly in the beast taming space. What's the matter with 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west? Take revenge now. If you can't defeat someone, ask someone stronger than you to help you fight. This is the benefit of clinging to someone's thighs. Delicious. Lin Sheng showed no mercy and extracted all the genes of the other party's pet. After all, if you are not strong and you fall to the ground, it will be you who dies with your pet, so there is no need to feel sorry for it. All the beastmasters who come to the arena must have this awareness. And just when Lin Sheng left the arena to recuperate, the information about this arena was spreading rapidly in the giant tree world. The information spread throughout the giant tree arena in an instant. The scene where Lin Sheng summoned Xiaobai was also recorded and posted. Although the giant tree arena is somewhat out of touch with the main world, its technology is not backward, and it also has its own internet. Dragon. A real dragon. A beastmaster from the Dragon Kingdom summoned a real dragon. It is possible to summon 2 real dragons. Does this country really have dragons? In the arena competition, the legendary player Death Devil defeated a catastrophic opponent in an instant, and he relied on a snow-white figure. There was also widespread discussion below the news. The popularity is soaring rapidly. Oh, Dragon Country. What a magical country. When I return to the main world, I must go and take a look. Is there anyone who can take me to the main world? I can be your slave, but I also want to visit Dragon Country. Come find me. I'm at Street 219 in Giant Tree City, the only blue door, no men allowed. Chapter 131, The Elf Princess of the Giant Tree Empire. The heat is rising rapidly. The number of people watching the news is also soaring. It soared from 1 million to 3 million, 7 million. Then, in just 12 hours, the number of viewers soared to 130 million. This is already known to everyone for an empire with a population of less than 1 billion. And in the palace of the Giant Tree Empire, a girl with extremely fair skin, long, soft and curved ears, and a plump figure so plump that you can't hear her heartbeat even if you stick to her, is reading messages on her phone. Interesting. Jasmine, help me reserve tickets for this game. Yes, princess. The maid, who was also very pretty, almost stunningly beautiful, bent down slightly. Generally, when masters look for servants, they look for those who are not as good-looking as themselves. Even the princess maid was so stunningly beautiful, you can imagine what she looked like. But she used disguise to cover up her face. Even so, it is still 10 points, or even 9 points, beautiful. It's the kind of existence that would make one's heart stop for a second at a glance, and require CPR to be performed immediately. Although it seems difficult to book tickets for this game, relying on her power as an imperial princess, there will be a lot of people vying to get the tickets. It was just a few days. The ticket price for the disaster level arena has increased from 3,000 gold coins to 300,000 gold coins. Even so, tickets are hard to come by. And all this was due to the influence of Lin Sheng. Or maybe it was influenced by Lin Sheng's pet Xiaobai. Everyone wanted to see what the legendary dragon looked like. I also want to see if it is really a fake and pieced together video, as people say. Even the information here spreads to the real world. After all, hundreds of thousands of people travel back and forth between the two countries every day. It's only natural that this news would spread. And at the same time, in Yangcheng of the main world, inside a training base, Di Qian looked at the dozen or so girls in front of him who were equally good-looking and capable, and smiled helplessly. In the past few months, someone has come to Yangcheng every day, saying they want to see her. Then she said that she came from the Giant Tree Empire and was the concubine of Master Lin Sheng. This made Di Qian feel both amused and helpless. Even Lin Ming, who had been keeping an eye on her brother, found out about this. Knowing that her brother had found a bunch of women, one can imagine how furious she was. She was so angry that she wanted to rush over and give Lin Sheng a good beating. Fortunately, Di Qian stopped him. Otherwise, Lin Ming would have probably gone to the Giant Tree world by now. As for how he was stopped, that's because Di Qian said, "Your brother may just want to save these people, and he doesn't want others to be his slaves." But he was misunderstood by these people. Then Lin Ming really accepted it. He also said that his brother was just that kind of person. However, Di Qian feels that the true situation is still debatable. After all, no matter how strong Lin Sheng is, he is still a man of blood and strength. It is quite normal for a king-level beastmaster to marry 5 or 6 people. So she deliberately trained the girls and boys separately, with the boys following instructor Lu and the girls following her. After all, they are a group of king-level beastmasters, and they are very difficult to train. If Di Qian had not previously relied on Lin Sheng's relationship to break through to the king level, it's really hard to discipline these people. The murderous intent from these guys is so strong. It seems that the Giant Tree world is really dangerous. Di Qian could understand it from the few words these people said. It's a savage world. I am afraid that moral law has long ceased to exist. But fortunately, these people were very grateful to Lin Sheng for bringing them from the secret space to reality. Even though the contract was no longer on him, he was willing to be Lin Sheng's slave. In the Giant Tree space. What did you say? Hardy was shocked. You said that dragon is Lin Sheng's pet? At this moment, Hardy's face looked extremely ugly. But this match has become more and more serious, and in the end, my father will definitely come to watch. If Hardy doesn't fight or is badly abused, then his status in the entire Zeus family will plummet. I'm afraid that by then, even he himself will die at Lydia's hands. After all, even their brothers were secretly killed by Lydia, so how could he be spared? No, it's not like I have no chance at all. Hardy shook his head hastily. We must not lose our composure. I haven't had a face-to-face showdown with this guy named Lin Sheng yet. Now he has been forced into a desperate situation. Master, I have a way. The black-robed attendant at the side spoke silently. Hurry up and tell me. Hardy was so panicked that he seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. The black-robed messenger was startled at once. Didn't you buy a drug that can affect people's fighting skills? Just give Lin Sheng the drug tomorrow, and then change his opponent. The black-robed messenger had a sinister look in his eyes. That makes sense. Hardy's eyes lit up. At that time, the shop owner vowed that it would definitely affect the battle. It may even cause great harm to the human body. Then how do I administer the poison? Hardy stroked his chin. Well, Master, there are 3 games tomorrow, and Lin Sheng must be there early. A black-robed messenger spoke into Hardy's ear. I also found a disaster-level beastmaster who is willing to help. He is a mid-level disaster beastmaster. He is ranked in the top 1,000 and has some grudges against Lin Sheng. You mean the sword ghost? An intermediate disaster-level beastmaster can be rated only if he has 2 disaster-level pets. The advanced level ones have 3 disaster-level pets, even if Lin Sheng's pet can fight 2 at once. If it's poisoned, you can always injure it, right? Soon, a burly man with a scar on his face walked in. Half squatting on the ground, he said, Master Hardy. Well, get up. Hardy was very satisfied with Dao Gui. And the sword ghost also stood up. He and Jack are brothers, and he didn't help Jack before because the benefits were not enough. And now he can help his brother get revenge and get involved with Lord Hardy. Isn't this a huge win? So after getting the news, Dao Gui came here immediately. As for the feud with Lin Sheng, haha, that was just something he made up. He felt no resentment towards this opponent at all, just to get close to Hardy and get benefits. Meanwhile, in a store that Hardy visited, the shop owner was humming a little tune in a relaxed manner and was in a very good mood. He made a lot of money from this business. At this moment, the shop owner discovered that the bottle of medicine on the counter was still there. He stopped immediately and then climbed up hurriedly. How is it possible? Hasn't this poison already been sold to Hardy? Chapter 132. The wrong poison was given. The boss runs away. The shop owner suddenly panicked. If this Hardy is made unhappy or his good deeds are ruined, he is just a small boss. The consequences will be disastrous. Hardy must be told about this. The shop owner rushed to the door quickly, but suddenly remembered something. No. What if he has already used that bottle of medicine? Wouldn't that be courting death? Damn it. Pack up now, and let's go back to the main world. The shop owner immediately thought of running away. He also noticed that there was a bottle of medicine missing from the counter, which must be the wrong one. In order to conceal its identity, the packaging was almost the same as that of the bottle of poison and was also placed on the counter of strong medicines. But it can indeed affect people's combat, and it will make people crazy and lose their minds. However, the boss couldn't be sure whether the combat effectiveness had increased or decreased. So the only option now is to run away. The next morning, the arena is particularly lively today. With the previous publicity, every game of Lin Sheng has attracted much attention. A few hours in advance, Lin Sheng, Lillian, and Julie arrived at the high-rise box. Little did he know that Hardy and others were sitting in the next box. Hardy obviously didn't know either. After all, the identity of the owner of the box is secret. Even Lydia, the owner of the arena, didn't know about it, let alone Hardy. Ha ha ha, Lin Sheng, there are many people coming to see you, including the 3rd princess of our giant tree empire. Julie looked at Lin Sheng with a smile. But maybe they are not here to see you, but to see someone else. Julie's laughter sounded like a silver bell. However, the sound insulation of this room is very good. Unless you make a very loud noise, the neighbors cannot hear it. At this time, the people in the audience were also extremely excited. They are all wealthy people from various countries in the giant tree empire. The dress is very decent and elegant. Dear audience friends, this next match will be a warm-up for our Death Demon's appearance. It's a warm-up show, but it's also a fight between life and death. I hope you enjoy watching it. At that moment, the 2 beast masters below started fighting. They probably would never have thought that one day they would be set up on the spot by someone who among those who can become a disaster-level beastmaster is not a top figure in their country. Lin Sheng looked at the battle between the 2 beastmasters and shook his head. The gap between the 2 beastmasters in terms of fighting and power-generating skills is too great. In just a moment, Lin Sheng saw the outcome. Lydia on the side also laughed. Come sit next to me. You are the cash cow of my arena, anyway. Humph. What's so great about that? Julie put her hands in her arms. He is very stubborn. Don't bother with him. Although Julie talks tough, she is actually very soft-hearted. Lydia teased. Julie suddenly felt a little ashamed and angry. At this moment, the door opened. Hello, ladies. Did I allow you to come in? Lydia's face turned cold. The waiter was really panicked. I'm sorry. I brought you drinks with Master Hardy. I hope you don't blame me. I had no choice. Huh, is that Hardy guy here too? Put your stuff down and let's go. Lydia waved her hand. The staff placed the drinks on the table. Is there anything wrong with this drink? Lin Shang raised his head and looked at Lydia. Lydia chuckled a few times. How could there be a problem? As she spoke, Lydia reached out and poured the drink into the trash can. It doesn't matter if there are any problems or not. Lin Shang couldn't help but nod in his heart after seeing this scene. What a great guy. It just fell down. And in the next room, how is it? Has the stuff been delivered? It has been delivered, sir, but it is not clear whether they will drink it. Hearing the servant's words, Hadi smiled. He knew that bitch's methods too well. I will never share anything given to me casually by others. Even if that stuff wasn't poisonous, that stinky woman would never drink his Hardy stuff. So, Hardy put a volatile drug in it. This medicine takes only half an hour to take effect. The game started 3 hours later, and by then he was already terminally ill. And there is no need to worry about Lydia's revenge, because I heard that the poison takes effect slowly. It will only work slowly. A few dozen minutes later, don't you feel a little uncomfortable? Julie spoke silently. I don't know why, but I feel really uncomfortable today. Lydia seemed to realize that something was wrong with her emotions. Well, a little bit. Lin Shang said silently. And half an hour later, this uncomfortable feeling is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress.
No.
Lydia bit her red lips. Not yet, but Lin Shang will have to go to the competition in less than 3 hours. This was probably left by Hardy at that time. Lydia didn't expect that Hardy would dare to do something to her. But this one is too strong. If not handled in time, not only would their future servants be embarrassed in public, it would also seriously affect the reputation of the competition and their arena. Julie. Lydia forced herself to speak. There was some resentment in his eyes. Damn, Hardy. Aren't you aware of the consequences of doing this? How dare you poison so openly? Hardy probably never imagined until his death that the bottle of medicine had been swapped out by someone. Lydia gritted her teeth, bent down and disappeared into her seat. A few minutes later, Lin Shang was the only one left in the room, sitting at the table. The desktop vibrated slightly. Chapter 133. The banging sound next door pissed off Hardy. I can still bear it. Lin Shang was still sitting there, motionless with bloodshot eyes. The fawn was helping him cleanse the medicine from his blood. Medicine is also a kind of natural plant, and the deer can slowly absorb the medicinal properties from Lin Shang's body. If he were alone, maybe I can really hold on. But what about the other 2 people? An hour later, Hardy in the next box frowned. Are the people next door done yet? They've been knocking on the wall since half an hour ago. Are they doing some renovations? Hardy was so pissed off. I came to this box just to find some quiet time. But I never expected that half an hour ago, there were strange noises and banging sounds coming from the wall next door. And sometimes I stop, but I never expect to start again right away. Tolerate. These are places where only rich people can sit. Even if he is the son of Zeus, he can't do whatever he wants. Maybe he really has something important to do? Then after an hour and a half, the sound still didn't stop. Damn it. Hardy stood up and planned to go next door to find a place to talk it out. The 2 black-clad attendants immediately grabbed Hardy. No way, master. Maybe the person next door is the princess of the empire? Even if not, she could be some emperor-level figure. I heard that an emperor-level figure came here. Hearing this, Hardy calmed down immediately. There is half an hour left. I can bear it. Mainly, he was afraid that his father Zeus was next door. If he barged in so recklessly, it would definitely leave a bad impression. Maybe he would even be scolded by his father Zeus. Phew. Damn, sister. It's all because of you that I have to endure this torment. When I catch you, I will definitely. Hardy's eyes were vicious. There were strange noises echoing in my ears. In the next room, the little deer has completely absorbed the medicinal properties from Lin Shang's body. The skill effect of the little deer purifying mantra is really too powerful. In just a flash, the complicated thoughts in Lin Shang's mind were completely cleared away. Even if the water from the wall flows to my feet, there is no reaction. Fortunately, I didn't take that last step. Lin Shang didn't know whether he should thank his pet or deal with it. Little deer, you've ruined your master's good deeds. The little spirit laughed. No, I sensed a rebellious mood in my master's mind, the fawn said very calmly. However, what he got in return was Xiao Ling's even more wanton ridicule. You still don't understand humans. You will understand after more experience. Shut up. Lin Shang frowned slightly. This little bastard. Why do you always tear down my stage? In the past, he always talked about helping others to be liberated. Now that your heart is as holy as that of a Buddha, you want me to break the precepts? The 3-hour period is over. Lin Sheng left the smelly room with an expressionless face. Go in and clean up the room. As soon as he walked out the door, he spoke to Lillian's maid. Yes, sir. As luck would have it, as soon as he walked out the door, he bumped into Hardy, who was walking out of another room. When Hardy saw Lin Sheng, he was stunned for a moment. Are you next door? Hardy's annoyance instantly had a direction. Yeah, I'm with your sister. Lydia is your sister, right? Lin Sheng smiled. You. Looking at Lin Sheng's sweaty face, Hardy suddenly had bad thoughts in his mind. In an instant, the anger in my heart reached its peak. That damn woman wouldn't join me. She was actually next door with another man, and I endured it for 3 hours. No one would be able to remain calm if this kind of thing happened to them. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The murderous intent in Hardy's eyes was about to burst out of his eyes. Haha, your sister is quite soft-spoken. Lin Sheng left after leaving a word. For such a fool, no amount of stimulation is too much. How dare you drug your grandfather? When Hardy heard this, he was almost angry to death. Unbelievable images kept flashing in my mind. With a loud bang, a hole was directly punched in the wall next to him. If there's a hole in this wall, the entire arena will have to be repaired. I think the cost of all the walls in the arena is at least tens of billions. Lin Sheng's voice was heard again in the distance. Hardy tilted his head back and almost fell through. Damn it. You are already poisoned. Let's see what you can do when the time comes. Hardy walked to the viewing room angrily. He wanted to see with his own eyes that Lin Sheng's pet was seriously injured and died. Lin Sheng also came to the stadium. The host immediately began to read it. Next, please welcome our much-anticipated contestant number 1020, Death Devil. Against our top 1,000 players, 921st, the Sword Twister. Speaking of which, there seems to be some resentment between the two. The arena is well informed. The host immediately began to exaggerate the fight between the two. But everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Sheng. So handsome. Is he from our dragon country? He's still so attractive even when he's wet all over. Haha, he is the beast master who has contracted 2 dragons in the rumors. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Sheng. But the knife ghost didn't care. He was very clear about the purpose of his visit. And in a viewing room, the elf princess with bent ears also put her hands on the one-way transparent glass and looked down. Yes, he looks good. The elf princess smiled. In the next moment, roar. With a dragon roar, a giant dragon emerged, hovering. It immediately drew cheers from everyone present. The elf princess' eyes sparkled when she saw the dragon for the first time. Can I make him my servant? Hearing this, the guards behind him laughed bitterly twice. Your Highness, we are sorry that we can't do anything about this. This slave is different from other slaves. He has a very special identity and seems to be very close to Zeus' daughter. This is the first time a request has been refuted. The princess couldn't help but flash a few strange lights in her eyes. What about Zeus? What I want is mine after all. The guards dressed as knights behind him were also helpless. The princess has a hobby of collecting slaves, and she also likes to free those people from their slavery. But this person is really not a slave. And at this moment, Dao Gue looked at Lin Sheng very calmly. He pretended to be angry and said, You killed my brother Jack. I want to avenge him. Master, he is pretending. His mind is extremely calm. The little deer in the beast taming space spoke silently. Lin Sheng also became serious. A very scary opponent. Moreover, this person is a second-level beastmaster and owns 2 disaster-level pets. Is the drug about to take effect? Hardy in the room couldn't help but move closer. Chapter 134. Am I so unattractive? It's almost there. It's almost there. Hardy stared at Lin Sheng's face. The uncontrollable excitement on his face. Miss, I'll be out first then. The maid finished cleaning the room and turned to leave the VIP room. At this moment, Lydia's face was extremely gloomy, so dark that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. How dare you make me look so embarrassed? Lydia's teeth were clacking. My throat is burning. The same was true for Julie next to her. But she was more skilled and did not have such a strong reaction. But I didn't expect that Lydia, who usually looks very quiet, would not give in at all when fighting with her. Can we only say that she is worthy of being the daughter of Zeus? This family has outstanding abilities in certain areas. The two of them were still restless. I'm going to the bathroom. Lydia pursed her lips and stood up and left her seat. Damn, Hardy. How dare you treat her like this? But Lin Sheng's reaction was beyond her imagination. I just helped him deal with it briefly, and he was able to endure it. You know, this is not something that can be solved by simply suppressing the problem. To some extent, it is already poison. Just like when you are thirsty, you have to drink water. If you don't drink, you will die. Lin Sheng's endurance is truly beyond ordinary people. Am I really that unattractive? When Lydia thought of this, she felt so angry that her teeth itched. Especially his own things. He even had to share them with Julie. The resentment in her heart grew stronger. And this anger that has nowhere to vent will all be directed at Hardy. Roar. In the arena, what Xiaobai is facing is a huge monster whose 2 hands are made of chainsaws. It is shaped like a human, but its body is covered with hard iron armor. Very cyberpunk. Cyborg life? Lin Sheng had heard of this creature in textbooks. Some of them are transformed through technology. Another part is the product of a special secret realm, which is also a large secret realm with mechanical creatures. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Violent sparks flew from the chainsaw. The chainsaw monster rushed forward suddenly. Xiaobai soared into the sky at that moment. However, unexpectedly, the chainsaw giant's seemingly huge body was actually extremely light. With a strong stomping of his feet, the ground cracked and his whole body rushed up into the air. The two of them were entangled in a fight in an instant. Xiaobai fiercely grabbed the chainsaw giant's body, and the chainsaw also hit Xiaobai's scales. But how strong are Xiaobai's scales? This level of attack is not painful at all. As long as it does not reach the late stage of the disaster, it will not pose any threat to Xiaobai. At a catastrophic level, the difficulty of upgrading each level is no less than upgrading a pet from the early king stage to the peak king stage. Of course, this peak actually refers to the later stage. It is just to distinguish the true strength of the pet beasts that have reached the late king stage. Those pets that have stayed in the late king stage for decades and have accumulated a lot of experience will be called the peak kings. Of course, this is just an oral legend. The actual written records only have 3 levels: early, middle, and late. The same applies to other realms. There are only 3 levels of document certification: front, middle, and back. The actual combat effectiveness between pets is influenced by very complex factors. For example, skill strength, or abilities that stand out in certain areas. The reason why Xiaobai can kill opponents across levels is because of his powerful skills and outstanding physical fitness in all aspects. So, the two sides fought for a while. Dao Gui's pet was suppressed by Lin Sheng. It seems that a pet beast alone cannot deal with you. As he spoke, the sword ghost waved his hand. A blood-eyed werewolf appeared nearby, emitting a bloody smell. Originally, Dao Gui wanted to rely on a pet to suppress Lin Sheng. Then wait until the toxicity takes effect, and then take the opportunity to win. It seems that it is not possible now. Roar! The bloodline knoll rushed forward fiercely. Although its size is twice as tall as Lin Sheng, it is much smaller than Xiaobai and the chainsaw monster. However, the smaller the body, the stronger the power it exerts. That claw left a deep claw mark on Xiaobai's scales, almost penetrating. Lin Sheng's face suddenly turned ugly, and he took a step back. The medicine worked. Dao Gui's face was filled with surprise. Hardy, who was watching in the room above, also became excited. For a moment, there was even some dancing. Ha ha ha, you dare to fight me, Hardy? Now that you are poisoned, I wonder how you can command your pet to fight. 1 against 2. So what if your pet is a real dragon? Can you win it? When you lose, the man will be mine, and the dragon will also be mine. Hardy. Oh no, it seems that our death demon is not in a good mood, and he seems to no longer have a second disaster-level pet. The host shouted, "Come on, death demon. It's definitely no problem to fight 1 against 2. Didn't the death demon defeat a beastmaster with 2 pets with just 1 pet? That was at the king level, but now it's at the disaster level. Do you know how difficult it is to train a disaster-level pet?" At this time, everyone's mood also became tense along with Lin Sheng, and it seemed that the show was almost over. Lin Sheng waved his hand. Xiaobai received the order and released a large amount of mist instantly. This is Yunlong's innate skill, which can create a large amount of clouds that block the vision in the surroundings in an instant. But in this cloud, Yunlong can recover his life energy and enhance his defense. One can even use these clouds to sense the opponent's position and hide one's own breath. It is Yunlong's domain ability. This means that Xiaobai now possesses dual domain skills. And Xiaobai is different from other creatures and can only choose a single evolutionary path. No matter how Xiaobai evolves, Its powerful bloodline will eventually point to the strongest race. Therefore, in the process of evolution, for each evolutionary route, just choose the strongest race at this level. Everything will end up in the same place. Damn it, but he was seriously injured, so it should affect the pet as well. The sword ghost calmed down at that moment. At this moment, a huge tail suddenly swung out from the clouds. Bump! Roar! 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 In the thick fog, the sounds of pets howling and flesh being torn apart could be heard continuously. Dao Gui felt as if he had been hit hard, and his eyes became dazed. But I can't see the scene clearly in the clouds. He hit his strength. There is no poisoning at all. The knife ghost's eyes turn black, and so do the audience. What's going on? Why is there such thick fog? Are you going to let us see this? Who released this skill? It must be that dragon. Legend has it that the Dragon King can swallow clouds and spit out mist and call the wind and rain. The Dragon King you were talking about, is it the lowly Dragon King in the chat group? Stop talking nonsense and just watch the game. Even though I say this, it's so lonely to watch. In the VIP room, humph, that's a strong poison. So what if it blocks my view? Hadi spoke confidently. Chapter 135. Hardy falls into a trap, huge stakes. Last time Hardy was there, it was store-bought strong poison. Just let a king-level ferocious beast smell it. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights. This time he poured half the bottle into the wine glass. You can imagine the intensity of it. However, just as he was thinking about it, the fog in the scene gradually dissipated. Is it over? The corners of Hadi's mouth curled up unconsciously. The hearts of the audience were in their throats. Could it be that the dragon tamer who just came out is going to be slayed by someone? However, wait until the surrounding fog completely dissipates. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The 2 ferocious beasts of the opponent had disappeared long ago. Even the knife ghost fell to the ground, completely losing consciousness. But Lin Shang was also feeling uncomfortable, half squatting on the ground, looking very uncomfortable. The little dragon even needed to shrink its body to support him, so that he could barely stand up. Winner. But it seems like a narrow win. But fighting 1 against 2 is already incredible. Death Demon. The audience immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. However, Lin Shang was still deeply immersed in his acting and couldn't extricate himself. Xiaobai dragged him step by step towards the stage. Hee ha ha. Dao Gui, you did a great job. Hardy couldn't help but burst out laughing. The haze in my heart dissipated instantly. As long as Dao Gui can seriously injure Lin Shang, it will be a win. After experiencing such an intense battle, the effects of the drugs in the body will only take effect faster. I'm afraid that by the time the day comes for him to duel with Lin Shang will have been seriously injured and unable to recover. He won the game without even having to lift a finger. Is your pet strong? In the arena, it depends on your power and background. It turns out to be Zio Beeson. Hardy slumped down comfortably in the chair behind him. My mood finally improved a lot. But this guy actually dared to touch his own sister. It can't be as simple as just killing him or making him my slave. Come over. As Hardy spoke, the man in black robe hurried over to his side. Then, Hardy whispered a few words into the black-robed man's ear. At the same time, Lin Shang also returned to the box next door. What's wrong with you? When Lydia saw Lin Shang like this, she was shocked and hurried forward to support him. Due to the residual effect of the drug, Lydia didn't notice at all that she was holding Lin Shang's arm tightly against her chest. Fine. Lin Shang shook his hand with an unpleasant look on his face. If you want to deceive your opponent, you must first deceive your own people. A few minutes later, Julie and Lydia supported Lin Shang's arms and walked out of the box. Just happened to run into Hardy, who was coming towards him. Hardy looked at the 2 ladies he had been thinking about day and night, who were clinging tightly to this boy from Dragon Country, one on each side. Suddenly, his forehead wrinkled unconsciously. Haha, Sister Lydia, long time no see. Hardy. Lydia stared at Hardy. Don't look at me with such a fierce look. Hardy smiled. Sister, the way you look at me will only make me more excited. I came here this time to make a bet with you. Why should I bet with you? Lydia ignored Hardy. He supported Lin Shang and planned to leave. Haha, sister, you don't want your father to know what happened next door, right? Hardy's confident voice came from behind. Lydia shuddered unconsciously for a moment and then stopped. This guy. If his father really knew about this, based on his father's personality, Lin Shang would definitely not survive the next day. Tell me. Lydia gritted her teeth. Haha, that's good. How about I bet? 10 billion with the boy from Dragon Country next to you? The rules are that you will have a one-on-one match in your arena afterwards. Are you crazy? Do you think I would agree? Lydia glared. Now Lin Shang seems to have health problems. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. If I come to place a bet at this time, am I giving you money? What's more, it is such a huge amount of 10 billion. Anyone who takes it out will feel painful. You don't dare? Then I'll have to go see my father. Hardy showed an indifferent expression. I just wonder if my father will agree to you taking this servant after he finds out? You dare. Lydia's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and this murderous intent instantly dispelled Hardy's doubts. It seems that this kid is really seriously injured. Otherwise, why would Lydia, who is always calm, show such an expression? Why shouldn't I? Hardy relaxed. Lydia knew it in her heart. This time she was really controlled by the other party. So what if my father knew it was Hardy's plan? If her father knew that she squatted down to Lin Shang, then he would definitely deal with Lin Shang first and then find trouble with Hardy. I agree. Just as Lydia was about to speak, Lin Shang, who was standing between the two, spoke first. You. Lydia looked directly into Lin Shang's eyes and was shocked. How can I agree to this? At this moment, looking at Lin Shang's light golden pupils and handsome face, Lydia suddenly calmed down for no reason. Believe me. Lin Shang smiled slightly, which made Lydia stunned. Then Lin Shang looked up at Hardy in front of him and continued, and I am not a slave, nor a servant. The words were cold. What a pleasure. Hardy clapped his hands with a smile. The servants behind him also had sly smiles on their faces. This guy only knows how to show off in front of beautiful girls. Don't know what 10 billion means? But let's forget about 10 billion. How about we bet 50 billion? Lin Shang suddenly spoke. When Hardy heard the word, forget it, he sneered. But when he heard 50 billion, he was stunned. Is this kid crazy? Dare to bet 50 billion? Although Hardy can afford it, the 50 billion is definitely enough to bankrupt Hardy. Don't dare? Why not? But do you have so much money? Hardy sneered. In his opinion, Lin Shang was cheating him. With his current physical condition, it is simply a foolish dream for him to win. After all, he couldn't even beat the sword ghosts ranked in the top 900. What about me who is in the top 300? And now, even if Lin Shang is at his best, Hardy won't lose. Lydia, do you believe me? Lin Shang looked down at Lydia beside him. As soon as she met that look, Lydia, who was originally dazed, suddenly came to her senses. I responded subconsciously, yeah. Okay. Lydia will pay for me. Lydia, huh? What? It's a deal. The two of them parted ways immediately. Lydia, who figured it out, was completely dumbfounded. But Lin Shang seems to be becoming more and more charming. It seems better to be a servant yourself? No. It must be that the effect of the medicine has not yet completely evaporated. When Lydia thought of this, a blush crept up her neck and reached her ears, which was very pretty. What on earth are you thinking about? Lydia, who had always relied on herself in the past, suddenly had someone to rely on today. The fragile character that was originally frozen deep in the heart began to crack at this moment. Time quickly came to the last day of the competition. Chapter 136, The Final Battle. 3 late-stage disasters. It was a nice day. Countless spectators arrived at the arena early. Even the dozen or so VIP rooms above are already occupied. No one knows who is sitting inside. After all, today's game is quite special. It's a battle between a rising star and a veteran catastrophic beastmaster, the son of Zeus. Naturally, it attracted countless people to watch, and it was in one of the VIP rooms. 2 dignified middle-aged men sat in front of the huge one-way glass. If anyone were here, they would recognize these 2 men. One is chairman and of the Dragon Bureau. The other is President Rong of the Beastmaster Association. Now the Dragon Slaying Bureau has been renamed the Dragon Bureau. President Rong, Lin Shang, is now the vice president of our Dragon Bureau. What are you doing here? Haha, I'm also a talent of the Beast Taming Association, so why can't I come? The 2 said with a smile. It was they who brought Lin Shang to this world of giant trees. Nature is also paying attention to him all the time. But I really didn't expect that Lin Shang would cause such a big mess. This kid actually upgraded his pet to the disaster level so quickly. And judging by the combat power in the video, it's even in the late disaster level. That's true. It's true that the waves behind push the waves in front, and we, the waves in front, are beaten to death on the beach. The 2 of them were amazed. Soon, Lin Shang's back was seen entering the arena. The aura on your body is indeed different. The 2 of them came forward, staring at the figure intently. I was also shocked in my heart. I originally wanted Lin Sheng to come into this world and experience the cruelty of the real world. By the way, it can also be considered as a way to hone your character. But they never thought that the results would far exceed their expectations. Even if Lin Sheng joins the disaster reduction organization, I'm afraid his strength will immediately enter the upper middle level. The disaster relief organization once provided Lin Sheng with tremendous assistance. One senior was even injured. It can be considered a good relationship. The one next to Lin Sheng is Zeus' daughter, right? And who is the other girl? Why is this kid playing so messily? Chairman and glared. How dare you criticize them? When you entered the giant tree world, weren't you almost blinded by those elf princesses? Hearing this, President and was stunned. I can only smile bitterly. What a bad fate. 2 presidents. The door behind him opened. A tall and beautiful figure walked into the conference room. Oh, Lin Ming, you haven't seen your brother for a long time, right? The two of them smiled kindly. This pair of siblings is so satisfying no matter how you look at them. Not long ago, after Lin Ming's physical injury was healed, his strength improved by leaps and bounds somehow. Not only are all the foundations solid, but the 2 disaster-level pets have also reached the late disaster stage. He has truly reached the level of the first tier of disaster-level enemies under the Emperor, qualified to challenge the Emperor. When Lin Ming heard this, he was also excited and quickly came to the floor-to-ceiling window. The lavender eyes searched downwards and soon saw Lin Sheng. Who are those 2 people? Lin Ming asked calmly, his handsome face turning cold. Oh, one is the daughter of Zeus, and the other is probably the daughter of a high-ranking official in the lighthouse country. Lin Ming played a long note. There was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. The 2 presidents looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. How could they forget? Lin Ming raised Lin Sheng since he was a child. Back then, Lin Sheng was locked up at home. If Lin Ming had not arrived there in time, he would probably have starved to death at home. He only helped Lin Sheng take care of his son in order to repay Lin Sheng's parents for saving him at all costs. By now, this feeling might have changed. This is far beyond what can be explained by repaying a favor. However, Lin Ming's exaggerated physical fitness and background are really puzzling. And in another room, Zeus, a man with blonde hair and a strong body, sat alone on a wide chair and looked down. He seemed to be the only one in the room, and no one could get close to him. Just sitting there is enough to make people dare not look directly at it. Soon, the competition began. Roar, roar, roar. In a violent roar, 2 huge monsters like mountains appeared behind Hardy, Dryad, Lost Soul. The levels of both pets are in the late disaster level. Since there are too many pets, the data will not be reviewed one by one. Haha, where is your pet? Hardy stood in the wide arena and shouted at Lin Sheng from afar. I already have the victory in my heart. However, Lin Sheng still did not summon Xiaobai. Hardy was getting really impatient to wait. The tree demon suddenly stretched out a branch and lashed towards Lin Sheng like a whip. At that moment, Xiaobai appeared and directly wrapped his tail around the branch that was pulled by the opponent. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Chairman and Chairman Rong were also surprised. This pet is very different from the one they had seen before. Instead, it seems like a legendary mythical species. As expected, it's the late stage of the disaster. The power is really different. Xiaobai's tail exerted force. I can barely hold on to that branch. But if they continue to compete in strength like this, Xiaobai will undoubtedly lose in the end. 2 late-stage disaster beasts. Has Hardy's strength been hidden to such an extent? He actually contracted 2 late-stage disaster beasts. How can we fight this? A late disaster stage is enough to crush a mid-disaster stage. 2 of them? Why are you panicking? What if there's another upset? The inevitable death demon is a legendary man. That's true. The death demon is best at turning the tide. The one who can say this must be someone who knows nothing. Do you know what a 1-level difference in disaster level means? Why can the ferocious beasts in the late stage of the disaster enslave the ferocious beasts in the middle stage of the disaster and make them their servants? It is precisely because there is a huge gap between the strength of the 2 sides. Otherwise, how could a ferocious beast in the middle of a growing disaster be willing to surrender? Something's wrong. His strength doesn't seem to have decreased at all. This guy is lying to me. Hardy's expression suddenly changed. The power of this dragon is definitely the same as before. In other words, his poison had no effect at all. Everything Lin Sheng showed before was just an act. Damn it, how dare that store owner cheat me? When my game is over, I will kill you. And then Hardy calmed down again. What am I afraid of? This time I am well prepared. As Hardy finished his words, behind him, an extremely huge shadow appeared. The shadow covered the entire sky and was much larger than that of the other two ferocious beasts. Sandstorm dragon. A crawling dragon whose entire body is made of sand. Not only does it have the characteristics of a ferocious beast, it even possesses some of the abilities of elemental creatures. 3. Three ferocious beasts from the late disaster period. The people in the audience were shocked. Chapter 137 Dragon Power. Zeus comes forward. Oh my god, 3 pets in the late stage of disaster. I take back what I said before. It seems like the death demon is really going to be in trouble this time. Mamma mia, what an overwhelming battle. The audience is excited. However, even though he felt it was impossible, he still placed a bet on Lin Shang with a fluke mentality. Hardy, you are a useless thing. Zeus in the room had a gloomy expression on his face. If Hardy defeated Lin Shang head-on, he would be happier. Among the 3 pets, it is obvious that none of them was trained by Hardy. In other words, all of them were purchased on the spur of the moment. The son of Zeus would actually be afraid of other beastmasters? While Zeus was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Who dares to come in while I'm watching? Zeus's dull voice revealed the anger in his heart. His beard was slowly fluttering because of the electric arcs. It's me. I'm Lord Hardy's personal guard. Come in. Soon, the guard opened the door and walked in, then whispered in Zeus' ear. Lord Hardy said he has something to tell you. Not long ago, your daughter and that dragon countryman. The personal guard exaggerated the story. But he didn't notice that Zeus' expression became increasingly ferocious. He threw a fierce punch to the side. Ah! Before he could react, the guard was instantly killed by Zeus's punch. Damn it! How dare you deceive the daughter of Zeus? Zeus took a step and came to the floor-to-ceiling window. But he can't do anything now. This was a competition under the watchful eyes of the public, and Zeus did not dare to act rashly as he was aware that there might be other like-minded people watching. Otherwise, people will accuse you of favoring your own son. Zeus has grown to his current level, so naturally he is not an impatient person. Now that kid is in the arena. Where can he escape to? Come on. Under Hardy's command, the 3 huge monsters pounced towards Xiaobai. In this case, summoning 2 pets below the disaster level will not have any effect. Xiaobai, Vajrabadi. As Lin Shang spoke, Xiaobai just shook slightly, and the scales on his body gradually turned golden. An extremely dazzling golden light emanates from his whole body. The golden light floated 1 millimeter away from the body, forming a solid cover. Bump! The sand dragon pounced on Xiaobai, but couldn't touch his body. The same is true for the other 2 pets. All the attacks hit the golden cover. Roar! Xiaobai sprayed out a deadly ray of light, instantly cut off several branches of one of the tree monsters. Then a large amount of mist emerged from his body and rose up. In just a moment, the arena was enveloped by dark clouds, and Xiaobai raised his head and floated above. At this moment, Xiaobai was rising and falling in the clouds in the sky, with lightning and thunder. This scene made everyone below feel a little frightened. The body can't stop shaking. How terrible! Is this a dragon? I've only seen it on TV dramas before, but never thought it would happen in real life. This feeling of oppression is really too terrifying. This ticket is so worth it. In the next moment, the sky was filled with lightning and the dark clouds, pouring down to the ground like a rainstorm. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, there were bursts of roars from ferocious beasts in the field. The lightning illuminated the entire arena like a nuclear bomb explosion. Passers-by who passed by the arena were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. Xiaobai is now high in the sky, like a god on the ground, bringing down divine punishment. Finally, most of Xiaobai's physical strength has been exhausted. Only then did he reluctantly stop sending down the lightning. The arena was already in ruins at this time, and the ground was charred. The strange creature had already been chopped into ashes, and the tree demon next to it was not feeling well either, with half of its body burnt and rotten, like a piece of wood struck by lightning. Only Sharon was not seriously injured. The terrifying power frightened everyone in the arena. Just ask themselves, can they survive if they are caught in the lightning? The answer is death. Even the ferocious beasts in the late stage of the disaster were killed instantly, although part of the reason was that the ferocious beast was restrained by the lightning. As we all know, The damage caused by attribute restraint is 10 times that of unrestrained attribute. Damn it, how is this possible? Hardy forced himself to calm down, but his legs couldn't stop shaking. I spent so much money to buy this ferocious beast from the late stage of the disaster. Is he so vulnerable in front of Lin Sheng? Damn it, come on. Hadi ordered the huge lightning tree to attack Lin Sheng. However, at this time, the lightning-struck tree seemed a little frightened, as if it was unwilling to attack. But he couldn't disobey the Beastmaster's order, so he could only move forward trembling. The results are obvious. Boom! In a flash of lightning from Xiaobai, the lightning struck would completely turned into a fire stick. And Sharon was also extremely terrified. It was able to obtain some items in the ruins, which enabled it to awaken a trace of pseudo-dragon blood. But that was just a tiny bit. It might even be just a trace of blood from a collateral branch of a collateral branch. This bloodline makes it invincible among those of the same level. But how could he not be afraid when he encountered a dragon whose bloodline was purer than his own? Roar! Surrender! Or die! Xiaobai's pupils emitted a blazing golden light, and his domain ability was instantly unfolded. The suppressive power of this dragon's might over its peers is as high as 10 times. At this moment, Xiaobai is like a majestic dragon king. Give orders to your people. Roar! And the salon immediately backed down. He crawled on the ground and turned into a pool of sand, not daring to move anymore. No matter how Hardy cursed or kicked him, Sharon didn't move. Even if Hardy tried to terminate the contract by force, it would be useless. Sharon would rather suffer mental damage than become an enemy of the monster in front of him. What are you doing? Hardy looked at Lin Sheng approaching step by step, his face gradually filled with fear. Do you really think I don't know who is behind this? Lin Sheng sneered twice. As a pure love god of war, how dare Hardy forcefully transform him into a minotaur? Do you think I'm someone? Die. Don't kill him. Let me torture him. This kid's mind is too filthy. A voice came from my mind. You can't kill me. My father is Zeus. Hardy was horrified. However, Xiaobai's snake tail had already been raised. Father, save me. At this moment, Hardy shouted loudly without caring about his own face. And at that moment, the entire arena seemed to stand still. Boom! A one-way glass in the VIP area shattered instantly. A blonde, strong man walked out from it. At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the sturdy man, but no one dared to speak. Give me some face. The sturdy man spoke slowly. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Oh my God! The legendary Zeus. A godlike figure. At this time, he actually asked a junior to give him face? Are they dreaming? Father. Hardy was thrilled. You are a useless piece of trash. Zeus cursed. However, Lin Sheng just looked at it coldly, constantly thinking about how to escape from here. Hardy must die. However, Lin Sheng would not take his own life for granted. Chapter 138 Kill Hardy. The Fury of the All-Father. This sudden change stunned everyone present. Zeus. Is he trying to stand up for his son? Lydia, who was watching Lin Sheng's duel on the field, was also shocked. He quickly stepped forward and said, Father! Shut up. I'll settle your matter with you later. Zeus' voice is like an ancient bell. It rang in Lydia's ears. Lydia's face turned pale instantly. She knew that what happened between her and Lin Sheng had been exposed. But Lydia definitely didn't know what was going on between the two of them, and Zeus thought it was even more serious. And the people of Dragon Country were just shocked by Lin Sheng's strength. Sitting in the room, his face was cold and indifferent. All the cups around me exploded. Are you bullying me because there is no one in Dragon Country? How dare you make a rash move in such a fair competition? If the two of them were not here today, the consequences would be disastrous. Minger, come here. President Rong called Lin Ming back. Although he was a little worried about his brother's safety, Lin Ming nodded and did not resist. After all, there are 2 Emperor-level Beastmasters here. Is it possible that it can't protect Lin Sheng from a small disaster? What's more, even if Lin Ming wanted to take action, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Zeus. After all, Zeus is also an old guy, and I wonder how much longer he has practiced than her. But as long as Zeus dares to move a finger, the two of them will soon let Zeus know. The younger generations of my Dragon Country are not easy to bully. Why? You don't want to. Zeus spoke softly. An invisible pressure covered Lin Sheng's body. Lin Sheng's heart suddenly tightened. Roar! A silver light flashed in Xiaobai's pupils. Isolate that pressure outside. Zeus on the stage immediately showed a look of surprise and looked at Xiaolong beside him. Lin Sheng's body also felt a little more relaxed. What should we do? Can we only rely on Xiaobai's spatial ability to escape? But Xiaobai's grasp of space has not yet improved to this level. Currently, I can only use my ability to control space to isolate myself from the surrounding aura attacks, or help Lin Sheng get dressed and take a bath. There is nothing else that can be done. Not to mention space transfer. Can only rely on the array? Are you scared? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng raised his head and looked directly at the blonde man. The bet between your son and I is 50 billion, so I should be able to get 100 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the platform was shocked. 100 billion. What a huge fortune this is. With this money, you will be the richest person wherever you go. Haha, that's interesting. You are the first person who dares to negotiate with me, Zeus. Zeus spoke silently. The anger that was building up in my heart continued to pile up, and the people around who were affected by it looked even uglier. In the past, whoever built Zeus was not humble and even offered resources voluntarily. Now, is there anyone who dares to negotiate terms with Zeus face to face? Money? What use is it to an emperor-level beastmaster? How much money can't they get by force? At this point, resources are the only most important thing to them. Okay, but I want to see if you really have the offspring of the Black Dragon King. Thinking of this, Zeus glared and instantly tore apart Lin Sheng's beast-controlling space. This is an ability unique to the Emperor level. After reaching the Emperor level, the Beastmaster can inherit part of the genes of the pet. Of course, the inheritance rate is about 1%. But this is perverted enough. Oh, it really is the offspring of the Black Dragon. A look of joy appeared on Zeus' face. I have fought with the Black Dragon King in the past. I know very well that the Black Dragon is very powerful. Now that the Black Dragon is right in front of Zeus, how can he not be envious? You know, Zeus spent several years looking for Nyak's offspring. As Long was said, it is really true that no matter how hard you try, you still can't find it, but it's all worth the effort. Yes, father. He really does have the offspring of the Black Dragon Nyak. I was planning to present it to you. Hardy, who was originally crawling on the ground, quickly spoke. However, Zeus's face darkened. Idiot. Just let others know your thoughts. What an idiot. Well then, I, Zeus, never consider anything when doing things. You heard it too. Things that don't belong to you will never belong to you. As he spoke, Zeus' soul floated up. Using the space created by lightning, he floated in the air. Such divine power made everyone around stare with their eyes wide open. And Zeus landed in front of Lin Sheng. Feeling this tremendous pressure, Lin Sheng had already exhausted all his strength just by standing there. Well, hand it over. I don't want to say it again. You'd better not make me say it a second time. Zeus spoke silently. In his opinion, Lin Sheng was just a powerless kid. So what if there is a force behind it, whose power could be greater than that of Zeus? Ga, ga, ga. Lin Sheng clenched his right fist tightly. I deeply felt the weakness of my own power. In front of a true emperor-level being, any power? Any rules? All are useless. Only your own strength is unique. The rules are like a blank sheet of paper in front of them. Change it however you want. When a person's martial arts power becomes so strong, he can naturally do whatever he wants and ignore everything. Anyway, the media will come running to clean up their mess afterwards. Who dares to criticize such a strong man? They don't have to take any action. Their lackeys will help them deal with the person who made the noise. The pets in the Lianxing beast taming space also felt the same way, especially Xiaoling. From the bottom of my heart, I feel sad for my own weakness. At this moment, it is like an object being snatched away by people. Master! Xiaoling's low voice came from the amulet space. He is no longer as naughty as before. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Lin Sheng looked at Zeus in front of him and stretched out his hand as if he really intended to terminate the contract between the beasts. Zeus also showed a look of delight. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. In that case, it would be feasible to spare his life. A son can be exchanged for a black dragon cub. For an emperor-level being who has no desires or demands, there is no deal more profitable than this. But the next moment, noob. Lin Sheng spoke in a low voice. Xiaobai realized something instantly, and several rays of light flashed in his eyes. Hardy, who was originally crawling on the ground, suddenly turned his neck several times. There was still an expression of disbelief and astonishment on his face. What was even more terrified were the audience on the stage. They didn't dare to stay here any longer, and they all stood up and prepared to escape. Because what is coming next is the wrath of the Father of Gods. You're so brave. Zeus' golden hair floated up. Boundless anger poured out like a flood. The entire arena seemed to be shaking slightly. Walk. Lin Shang growled and quickly took out a bright silver blueprint from his pocket. Short-distance teleportation formation. As long as you have a little mastery of space ability and inject the silver blueprint, you can transfer yourself a certain distance. It's enough for him to go to the territory under the jurisdiction of Dragon Kingdom. However, as soon as the blueprint was taken out, a huge beast instantly covered the entire arena. Chapter 139, 3 Emperor-level powerful men. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, a huge monster surrounded the entire arena. All the crowd could hear was roars mixed with thunder coming from all directions. Thunder Crown Dragon, a giant dragon whose body is made up of bright blue lightning, covering the entire huge arena beneath its body. A huge head looked down from the hole above the arena. The body of this Thunder Crown Dragon is almost no different from that of a reptile dragon. On the forehead, there is a crown made of lightning. Moreover, the tiny lightning emanating from his body enveloped the entire arena, and no one could escape. The audience had already collapsed in their seats with fear, not daring to say a word. Emperor level. I thought that if I could see the dragon, the game would be worth it. But I never thought that I could actually see an Emperor-level ferocious beast. And is that dragon guy looking for death? How dare you kill Hadi in front of Zeus? Although Zeus doesn't care about his offspring, it is just a fight between his offspring. Lin Shang rejected Zeus's request in person. If he lets this kid run away, where will Zeus's face be? I'm afraid that by then all the Emperor-level Beastmasters will spread the story that Zeus was scared by a catastrophic kid. What these Emperor-level beings care about most is their own reputation, because there is nothing left in this world that they care about. Even if he did not intentionally give preferential treatment to his offspring, there will also be countless people taking the initiative. One person is enough to influence the entire country. Boy. Zeus looked at the plate of Hades' body, and his anger grew even more. But more importantly, someone actually dared to slap him in the face. Whoever Zeus wants to live cannot die immediately. Die. At the command of Zeus, a tiny bolt of lightning struck down from the thunder crown of the Thunder Crown Dragon. The thunder was like a thin thread, but everyone knew that its power should not be underestimated. Poor genius. I've been targeted by an emperor. There's absolutely no way I can survive. You were so careless, young man. Can't you just admit your mistake now? You still have a long way to go in the future. And at the same time, Lin Shang was also a little frightened. His teleportation formation actually failed. All the spatial elements around were dissipated by the lightning and could not condense at all. It can be said that the arena today is an absolute domain, and no one can walk out without Zeus's order. Is the emperor really so invincible? Lin Shang suddenly felt that he was being a little reckless. What's wrong with bowing your head once? What would happen to Lin Ming if I died? At that moment, Xiaobai jumped into the air. He activated his gigantic form and Vajra body to cover Lin Shang behind him. The other two pets also instantly appeared in front of Lin Shang, and then blocked him. Seeing the appearance of these three pets, the audience who could barely open their eyes were shocked again. Zeus was obviously a little surprised. Then he laughed loudly. He is indeed the descendant of the Black Dragon King. Even his Thunder Crown Dragon is no match for the Black Dragon King. And just when the lightning was about to hit Lin Shang's forehead, whoosh, the lightning disappeared in midair. After waiting for a few seconds without any result, Lin Shang opened his eyes in confusion. Zeus, who was standing in front of him, also had a gloomy expression. At the same time, a heroic voice came from the audience. Ha ha ha, good kill. How can you maintain your invincibility in the future if you bow to this kind of trash? The two presidents stepped out of the room. If Lin Shang bowed his head and admitted defeat to Zeus, even if Lin Shang grew to the emperor level, I can't even raise my head in front of Zeus. That will become an eternal knot in his heart, blocking Lin Shang's path to becoming stronger. What is the path to invincibility? It is the path of never admitting defeat to anyone. Even if your opponent is stronger than you now, after temporarily avoiding the edge, you will still have an invincible heart that can definitely surpass him. Regarding this sudden change, the audience was also stunned. Anyone who dares to stop Zeus must be at least an emperor-level powerhouse. There were actually 3 emperor-level strongmen appearing in this game at the same time. This ticket is definitely worth it. Haha, I didn't expect the power behind you to be so strong. But if you two come, can you stop me? Zeus sneered but still attacked stubbornly. As the second ranked in the arena, he is not afraid of anyone. Even the two people behind him are among the top 10 strongest in this arena. Whoosh! In an instant, a space-time beast appeared beside Lin Sheng. The space-time beast has 5 legs and 7 eyes, just like a dog. It opens its mouth and swallows the endless thunder into its mouth. Zeus, we are not here to stop you this time. We are here to kill you. President and shouted in shock. The space-time beast opened its mouth and let the lightning shoot back. The lightning struck the huge Thunder Crown Dragon, but did not cause any damage. You have become much stronger than before. It seems that you have obtained some resources. Zeus narrowed his eyes. It is obvious that this opponent is much stronger than before. Zeus, you bully me, my dragon nation, and I have no one to blame. You also attacked me in the secret realm before, and today I will settle this with you. President Rong spoke up. A large area of black fog gradually emerged beside him. Okay, let's go fight outside the city. Zeus' hair was flying, showing no fear at all. In a flash, 3 figures disappeared here. Chairman Rong, Director and Lin Sheng was shocked. How could the two of them be here? However, Lin Sheng had no doubt about the strength of the two. The reason why Zeus can sit firmly in the second place is because some strong people usually don't care too much about these rankings. Their focus is still on the main world. Humph! Since Hardy is dead, there is no need for me to stay here any longer. It's just that old Zeus. It's not just Zeus. If any strong man stands here today, Lin Sheng will be powerless to resist and his pet will be taken away. I'm afraid that by then my mood will be seriously affected. Fortunately, a few words from the two seniors brought him back to his senses. Except Lin Sheng. The shock of everyone present was no less than his. Oh my god, those are 3 emperor-level figures. What is the identity of this young man? He could actually get 2 emperor-level strong men to help him, and he came into direct conflict with Zeus. What is the identity of this boy? Is he the illegitimate son of one of them? No wonder he dared to kill Hardy directly. This shows absolute confidence in one's own strength and power. Zeus is not weak either, and he shows no intention of retreating even when facing 2 people. Should we say he is reckless or confident? Chapter 140. Lucky in Love? Oh my god, I was really scared just now. An Imperial-level beast. It's been rare to see one in many years, but today I actually saw 2 at the same time. It seems that the 3 of them didn't fight here, otherwise, not to mention this arena, half of the giant tree city would be razed to the ground. Hurry, hurry. This is breaking news. Did you guys record the video just now? You're still in the mood to record a video? My phone was shattered the moment I took it out. The audience who survived the disaster were extremely excited. Adrenaline rushing through the body. This scene is so exciting. It's even more exciting to them than having a goddess lying in front of them. A strong one. This is the absolute strong one. I'm afraid that if any one of the 3 of them says a word, the giant tree empire will invite them respectfully. Now they are fighting over a young boy. In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Sheng with serious eyes. Your mother is the 2nd generation. 10 Hardys cannot match this background and power. Moreover, the most important thing is that Lin Sheng's 3 pets are really too magical. Why does it feel exactly like the legendary sacred beast? Another one is the offspring of the Black Dragon King. The thought of having 3 pets like this makes people tremble all over. If this person grows to the emperor level, he will definitely be invincible in the world. At the same time, Lydia, who had recovered from her daze in the distance, hurriedly lifted up her skirt and trotted to Lin Sheng's side. You, those two seniors, who are your relatives? Lydia was stuttering a little. He originally thought that Lin Sheng was dead, but I never thought that the background force is so powerful. Why didn't you tell yourself earlier? The more Lydia thought about what she had done during that period of time, the more embarrassed she became. I felt a little shy for a moment. Whoosh! At this moment, a dashing figure also jumped down from the sky, landed gently beside Lin Sheng. With that perfect waistline and figure, Lin Sheng could tell who it was without even looking at the face. It's true that I can recognize it even if it turns into ashes. Why didn't you tell me that you came to a place like this by yourself? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Come with me. Lin Ming's face was full of worry, and he grabbed Lin Sheng's hand domineeringly. Is this your girlfriend? Lydia's eyes turned cold. I had just done that to Lin Sheng not long ago. Now you tell me you already have a girlfriend? Before Lin Sheng could answer, Lin Ming smiled and said, yeah, What's the matter? Oh, so you're just a girlfriend. I've done that kind of thing with Lin Shang. Lydia took direct action and grabbed Lin Shang's other arm. Feeling the warmth of the two palms, Lin Shang blinked. What's going on? I'm going to have romantic luck too. No. This must be one of the three major misconceptions in life. The key is not to do it in this kind of occasion. It's embarrassing to be seen by others. This is indeed the case. The eyes of the audience around are almost spitting fire. They are both more beautiful than each other. One is extremely beautiful, and the other is a cool and domineering lady. Her looks are even more attractive than the one next to her. Oh shit. So enviable. As long as they could marry any one of them, they would be willing to die in bed. The two are simply unimaginable. What kind of thing? My boyfriend is not that kind of person. Lin Ming was not provoked at all. I still trust my younger brother more. Of course it's all kinds of things. Lydia deliberately put her hand to her lips, made a charming expression, and then looked at Lin Shang. Don't you think so? You're not going to default on your debt, are you? That's not what I meant. Lin Shang was a little embarrassed. You really did it. Lin Ming's voice suddenly became louder. Looking at Lin Ming's purple pupils, Lin Shang knew that he was finished. Although my sister never hit him, there are things that are more terrifying than that. Come with me. Lin Ming's face was cold. Grab Lin Shang's hand tightly. The moment Lydia met Lin Ming's eyes, she was startled. That was definitely the look that only someone who had killed countless people and ferocious beasts could have. As an ordinary person, the gap between Lydia and the powerful beast master is huge. Looking at the two people walking away, Lydia gnashed her teeth gently. Haha, so what about a beast master? The stronger they are, the harder it is to get along with them. For some reason, Lydia felt a little sad. She had never doubted her appearance before, but today I hesitated. A few minutes later, Lin Ming took Lin Shang to a room. He stuck close to Lin Shang and kept checking him. Since Lin Ming was half a head shorter than Lin Shang, he could only half raise his face to look at him. That beautiful face was right in front of Lin Shang from such a close distance. Even though he had watched it countless times, Lin Shang still held his breath. You really did it? Lin Ming asked nervously. I did, but it wasn't my intention. Lin Shang's eyes were a little vague. That certainly wasn't his intention at the time. What have you done? Lin Ming was really anxious and grabbed Lin Shang's collar with both hands. You are just my sister, not really my girlfriend, Lin Shang muttered. Then, thump. He was instantly knocked to the ground by Lin Ming, who rode on him. A country has its own laws, and a family has its own rules. I'm your sister, so I have to take care of you. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and looked down at Lin Shang, feeling very uncomfortable. It's like something I've raised for years has run away with someone else. Cheyu car shop? Lin Shang suddenly blurted out a sentence. You. Lin Ming raised his fist, as if to hit. No. Sis. You only have this one brother. If you hurt him, he'll be gone. Lin Shang quickly covered his face with his hands. With my sister's strength, won't this punch kill me? Tell me quickly, what did he do with you? Lin Ming asked again, but Lin Shang remained silent. The two of them stayed in silence, one up and one down. But this posture is really not good. Lin Shang could clearly feel the movement of Lin Ming's body. Lying on the ground looking at the handsome face riding on him, he had a strange feeling. The key is that Lin Ming adjusted his position from time to time, just to press him down tightly and prevent him from getting up. Don't think about it unless you tell me. What's the use of saying it? Snort. Lin Ming's heart tightened. Yes, what good will it do if I say it? Could it be that I have to do it again for my brother? Just as the brother and sister were playing and daydreaming, footsteps were suddenly heard outside the door. Then the door slowly opened with a creaking sound. Chapter 141. The Disaster-Breaking Organization, The Danger of the Main World. Ha ha ha, that old bastard Zeus. I pulled out half of his beard. I guess this old guy won't dare to appear in the news media for a while. Ha 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 ha. Does this young fool really think that just because his strength has improved, we will just stay where we are? I just wonder how Lin Shang is doing. Is he not suffering from any psychological trauma? Don't worry. This kid's character is not as fragile as you think. The two of them opened the door while talking to each other. Suddenly I saw a brother and sister fighting each other. For a moment, their eyes met and the scene was a little awkward. And then it was Chairman It. Use the ability of space to close the door. Why? Has it finally come to this? But it's not bad either. Only when strong people combine with each other can they give birth to offspring with stronger genes. President and is still very supportive of these two siblings. It's the perfect match for us to be together since we both want to be together. You old thing. Lin Sheng still thinks that she is his real sister. How could he do that kind of thing? President Rong rolled his eyes. In his opinion, this was just a normal fight between siblings. When I was a child, my elder sister often rode on me and beat me. After they waited for a while, they opened the door again. Sure enough, the brother and sister had already reconciled. Cough, cough. Lin Ming coughed twice. She felt a little embarrassed that she was seen by others while she was teaching her brother a lesson. Lin Sheng was also glad that the two had not come. If they had not come, he would probably have really suffered the first domestic violence in his life. The two seniors were also very surprised. They thought that this little girl Lin Ming had some kind of misophobia. When she meets a man in her daily life, no matter if he is a genius or a child of aristocratic family, she is unwilling to even touch him. Now it seems that this rumor has been dispelled. After all, she and Lin Sheng almost hugged each other just now. But why is Lin Sheng's face a little red and swollen? Could it be that he was pinched? Both of them looked a little strange. Let me thank the two seniors on behalf of my brother first. Senior, did you come to see me this time, for something? The sister and brother each spoke a sentence. The two waved their hands. No. We are all family from now on, so how can there be any help or no help? Beat that old guy. I've wanted to do this for a long time. It's just a coincidence. Yes. It is my honor to meet two geniuses like you. I would definitely not be able to beat you back then. The two of them laughed. I have already determined in my heart that these two siblings will become emperor-level powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. And the two of them have good personalities. Of course I can help. When they get older, they can brag about it to their peers. It was them who brought up these two siblings, and they always call them seniors. But I did come here to tell you something important. The two of them sat opposite the brother and sister. Lin Sheng also looked serious. I know in my heart that it is impossible for the senior to come here without saying anything. Recently, the invasion of demons has become more and more serious, especially the Dark Empire. A large number of high-level demons have disappeared. It seems that they are approaching the Dragon Kingdom intentionally or unintentionally. Besides, under their influence, the fierce beasts in the sea and the demons in other places are ready to make a move. Some places have even started fighting. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that he had just arrived in this giant tree world for a short time, and the reality changed so quickly. But it is also true that it is only a matter of time before ferocious beasts, demons, and monsters actively attack the city. I just didn't expect it to be so fast. So, we decided to send you to this giant tree space in advance to train your character. Now you are qualified to join our Dragon Country's disaster reduction organization. The two were very pleased when they mentioned this. Lin Sheng's growth really exceeded their imagination. I thought I would face some hardships and even setbacks when I came here. But I never thought that I would get a spot in the top 1,000 of this arena. You have to know that when they first entered the giant tree space for training, they were ranked outside the top 2,000 at most. Don't underestimate the difference of just 1,000 places. The higher your ranking, the harder it is to make further progress. One can imagine the value of Lin Sheng's ranking. How about it? Are you interested? Director An asked a little excitedly. Not forced? Of course, although the disaster-breaking organization has a large number of disaster-level beast masters in our Dragon Country, it is not forced. It's actually easy to understand. When the strength reaches this point, what's the point of forcing? Even if they join the disaster prevention organization, they will not work for you wholeheartedly. It would be better to let it go free. Therefore, the disaster reduction organization never forces anyone and is always formed by a group of like-minded strong people. However, due to its internal welfare benefits, there are still countless disaster-level beastmasters willing to join it. Every country has similar organizations. The strong always respect each other. Come on, I'm in the organization too. There are no restrictions here. If you want to quit, you can apply at any time. Just respond to the call occasionally and help the city fight against the ferocious beasts. Lin Ming looked at Lin Sheng and said silently. Originally Lin Sheng wanted to join, but he suddenly felt unsure. Then, let me try? Lin Sheng asked tentatively. Okay, ha. Your current strength should be around the late stage of the disaster, right? You can deal with 3 late-stage disaster beasts with just 1 pet. Although this has something to do with the fact that Hardy's pet contract has long been weak, it's still very strong. Frequent cancellation of the Beast Tamer's contract will cause the contract to gradually weaken and the power to dissipate. Unable to utilize the beast taming space to provide overly powerful energy to the pet, Therefore, Hardy's contracts with those powerful pets will only suppress their strength. This is also the reason why it is not recommended for Beastmasters to frequently contract pets. But this giant tree world is an exception. Here people's goals are only power and money. Strength is secondary and is necessary to achieve the goal. Hearing that Lin Shang had also joined, they both smiled at each other. You can't stay here for long. If you have nothing else to do, go back to the main world. We are under a lot of pressure right now. Listening to what the two said, Lin Shang nodded. Having received so many resources, it's time for me to give back. It just so happens that I also have troops trained in Yangqing. Those who can fight against Lin Shang are basically king-level beastmasters. Although it is far from those geniuses, it is still much better than ordinary people. After all, there is level suppression. But two seniors, do you know who is the first in this arena? Lin Shang was very curious. Even Zeus, who was ranked second in the arena, was so strong. How strong should the number one in the arena be? After hearing Lin Shang's words, the two looked at each other. Then he looked at Lin Shang in front of him and said, "That is a ferocious beast. The Empire should have detailed information about it, but they never make it public." A vicious beast? Yes, and he has passed away, but his ranking is still there, so that future generations can surpass him. Smart. The two had never seen the ferocious beast. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. Chapter 142 Lin Shang's Plan. Return to the main world. After saying goodbye to Lin Shang, the two strongmen and Lin Ming all left the giant tree world. And Lin Shang also got his bet, 100 billion gold coins. Then take the rewards you should have gotten from the arena. And half of the principal should be returned to Lydia. The total is 79 billion. There is also an opportunity to marry into the royal family by making a first-level wish every month. Now Lin Shang only needs to return to the giant tree world once a month to absorb the energy of the giant tree. If you have the chance, you can upgrade your level and check out higher-level wishes. When I become strong enough, I will make the Empire bow to me and take this Chaos God tree away personally. Lin Shang made a decision in his heart. After going to the Chaos God tree to make a first-level prayer, he injected its energy into the deer. Obtain a small amount of life essence genes from the Chaos God tree. Obtain a small amount of life affinity genes from the Chaos God tree. Obtain the Chaos God tree's trace healing skill gene. Then came the blood in the dragon's eyes. Obtain a small amount of dragon blood genes. Obtain the blazing sun eye gene. Because Xiaobai's strength has reached a catastrophic level. Subsequently, Lin Shang's level was also upgraded to a disaster-level beastmaster. Therefore, an additional portion of genes can be extracted from the Longan. Let Xiaobai get the new skill of Fiery Sun Pupils. After the fusion of the Burning Sun Divine Eye, its level was raised to perfection. Burning Sun Divine Eyes, perfect. Perfect level Burning Sun Divine Eye. It will become another trump card of Lin Shang. The level of the deer is also increasing rapidly. The energy of the Chaos God tree is very sufficient. The deer's level is only in the early stage of the king, so it can naturally be improved quickly. The levels of both pets are soaring rapidly. I want to fight too. Xiao Ling roared. I deeply felt the weakness of my own power. It also needs to become stronger. Don't worry. I'll help you improve next. Xiao Ling was very excited after getting Lin Shang's reply. Now that Xiaobai has reached the disaster level, it will become extremely difficult to continue to upgrade the level. As long as you absorb the blood in the dragon's eye once in a while, you will slowly become stronger. By the way, we should also accumulate and settle down. The level of the fawn is too low. In addition to using high-energy food, the essence of the Chaos God tree is enough to evolve. Lin Shang's current goal is to raise Xiao Ling's level to disaster level. Let yourself completely step into the ranks of medium-level, disaster-level beastmasters. Black Dragon King. Level. Middle King. Talent. Late Emperor level. Skills. Death Domain. 3 steps to soul extermination. Proficient. Corrosive Breath. Proficient. Awakening the Remains. Proficient. Soul Mark. 13,500 years. Evolution Route. Black Dragon Emperor. Introduction. Possessing inherited dark blood, but with even better genes. Xiaoling's level is in the Middle King stage. The age of the Soul Mark has already reached a catastrophic level, but this can only increase the quantity of its strange energy, but cannot increase its quality. There are too few weird beasts, and there is no place to extract them. Lin Shang decided to leave the giant tree space. Before leaving, Lin Shang arrived at the door of a villa. The owner of the villa came out in person to greet them, which surprised the servants outside the door. Owner. The princess of the Kurt family slowly bent down. Yeah, I feel much better and much prettier than before. Lin Shang kept nodding. Well, but I still want to stay with my master and be your maid. The princess of the Kurt family looked bright in the eyes. Lin Shang was immediately shocked. He was clearly eager to get rid of his slave status before. Why is it the other way around now? Suddenly, Lin Shang looked at the expressions of the servants around him and suddenly thought of something. Yes, his current identity is already known to everyone in the Giant Tree Empire. With two Emperor-level Beast Masters standing behind him, who wouldn't want to have a good relationship with him? In their eyes, Lin Shang is the legendary second generation. And it's the best one. Well, you do your best to collect intelligence for me. Maybe there will be an opportunity in the future. In order to encourage his employees to work to the best of their ability, Lin Shang made a big promise. Yes. The princess of the Kurt family was immediately excited. Being able to establish a relationship with the Emperor's beast tamer was something she could never achieve even if she worked hard to earn money in her entire life. This kind of opportunity is simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. It's a huge benefit. Lin Shang still doesn't know how much importance Princess Kurt holds to this promise. This is the information I collected for you. It's all out in the open. Lin Shang took the paper handed over by Kurt. He murmured in a low voice, 3 emperors, 20 disasters, 390 kings. An empire actually possesses such combat power. And this is just the apparent combat power. There must be more powerful people hidden behind it. It seems that it is not easy to take this chaotic sacred tree away. Lin Shang sighed slightly. I also explained a few things to the princess of the Kurt family. Let her focus on checking the news about Ling Dong, who is ranked first in the arena. He somehow felt that this was very important. Then he returned to the teleportation array of Dragon Country. Mr. Lin. Wu Lu came forward from afar. The way we address others has also changed greatly. His whole body showed respect for Lin Shang. It was completely different from Lin Shang's reaction when he first came into this world. Is this the benefit of power? Lin Shang sighed. But this is only the benefit that an Emperor-level Beast Master can get. I am just benefiting from the help of those 2 seniors. Please. Wu Lu did not dare to neglect. This person is a real second generation. Moreover, when he first came, he was only at the king level, but when he came back, he became a disaster-level Beast Master. This growth rate is really scary. I'm afraid that if I return to the main world, those guys in the main world will be scared. You have to know that he waited for 30 or 40 years before becoming a disaster-level Beast Master. How long has Lin Shang been in this world? It has actually transformed to this extent, especially her temperament, which no longer has the childish feeling she had before. There is already a hint of pressure and dignity that belongs only to those in a higher position. If we put aside their approachable appearance, help me teleport back to Yangcheng. Lin Shang spoke calmly. Clear. In a flash of light, Lin Shang's figure gradually disappeared. But my mind is full of thoughts. After returning to Yangcheng, I will first properly handle the internal affairs of Yangcheng. Then go to the Disaster Relief Organization to report and learn about the current situation in various countries. At this time in Yangcheng, several service staff were waiting boredly on the cleaned teleportation array. Do you think anyone will really come to this teleportation array? They have been taking turns to guard it for several months. Nonsense. Since they asked you to be on duty, there must be someone there. Just wait. The 2 of them were bored and played with their phones. At this moment, an extremely bright light came out from the teleportation array. Chapter 143 The Reality. Killing a disaster-level enemy is like drinking water. In the distant Nordic continent, on top of a mountain, Zeus smashed a 10-meter-high rock into pieces with one punch. You can see it if you look carefully. More than half of Zeus' golden beard had been pulled out. Damn it, his space-time beast has grown to this extent. He also has to break through and become stronger. Zeus once obtained some treasures after praying at the Chaos Tree. Know that there is a realm above the Emperor level. Only if you can break through to the Emperor level can you completely enter the realm of God. I'm going to the most dangerous secret space on Blue Star and get something from there. Break through to the Emperor level. Become the true ruler of Blue Star. Then no one will be able to disobey his orders. And at the same time, in the world of giant trees, after being absorbed by Lin Shang several times, the chaotic divine tree also underwent subtle changes. Its thick roots gradually extended and explored towards the underground of the secret space. Countless tree roots branched out underground, wrapping the entire giant tree city. And its main body is also constantly absorbing the energy of this space through the roots. the flowers and trees originally in the giant tree city began to slowly wither. But this process is extremely slow. It is extremely difficult to find without special exploration. Lin. President Lin. The two young men waiting in front of the teleportation array were shocked. Looking at the figure of the young man in front of them, both of them were a little bit unbelievable. As a person from Yangqing, how could it be possible that he had never seen Lin Sheng? And isn't the person in front of him Lin Sheng? The aura emanating from Lin Sheng can't help but make people tremble slightly. After just standing here and watching for a few seconds, the two of them couldn't help but break out in cold sweats. Their bodies are resisting. In fear. Are you okay? Do you know where President D is? Lin Sheng asked softly. The breath in the body also dissipated. Killing in the giant tree world for many years has become a habit. The president, she has built a training base on the border of Yangqing. Now the border has been attacked, and the people have all gone back to their houses for shelter. Lin Sheng nodded. Then he walked straight past the two of them. Not until Lin Sheng walked away did the two of them finally breathe a sigh of relief, with beads of sweat on their bodies as if they were exhausted. This senior is really strong. If they remembered correctly, Lin Sheng was only a few years older than the two of them, right? His aura now is even stronger than that of President D. Could it be that he has become a catastrophic level Beastmaster? A catastrophic Beastmaster who is only 19 years old. Who would believe it if I told them? Even if the two of them reach Lin Sheng's age, it is still a question whether they can reach the Lord level. He was only 1 year older than himself, but he had already become a catastrophic level Beastmaster. The two couldn't imagine it. How can they possess the strength and temperament of Lin Sheng? That is truly a temperament that can only be felt in the strong. After leaving the Beastmaster Association, along the way, Lin Sheng attracted countless eyes. They were all shocked and surprised, and many even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. But Lin Sheng didn't care too much. Instead, he summoned Xiaobai, sat him directly on his forehead, and headed towards the border. Soon they arrived above the border city. And now below, a high city wall was built on the border of Yangqing, and there were several fortresses outside the wall. There were a large number of soldiers and beastmasters patrolling in the fortress. At this time, a large number of beastmasters gathered outside the fortress. In front of the fortress, there were a large number of ferocious beasts crawling, all of which were at the king level, staring at the steel fortress with eager eyes. The highest level one among them is a poison-backed jumping frog in the early stage of disaster. Disaster level. Lin Sheng was surprised. It looks like the situation in the real world is dangerous indeed. Even a city like Lianyang City has to face catastrophic beasts. Quick! Hasn't the disaster-level Beastmaster sent from above arrived yet? Di Qian was commanding everyone on the city wall. In front of the city wall, more than a dozen king-level Beastmasters were summoning their beasts to fight with those ferocious beasts. There is no room for disaster-level Beastmasters right now. They said they will be here soon. Chief Instructor Liu was also extremely nervous. In today's global situation, any disaster-level Beastmaster is a precious resource. Almost no one can spare time. How could they send someone over? What's more, if it weren't for the dozen or so king-level Beastmasters sent by Lin Sheng, Yangqing would have been captured long ago. I have to say that the combat proficiency of these king-level Beastmasters is really high. Even when faced with a catastrophic beast looming behind him, he remained fearless and kept fighting. I really don't know how Lin Sheng tamed these people. If this continues, that poison-backed leaping frog will sooner or later realize that we don't have a catastrophic level Beastmaster. Di Qian frowned. The higher-ups probably didn't expect that a catastrophic beast would attack a small city like Yangqing. If it weren't for the dozen or so king-level Beastmasters, the catastrophic level beast would have misjudged the power of this city. I'm afraid they have already launched the attack. After all, ferocious beasts also have strong intelligence. After years of fighting with humans, they have long learned to observe. When there are too many king-level Beastmasters in a place, there must be a disaster-level one behind them. And now a day has passed. The battle lasted from early last night to this afternoon. The poison-backed jumping frog has already lost its patience. His legs suddenly sank to the ground, and then he jumped up. It's hard to imagine that such a huge body can jump so high. The poison-backed jumping frog smashed into the fortress like a cannonball. Once it falls into the fortress, the venom on its body will splash out, and everyone in the fortress will probably die. Open the fortress's defense matrix. Di Qian's face turned pale, and he gave the order loudly. However, some of the new soldiers in the fortress had already been frightened and stood there. Where have you ever seen such a scene? For them, catastrophic beasts can only be seen on TV. Now that he is right in front of me, how can I not be afraid? Haha, little frog. No wonder President An asked me to come back soon. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we catch up, that's all. It's just the beginning of a disaster. Xiaobai, skewer it. Roar. Xiaobai looked at others with disdain and opened his huge mouth in midair. A flash of lightning shot out from his mouth like a divine sword. This is the imitation skill I just learned from Zeus, named Thundersword. Boom! In an instant, a loud noise flashed between heaven and earth. To everyone in the fortress, it was as if a missile came down from above. It pierced through the poison-jumping kid. It was intercepted in midair. Its huge body slowly fell from midair. Then there was a loud bang and it hit the ground outside the fortress. Chapter 144, The Current Situation. Go to the Disaster Reduction Headquarters. The huge body of the poisonous jumping frog fell from the sky. A dozen ferocious beasts on the ground that didn't have time to escape were smashed into meat patties. The green blood that spurted out killed dozens of ferocious beasts in succession. The ferocious beasts, who had been attacking wildly, were stunned for a moment when they saw the corpse of their boss. Then they used their walnut kernel-sized brains to figure out the current situation, turned around and ran. Huh, he's finally dead. Could it be that a catastrophic level Beastmaster has arrived? He was able to instantly kill a poisonous frog in the early stages of the disaster. It seems that this senior is very powerful. The soldiers on the front line breathed a sigh of relief. There was no pursuit of the demons that escaped. After all, you can never kill them all. After one wave is destroyed, another wave comes. This is already the dozenth wave of ferocious beasts that Yangsheng has resisted today. In the previous few times, the beasts were at most led by kings or even lords. They were all wiped out by a large number of king-level beastmasters who suddenly appeared in the city. The levels of the ferocious beasts sent later became higher and higher. Finally, I couldn't hold on any longer and had to ask for help from above. After killing the poison-backed jumping frog, Lin Sheng fell down and extracted its genes. Obtained the bloodline gene of the poisonous frog. Obtained the venom gene of the poisonous frog. The people in the distant fortress were stunned when they saw the dragon descending from the sky. And when he saw a figure sitting on the dragon and coming towards them, he was shocked and didn't know what to say. They stood there at a loss as to what to do until Lin Sheng came closer. Di Qian, what's the situation in Yangsheng? Lin Sheng asked. Hearing the voice, Di Qian shifted his gaze away from the dragon. The situation in various places is not optimistic. There is even a possibility that several base cities may be captured. Di Qian spoke silently. Lin Sheng nodded. He looked outside the city wall with a serious look. There must be some situation that caused the ferocious beasts to suddenly riot. Otherwise, how could these ferocious beasts from all over the world suddenly unite and attack all parts of the world? The new soldier's eyes were still fixed on the giant dragon. So handsome. Will I be able to have such a handsome pet in the future? The eyes of these young beastmasters were filled with envy. Xiaobai's body can be transformed at will using his skills. At this moment, in front of everyone, the huge dragon head was larger than the largest truck in the world. The golden vertical pupils are intimidating just by staring at them. But when you think that they are your own people, you feel endless peace of mind. Is this still the young man I taught before? Di Qian looked at Lin Sheng's profile in shock. Compared to before, it is a bit more mature. Back then, Lin Sheng was just a lord-level beastmaster, but now he has become a disaster-level beastmaster. It has become a truly unattainable existence. Di Qian, Yangsheng will be handed over to you from now on, and you will also be in charge of training these people. Lin Sheng smiled. Looking at that handsome face, Di Qian smiled and nodded. Don't worry. With the combat power brought by President Lin, Yangsheng is much better than other cities. Well, you should just call me by my name. Lin Sheng touched his head. Haha, aren't we in front of others now? As the president, you should also establish your own authority. Di Qian blinked. Okay then, call me by my name in private and call me president in public. Di Qian fell silent. Why does this seem more and more wrong the more I listen to it? This kid is still as sinister as before. It's very bad. By the way, Lin Sheng, the high-ranking officials in Yangsheng want to see you for something. You must not back down when the time comes. Show your authority. Listening to Di Qian's words, Lin Sheng nodded solemnly. Then he took Xiaobai and left, rushing towards a guild hall in Yangsheng. In a guild hall built in Yangsheng, all the high-ranking figures in Yangsheng gathered here. Now they are making intensive preparations to meet Lin Sheng, the strongest man in Yangqing. Why are you panicking? No matter how strong you are, your mentality is just that of a teenager. That's not right. How can you not be arrogant when you have achieved such results at such a young age? Everyone was talking about it, feeling a little nervous. Now they have to welcome someone. The power behind this is so powerful that it reaches the sky. It is very likely that just a few words will make Yangqing one of the key protected cities. As they spoke, everyone looked at the patriarch of the Bai family in the distance. Patriarch Bai, President Lin will be here soon. You must say more good things to him. In the past, these senior executives would not have looked upon the direct lineage family. But now, with the help of Lin Sheng's shadow, the Bai family of Yangqing has a very high status even among the Bai families in the Magic City. There is even a vague feeling of dominating the entire demon city. So it was a huge monster in front of them. Yes, definitely. Bai Jioga nodded repeatedly. I wanted to lie down. Spend your life quietly in this small city. But he didn't expect that without doing anything, he would climb to the position he had pursued all his life. And all this was just because his daughter had a good relationship with her classmate Lin Sheng. Only at this moment did Bai Jioga fully realize the power of marriage. No wonder the families in those novels always want to marry each other. If I could marry the son of destiny, it can be said to be a step to heaven. President Lin is here. A voice was heard, and everyone's eyes were focused on the door. A figure wearing a suit, with an upright posture and determined eyes, entered here. Faced with this figure, everything that everyone wanted to say disappeared in an instant. When Lin Sheng arrived here, he first nodded to the head of the Bai family, and then went to the platform to greet everyone and expressed his thoughts. Now that the demon crisis is getting more and more serious, we must invest more resources in beast masters. Strength is the basis for survival. Lin Sheng gave the above narration. Some people below expressed their objections, and Lin Sheng responded and explained with a smile. In less than half an hour, everyone present was convinced, and the women looked at the tall, young figure with a hint of admiration. However, after Lin Sheng said hello to the head of the Bai family, he left. For a moment, everyone paid more attention to the Bai family. Knowing his status in Lin Sheng's eyes, he constantly entrusted him with important tasks. After all, Bai Jioga is also a businessman. For a commoner boy to be able to enter the Bai family, he must have powerful means. Bai Jioga smiled bitterly. Oh shit. Why is it so difficult for me to lie down? Is it not okay to cling to a rich woman? After leaving, Lin Sheng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, President Rong told me these things in advance. How could Lin Sheng convince these people wholeheartedly? After all, Lin Sheng has never been involved in this kind of thing and doesn't want to be involved. It was President Rong who informed Lin Sheng in advance so that he could establish his prestige. With Lin Sheng's memory as a beast master, it was not difficult for him to remember what President Rong said. Let's leave it at that for now in Yangqing. To find out why the beasts are so rampant, we have to go to the Disaster Reduction Organization. Lin Sheng stood on a teleportation array. After arriving in the Magic City, they soon came to the headquarters of the Disaster Severing Organization. Chapter 145: The Strong. The True Truth of the World. The Division of the Strong in the Universe. The headquarters of the Disaster Relief Organization. Located in a remote city. In this city, there is a huge villa area. Although people don't often come to the villa, there are still various foods and service staff available. But now it is unusually cold. Even some of the wealthy residents nearby were a little confused. However, after the service staff disappeared, the number of people coming here obviously increased. And Lin Sheng is one of them. Once you enter the villa area, you can see disaster-level beastmasters everywhere. Lin Sheng didn't recognize most of them. When he counted carefully, there were more than 100 of them. Many people also recognized Lin Sheng and raised their hands to greet him. Lin Sheng also responded politely one by one. I even met Shen Dao and Ding Long during that period. Wow, you have grown to the catastrophic level so quickly? Ding Long was a little surprised to see Lin Sheng. Haha, Instructor Ding. Lin Sheng responded with a smile and was in a good mood to see an acquaintance. Don't tease me, kid. I've heard about you. I'm afraid I can't beat you now. The two of them laughed. Lin Sheng even asked directly what place this was. This is where our beastmasters above the disaster level usually train. It's also a place for us to chat. Ding Long smiled. But the situation in various places is quite urgent now, so we are all here during our rest time, and we can exchange information about the situation in various places. Listening to Ding Long's words, Lin Sheng nodded silently. Then Ding Long took Lin Sheng around here. I quickly became familiar with the place. That's the library. It contains many unknown things. Only those who have joined the Disaster Reduction Organization are qualified to know them. I recommend you to go and see it first. It will definitely surprise you. Ding Longxin spoke lightly. Lin Shang was skeptical. However, the two seniors had their own reasons for asking me to come here. So Lin Shang quickly entered the library. Welcome. A woman is here to greet you. Lin Shang couldn't even see his true strength. I need to look up information. Understood. Please show your identity. Lin Shang took out his ID. Oh, 19 years old? The girl looked at Lin Shang with some surprise in her eyes. Although the people here look very young, most of them are over 30 years old. 19 years old is definitely the youngest. Go ahead. There aren't many books here, but they're definitely enough to broaden your horizons. The girl emphasized the words, broaden your horizons. Lin Shang entered the library. His eyes couldn't help but look around in the corners. If you come in without identification, you will definitely die miserably, right? This can be seen from the strict blockade around here. There are disaster-level beastmasters on duty every day, and there are so many surveillance blockades. It seems that the secrets hidden here are only open to those above the catastrophic level. There were not many books in the room, only about a dozen, but Lin Shang read them very quickly. However, when I see a certain page of content, I will stop and think about it for a while. There are other races in the legendary universe? The secret space is a private residence left behind by the previous residents of Blue Star? In just half a day, Lin Shang was shocked by the information. All this information was collected by Manhwa from the secret realm. Legend has it that there is a godlike realm above the emperor level, but no one knew what it was. Lin Shang had already guessed that there were other races in the universe. Just didn't expect it. Those secret spaces that were set aside privately were actually where the big shots on Blue Star lived. No wonder there are always so many rare treasures preserved in it. Those large secret realms were once the private territories of the powerful people living on the Blue Star. The demons and ferocious beasts inside were also kept in captivity by them. Some were pets, and some were food. Now, as the strong people around the world continue to evolve, those spaces are also aging and are in danger of collapse at any time. And after the collapse, the beasts' territory became extremely crowded, so they had no choice but to attack humans. But this situation will soon be alleviated, because as the number of ferocious beasts increases, the space area of the entire Blue Star will continue to increase as the secret realm is broken. Lin Shang roughly understood the current situation. Countless large and small secret spaces are merging with reality. The emergence of a large number of natural and earthly treasures will inevitably promote the continuous evolution of ferocious beasts. There are even many secret realms that have never appeared before, many times more than the number of secret realms they have discovered now. And those ferocious beasts are not actively attacking humans, but seeking territory for their own survival. If humans can seize this opportunity, evolve themselves to a stronger point, and gain a foothold in this disaster, they will become stronger again. The secret space began to merge with reality. It seems that it was discovered 50 years ago, and a new cultivation route was born, the warrior. However, Lin Shang had known this for a long time. You humans really don't realize how much treasure you have. It's obvious that a soul tamer is a more rare profession, but you insist on pursuing the path of a warrior. Do you know how much the various countries in the universe value soul trainers nowadays? The little deer in the beast taming space said silently. Now its memory is unlocked faster as it sees these things. What exactly is that little deer's divine realm that transcends the emperor? Lin Shang was very curious. I really can't imagine how powerful an existence beyond the emperor level must be. When the little deer heard someone take up the conversation, he immediately raised his snow-white chin. There are only 3 realms in the universe today: initial, extraordinary, starry sky, and universe. Aren't there 3 realms? Don't interrupt me. People at the initial stage cannot be called practitioners. Xiulu was a little angry. I won't ask anymore. Just take your time to tell me. Lin Shang smiled and touched the little deer's head. With the deer's knowledge, maybe I could take this opportunity to be on the front line of Blue Star. Feeling Lin Shang's touch, the little deer calmed down. A planet with extraordinary strongmen is called a medium-level planet. A planet with star-level strongmen is called a high-level planet. And the planet that has a universe-class strongman is the strongest planet in the universe. Isn't it disaster and emperor level? Could it be that we humans are the initial planet? Chapter 146. Seize the treasure and be promoted to a higher planet. Of course, Blue Star is already considered an above-average planet in this universe. After all, An ordinary medium-sized planet only has one extraordinary-level strongman, while Blue Star alone has countless extraordinary-level strongmen. And there are also ninth-level extraordinary beings who are very likely to reach the starry sky level. The deer spoke silently. With your current strength, you can go to a primary planet and become a local tyrant. The entire planet's tens of billions of people will all be your slaves. I'm not that bored, and there's no way I can leave. Lin Sheng shook his head. Perhaps in the cave, left by the former owner of Blue Star, there are items that allow people to travel through the starry sky. However, it is precisely because of the existence of these secret realms that humans can evolve into a medium-sized planet. There are so many extraordinary strong people above level 7. There is even a chance that star-level strongmen will appear and become an advanced planet. Lin Sheng quickly absorbed all the information. Walked out of the library. The administrator girl standing at the door was a little surprised. Usually, after becoming disaster level, after entering this library and coming out, they are all excited to reach that godlike realm. Even the girl thought so when she learned the news after becoming a disaster level. But this boy seems calm. Peace, of course. Because Lin Sheng knew that the so-called gods were only at the first level of the starry sky. And above the gods, starry sky, there are 9 more stages, and there are even powerful people at the universe level. Certainly, universe-level existences are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even some cosmic spaces may not have existences of this level. Starry sky level can already be regarded as a prince. As for the blue planet, it is very likely to give birth to powerful beings at the star level and become the top civilization in this universe. Lin Sheng's goal now is to become a star-level powerhouse. Then upgrade Blue Star to an advanced planet, so that we will have the strength to contact the outside world. And I heard from Xiaolu that Beastmasters seem to be more popular than warriors, and those with other cultivation systems. No wonder beast tamers are so popular. Once a beast tamer reaches the highest level, it is far beyond the reach of warriors. But growth is not that simple. The more pets you have, the more resources you will consume. Just thinking about it, it seems like an astronomical figure. I'm afraid that countries around the world are already ready to take advantage of the opportunity to occupy those secret spaces. Lin Sheng stroked his chin and thought. He is not wrong in his idea. There are even some emperor-level ferocious beasts that have long occupied some secret spaces that are integrated with reality. There were also some strong people who did not realize the danger of those fusion spaces and rashly entered and ended up dying. Even in some spaces, new imperial beasts appeared after the fusion. Even the large space of the giant tree world is slowly showing cracks, and the same is true for several other large spaces that have not been discovered. I know a place that is most suitable for you with your current strength. The deer's voice echoed in my mind again. Where? The fawn is also a creature left behind by the owner of the secret space. He is extremely intelligent and knows a lot about things from the past. Now my body is just weaker and cannot carry too many memories, so I can only absorb them slowly. Otherwise, once those memories are forcibly infused, unpredictable consequences may occur. It's not far from Dragon Country. Let Xiaobai recover his strength, and we can go there in a fighter plane. Good. Lin Sheng nodded. After entering the Zaiduan organization, you can call upon fighter jets based on your identity. When the staff member learned that Lin Sheng was going abroad, he asked the reason. Lin Sheng thought for just a moment and then told the other party. It would be difficult to monopolize it by your own strength. As long as I can get first-hand resources, that's enough. The staff member was obviously very excited and immediately informed everyone about this matter. Once the current secret spaces are integrated, a large amount of resources will be exposed and even unknown treasures. Everyone will be excited. Lin Sheng was on the fighter plane. Fly towards the location designated by the deer. It was a dilapidated city occupied by ferocious beasts. They were left there before the base city was established. Are there so many people here already? When the fighter planes were still hovering over the abandoned city, Lin Sheng saw many beast masters, some standing on the roofs or wandering around the city. And in the center of the city, a pitch-black cover appeared on the ground. It was a cover that looked like a cone, emitting a huge dark aura. The most important thing is that some beastmasters from other countries have also come to the outskirts of Dragon Country. This would have been absolutely impossible in the past and would never be allowed to happen. But now, in the face of huge interests, no one cares so much. Higher, this is outside the borders of Dragon Country. Is there really no problem? A man with foreign appearance asked a man with golden hair beside him. The man was short, with golden hair that had long turned dark and gray. Haha. I want to give my father Zeus a surprise. Besides, Isn't the dragon country sending people to the border of my lighthouse country? Higher snorted coldly. Then he thought of his father. That's a real strong man, destined to become the first god-level powerful being on Blue Planet. Now Zeus sent his sons all over the world to find items that would allow him to advance. Once obtained, Zeus will become the first being on Blue Star to advance to the god level. Hardy, this useless thing, died without giving his father anything. Even her own relatives and friends were imprisoned by Lydia. Higher sneered. His eyes were filled with gloom. The companion who was traveling with him didn't dare to say much. Higher is definitely one of the top strong ones in the disaster level. Unlike his brother Hardy, a catastrophic level beastmaster who constantly contracts pet beasts. Higher's pets were all raised by himself since childhood and have never been defeated in their lives. And he had great respect for his father Zeus. He also has a high reputation in the disaster level circle. What a strong dark aura. You're in for a treat, Xiaoling. Lin Sheng looked at the conical lid with a look of delight. It won't be long before this secret realm is completely integrated with reality. And it seems that this secret place must have something that can make strange creatures stronger. You can tell from the resentment emanating from it. Roar. Whoever dares to rob will be beaten to death. Xiaoling was also extremely excited in the beast taming space. There is nothing more exciting than being able to absorb the strange aura. The dark aura emanating from there was so strong that Xiaoling couldn't stop trembling. Wait. Lin Sheng sat cross-legged on a tall building closest to the cone lid and closed his eyes to rest. The beastmasters on the side, sensing the aura emanating from Lin Sheng, did not dare to come forward to fight. Soon, the high-rise buildings around the cone lid were occupied by disaster-level beastmasters. Those king-level ones can only follow the strong men from various countries and devour some leftovers. Chapter 147, Seizing the Opportunity, the Son of Zeus. The strong men from various countries stood on the tall buildings surrounding the cone cover, staring intently at the lid below. This senior. Behind Lin Sheng, several men and women came up. They are all relatively young king-level and lord-level beastmasters. He looks to be in his teens, but his actual age may be over 30. Senior, can we stay here? The men and women made a request to Lin Sheng. The words are more sincere. They are also worried. You know, not all seniors have good tempers. Moreover, Lin Sheng is the only disaster-level beastmaster around here, and his pet is a strange one just like theirs. Of course, those who can come here must be strange beastmasters. Okay, don't get too close. Lin Sheng acquiesced. Lin Sheng still felt a little uncomfortable being called senior by those older than him. However, you will get used to it after calling it for a long time. After getting the answer, everyone's faces suddenly became delighted. Of course we know, thank you senior. Several men and women expressed their gratitude. I was extremely excited. By following their predecessors, as long as they can get some scraps, their pets can be greatly improved. Lin Sheng didn't say much and turned to look at the black conical lid. If several people get too close, Xiaobai can easily affect them with his attack. Half an hour has passed, and only 7 or 8 disaster-level beastmasters have arrived, and I'm the only one from Dragon Country. Lin Sheng looked at the tall buildings around him. It seems that there are indeed very few weird beastmasters. It's a pity that Di Qian still has to protect the safety of Yangsheng and has no time to come here. If you have the chance, it wouldn't hurt to bring some back for her. At this time, the beastmasters on the high buildings were all observing each other. Suddenly a voice sounded in Lin Sheng's ears. This friend. Hearing the voice, Lin Sheng turned his head. In front of him was a short blonde man and another taller brown-haired man. The blonde man smiled slightly. You are Lin Sheng, right? I have heard of your name from my brother Hardy. Hearing the word Hardy, Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Are you here to cause trouble? However, it was unexpected. The blonde man smiled. Don't worry, that guy Hardy deserves to die. He has nothing to do with me, Higher. On the contrary, I have great respect for the strong. I hope to make friends with you. We all compete fairly for resources here, and there are no personal grudges. Higher appears to be very smooth. However, Lin Sheng would not easily believe what others said. Higher smiled and didn't care. Unlike his father, Higher feels that he is not very talented. After all, there are always people better than you. So making friends with good people is the way out. However, the people behind Lin Sheng were very surprised when they saw this scene. They all know who Higher is. That's the son of Zeus, the best among the disaster-level beastmasters. He is also one of Zeus' eldest sons. With 2 disaster-level pets, His strength is so high that even among disaster-level beastmasters, few dare to mess with him. Now Higher is so respectful to Lin Sheng and even extends an invitation. Wait, Lin Sheng. Is that the young genius Lin Sheng? Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. That genius back then had become a catastrophic-level beastmaster. Now he has become their predecessor. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with surprise. At this moment, waves suddenly appeared in the space ahead. I smell it. Ignoring Lin Sheng's orders, Xiao Ling jumped out directly from the beast-controlling space. The huge black dragon climbed onto the roof, scaring everyone behind it again. Is this the Black Dragon King? Several people swallowed. If they could get a pet like this, they would definitely spend all their resources on it. However, in Lin Sheng's hands, Xiao Ling is currently only the second strongest fighter. At this time, all the disaster-level beastmasters present summoned their own pets. Roar! Crunch, crunch, crunch! All of a sudden, all kinds of strange noises were heard in the field. There are also some people who, like Lin Sheng, use a non-weird level disaster pet to cultivate their second weird level pet. Everyone stared at the conical dome, and a crack suddenly appeared on the round cover. Suddenly, a dark breath gushed out. The aura instantly permeated the surroundings. It might be a nightmare for ordinary people, but it was simply heaven for strange pets. All of the pets present began to suck greedily at once. And the same is true for Xiaoling. Just smelling it makes me tremble all over. I feel as if all my internal organs have been baptized and reborn. Such pure dark energy. Lin Sheng was surprised. Even if he didn't understand, he could see how big the gap was between this and the negative emotions he had collected in the past. It's simply the difference between coarse grains and delicacies from land and sea. The dark aura before my eyes was free of impurities of negative emotions and was extremely pure. In no time, it was completely divided up by the strange pets present. All the pets became excited at once. If I could have it all to myself? Higher didn't expect that the energy would be so strong. But just as he had this thought, he dismissed it after seeing Lin Sheng and the other disaster-level beastmasters. If there were only other disaster-level beastmasters around, he wouldn't be too panicked. The key is that Lin Sheng is here. He had already investigated Lydia's little secret, knowing that Lin Sheng's pet has a strong restraint against strange creatures. And it just so happened that Hire's two disaster-level pets were both of the weird type. It's not that Hire has no thoughts about Lin Sheng. It's that he really doesn't dare to have any thoughts. If Lin Sheng knew Hire's thoughts, I'm afraid Lin Sheng is going to be the bad guy today. And that's the moment everyone is waiting for. A big fight has already broken out up ahead. Roar! Damn it! Where did these Japanese pirates come from? Get out of here! In an instant, buildings in the distance collapsed in large numbers. The beastmasters from the Dragon Kingdom behind Lin Sheng were terrified by what they saw. Anyone who is affected by the attack will die here immediately. But fortunately, with this senior here, the disaster-level beastmasters from various countries seem unwilling to provoke Lin Sheng. Finally, the conical lid revealed a few more wisps of darkness. And the beastmasters who occupy more positions can grab more dark matter. But what Lin Sheng had in front of him was enough. Besides, he only has one strange pet, and it is only in the middle stage of the king. The dark matter needed is not as much as they are, and just absorbing a little is enough for Xiao Ling to continue digesting. Even the leaked substance is so dense. If Xiao Ling can enter this secret realm, won't he be able to advance to the disaster level very quickly? Lin Sheng was slightly excited. But at this moment, something strange suddenly happened in front. Chapter 148. Seize the dark energy and drive Higher away. Boom! The original conical lid suddenly made a loud noise. The lid actually started to rise from the ground, and a bigger lid popped out from the bottom and overlapped with it. There are complicated and strange paintings engraved on the black conical lid. Just one look at it, and you'll almost be trapped in it. Sand value is dropping rapidly. Fortunately, there was a little deer beside him, casting a heart-clearing spell on Lin Sheng. This made Lin Sheng not feel too uncomfortable. Thanks, little deer. Well, you should give us a name. It's not good to always call us by nicknames. The little deer was a little helpless. Now it makes sense. However, Xiaobai is not a child anymore, so it is not nice to call it that. The other two pets also nodded. Let me think about it. Lin Sheng also smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that the names I gave them would cause some of my pets to rebel, but he is really bad at naming and can't come up with a good name. Call. Just as Lin Sheng was thinking, a large amount of dark aura suddenly emerged from the two round covers. The amount of dark aura was more than 10 times greater than before. All the beast masters present were attracted at once. The several kings behind him were also extremely excited, absorbing the scraps that Xiao Ling cannot absorb. Even so, it is more than enough. You can even advance today. Thank you, senior. Everyone excitedly thanked Lin Sheng again in their hearts. The history of beast taming on Blue Star has been going on for such a long time that the levels of strength have long been greater than the levels of age. After all, nowadays you can't tell a person's age just by looking at their appearance. For example, there was a beast tamer in the Dragon Country who looked like a young girl of 11 or 12, but his actual age was already over 100. You can't let her call a woman in her 60s or 70s grandma, right? It's not reasonable in terms of strength or age. Therefore, most people still prefer to rank people by their abilities. It is also more convincing. Roar! Xiao Ling growled and swallowed the dark energy in the air. A large amount of energy is fed back into the body, and the parasites on the body are also grabbing it frantically. Soon the dark energy was sucked away completely. Some Lord-level beastmasters, unable to withstand the erosion of the dark energy here, could only watch from a distance. Even some king-level beastmasters couldn't bear it anymore. Only if the main beast is of the weird type can it hold up. After all, the beastmaster is just a mortal body, and if he is eroded by such a large amount of darkness for a long time, his mind will have problems. Then, as the tower grows, it leaks out large amounts of dark energy from time to time. Wave after wave, seemingly endless, with no pattern. The people around stopped here to absorb. At the same time, the round cover continued to grow upwards, just like bamboo shoots after the rain. It's like a dark pagoda. Lin Sheng took a deep breath. It's not like that, it's a tower. It has now grown into 7 layers, and each layer is bigger than the previous one. And every time a layer grows, a large amount of dark energy will be released. How many floors does this tower have? Can sequence extraction absorb this energy? Gotcha! Soon, the black tower grew another layer upwards. Lin Sheng immediately activated his innate skill of sequence extraction. And at that moment, the dark energy in Lin Sheng's direction instantly surged towards here. For a moment, too much dark energy gathered and formed a black vortex in front of Lin Sheng, dissipated in Lin Sheng's palm. Obtain pure dark energy. This method, which seemed to be able to hide the world in his sleeves, shocked everyone. It actually works. Lin Sheng was pleasantly surprised. Just wanted to give it a try, so I didn't absorb too much. But even so, it absorbed most of the energy of several strange beastmasters around them, leaving only a little for them. The people around were immediately puzzled, but they didn't care too much. After all, not every time the energy released is the same. Sometimes it is less. Wait until next time. Higher, who was closest to Lin Sheng, shook his head. I always feel that there is something weird about it. Lin Sheng smiled and didn't intend to remind everyone. They are inherently in competition. If he can't get enough source of darkness every time, Lin Sheng doesn't mind driving others away. But at the moment, there are enough sources of darkness and there is no need to do so. 10 minutes later, the dark tower grew another layer of dark source, which was sucked away by Lin Sheng again. This time, Lin Sheng can be said to be firing on all cylinders, leaving no room for others. Finally, someone around noticed this scene. But I dare not speak out. They don't even dare to provoke higher, so how dare they take the initiative to provoke? Those people had no choice but to move away. The beastmasters whose positions were occupied frowned and felt a little unhappy. Even Higher's mouth twitched. Fair competition doesn't allow you to compete fairly like this. Can we absorb it naturally instead of cheating? How about we? The man next to Higher glanced at Lin Sheng. Higher shook his head decisively. Then he stood up and said, "Let's go." He didn't want to conflict with Lin Sheng unless it was absolutely necessary. Aren't there people over there who are easier to bully? You, go over there. Higher came before a disaster-level beastmaster from the Sakura country. Baka. The catastrophic-level beastmaster wanted to attack, but when he looked up and realized that the person coming was Higher, he immediately restrained himself. There are already people there. How can I get there? It's none of my business. Higher said coldly. When their eyes met, the beastmaster from Sakura country was startled. I had to get up in disappointment. So there is even less space among the crowd. This? Everyone behind Lin Sheng who had not yet left was shocked. This senior was clearly sitting there without moving. So why did others run away? Is the senior really as scary as the rumors say? But this is also a great opportunity. The crowd did not want to think too much and quickly ordered their pets to consume the dark energy in their bodies. Lin Sheng also injected the source of darkness he had extracted into the little spirit's body. Xiaoling felt so comfortable that she just wanted to roll on the ground. Unfortunately, it is not appropriate to do this when you have to maintain your dignity outside. I think I'm about to break through. Xiaoling is extremely excited. The feeling of becoming stronger is truly intoxicating. But I am not strong enough yet. I need to become even stronger. At the same time, the tall tower in front rumbled and grew again. But this time seems to be very different from before. Chapter 149. The Trial Tower of the Ancient Times. The tower has 23 floors. The area it occupied was much larger than any building they had ever seen. There were black chains hanging on the top of the tower, and the whole building looked dilapidated. Everyone took a deep breath. After waiting for several more hours, there was no sign of any more dark aura emerging from the black tower. Someone bravely walked towards the entrance of the black tower. However, as soon as he got close, a black hand stretched out and grabbed him in. Fuck. Black hand. Everyone who was planning to approach was startled. Quickly stepped back. Is there any danger here? Lin Sheng frowned and walked back. Until a few minutes later. Puff. The figure that had originally entered was spit out again. Several people hurried forward to ask what was going on. But the Beastmaster who was spit out was extremely excited. There's very pure energy inside. It's much richer than outside. But if you can't pass the test, it will be spit out. Everyone was very happy. They all stepped into it one after another. The Beastmaster who was vomited out wanted to enter again, but was blocked outside. Get out of the way. Higher and several disaster-level Beastmasters stepped forward and drove away the king-level beasts. The kings and Beastmasters of various countries were angry but dared not speak out. I had to leave here. After waiting for a few minutes, the dozen or so people who had entered were all sent out. When they came out, they were all very surprised, and it was obvious that they had gained a lot of benefits. It has indeed become much stronger. Higher spoke silently. Go in and take a look. Higher nudged the person walking next to him. The safety of a king-level Beastmaster does not mean that a disaster-level Beastmaster is safe. Good. The person next to him did not hesitate and went straight in. This time I stayed inside for much longer than before. It didn't come out until about 5 minutes later. As soon as he came out, the man was extremely surprised. What's going on, Tony? Hale asked the man. I only got to the 5th floor, and I got a piece of resentment stone, Tony said bluntly. Hire's pupils couldn't help but dilate. Resentful stone? This is the favorite stone of strange creatures, something that can only be produced by being in a dark place for a long time. That's why the strange creatures in the Dark Empire are becoming stronger and stronger. How many years of resentment stone? Hire asked quickly. 130-year-old stone of resentment. 130 years. The market price is around tens of billions. This is not a small amount of money. Besides, Tony only went in for 5 minutes to reach the 5th floor, and he got this kind of reward. Then since he is stronger, wouldn't he be able to stay longer? What would you get if you could enter the 23rd floor? You wait outside. I'll go in and try. Feeling no danger, Hire stepped forward. Soon he disappeared out the door. Tony waited outside obediently. How is it? Is there any danger? Lin Sheng asked the deer in the beast taming space. Probably not. It is probably a trial space left by the inhabitants of the earth in ancient times to hone the younger generation. The little deer started to guess. I see. Then this is definitely a treasure. Back then in the training camp, Xiaobai was able to make rapid progress with just ordinary training. How could the trial items left behind by residents from ancient times be weak? Let's try it too. Lin Sheng walked past the crowd and stood directly in front of the dark tower. Tony just glanced at him but didn't say anything. There was also a hint of fear in the eyes of the people around. A big hand stretched out and grabbed Lin Sheng directly. Faintly, Lin Sheng heard an ancient language. Testing talent. Level, extraordinary level 2. Talent, extraordinary 9th level. You are being matched with a trial of the same level. Lin Sheng already knew this before. When a pet reaches the king level, it enters the extraordinary level, and the emperor level is the 9th level of the extraordinary level. Now Xiao Ling's level is in the middle stage of the king, which is the 2nd level of the extraordinary. It is indeed the ancient trial tower. Lin Sheng was excited. Match trials of the same level? You must know that Xiao Ling's bloodline and strength have already surpassed the 2nd level of extraordinary. Isn't this a gift? The surrounding scene gradually became clear, and Lin Sheng and Xiao Ling appeared in a round tower. In front of him, a figure condensed. It was 3 meters tall, a ghost covered with muscles and blood-red wings. Roar! The ghost rushed over with his fists waving. Xiao Ling was not afraid at all and crashed into the opponent. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Ling was dizzy from the impact. The body of the ghost was directly shriveled up by the impact and then disappeared. Extract. Obtain the Red Wing Demon Bloodline Gene. Obtain the Red Wing Gene. So strong. After the extraction, Lin Sheng sighed. The level of this ferocious beast is the same as Xiao Ling. Both are extraordinary level 2, but its strength is extraordinary. If it was a creature of the same level on Blue Star, Xiao Ling would be able to smash it into ashes with just one slap, but now it could actually make Xiao Ling dizzy. Of course, the bloodline of these creatures is a very high level. The deer said in a flat tone. The bloodline levels of creatures in the universe are divided into 1 to 7 levels. And these 7 bloodline levels are divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Creatures like dragons and unicorns are level 7 higher life forms. Of course, this is just a general classification and is quite different from the actual situation. Ordinary insects and ordinary life are the primary level, and the ghosts and monsters in your myths are the advanced level. The Black Dragon King is at the 2nd level high level, Xiao Ling is at the 2nd level high level, Xiao Bai is at the 3rd level medium level, and I am also at the 3rd level medium level. The Emperor level talent is only at the advanced level of level 2, not even at level 3? Lin Sheng was a little surprised. So, all the creatures on this planet are level 1, and the trial creatures in this tower are all level 2. If you go higher, there may even be level 3 or 4. The deer explained slowly. What does a level 7 creature look like? Lin Sheng couldn't help but become curious. Level 7. These creatures no longer have groups, only individuals. Even creatures of this level can reach the level of the universe as soon as they are born. However, there are some exceptions. Some level 7 creatures will evolve from the initial level in order to become stronger. However, such creatures may not be seen until death. The deer spoke silently. That's a god. Don't even think about it. Being able to continuously improve the level of your bloodline is already outrageous. A race wants to enhance its bloodline level. Beings with strong power must mate with each other constantly to produce offspring with stronger genes. This will last for millions or tens of millions of years before it is possible to upgrade to a higher level. However, the master can increase the bloodline level of the creature at will. It's outrageous. Let's go up there and take a look. Lin Sheng walked up the stairs to the next floor. Fighting against creatures with higher bloodline levels does feel different. Chapter 150 Xiao Ling advances to disaster level. These two people persisted for a long time this time. Several disaster-level beastmasters who had already come out of the door were amazed. Of course, don't you see who Haier is? He is one of the best among the disaster-level beasts, and he also has a pet with Emperor-level talent. The other person is also a genius from Dragon Country. He also has an Emperor-level pet. He even ranked in the top 1,000 in the competition rankings when he first entered the giant beast world. Getting into the top 1,000 the first time you enter? Everyone present opened their mouths. There was a look of slight shock on his face. Compared to them, the gap between them, who are also disaster-level beastmasters, is indeed quite large. At this moment, Haier in the high tower was thinking the same thing. I didn't expect this place to be so difficult. After more than 20 minutes, I finally reached the 8th floor. Haier smiled, but I'm afraid no one can exceed 20 minutes. Moreover, this trial tower can only take one strange pet beast for trial at a time. So Haier still chose his most talented weird pet, Black Dead Cat. It really is a great place. I'll tell my father about it when I get back. But now is not the time. Haier's eyes became serious. Now all he has to do is continue going up and get more information. On the 10th floor. Whoa! A strange black whirlwind blew up beside Lin Sheng. After Xiao Ling used his skills to fight with it, he still killed it. However, compared to the previous battles, more skills were used in this battle. It's getting stronger. The strange creatures we encountered here are already at level 2, right? But there are also many benefits. The higher the level, the purer the bloodline. As Lin Sheng extracted and injected into Xiao Ling, Xiao Ling's bloodline is also constantly improving, and his skills are becoming richer. The level of this monster is determined based on when Xiao Ling first entered. As long as I continue to extract the opponent's energy and inject it into Xiao Ling, then Xiao Ling's strength will continue to increase. It is very likely that this 23-story tower will be passed. It is estimated that the ancients did not expect that someone could actually improve the bloodline of their pet. Lin Sheng won all the battles. By the 15th floor, the creatures encountered were already level 3 primary creatures. Some talent levels have even reached the early stage of the starry sky. Extremely difficult. It was also thanks to Xiao Ling that he absorbed the advantages of the other creatures in the tower. After a barrage of skills, he managed to kill this third-rate creature. And as Lin Sheng once again injected a large amount of talented blood, Xiao Ling's talent ceiling also reached the starry sky level. The level broke through to the late king stage. Okay, my materials are still in the beast taming space. I can break through to the early stage of the disaster here and kill the monsters by using the bug. Lin Sheng spoke silently. Xiao Ling turned around excitedly. The scales on its body gradually became hard. A pair of sharp claws with extremely strong corrosive effects. It is extremely powerful in every aspect. Ghost Stone, Skull Lotus. Lin Sheng took out the materials needed for advancement one by one. These materials all contain extremely strong evil energy. First, swallow the Skull Lotus, and then soak in the Ghost Stone liquid for 3 hours. 30 minutes later, Haier walked out of the tower. He only reached the 13th floor, but it has received a lot of improvement resources and an extremely pure breath of darkness. It greatly enriches the background and strength of pets. Boss, after you went in just now, Lin Sheng followed you in, Tony said to Hale. Really? Has he come out yet? Haier said, raising an eyebrow. Since the attributes are restrained, it is impossible to have a head-on conflict with him. Well, now in a fair fight, my talent can't be inferior to others, right? Not yet, not yet. The man shook his head. Not out yet. Haier frowned. But this does not mean that Lin Sheng's talent is much higher than his. After all, some monsters here require certain means and time to defeat them. Some take a long time, some take a short time. These factors will naturally result in you spending more time inside than other people. There are some beast tamers who have been there for a long time, but the benefits they get are not as much as those who have been there for a shorter time. How about we go back? It seems like we can't go in again after we've gone in once. Tony said silently. Haier has gained a lot of benefits and would like to go back and digest them first. Hearing this, why does it seem so like he's deserting the battlefield? No, let's wait for Lin Sheng to come out. Haier, who had never lost a battle, felt a little competitive, waiting directly outside the Dark Tower. Soon another hour passed. During this period, awakened people from all over the country received the news and came to this Dark Tower. But no one can break Haier's record. However, Haier frowned. Why haven't you come out yet? It stands to reason that people who have reached the disaster level shouldn't be so bored as to stay inside and not come out. There is only one possibility. Lin Sheng is still fighting inside. Is his talent stronger than mine? That wouldn't be much stronger. Haier didn't believe it. Some people's talents can completely crush him, but he would not be so arrogant as to think that he is invincible. It is perfectly normal for someone to be more talented than him. After all, there are always people better than you, and he is not the only one who has inherited the bloodline of an emperor. Until an hour later. Boom! Black Dragon Emperor. Level: Extraordinary Level 4. Talent: Starry Sky Level 1. Skills: Death Domain, 3 Steps to Soul Extermination, Proficient. Corrosive Breath, Proficient. Awakening the Remains, Proficient. Soul Mark, 13,500 years. Evolutionary Path: Star Dragon, Devouring Dragon Beast. Introduction. The changes that have already occurred in the bloodline genes have begun to lead to an unknown direction. Xiao Ling advances to Black Dragon Emperor. The huge body rises and falls with breathing. Even though its body was shrunk, the scales on it were still about the size of Lin Sheng's palm. Moreover, many black barbs grew on the back of the wings, making them more majestic than before. The pair of golden red pupils had an extra layer of transparent eye film, just like goggles when going into water. Even if you fire at it from a submachine gun at close range, it won't leave a single scratch on it. Extraordinary Level 4. That is the pre-disaster period. Now Lin Sheng is also an intermediate disaster level beastmaster with 2 disaster level pets, relying on the talents and bloodlines of the 2 pets and his own innate abilities. Lin Sheng is confident that he can fight against all beastmasters at the disaster level without losing. Right now, the level of these beasts is still at the 3rd level of transcendence, while my Black Dragon Emperor has reached the 4th level of transcendence. The next battle will surely be like a crushing defeat. Chapter 151, the last level. The remnant souls of the ancient times. This is also true. There was basically no significant change in the level of the ferocious beasts afterwards. After Xiao Ling evolved, his body was filled with explosive muscles and strength. Xiaoling is more talented in this area than Xiaobai. Crush and sweep all the way, there is almost no opponent. Soon we arrived at the top floor, the 23rd floor. There is also a lot of dark energy on the 22nd floor, which allowed Xiaoling to stabilize his foundation almost instantly. Lin Sheng became more and more expectant of the top management. I took Xiaoling all the way to the 23rd floor. Huff, huff, huff. In a gust of wind, a figure gradually emerged. It was a little person who looked like an elf, extremely charming, and his body was only big enough to stand on Lin Sheng's palm. But blood-red eyeballs opened one after another on its body. Countless tentacles extended from its back, waving in the air like vines. The elves corrupted by darkness. This is a corrupted spirit with 4th-level bloodline. The little deer in the beast taming space hurriedly spoke out to remind them, and Xiaoling instantly became serious. At the same time, the tentacle lashed over like a whip. Bang! The corrosive whip made a loud crack in the air. Then it left an extremely conspicuous mark on Xiaoling's scales. Roar! Are you tickling your grandpa? Xiaoling roared and took a big step forward. Boom! The air around was constantly vibrating. A dark aura looked down, and dozens of whips in the air exploded instantly. But this is only the first time. There are 3 steps in total to destroy the soul. Boom! Xiaoling took another step down. Although every step is slow, but every time a large amount of energy can be extracted from Xiaoling's body. The energy surged out towards the surroundings, regardless of friend or foe or state. The corroded elf was suddenly shocked and flew back several meters. Thick black water also flowed out of his body. The last step falls. Boom! A terrifying pressure swept around. It seems that the figure of an ancient dragon appears here. For a moment, the corrosion elf couldn't withstand the huge pressure, and its whole body suddenly exploded. Destroy the soul. Yes, but creatures with level 4 bloodlines are indeed strong. Even if they are suppressed by 1 level, they can still withstand Xiaoling's 3 steps of soul destroying. After a sigh, Lin Sheng also became excited. It can improve the bloodline of pets. This talent skill is really abnormal. The bloodline of living things can be improved unlimitedly. As long as you survive, you will be absolutely invincible. By then, Lin Sheng will possess countless godlike creatures with 7th level bloodlines. Who can defeat him? You can establish a country by yourself and become the master of the restricted area. Just as Lin Sheng was hesitating, another voice came from the high tower. Test passed. Congratulations on becoming the first student to pass the tower trial. You will be rewarded with a dark spirit bead. A dark glass ball fell from the sky. Lin Sheng was quick to catch it in his hands. Just as Lin Sheng was hesitating about how to use it, another voice was heard. It contains a large amount of energy, enough to support your pet to cultivate to the 9th level of transcendence. The sound was extremely ethereal. Lin Sheng couldn't help but look up and around. Xiaoling also carefully stood in front of his master and wrapped Lin Sheng with his thick tail. Don't be afraid. I am the remnant soul left behind in the trial ground. I never thought that after our clan left, such a genius would appear among the descendants. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a spirit master, right? How rare. And your talent for controlling spirits is first-rate even in the entire universe. The words in the void were very surprising. It seems like I saw something incredible. A tiny blue star can give birth to such a rare profession as the Spirit Master. There is actually one top talent ranked among the top 3 in the entire universe. 1 and 1. Lin Sheng was a little puzzled. His SSS talent is already top-notch in the entire blue star, and it is impossible for anyone to be stronger than him. Even if someone awakens the SSS talent, they will not be able to trigger the same phenomenon as Lin Sheng. Of course, the dark spirit bead in your hand is the last remaining energy in this tower. This tower will not last for half a day before it is blown away by the wind. The voice seemed very sad. You said you are a native of this blue planet? Yes, the voice was very excited. It turns out that all the people living on Blue Star are warriors, and there are people with level 5 bloodline among our people. We are a different species. We rely on our powerful technology and our own physical strength. We will leave here soon. The blue planet can no longer support our survival. If we want to become stronger, we must go to the center of the universe. That is, the center of the Milky Way. But we also left treasures for the indigenous people that are enough to make you stronger. Now those places where they were preserved have been weathered. You'd better hurry up. As the voice fell, a blueprint fell into Lin Sheng's hands. A map of where the space is located? Lin Sheng was surprised. There was a space recorded on the drawing, which seemed to be where the owner of the tower was. You are very talented. If you have the chance to reach the center of the galaxy, go to the blue planet. The blue planet? Lin Sheng's heart was beating fast. Normally speaking, I am not a native of this blue planet. Does this count as seizing an opportunity? It's really inexplicable that I have to bear such a huge cause and effect. And the indigenous people of the blue planet wouldn't be dinosaurs, right? Lin Sheng couldn't help but think of the scene where dinosaurs were walking all over the streets. It's a bit scary to think about, but you have to hurry up. There was some smell coming from the blue planet before. It seems that this planet is parasitized by higher life forms. What kind of parasite? Lin Sheng looked up and asked, but the voice disappeared. Parasitism is the god-level creature I told you about. Among the 7 levels of life, there are beings that regenerate from the weakest state every time. Of course, it is also possible that low-level life forms will choose a planet as their own nutrients. Xiao Ling in the beast-taming space felt a sudden shock in his heart. If this creature survives by devouring the crust of the blue planet, then the blue planet will be destroyed without knowing it. Quick, go to the secret space on this map right now. There must be items for space travel in there. The little deer opened his mouth to urge. 7th level life? Lin Sheng is still unaware of the seriousness of the matter. If it really is a level 7 life form, can I sign the contract myself? If Xiaolu knew the crazy thoughts in Lin Sheng's mind now, he would definitely curse at him. The legendary 7th level life. Even after rebirth, it is still unruly. How could one be willing to serve under the command of a 1st level elementary life form? Maybe in the eyes of those beings, Lin Sheng is just like a bug. Would you be willing to be a slave to bugs? Chapter 152. Clear the tower. The Tower Master's home. Generally speaking, life forms that use a planet as nourishment are at least level 3, or even level 4 or higher. But Blue Star is now considered a relatively strong existence among medium-sized planets. How dare they use this place as nourishment? It is very possible that the other party is really a level 7 life. Not even from the Milky Way. The little deer thought a lot. And in a burst of light, Lin Sheng also disappeared in the black mist at the highest level. And outside this black tower, Higher has long been impatient to wait. Why hasn't he come out yet? Is this kid really that perverted? Could it be that he died in there? The longer he waited outside, the more anxious Higher became. Although he could accept that his talent was not as good as others. But I can't accept being crushed by others. They are both disaster-level existences. Is the gap so huge? Moreover, he remembered that Lin Sheng only had one catastrophic-level pet, and potentially the pet was not a weird one. Could it be that the king-level test is less difficult? Impossible. Higher immediately rejected the idea in his mind. Those king-level beastmasters who entered before were eliminated in an instant. This is enough to prove that the difficulty of the king level is not much lower. Can this guy enter the first 15 floors? Higher was very surprised. Tony standing by also understood what Higher was thinking. Oh my god, this catastrophic beastmaster from Dragon Country has been in there for hours and hasn't come out yet, right? Unbelievable. I get eliminated after only a few floors. Yes, the beast in there is simply too outrageous. It is obviously at the same level as you, but its combat power is much higher than yours. It was obvious that everyone present was fighting against a highly talented beast for the first time. There are actually very few ferocious beasts with high talents on Blue Star. And in this tower, almost every ferocious beast has a talent at the disaster or even emperor level. Naturally, this makes it difficult for everyone to deal with him. Even if the contestants have the added talent of taming beasts, it is also difficult to achieve good results in this tower that trains warriors. Lin Sheng is an exception. He can continuously improve the bloodline level of his pet during battle. Moreover, the tower has been in disrepair for a long time, and the remaining energy is used to maintain the operation of the tower, and Lin Sheng also caused a bug. In addition, Lin Sheng's talent was very high, so he easily opened up the tower. Following a flash of light, Lin Sheng walked out from it. For a moment, the idea was dispelled from everyone's mind. Take my move. Higher in the distance couldn't wait any longer. A pitch-black civet cat behind him suddenly rushed towards Lin Sheng. This sudden change shocked everyone present. Roar! Suddenly a giant dragon appeared beside Lin Sheng. A slap was given to the civet cat. However, the civet cat was extremely fast and dodged the slap with just a few jumps. But dozens of purple thorns suddenly stretched out from the void. Big, blood-red eyes opened on the thorns, with a very strong controlling effect. The several king beastmasters behind him were deeply attracted by it after just one look, and those dozen or so thorns instantly tied up the dark civet cat. Return. Hire's heart tightened. The civet cat used all its strength to break free and jumped to Hire's side. The civet cat's fur stood on end as it looked at the huge dragon behind Lin Sheng. Only then did the people around realize what was happening. Black Dragon King. Everyone was shocked. OMG. Isn't this the Black Dragon King? How could he appear outside the Dragon Kingdom? Everyone present is a catastrophic level beastmaster. How could they not recognize the Black Dragon King? There were even a few people who were so frightened that they immediately jumped back a distance. A catastrophic beastmaster encountering the Black Dragon King is simply asking for trouble. Is the second pet also at catastrophic level? Hire was still frightened. And that skill is too weird. If Hire had not noticed it in time, his civet cat would have been bewitched by the bramble. You might even be killed there. Is this the Black Dragon King? The ruler of the dark world. The first level talent of the starry sky perfectly suppressed Hire's pet. You are much stronger than me. My brother is courting death by trying to trouble you. Hire couldn't help but shook his head. Just now, he did not intend to kill him. He just wanted to test Lin Sheng's strength. After all, Hire was unwilling to be surpassed so easily. But now he is convinced. The gap is too big. When Lin Sheng had a disaster-level pet, I was no match for him. Now that he has two, who can beat him? You should know that the number of disaster-level beastmasters who own 3 disaster-level pets can be counted on one hand. It was also thanks to Lin Sheng that he knew he had no intention of killing and was just simply testing him. Therefore, no overly violent attack actions were made. Otherwise, the slap could have been delivered only after the civet cat was trapped. Just from the power alone, one slap could beat his pet half to death. There won't be a next time, Lin Sheng said silently. Of course, I will come to your house to apologize in person later, Hire said straightforwardly. If it weren't for his younger brother, he and Lin Sheng would just be casual acquaintances. Then how could he confront a powerful person who is both talented and has a high status? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Although disaster-level beastmasters often compete with each other, but it is indeed disrespectful to attack suddenly without any warning. You need to go in person and apologize. Seeing Hire, who even enjoyed a high reputation among disaster-level beastmasters, was so respectful to Lin Sheng. Everyone also developed respect for Lin Sheng in their hearts. Strength has always represented a person. If you are strong enough, you will get the respect of others. Lin Sheng didn't say much, turned around and left. The energy in this tower has been almost exhausted. There is no point in staying here any longer. I'm afraid it won't be long before this black tower disappears into the wind, and no value can be extracted from it. On the contrary, the drawing that I got is very important. On an abandoned building, Lin Sheng was half-sitting in a black suit. He reached out and took out the blueprint from his arms and spread it on the ground. The place described here is on an ancient map. How can we find it? Lin Sheng was puzzled. Let me do it. The little deer was eager to try. Now both pets have reached the disaster level, and only the deer is still at the king level, which makes it feel a little uncomfortable. You have to do something for your master, right? It doesn't like to be a slacker. You have to give me some time. Xiaolu's eyes swept across the drawing. Okay, better hurry up. If you are slow, the secret realm may be snatched away by someone else or even merged with reality. Lin Sheng's heart moved. Take out the black ball. It was filled with dark and chaotic energy, very pure. Chapter 153 Lin Ming's Call, by his thoughts. Try to absorb the energy inside. Summon the little spirit. Lin Sheng held up the dark spirit bead and moved in front of Xiaoling. Xiaoling's nostrils moved slightly, and some of the energy in the spirit bead was absorbed. Very pure energy. It comes from the same source as the dark energy in the tower. Xiaoling was very excited. Then you can take this dark spirit bead with you. It has 100 times faster speed in the beast control space, so it should be able to absorb it faster. Roar. Don't worry. Xiaoling also gained confidence after evolving to disaster level. He grabbed the dark spirit bead and returned to Lin Sheng's beast-controlling space. Lin Sheng also performed his daily routine and injected dragon blood into Xiaobai. Roar. Feeling the energy in his body gradually becoming abundant, Xiaobai rolled over in the beast taming space. The lightning pattern on the back of the neck became more and more obvious, while Lin Sheng's pet strength was slowly improving. At night, under the sunset, in the giant tree space, in the giant tree city, the huge chaotic god tree is growing lushly. The roots at the bottom of the city have been spreading from the center of the city to the surrounding areas and have already enveloped the entire city. There are even dozens of branches that have passed through the giant tree city in the moat and invaded the outside of the giant tree city. Not only the flowers and trees in the giant tree city, but even the place outside the giant tree city where the corpses of ferocious beasts were buried were gradually occupied, constantly absorbing nutrients from those corpses. Mom, look what's in that moat. A child saw branches growing one after another at the bottom of the moat. He stretched out his finger, very curious. It should be the surrounding trees. The mother held the child and left quickly without thinking much. The Chaos Divine Tree is seizing the essence of the entire giant tree world. Instead of growing again, the trunk of the Chaos God Tree was shrinking, in a hollow inside its torso. In the center of the hole, a fiery red fruit was suspended, entangled in midair by 3 branches. Plop, plop. If you get close, you can hear a sound like a heartbeat coming from the fruit. And with the support of that heart, the limbs of the Chaos God Tree gradually became full of vitality. After returning to Yangcheng, Lin Shang got some dark matter and gave part of it to Di Qian. These things are useless to me. My pet's talent has already reached the upper limit of the king level. Di Qian declined, but I felt warm in my heart and was very grateful to Lin Shang. Just keep it. My pet doesn't need these things anymore. Lin Shang still handed it over to Di Qian. Consider it your reward for helping me manage Yangcheng. Hey, then you might as well give it to me. Di Qian pouted. The reward doesn't sound good. Besides, she doesn't need any reward. I used to manage Yangcheng, and now I am just carrying it out to the end. Okay then. Lin Shang touched his head. Afterwards, he chatted with Di Qian about the management of Yangcheng and left. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Shang's phone suddenly rang. Didn't even look at it. Just pressed the connect button. Hello? It's me. Lin Ming's cold voice and some chaotic noises were heard from the other side. What? Lin Xing asked silently and then continued. By the way, where are you now? Why does it sound so noisy around you? I'm killing the beasts and a few blind people from other countries. As soon as Lin Ming finished speaking, a sound of flesh being torn apart was heard from the other side. When Lin Ming used to talk to Lin Sheng on the phone, he always liked to do so while he was on the way to a mission. I'm afraid they are also snatching items from those secret realms now. Now that the Emperor-level Beastmaster has not appeared, I am afraid no one can be her opponent. Where are you now? I'll come find you later. Although the beast rampage is dangerous, it's also an opportunity. From today on, you should follow me. Good. Lin Sheng responded directly. Lin Ming on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Lin Sheng to agree so readily. In the past, he always refused my invitations without hesitation. Okay then, I'll come find you after I finish this. The phone call was hung up. Lin Sheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ming was so distracted during the fight, Lin Sheng was really afraid that something might happen to him one day. Acting together is indeed the best option. In the face of such resources, even disaster-level Beastmasters have become the most basic combat force, and King-level Beastmasters are not even qualified to snatch them. Having experienced this, Lin Sheng has a deep understanding of this. Even in a place like this that he had noticed in advance, there were so many disaster-level Beastmasters coming. There are even people like Higher, who are very strong even at the disaster level. Lin Sheng would definitely not be able to get enough resources by himself. Every time you have something good, you think of sharing it with me? Lin Sheng suddenly felt that his sister wasn't so annoying after all. Is this what it feels like to grow up? It was really me who delayed her. My sister has taken care of me for more than 10 years and has never been exposed to the path of a Beastmaster. If I had made up for the gap of more than 10 years, I might have become an Emperor-level Beastmaster long ago. A teenage Emperor-level Beastmaster. Lin Sheng even wondered if his sister was also a time traveler like him. What kind of plug-in is on you? Otherwise, how could it be so fierce? Lin Sheng couldn't subdue her even with his hanging. With nothing to do, Lin Sheng came to the Bai family again. Despite all the refusals, the owner still insisted on giving a warm welcome. Seeing their daughter and Lin Sheng chatting happily at the dinner table, they were very pleased. There is nothing wrong with Lin Sheng's character. If she had been born a dozen years earlier, Bai's mother would definitely not have refused. After dinner, in the empty corridor, Lin Sheng and Bai He walked side by side. Brother Lin Sheng, Bai He suddenly stopped. Before in the hospital, I was too reckless. Lin Sheng quickly stretched out his hand and begged for mercy. Think about your own excessive behavior. I'm afraid the little girl might be hurt. Bai He blushed slightly, bit her lips lightly, and looked at Lin Sheng's face again as if she had made up her mind. Do you like my body? He expressed the feelings that had been accumulated for 7 or 8 years and slowly reached out to unbutton her shirt. She wanted to know if Lin Sheng really liked her, even if it was just physically. Even if I get rejected, it doesn't matter. Looking at Baihe's cute appearance, Lin Sheng couldn't help but be stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? Smiling, Lin Sheng reached out and touched Baihe's soft hair. He picked up the petite body and brought it to Baihe's house. Chapter 154. Acting together. Half a year has passed. Midnight. It's time to sleep. Lin Sheng lay down and let out a long sigh. Snort. Baihe pouted and put her hands on Lin Sheng's chest, looking reluctant. Lin Sheng shook his head. Don't sleep. If you dare to sleep, I will bite you. Baihe gritted his fangs, as ferocious as a cat. The cute face quickly disappeared from Lin Sheng's sight, and then the face bulged up. A sleepless night. The next morning, after Bai's mother sent the head of the Bai family away. Soon, Lin Sheng and Baihe were brought in for a talk. Mom, what's wrong? Baihe looked innocent. Ahem, Lin Sheng. Baihe is still young. Bai's mother said with a serious face. I don't want my daughter to suffer too much. Ah. Lin Sheng was a little confused. When she said this, Baihe's face suddenly turned red with shame. He got up and ran out of the room. Seeing this, how could Bai's mother not know what was going on? Even someone of her age had a slight blush on her face. I didn't expect that my daughter, who has always been gentle and elegant, would have such a drastic change in her temperament. You know, Baihe has always been a very obedient child. Yesterday, there was a lush potted plant outside the door, leaning against the door and moving without wind, with most of its leaves fallen. But Bai's mother didn't think it was Lin Sheng who asked for it. Most likely, it was Baihe who kept asking for it. I said goodbye to them the next day. Lin Sheng held his waist and left the Bai family. Suddenly, I felt like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, and I really shouldn't have come here. Baihe's ability to stay up late. He was really a little scared. Just as Lin Sheng was savoring it, a cold voice suddenly came from a distance. What are you doing there? A slender figure, wearing white sneakers, revealing white and muscular legs, wearing a 3-button black windbreaker with princess sleeves, and the lavender eyes under the smart short hair were staring at Lin Sheng curiously. Waiting for you. Lin Sheng forced his mouth shut. Haha, you have a very sweet mouth. Lin Ming smiled. Lin Sheng's face recovered, and he always felt that Lin Ming seemed very different from before. Not only did his strength become much stronger, but his temperament also became a little colder. Yes, in this situation, who can still maintain their integrity? Lin Sheng didn't think much about it. So where are we going now? Well, there are many places, but I have to take you to a safer place. Lin Ming raised his handsome chin and thought for a while. Soon the two of them disappeared from here. In the following time, Lin Ming took Lin Sheng to travel through various ruins. Not only around Dragon Country, but also through teleportation arrays to various places such as Lighthouse Country, Sakura Country, etc. During this period, the two also encountered an Emperor-level Beastmaster. But the two of them had a keen sense of smell and were able to avoid it in advance. Moreover, Xiao Bai's control over the crystal head of the 9-headed sunbird is getting stronger and stronger, and he can briefly foresee danger. Although the strength of the two is considered top-notch at the disaster level, they also encountered many crises during the period. On several occasions, the brother and sister hid in the cave to heal each other's wounds, licking them like wild animals. Has the memory of a fawn. You can find the locations of many secret places in advance. Furthermore, since the two of them often travel together, their strength exceeds that of the average catastrophic level Beastmaster. Soon, they were given the title of Yin and Yang Dragons by disaster-level Beastmasters from all over the world. Surrounding the Lighthouse Country, in a secret place that merges with reality. It's that brother and sister again. Be careful to hold that woman back and get rid of Lin Sheng first. What the hell? How can we defeat him with just 1 or 2 people? In the snowy mountainous region of Grizzly Country. Oh, my friend from Dragon Country, let's explore this secret realm together and share the benefits together. Under the volcano in the land of Sakura, Baga, there are too many weapons left over from ancient times in the secret realm. We must not let them out. We can't beat them. Those siblings are too abnormal. We would have to put in a lot of effort to fight any one of them. If the Emperor-level Beast Tamer doesn't come, the things here will definitely be taken away. The two traveled across various continents. Fight against disaster-level Beastmasters from all over the world. In less than half a year, it has made a great name for itself all over the world. At the same time, The riots of those ferocious beasts gradually subsided, and the space of blue star became wider. In a ferocious beast cave in Sakura country. Gotcha! Lin Ming picked up the genetic fruit in his hand and took a bite. Then he stretched out his hand and handed it to Lin Sheng in front of him. You don't have to share this with me. Lin Sheng looked at the genetic fruit that Lin Ming had taken a bite of and waved his hand quickly. Really? Don't give me half of everything? Why is this habit so similar to that of a ferocious beast? Eat quickly. Seeing that Lin Sheng didn't want it, Lin Ming sat forward and once again got in front of Lin Sheng. Forehead. Lin Sheng was helpless, knowing that he would not be able to give up unless he ate. I had no choice but to reach out and take the genetic fruit. There were still traces of Lin Ming's uniquely fragrant saliva on it. Lin Sheng gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and swallowed the genetic fruit in no time. Eat more. In addition to your pet, you also need to exercise more for your own physique. Seeing Lin Sheng swallowing, Lin Ming finally smiled. During the past 6 months, the two of them have gained a lot of benefits from the secret realm. Weapons, fruits, and items are varied and complex. Now Xiaobai's strength has broken through to the late stage of disaster. Xiaoling has also absorbed some of the energy in the bead and reached the middle stage of disaster. It is time for the deer to evolve. Before long, Lin Sheng will become a beastmaster with 3 disaster-level pets. At the disaster level, there is no opponent anymore. I also feel that my pet is about to break through to the emperor level. Purple arcs of electricity emerged from Lin Ming's body. Looking at the evil yet beautiful woman in front of him, Lin Sheng couldn't help but be dazed. Let's separate for now. Lin Ming spoke very decisively this time. Imperial-level evolutionary materials have always been in very dangerous places. She didn't want to take Lin Sheng with her. Good. Lin Sheng nodded. After sleeping in someone's arms for half a year, he couldn't stand it anymore. After all, he is a young man full of vigor and vitality, and his sister is so beautiful that she always kisses him defenselessly when she sleeps. But the most important thing is that the secret place is almost merging with reality. The two separated here, each one in a different direction. But at this time, Lin Sheng received bad news. Chapter 155. The Empire falls. Zeus advances to star level. Did that old Zeus break through? After receiving this news, Lin Sheng's heart sank. Breaking through the emperor level means that the other party has broken through the 9th level of transcendence and reached the 1st level of starry sky. And the blue star was also promoted to an advanced planet in the universe. At the same time, the world of giant trees, from which no sound had been heard until now, suddenly underwent a shocking change. In the world of giant trees, all the poor people's houses are pierced by thick and hard tree roots. The corpses of countless ferocious beasts and ordinary people had their chests pierced by the tree roots and were sucking their blood. Even many beast masters died in the secret realm. The world of giant trees suddenly turned into a hellish scene. Even in the giant tree city, some catastrophic level beast masters and pets were killed here. At the same time, the sacred tree that was infinitely revered by people had already shrunk to its normal size. In the middle of the tree trunk, a diamond-like person gradually condensed. That is a blood-red diamond. The whole body exudes a blood-red color, crystal clear, like amber. And in the center of the body, there is a heart beating vigorously. Who are you? Several imperial beastmasters from the giant tree empire gathered here. He questioned the figure in front of him in a deep voice. Now the entire giant tree empire space has been blocked, and even the emperor-level beastmaster cannot escape. Fear flashed across the eyes of several people several times. The blood-red figure gave them a lot of pressure. Blood food. That blood-red figure. He stretched out a finger and suddenly pierced the chest of an emperor-level beastmaster like a javelin. Seeing the blood spurting out of the chest, everyone around was horrified. Quick. Too fast. Even their emperor-level beasts did not expect this scene. Damn it. Take action now. At that moment, everyone summoned their own emperor-level pets, and the blood-red diamond figure like a gem became even more crystal clear after absorbing the emperor-level beastmaster. At this moment, the entire giant tree world seems to have turned into a purgatory, and a war is about to begin. Countless emperor-level ferocious beasts emerged and razed the entire giant tree city to the ground in an instant. Take back my gift. The diamond-like blood-red figure spoke again. In an instant, its body enlarged infinitely and became equal to those huge emperor-level beasts around it. Roar. A terrifying roar was heard. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, all of the Empire's beast masters died. Countless corpses of emperor-level beasts lay in the giant tree city. The blood-red amber was also beaten to the point where only half of its body was left. However, after absorbing the energy from everyone, he will recover quickly and become even stronger. Damn it, we should have killed you long ago. The Empire's city lord had a look of grief and anger on his face. Greed is not good. The blood-red figure shook his finger. A sharp tree root pierced out of the ground, pierced through his chest, and hung high in the night sky. At this time in the giant beast city, the bodies of countless beastmasters and ordinary people were hanging in the air. The energy in the body is constantly being extracted by the tree roots and given to the red human-shaped crystal. As early as a year ago, the Emperor-level Beastmaster of Giant Tree City had predicted this scene. Even the red heart in the center of the giant tree has been discovered, but they allowed it to absorb nutrients, until finally everyone was completely unable to break through its trunk. And the giant tree also blocked the entire space and turned it into a cage. Everyone is nutrients for him to absorb. It is the master of this space. If someone hadn't forcibly sucked the energy from its body, it would not have revived prematurely. After all, if the planet cannot be completely destroyed in a short period of time, there will still be certain risks. It believes that humans are a very wonderful species. The more dangerous the moment, the more we must kill it completely. Don't give me a chance to breathe. But how could one's essence be sucked away by others? It was indeed panicked. Had to resuscitate early. My lord, wait for me. The human figure transformed from the branches of the Chaos God tree spoke silently. If anyone were here, they would be surprised. Even the Chaos God tree itself is so powerful. What kind of person must its owner be? At the same time, in the main world, Lin Ming, who was running across the desert, couldn't help but press his forehead. Another headache. Lin Ming's handsome brows were furrowed. Almost every year, she would have an unstoppable headache for a few days, just like a girl during her menstrual period. But unlike ordinary people, I have never had my period. Despite a checkup at the hospital, no problems were found. However, his headaches have become more frequent and severe in recent times, making Lin Ming feel uncontrollably irritated. Damn it! Lin Ming's eyes were cold. The things that are out of our control are the most frustrating. How many ferocious beasts do I need to kill to vent my anger? As if affected by the headache, Lin Ming's temper became more and more irritable. It was only during the half year when I was with Lin Sheng that my condition got much better, but now it relapsed as soon as we separated. Calm down, girl. If all else fails, find some ferocious beasts. Qi Yusho began to persuade. Good. Lin Ming also felt itchy. Bathing in blood always makes people feel much better. At this moment, the news that Zeus was promoted to the realm of gods spread rapidly throughout the world in a short period of time. Ha 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 ha. I was finally promoted to this territory. Starry sky level. Zeus was on the top of the mountain, laughing. After entering the starry sky level, Zeus gained a new talent. A normal beastmaster would only get a natural ability when they signed a contract to tame a beast. Unexpectedly, after entering the Starry Sky collection, Zeus gained a second innate ability. With the blessing of this innate ability, there will be an insurmountable gap between the Starry Sky class and the Emperor class. A few hours later, Zeus then arrived above the city of Dragon Kingdom. Lin Sheng? Come out. Zeus' voice rang out like a huge bell. It's like a god floating in the sky above the city. The people below looked up. All of them were terrified. Oh my god. This has simply surpassed the scope of a beastmaster. Zeus, do you want to break the rules of all countries? Several voices were heard in the dark. Huh, rules? These are the rules I follow now. I am standing in heaven, but now you are only standing on the ground. Zeus' words were cold. Arrogance is everywhere. As a god, you should have nothing to worry about. Snort. Suddenly, a cold snort was heard from the dark. A green light rose from the ground and shot towards Zeus. Zeus suddenly looked panicked. He raised his hand suddenly, and a lightning beast appeared behind Zeus, gathering a large amount of lightning to form a shield, blocking the green light. However, the shield made of lightning was also shattered. But Zeus was shocked. You have also reached the star level? The energy in that green light was obviously much more skillful than what he had just used when he advanced. Chapter 156, 3 Disaster Level. Materials for advancing to Emperor. Zeus, if you kill my descendants again, I will kill your descendants. The sound came from the city again. Zeus frowned and turned away. And in a tall building, next to an old man stood a green bull with patterns all over its body. He is the strongest person in Dragon Country today. Just recently broke through to the first level of the Starry Sky. Blue Dragon Pattern Cow. Level: Starry Sky Level 1. Talent: Starry Sky Level 7. Skill: Evolution Route: Blue Sky Divine Patterned Ox. Introduction: a star-level behemoth that can circulate its own energy and survive in the universe for 3 days. Thank you, Senior. Lin Sheng bowed to express his gratitude. Unexpectedly, the old man in Zhongshan's suit and with white hair waved his hand. I'm old too, and I can't hold on for much longer. I was able to break through only because of the items you helped me find. I don't have much time left. You need to become stronger as soon as possible. The old man can protect the Dragon Kingdom for a while, but not for a lifetime. I see. Lin Sheng nodded. Also, this is the advancement material for your third pet. The old man waved his hand, and countless materials fell beside Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng raised his hand and stored it in the beast taming space. You must break through to the 7th level of transcendence as soon as possible. Then, even Zeus won't be able to do anything to you. Listening to the old man's words, Lin Sheng nodded repeatedly. That's exactly what I was planning. Originally, Lin Sheng planned to go to the space outside Dragon Country and let Xiaobai break through to the Emperor level. As soon as he heard the news of Zeus' breakthrough, he hurried back to the city. As the saying goes, a real man can bend and stretch. This old lamp is floating in the air like a light bulb. Sooner or later, Lin Sheng would pin him to the ground and beat him. It's time for you to advance. Lin Sheng put the huge amount of medicinal herbs into the beast-controlling space. The deer itself should know what to do if it wants to advance. You don't have to worry too much. A few days later, Lin Sheng came to a remote mountain valley. Not to mention the beast masters, even demons wouldn't come to this desolate place. At this time, the deer has advanced and reached the disaster level. Blue God Cloud Deer. Level: Extraordinary Level 4. Talent: Starry Sky Level 6. Skills: Concealment, Life Growth, Kayun Domain, Life Affinity, Plant Healing, Nature Control. Evolution Path: Natural Greenwood Spiritual Beast, Divine Wood Qilin. Introduction: the creatures left in this space possess extremely profound knowledge. The natural Greenwood Spirit Beast is at best a level 4 life form, and the weakest among them. But the Shinmu Qilin has some of the Qilin's bloodline. It is rated as a level 5 life form at the very least. The little deer was extremely excited. I finally have the chance to evolve into the legendary Qilin. Don't be happy yet. We are like thieves if we enter someone else's house like this. Lin Sheng patted the deer's butt and said, Humph, what thief? That blueprint is the key. Although he was spanked, the little deer remained unmoved. It seems like I've gotten used to it. As he stepped forward, tree roots and branches grew out of the ground and lifted the blueprint into the air. Then, an opening like a door appeared in front of everyone. Yunlong. Level: Extraordinary Level 6. Talent: Starry Sky Level 5. Skills: Thundercloud Control, Mastery, Burning Sun True Eyes, Perfection, Diamond Body, Mastery, Dragon Might, Proficiency. Evolution Route: Blue Cloud Dragon King. Introduction: the Cloud Dragon soaring in the sky is a branch of the Dragon Clan's vast bloodline. Songyun Dragon King Advanced Materials: Songyun Dragon Fruit, 100 Wind God Fruits. Black Dragon Emperor. Level: Extraordinary Level 5. Talent: Starry Sky Level 1. Skills: Death Domain, 3 Steps to Soul Extermination, Proficient. Corrosive Breath, Proficient. Awakening the Remains, Proficient. Soul Mark, 13,500 years. Evolutionary Path: Star Dragon, Devouring Dragon Beast. Introduction: the changes that have already occurred in the bloodline genes have begun to lead to an unknown direction. Now, Xiaobai only needs some experience and materials to advance. The proportion of dragon blood in the body is also increasing. Lin Sheng even felt that Xiaobai could fight against an emperor-level existence in the later stage of the disaster. Even if you can't win, you can still run away. The winning rate is about 46. There should be items for space travel in this space. After finishing a section of data, Lin Sheng stepped into the space door. And the space door also closed. What comes into view is a villa full of birdsong and flowers. Its decoration style is different from that of humans, and the smell of steel is everywhere. The door looked extremely heavy, and indeed it was. Xiaobai had to use all his strength to push it. Is this where warriors live? Why is the door so heavy? Are you afraid it will fly away if you're not careful? Lin Sheng looked left and right. Suddenly an alarm sounded. Warning, trespassing. However, Lin Sheng took out the drawings. The voice in the dark disappeared. Although this place looks like the wilderness, it is actually full of murderous intent. The security system here is such that even an Emperor-level Beastmaster would be helpless. Even for a first-level Starry Sky powerhouse like Zeus, forcing his way in would lead to death. Where is the treasure house here? Lin Sheng summoned Xiaoling and rode on its back. It should be in that direction. Xiaoling had memorized the map by heart and quickly drove Lin Sheng to the back of the villa area. There's this device there that looks like a slot machine. As Lin Sheng approached, a mechanical sound was heard. Identification successful. Please tell me what you need to extract. Looking at the sound, Lin Sheng quickly calmed down. He said tentatively, "Give me 10 gene fruits." The machine beeped twice. "Please wait a moment." After waiting for a while, the machine opened a hole. A large amount of dust fell from it. "Your genetic fruit." Looking at the ashes in the hole, Lin Sheng blinked. "Is this ash a genetic fruit? Are you fucking kidding me? Maybe over time, without the energy to preserve it, it will rot." Generally, machines would choose to save more valuable items with their remaining energy, but I guess this owner didn't leave anything too valuable. But they probably won't take all of them away. The deer spoke silently. "Give me 1 Songyun dragon fruit, 100 function fruits, 16. Xiulu listed all the materials needed to upgrade the 3 pets to the Emperor level in one breath. "Please wait." Half of it poured out with a loud bang. "Today's quota has been reached. Please come back tomorrow." Lin Sheng looked at the materials that fell out and was immediately surprised. "Is this all right? Since we're capped for today, shall we go check out the garage?" Lin Sheng collected all the materials. My heart was pounding. The materials needed to advance his 3 pets to the Emperor level are no less than those needed to advance to the Starry Sky level. Even on Blue Star, it is difficult to get them all together. I didn't expect that I could get them just by saying a few words. In this way, Xiaobai can be promoted to the Emperor level easily. For an average person, it would take at least decades to find the materials to advance. And he only needs to talk for a few tens of seconds. Chapter 157 Advance to Emperor. Star Beast. Means of time travel. Then, Lin Sheng followed the deer to the garage in the villa courtyard. Copy. The little spirit stood up. A big foot kicked the steel gate. Duong. A loud noise was heard. Nearly 1 billion tons of force hit it, but there was no reaction. Crackle. The man and 3 animals tried again in front of the garage door like bandits. However, it still cannot be dismantled. Even the omnipotent blueprint has lost its effect. Obviously, the garage key and this blueprint are different things. The owner of this place will probably take the key with him before leaving, so there's no need to leave it here, said the deer. Lin Sheng also nodded. I agree more with what Xiaolu said. This is absolutely normal, but it made Lin Sheng feel troubled. The secret of star travel is right at your fingertips, but you can't break through the door. Let's go to the main building and check. Maybe there's a spare key there. Main building. Lin Sheng looked towards the big villa. The proportions of the villa are very strange. It's like a place for giants to live in. Probably only people who are about 3 meters tall can live here. With this height requirement, it's no wonder that they narcissistically say that they are very strong in terms of physical fitness. After refreshing your identity using the map, you can easily enter. Many of the decorations inside are different from those of humans, and the materials used are very heavy. Even a cup for drinking water is extremely heavy. Obviously, in daily life, too much strength is sometimes not a good thing. Almost everyone needs to equip themselves with daily necessities that are commensurate with their own strength. Once they become stronger, they have to be replaced, which is also a considerable expense. A warrior who can live in a building by himself must be a rich man. Lin Sheng wandered around in the building, but it only took a dozen minutes to get a general understanding of the place. There are basically 2 floors. Apart from accommodation and dining options, these are the only things that are important to Lin Sheng. Training room, breeding room, and warehouse. Gravity training room, speed training room. Lin Sheng brought his 3 pets and tried it in the training room. Half an hour later, 3 pets crawled out, sweating profusely. The effect of this training is much better than fighting in the wild. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. The strength of the ferocious beasts from the outside world is either crushed by him or crushes him, so it is difficult for them to break through their own limits. And the trial tower is rare. But the training room here is completely different from the outside world. You can adjust the training difficulty according to your own strength. Although the Magic City Academy also has a similar gravity room, the gravity index can be adjusted to dozens or even hundreds of times the Earth's gravity. But obviously that number is not accurate. I'm afraid it is actually only a dozen or dozens of times, which is quite different from the actual number. But here it is genuine and accurate. Adjust to the gravity of the blue water planet. Lin Sheng also walked into the room and adjusted the gravity to that of the water blue planet. It is about 3 times that of blue star. At the moment when gravity pressed down, Lin Sheng felt as if he was being pressed down, but you can still punch, kick, and even jump in the air. But he could no longer jump to a 2-story building in one leap like before. Adapt here for a while. If we ever have the chance to go to the blue water planet, we can adapt to the gravity there instantly. Lin Sheng and several pets. I trained in this space for about half a month, and take out all the advanced materials needed for the pet from the warehouse. Day 16. Noob. The sun was shining brightly that day. Lin Sheng called Xiaobai to the courtyard. This evolution may take a month, and you may even need to shed your skin. This is when you are at your weakest, so stay here and evolve. Hiss. Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Xiaobai rubbed him with his forehead. Put this bead in your mouth. It will absorb your energy. Once the energy is exhausted, try to fly again. The little deer began to explain. This is a necessary step to evolve into the Songyun Dragon King. Once the evolution is successful, Xiaobai in the early Emperor stage will be able to fight against the ferocious beasts in the late Emperor stage. After all, the Songyun Dragon King is also a branch of the Dragon Clan with a thin bloodline. But it is one of the stronger ones in this branch. And after evolution, the remaining branches can be selected. Currently on Blue Star, it is a miracle that the materials can support Xiaobai's evolution into the Songyun Dragon King. And it all depends on the tiny blood stimulation in the dragon's blood. With the materials from Blue Star, it is impossible for Xiaobai to have the opportunity to evolve into a branch of the Dragon Clan. This is why the deer was so excited when they had the opportunity to evolve into a branch of the Qilin. The Qilin, I'm afraid it has long been extinct. This auspicious beast that brings good luck will be snatched up endlessly when people see it. Although their bloodline level is strong, only a few can grow up. Open your mouth. Lin Sheng held the big bead in his hand. Seeing Xiaobai open his mouth obediently, Lin Sheng placed the bead on his tongue. Hold it in your mouth. If you lose it, there will be no second one. Lin Sheng explained carefully. Xiaobai nodded repeatedly. Next is the cultivation room. Bringing the little deer, Lin Sheng came to Peiyu City. This place is mainly used to cultivate plants for daily consumption and pet eggs. Among the eggs that had not yet been cultivated, Lin Sheng saw an extremely special one. It was an eggshell that was purple and yellow all over. Star Beast. A mount used for traveling through the starry sky. It is extremely difficult to tame. There is a string of labels underneath, and placed in a safer location. Obviously, the owner here also values this egg very much. That's it. This Star Beast egg was probably left by the master's mount here, and it left before it could hatch. Memories of Starmon emerged in the deer's mind. The Starry Sky Beast is a cosmic level 5 life form. It is a level 1 transcendental being when it is born, which means it is a king-level existence. And at the king level, you can travel through time and space and survive in the universe. The little deer couldn't help but get excited. With this Star Beast's egg, time travel is now possible. Just after reaching the monarch level, they can travel through time and space and survive in the universe. These higher life forms are really strong. Lin Sheng couldn't help but his eyes light up. This is the incubator. It will take about half a year to hatch the Star Beast. Half a year. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Can't wait now. What are you thinking? For a level 5 life form, out of 100 eggs, it would be a miracle if one could hatch a life. And the natural incubation time would definitely be more than 100 years. The level of this incubator is now extremely high, and it can almost achieve 100% success in hatching. And the best thing is that this incubator has a program for hatching star beasts. The fawn was circling around in front of the incubator. It is really true that after searching for a long time, you can finally find it without any effort. I'm afraid the owner of this space never thought that the things he carefully prepared would be taken away by someone one day. Chapter 158, Chaos God Tree Army. Attack Yangcheng. Just as Lin Sheng was searching in a space outside Yangcheng, suddenly, the sky and the earth lost their color, and a purple light shot straight into the sky, accompanied by a loud boom. A space gradually cracks and then gradually merges with reality. In the high-rise buildings of Yangcheng, another secret space is about to merge with reality, and this time it's outside of my Yangcheng. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse, but this time the secret space looks very large. Di Qian and Chief Instructor Liu were looking into the distance from a high building. Although that secret space is hundreds of miles away from Yangqing, but it will arrive in just a few hours. If a ferocious beast rushes out, Yangqing will really be abandoned. In less than half a day, the secret realm merged with reality, and from afar it looked like the ruins of a city. It's a pity that Lin Sheng is not here. Di Qian inexplicably thought of Lin Sheng. Then he shook his head violently. No, since he has entrusted Yangqing to me, I must protect it well. You can't always rely on others for everything. It's been several hours, and no ferocious beast has rushed out of that space. It looks like it's really a ruin. Should we send someone to take a look? Instructor Liu asked tentatively. You can go. If there really are no ferocious beasts, it might be an opportunity. Soon, Di Qian sent several king-level beastmasters found by Lin Sheng to check it out. Those king-level beastmasters went there in a group. It took only a few hours to arrive. Seen from afar, on the outskirts of the secret space, dozens or even hundreds of figures were patrolling with spears in their hands. Is it a secret space inhabited by people? They looked at each other and then walked forward. The architectural style of this space city looks so familiar. Isn't it the world of giant trees? But why did the sacred tree in the middle disappear? The three of them walked forward in confusion, wanting to ask. The one holding the spear heard the sound and slowly turned his head, but there was no eyeball in his pupils, and his whole body was filled with holes. Wipe. Several people were so frightened that their souls almost scared out of their wits. The figure was made of trees and was not flesh and blood at all. Whoosh! The moment he saw the crowd, the gunman rushed straight over without any extra reaction. Quick, summon the beast. With a roar, an iron bird covered in armor, a red and brown-haired panda, and a ferocious beast carrying it appeared together. It's just a summoned creature. I'm afraid its strength is not that great. Let's catch one and take a look. However, one of them had not yet finished speaking. The wooden figure threw out a spear. Boom! The wooden spear pierced the air, making a humming sound. The red and brown panda is reaching out to grab, but the spear suddenly exploded, instantly piercing the brown panda's chest, leaving a bloody hole. Flash sale. Puff! The red panda's king-level beastmaster suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked over with disbelief. Even though his beast taming contract is very weak, it is still a king-level ferocious beast. How could he be killed instantly by that wooden figure? And at that moment, those dozens or even hundreds of wooden figures all looked towards them. Countless pairs of empty eye sockets without eyeballs looked extremely terrifying in the dim sky. Only then could everyone see clearly the scene in the city behind the wooden man. In that abandoned city of giant trees, countless spikes pierced through the soil and reached into the sky. On each spike, there was a dark and skinny human figure, or the corpse of a ferocious beast. This horrifying scene deeply penetrates people's hearts. Run! Several people did not hesitate. Even though he had fought in the arena before, he wouldn't be frightened to the point of weakness by such a scene. They mounted their beasts and turned around to run away at an extremely fast speed. The wooden figure behind him seemed to be just protecting this place and did not react much to it. After seeing a few people leave, he started patrolling again. Yangqing, how's it going? Di Qian looked at the panicked crowd and felt his heart sink. He had a feeling that something was wrong. As expected, what everyone said next shocked both of them. That's the giant tree world, and it's been destroyed? Although everyone has heard of large spaces, they don't know much about the giant tree world. Or rather, not much is known. There are several emperor-level beast masters in that giant tree world. Seeing the serious words spoken by several people, Di Qian and Chief Instructor Liu were instantly shocked. Emperor-level beastmaster. That is something out of reach. For Yangqing, he is a real god. However, even a city with gods was destroyed by ferocious beasts. Not good. If the beasts come to attack Yangqing, I'm afraid the whole city will be razed to the ground overnight. We must report this matter to our superiors immediately. Chief Instructor Liu turned and left. That figure didn't chase us, otherwise none of us would have come back alive. Those people were still frightened. So horrible. Able to kill instantly, even instantly kill the king level. Even if a catastrophic level beastmaster came, he would probably only be able to protect himself. And they don't even have a disaster level beastmaster in Yangqing, so how can they resist? Lin Sheng, the only catastrophic beastmaster, is no longer in Yangqing. At this time, in the giant tree space that is integrated with reality, a wooden figure holding a spear came to the red crystal. After the red crystal fought with several emperors and beastmasters, The damaged parts on its body had already been completely healed. There were also several huge skeletons of ferocious beasts lying beside him. Those are all the corpses of emperor-level beasts. Master, we found a remote city with countless blood food. The wooden figure spoke silently. As soon as the human figure made of red crystal raised its head, the wooden figure exploded instantly. Don't call me master. Your master is not here yet. Hearing this, the wooden figure recovered in an instant. I smell the Lord's presence in that city. For a moment, the red crystal figure paused. Then he slowly raised his head and said, Chaos God Tree, take control of that town. Kill those who resist, kill those who don't obey orders, and wait for the master to come back.
Yes.
The wooden figure bowed respectfully. Countless branches broke apart and once again sank into the ground beneath their feet, disappearing here. At the same time, in the direction of Yangqing, once again, tens of thousands of identical human figures condensed. Each figure held a wooden spear in his hand. Leading the way were 5 huge wooden men whose bodies were made entirely of blood red. This army. They began to march towards the town ahead in a mighty manner. And this is only part of the wooden figures in the giant tree city. It doesn't even reach 1/5 of the number of wooden figures. At this time, Yangqing was still unaware of this matter. But the wooden man could reach Yangqing in less than a few hours. Chapter 159. The Enemy at the Gate. Desperate pressure. In the meeting room of Yangqing, countless businessmen were looking at Di Qian and Captain Liu with nervous expressions. We don't really believe what you said. Yes, how could an emperor-level being die without making any noise? All the businessmen shook their heads. Besides, if tens of millions of people in a city want to relocate, do you know how difficult it is? If you want our financial support, you must also provide corresponding evidence. Since the wooden man is not moving, wouldn't it be like cutting ourselves if we leave rashly? Listen to what everyone says. Captain Liu and Di Qian both sighed. Really? It's impossible to persuade them. Let's not talk about these businessmen who are all profit-oriented. Furthermore, Yangqing is not facing any substantial threats now. But once there is danger, I'm afraid Yangqing will have no chance to leave. Hey, the same thing happened when I called my superiors. They asked several times before they were sure. We are already sending a disaster-level beastmaster to confirm it. Captain Liu spoke silently. Di Qian shook her head again. Disaster-level beast tamers are completely useless. Those countless wooden men have the power to kill the king in an instant. Who dares to say that there is no stronger one behind him? Once we attack Yangqing, if there is no emperor beast tamer in Yangqing, Yangqing will be breached. All right, we'll leave now if it's all right. The businessmen shook their heads. The beastmaster is just too sensitive. Since those ferocious beasts did not attack at the beginning, why would they attack again later? Besides, war is sometimes inevitable for the sake of development. The businessman slowly opened the door to the conference room, and just as his hand was on the door handle, pass! A loud bang was heard. Who? Everyone present suddenly looked up towards the door. This is the highest level meeting in Yangqing. Who dares to make any noise here? However, when they all raised their heads, they were instantly frightened by what was happening before their eyes. The businessman was seen holding the door handle. In its chest, a long wooden stick protruded from behind, and the other end was connected to the heavy wooden door. But this wooden door is solid. How could he be pierced in an instant? Cough, 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 cough. Looking at his pierced chest, the merchant's face was full of regret and blood spurted out of his mouth. And in the wooden door in front of him, a face without pupils gradually emerged. There was a wooden look on that face, devoid of any emotion. The businessman was also sucked into a dried corpse amidst a scream. Open the gates. The wooden man walked straight through the heavy wooden door and spoke slowly. The merchants present had already collapsed on the ground out of fear, and one of them even had an unpleasant smell coming from his crotch. Whoosh! At that moment, a long spear thrust out, instantly piercing the terrified merchant. Open the gates. The dry sound like a dead tree came out from the woodcutter's mouth again, and wait for him to slowly raise the wooden spear in his hand again. Several people nearby suddenly screamed in fright. Di Qian reacted quickly and said, I'll go right away. Hearing this, Mu Run withdrew his raised hand. Following the wooden man, we headed towards the east gate of Yangqing. Along the way, he attracted countless surprised glances from passers-by, and the residents in the city all greeted Di Qian in a friendly manner. But the wooden man did not react at all. He ignored the people around him and went straight to the city gate. Di Qian also responded to the people with a smile. but my heart was already extremely nervous. This wooden man is estimated to be in the late monarch stage, or even the early disaster stage. He is no match for a disaster-level beastmaster, but he has absolute power over the king-level beastmaster. Lin Sheng, where are you? In this city, only Lin Sheng is a catastrophic-level beastmaster. Even after Di Qian left, it would be too late for those people to make an emergency report to their superiors. Once she opens the city gate, she will probably be greeted by an endless army. I didn't expect this creature to have the intelligence to capture the city's leader in advance. In fact, Di Qian was overthinking. The Chaos God tree only acts upon orders. Tell it to open the city gate, and it will open the city gate. Anyone who disobeys orders will be killed. And his strength is extremely strong, so he is naturally loved by the strong. It is the weapon that accompanies the red crystal figure. Arrived at the city wall. When Di Qian arrived at the city wall, he was immediately shocked by the scene before him. I only saw it in the desert in the distance. Countless wooden armies formed into square formations and moved towards Yangqing step by step. Behind the square formation, there were 5 giants wearing blood-red wooden armor. Every step they took made the ground tremble. Such a commotion instantly attracted everyone in the city. A large number of anchors who were looking for trouble climbed up to the city wall and started filming the outside world. Suddenly, Yangqing fell into panic. What is that? Is it a ferocious beast? Our Yangqing is about to be attacked by ferocious beasts again? Why don't the beast masters in the city go out to resist? Oh my god, that looks too scary. I saw Captain D walking on the street with a wooden man before. Could it be that she has colluded with these demons? Don't talk nonsense. I believe Captain D is definitely not that kind of person. Di Qian enjoyed a high status among the people. However, the scenes in the video showed that people were terrified. I also vaguely sensed a hint of danger. In the past, demons were chaotic and attacked randomly. Now it is in good order, just like an army. It's bad. For the first time, Di Qian felt despair. Even the other beastmasters who knew about this on the city wall had their eyelids twitching. Let's go. The farther the better. Di Qian said silently. And those beastmasters who had just graduated from school looked at each other. But he shook his head. We're not leaving. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Di Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the iron-blooded education in the city has taken effect. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad at this time. Looking at the number, there are tens of thousands of them, and that giant. Di Qian's heart sank. I'm afraid it would be useless even if Lin Shang came. If the Emperor-level Beastmaster doesn't come in person, Yangqing will have no hope. The kings who had personally fought with the wooden man knew this fact very well. Looking at the wooden man who could instantly kill a king-level pet, no one felt more desperate than them. This is a hopeless one-sided massacre. I can only pray for the enemy's mercy, with despair. But at this time, no one escaped from the city wall. This is also the right choice. To escape now is to die. Although the wooden man has no exit to block the escape, if anyone escapes, they will be stabbed in the chest. Not bad. That's a lot of blood food. The distant blood-red crystal figure couldn't help but nodded when he saw this scene. Although it is not as good as this empire, it can also be used as a base to slowly confine people. And it believes that the Lord will definitely come back. This scene was also transmitted to the internet in various places through Yangqing. For a time, people from all parts of Dragon Country and even high-level officials began to pay attention to this matter. Chapter 160, Trends, Decisions of the Top Management. On the Dragon Country network. As soon as the video was uploaded, it caused an uproar. What kind of monster is that wooden man? Why have I never heard of it? You don't know yet? I heard that the wooden man is so powerful that he can completely defeat a king-level beast. Oh my god, there are tens of thousands of wooden men. Which city can resist them? Is Yangqing going to be the first city to be destroyed? Although I often told jokes about hell before, seeing a city about to be destroyed with my own eyes still made me feel a little sad. People from all over Dragon Country are expressing their support on the internet. Although I want to provide support, I also know that my own strength is limited. The Beast Masters of the Dragon Kingdom had already wasted a lot of energy just defending each town. And even if I really want to help Yangqing, it will probably take the whole country's efforts to stop it. If the Emperor-level Beastmaster doesn't come out, there will be absolutely no chance. But now the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beastmaster is staying in the center of a large base city to prevent sneak attacks from ferocious beasts. The others were all sent out to seize resources from various places. If we let them come back to protect the town and abandon the resources, it would be tantamount to chronic suicide. Sooner or later, they will be enslaved. Therefore, there are still few people who engage in moral blackmail on the internet. In an instant, there was a moment of silence on the internet. Even some programs have turned gray. We're not dead yet. The people in Yangqing were speechless. But this also relieved some of the pressure in dim sum. At this moment, another piece of news came from nowhere. A large Bay city was destroyed, and that destroyed Bay city was right in front of Yangqing, which was also the origin of this wooden man. What the hell? Is this true? Why are you so excited, brother? Is there something wrong with that large Bay city? You don't know this? Although the authorities prohibit ordinary people from knowing this information, some of it has still spread among the public. If you look carefully, you will definitely find it. That's right. There is also a large Bay city in that large secret realm that is similar to our 3 major Bay cities. There is also an Emperor Beastmaster in charge of it, but it was destroyed by this wooden man. Impossible? How can it be destroyed even with an Emperor-level Beastmaster in charge? You know, the Emperor-level Beastmaster is invincible in people's hearts. A city with several emperors was actually destroyed by that wooden man? However, before everyone could get confused, the message spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom in an instant. Urgently summon powerful Beastmasters from all over the place to gather in the central city. People in small cities on the outskirts of large Bay cities, please stay at home and wait for the main city to be relocated. As soon as the news came out, people are still somewhat skeptical. However, when the city where he was finally took action, they finally realized that this was no joke. An Emperor-level Beastmaster really died, and a large base was destroyed. Shit, it's true. We are very close to Yangqing. We have been notified to move, and we have to leave tonight. Don't scare me, brother. Are you kidding me? Who dares to joke at a time like this? The people were completely panicked. Immediately start packing up your valuables in your home, especially in towns far away from large Bay cities. Only then did they realize that the hammer was not only hitting Yangqing. After that, they were also targeted. Everyone's feelings at this moment are different from before. I am no longer in the mood to continue mourning Yangqing on the internet. If they keep procrastinating like this, they will soon be mourning their own deaths. In the highest conference room of Dragon Country. Today, all the Imperial Beastmasters have returned here in the form of projection. They all looked at the screen on the PPT with caution. Some of this display technology is still in use today. This is the video footage sent back from Yangqing. Everyone, please take a look. The old man in Zhongshan's suit pointed to the painting behind him. The Imperial Beastmasters present focused their attention on it. The wooden man in the picture was holding a tough wooden spear in his hand, and behind him were 5 huge wooden beasts. After a long while, President Rong spoke first. The level of the little wooden man is at the king level, and the level of the giant wooden man behind him is at the disaster level. That's right, Director and said, but the bloodlines of these creatures are all very high, especially the giant wood man with red on his body. I'm afraid that many Emperor Beastmasters can only barely suppress it. The hearts of all the Imperial Beastmasters sank. They go in and out of those secret realms, so naturally they have some understanding of the bloodline levels in the universe. The bloodline levels of the pets in the contracts with the beast tamers on Blue Star are too low. Although they are both kings, they are no longer in the same dimension. It's like taking a cup of the same volume and putting air or water into it. That's a completely different concept. And if you put sand, or even iron blocks with extremely high density in it, the results will be even more different. Nowadays, the contracts of Beastmasters on Blue Star are like air. The other side is a block of iron. The iron hit the air. The result is predictable. The air will be dispersed, but the iron block will remain intact. I never thought that the giant tree empire would be defeated. I thought it was because of the fusion of the secret space, and they wanted to protect themselves, so they closed the space channel. Everyone was a little shocked. Is Lin Shang still in that city? President Rong asked. So what? His bloodline is of a very high level, but his own level is only at the disaster level. One of the Emperor-level beast tamers spoke up. Everyone sighed. Indeed, Lin Shang of the same level might be able to rely on his bloodline advantage to defeat 5 ferocious beasts of the same level alone. But the bloodline of Blue Star creatures is only so high. How much higher can Lin Shang's be? What's more, these are 5 disaster-level beasts. Even if they were Emperor-level beast masters, it would take a lot of effort here. What's more, everyone is just a holographic projection, and their real bodies are not actually here. And the most important thing is, after we stop this wave, what can we do next? An Emperor-level Beastmaster spoke from the darkness. These words were very sharp and hit everyone's soft spot. They looked at each other and then shook their heads. A white light flashed in the eyes of the old man in Zhongshan's suit. Really? Then I understand your choices. The key now lies in you. Quickly improve your strength. Only the strongest can protect the survival and status of the entire tribe. I will arrange the next escape plan. You don't have to worry about the rear. Just focus on fighting for the opportunity. The old man in Zhongshan clothes said with full energy in his voice. These are the only Imperial Beastmasters in Dragon Kingdom now. It hasn't changed in decades. If you want to gain a foothold in troubled times, the strongest person must be strong enough, powerful enough to make everyone afraid. Otherwise, even if there were no ferocious beasts invading, the city would be shattered at will like bubbles. Chapter 161, Songyun Dragon King. Emperor level. Just like Zeus. Won't you come and bully them after you become stronger? If Dragon Country didn't also have equally powerful people, the consequences would be unpredictable. Just as the Dragon Kingdom was in full swing of its transfer, in a secret space in a ravine, Lin Shang walked out of the training room. He pressed his left shoulder with his right hand and turned it. The arms and abdomen are covered with slightly visible muscles, which are as elegant and beautiful as flowing water. Not too bloated, nor too thin. I've almost adapted to the gravity of the blue water planet. Lin Shang patted his chest. Although his physique is not as good as those warriors now, but with the feedback from my pets, I was able to get started. In the eyes of ordinary people, he has probably reached the level of the captain of the lighthouse country. Master, Xiaobai is going to be promoted. The little deer jumped excitedly to Lin Shang's side. She gave birth? Even though it's a female snake, she can't lay eggs asexually, right? Upgraded. Oh, go find your wife. Question mark. Where did you learn so many dirty jokes? Lin Shang was speechless. Ever since the little deer saw those dirty things, it seemed to have become dirty too. This kid must be confiscated. Lin Shang frowned slightly and made up his mind. It's fine to just watch it, but it's just some meaningless stuff. The two soon arrived at the open space outside the door. At this time, Xiaobai had curled up to the size of an ordinary snake. A layer of white film was attached to its body, covering it like a wedding dress. But Xiaobai's expression was extremely painful. The beads in his mouth had already been bitten to pieces. Energy poured into his body, and 6 small lumps of flesh faintly grew on his back. Hiss. At this moment, Xiaobai seemed to have regained his snake habits. Master, please help it remove the snake skin from its body. The little deer stood aside, its eyes as big as bells. It can feel the waves of energy coming from Xiaobai's body. This branch of the Songyun Dragon King can be considered a 4th-level life form at this time. It can be said to be the most advanced life on the blue planet. Once the evolution is successful, there will be no rivals in the Emperor level. Hurry. Hold on. Lin Shang felt the emotions coming from Xiaobai, beads of sweat oozing from his head, and began to help Xiaobai peel off the white snake skin on his body. Every time a piece was torn off, Xiaobai's snake body would twitch continuously and slide on the ground. All the soil was stirred up. In order to reduce the pain, Lin Shang had to harden his heart and ignore how miserable Xiaobai cried. Quickly peel off the snake skin on the body. This is a transformation that is like a complete rebirth, and one must inevitably endure great pain along the way. Fortunately, after a few dozen minutes, Lin Shang peeled off all the snake skin on Xiaobai's body, revealing the white body inside. Those scales are so perfect that they seem like the work of nature. The whole body is almost exactly the same, even with a reverse scale. All true dragon blood clansmen have reverse scales. Dragons with reverse scales are 10 times more powerful than before. The little deer stared at Xiaobai's body with fiery eyes. It was like watching God's masterpiece. Even Xiaobai felt a little embarrassed being stared at by the two of them. He immediately let out a soft roar. Good. Lin Shang smiled. Just pick it up and open it. He could feel that his strength had increased several times compared to before. Xiaobai's hair all over his body was emitting a pure white glow. 6 pairs of huge wings also grew on its back. The wingspan of that wing is extremely long, covered with dazzling white feathers. When fully expanded, it can cover Xiaobai's entire body. Just like the angel in the legend, sacred and inviolable. Songyun Dragon King. Level. Extraordinary level 7. Talent. Starry Sky level 9. Skills. Thundercloud Control, proficient. Burning Sun True Eye, perfect. Diamond Body, proficient. Dragon Might, proficient. Blue Cloud Control, proficient. Evolution Route. 8-winged Azure Cloud Dragon. Flame Sun Dragon King. Introduction. the king of the Tsangyun dragon clan that soars in the sky, a branch of the dragon clan's vast bloodline. Imperial level. And there are two more evolutionary routes. Once Xiaobai gets more resources, maybe there will be some more powerful evolutionary routes. Lin Shang touched the 6 pairs of wings and felt slightly excited. What kind of ability does Tsangyun control? Lin Shang asked puzzledly. I can control the sky, create typhoons, rainstorms, and thunder, and I can increase their power. Xiaobai reported to Lin Shang happily. Can you control the weather? That's a very powerful ability indeed. Listening to Lin Shang's praise, Xiaobai proudly put his hands on his hips, his chin almost raised to the sky. Emperor level, how can it not be awesome? It already has more than enough means of attack. This kind of adaptable skill is rare. However, a large amount of resources were consumed during the evolution process. More than half of the resources were taken out from the warehouse, and almost all of them were consumed on it. But it's worth it. Lin Shang became a new Emperor-level Beastmaster in Dragon Country, and he is a 19-year-old Emperor-level Beastmaster. If I tell this to others, who would believe it? I'm afraid it will shock the world. At this moment, Lin Shang couldn't help but feel a little excited. But when he thought about the many powerful people above him, he felt less excited. Don't be discouraged. The master has been great. The deer interrupted silently. This is also true. Lin Shang's talent is considered to be very strong even in the universe. What's more, it is a place like Blue Star which can almost be described as a place with scarce resources. Lin Shang regained his confidence. But he was also determined to teach Xiaolu a lesson when he found the chance. It's really a lack of fatherly love. Chapter 162 Dark Clouds Overwhelm the City. It will take another half a year for this egg to hatch. We need to work harder to improve our strength in the next 6 months. Xiaoling, you stay here and train first, and take out all the resources you can from the warehouse. What about me? The deer asked. You need to be taught. Start with the mount. Outside Yangcheng. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of troops formed into square formations and marched towards Yangcheng. In the hands of each wooden man, there was a wooden spear that was almost the same length as himself. The spear tips were extremely neat and pointed straight towards the sky. Although it is made of wood, it looks so indestructible. At this time, the wooden man on the city wall also escaped into the ground and returned to the team. On the city wall, all the Beastmasters in Yangcheng gathered here. The people in the city are gradually moving away. This is a hopeless struggle. Once the fighting starts, it is bound to be a one-sided massacre. From the fact that the wooden man who had arrived here a long time ago did not take any action, it could be seen that the other party was not impatient. Where are the fire beast tamers? Gather here. Di Qian gathered all the Beastmasters with fire attributes around him. There are 2 king-level warriors, more than 30 lord-level warriors, and hundreds of general-level warriors. In front of those large numbers of wooden men, it was obviously not enough. But this is the only number of people that Yangcheng can gather at the moment. How dare they look down on us? We must teach these guys a lesson. The Beastmasters on the city wall were unhappy. The wooden man allowed them to resist, obviously looking down on them. At this time, the live broadcast was transmitted to all parts of the world, and everyone held their breath. The feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the city and threatening to destroy it could be transmitted to everyone's mind through the screen. The feeling of oppression is suffocating. Attack. It seemed that the wooden man had almost moved forward a certain distance. Di Qian gave the order immediately. Boom. Suddenly, a blazing flame lit up on the city wall. The countless fire-type beasts that could unleash long-range attacks all unleashed their skills at the same time. It was obvious that everyone present had received rigorous training, and the flames smashed forward like a net. Intertwined with each other, they can cover almost every corner of the battlefield. Amazing! This is the first time I've seen an army of Beastmasters. It's truly breathtaking. Fire is the strongest inhibitor of wood. This wave of fire will burn everything down. It's so shocking, it makes me burn. A glimmer of hope arose in the hearts of the people in Yangcheng. The flames all over the sky gave them the greatest confidence. The raging flame instantly struck the wooden man, covering the entire field, and then burned fiercely. The flames cooperate with each other and cover each other, making the fire even more intense. Good. Everyone on the city wall smiled. But the next moment, however, the wooden man still stepped out from the sea of fire. As if they had not suffered any damage, they continued to move forward in unison, as if despising the resistance of the crowd. Don't worry about insect attacks. Everyone was silent. On the high building, Di Qian, who had already anticipated this scene, also smiled bitterly. Damn it. Could you please not be so perverted? There are attacks from king-level beasts here. At least one death would be fine. Those woods seem to be incombustible and put out the sea of fire. Let's go for a rush. The eyes of the beastmasters on the platform were bloodshot. Obviously, there is still fear in his heart. I knew that once I went down, it would be basically impossible to come up alive. Oh my god, what kind of monsters are these? How can we resist if we can't even kill one with a king-level attack? I don't dare to watch anymore. Except Yangcheng. The people in Yangcheng who were watching the live broadcast also felt a sense of despair. Countless people drove their cars and began to flee towards the 3 open city gates. However, the city gate was closed at this moment. The beastmasters on the city wall were also helpless. Once the city gates are opened, the ferocious beasts in the wild will hunt humans again. It is almost like putting everyone in front of the ferocious beasts and letting them hunt them. No one can do it. Call. Di Qian took a deep breath. For the first time, I felt my own powerlessness. I thought that after becoming a king-level beastmaster, I would have the ability to defend my country. After receiving the king-level beastmasters sent by Lin Shang, Di Qian was filled with confidence. I believe that Yangcheng has a high chance of surviving this disaster and even becoming stronger. However, the reality is cruel. Give up resistance. You'll die if you go down. Di Qian stopped everyone. There might be a chance of survival if you stay here. But those who resist are probably doomed to die. Even so, we cannot drag everyone down with us. Nice blood food. There are still a few kings. Kill those and keep the rest in captivity. The red crystal gave orders to the Chaos God Tree. It wants to keep all humans on the blue planet in captivity. It is the first step towards the universe and also the first step towards becoming stronger. It will not exhaust all the fish. It will allow the strong ones to mate with each other and leave behind offspring with better genes. Blue Star is the first planet to be enslaved, and there will be more in the future. It's all for the Lord. The Lord is the meaning of its birth. And at this moment, the wooden man received the order, picked up the spear in his hand, and was about to charge. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Snap. First, there were a few sporadic drops. Then, snap. Pa. The raindrops began to fall faster, until a few seconds passed. Pa, pa, pa. It's raining heavily. In the sky, which was originally dark, an unprecedented torrential rain fell in just a few tens of seconds. It even got to the point where you couldn't see your hand in front of you for a while. Boom! There was lightning and thunder in the sky. The terrifying lightning was wandering in the clouds, as if it was going to split everything in the world apart. Those electric wires seemed to be able to tear the void apart, domineering and rampant. On the tallest floor of a building in Yangcheng. Look, what's that in the sky? Is it a spaceship? Are aliens attacking the Earth? A man was on the highest floor, pointing up at the sky, and suddenly opened his mouth with a look of disbelief on his face. A huge piece of iron passed through the sky, as if covering the Earth. Even the rain in the sky was blocked by the iron sheet. No, it seems to be the scales of some creature. The people on the tall building were so frightened that they instantly fell to the ground from their chairs. The spaceship just now. It's just a scale of a living creature? So how big is its body? Why would such a horrifying creature appear in Yangcheng at this time? That huge creature had half of its body hidden in the clouds. It instantly attracted the shocked gazes of the people in the city. However, this horrifying scene was also recorded by the video. For a time, the whole country was in turmoil. Chapter 163. Instant Kill of the Wooden Man. Lin Ming's Life Story. Picture of Yangcheng Sky. It was delivered to all parts of the country through live broadcast. There was an immediate buzz on the internet. What kind of monster is this? Why is it so big? I can vaguely see wings rising and falling in the clouds. This kind of life must be an emperor-level existence, right? Could it be the legendary dragon? Could it be that the dragon has come to save our dragon country? That's just a legend people made up. You don't take it seriously, do you? I'm afraid another ferocious beast is coming. If we attack from both sides, Yangcheng will really be doomed. Everyone held their phones and looked at the scene with horror. Even through the screen, you can feel the huge size of the creature. Almost overwhelming. Even in the highest conference room of Dragon Country. The old man in Zhongshan suit was stunned. He didn't remember that there were such emperor-level beasts in Dragon Country. The old beast tamers have seen all those emperor-level beings. But there is absolutely no possibility that there is such a huge being. Unless it's the perfect level of gigantic expansion. The most important thing is that it is not yet clear whether this ferocious beast is an enemy or a friend. And far outside the ruins of Yangqing, the blood-red crystal figure also saw the dragon through the wooden man. There are actually level 4 creatures on this blue planet, and they are a branch of the dragon race, the Zhongyun dragon. The crystal figure was extremely excited. If I could eat this dragon, then its power will become stronger. Luan Shenmu, kill that dragon for me. The order spread across the vast land to the front line. The beast masters stood on the city wall, looking at the shadow in the sky in shock. And at the same time, boom, in that lightning, the underground outside Yangqing. The wooden men that were originally scattered now collectively moved towards the center and climbed up on each other. Even the blood-red giant was the same. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, all the wooden men gathered together, then gradually built up the legs, torso, limbs, and head. What followed was a huge wooden man wearing red armor. The spiritual energy emanating from the wooden man's body made everyone in the city tremble. Imperial level. The level of this wooden man has definitely reached the emperor level. Roar. The wooden man roared, picked up a sledgehammer in his hand, and jumped into the air. Then he swung a hammer fiercely towards the huge body. However, in the clouds, there was just a huge tail swung down. The giant tail pierces through the clouds, compresses the air, and makes a huge roar and sonic boom. It seems to have infinite power, shaking the heaven and earth. At this moment, the people watching nearby finally understood what the power of moving mountains and filling the sea meant. Bang! Even the wooden man's body could only barely hold that huge tail. However, with a loud bang, its body was instantly crushed. Then it exploded in the air. Damn it! The figure in the red crystal felt somewhat unhappy. Level 4 creature. The wooden figures he sent were not good enough even when put together. The levels and strengths of both parties are completely not on the same level. The main reason is that it didn't expect that there would be such a powerful existence on the blue planet. It seems that I have no choice but to do it myself? Just as Red Crystal was thinking this, suddenly, a voice came from the side. Part of my energy has been sucked away. What did you say? The crystal figure seemed not to hear clearly. I said that those wooden men you sent out have been absorbed by someone. The crystal figure was silent. I didn't expect that this trip would result in not only losing the wife, but also the troops. Not only did it fail to take it down, but it caused the Chaos God Tree to lose a large amount of energy. And just as the chaotic sacred tree and the crystal figure were thinking, suddenly, a figure came to the periphery of this space. Both consciousnesses were stunned. And at this time outside this space, Lin Ming was holding his aching forehead and heading towards the center. Pain. It hurts so much. Ever since the secret realm of this space began to be lifted, Lin Ming's forehead has always been aching. As time went by, the pain became more and more obvious, as if urging him to go in a certain direction. After walking for half a month, we finally arrived here. It was as if he was feeling something. From the distant sky, a red crystal suddenly fell towards here. With a bang, it fell in front of Lin Ming. The moment he saw the red crystal, Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. She could feel the energy in the crystal figure's body surging like a river, even more powerful than some emperor-level beings. She swallowed subconsciously. However, at this moment, the crystal figure was in a trance and became very excited. He knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Ming. Then he stretched out his hands and said slowly, "Almighty Lord, my moon god, please eat me." Blood-red tears actually flowed from the crystal figure's eyes. It seemed as if being eaten by Lin Ming was the ultimate goal of life it pursued. The Chaos God Tree stood respectfully aside. All the trees that originally stayed here have already gathered into its body. At this time, the aura of the Chaos God Tree had risen to an extremely high level. Gudong. When Lin Ming saw this scene, he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Every cell in her body was urging her on. Eat it. Eat it. That's the right thing to do. Finally, Lin Ming's consciousness gradually became blurred. He walked forward slowly and bit the red crystal on the forehead. However, the crystal figure did not resist, but trembled all over, as if out of excitement. Then a large amount of memories flooded into Lin Ming's mind. They were all languages that Lin Ming had never heard of before, but he could understand them. Child, take this branch and leave. It will protect you. I don't know how long I have been traveling in the distant universe. Finally, she landed on a small planet in the Milky Way. But during his journey in the universe, he was attacked and robbed by countless powerful beings. The Chaos God Tree used up all its essence to allow her to escape. Afterwards, Lin Ming fell into Yangqing of Blue Star and was rescued by someone from ferocious beasts. The Chaos God Tree fell into a small space and gradually recovered its strength. Seeing that the situation has become chaotic, I can no longer continue to survive. He separated a large amount of essence, condensed into the red crystal figure, tampered with its consciousness, and served Lin Ming wholeheartedly. And there is Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng. Lin Ming suddenly woke up. But what was in front of her at this moment was a red figure with only half of its body left. And an infinite amount of power also emerged from his body. Extraordinary first level. Extraordinary 8th level. Extraordinary 9th level. Starry Sky level 1. This power seemed to have no obstacles at all, and Lin Ming's strength rose all the way to the first level of the Starry Sky. And then there is endless knowledge. Chapter 164. Di Qian was shocked. Is that monster your pet? Strength. Practice the technique. The essence of the universe. Everything was engraved in my memory as if I had already known it. Ah. Lin Ming groaned in pain. She suddenly grabbed the short hair in front of her forehead with her bare hands. After a few dozen seconds, the pain miraculously disappeared. Even the pain that had been there before seemed to be completely cured. I am a member of the Moon God clan. After fully accepting this information, Lin Ming seemed to have changed. The originally purple pupils turned into dark purple. Amidst the evil, there is an indescribable charm that makes people fall in love with it at first sight. There was a faint glow on his body, like moonlight. The skin is crystal clear and as beautiful as mutton fat jade. That is the radiance of divinity. Only the 7th level life forms, the descendants of the gods, can behave like this. And the number of level 7 life forms existing at the same time will not exceed 3 in tens of millions of years. Strike. The human-shaped chaotic tree beside him turned into a branch in that instant, quietly inserted beside Lin Ming. Master, please eat the remaining half as well. The branches of the Chaos God Tree slowly opened their mouths. Eat? No, I want to share half with my brother. No, I don't have a brother. Why should I share with others? Lin Ming's forehead started to hurt again. Her memory was too messy and needed time to sort out. Devouring all the strong men on this planet, and then leaving here. The Chaos God Tree began to guide her. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and pulled out the Chaos God Tree that was stuck in the ground. Lin Ming could feel that it was not her beast taming that was strong, but her own strength. Contains the secret book of Moon God's cultivation to become stronger. She will soon become a world-class powerhouse. But a powerful person at the universe level can only dominate in this universe. But that's enough. After all, this universe is just the beginning of her parasitism. Obtain the essence of the Chaos God Tree. In the sky, Lin Sheng stood between the two corners of Xiaobai. Instantly activate the skill and extract the shattered body of the Chaos God Tree. These monsters seem to be coming from that direction. Lin Sheng looked at the ruins of the city in the distance. He reached out and patted Xiaobai's dragon horn. Go and take a look. Roar. Xiaobai growled. Shuttle through the clouds and move forward. The people in the city finally felt relieved when they saw the terrifying figure going away. Oh my God. If the creature saw them, then I gave them a tail out of interest. The entire Yangqing will be destroyed. Fortunately, the terrifying creature didn't seem to be interested in Yangqing. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. It has 6 wings and looks like a divine dragon. Could it really be the totem of their dragon kingdom faith? While everyone was confused, Xiaobai had already carried Lin Sheng to the sky above the ruins. However, when I glanced down, there was nothing. Has the giant tree world really been destroyed? Lin Sheng muttered, somewhat doubtful. It seems that god-level creature did it. The little deer walked back and forth in the beast-controlling space very nervously. I didn't expect that creature to have grown to this extent. I'm afraid it is now hunting the most powerful creatures on the blue planet. After they are all killed, it will be the Emperor's turn. But if you want to leave Blue Star now, it will take another half a year. What should I do? The little deer frowned, and then jumped out of the beast-taming space. Helplessly, everyone could only return to Yangqing first. On the city wall, seeing Lin Sheng's figure, Di Qian smiled slightly. However, when he saw the little dragon with 6 wings beside Lin Sheng, his heart skipped a beat. There is no danger in Yangqing now. I just want to check the secret space and there was nothing there. Lin Sheng shook his head. However, at this moment, Di Qian seemed not to have heard what Lin Sheng said. He pointed at Xiaobai beside him and stuttered, You. Have you advanced to the emperor level? Hearing this, Lin Sheng glanced at Di Qian. Then he slightly nodded. At that moment, Di Qian's mind seemed to be struck by lightning and turned into an empty white space. Imagining the huge figure just now, a chill ran down my spine and into my mind. Nima, that's your pet. Di Qian was dumbfounded. This was the first time she swore. How old is Lin Sheng now? But you can own an emperor-level pet at the age of 19? This is a bit too abnormal. And the most important thing is that the level of the wooden man just now is probably also at the emperor level. But he was whipped to death by the little white snake beside Lin Sheng. Then what is the combat power of this little white snake? No, little white dragon? At this moment, Di Qian couldn't believe his eyes. She couldn't believe that the creature that had been lying on Lin Sheng, flapping its wings and looking at her, was actually an emperor-level being. How could I possibly meet the emperor in my lifetime? Suddenly I remembered that it seemed that a year ago, when Lin Sheng contracted the little snake, he was questioned. Now that those who doubted it know about it, they will probably regret what they said. This is not a little snake. It's clearly a white dragon. Can I touch it? Di Qian swallowed. Suddenly I felt that my request seemed a bit excessive. Roar. Only for the master to touch. Xiaobai seemed to be angry and growled at Di Qian. Be good, a touch won't kill you. Lin Sheng touched Xiaobai's forehead. At this time, Xiaobai had shrunk to the size of a small snake and coiled around Lin Sheng's hand. It looks very small and cute, like a fluttering moth. Then the master said that you can only touch it once. After hearing what Lin Sheng said, Xiaobai finally gave in. Pets that don't listen to their owners are not good pets and will be thrown away. Hey. Di Qian suddenly became excited. He rubbed his hands and touched it immediately. A few minutes later, how long are you going to touch me? Xiaobai showed an impatient expression. The smell of other people on its body makes it very uncomfortable. All right. He withdrew his hand with some regret, but he was excited in his heart. An imperial creature. I can actually touch it like this in my lifetime. It's a huge profit. I never thought you would grow to the point where we can no longer reach you. Di Qian looked at Lin Sheng's slightly handsome face. Back then, Lin Sheng was just a young boy who often received love letters from people at school. Today, he has become the most powerful beastmaster in Dragon Country, an emperor-level beastmaster. They are truly incomparable. And at this moment, ding-ling-ling, a call came to Di Qian's cell phone. Chapter 165, Spaceship in the Starry Sky, Tengyu Era. How's the situation over there now? A deep voice came. Di Qian immediately knew who was calling. That's it. In just a few minutes, Di Qian explained what had happened here. The figure on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment. Then there were a few chuckles. Great. This way, my Dragon Kingdom will have another Imperial Beastmaster, according to the previous etiquette. The appearance of an Imperial Beastmaster will be celebrated by the whole country, and a special welcoming ceremony will be held. But now is a special period, so we will only inform the whole country. The voice was on speakerphone. Lin Sheng could also hear it clearly. Lin Sheng had no objection to exposing his emperor-level pet. The only possible impact. Maybe it was that old guy Zeus. But it seems like it would be nice to scare him. Lin Sheng chuckled twice. Hey. Xiaobai wrapped around Lin Sheng's palm and rubbed against it. It seemed as if he wanted to rub off the smell on his body. The scent of a woman makes Xiaobai feel inexplicably disgusted. And after dozens of minutes, the news that an emperor-level beastmaster had appeared in Dragon Country again spread everywhere. Even a 19-year-old emperor-level beastmaster. At that moment, people all over the country were shocked. Countries around the world also took time out to send congratulatory messages. This is a 19-year-old imperial beastmaster. Who wouldn't be shocked when seeing this? Everyone would think that such an existence has a bright future, right? Zeus felt the same way. I didn't expect this kid to have grown to this point. In the past, Lin Shenghua had given Zeus face. In fact, Zeus didn't take this guy too seriously. After all, there is no need to worry too much about a bug that can be easily crushed to death. But now it's very different. Lin Sheng has become stronger, so powerful that it cannot be ignored. And at the same time, in that secret place where the giant tree space and reality merge, why don't you kill that creature? It's great blood food. The Chaos God tree in his hand spoke silently. I think Lin Sheng and Xiaobai should not be let go. Shut up. Lin Ming's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He held the divine wood tightly in his hand, and a creaking sound was heard. For some reason, the boy just now gave her a very special feeling, and she didn't want to attack him. But I just can't remember it. Let's go and kill all the star-level warriors on this planet. Only the starry sky level can pose a threat to Lin Ming. But it's just a small threat. Just smooth it out with your hands. But subconsciously, Lin Ming did not want to take action in Longhua first. Instead, it headed towards the direction of the farthest dark empire. And at this moment, a spaceship traveling through deep space. Suddenly, in this desolate universe, a hint of life was detected. These creatures only have round bodies and limbs, but they are extremely large, with 3 colored eyeballs in the center of their bodies, which looks extremely strange. There is actually a planet with life here? We detected the presence of a high-level creature on that life planet, but there is only one. Is it a level 3 or level 4 creature? Several crew members became excited. I'm afraid it's another indigenous planet. With our extraordinary 7th level strength, we should be able to occupy it at will. This is really a treasure. Some planets in the universe have owners and cannot be invaded at will. It's amazing that we can find an ownerless planet in such a desolate area. And I'm afraid the life on that planet is not at a high level of evolution, because their spacecraft failed to even detect the technology and signals emanating from the indigenous planet. This also proves that their technology is not advanced. A planet with underdeveloped technology. The people above must not be that strong. I suspect that even a first-level transcendent being would be worshipped as a god by them on that planet. Ha ha ha. Let me experience the feeling of being a god for once. The nearest wormhole from here is 9 light years away. Once we enter the wormhole, we can travel freely. Several crew members laughed. Immediately drive the spaceship towards the space wormhole. The entire spacecraft is made of machinery, but there is a huge eyeball at the front. It is the combination of technology and life. It's the strength of the team members. The highest is at the 7th level of transcendence, early stage of emperor, and the weakest is at the 3rd level of transcendence, late stage of monarch. Its life level is 3. Level 3 life is already considered a very powerful existence in this universe, but they probably never thought of it. This is regarded by them as a backward planet among the indigenous planets. In fact, it is an advanced planet in the universe. Half a year later, the news that Lin Sheng had become an emperor-level beastmaster spread throughout the streets and alleys. Today, the ecological environment in the real world has gradually stabilized. The strength of beastmasters in various countries is advancing by leaps and bounds. And they also announced a new hierarchy and strength division. Extraordinary, starry sky, universe. It caused a huge uproar. And Blue Star also changed the era name to Tongyu Era. There is nothing we can do about it. Even if you didn't announce it, I'm afraid someone would have discovered it long ago. At the same time, Tongyu 1 year. In Yangqing Noble Middle School in Longhua. Today is the day for the awakening ceremony. The students looked up at the principal on the podium. The principal gave a mysterious smile. Students, I'm sure you all know what an important day today is. 2 or 3 years ago, a certain emperor-level beastmaster from our dragon country performed his awakening ceremony here. That day, the wind and clouds changed, lightning and thunder. The principal of Yangqing Noble Middle School boasted about it. But the people below did not show any impatience. They had heard the legend of this predecessor a long time ago. The youngest emperor-level beastmaster in Dragon Country. At the age of 19, he already had an emperor-level beast. This is simply a miracle that cannot be surpassed. I hope that all students will learn from their predecessors and strive to become an emperor-level beastmaster by the age of 19. The age of everyone present was no more than 18 years old. This means that after the contract is completed for the pet, it will be upgraded to an emperor next year. Are you kidding me? The students below rolled their eyes. This is as difficult as aliens invading the Earth, and we were defeated by them. Principal, you said you knew that emperor-level beastmaster. Do you still have his contact information? A troubled student below spoke up. When the principal of Yangqing Noble Middle School heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. That's what I've been waiting for. I knew you wouldn't accept it. Of course, we are brothers and close friends. I talked to him before, and today we are lucky enough to invite him in person. Upon hearing this, the student's eyes lit up. Lin Sheng is like an idol to students of this age. How can you not be excited to meet your idol? However, the principal's next words left everyone confused. S. Pet has come to the scene to say a few words to you. Chapter 166, Star Beast. If you want to drive, drive the best. Pet? Isn't it me? The students were dumbfounded. But most people still looked at the platform with some anticipation. Could it be that Emperor-level pet? Half a year ago, the huge figure passed over Yangqing. They had long suspected whether it was Lin Sheng's pet. After all, the story of Lin Sheng making a contract with a snake in the academy is still circulating today. After knowing that it was a real dragon, those in the academy who had laughed at him before were even more ashamed. I feel like I am really blind. I don't want this retina. Is it the Black Dragon King? Or is it the real dragon? The king-level pet must be kept by his side at all times. I think it is most likely the Black Dragon King. But the Black Dragon King has been contracted by Zeus to become his pet and is now in full swing. I heard that Senior Lin Sheng still has a big grudge with the Black Dragon King. Not only the Black Dragon King, but also the son of Zeus was killed by Senior Lin Sheng. I heard that even Zeus' daughter was not spared. Killed him too? No, it's worse than that. Strange. No wonder. Some students. People were whispering and gossiping in the back row. At this moment, a figure walked up from the bottom of the platform. Here it comes. The students' eyes lit up. The animal that came was a fawn. After all, the fawn could still speak. So we took this opportunity to let it experience the world. What kind of creature is this? Why does it look so strange? As soon as I got on, I felt like a spring breeze was blowing on my face, which made me feel a lot more relaxed all over. Really? I also feel that all my illnesses have gotten better. Most of the students didn't recognize the deer. But some residents of the Qilin space world looked at the deer on the platform with shock. Isn't this the mythical Qilin that they believe in? The legendary Qilin can bring good luck to people. They are exactly the same. This is a divine beast. The man finally couldn't bear it anymore and opened his mouth suddenly. The students nearby were instantly attracted by it and asked curiously. And when he realized that this image was the legendary creature in their Qilin space, he was shocked again. Senior Lin Sheng, how many divine beasts have you harmed? It's impossible that they look alike, right? One is fine, but 2 or 3 of them are the same. On stage, the principal looked at the little deer in front of him with a smile. The little deer pondered for a moment. I really want to complain about the owner. Isn't this just leaving it out to be bullied? I can give a shitty speech. Then, the ethereal voice of the deer was heard. Today, I will mainly talk about the following 3 points. What are the 3 points? These are the following 3 points. The first point is very important. It is also the key to the matter. The key to the matter should be defined as the key issue. How to solve this problem is the key to the problem. At the same time, because half a year has passed. In the past 6 months, Lin Sheng has been taking his pet to snatch resources in secret places in the wild. But they are all small secret places. For example, the personal space where warriors used to live. But in most of the space, apart from some living areas, there is almost nothing left. This is completely different from the space where the owner of the Black Tower where Lin Sheng lives. There is only one thing. There are many secret manuals used for cultivation contained in it. On Blue Star, the number of people who have awakened the talent for taming beasts is less than 1/10. The rest are ordinary people who cannot awaken the beast taming space. Then these people can practice the secrets left by those warriors, and there is a high probability that they can become a warrior. Even if you can't become a warrior, you can still strengthen your body. In this way, the average strength level of Blue Star has been greatly enhanced. In the future, when facing attacking creatures from the universe, we will also be able to protect ourselves. Certainly, Blue Star is now considered an advanced planet. They have the choice to invade other places, so who would invade Blue Planet for no reason? Even not long ago, people from various countries have gradually broken through to the starry sky level. They all rely on the cultivation methods left over from past civilizations and learn by analogy. It is also known that in the universe, there is a profession called Spirit Master. At this time, in the space of the owner of the Black Tower, in front of the oven, Xiaobai and Lin Sheng were staring at the purple eggs in the baking oven. The hatching time has arrived. Why hasn't the egg been born yet? Could it be that this egg is dead? If this is really a dead egg, Lin Sheng would be speechless. I can't have waited for half a year in vain, right? I can feel the breath of life in it. Xiaobai was standing aside, flapping his wings. Keep your eyes on the egg. Now that Lin Sheng is leading it, the Emperor-level beast is no match for Xiaobai anymore. In half a year, Xiaobai's level had already reached the late Emperor stage. Xiao Ling was sent into the wild to fight a life-and-death battle. It's not good to always cling to others. It has to face the danger. Gotcha. Just as the two were hesitating whether they should open it and take a look, there was a crisp, crackling sound coming from the purple eggshell in the oven. A little purple creature crawled out of it. The little creature crawled out from inside, like a round toad. But its limbs are straight, and there are no eyes or nostrils on its face, only a big mouth. Star Beast. Level: Extraordinary Level 1. Talent: Starry Sky Level 9. Skills: Devour, Shuttle, Void Stand. Evolution Path: Star Devourer. Introduction: A mythical beast used for space travel, generally not used for combat. He's already king level just after he was born. And this talent isn't even for combat? Lin Shang was shocked. If this kind of creature appeared on the blue planet, it would definitely be a hot commodity. Level 4 Life. At this time, it is just used for traveling in the starry sky. Come, have something delicious. Lin Shang took out a purple crystal from the beast taming space. He had already known in advance how to tame this kind of life. Juvenile star beasts are the easiest to tame. When the star beast saw the food, it opened its mouth and sucked it into its mouth. Then he showed a very satisfied expression. Come to daddy. Lin Shang began to seduce. Starry Sky Beast turned around and turned his face away. Ignored him. Roar. Xiao Bai was angry. You don't even want your master to accept you as his child. If it were it would definitely agree. Lin Shang took out a few crystals from his mouth and asked the star beast to open its mouth immediately and suck them into its big mouth. In the end, unable to resist the temptation, the Starry Sky Beast came to Lin Shang's side. It's a pity that I'm a little mute. Can you take me on a starry sky trip? Lin Shang asked doubtfully. I don't know what keywords triggered it. The star beast suddenly opened its mouth, and Lin Shang and Xiao Bai were sucked into its mouth in an instant. Chapter 167. The arrogant three-eyed alien arrives at Blue Planet. What a strange space. Inside the body of the void beast, it feels like standing in a virtual space. The stone slabs on the ground, the ceiling, the huge table and chairs on the side, and the cups can all be seen clearly. Lin Shang and Xiao Bai seem to be suspended in midair. Suddenly, a consciousness sent a question to Lin Shang. Where are you going? That's roughly what it means. Although he couldn't understand, Lin Shang could feel the expression of consciousness. It's okay, just take 2 steps. Hearing this, Lin Shang and Xiao Bai seemed to be moving horizontally in the air. He began to slide towards the door. It can even float in midair, but the two of them are separated from the outside world by a barrier and cannot get out. This feeling is amazing, just like driving a holographic vehicle. Lin Shang played with Xiao Bai for half a day before he was satisfied. It was even discovered that void beasts were able to pass through buildings, travel through time and space within a short distance. It's like teleportation. Awesome. Is there any car in the world more awesome than this? Lin Shang stretched his body. Xiao Bai was also extremely excited. The more new pets that come, the older it becomes. Your status in the master's heart will also rise accordingly. Lin Shang naturally didn't know about Xiao Bai's little thoughts. Then he took out a few purple crystals from the space and said, Eat them. This is a reward. Hearing this, the space seemed to shake, and the crystals in Lin Shang's hands disappeared. The void beast swayed twice and seemed very excited. It's really easy to deal with. Lin Shang smiled slightly. This purple crystal was also taken out from that space. The owner of this place left tens of thousands of pieces of food for this void beast. What Lin Shang took out were just some small pieces cut from one of the larger pieces. Come back to Yangqing's Noble Middle School with me. I'll show you the way. Lin Shang's mind moved. The void beast carried the 2 people and floated up. Lin Shang and Xiao Bai seemed to be standing in midair, and then quickly flew in the direction Lin Shang pointed. That's incredibly fast. It reached at least 3 times the speed of sound. However, there was no sound of breaking wind, nor was there any feeling of strong wind blowing on the face, which was truly luxurious. At the same time, in the universe, I didn't expect to arrive so soon. I'm afraid we can reach the sky above the planet in a few shuttles. Haha, slaves. Grandpa is here. I hope the aesthetic taste of the people on this planet can meet our standards. The monsters with 4 short arms and 3 big eyes on their bodies laughed. Spaceships made of flesh, blood, and machinery are also constantly shuttling through the void. In just a few flashes, they arrived above the blue planet. At this time, the huge spaceship was docked at the place where the giant tree world disappeared. I can feel a strong aura coming from here. Is it really a high-level life form? But the bloodline levels of the beasts below are very low. They are only around level 1. Some are even lower than ants. Several people became more determined in their ideas. This blue planet is indeed an indigenous planet. Extraordinary beings here are like gods. Wrong. I'm afraid that people on this planet don't even know what extraordinary means. A planet. A complete planet. If it meets the aesthetic taste of a rich man, it can be easily sold. After all, there are some beings in the starry sky that don't like to pursue power. Instead, I want to become the master of a planet and enjoy the pleasure of life. Most of the lower planets, once discovered, it will become a playground. There seems to be a town with residents there, but it was squeezed into the city by this level 1, even ant-like beast. Hey, let you accept my favor. Take the natives here to see the real universe. I'm afraid they will be moved to tears of gratitude, right? Ha ha ha, let's go. As it spoke, the spaceship headed towards Yangqing at a speed several times the speed of sound. In order to save energy, we rarely travel at the speed of light when we are not in the universe. And at this time, Yangqing Noble Middle School. We're lucky this year. We've got over a dozen S-level talents. The principal of Yangqing was so happy that his face was about to bloom. After Xiaolu's speech, the students didn't react much, but they all seemed to be infected by its aura, and their mood became much more cheerful. In just half a day, almost everyone awakened very high-level talents. This is also thanks to the fusion of those secret realms with reality. The details of how warriors become stronger involve all aspects of life. The food and beverages used by students are also more ergonomic. For those who have not awakened their talent for beast taming, don't be discouraged. There is still the path of a warrior to take. Even in the future, the descendants of these warriors and beast masters will become even stronger. This is the benefit of strong genes. And this was only half a year later. Blue Star may even become stronger in the future. It is even possible that a world-class strongman will be born. By that time, if Blue Planet goes to another planet, it will be a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Survive until you are invincible in the universe before coming out again. Haha, the Chilan beast can really bring good fortune. The young man in the Chilan space awakened the A-level beast taming talent. I was suddenly extremely excited. He never chased stars before. But from now on, Lin Sheng will have one more loyal bootlicker. If you think about it carefully, what the deer said just now, although seemingly illogical, actually contains profound truths. The animal taming class is full of knowledge but makes people sleepy, and what the deer says also makes people sleepy. The two have the same purpose. Just when everyone was excited. Boom! A huge sonic boom passed through the sky. The glass object below exploded. The automatic sensor alarm system in the school immediately sounded. What's going on? Is there an air raid? The principal was shocked. Generally, only unregistered aircraft passing over the city will cause the alarm system to respond. And to be able to shatter these glasses, the opponent must be flying at a very low altitude. This is a blatant provocation to the city's security system. Contact Instructor D and Chief Instructor Liu immediately. The principal said to the teacher beside him. I'll go right away. The teacher was also ashamed. We have finally awakened more than a dozen S-level talents, and no accidents can occur. And at this moment, a shadow has already covered the sky above Yangqing Noble Middle School. So weak. Why are these people so weak? Everyone on the spaceship frowned. They never expected that the people on this planet were much weaker than they imagined. That physical fitness is not even at the extraordinary level, right? I guess if a first-level ferocious beast came, it would kill all these people. By analyzing the strength of the offspring on some planets, we can preliminarily judge the level of the people on that planet. It is common for the descendants of a planet with high-level warriors to be able to blow up a mountain with one punch when they are 18 years old. On the other hand, these people are weak. I'm afraid it can't even lift a car. Even the old guy who looked very old was physically weak. Humph. Let's go down and take a look. The three-eyed monster spoke silently. Chapter 168, 1 Billion Spirit Masters. The three-eyed alien is stunned. Under a burst of light, the huge spaceship hovered over Yangqing Noble Middle School. It immediately attracted countless residents to watch. What is that? An alien spacecraft? Are aliens really going to invade the Earth? What are you afraid of? Don't we have Senior Lin Sheng here? What if the aliens are so powerful that even the Emperor-level beings are no match for them? I heard that there are universe-level strongmen in the universe. Such a strong person is rare in the galaxy. How could he appear here? Even so, everyone in Yangqing's hearts were still pounding. What the hell? All previous crises that nearly destroyed the country started from their Yangqing. Now the aliens are invading the Earth starting from Yangcheng. What sin have they committed? Or is there something here that even aliens are coveting? At this time in Yangcheng, a beam of light shot out from under the spaceship. The students below were urgently gathered in a corner. The principal temporarily stood in front of the beam of light. Just when everyone thought that a few people would float down from the spaceship, unexpectedly, several flesh-colored tentacles stretched out from it, wrapped around the three-eyed monsters, and slowly fell to the ground. The 3 eyes of the 3-eyed monster scanned the crowd. A dissolute expression gradually appeared on his face. It's really weak, ugly and weak. It's totally beyond their aesthetic standards. However, as a superior race in the universe, we still need to be polite to the weak. This is a manifestation of education, but it will still be cruel when it is necessary. Seeing the huge, 3-eyed monster approaching, the principal of Yangcheng couldn't help but feel ashamed. Hello everyone. We are the strong ones from the 3-eyed planet. One of the red 3-eyed monsters bent down slightly. The sound has been translated into the language of the Blue Star race through a special translator. Hello. Yangcheng's principal nodded slightly. I can feel that one of them is an emperor-level existence. It's far from someone he can mess with. He. The 3-eyed monster laughed strangely. Looking at the descendants of humans talking, he couldn't help but look up. Be scared. The more scared you are, the more excited I am. This is the oppression of the weak by the strong. Let me hear what you were talking about. The 3-eyed monster turned on the translator. Then he was stunned for a moment. What an ugly cock. I thought all the races in the universe looked very similar to us humans. Can't we have some catgirls or something? Or angels, or at least vampires, I don't mind. Wow. I also want to be enslaved by the catgirl. Torture me severely. Damn it, this really shattered my fantasy about the cosmic race. Let's destroy it. Don't be discouraged. There are thousands of races. This is just one of the ugly ones. Maybe the others are beautiful? Listen to those sounds. The 3-eyed monster couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His eyeballs kept changing color, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry, just as it raised its hand, intending to teach the natives of this planet a lesson. Wait. Listening to the sound coming from the side, the 3-eyed monster suppressed his anger and slowly turned his head away. Diqian and Chief Instructor Liu were walking towards them. Seeing these two people, the 3-eyed monster immediately shook his head. You two are the strongest people on this planet? Listening to the 3-eyed monster's question, Diqian and Chief Instructor Liu looked at each other. What is the strongest? At best, the two of them are just king-level beastmasters. How did he become the strongest person on this blue planet? You know, Blue Star now even has quite a few star-level powerhouses. The king level doesn't even count. Then you should teach your offspring a lesson. One of the 3 red eyes emitted a scorching light. Diqian, sensing the danger, immediately summoned his pet. A dark ghost shadow suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing this scene, the 3-eyed monster was suddenly stunned. Spirit Master. It is definitely not wrong. Summoning a pet out of thin air, while being very weak itself, is the mark of a Spirit Master. Oh my god. There are actually Spirit Masters on such a small planet? The 3-eyed monster is simply unthinkable. At this time, the 2 3-eyed monsters next to the red 3-eyed monster also became excited, and even everyone on the spaceship was very excited. Spirit Master. It is not certain that a Spirit Master can be born on a planet, and this kind of existence is a respected profession wherever it goes, even higher than the status of warriors. Moreover, the Spirit Masters have also formed their own powerful organization in the universe, the Spirit Master Company. The Yuling Company is spread across the galaxy and even the entire universe, although the number of people is small, but it can compete with the powerful Warrior Company. However, there are actually Spirit Masters in such a place? Could it be possible that my 3-eyed clan will also have a spirit tamer? The red 3-eyed monster became excited instantly. My friend, you are a Spirit Master. You can come back alive with us. But others must stay here. Are there any other Spirit Masters like you on Blue Star? The 3-eyed monster was excited. He simply ignored the ugly guy in the middle and asked Diqian, if there are more, you will make a lot of money. A Spirit Master can be sold at a sky-high price to any race. It is an extremely rare profession in the universe, billions of times rarer than a martial artist. And it looks like the person in front of him is not an ordinary Spirit Master. In general, the Spirit Masters in the universe all use some means to force a contract with their pets, or they could deprive him of his consciousness and lock him up by force using a contract. However, the spirit master in front of him was indeed fusing his soul with his pet. This is extremely rare in the entire universe. Three-eyed monster, how can I not be excited? Forehead. Looking at the situation in front of me, the situation was tense just now. Di Qian was speechless at the three-eyed monster's sudden softening of his attitude. However, beast masters are called spirit masters in the universe, and this fact has long been popularized on Blue Star. Not a lot, right? There are 10 billion people on Blue Star, but there are probably only 1 billion beast tamers, spiritual masters. There are even fewer with higher talents. There are probably thousands of people with S-level talents born every year around the world. This probability is much higher than before, but it is probably not good enough in the universe. After all, even the crew in front of them are of imperial level, let alone the planet behind them. Di Qian obviously hasn't realized the seriousness of the problem. The three-eyed monster in front of her almost dropped his jaw to the ground when he heard her words. Damn it, did you hear it wrong? 10 fucking billion people? And 1 billion are created every year. Do you think being a spirit master is a piece of cake? The three-eyed monster couldn't stand it anymore. If this is true, then a planet like this is enough to make it the most honorable person in the galaxy, being treated as a guest of honor on a higher planet. It is even possible to create an army of spirit masters. This is simply impossible. Which wealthy guy would dare to form an army using spirit masters? Any one of them is incredibly expensive. Go and take down the detection equipment on the spacecraft. I want to test these people. The three eyeballs of the red three-eyed monster were about to bulge with blood. It felt that its three crystal core eyeballs were pounding and madly transmitting energy to its entire body. Chapter 169. The shocked three-eyed monster sent the news back to the three-eyed planet. The equipment has arrived. Lord Red Eyes. A three-eyed monster returns to the spaceship. He picked up a strange prop that looked like goggles and walked down. Bring it here. The three-eyed monster covered in red snatched the goggles away. It was tied directly in front of the eyes like a belt. It just fits into the three holes of the goggles. He glanced at the people in front of him. This is an instrument that can detect a person's talent. No talent can escape my eyes. The red three-eyed monster's mouth curled up with confidence. Under normal circumstances, if you use this kind of instrument to look at others, you will be beaten by other races. But now, even these weaklings wouldn't dare. And you want to deceive me? Do you really think that the spirit master is just a random person on the street? Random person? Random person? Damn it. The three eyeballs of the red three-eyed monster were wide open. One can vaguely see that streaks of blood are spreading towards the pupil. I saw it in the instrument. Level 8 talented spiritual master, Level 3 talented spiritual master, Level 7 talented spiritual master. How come there are really so many? This instrument is produced by the Galaxy Warrior Association. There will definitely be no problems. You know, the Galactic Warrior Association controls countless high-tech planets. Absolutely trustworthy. But there are so many spirit masters? And he is a high-level talented spirit master. At this moment, the red three-eyed monster was so excited that drool was about to flow out of his mouth. This is all waste of money. Hurry, hurry. Send the news here back to the three-eyed planet immediately and ask the three-eyed king to come. Just say I have something good to offer the king. The red three-eyed monster laughed. The two three-eyed monsters behind him looked at each other, but they guessed something. It seems that there are really many spirit masters on this planet, and it is definitely beyond their imagination. Why does this monster laugh like a Sha coin? The students on the side were speechless. Are the emperor-level existences in the universe so lame? For a time, the students' respect for everything in the universe decreased significantly. It was at this time. Three Eyes quickly returned to the spaceship and immediately called the king of the Three-Eyes Star. As early as when they discovered this planet, they had already informed the king of the Three-Eyed Star. At this time, the Three-Eyed Star King was also on his way. The screen in front of the three-eyed monsters flashed, and a yellow three-eyed monster appeared in front of everyone. Unlike other three-eyed monsters, this yellow three-eyed monster has two devil horns on its head, and their size is half that of humans. It is the king of the Three-Eyed Star. The Three-Eyed King, just promoted to a first-class starry sky expert. How is it? How's the situation there? The yellow three-eyed monster spoke silently. His every move displays the majesty of a king, and he is intimidating just by standing there. Lord Three-Eyed King. Lord Red-Eyed King said he has a big surprise for you. He's been waiting for you. Haha, Red Eyes is really thoughtful. Please help me thank him. The Three-Eyed King smiled. It was not easy to upgrade the three-eyed planet to an advanced planet. I immediately picked up a low-level planet. It's a huge profit. Step up your speed right now. I'll be there in 3 universes. Clear. 3 cosmic times. Converted into blue star time, it is about 9 days. And at this time, on the playground of Yangqing Noble Middle School, a group of students had already had their hands and feet tied up and were squatting on the spot. Even Di Qian and Chief Instructor Liu are like this. What are you doing? Are you trying to declare war on us? Chief Instructor Liu looked unhappy. In this situation, how could he not know what was going on? I'm afraid the person who comes this time has bad intentions. But now, there are no strong people in their Yangqing. In front of him was another Emperor-level invader. It is really dangerous to kill these students or take them away by force. Even if the strong men of Blue Star wanted to investigate by then, it would probably be too late. Ha ha ha, my little slaves, don't get too angry. I still want to present you to the king. The red three-eyed monster laughed. It's so weak. So what if he is a spirit master? Before you grow up, you are just fish that can be slaughtered at will. But the three-eyed monster won't hurt them. These are all precious treasures, and they can be sold at a sky-high price to anyone. Moreover, humanoid creatures are more expensive in the universe, and more wealthy people are willing to buy them. Sometimes good looks can also bring in more money. The universe is so cruel. Why aren't you panicking at all? Looking at Di Qian, who was very calm, Chief Instructor Liu was quite surprised. Why are you panicking? Lin Shang's pet is still here. I'm afraid he will return to Yangqing today. And with such a big spaceship, I don't believe that guy can't see it. The corners of Di Qian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. Chief Instructor Liu also suddenly realized. Haha, that's true. If Lin Shang comes, these guys may not be his match at all. After Lin Shang broke through to the Emperor level, he has become the most powerful king-level existence on Blue Planet. Within half a year, he hunted down several Emperor-level beasts overseas, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Almost everyone in Dragon Country knows him, and he is also famous all over the world. However, the number of Emperor-level beasts in the sea is far greater than that on land. Killing a few of them would hardly have any effect. The number of secret realms in the sea is also greater than that on land, which leads to the faster increase in the strength of the marine beasts. I'm afraid it won't be long before the space for land creatures is suppressed again. To be able to hunt down an Emperor-level beast so easily, could it be that Lin Shang's pet has already broken through to the late Emperor level? The two of them whispered to each other. Breaking through to the late Emperor stage within half a year? It's really horrifying. What are you two talking about? Are you so happy about being caught? Looking at the two of them, the red three-eyed monster felt inexplicably annoyed. What I want to see is a look of fear and terror, instead of looking indifferent. Forget it. Forget it. These guys will know how powerful I, the three-eyed alien, am in the future. Take you all to the three-eyed planet. Let you know how horrible it is to work 8 hours a day, only have 2 days off in 7 days, and only be provided with food, clothing, housing, transportation, 5 insurances, and 1 fund, as well as 90 days of paid annual leave. What the hell is that? Lin Shang stood inside the Star Beast, while Xiaobai lay on Lin Shang's shoulder and looked towards the direction of Yangqing. Above the city of Yangqing, there was a spaceship made of a combination of machinery and flesh and blood hovering. Could it be that people from other planets have come to Blue Star? Lin Shang touched his chin. This is a bit tricky. He doesn't want Blue Planet to connect with the universe so soon. But since we're here, let's go take a look. Starry Sky Beast, take me to the gate of Yangqing Noble School. Chapter 170 Emperor Level. The red-eyed monster was beaten and cried. Get the order. The Star Beast was suspended in the air, rushing towards Yangqing. A 30-degree turn or a series of 100 spaceships are all piece of cake for it. Soon, Lin Shang was brought to the gate of Yangqing Noble Academy. It opened its mouth wide, and its body grew in size, spitting the two out. Thank you very much. Lin Shang walked out and touched the head of the Star Beast. Although I don't know where the head is, I guess the whole body is a head? Or the stomach? Ouch! The Star Beast cried out. You can really eat? Lin Shang had no choice but to take out a few more purple crystals. He raised his hand and threw the crystal into the air. The Star Beast jumped up and caught it in its mouth, swallowed it in 2 or 3 gulps, and then showed a comfortable expression. Looking at this scene, Lin Shang shook his head. I'm afraid I'll raise another foodie. If I hadn't taken out all the items in the inventory in the past 6 months, I really wouldn't know what to feed it. Let's go. The Starry Sky Beast jumped into Lin Shang's arms. Lin Shengze walked straight through the school gate and headed towards the academy. At this time, the school gate and the shops outside the school were empty, obviously frightened by the huge spaceship. After all, if he just has a strong sense of technology, he may not necessarily be a villain. But if technology is combined with flesh and blood, it is most likely not a good thing. Owner! The fawn jumped out from behind the bushes. What's going on? Lin Sheng looked at the spaceship high in the sky. Some three-eyed aliens have come to Blue Star, but the talent and bloodline of this race are not high. There is no need to be afraid. I suspect that their planet does not even have star-level powerhouses. It is at most a medium-sized planet. The deer said slowly. Xiaolu is feeling really aggrieved after being forced to give speeches in various places these days. Yeah, you are much more honest indeed. Lin Sheng looked at the little deer and nodded repeatedly. It seems that this training was very successful. The little deer is not as naughty as before. Let's go. Lin Sheng continued walking towards the playground. Okay, but master, I need to enter the beast taming space. Otherwise, if outsiders see me in this state, it may cause trouble for Blue Star. The deer spoke silently. This is the image of Qilin. It would be fine if it was some unknown race. If this three-eyed alien knows about the existence of Qilin or has seen it, we will be in trouble. Even if people in the universe know, the possibility is very low. But we will definitely send people to Blue Star to find out. The figure of the little deer gradually disappeared and entered the beast-controlling space. Lin Sheng paused and continued to move forward. The smell is much stronger than before. I'm afraid that one of the people who came is of Emperor level and the rest are of Disaster level or King level. Lin Sheng. Di Qian has sharp eyes. I saw Lin Sheng at first sight. Hearing this sound, the students also started to riot. He is Senior Lin Sheng? He's really handsome, and he looks very young. He doesn't look young, he is young. Is that so? I heard that Senior Lin doesn't have a girlfriend yet. I wonder if I can do it. What kind of grand dream are you having? Even Senior Lin Sheng, who was recommended by the Emperor-level beast tamer, didn't agree. How could he agree to you? Since I was saved, I have no way to repay you but to pledge my love to you. Why are you, a man, joining in the fun? Most of the students were arguing with their faces red. Obviously, it was caused by excitement. I didn't expect this year's awakening ceremony to be so exciting. Not only did I see aliens, I also met Senior Lin Sheng. It's worth it. Listening to everyone's discussions, the red-skinned, three-eyed monster suddenly realized. He turned to see Lin Sheng and said, "So you are the strongest person on Blue Star?" And the instrument in his eyes was also constantly beating. Another spirit master. And he is actually a level 9 talented spiritual master. The three-eyed monster was scared again. The highest level of talent set by the Spirit Master Association is only a level 10 talent spirit master. And the person in front of me actually has the strength of level 9? This is incredible. It is incredible that such a tiny planet could give birth to a being with such great talent. At once, the red-skinned three eyes also sensed something was amiss. Could it be that I have underestimated the strength of the people on this planet? Are they just technologically underdeveloped? But that's impossible. How can a planet with underdeveloped technology be powerful? You have to know that even a medium-level planet is likely to have a medium or high level of technology. Generally speaking, technology is ahead of strength. What is happening in front of me? Is it just because these guys are talented? Or are they the ancestors of the spirit masters? There is no reproductive isolation between a large portion of organisms in the universe. These are possible. But this guy in front of me is just a piece of trash with a combat power of only 5. The red-eyed monster pushed up his glasses. Spirit Master, summon your pet. The red-eyed monster smiled confidently. At least here, it has no rivals. As for the question of why the talent is so strong, once their three-eyed king arrives, we'll have time to investigate. Behind you. Lin Sheng pointed behind the red-eyed monster. The red-eyed monster smiled contemptuously. How ridiculous! You still want to trick me with this trick? The next moment, a large amount of thick fog sprayed down from overhead, enveloping the red-eyed monster. Even the glasses were covered with a layer of fine water droplets. The red-eyed monster quickly took off his eye patch and turned to look. I was instantly frightened by the scene in front of me. All I saw was a huge white dragon with its 6 pairs of wings spread out, looking down at it from above. The white mist is the gas sprayed from its mouth. Song Yunlong. The three-eyed monster was almost scared to death. His eyeballs were so wide open that they almost popped out of their sockets. Isn't Song Yunlong a level 4 creature? Why would it appear on such an inferior planet? And it's an emperor-level Tsang Yunlong. The life level of this creature is much higher than that of their planet. The existence of an emperor-level planet meant that this planet was now a medium-sized planet, only one level lower than their three-eyed stars. You don't mess around. There was a purple light coming from the three-eyed monster's eyes. Xiaobai swung his tail disdainfully, and with a bang, he smashed the three-eyed monster into the ground. You, Peng. Another tail went down. Then every time Xiaobai raises his tail, whenever a word pops out of it, it's another one. Finally, the red-eyed monster stopped talking. It was almost about to cry. Its current level is only at the early stage of the emperor. Facing a late-stage emperor, or even an existence with a higher life level than it is naturally unable to fight back. But it really didn't expect that there was an emperor-level existence on this planet. Moreover, he is a powerful person who is about to break through to the star level. Chapter 171 Technology. Blue Star accepts three-eyed star technology. Stop fighting, the cauldron, the alien cauldron. The red-eyed monster was beaten black and blue by Xiaobai. All three eyes were swollen and black. The aliens are really stubborn. They really can take a beating. Lin Sheng sighed. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster slowly got up from the ground. He took the communicator from his hand. However, the spacecraft still hovered above Yangqing without any response. Lin Shengze looked at the red-skinned monster with a smile. You thought Xiaobai wasn't here just now. Where did he go? I'm afraid the monsters on the spaceship are now asleep. How can I have the time to listen to its instructions? You can't eat me. I'm a resident of the three-eyed planet. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster was frightened. Looking at Lin Shang's smiling face, he was very scared. Really? I heard that the galaxy universe has a rule that if someone trespasses into another planet without permission, the locals have the right to kill them. Hearing Lin Shang's words, the red-skinned, three-eyed monster shuddered. This is indeed the rule of the galactic universe. Once violated, you will be hunted down by all the planets in the galaxy, and even wanted. But why? This little native actually knew about this? Is that possible? Has the planet in front of us already been connected with the universe? Or even say that it is just the back garden of some big boss, and he just wants to keep it original, so he doesn't let it come into contact with the universe? For a moment, the three-eyed, red-skinned monster looked at Lin Shang with horror. Could it be that this boy is from a rich family? There are indeed some strong people who have such a habit. I prefer some pure and clean planets. But now this planet has been promoted to a medium-sized planet. The possibility of becoming a slave planet is extremely low. The red-eyed monster hurriedly cleared the thoughts from his mind. You, take me to the spaceship for a look. That, I'd be happy to help. The red-eyed monster, who was originally planning to refuse, shuddered again when he saw Xiaobai beside him. I didn't expect that such a powerful race would be willing to submit to a human. You know, the dragon is the most difficult creature to contract. Xiaobai came to the crowd and blew out a cloud of mist to untie the restraints on everyone. Lin Sheng, I have already informed the seniors about what is happening here, and someone will be here to connect with us soon. Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu both followed. Lin Shengze nodded. Let's go to the spaceship first. Good. Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu nodded to each other and looked at the flesh and blood spaceship in the sky with some curiosity. Since childhood, everyone has been very interested in spaceships in science fiction movies. Now that I can see him in person, how can I not be excited? Let's go. Yes. The red-eyed monster gritted his teeth in chaos. Now he appears to have surrendered on the surface, but he is still unwilling in his heart. Isn't it just a medium-sized planet? When the three-eyed king from our three-eyed planet arrives, we'll see if you can still laugh. When the red-eyed monster thought of the three-eyed king, a look of longing flashed in his eyes. Then the lifespan of the three-eyed aliens is extremely long. It had lived for tens of thousands of years, but had only just reached the 7th level of the extraordinary realm. The red-eyed king has been invincible at the extraordinary level for only 1,000 years. However, in just 5,000 years he broke through the extraordinary level and reached the 1st level of the starry sky. This speed of cultivation can be said to be unprecedented and will never be surpassed. In this universe, he is considered a little genius. These people from Blue Star, it would take at least tens of thousands of years to cultivate to this level, right? Seeing the red-eyed monster who was depressed just now suddenly became energetic, everyone didn't know what he was thinking. For a moment, Di Qian and Captain Lu began to be on guard. At the same time, in the highest conference room of Dragon Kingdom, President Zong and Director and are both gathered here. Standing on the side are elites from all walks of life, including the medical industry, technology industry, chip manufacturing industry, physics experts, vehicle experts, and all kinds of elites with various fields, all gathered here. And these social elites were also extremely excited. Because next, they are about to face the technology of alien creatures. And it was the first time that humans faced alien technology. This will be a contact that goes down in history. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen just 1 year after launching Enter Tongyu. I have to say, it might be a kind of destiny. Let's go. With my space-time beast, we'll be there in a few minutes. Director and spoke silently. I didn't expect that you would be the first to break through to the star level. Chairman Rong patted Director and on the shoulder with a jealous look on his face. Director and grinned and said, No. It was also thanks to that brother and sister that my space-time beast was able to devour the 9-headed blazing sun bird. But if that crystal skull was still there, maybe my space-time beast could advance to the starry sky level faster. But I see you are almost reaching the starry sky level, right? How long have you been at the transcendental 9th level? They both smiled at each other. This time, both of them also gained great benefits. The strength has grown by leaps and bounds. After all, who wouldn't be a genius if they could become an emperor? What's more, there is strong support and resource allocation from the whole country. The rapid advancement speed is also reasonable. The two looked at the experts behind them seriously. This contact is crucial. It can be said that it is the first time for us humans to come into contact with alien life. The two glanced around again and saw the excitement in everyone's eyes. You must do your best to absorb all the knowledge. I heard that there is a spaceship coming this time. I heard what the two seniors said. Elites in the field are even more excited. How many years have passed since they achieved this level of accomplishment? I'm afraid you would only have this kind of feeling when you first started your career. And now, the invasion of alien technology has rekindled their dreams. We understand. Since we let their dragon country make contact first, then there must be a purpose. It must be done before this matter spreads. No, the video has probably already been uploaded to the internet. The thing should be to get all those technologies into our own hands before the truth of the matter is revealed. At this moment, on Yangqing's flesh and blood spaceship, as the red-eyed monster expected, the crew members were all lying on the ground in a mess. Lin Sheng and Captain Di Qianlu were looking around in the spaceship. Although they couldn't understand it, the combination of flesh and blood and technology made them very excited. This operating panel is actually made of machinery. Is the flesh and blood only used for energy drive? Everyone was very surprised. But Lin Sheng knows what is the most important thing now. Integrate all the technology on your planet and hand it over to me. I need paper documents and data. Lin Sheng looked at the red-eyed monster beside him. However, the red-eyed monster shook his head and remained indifferent. The level of science and technology is the foundation of a planet. If their technology were given to this group of people, the consequences would be disastrous. Maybe they, the three-eyed star, will be invaded and destroyed. You won't give it to me? Haha, even if you don't give it to me, I can still find a way. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. It seemed as if he had expected this scene. Chapter 172, Overcoming the Spaceship Defense System. The red-eyed monster showed no intention of handing it over. Lin Sheng also knew it in his heart a long time ago, but he still walked towards the operating table in front. Hee. Looking at this scene, the red-skinned, three-eyed monster sneered twice. The level of science and technology is the foundation of a planet. It is also the foundation of a planet. If you leak a planet's technology at will, you will be hunted down by that race. It will be a fight to the death, a situation where I either die or get killed. It is naturally impossible for it to hand over its technological level at will. Even if you hijack this spaceship, what does it matter? It's just a secondary ship. The real main ship is controlled by our three-eyed king, and no one can take it away from it. The best safety facility is the strength of the three-eyed king himself. The first level of the starry sky is considered a true strong man in the universe. And the most important thing is, don't underestimate the technological level of these three-eyed stars. It is not very high in the entire universe. But the defense network of their three-eyed planet was purchased from the Cosmic Warriors Association. This kind of network defense system is considered top-notch among advanced planets. How could a mere indigenous planet with such backward technology possibly crack their network defense matrix? Wrong. Now it should be said that this planet is relatively backward in terms of technological level. This is also thanks to the backward technological level of the people on this planet. Otherwise, Once it comes into contact with the universe, the entire planet will become a place of war. Looking at Lin Sheng fiddling around on the operating table, the red-eyed monster sneered disdainfully. It's not that they, the three-eyed aliens, did not record their genes into the spacecraft. You can't crack it even if you waste a whole day. But the next moment, crack! A crisp voice rang out. The interior of the spacecraft was suddenly filled with red light. The system is under attack. Starting the self-destruct program, detected that the self-destruct program hardware was forcibly cut off. There were sounds coming from the screen one after another. Di Qian and Captain Liu didn't understand, but the red-eyed monster heard it clearly. The defense network was breached. How is this possible? This is top-level defense equipment for an advanced planet. It can withstand any level of cyber attack, and it's produced by the Universal Warrior Association. There's absolutely no way you'll be fooled. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster roared in disbelief. If the three-eyed star technology was really leaked, then it's finished. Compared to an entire planet of spirit masters, it's nothing. What's wrong? Lin Sheng, why is there a red light here? Di Qian and Captain Liu became alert immediately. I thought that this red-eyed monster had set up some kind of defense matrix here again. It's okay. I control the system here. Lin Sheng said silently. Oh, you also know about alien technology? Di Qian showed a surprised look. It seems to be saying, what else don't you know? The red-eyed monster behind him was also confused. Are you kidding? Even the most advanced space hacker wouldn't be able to crack the defense system of this spaceship so quickly. On the contrary, the next scene completely dumbfounded the red-eyed monster. It's this thing. Lin Sheng placed his hand on the gap of the precision instrument, and liquid mercury instantly flowed out from it. If you look closely, you can see that the mercury is made up of countless densely packed mechanical figures. Each mechanical figure has a sharp scissor-shaped mouthpart. It's these villains. Directly cut off the spacecraft's self-destruct system. It was also obtained by Lin Sheng from the secret space of the tower owner. Being able to transfer the entire planet's population, the inhabitants of Blue Star must have been quite powerful in the past. Its technological level is likely to far exceed that of the three-eyed aliens. It turned out that Lin Sheng's idea was correct. The red-eyed monster was frightened. T1 model clamp ant. This is a device that only exists on planets with powerful star beings. It's very expensive in the universe. AT1 chimera ant can be sold for 10 million galactic coins. What's more, so many? The red-eyed monster obviously had not seen so many T1 model chimera ants. We know this news because the three-eyed star has long been connected with the universe. The T1 chimera ant is a tool that has long been banned from use in the universe, because this tool records the spacecraft models of all spacecraft development companies in the universe, able to cut off all spacecraft's countermeasures in less than a few seconds. No matter how strict your network security is, the T1 chimera ant can collapse from the inside. So later, major companies in the universe have united to ban the sale and manufacture of this kind of tools. Under tremendous pressure, the T1 model chimera ant stopped updating, and its production was strictly prohibited. Once someone is found using it, they will be subject to huge fines or even imprisonment. But how could the people here have such high-tech tools? The red-eyed monster widened his eyes. You are violating the silver law by using this kind of tool. Hearing this, Lin Sheng slowly turned his head and looked at it. That's what you said. However, upon hearing this, the red-eyed monster shuddered suddenly. Is it stupid? Now only he and his crew saw this scene. Aren't you looking for death by threatening others like this? Wait a minute. If you kill me, our three-eyed king will never let you go. I am his confidant. The red-eyed monster spoke quickly. I'm telling you, in less than a week, our three-eyed king will be here. With its strength just entering the starry sky level, you are definitely no match for the three-eyed king. Listen to the red-eyed monster confessing. Lin Sheng really wanted to laugh. Are you sure you are not a threat to the three-eyed king? Even the strength was revealed. However, if you reach the first level of the starry sky, you can become the king of a planet in the universe. It seems that Blue Star is indeed an upper-middle level force in the universe. At least that's the case in this part of the galaxy. How's it going, Lin Sheng? What's the situation here? The entrance to the spacecraft. As a voice sounded, figures were sent up one after another. Those elites all stared at the equipment beside them with excitement, but no one acted rashly. Oh my God, is this the inside of a spaceship? The combination of flesh and blood and technology was something they had never imagined. Does that mean that there really are spaceships in the universe made entirely of flesh and blood? I have obtained the information contained in this spaceship, but I am afraid it is only a part of the three-eyed star. Now I have control of this spaceship. Lin Sheng spoke to Director An. Director An and Chairman Rong nodded. President, can I take this red-eyed monster for dissection? An old man with a white beard looked excited. Looking at the red three-eyed monster is like looking at a piece of fine porcelain. The physical strength of an individual could evolve to this point. How wonderful it would be if it could be dissected. Chapter 173. I'm so happy here. What are you looking at? The red-eyed monster glared with three eyes, seeming to be very angry. I always feel that there's something wrong with the way this white-haired guy looks at me. As for the request of the subordinates beside him, Director An waved his hand. Forget it. After all, this is the first race we face. If we kill them now, our future will be difficult. Director An has to consider more than just momentary pleasure, but the future of the country, or the future of the planet. Oh well. After being rejected, the old man looked at the red-eyed monster with pity. It's like missing a huge opportunity. But whatever. There will be plenty of opportunities to do this when you come into contact with other races in the universe in the future. The possibility of having friendly contact with aliens as soon as we enter the universe simply does not exist. Now they want to tie the alien to the dissection table and get to know him better. Director An waved his hand and untied the red-eyed monster. Then, a space-time beast with bloodshot eyes all over its body appeared beside Director An. The moment I saw the space-time beast, the red-eyed monster's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable sense of crisis came over me. It was as if being stared at by a ferocious beast from the universe. Hey, this person is still a friend. Don't rush to eat. Director An held down his pet. Looking at the frightened expression of the red-eyed monster, he nodded in his heart. This is exactly the effect we want. In the universe, everything is decided by force. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength can the other party show corresponding sincerity. Director An summoned his pet to test the strength of this red-eyed monster planet. But judging by his expression, my space-time beast should be considered a very powerful being on the three-eyed planet. Director An smiled. The red-eyed monster swallowed his saliva. It is definitely not wrong. Star level. Only when facing a star-level beast can the red-eyed monster feel the crisis, and the fear that cells have towards higher life forms. But I didn't expect that there would be a star-level powerhouse on this planet. This is truly an advanced planet in the universe. But technology is so underdeveloped. This seems a little counterintuitive. For a moment, the red-eyed monster felt a little shaken. The staff who were still conducting research on the spacecraft looked excited. With the spacecraft's automatic translation system, they could easily understand the content. In addition, Lin Sheng has cracked the defense system here, so the internal information is completely open to everyone. Oh my God! Controlled nuclear fusion technology is only the most basic technology. Here is also the manufacturing method of the photolithography machine. These strange materials are simply unheard of on the blue star. Everyone was amazed. Everyone was impressed by the strength of the three-eyed alien. It's so perverted. A large amount of technology is recorded in this spaceship. And this is not the highest level spaceship, but a secondary ship. The truly confidential information is probably hidden in the main base of that planet. This kind of high-level technology should be used by those who are capable. Everyone was excited. With these materials and information, Blue Star will usher in a wave of rapid development. The level of technology is likely to grow explosively, but if you want to popularize it, it will be difficult to do so without 100 years. But at least, we can arm the strongest ones first. For example, the defensive technology in armor and even exoskeleton mechas. Although they cannot become extraordinary people, ordinary people can also become extremely powerful with the help of these mechas. If we can absorb all of it, the level of technology will be raised by hundreds or even millions of years. The old scientists present were so excited that they burst into tears. Everything they have in their hands is the answer to their lifetime of hard research. As a result, it suddenly appeared before my eyes. But at the same time, it also made them realize how advanced the technology in the universe is. Given Blue Star's current situation, any rash contact will only lead to death. At least we need to develop technology to the point where we can travel through space. Thank you, Senior Lin Sheng. We will definitely cherish these things. A young staff member thanked Lin Sheng. His words were full of respect. It doesn't matter. They just came to deliver it themselves. Lin Sheng waved his hand and didn't mind much. It is also a good thing for him that Blue Star can become stronger. At least I have a backup plan to rely on and a home to return to. so that you won't be hunted down and become homeless when you are wandering in the universe. But these staff members don't think so. After all, Lin Sheng is now an emperor-level beastmaster. If they were just students, these people would probably have fled today after realizing the danger. Then they will have no chance to come into contact with these things, and may even be invaded by aliens and then enslaved. Nothing in this world is inevitable. If in the past, they still had some resentment and suspicion towards this young emperor-level beastmaster. But now all that's left is respect and trust. The technology here can be left to you, but this spaceship must belong to me. Lin Sheng spoke again. Although he already had a star beast, that thing was too eye-catching. Moreover, it is difficult to operate since it has just been born. But spaceships are different. It has been traveling in the starry sky for countless years, and even has detailed coordinates and automatic driving. For a newbie like Lin Sheng, it's absolutely perfect. No one refused Lin Sheng's request. It's the technology that's important, not the ship. With the technology, how many spaceships can't we build? The next few days, the red-eyed monster and its subordinates were placed under house arrest in a secret base on Blue Star. I was served delicious food and drinks every day. But what they like most is the food called instant noodles and bubbling drinks. I am so happy here that I don't want to leave. In the first few days, the red-eyed monster was a little worried about the safety of the three-eyed king, because in the past few days, it has gained some understanding of the blue planet. I know that this is an extremely powerful planet among the advanced planets. There are simply countless star-level powerhouses among them. If a war really breaks out, the three-eyed aliens will never be a match for these guys. After all, technology can only serve as an auxiliary in the universe. Except for a few individual civilizations, almost all planets rely mainly on individual power. I hope Lord Three-Eyed King won't blame me, but the people of Blue Star are still quite friendly. The red-eyed monster took a few more mouthfuls of instant noodles. Emma, so fragrant. At the same time, in the deep space of the universe, a fleet made of flesh, blood, and machines is heading towards the blue planet. On the huge octopus-shaped ship in the front, the short, yellow three-eyed king had his hands behind his back, looking forward with a smile on his face. Chapter 174, The Three-Eyed Alien Approaches. How's it going? Did Red Eyes respond? The three-eyed king asked silently. Not yet. For some reason, we lost contact 3 days ago. Hearing this, the three-eyed king frowned slightly. Red Eye is its most capable subordinate and the second strongest person on the three-eyed planet. Could there be an accident? Red Eyes misjudged the strength of the people from that planet. The three-eyed king has lived for countless years and is extremely cautious. How is that possible? Boss, the first law of the universe. A powerful race must have advanced technology. Several powerful 5th and 6th level extraordinary warriors beside him spoke silently. It seems that he doesn't care about that planet. Maybe Red Eye Sama is preparing a surprise for you? Didn't he say before that he wanted to give you a big surprise? The pink three-eyed monster with long eyelashes said in a flattering manner. She is the most beautiful three-eyed person on the planet. Hearing this, the three-eyed king's expression softened. Laura, be careful, and careful before doing anything. Have you forgotten how the star master that our three-eyed star followed died? Hearing this, the expressions of the people behind the three-eyed king became solemn. They are three-eyed stars that originally followed an extremely powerful and advanced civilization. That powerful and advanced civilization agreed to the three-eyed aliens. In a few thousand years, they will be taken to the center of the Milky Way. Go to the endless sky area. But unexpectedly, the advanced planet was destroyed by the other planets before its time came. All his subordinates and the planet's population were reduced to slaves. And the person who made the move was none other than a competitor from the endless sky zone. Every 1,000 years, only one planet is eligible to be transferred to the endless sky zone. And it must be an advanced planet, which costs a huge price. It is the safest place in the universe and also the most prosperous center. It is a place that all civilizations in the universe yearn for. After all the effort, these three-eyed aliens were about to follow their master into the endless sky area, but such an accident happened. It doesn't matter. We still have a chance. Soon, a new spot will appear. The three-eyed king looked heavy. Technology is not advanced. Even though there is a spirit master, the strength of the people on the planet is not strong. It seems that resources should be scarce. The three-eyed king's expression softened slightly. Maybe it's overthinking it. Where are there so many people with underdeveloped technology but strong bodies? This planet is the reward from the three-eyed god to them for losing their master. It is also the stepping stone and nourishment for them to enter the endless sky area. There are still 2.7 universes left to reach the blue planet. A mechanical three-eyed alien language came out from the spaceship. At the same time, near the spaceship in Yangqing, a figure riding on a huge black dragon was approaching this place rapidly. But before he could get close to the spaceship, he was noticed by Director N. In a flash, 3 powerful men above the Emperor level appeared outside Yangqing and stopped him. Zeus, you still dare to come at this time? Are you looking for death? Director An's eyes were sharp. The space-time beast beside him sprayed out a black light. However, the black dragon dodged it skillfully. And the moment the black dragon king saw Lin Sheng, he let out a ferocious roar. Above his body, the muscular blonde man sneered twice. Hand over the spaceship, or hand him over. Zeus looked at Lin Sheng, who was standing between the 2 corners of Xiaobai. You're looking for death. Director and had a cold expression on his face. The time beast instantly enlarged its body and slapped the black dragon. In the next moment, boom! A giant beast formed by lightning blocked the palm. The attacks of the 2 men collided with each other, instantly stirring up clouds of dust and causing the surrounding hilltops to collapse. Feeling the ground shaking, the residents of the city were terrified. They all looked up at the tall and ferocious beast outside the city. So horrible. Just by sitting there, those 2 huge monsters almost dimmed the sun and moon, and almost made the sky and earth lose their color. Do you think I'm alone? Come out and do it. Take advantage of the gap between Thundermon and Chronoman attacking each other. A gigantic ape with bull horns that looked like it was made of gold suddenly jumped out and hit the sidewall of the space-time beast. Another star level. President Rome was shocked. If it was just Zeus alone, perhaps safety could still be held off. But there are 2 star levels here. Baker, do you also want to be an enemy of my dragon country? Use spatial ability to block this attack. Director An's expression turned cold. But I was very nervous. I really didn't expect that 2 powerful men would come here. But now, President Rong has not yet advanced to the starry sky level, and it is really difficult for him to do it alone. Hear the words of safety. A man with golden hair walked out from the side, but his face looked more like that of the British Empire, very handsome. So what? Do you think your dragon nation wants to monopolize that alien technology? Buckle's mouth curled up. By now, people all over the world have already known that Dragon Country has intercepted a spacecraft. It is simply impossible to keep it all for yourself, or keep it for yourself. They didn't come here to seek revenge on Lin Sheng. This is just secondary. It's just an Emperor level 1. Just deal with it easily. The main reason is that I am envious of the alien technology. Really? I have already distributed the technology to the countries that deserve it. As for certain people, they are naturally not the ones who deserve it. Director smiled. Of course, he couldn't be so stupid as to think that Longwa could monopolize this technology. On the first day of obtaining it, it contacted all the major countries that were friendly with Dragon Kingdom. After asking the other party for the indicated amount of money, he handed the technology over to the other party. As for what the lighthouse country wants, go and dream your big dream. You deserve to die. Buckle's eyes gradually changed. The giant golden ape suddenly jumped towards Lin Sheng. 9 Sky Python. President Rong hurriedly summoned a giant snake with 9 heads. However, he was slapped away by the golden giant ape. No way to fight back. Haha, you don't even know the real difference between the extraordinary and the starry sky. The giant golden ape jumped up and slammed down towards Lin Sheng. Die, boy. Baker was afraid of Lin Sheng's talent and planned to get rid of him first. At the same time, you can also interfere with Director and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Sheng didn't say anything, but his eyes said it all. When they come here, they start to rob things and start to fight if you don't give them. This is the style of the Beacon Country. But he is not a vegetarian. The extraordinary cannot cross levels to deal with the star level. It's just that the pet's talent is too weak. Roar. With a dragon roar, Xiaobai's body gradually grew to the size of the golden ape. The pair of huge tails, wrapped in lightning, lashed forward fiercely. His bones crackled, and the force continued to accumulate along each bone. And then, it was like a bullet fired from a gun. Looking at the huge tail coming towards him, for some reason, Baker's heart suddenly trembled. Impossible. I am a star-level expert. How could I lose to a superhuman? It must be an illusion. Baker, who could have avoided it, was dissatisfied. Gold. Defeat him head-on. Roar. Chapter 175. crossing the level to fight the star level. The ox-horned golden ape punched Xiaobai, and Xiaobai was not afraid at all. The perfect level of hardening combined with the lightning skill hit the fist of the horned golden ape heavily. Boom! The two come into contact. Instantly, there was a loud noise as if the world was being destroyed. The sound was so loud that it could easily shatter the eardrums of ordinary people. For a moment, it seemed as if the only thing left between heaven and earth was this huge voice. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. The two jumped away from each other. Xiaobai looked a little ugly for a moment. Buckleton's face was filled with surprise. Winner! I was saying, how could my ox-horned golden ape lose to an emperor-level creature? But the next moment, Baker's surprised face turned pale in an instant. A sharp pain spread from his palm to his heart. Roar, roar, roar. The ox-horned golden ape let out a sharp and painful cry. The right palm that had come into contact with Xiaobai had 3 fingers broken. The bones were crossed in the flesh and blood, and were forcibly restored to their original positions by the bull-horned golden ape using his muscles. In the distance, Zeus' brows furrowed for a moment. He considered that Buckle might not be a safe opponent. But I didn't expect that he couldn't even beat an emperor-level beastmaster. This guy named Lin Sheng is indeed a serious threat. We must deal with him here. The Black Dragon King under his crotch had the same idea. Even when we sent the emperor level directly, we were unable to kill him. Lin Sheng must have unimaginable luck protecting him from behind. It seems like someone is taking action from nowhere. But as long as I kill it, this luck will come to me. All of a sudden, the attacks of the Black Dragon King and the Thunder-Crowned Beast became violent. This place instantly turned into a sea of thunder, and the surrounding mountains and trees all dissipated in the thunder. Not bad. Ha ha ha. Is this the thug you hired? How come he can't even beat the 9th level of Transcendence? Seeing Lin Sheng blocked the attack, all the worries in Anquan's heart disappeared, and he attacked with all his strength. The space-time beast opened its huge mouth, and there seemed to be endless stars inside. The big mouth expanded infinitely and instantly swallowed one of the arms of the Thunder-Crowned Beast. A large amount of lightning disappeared without a trace in an instant. Roar! The Thunder-Crowned Beast roared, and its arm that had disappeared grew back again. But the size is obviously much smaller than before. Damn it! This guy's pet is too restrained by my Thunder-Crowned Beast. Zeus began to think about retreating. Anyway, it won't be long before the Black Dragon King will be able to advance to the Starry Sky level. By then, when he has 2 star-level pets, who can go against him, Zeus? Thinking of this, Zeus turned around and prepared to escape. But the next moment, boom! Wow! A heavy rainstorm suddenly fell from the sky without any warning. The rain was pouring down and the wind was blowing hard. The heavy rain, under the control of a hurricane, instantly covered Zeus's Thunder-Crowned Beast. The body of the Thunder-Crowned Beast instantly spread out under the guidance of the thunderstorm, and its size increased several times compared to its original size. However, this is not a good thing. The increase in size means that the lightning on the body is more difficult to control, and the target of attack is also larger. Well done. Director was excited. He knew that this was the ability of Lin Sheng's pet. If I continue running at this speed during a thunderstorm, the lightning will disperse faster and faster. Zeus had no choice but to slow down. However, that huge body was the perfect target for the space-time beast. Ong! Accompanied by a strange sound. The Thunder-Crowned Beast's body escaped and was swallowed up by the space-time beast along with the rain. Zeus stood on the body of the Black Dragon King and fled madly in the rain with the Thunder-Crowned Beast. The space-time beast was behind, chasing and devouring its body. The lightning that overflowed in the rain was too far away from the main body, and it was difficult to resist this devouring ability. Do you think you can get away? Director sneered. Provocations one after another. Zeus, today is the day you die here. Zeus' brows were tightly furrowed under his golden hair that was wet by the rain. It's all that guy named Lin Sheng. If it weren't for that guy. With his and Baker's help, they are able to seize the spaceship and the information in it. But he is just an extraordinary 9th level Beastmaster. How can he deal with a 1st level Starry Sky Master? There were even breaks in the rain to stop him. Baker, kill Lin Sheng right now, or neither you nor I can leave. Listen to Zeus' angry roar. Baker also came back to his senses from his confusion, but he was still nervous inside. Relying on the resources given to him by Zeus, he forced his pet to break through to the star level. But now, he couldn't even defeat a 9th-level extraordinary beastmaster. Baker's heart was extremely shaken, and his fighting power was drastically reduced under such circumstances. If he forced himself to fight with Lin Sheng, Xiaobai might not be a match for the bullhorn golden ape. But now he has lost the will to fight. Under Xiaobai's fierce attack, he retreated step by step. Can we only say that it is worthy of being a star level? Little White's tail was numb from the shock, and it didn't even break the defense. Lin Sheng couldn't help feeling ashamed standing behind. That oxhorn golden ape is obviously not a defensive pet, but it has a very thick skin. Even the previously broken arm has fully recovered. On the other hand, Xiaobai has to try his best to fight with the opponent. And the most important thing is that due to the delay of this horned ape, Zeus will be released soon. No Lin Sheng followed. Zeus rushed out of the range of the rain. But at this time, only 1/3 of the thunder-crowned beast's body remained. Damn it! How dare you make me so embarrassed? Zeus also felt a strong desire to kill. Now Baker has been beaten by Lin Sheng to the point where he has no desire to fight anymore. Seeing that even Zeus had run away, he no longer had the heart to stay here. He jumped onto the golden ape with ox horns, turned around and rushed into the jungle in a panic. It is completely different from the confidence I had when I first arrived. It's really hard. Lin Sheng frowned. The difference in physical fitness between the 9th level of Transcendence and the 1st level of Starry Sky is not small. It seems that we must quickly upgrade Xiaobai to the 1st level of the Starry Sky. Only when you reach at least the Starry Sky level can you survive temporarily in the universe for a period of time. Moreover, after reaching the Starry Sky level, Lin Sheng will also be able to awaken his second talent. With the help of the system's capabilities, perhaps a stronger talent skill can be evolved. At the same time, after escaping from here, Zeus quickly followed the Black Dragon King and escaped from the Dark Empire. Damn it! I must ask the Dark King for resources so that I can also be promoted to the 1st level of the Starry Sky. The Black Dragon King was angry. Chapter 176: Zeus's Death. Unknown dangers on Blue Planet. It wished it could swallow Lin Sheng into its mouth right now. Dark Empire. The area it covers is much larger than the 2 countries in the world today. A large number of dark creatures live in this place. There is a strong, cool atmosphere in it, and it is difficult for ordinary creatures to survive here. Zeus rode on the Black Dragon King and flew towards the center of the Dark Empire. It was a dilapidated ruin. It seems to be left over from past civilizations. In the dark atmosphere, there is also the strongest. If the Dark King is willing to take action, he can easily deal with those guys. The Black Dragon King seems to admire the Dark King very much. It is the king of the entire Dark Empire. His strength had reached the 1st level of the Starry Sky long before the Secret Realm was revived. Nowadays, there may even be a 3rd or 4th level of the Starry Sky. But I don't like leaving here. But it's different now. Since we can't keep the technology to ourselves, let's tell the Dark King about it. He will definitely be very interested. Zeus also spoke silently. As the two flew forward, a building that looks like a church appears before our eyes. The Black Dragon King didn't dare to stay in the air any longer, so he had to land and walk up the stairs. In addition to the Dark King, there are 3 or 4 Emperor-level beings living in that church. Flying directly in would be a great disrespect to everyone. Even if the Black Dragon King came here, he would walk in through the main gate. But today the church seems strangely quiet. Why is it so quiet? Zeus and the Black Dragon King were both puzzled, and when they arrived outside the church, I was instantly shocked by the scene. Inside the church, I saw the roots of various plants entangled everywhere. This church seems to have been abandoned for countless years. What terrified the enemy the most was that only a few skeletons were left of the several Emperor-level creatures that originally lived there. The Emperor-level beast in ghost form had long since disappeared. What happened? They were both shocked. The Dark King is the most powerful being on Blue Star. Who dares to invade his palace? The two rushed in panic. However, when he approached the black statue of the Dark King, he was frightened by the scene before him. I saw a tall human woman standing in front of me. Its body is covered with an outer coat that seems to be made of moonlight, protecting it tightly. In her white hands, she held a slender wooden branch. A thick black fog was engulfing the ground. Gaga, squeak, you can't kill me. The thick black fog let out a shrill and painful scream. When Zeus and the Black Dragon King heard the familiar voice, they were so frightened that their souls almost died. This is the voice of the Dark King. However, countless emperors and 3rd level and even 4th level Dark Kings in this church were killed by a human woman. Is there such a powerful being among humans? No. It's more like a beast than a human. It's just a ferocious beast in human form. Zeus could not sense any unique human aura from the figure. There was only boundless coldness, as if I had been floating in the universe for countless years and a half. And sensed the breath behind him. Swish! Countless branches beside him suddenly stabbed out. In an instant, the scales on the Black Dragon King's body were pierced. Roar! The Black Dragon King had no time to react and tried to struggle. The next moment, the flesh and blood under the scales were diluted completely, leaving only an empty shell. Even the 3rd or 4th level Dark King of the Starry Sky is no match for him. So how can a 9th level extraordinary beast resist him? Gudong! Zeus swallowed deeply. The fear in his heart was infinitely magnified, causing him to only think of one way to survive. Thump! Zeus suddenly knelt on the ground. Press your forehead against the palace floor. The dignity of the strong men on earth had long since disappeared, and all that remained was the desire for life. Senior, if you don't kill me, you must have a reason to use me. Zeus spoke quickly. We know that we are immortal because of our human identity. It would be useful to keep it. Luan Shenmu said silently. Zeus was suddenly delighted. Yes, I am very familiar with this blue planet. I can help you find anything you want. I also have considerable influence among humans and know many powerful people. Yeah. A cold voice came from before Zeus' eyes. At some point, the slender figure appeared in front of him. Yes. Zeus lowered his head even lower. Then can you tell me all the strong men above the star level on this blue planet? The voice was full of inexplicable temptation. It seemed as if Zeus would be pulled to speak even if he didn't want to. In the dragon country of Blue Star, there must be more than one star-level expert. And they also obtained the technology of alien cosmic civilization? Before Zeus could continue, let's get to the point. Don't tell me what I didn't ask you. The voice came again. Fine beads of sweat instantly oozed out of Zeus' forehead. He knew that if he said something wrong again, his fate would be the same as the Black Dragon King beside him. I know that there are star-level people in Dragon Country. One is called Anxuan, and the other is called Lin Sheng. He has not yet reached the star level, but already has the power of the star level. You must be very interested, Zeus said quickly. However, the figure in front of him seemed to be silent for a long time. Then, puff! With the sound of flesh being pierced, a thin wooden stick pierced in front of Zeus' eyes. The wooden stick instantly took root in his flesh and blood, sucking his entire body into a skeleton within seconds. Zeus couldn't even utter a scream. He didn't know why he was killed until he died. It's better to keep them than to kill them. You don't know how long it will take to find them. The chaotic divine tree said silently. It doesn't matter. He's just a human being. Just kill him. That's fine. Luan Shenmu felt a little relieved. I originally thought that because of this experience, the master would still have some feelings of being close to humans. Now it seems that I was just overthinking. A higher life form should not have any sympathy for insects. Soon, in just a dozen years, this planet will be destroyed. Before that, absorb all the nutrients on this planet and leave here. The God Tree of Chaos was extremely excited. This may be the only life of the Moon God Clan. As long as we continue to follow these steps, we will once again become the master of the universe and stand at the top of all living things. Chapter 177 Xiaobai's Evolutionary Route, Red Crystal. On the outskirts of Yangtze. After being slightly shocked by Lin Sheng's strength, Director N and Chairman Rong hurriedly left the place. They are also busy absorbing those technologies and preparing for the subsequent arrival of the Three-Eyed King. Although I know that the Three-Eyed King is not very strong, but the other party came with a fleet after all. If the city is bombed, it will be unstoppable. It could cause huge casualties among the people. If this is the case, the loss will outweigh the gain. So it is necessary to study the defense facilities and exploration facilities in advance. At least we can detect the dangers around the blue planet and even the solar system so that we can prepare in advance. At this time, in a flesh and blood spaceship high in the sky above Yangtze, I just called and asked, but couldn't find anyone. Lin Sheng pressed his forehead with his hand. I always feel my mind is a bit confused. Lin Ming has disappeared for more than half a year. At first, Lin Sheng thought that she had entered some secret realm again, so she lost contact. This is a very normal thing. Before this, Lin Sheng had also cut off contact in the secret realm for several months. However, Lin Ming might have been promoted to the emperor level long ago, but he cannot be contacted now. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel worried. Don't panic. With your sister's strength, there will definitely be no accidents. The little deer spoke in comfort. Lin Ming is much better than you. I'm not afraid of anything happening to her. I'm just afraid she'll be trapped somewhere. Lin Sheng spoke silently. If you are really worried, there should be detection equipment on the Three-Eyed Star King's ship. Then we can seize the Three-Eyed Star King's ship and check it out. The little deer stared at Lin Sheng. What it said was true. It was useless for Lin Sheng to worry here. It would be better for him to quickly improve his strength and then look for an opportunity. After summoning Xiaobai, Lin Sheng looked at its panel. Songyun Dragon King. Gender: female snake. At the strong request of readers, it will only appear once. Level: extraordinary 9th level. Talent: Starry Sky level 9. Skills: Thundercloud Control, proficient. Burning Sun True Eye, perfect. Diamond Body, proficient. Dragon Might, proficient. Blue Cloud Control, proficient. Evolution Route: 8-winged Azure Cloud Dragon, Flame Sun Dragon King. Introduction: the king of the Songyun Dragon clan that soars in the sky, a branch of the Dragon clan's vast bloodline. In addition to the main skills, Xiaobai also gained additional skills. They were all extracted from the bodies of the ferocious beasts killed by Lin Sheng. But the levels of those skills are too low. It can only be used as synthesis experience for this main skill. Even the experience used for synthesis has very high requirements, and the properties must be similar. The 8-winged Blue Cloud Dragon is the advanced form of the Blue Cloud Dragon King, while the Flame Sun Dragon King has taken a different path. 8-winged Blue Cloud Dragon, Divine Wind Pearl, 10,000-year Mica, Thunder Spirit Pearl. Yin-Yang Dragon King, Fire God Stone, Lava Fruit, Rebirth in Lava. 2 evolutionary paths. The materials for the 8-winged Blue Cloud Dragon's evolution are missing the Divine Wind Pearl and the Lightning Spirit Pearl. The materials for the Flame Sun Dragon King's evolution are only missing the Fire God Stone. Lin Sheng considered it carefully. Most of the materials are available in that warehouse. But these valuable things are not there. Lin Sheng already had some guesses in his mind. Originally, the materials required for Xiaobai to evolve to the same level as other pets were one version ahead. Nowadays, advanced materials are so hard to find that they can't even be found on Blue Planet. Xiaolu, which one do you think is better, the 8-winged Azure Cloud Dragon or the Flame Sun Dragon King? Lin Sheng patted the deer's head and asked. Hearing what its owner said, the little deer couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even though these two kinds of life are not of the purest bloodline of dragons, they are definitely hot commodities in the universe. Why are you still being picky? All good. Which one is better? If you really want to evolve, you should go with the Flame Sun Dragon King. The 8-winged Blue Cloud Dragon can only be as strong as or slightly stronger than the Flame Sun Dragon King when it is on a planet, but the Flame Sun Dragon King is more aggressive. I see. Where do we find these materials? Lin Sheng asked. If you can't find it in the secret realm, you can only buy it in the universe, which requires establishing a connection with the universe. This is probably not the situation you want to see. Listening to Xiaolu's words, Lin Sheng nodded silently. That is a fact. But now Lin Sheng urgently needs to evolve to the Starry Sky level. Only when you reach the Starry Sky level can you survive temporarily in the universe for a period of time. Go find the three-eyed monster. There are courier companies in the universe. If you pay a certain amount of money, they can deliver the goods to you. Listening to Xiaolu's words, Lin Sheng suddenly understood. That's the truth. But it's getting late now. I'll go find that red-eyed monster tomorrow morning. Lin Sheng clapped his hands. Soon returned to his villa. Take a shower first. Crash. Entering the bathroom, Lin Sheng started to wash. At this moment, Xiaobai shrank his body and slid in, insisting on taking a bath together. Helpless, since it was so good at acting like a spoiled child, Lin Sheng could only wash his own pet as well. Xiaobai's 6 pairs of wings became wet, and it took a long time to dry them before they recovered. A man and a beast were lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Xiaobai's tail was wrapped around Lin Sheng's body, and the 3 pairs of wings were like a quilt, covering Lin Sheng's body. The white wings were so large that Lin Sheng almost mistook them for a quilt every time he went to sleep. It is soft and can automatically adjust to be airtight. Master, master! In a trance, Lin Sheng was awakened by an anxious voice. He sat up suddenly, and Xiaobai on his body also woke up. I don't know when. The sunlight has shone in through the gaps in the curtains. There's a dead body in your room. The little deer stood beside Lin Sheng excitedly. Lin Sheng was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Are you so happy about the dead body? Come with me and take a look. The little deer seemed a little impatient. Lin Sheng didn't dare to delay. He quickly put on his clothes and followed it to a hidden room. This is Lin Ming's room. After Lin Sheng started living alone, he rarely came to this room. And after entering the room, Lin Sheng also saw the corpse placed against the wall. It was a blood-red lower body. In the shadows, if you don't look carefully, it's really easy to mistake it. What the hell is this thing? How did it appear in Lin Ming's room? Lin Sheng's eyes swept over it. It was a lower body made entirely of red crystals. It was extremely hard when hit, and even if you used a knife to cut it, it would hardly leave any marks. Could it be that it was left by my sister? When? Is it recently? You don't know. This is the crystallization of pure energy. It is the most essential energy in living things. This method of extracting energy crystals can only be done by the Chaos God Tree. If such a crystal is released, the advanced civilizations in the universe will pay money to snatch it, or even start a war. The little deer was very excited. Such a large piece of red crystal is enough to allow it and Xiaoling to advance to the Emperor level, or even the late Emperor level. And there is a great possibility of breaking through to the first level of the starry sky. Chapter 178, Galaxy Warrior Association, Purchase Advanced Materials. Is it really that useful? Lin Sheng still didn't quite believe it. Upon hearing this, the deer immediately became anxious. Of course. Any life form that wants to become stronger will increase the strength of its cells at the genetic level to carry more energy. High-level predators constantly rob low-level predators to strengthen themselves. Ordinary biological cells can only carry a limited amount of energy, but the cells in a cultivator's body have been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations, and have long since become extraordinary. This is the essence of energy in the cells. It is some kind of evil magic. It is also one of the reasons why the Chaos God Tree is so popular. Although ordinary plant-based beasts can extract energy, they can never do it as pure as the Chaos God Tree. And the ability to extract biological genes like the Masters is even more perverted. It no longer falls into the category of witchcraft. So that's how it is. Then how do we use this essence? Lin Sheng asked, touching his chin. Looks like it was taken internally. But what if you need to apply it externally? It's simple, just eat it. The fawn seemed to know a lot. The place where it is located is a relic deep in the mountains, which is probably even older than the civilization that previously inhabited Blue Star. However, what we need are advanced materials that can evolve and upgrade without hindrance. Only high-level creatures can do that. When talking about this place, the little deer seemed to be very longing for those creatures. But at least now I have some opportunities. That's enough. After all, the upper limit of the countless living creatures in this world has been locked since their birth. Being able to be one of the few special ones among so many, what else could be more satisfying? Okay, by the way, buy all the advanced materials you and Xiaoling need, and then we can evolve together. Lin Sheng waved his hand and put the red crystal into the beast taming space. Then he straddled Xiaoling's body. Through Yangqing's teleportation array, we arrived at a heavily guarded villa in the center of the Demon City. Senior Lin. Those people are now being held on the third floor of the second floor. When the soldiers outside the door saw Lin Sheng, they quickly stood up straight. The Emperor-level strongmen require them to be received with 100% serious attitude. What's more, Lin Sheng will definitely become a famous strongman in the world in the future, and maybe even the strongest man on Blue Star. They will treat each other seriously if it comes from the heart. Lin Sheng nodded. Walk straight through the heavily guarded gate. There are about 6 5-story villas in front of us, arranged in a 9-square grid. And the red-eyed monster is now imprisoned on the 3rd floor of the 2nd building. Lin Sheng arrived in front of the building. Mr. Lin. The access control panel opened, and Lin Sheng also came to the 3rd floor of the 2nd floor. Why is there so much garbage? The ground outside the door was littered with various instant noodles, boxes, and beverage waste. Squeak. As Lin Sheng opened the door, a refreshing fragrance hit him in the face. Surprisingly, the room didn't smell that bad. The three-eyed aliens love cleanliness and prefer a clean environment, the deer said in the beast-controlling space. You're finally here. Are you planning on letting us go? The red-skinned three-eyed monster seemed to have anticipated this scene. Randomly invading a planet is a capital crime according to galactic law. Lin Sheng stepped into the room and looked around. Really? Then the conviction should also be handed over to the Universe Warrior Association. The red-skinned three-eyed monster didn't seem to be afraid at all. What about the death penalty? There is nothing in this world that money can't solve. If so, it means the money is not enough. Really? Is the Universal Warrior Association really that powerful? Lin Sheng asked in surprise. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster suddenly became proud. So what if you were stronger than me? Isn't that short-sighted? Of course. Our galaxy is only a small force in the universe. But even so, With 400 billion stars and star clusters, the Milky Way is still swallowing up the surrounding stars. But the number of stars with life is extremely small, and only about 30,000 can evolve into advanced planets. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster seemed to know a lot. Oh, is that so? Lin Sheng questioned. This again aroused the red-skinned, three-eyed monster's desire for scientific knowledge. Of course. Your blue planet is already in the top 30,000 among these 400 billion, just like our three-eyed planet. But the Milky Way galaxy is still controlled by the top 10 planets. The Galaxy Warriors Association, the Galaxy Imperial Spirits Association, the Galaxy Mentalists Association, the Galaxy Express Company, the Galaxy Virtual Network, countless companies and associations are the real giants. Especially the Galaxy Warrior Association, which is affiliated with the Universe Warrior Association. Even the strong men from the top 10 planets have a close relationship with them. Even if you are considered powerful among the advanced planets, you are not qualified to enter the endless sky area at the center of the Milky Way. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster seemed very proud. What is the endless sky area? Lin Sheng asked. That's naturally. Halfway through his speech, the red-skinned, three-eyed monster suddenly realized something and abruptly shut his mouth. Damn it, I was actually tricked. Humans are so cunning. I came here mainly to buy some things from Galaxy Express. Seeing that the other party stopped talking, Lin Sheng had to change his approach. What is it? If you have money, I can buy it for you. In the past few days, the red-skinned monster has thought it through. The possibility that their three-eyed planet would be hostile to the blue planet no longer exists. It would be better to build good relationships with the people with the greatest potential on this planet. If you want to buy materials, the delivery fee will be expensive, and only our three-eyed planet's network can connect to the cosmic virtual network. The red-skinned monster said calmly. Can. Lin Sheng nodded. When he got outside, he spoke a few words to the guard there. Of course you can take it away. We have been notified in advance of your coming. The guards here were very respectful to Lin Sheng. A few years ago, if someone of this level and status came to Yangsheng, even the mayor would have to treat him humbly. Now the situation is reversed. Strength and power indeed exist side by side. Lin Sheng brought the three-eyed monster and quickly arrived at Yangsheng's spaceship. What items do you want to buy? Since our planet is for practicing warriors, we have only joined the Warrior Association. The red monster fiddled with the screen for a while. He quickly logged into the Warrior Association's mall. It was a pitch-black background with a simple and technological look. In addition to purchasing items sold by the Warrior Association, you can also trade with others or sell them yourself. The currency used was silver coins. I need the Divine Wind Pearl, the Lightning Pearl, the Fire Stone, and Lin Sheng told all the advanced materials needed for his pets. Chapter 179 The Value of Silver Coins. Start the evolution to the starry sky level. Other materials are cheap, but which kind of vulcanite do you want? The red-skinned monster was surprised. I don't know what Lin Sheng wants to do with such expensive materials. Just give me the most expensive one, Lin Sheng said without thinking. Since you want to advance, there will be no problem in using the best advanced materials. Then I'll help you find a star-level Vulcan stone? You decide. Soon, the red-skinned monster purchased all the materials Lin Sheng needed on the internet. Then I found the seller of the Vulcan stone. Star-level Vulcan stone. One costs 3,000 silver coins. How much is 3,000 silver coins in blue star money? Convert it into blue planet's money? Money from any other planet cannot be converted into silver coins. Only materials can be exchanged with the Warrior Association. The red-skinned monster seemed to have heard some huge joke. Only materials are useful to the strong. Only materials can be estimated in value. But our spaceship costs about 100,000 silver coins, and the advanced planetary technology we purchased from Three-Eyed Star costs 10 million silver coins. The red-skinned monster provides a reference value. So expensive? Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows. This price is indeed a bit expensive. Even if you sell this spaceship, you can only buy 30 star-level Vulcan stones. Don't you have T1 Chimera ants? Any one of them can be sold for 10 million silver coins. The red-skinned monster was very jealous. This is also the reason why he was so excited when he saw the T1 Chimera ant before. Any one of them can buy technology from advanced planets. If I sell all of them, I will become one of the richest people in the galaxy. Of course, such tools weren't actually that expensive back in the day. It was only after most of them were destroyed that the price became more expensive. But the auction cannot be held online. It must be held on a black market planet. The red-skinned monster shook his head. This thing is expressly prohibited. If we auction it directly on the internet, It would be tantamount to robbing the Beast Tamer Association and seeking death. That's right. Lin Sheng touched his chin. If it is a material transaction, it would be much easier. The most materials are stored in his own beast taming space. As he spoke, Lin Sheng took out a large number of crystals from the beast taming space. These are all used by the star beasts for food. The moment he saw the material, the red-skinned monster's eyes widened. Where did you get this? This is void crystal, the material for space travel. And it's so pure. Void crystals of this purity are enough for star beasts to eat. Just a small piece the size of a ball can be sold for tens of thousands. The red-skinned monster was shocked. How come this guy has so many rare treasures? And any one of them is so expensive. So expensive? No wonder that guy likes to eat it so much. Lin Sheng probably didn't expect this. The food I just casually feed myself is so expensive. A small ball can be sold for tens of thousands of silver coins. You should know that the pile of things in his beast taming space is larger than a mountain. Of course, void crystals of this purity are food for the star beasts, and those who can use the star beasts as tools for space travel are extremely wealthy. Even if we were to exchange 10 planets for the star beast, I'm afraid that no one would agree. This is no longer a question of value, but it's the rarity. The rarer it is in the universe, the higher its value. When it reaches a certain level of rarity, if you want to exchange it, you must give it to the other party that they desperately need it. This little guy is so precious? Lin Sheng really didn't expect this. The space beast that was hatched casually turned out to be a cosmic luxury car. I thought technological spacecraft were the best means of navigation in the universe. However, the star beast is indeed very convenient to drive. Then you can exchange the materials for the corresponding void crystals for me. Sure, but void crystals usually have a premium when sold to private individuals. I'll help you find a private boss. All these materials together will probably cost around 5,000 silver coins. The red-skinned monster quickly hung up the void crystal. It was auctioned off in less than a few seconds. This speed is really astonishing. But it's not that strange. After all, there are so many planets in the universe. Almost every planet needs this energy crystal. The red-skinned monster helped Lin Sheng buy all the materials and sent them to the three-eyed planet fleet. There is no specific landmark for Blue Star in the universe right now, so we can only send it to this ship first. Lin Sheng had no objection to what the red-skinned monster said. Just wait a few more days, it will be almost there. Cosmic Express's delivery methods are kept confidential, but the speed is absolutely ridiculously fast. A few days later, the staff, whose appearance was completely wrapped in clothes, left the place in a hurry after delivering the materials. There are so many planets in the universe that it is impossible for them to stop and observe each one for a while. Noob. Inject Dragon Blood Gene. Lin Sheng injected the Dragon Blood Gene into Xiaobai for the last time. With the injection of Dragon Blood, Xiaobai's body gradually became hot again. That is the state where the cells have reached their limit. Starry Sky level. Lin Sheng brought Xiaobai to the foot of Mount Fuji in the Sakura country. With the blazing Vulcan stone in his mouth, Xiaobai dived into the volcanic lava without hesitation. With the temperature of these lavas, it is impossible to cause any harm to the Emperor-level creatures. What's more, Xiaobai has the genes of various powerful creatures, so entering the lava is like taking a bath. Gudong dong. Following the lava, Xiaobai swam to the underwater volcano. As it swallowed various materials into its mouth, the genes in its body forced its flesh to evolve. Xiaobai continuously absorbs the heat from the surrounding volcanic lava. The 6 pairs of wings gradually dissolved and turned into strange red runes, engraved on Xiaobai's scales. Its eyes seemed to be ignited with fiery red light, and a large number of bubbles began to emerge from the sea surface. In the sea, the people who were originally swimming suddenly felt that the seawater suddenly became hot. Moving my eyes to the distance, I saw a large number of bubbles starting to roll in the sea in the distance. Bacana, what's going on? Is someone boiling the sea? It's getting hotter and hotter. Is Mount Futu about to erupt? That's impossible. Experts have predicted that Mount Futu will not erupt again for hundreds of years. Oh my God, I can't stand it anymore. The temperature here is getting higher and higher. The soles of my feet are going to be burned. The people of Sakura country were terrified. I was originally taking a hot spring bath. We almost became acquaintances. For a time, the coast of Sakura country was in chaos, turning this place into a spectacle. A large area of boiling seawater, with thick smoke billowing out. However, all this has nothing to do with Lin Sheng. It's your turn next, little dear. Chapter 180. Dear Advancement, Disappearing Stars. Ouch! The fawn howled, very excited. Swallow these crystals first and raise your strength to the limit of disaster level. Lin Shang took out the red crystal. The deer stepped on the red crystal, and branches and leaves grew out from under it, covering it. Then the deer closed its eyes and showed an expression of great enjoyment. All the energy is input into its body through the branches. The momentum in his body is also rising steadily. Finally, after a few minutes, boom, accompanied by a roar. The deer's level has reached the late stage of the disaster. It's not enough now. I need to fill all the cells in my body to the fullest. This way, the evolution will be most effective. Resisting the feeling of fullness, the deer continued to absorb energy. Fine beads of sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead, and his body felt slightly torn apart. But it knows that this is far from the limit. The deer will not stop until its body has expanded to 1.5 times its original size. I'm evolving in the basement, but you have to be careful, master. The little deer said with some worry. It had warned Lin Shang before. After Xiaobai evolves, it won't be too late for you to evolve as well. This way you can still stay by your master's side and protect him. But Lin Shang didn't care. There was no crisis on Blue Star now. Even Zeus was found dead before. Although I don't know who did it, at least they wouldn't do it to someone as extraordinary as him. Don't worry, just focus on recuperating. Only when you become stronger will you be able to protect me. Gently stroking the deer's antlers, Lin Shang spoke with a smile. Aha! Seeing that dissuasion had no effect, the little deer nodded heavily and disappeared from the place after a few leaps. I made up my mind that I would never be a slacker again. Must always stay by the master's side. Even if he is a tyrant, it doesn't matter if he doesn't listen to the deer. After all, you only feel the pain when you are beaten. After both pets were pacified, Director and called Lin Shang a short while later. You need to go to the virtual conference room right now. There is something very important to say. Hearing this, Lin Shang nodded solemnly. Something that even Director and feels is very important. That must be extremely important. After returning home and putting on the virtual helmet, Lin Shang entered the virtual conference room. At this time, all the Emperor-level powerful people in Long Country, including Lin Shang, gathered here. Of course, there is also Director An, a star-level powerhouse, and the star-level powerhouse wearing a Zhongshan suit. Seeing Lin Shang coming, everyone present nodded to him. Lin Shang also responded. I called everyone here this time because I have something extremely important to announce. This may be a matter of life and death for our blue planet. Director An spoke solemnly, glancing at everyone. Don't talk nonsense. We are all here. We are aware of the seriousness of the situation and have been prepared for it. One of them spoke silently. Okay then. I won't say any more nonsense, just look at the screen first. Director An turned around and revealed the huge screen behind him. There were densely packed little red dots on the top of the screen, and those red dots will disappear from left to right every once in a while. What does this mean? Several people present were somewhat confused. Everyone is too busy to come here and look at your Pac-Man game records. As if he had seen the doubts in everyone's hearts, Director An immediately explained. I believe everyone already knows that we have obtained a large amount of alien technology from Lin Shang. Everyone present nodded. There is no doubt about this. This newly promoted Emperor-level Beastmaster played a crucial role in this. Everyone's eyes on Lin Shang were no longer the same as before. Now they took him very seriously. But what does this have to do with the red dot in front of us? Look carefully. This is the scanning technology we have newly mastered, but a large number of parts are still disassembled from that spacecraft. We can clearly detect the number of planets tens of thousands of light years around the solar system. Now these red dots are the stars in the universe. Director An zoomed out again as he spoke. Countless red dots suddenly became crowded and then turned into a piece of red cloth. And in the middle of the red cloth, there is a dot emitting light, which is naturally the solar system. Seeing this scene, everyone present widened their eyes instantly. The tracks of those disappearing stars are heading towards the solar system. Is this data true? If this continues, will our solar system also encounter something? No one expected this. What we encountered was this kind of crisis. They had already prepared for the worst and even decided to sacrifice their lives. But I didn't expect it to be such an unimaginable crisis. But the distance between the solar system and the red dot is at least tens of thousands of light years. By the time the red gets close to us, all of us on Blue Planet will have migrated away from here. That's right. Nothing can exceed the speed of light. No, didn't you look carefully? The pattern of the disappearance of the stars is not that they are swallowed up in order, but a large number of them disappear in the blink of an eye. This means that the unknown thing is not moving, but transferring. It is traveling through time and space. All the Emperor-level Beastmasters broke out in cold sweats. The length of a star is about 1 light year, and the distance between each star is thousands or tens of thousands of light years. This is an astronomical figure that is beyond imagination. What kind of thing is so large that it can be measured in light years? The Emperor-level Beastmasters present felt a sense of powerlessness. If this continues, it will be their solar system's turn in less than a few years. Could it be that the 4.6 billion-year history of the blue planet and the 10 billion-year history of the solar system were destroyed inexplicably? Archean, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, Cenozoic, Anthropocene, Degenerate. Life that has gone through countless evolutions just disappeared in the universe. Just thinking about it makes people tremble at the genetic level. Even Lin Shang clenched his fists unconsciously. It can't end like this. Every cell in his body is roaring for survival from the depths of his soul. A life that has lived for tens of billions of years will never die just like that. Huh. Director and took a deep breath. The old man in Zhongshan's suit who had been silent all this time spoke up. It may not be a life. It may be some kind of extremely large storm, or something that is difficult for us to imagine. Since we can observe it, other life in the universe must be able to observe it as well. Hearing this, the people who were originally somewhat desperate suddenly saw a light in front of their eyes. Yes, although they don't know what this thing is, those powerful civilizations must know it well. Even if they don't know, Blue Star can also travel in space and look for hope of survival on other planets. Chapter 181 Solution. Waiting to leave. I'll go. Lin Shang stood up. I am the only one with free time now, but Dragon Country cannot do without you all. Besides, I am the only one who owns a spaceship. I will negotiate with the empires in the galaxy and find a way to transfer. After hearing Lin Shang's words, everyone looked at him in surprise. Do you know the way? Of course I know. As long as we bring the person with the three-eyed star, we can naturally find the way. Everyone nodded. The old man in the Zhongshan suit spoke again. You are only at the 9th level of the extraordinary level now. Once you are trapped in the universe, you will not even have the ability to resist. Only those who have reached the starry sky level can survive in space to a certain extent. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. You are right, Senior. Only those who are at the star level have a certain status in the universe and can travel through the starry sky. We already had a preliminary understanding of this knowledge when we came into contact with the cosmic network through the three-eyed star. Why don't I go? My space-time beast has reached the star level. There is no one more suitable than me. Director and stood up again. Lin Shang, I know you are anxious now, but it will take at least several years for that thing to arrive on Blue Star. With your strength and the rapid development of resources, you may be able to reach the star level in a few years. President Rong looked at Lin Shang with sparkling eyes. The Emperor-level strongmen around also nodded silently. This is the truth. If any one of them could reach the star level within a few years, they won't believe it too much. But Lin Shang is different from them. In just 1 or 2 years, he reached the imperial level. Then it is not impossible to spend more time to reach the star level. Absolutely not. The Dragon Country must not be without a star-level expert in charge. Moreover, if you leave, who will manage the Dragon Bureau? An Emperor-level strongman spoke out in opposition. It will take at least some time for Lin Shang to train himself to manage such a large organization. Moreover, once Director and leaves, the star-level powerhouses of other countries will definitely be eyeing Dragon Country covetously. Everyone, stop arguing. Lin Shang interrupted everyone's conversation. Who said I haven't reached the star level? In a few days, when Xiaobai completes his plan, he will become a star-level beastmaster. Do you have any good ideas? Everyone present looked at Lin Shang. In the past, they would not ask for any advice from this newcomer. It's not because of a problem of strength. It's simply because Lin Shang doesn't have enough experience. But as one thing after another has proven, people's views on this matter have changed. I am already a star-level beastmaster, so it is the best choice for me to go. Lin Shang looked at everyone calmly. Oh, that's it. That's indeed not right. What did you just say? You have reached the star level? Everyone present looked at Lin Shang in shock. That mouth is so wide open that you can fit a few apples in it. Almost. My pet is in the process of evolving. Lin Shang confirmed again. For a moment, there were sounds of people gasping in shock in the conference room. The indoor temperature rises sharply. Oh my God. It seems that they still underestimated Lin Sheng's talent. I thought it would take at least a few years to reach the star level, but he never thought that after half a year, his pet beast had reached the star level. It turns out that we cannot look at monsters with ordinary people's eyes. Well, I'll leave this matter entirely to you. Director and walked up and patted Lin Sheng's shoulder heavily. Remember, if you can't find a way, don't ever come back, because coming back would do no good. If I don't come back, at least I can keep a spark of fire for the blue planet. I understand, but I still need some time. Disband. After assigning the research directions, the meeting was officially disbanded. After Lin Sheng reaches the starry sky level, he will probably become the most powerful beastmaster on Blue Star. The next few days, Lin Sheng had a farewell party with his acquaintances in Shanghai and his former friends in Yangtze. But in just a few years, everyone has embarked on a different path. I never thought that you would become an emperor-level beastmaster first. I'm afraid you will become the strongest person in Dragon Country in the future, right? Now, even Hu Kun has returned to his home to be a local tyrant. Du Chinchio said with emotion with a smile. Back then, Lin Sheng was just a follower following him around in the Magic City. Now he has become a strong man who can stand on his own. And she also has to run around for the Du family, the largest family business in Shanghai. Sister, stop drinking. You have to meet those directors tomorrow. Du Ning pulled Du Chinchio aside to dissuade her. My sister never drank alcohol before. But tonight, in front of Lin Sheng, he almost got drunk. What do you care about me? Why can't I drink? Maybe in the future Blue Star will have to connect with the outside world, and there won't be time anymore. Du Chinchio took another sip, and his fair skin was flushed with a beautiful blush. At that time, her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Sheng in front of her, revealing a bit of temptation compared to her usual coldness. Du Ning is right, but it's just this once, right? Sister Chinchio? Lin Sheng spoke with a smile. Snort. Du Chinchio snorted softly. She seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Sheng calling her Sister Chinchio. You're still persuading me to drink. Why don't you drink yourself? Du Ning looked at Lin Sheng angrily. Then he snatched the wine glass from Du Chinchio and started drinking it himself. The two men were drunk and collapsed in their chairs in just half an hour. It's bad. The deer is not here. What if someone picks it up? Lin Sheng slapped his head. These sisters are as rotten as mud. Don't they know how pretty they are? Even if there are acquaintances around, you can't do this randomly. What's more, acquaintances are not necessarily safe. Waiter, open 2 rooms. Lin Sheng supported the 2 sisters and came downstairs to the hotel. There is only 1 room for guests. The waiter smiled evilly. After handing the key to Lin Sheng, he looked at the departing figure with some envy. It's really the best. If any one of them were put out there, he would probably attract countless young men to pursue him. This kid actually managed to cheat 2 people overnight? But this face looks familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere on TV. After putting Du Chinchio and Du Ning on the big bed and looking at the soft and fragrant bodies lying on it, Lin Sheng felt as calm as a Buddha. Sure enough, no temptation can compare to the life and death of a race. If races cease to exist, reproduction will be meaningless. Sighing, Lin Sheng leaned against the window and fell asleep. Soon, a night passed. The next morning, the 2 girls woke up from their daze, but suddenly realized that they were lying on the bed in someone's arms. Chapter 182, The Second Talent, Twin Bond. Feeling the arms around my waist. Du Chinchio's mind suddenly recalled the scene of last night. Suddenly, a blush spread from the base of the neck to the ears. The same was true of Du Ning in front of her. His face flushed red and he didn't dare to move. He didn't realize at all that the arm belonged to Du Chinchio. The 2 of them hugged each other tightly like this, and it was not until more than 10 minutes later that they dared to slowly open their eyes. Then he sat up suddenly and checked his clothes. After realizing that everything was intact, Du Chinchio frowned suddenly, feeling unhappy. He seemed disappointed that Lin Sheng didn't do anything to him. It's not because Du Chinchio wants the other party to do anything, but there were many high-quality human men pursuing her in the past, and now that she is so defenseless, that guy can still resist her. Doesn't this mean that I'm actually not attractive at all? This guy Lin Sheng, didn't he even touch my sister? Du Chinchio gritted his teeth. It seems like I feel insulted. No, this is more painful than letting her be insulted. Sister. Du Ning's face turned red for a moment. Do you still want me to be touched by that guy? And at this moment, someone who doesn't know how to be gentle with women has arrived outside the island of Sakura Country. Last night, a large area of seawater outside Sakura Country evaporated inexplicably. With a large amount of steam filling the sky, The scene was terrifying. Even the hot springs throughout the Sakura country no longer emit any warmth and have become as cold as the seawater. Overnight, all volcanoes and hot spring industries in Sakura country declared bankruptcy. The people of the island nation will probably never think of it in their lifetime. The damage caused by a volcano that never erupts is greater than the possible eruption. Roar. At this time, a giant dragon emitting red light all over its body and with flame marks on its scales is soaring in the air. Its two pupils are like stars, emitting scorching heat. Any bird that gets close to it will be burned to ashes in less than a second. And on the body of this giant dragon, there was also a human figure standing there. Yin-Yang Dragon King. Level: Starry Sky Level 1. Talent: Starry Sky Level 9. Skills: Thundercloud Control, Proficient. Burning Sun True Eye, Perfect. Diamond Body, Proficient. Dragon Might, Proficient. Blue Cloud Control, Proficient. Flaming Sun, Proficient. Evolutionary Route: Star Flame Dragon. Tin-Winged Azure Cloud Dragon King. Introduction: Its body is made of flames. As the battle progresses, its body temperature will get higher and higher, and it will be immune to a large amount of flame damage. Not bad, not bad. It seems that even the skills of the Songyun Dragon King have been inherited. Lin Sheng touched Xiaobai's horn with one hand and nodded. Roar. Xiaobai also seems very proud. All of a sudden, the bodies walking in the air turned into an S shape. Star-level power. Lin Sheng can feel that he has become much stronger. As he waved his hand, a crystal-clear stone appeared above Xiaobai's head. The talent has been awakened for the second time. Lin Sheng placed his hand on the stone without hesitation. When Zeus reached the star level before, he came to Dragon Kingdom to cause trouble. It's a pity that he was beaten away before he could even use his second talent. Bite. Awakening of A-level talent. Soul Inheritance. Soul Inheritance. Able to inherit 10% of the power of all pets in a short period of time. Soul Inheritance. This ability is relatively rare among Beastmasters. It can allow the Beastmaster to inherit and bear a certain amount of power, but for a short period of time. However, it also makes up for the weakness of the Beastmaster to a certain extent. Suddenly, a cold voice came from my mind again. Upgrading your awakening skills. Soul Inheritance. A-level talent Soul Inheritance, upgraded to surpass God-level talent. Twin Bond. Twin Bond, Twin Souls. The Beastmaster permanently inherits the pet's skills, combat power, defense, the sum of all attributes. That moment, a huge force was injected into Lin Sheng's body from all directions. At this moment, Lin Sheng felt that all the cells in his body were wailing and roaring. Even his soul was being torn apart and reassembled madly, growing stronger. For a moment, Lin Sheng made a painful sound above Xiaobai. Xiaobai was so scared that he quickly landed from the air. Came to a valley. Looking at the master curled up on the ground, Xiaobai shrank his body and stood around, looking very worried. Roar. Xiaobai was yelling anxiously at the side, at a loss. However, although Lin Sheng was in pain, he was also excited. He could feel his strength increasing exponentially. If in the past the power that the pet gave back to him after upgrading was only a part, like a stream, now it is like river water flowing back into the dry farmland. Extraordinary first level. Extraordinary level 3. Extraordinary 7th level. Feeling the master's aura becoming stronger, Xiaobai blinked his eyes and was no longer as panicked as before. Why do I feel that the master's aura is becoming more and more powerful? And it is still rising rapidly. Finally, when Lin Sheng felt that his level had reached the 8th level of transcendence, he stopped completely. Call. Lin Sheng let out a sigh of relief. He stood up, sweating all over, and pressed down with one hand, creating a big hole in the ground. What a powerful force. I feel like I can do anything now. Lin Sheng stood up and looked at his hands. Calm down quickly. Twin Bond. This is a talent skill that surpasses the God level. It can allow Lin Sheng to inherit all the abilities of the pet with which he has a soul contract. In other words, if Lin Sheng only contracts one pet, then he can inherit 100% of the pet's abilities. And if 4 are contracted, each will inherit 25%. Unless the strength of these 4 pets is equal, Lin Sheng will never be able to surpass the strongest one among them. But Lin Sheng can also cultivate and become stronger. It's like free power. He became a warrior, and he is the strongest warrior on Blue Star now. It is even possible that he is the strongest Beastmaster on Blue Planet. At this moment, Lin Sheng felt as if he was dreaming. Even the skills are inherited. Lin Sheng's mind moved, and a branch beside him rose into the air, flying through the air like a bullet. As Lin Sheng's mind moved again, the branch melted in midair and turned into ashes and dust. So strong. Could this be the ability of an elemental warrior and a spiritualist? Lin Sheng heard that there was such an organization in the universe, and most of the strong people in the universe are warriors. Roar, roar, roar. Master is so strong. Xiaobai rubbed against Lin Sheng excitedly. If the master also becomes stronger, he won't have to be too distracted by protecting Lin Sheng during the battle. Well, let's go. We have important things to do now. Lin Sheng grabbed Xiaobai's horn and jumped up. Not only did he become stronger, but even his foundation became extremely solid. The qi and blood in the body surged like a dormant tiger. Lin Sheng had thought about practicing cultivation before. Who wouldn't like holding the sun, the moon, and the stars in his hands? It's a pity that there has never been this opportunity, but now it's here. You just need to increase the power of your pet, and you will naturally become stronger. He will no longer be the pet's weak spot. Chapter 183 Kill Baker, the Three-Eyed Star-Lord Fleet. In a mountaintop villa in the British Empire, several hot blonde girls in bikinis are playing in the swimming pool, and in the room in the distance, a man with a perfect body walked out. Damn Zeus, he tricked me into fighting the Dragon Nation, and now even he is dead. Baker sneered twice. Forget it, never mind all that. There is a better life waiting for me now. Buckle stretched and headed towards the swimming pool in front, and those beauties also stretched out their hands and waved to Baker. It was also at this time. Why does it feel so hot today? Baker put on sunglasses and looked up at the sun in the sky in silence. But I discovered the light of the sun, but today it is so bright that it is a bit blinding. It was so hot that some beads of sweat appeared on his body. No, it's not the sun, it's something. Without waiting for Baker to continue hesitating. Boom! A fireball suddenly hit him. In an instant, the villa behind him was smashed into ruins. At this moment, a figure put one hand on Baker's neck and pressed him to the ground. You are that kid from Longwa. Buckle looked horrified. Why is this kid so powerful? We are both beast masters, but instead of summoning beasts to fight, you plan to fight me in hand-to-hand combat? But I am also a star-level beast master. How could the power of feedback be so weak? Wrong. At this time, Baker saw the shadow of a dragon flying high in the sky. This kid's pet has also reached the starry sky level. You can't kill me. You are provoking us? Without waiting for Buckle to continue. Boom. What came towards him was an iron fist accompanied by flames. After a loud bang, Baker was completely burned to ashes in a blaze. He was not even able to summon his pet until his death. Sure enough, the Beastmaster is the pet's biggest weakness. Standing up and shaking off the ashes on his hands, Lin Sheng looked at the ashes on the ground with disdain. Then a dragon fell from the sky and landed next to Lin Sheng. Master is awesome. You kid. Lin Sheng smiled and touched Xiaobai's faucet. Xiaobai immediately showed a look of enjoyment. This baker deserved to die. When he came to Longwa, he wanted to kill Lin Sheng. Although they failed in the end, it was all because Lin Sheng or Xiaobai were strong enough. What if Xiaobai is not strong enough or fails to protect Lin Sheng? The result is predictable. Now I am just using his own method to return the favor. Until his death, Baker probably never thought that he would be killed in this world full of beast masters. Gulp. Watching the bubbles constantly popping up in the swimming pool nearby, Lin Sheng suddenly found it a little funny. Is it necessary to be so scared? Forget about them, let's go. Riding on Xiaobai, the two left this place again. I guess these guys don't have the courage to expose Lin Sheng. So what if it's exposed? The British Empire probably knows how to deal with a strong man who can kill a star-level beastmaster. With Xiaobai's evolved speed, the two arrived at the Dark Empire in less than a few hours. At this time in the heart of the Dark Empire, several disaster-level beastmasters were hiding behind rocks in the mountains. He covered the other person's mouth with his hands and looked at the huge black mountain with horror. A huge black dragon is tearing the corpse of a ferocious beast, and the level of that ferocious beast is at least at the Emperor level. The sizes of the two creatures were even larger than the surrounding mountains. The aura emanating from his body was like a giant hand gripping the hearts of several people. Black Dragon King. Legend has it that the Black Dragon King died here a long time ago. Even the bodies had already been discovered. But how to explain this scene? Once they are discovered, everyone will die here. And the most important thing is that the black dragon was not only biting the corpse, but also swearing all the time. What is 30 years of Hudong? What? Today is finally the day for my revenge? Aren't you screaming happily? Why are you lying on the ground without moving? Another roar was heard. Several people were frightened and turned pale. This temper is too bad. Still holding a grudge. If it knew that there were a few of us hiding here and watching, it would definitely be dead. While everyone was thinking this, the black dragon had already disappeared. Where? Several people followed their pets and peeked over tremblingly. However, on the other side of the stone, all that was left was the half-eaten corpse of the emperor. But the huge dragon like a black mountain was gone. Call. At this moment, a heavy exhalation came from behind them. They were immediately frightened and shuddered all over. He turned his head away stiffly. He just happened to meet that pair of blood-red vertical pupils with a hint of gold, which seemed to be observing them curiously. Several people were so frightened that their legs went limp and they squatted on the ground. Finished. You're dead now. They were not wrong, and that is indeed the case. Xiaoling hates it most when someone is peeking at her while she is eating. He raised his huge wings and was about to slap several people to death on the spot. However, at this time, roar. Suddenly, a familiar dragon roar was heard from the sky. Xiaoling immediately changed her expression. My human friends, I am a friendly dragon. Are you trapped in the mountain and can't get down? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Seeing this terrifying creature asking this question, the beast masters were dumbfounded. Ahem, take your things, it's time to go. A human voice came from Xiaoling's mind. Lin Sheng didn't expect Xiaoling's strength to improve so quickly. He broke through to the emperor level without his help. Devourer Dragon. Level. Extraordinary level 7. Talent. Starry Sky level 6. Skills. Death Domain. 3 steps to soul extermination. Proficient. Corrosive Breath. Proficient. Awakening the Remains. Proficient. Endless Devouring. Proficient. Soul Mark. 17,500 years. Evolutionary Route. Starry Sky Dark Dragon. Star Devouring Beast. Introduction. The changes that have already occurred in the bloodline genes have begun to lead to an unknown direction. Dragon-devouring beasts become stronger as long as they devour life. They are a very powerful race. Lin Sheng expressed his approval. And the most important thing is that Xiaoling's temper has improved a lot. If it were in the past, these people would have been beaten to death by it. Not bad, not bad. Since you have performed so well, I will reward you well when I get back. Roar. Get the order. Xiaoling flapped its wings, flew high into the sky, and hovered directly next to Xiao Bai. 2 giant dragons flew away into the distance. Looking at this scene, several disaster-level beastmasters below swallowed hard. Did you see a human figure on the dragon just now? How is that possible? Maybe you saw it wrong. In the universe at this moment, buzz. In a flash of light, a huge fleet appeared out of nowhere in the sky above the blue planet. The main fleet of the three-eyed planet finally arrived at the blue planet after 3 cosmic hours. Chapter 184, The Arrogant Three-Eyed King. Have you contacted Red Eye? The yellow three-eyed star king, with the water-blue planet reflected in his 3 eyeballs. No contact. Even the spacecraft has lost signal. The secretary behind him shook his head. Really? Maybe the people on this planet used some method to capture Red Eyes. The three-eyed star king is very cautious. Extraordinary beings cannot even survive in the universe. It is possible that you will be trapped by low-level creatures. But once it evolves to the starry sky level, it is far beyond the ability of the extraordinary level to deal with. Randomly intercept the information of a strong person in a city and try to choose a big city. The three-eyed star king gave the order. The men immediately got busy. An extremely small instrument was sent to the sky above the Demon City base city. The instrument emitted a burst of light and scanned the city. We've collected samples from about 100,000 people this time. We'll analyze their strengths for you right away. Some three-eyed aliens became busy again. The spacecraft on the three-eyed planet is also constantly operating. Finally, after several hours, the results are out. The technological level of this planet can only be said to be just getting started. Hearing this, the three-eyed star king nodded silently. Of course, allow their instruments to enter the town to scan and collect data. This alone is enough to prove that the technological level of this planet is far inferior to that of their three-eyed planet. Although interception is much more difficult than attacking, but at least it can be detected. But the other party can't even do this, which is enough to prove their low level of technology. On a planet with a low level of technology, the strength of the creatures must be weak. There won't be so few exceptions in the entire universe. But even so, the three-eyed Star King still asked, what is the strength of the creatures on the planet? He has not even reached the first level of transcendence. He is just an ordinary person. Hearing this, the three-eyed Star King was even more satisfied. Doesn't this just prove that this is really an indigenous planet? Send down a small ship immediately to find the strongest person on this planet. The three-eyed Star King gave the order. Yes, I'll do it right away. Soon, a small ship in the huge fleet headed towards the Blue Star. The size of this small ship is not much different from that of Blue Star's aircraft. The three-eyed Star King put his hands behind his back and stared at the aqua-blue planet. The strongest person on this planet is not as strong as it. Then I will be able to control this planet. The servants beside him also saw the purpose of the three-eyed Star King. My king, is it necessary to be so cautious? This is just an indigenous planet, right? What do you know? Only when you know yourself and your enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. This is a famous saying of a powerful man. A spaceship made of flesh and blood and machinery, with a huge red eye, was hovering in the sky above the blue planet. Is it finally here? Lin Shang has been waiting for this spaceship for too long. As it arrived, he immediately ordered the red-eyed monster to drive the large ship to the front of the spaceship. The people on the ship were startled. He asked tentatively, Lord Red Eyes? However, the large spaceship in front of them did not provide any information. Go and take a look. The three-eyed alien gave himself courage. A hole gradually melted into the eyeball in front of the spacecraft. It walked out of the hole and jumped onto the large ship. Then the giant eye on the large ship suddenly opened, revealing the scene inside. At this time, Lin Shangzheng and the red-skinned monster were standing there calmly. Level 8? You are the strongest person on this blue planet, right? The three-eyed monster asked Lin Shang. I didn't expect that on this planet where extraordinary beings are so rare, there would be an extraordinary 8th-level strongman. However, it is still far behind their three-eyed Star King. The images here were also broadcast live to the distant space fleet. It turns out that he is only at the 8th level of transcendence. It seems that I am still too cautious. The three-eyed king smiled. But it's good to be cautious. Lower the spaceship for me. I want to talk to the strongest person on this planet in person. A few dozen minutes later, all the fleets and Lin Shang's spaceship were docked in the wilderness. The three-eyed king's troops stood in neat rows beside him. On Lin Shang's side, there was only him and the red-skinned monster. The three-eyed king walked down from the spaceship step by step and came straight to Lin Shang. What surprised Lin Shang was that the three-eyed king was not much different in size from him. A strong man of humanity, I am the king of the three-eyed star. You can also call me the three-eyed king. The three-eyed king bowed slightly. Obviously has some knowledge of human history. Although it was a shit yellow color, it still looked very eye-catching to Lin Shang. That's quite polite. Lin Shang smiled. You saw it too. The three-eyed king spread out his hands and stood in front of the huge army. We have many powerful people on the three-eyed star, and their strength is higher than yours. And for me, it only took me 5,000 years to reach the level of a star-level powerhouse. The three-eyed Star King clenched his fists. He seems to be very proud of his talent. Really? What do you want to say? Lin Shang spoke silently. The red-skinned monster on the side was already starting to feel embarrassed for the owner of his planet. He knew as soon as he came here that the people on this planet were simply beasts, especially the one next to me. It took less than 20 years to reach the star level. This talent is considered top-notch even in the universe. When the three-eyed king saw Lin Shang's posture, he thought that he was frightened by the powerful strength of his own army. Then he said, I don't like to conquer by brute force. After all, it's my own resources that are lost. I can't allow you to continue to rule this blue planet, but you must make all the resources you obtain known to me and contribute 50% of them. In that case, I will also send strong men to protect the safety of you blue star people. The three-eyed Star King turned his hands behind his back. He thought that the conditions he offered were already extremely generous. Generally speaking, the powerful people in the universe who rule the planet will demand that they hand over 90% of the profits they gain. There are even some powerful people who demand that the planet give up all its interests, and even resort to the method of draining the pond to catch all the fish. After destroying one planet, they move on to the next one to continue enslaving. But it's different. It is a strong man with ideals. A true king should treat his subordinates with kindness. My king, inside. The red-skinned monster was extremely embarrassed. If you talk like this, won't you be beaten to death by the people from Blue Star? My right-hand man, don't open your mouth. I am mainly asking about the young man in front of me. Chapter 185. The Flaming Sun Dragon King. The Shocked Three-Eyed King. As he spoke, the Three-Eyed Star King looked at Lin Shang in front of him. To be honest, in the past, the Three-Eyed Star has always followed other powerful planets. This was the first time the Three-Eyed Star King had done such a thing, and he felt a little nervous. You should ask the administrator of this planet about this matter. I am just an ordinary person and a relatively strong person here. Lin Shang spread his hands. Is what he said true? The Three-Eyed Star King looked at Red Eyes beside him. It's true, King. The red-eyed monster nodded. I see. Then take me to see them, and we can walk there to show my sincerity. The Three-Eyed Star King nodded silently. I didn't expect that the human in front of me is not the strongest person on this planet. It seems that this planet is quite good in terms of strength. But I am afraid there won't be any strong people at the star level. Generally speaking, a planet where a powerful person is born must have many powerful people around it. Sure, Xiaobai. Lin wins with one move. In the void, a huge dragon appeared beside everyone. The dragon's body was so huge that it surrounded the place and enveloped the entire fleet. On its neck, 3 scales have red, purple, and white runes faintly visible. As soon as it appeared, the temperature here suddenly rose. Everyone felt as if they were in a melting pot. Unfortunately, everyone here is a warrior, and they can barely bear it. And those weak three-eyed aliens had already collapsed to the ground out of fear. It's the Flame Sun Dragon King. This is a level 4 life form with dragon blood. The Yin-Yang Dragon King stared at the three-eyed aliens below with pupils burning with flames. The three-eyed aliens all collapsed to the ground in fear, staring at the huge creature in disbelief. So horrible. This creature's level is much higher than theirs. Once you meet it in the universe, you need to take a detour. Now that it appeared in front of everyone, how could they not be frightened? The 3 eyeballs of the Three-Eyed Star King radiate scorching energy. This is the basis of their power as the three-eyed people. The 3 eyeballs can provide them with continuous power. At this moment, the Three-Eyed Star King felt his hair stand on end, and all the cells in his body were tensed to the extreme, and he didn't even dare to breathe. Being targeted by such a huge monster. Any star-level powerhouse in the galaxy would be afraid of it. After all, this is a 4th-level life. You have to know that even the most powerful group of people in their galaxy are only level 4 life forms. Even the most powerful Itachi clan in the galaxy. It is rumored that all the creatures under the command of that 7th-level creature have only reached the 5th-level life form. Each advancement to this level requires endless years of change. Only the offspring born from the union of powerful geniuses within the clan can inherit the genes. But as their strength increases, their genes will become increasingly difficult to pass on, and it will become increasingly difficult to give birth to offspring. Level 4 life can be said to be the top life form in this galaxy, and this 4th-level life seemed to have been summoned by the human in front of him. The Three-Eyed Star King had to take the person in front of him seriously. Is this the Starry Sky-level Flame Sun Dragon King? The Three-Eyed Star King asked Lin Shang cautiously. It's quite different from the previous attitude. It was afraid that the humans in front of it would be unhappy, and with a single order, the Flame Sun Dragon King could burn them all to ashes. The Three-Eyed Star King could also see that the dragon seemed very dissatisfied with his attitude. Yes, but my pet doesn't like to be ridden by others. How about I just catch you? Lin Shang said calmly. Oh well. The Three-Eyed Star King agreed. He didn't dare to refuse. No wonder the red-eyed monster hasn't responded for so long here. How can he fight against the 4th-level star-level life with his emperor-level strength? The two sides are not in the same class at all. Soon, Xiaobai brought Lin Shang and the 2 three-eyed aliens to the Demon City-based city of Dragon Country. When I learned from Red Eye that the blue planet was full of spirit masters, the Three-Eyed Star King was shocked again. I thought it was rare for the strongest people on this planet to be spirit masters, but more than 10% of them are spirit masters. The Three-Eyed Star King was somewhat unbelievable. The most outrageous thing is that this spirit master's physical fitness has actually reached the extraordinary 8th level. Generally speaking, the strength of a spirit master is very weak. At least compared to his pet, it is far different. However, this person's own strength has already reached the 8th level of the extraordinary level. This talent is genius level no matter where he is. If it gets out, it might cause a fight among the 10 great empires in the galaxy. Soon, Lin Shang, and the two three-eyed aliens landed on the tallest tower in the Magic City. Looking at the giant dragon in the sky, people in the city started taking photos again. As Lin Shang brought two three-eyed aliens into the conference room, the three-eyed Star King was completely convinced after seeing that everyone present was a spirit master. I originally wanted to invade the planet, but now it seems that I was superficial. You can do whatever you want of me. The three-eyed Star King gave up resisting. It can be seen without fighting that the gap between the two sides is by no means small. Of course, we wouldn't do this if you had no hostility. Director and spoke to comfort him, then turned on the screen in front of him. There is just one thing I need to ask you. Hearing Director An's words, the three-eyed Star King raised his head and looked towards the screen above. This big blue is our blue planet, and the surrounding ones are the stars in the universe. Director and pointed the stick to a place on the edge while saying, the stars here are constantly disappearing. At this point, the three-eyed Star King's eyes widened for a moment. It's a cosmic storm. Cosmic storm? What is a cosmic storm? Hearing that the three-eyed Star King seemed to know something, the Emperor-level Beastmasters present slammed their tables and stood up. Don't be nervous. Let it speak slowly. Director and calmed everyone down. President Rong on the side also nodded. The three-eyed Star King took a deep breath and looked at the screen with awe. A cosmic storm, you can say it is something, or you can say it is a certain environment or a certain creature. But no one knows when it came into existence. Perhaps it has been there since the beginning of the galaxy. Where the cosmic storm passes, it will devour all the planets, just like a vacuum cleaner in the universe, and it never changes direction. If it continues like this, the three-eyed Star King really didn't expect this. The Milky Way is so large that the blue planet happens to be in the path of the cosmic storm. If I had known, I wouldn't have come here. Aren't you here to deliver equipment? Chapter 186, Endless Sky Area. Forge an identity to enter. A cosmic storm? Then what methods do you have for us to resist it? Everyone raised questions. The three-eyed Star King smiled. Impossible. Even the rumored Endless Sky region cannot block the route of the cosmic storm. Even say, if the three-eyed star did not invade the blue star, the blue planet can't even build a spaceship, let alone carry out immigration. Of course, it is impossible to do this now because there is not enough time. Hearing the words of the three-eyed Star King, the hearts of the people on Blue Star sank. Is there no other way? Lin Sheng asked. No. The three-eyed Star King spoke decisively. It's just a pity that there are so many extremely talented spirit masters on this planet. If the news of so many spirit masters spread out and attracted countless people to snatch them, it would also be a way to transfer them. But ordinary people may suffer. The powerful ones in the universe may care about the life of the spirit master. Those ordinary people with missing limbs have nothing to do with them. Transfer out? It seems there is actually a way. The three-eyed Star King had a flash of inspiration. Moreover, this method is very consistent with the policy of their three-eyed star. Isn't the ultimate goal of the three-eyed star now to head to the Endless Sky Area? It would be better to follow this extremely promising planet directly. Maybe we can really enter the Endless Sky Area. What method do you have? Someone asked hurriedly. The three-eyed Star King put his hands behind his back. This method is actually very simple. Do you know the Endless Sky Area at the center of the universe? The three-eyed Star King looked around at everyone. Seeing that no one present knew, he had no choice but to explain. The Endless Sky region is the safest place in this galaxy. It is home to the most powerful planets and the strongest people in the entire galaxy, and also has the most prosperous economy. As long as you have money, you can get everything there. Technology, planets, empires, men, women, robots. There is nothing they can't do, except what you can't think of. Even the technology of our three-eyed planet was purchased from the Endless Sky region. Now the Endless Sky region is commanded by the 10 great empires. If you want to enter it, you must meet certain qualifications and obtain qualifications. As long as you are qualified, the 10 great empires will fund the transfer of your planet and its star to the Endless Sky Zone. The three-eyed Star King seemed to be longing for that place. He followed several masters and wanted to enter the Endless Sky Area, but ended up failing in the end. Nowadays, the technological level of his planet has reached the advanced planet level, but the strength of the strong ones is far inferior to that of Blue Star. It can be said that Blue Star still has great hope of obtaining a spot to enter the Endless Sky Area. Especially with that level 4 creature, this possibility is greatly increased. For a moment, the three-eyed Star King looked at Lin Shang with fiery eyes. Lin Shang felt his scalp tingling when he saw it. Master, How about letting Xiaobai beat it to death? That look made Xiaoling very unhappy. Even Xiaobai was eager to try. But without the master's order, Xiaobai would not act rashly like it did. When the little white dragon grows up, he will also pay attention to his image. And the planets and the surrounding stars will be transferred together? Everyone present was shocked. What a huge amount of money is needed to achieve this. This level of technology has reached the level of gods, right? How do we get a spot? There is only one quota within 1,000 years, and it has already been used up. But now, there is just one more quota in the endless sky area. But that quota is not open to the public, but is snatched from within the endless sky area. This quota will be given to the residents of the endless sky area, allowing them to bring their relatives in. The three-eyed Star King spoke in words that humans could understand better. If you want to enter the endless sky area, you need to get a quota. But if you don't get a place, you can't enter the endless sky area. Is that what you mean? Are you kidding us? Seeing the murderous looks in the eyes of the Emperor-level Beastmasters present, the three-eyed Star King was also shocked. So I didn't dare to keep it a secret anymore. I have a way, but it's quite dangerous. You follow me to the black market planet, and buy the right to live in the endless sky area. In other words, an ID card. We will sneak in. Then we will compete with the natives there for this spot, and finally bring Blue Star over. Of course, there is also my three-eyed star. The three-eyed Star King did not say this. When the main planet is transferred into the endless sky area, it can carry the subsidiary planets with it. However, once the identity forgery is discovered, this planet and its affiliated planets will be hunted down by the 10 Star Lords. So it's better not to follow now. Over the long course of history, the three-eyed Star King has learned his lesson. Doing something like this is very risky, right? And it won't be easy either. Everyone looked at each other and frowned. Compete for a spot with creatures from across the galaxy. This difficulty is countless times more difficult than competing with everyone for the first spot on Blue Star. It is almost impossible to accomplish, and there is a risk of being discovered, which is too difficult. Of course there are risks, but how many desperate people in this universe are walking on the edge of life and death every day? After a long time, it will be as casual as eating a common meal at home. The three-eyed Star King seemed to be indifferent. Want to survive in the universe without any danger? Even the 10 Star Lords would not let their descendants do this. If you want to evolve, you have to rely on the survival of the fittest. How can there be evolution without elimination? You can go, but the three-eyed planet must provide your technology to our blue planet unconditionally. Lin Sheng looked at the three-eyed king in front of him. The more Xiaoling looked at it, the more it looked like Shi Huangwang. It's painful to think about stuffing the three-eyed king's mouth. In the eyes of the people around, Lin Sheng might seem to be threatening the three-eyed king. However, in the eyes of the three-eyed king at this time, this was a deal. The three-eyed planet helped the blue planet to move and avoid the cosmic storm, while Lin Sheng helped the three-eyed planet enter the endless sky area. No matter which of the two results occurs, Blue Planet will ultimately survive. It seemed that his little plan had been discovered by the human in front of him. Okay, I'll take you to the black market planet. The three-eyed Star King agreed without hesitation. With the help of my main ship, we can reach the black market planet in 1 or 2 months. I want to take my pet with me before I leave. The little deer is still in the basement of Lin Sheng's house. Calculating the time, the evolution is almost complete. Let's go. I'll go with you. The three-eyed Star King looked at the red-eyed monster. The fleet of the three-eyed planet will be handed over to you for management. The red-eyed monster nodded heavily. Fortunately, there was no fight. Otherwise, no one on either side will benefit this time. With the three-eyed Star King, Lin Sheng quickly returned to his villa in Yangtze. Chapter 187, Heading to the Black Market Planet. I didn't expect that your living environment on Blue Star is quite good. The three-eyed Star King looked around Lin Sheng's villa. The people on their planet love cleanliness. SOSO? It is normal to have a good living environment. After all, most people probably can't afford to live in Lin Sheng's villa. What's more important is that Lin Sheng rarely comes back for a long time, but there is always someone to clean the house every day. Even if Lin Sheng didn't hire someone to clean the place, it would become clean for some unknown reason. Come to the basement of the villa. The three-eyed Star King followed behind Lin Sheng, looking east and west. The walls and floor of the basement are covered with weeds and strange plants, which easily block the view. The two of them walked around the weeds and plants and went deeper. I saw a huge beast coming towards me, crawling on the ground and resting. The giant beast was emitting a glowing green light. It gives people a friendly and comfortable feeling. Natural green with spiritual beast. Level extraordinary level 7, talent, starry sky level 7, skills, concealment, life growth, Kayun domain, proficient, life affinity, perfect, plant healing, perfect, nature control, perfect, evolution route, wood spirit, sky wood Chielin, introduction, a natural green wood spirit beast, a creature that is close to nature and has the ability to communicate with nature. The deer finally did not choose to plan in the direction of Chielin. Instead, he chose the natural green wood spirit that was closer to elemental creatures. I'm afraid he doesn't think there's any urgency at this moment, and after the evolution, its plant healing and nature control abilities have all reached a perfect level. This is a natural green wood spirit beast. The three-eyed Star King looked at the deer with fiery eyes. Although not as good as the previous Flame Sundragon King, he is at least a top-level third-level creature. Moreover, the Qingmu spirit beast has extremely strong healing abilities and can summon plants at will. It is the favorite of those spirit masters. How can such a rare creature exist on a planet with such backward genes? The three-eyed Star King was very puzzled. The most important thing is that these pets have contracts with Lin Shang, and they are soul contracts. That means that these pets must have signed contracts with each other when they were still weak. Otherwise, how could some powerful creatures be willing to conclude a soul contract with a weak spirit master? You should know that spirit masters are also divided into different levels. A guy who can forcibly control his pet and calls himself a spirit master. There are also spirit masters who can refine the corpses of ferocious beasts into zombies. There are also some spirit masters who rely on some ancient props to forcibly trap the souls of ferocious beasts. There are also people who implant chips in the minds of fierce beasts. In short, there are countless. Among them, the spirit masters who can form soul contracts with ferocious beasts are the rarest. This is why the three-eyed Star King was shocked when he learned that there were spirit masters everywhere on the blue star. Owner. The moment the deer saw Lin Shang, he jumped up excitedly. He walked quickly forward and rubbed Lin Shang with the pair of horns on his head. Okay, we'll go to another planet with the three-eyed Star King in a moment. After hearing Lin Shang's words, Shulu came back to his senses. Is it the three-eyed Star King? It seems that this planet is one of the weaker ones among the higher-level planets. Humph! The three-eyed Star King couldn't bear to hear this and snorted coldly. However, will this three-eyed Star King agree to take you to the black market planet? It is difficult to go to such a dark area without a guide. Do you want others to take you in without paying a penny? The deer was skeptical. It's a deal. Touching the little deer's forehead, Lin Shang smiled dotingly. I'm really afraid that I'll be cheated. Do I look that stupid? Okay, stop touching my head. It's going to turn into a Mediterranean sea soon. The fawn seemed quite resistant, mainly because it's too embarrassing. Xiaobai only smiles foolishly when he is touched. Is this your pet? It's rare to find a spirit master who has a good relationship with his pet. Does your pet have a name? The three-eyed Star King asked. That's not the case. Lin Shang slapped his head. I usually call myself by my nickname. I thought about giving myself a real name, but later I forgot it. No name? It's still not named after raising it for so long? The three-eyed Star King was surprised. Isn't this spirit master too casual? How can their relationship be so good without even giving each other a name? It's better to give it a name. It can be regarded as giving the pet a status. You can call it by its nickname at ordinary times. The three-eyed Star King spoke silently. The pets in the spirit control sect are usually given a name. It seems that this can deepen the soul contract between both parties. Okay, Master, can you give us a name? Xiaobai said excitedly in the beast taming space. It also wants a status. You? Just call yourself by Sujin. Xiaoling. Just call yourself Little Ghost. Xiao Lu. You? Just call yourself Wanger Lu. Lin Shang decided casually. But the three pets seemed a little dissatisfied. Even the three-eyed Star King was dumbfounded. What kind of a name is that? Forget it. Let's just get on the spaceship first. We'll have plenty of time to think about it then. Lin Shang also felt that what the three-eyed Star King said made sense. Arrived outside Yangsheng, to the fleet of the three-eyed Star King, Lord Star. The three-eyed alien present spoke respectfully to the two of them. In their opinion, the star-level spirit master who can control fourth-level life is undoubtedly the master of this planet. Lin Shang didn't have time to argue with them. Instead, he looked at the three-eyed Star's main ship in front of him. There are three huge bloody eyes on the front of the main ship. It was like a giant beast destroying a huge mechanical ship from the inside. This is my octopus flesh and blood spaceship. The spaceship itself has no consciousness, It only has the instinct to eat in the universe. The three-eyed Star King introduced Lin Sheng while taking him onto the spaceship. The interior of the spacecraft is divided into accommodation space and driving space. There are 2 rows of seats in the driving space, and the entire operation is voice-controlled, but there is also a manual operation area. The accommodation area is divided into 4 rooms, each of which is about 100 square meters. The most important thing is that most areas on this spacecraft are equipped with entertainment facilities and psychological counseling rooms. Octopus, start autopilot, target the plague planet. The three-eyed Star King gave the order. A huge flesh and blood spaceship floated in the air. Then, it broke through several times the speed of sound in an instant and rushed straight out of the atmosphere. In a blink of an eye, we arrived in the universe outside the blue planet. Looking at the planet behind me that is getting smaller and smaller, I feel a little emotional about life. Leaving the arms of Blue Star's mother still makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Many people have this reaction when they just leave the planet. Who would be willing to do so if they are not forced to do so? The three-eyed Star King said calmly, "If you don't leave, you won't encounter a cosmic storm. It will also be discovered and enslaved by other powerful planets, and its fate will be even more miserable. Only by constantly becoming stronger can your race and planet continue to survive." The three-eyed Star King has seen too many planets being blown up by laser weapons. When that time really comes, you won't even have a place to go back to. He truly became a space wanderer. There is nothing more despairing than this. Compared to these people, having a place to go back to is already far better than others. Chapter 188, Level 7 Life, Cosmic Gold Devouring Bug. Blue Star. On the coast. A beautiful figure that people dare not look directly at walked out of the sea. The magical thing is that not a single drop of seawater touched its body. Look at this beautiful figure. For some reason, those who usually claim to be experts in hunting for beauties feel a little ashamed of themselves and just watch without daring to approach and chat with them. All the star-level beings have been absorbed, and now they will devour all the life on this planet. The voice of the Chaos God Tree came from Lin Ming's body. In just a few months, they have killed all the beings in the world who have reached the star level. Of course, the most time-consuming thing is marine life. Nearly 70% of the blue planet is made up of oceans. No, there is no value here anymore. Lin Ming lowered his eyes and said lightly. The Chaos God Tree seemed to be silent for a while. No problem. I will separate the army. Without the obstruction of the star-level existence, I will be able to wipe out all the living things on this planet in less than a month. The energy in these countless lives combined together is also a considerable number. I said no. Lin Ming's words were extremely cold. Luan Xinmu suddenly felt guilty. After all, it is just a branch of a higher life form. But the one following it is the most powerful 7th level life form. The most powerful beings in this universe are only the 12 level 7 life forms. Any one of them can be called invincible. And Lin Ming was the descendant left behind after the family was defeated by the 12 7th level life leaders. No matter what, you have to take responsibility. We must not let her get carried away by her emotions. You have to know that this universe has always been cruel. If you don't eat others, you will be eaten by others. When the danger is really right in front of you, no matter how desperate you are, it will be of no use. Master, you are not still retaining the emotions of your human life, are you? Those are useless. Now you have become noble and have completely separated yourself from those weaklings. Luan Xinmu became more and more excited as he spoke. You can hear his inner emotions from his words. Really? Maybe I was born at the top of the food chain. But what's the point of killing these creatures? There was a hint of pity in Lin Ming's eyes. That is the compassion of the strong for the weak. Her mentality has changed a lot since before, and she will no longer argue or rob with the weak. Instead, he swung his sword at the stronger one. Take away the opponent's power and status. Hearing this, Luan Xinmu was shocked. Yes, how could a truly noble creature wield a knife against the weak? In their hearts, they don't care about the life or death of these ants. Perhaps if we keep these people, they can grow into more powerful beings and then be devoured. For these ants, this is the best gift from God. It turns out that I have wronged the master. He is indeed the top life form. His way of thinking is different from that of ordinary people. Before, Luan Xinmu didn't approve of Lin Ming because she was too young. But now it seems that Luan Xinmu was overthinking. The genes of the highest level of life were indeed beyond its imagination. Seeing that he had finally fooled them, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Several months passed. Lin Ming's memories were gradually restored. He also knew that he was the only survivor of the Moon God clan. He also learned about the arrival of the three-eyed alien and that Lin Sheng had driven a spaceship into the outer universe. Lin Ming's mind contains all the landmarks of the universe. As long as there is a person, if you think about it a little harder, you can dig him out from the depths of your memory. How dare you sneak out by yourself without calling me? Snort. Lin Ming clenched his left fist with his right hand and deliberately showed a fierce look. But because of the temperament he exudes, even so, he still looks as beautiful as a banished god. Let's rob the three-eyed star spaceship and head to the center of the galaxy. Good master. The Luan Shenmu was slightly excited. Although my strength has not yet reached its peak, fighting spirit is also a kind of strength. There must be many more powerful people in the center of the galaxy than in this corner. All they have to do is keep evolving until Lin Ming awakens the unique talent of the Moon God clan. Then it will be difficult to kill her. I am both a member of the Moon God clan and a human. I wonder if I can be contracted by a beast master. Lin Ming pressed her red lips with one hand while sitting on the moving wooden giant and thinking. If possible, wouldn't my strength become stronger after the contract? If I were to say who would be the best person to contract with, it would definitely be my younger brother. After all, his talent is among the best among humans. In the universe at this moment. On the octopus spaceship. Lin Sheng sneezed unconsciously. I always have a bad feeling, as if it's approaching me. You blue star people are really weak. Some creatures can survive in the cold universe from birth. The three-eyed Star King glanced at Lin Sheng standing beside him. I really don't know how such a weak race could produce so many spirit masters. Is this what God means when he closes a door for you? He will open a window for you? It feels like this is not as simple as opening the window. It's like lifting the roof off your house. There seems to be something outside. The spacecraft was traveling in the universe, and without any reference points, it seemed to be hovering. However, at this moment, in the dark universe, it seemed as if some kind of creature was running around. In a brief moment, Lin Sheng captured the appearance of the creature. A huge beetle with a silvery white body. The beetle was as big as a basketball. The blood-red eyes stared at everyone in the spaceship. Although it was only a fleeting look, it was still chilling. It's a gold-eating bug. This creature has been living in the universe since birth and survives by swallowing metal objects. A large number of gold-eating bugs is also a disaster for spacecraft. The three-eyed Star King cried out in bad luck. Generally speaking, it is difficult to encounter such creatures in the universe. Although the level of these gold-eating bugs is at the 6th or 7th level of transcendence, there are too many of them. We must take a detour. The three-eyed Star King secretly hated. Take a detour? How long will it take? Lin Sheng asked with a frown. Every second counts now. Blue Star can't wait too long. Octopus, search for the second closest wormhole to here and start navigating. Searching for you. The next closest wormhole to this place will take 3 more years. Only 3 years? Change direction immediately. The three-eyed Star King breathed a sigh of relief. 3 years is just a blink of an eye for it. It will be over after a good night's sleep. We can't transform. We must go through the first wormhole. Lin Sheng stopped the three-eyed Star King. Chapter 189, Devouring the Genes of Cosmic Life. Are you kidding? There must be a large number of gold-eating bugs ahead. It will probably take us several months to pass through the area they occupy. We will die before we get there. The three-eyed Star King widened his eyes. Isn't it seeking death to forcibly pass through the area occupied by gold-eating bugs? The hardness of the octopus spaceship is not enough to withstand the gnawing power of the extraordinary gold-eating insects. I can't wait for a few years. You keep going forward and I will protect the spaceship. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. You come to protect the spaceship? The three-eyed Star King wanted to curse. An existence that has just broken through the first level of the starry sky and has just been able to gain a foothold in the universe. Just want to fight against the army of gold-eating insects? If this isn't courting death, what is this? I can't wait for a few years, and Blue Star can't wait for a few years either. Lin Sheng simply responded. Okay, let's continue to the first wormhole. The three-eyed Star King gritted his teeth. After all, even if we go to the second wormhole, there is no guarantee that we won't encounter other dangers along the way. As long as you are on a long-term space voyage, you will definitely encounter crises. Not to mention, if it was Lin Sheng's Yin-Yang Dragon King, maybe he could really hold on. Finally, the spacecraft chose to continue heading towards the first wormhole. At that moment, the speed of the spacecraft reached the speed of light, traveling through the universe like a stream of light. Any dangers encountered along the way will be solved by the octopus tentacles outside the spacecraft. However, they had not flown for long before they encountered a real colony of gold-eating insects. The octopus spacecraft detected an obstacle on the road and had to stop its flight forcibly. Gold Eater. Level: Extraordinary Level 6. Talent: Extraordinary 9th Level. Skill: Devour. Evolution Route: Gold-Eating Bug King. Introduction: A creature that lives in the universe and survives by devouring metal. Thousands and thousands of gold-eating bugs were as densely packed as a honeycomb. Lin Sheng got goosebumps when he saw it. Although the temperature of the Flame Sun Dragon King is high, it will dissipate quickly in the universe. Besides, are those gold-eating insects really afraid of high temperatures? But they had to fight. Roar. In the universe, the gold-eating bugs swooped down towards the spaceship with their fangs and claws bared. The tentacles of the spaceship pulled in violently and bit off a large piece in an instant. Quick, get through. The three-eyed Star King gave the order and then jumped to the outside of the spacecraft. The three eyes emitted scorching lasers, piercing through all the gold-eating bugs in the void. But since there is no gravity in the universe, it is difficult to predict the movement paths of these gold-eating bugs. Damn it! Boom! The three-eyed Star King smashed a flying gold-eating insect into pieces with one punch. However, there were still a large number of gold-eating insects clinging to the metal spacecraft, constantly gnawing at the metal on it. There are no planets with life around here. Once the spacecraft loses power, they will all die here. Lin Sheng, take action now. The three-eyed Star King shouted. Wait a little longer. Just hold on a little longer. Lin Sheng did not choose to release Xiaobai immediately. Although the IQ of these gold-eating insects is not high, they know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Once they find that the high temperature here is unbearable, they will hide in advance and then wait for an opportunity to attack. But Xiaobai can't stay in the universe for too long. Otherwise, he will be completely passive. It would be better to attract them here and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Roar! The three-eyed Star King's muscles swelled, and his body became more than 3 times larger than before. Its speed is so fierce that with one kick, it can kill dozens of gold-eating bugs in front of it. But there are also countless bugs looking for opportunities to devour the metal on the spacecraft. There are even some weaker spots that are about to be bitten through. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As expected, seeing that the three-eyed Star King was becoming increasingly weak, the gold-eating insects all rushed forward violently. The densely packed numbers are almost more than the stars in the sky. Its mouthparts are so scary that they can make people shudder. The most terrifying thing is the level of these bugs. If they were placed on Blue Star, they would almost all be above the catastrophic level. If these gold-eating bugs attack the Blue Star, it will be a devastating disaster. Noob. Seeing the right opportunity, Lin Sheng summoned Xiaobai out. Roar. With a dragon roar, Xiaobai quickly rushed to the periphery of the spacecraft, and then his body enlarged infinitely. In just a moment, it became almost the same size as the spaceship. Roar. Xiaobai spewed out a mouthful of flames. The flames spread forward in a cone shape, instantly reducing hundreds of gold-eating bugs to ashes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gold-eating bugs around sensed the aura emanating from Xiaobai's body and tried to flee in fear. But how could Xiaobai give them a chance? At that moment, the red mark on the back of Xiaobai's head gradually became brighter and brighter, and the temperature of his entire body rose rapidly. As Xiaobai rushed forward, it looked like a sun will burn all living things that come close. Those bugs almost melted just by flying around Xiaobai, and after touching its body, it was instantly melted into ashes by the high temperature. At this moment, Xiaobai is as dazzling as a star in the universe. However, its temperature is still far from reaching the level of a star. But dealing with these gold-eating bugs is already a dimensionality reduction attack. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Just like stir-fried beans, tens of thousands of gold-eating bugs exploded with a crackling sound. So strong. The three-eyed Star King was stunned. As expected of a 4th-level life form, the gap between him and me is not even a little bit. Fortunately, I didn't choose to attack Lin Sheng on Blue Star before. Otherwise, he would be the one to be fired. And I heard that after the Flame Sun Dragon King evolves, the temperature of its body can really reach the level of stars. The three-eyed Star King couldn't help but shudder when he thought of that scene. It's so buggy. These high-level lives are not on the same level as low-level lives at all. Just relying on its stellar-like high temperature, it can instantly kill all creatures of the same level. Roar. Soon, after killing those gold-eating bugs, Xiaobai returned to the cabin. Well done. Lin Sheng stroked from head to horns. Very satisfied. The three-eyed Star King was dumbfounded again. Is this the powerful and arrogant creature just now? Why would you be willing to stoop to a weak human being? Are you still happy about such a trivial thing? If it were given to me, I would send someone to touch it 24 hours a day. Unfortunately, the three-eyed prince missed the point. The point is not about touching the head, but who touches it. Master, my energy is consumed too quickly in the universe. Xiaobai said anxiously. That feeling made it very uncomfortable. Well, don't be impatient, try again later. Lin Sheng looked at the large number of gold-eating insect corpses floating in the universe. By extracting the genes of tens of thousands of gold-eating bugs, Xiaobai can also evolve the ability to not be afraid of outer space. Chapter 190. You don't use the Star Beast? You take a spaceship? Little star. As Lin Sheng waved. In this empty cabin, a star beast the size of a puppy appeared. Roar. The star beast howled twice in excitement. It prefers space to land. Is this your pet? The three-eyed Star King walked forward quickly. Isn't this a star beast? The starry sky beast is a mount that only the strong ones are qualified to use. It is a tool that is truly capable of long-term travel in the universe. Moreover, this creature can travel through the universe at an extremely fast speed and can move in space for a short period of time and hide its breath. You have such an awesome tool. Why don't you show it to us earlier? Let's drive the spaceship here. The three-eyed Star King was dumbfounded. Can you be a human being? Why would you use a spaceship to travel when you have a star beast? This star beast is so rare that even in the entire galaxy, I'm afraid there are only 1 or 2 people who own it. The three-eyed Star King widened his eyes. There's not even 1 or 2 people in the galaxy who have it? This surprised Lin Sheng. Is this star beast so rare? You really don't know how lucky you are. We don't need a spaceship. With the help of this space beast, we can reach the wormhole in less than a few weeks. The three-eyed Star King held his forehead with his hand, looking speechless. This? Lin Sheng was also speechless. You didn't tell me either? You didn't ask. How can I ask if you don't tell me? If you don't summon your pet, how can I know you have a star beast? Do you think this is cabbage on the street? The three-eyed Star King stared at Lin Sheng with 3 dead fish eyes. This wave caused a large piece of his spaceship to be eaten by those gold-eating bugs. Okay, you let your spaceship return, and then we will use the star beast to move forward. Okay. The three-eyed Star King nodded repeatedly in agreement. He has never ridden a star beast. I never thought I would have the opportunity to ride this in my lifetime. Soon, Lin Sheng entered the body of the star beast, left the spaceship, and came to the cold and dark universe. This feeling was very magical, as if Lin Sheng himself was standing in the universe. Moreover, there was no sense of cold air, and the body of the starry sky beast was still very warm. Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng activates his innate skill. Through the body of the star beast, it had already begun to corrode the corpse of the gold-eating insect in the void. Obtain the gold-eating bug bloodline gene. Obtain the gold-eating bug devouring skill gene. Obtain the physical fitness gene of the gold-eating bug. Put your hand on Xiaobai's forehead. Lin Sheng directly injected the gene. Obtain the gold-eating bug bloodline gene. Obtain the memory of the physical fitness of the gold-eating bug. A large amount of genetic energy was injected into Xiaobai's body. This is the genetic bloodline of tens of thousands of catastrophic gold-eating insects. Xiaobai's body suddenly became hot, and the red symbol on his neck became more and more conspicuous. And this energy was also fed back into Lin Sheng's body. Finally, after a few minutes, I completely accepted it. Lin Sheng took Xiaobai and left Xiao Xingxing's body directly, then came to the universe. However, at this moment, Lin Sheng did not feel any discomfort at all in the universe. Just like standing on land at night. I don't feel the same discomfort as before. Xiaobai cried out. The master really has some magical power. Every time you touch their foreheads, they will be given powerful abilities. Xiaobai even felt that he was about to make a breakthrough. You have to know that it is extremely difficult to upgrade the Starry Sky level once. The difficulty of upgrading from the first level of Starry Sky to the second level of Starry Sky is no less than that of upgrading from the King level to the Emperor level. However, after absorbing the blood of tens of thousands of insects, Xiaobai actually felt that he was about to make a breakthrough. Go back. I'll give the remaining genes to Xiao Ling and the others. Lin Sheng patted Xiaobai on the forehead. We must ensure that everyone gets the same treatment. Soon Xiaobai came to the bow of the spaceship, and Lin Sheng also distributed the genes to the remaining pets. Let's use the star beast to navigate. There are probably still a lot of gold-eating bugs ahead. Lin Sheng's eyes were burning. These are all nutrients. How difficult is it to find so many powerful disaster-level or even emperor-level creatures on the blue planet? However, in this universe, there are large areas of them. The upgrade speed of your pet will definitely be improved extremely quickly. After informing the main fleet and asking them to return to Blue Star, the three-eyed Star King and Lin Sheng entered the body of the Star Beast together. Looking at this magical pet, the three-eyed Star King couldn't help but marvel at it. It is indeed a priceless navigation tool. No wonder so many people pursue it. Its inconspicuous size in the universe, coupled with technology such as holographic projection, is enough to make people salivate. It can be said that the experience is maximized. You should know the direction, right? Lin Sheng asked the three-eyed Star King. Of course I know. The three-eyed Star King nodded. And you don't need me to navigate. I'm sure your space beast knows where the wormhole is. This ferocious beast is most sensitive to the aura of wormholes in the universe. Do you really know where the wormhole is? Lin Sheng asked. No. Starmon responded immediately. Wow, it even has an automatic navigation function. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. We can go now. With the space-time shuttle ability and speed of the Star Beast, it is many times faster than my fleet. There was a hint of envy in the eyes of the three-eyed Star King. Then, the Star Beast instantly shuttled through the universe. Its speed reaches the speed of light in an instant, and it can perform space transfer to a certain extent. Since it is originally inextricably linked to space, this transfer hardly consumes too much energy. But that won't work for spaceships. Even if the transfer is over a very short distance, a lot of energy will be consumed. In just 1 week, the Star Beast moved forward a very long distance. There are only a few days left to reach the wormhole. During this period, Lin Sheng also encountered many dangerous cosmic creatures, among which the gold-eating bugs were the most numerous. But in the end, they were all killed by Xiaobai, and their genes were injected into the bodies of several pets. Even Xiaoling gained the ability to devour metal and become stronger. Perfect level of devouring? I didn't expect there to be so many gold-eating bugs. There are clearly no metal objects around. The three-eyed Star King was also a little confused. It was at this time. Master, we can sense the presence of other creatures not far to the right front. The message sent back by Star Beast. Other creatures? Could it be a spaceship from another planet? Lin Sheng thought for a while. The spaceship was right on his route. If the Star Beast concealed its aura, it could almost blend into the void and would not be easily discovered. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 191 Wuxing, the resident of the sky area. In the starry sky, it's not far from Lin Sheng. Of course, this is not far, relative to the universe. This distance is enough to orbit the blue planet several times. A silver-white, giant-sized spaceship was lying there. The size of the spaceship is almost the same as the main ship driven by the three-eyed Star King. Countless huge gun muzzles extended from the outside of the silver-white spaceship, madly shooting at the surrounding gold-eating bugs. Although its bullets were very powerful, they had little effect. After repeated shootings, only a few gold-eating bugs were killed. But the gold-eating beetle's steel teeth bit into the spaceship, leaving not even a trace. The strength of this silver-white spaceship is even stronger than the main ship driven by the three-eyed Star King. At this time, inside the ship, a dozen of them are only about 1 meter tall. There are more than a dozen strong dwarves with strong black bodies, human shapes, sharp ears, and gray eyes. They were wearing extremely bright and uniform steel armor, standing there in a straight row. In front of these iron dwarves, there is also a one-eyed man with long, thin ears and a short, fair-skinned, elegantly dressed female dwarf. Your Highness Wu Bai, our spaceship has been besieged by the gold-devouring Bug King for 3 months. All our energy has been used to resist its subordinates, and now most of it has been consumed. I request that our warriors be allowed to go out and surround and kill the gold-devouring Bug King. The one-eyed dwarf spoke firmly. Their spaceship is made of the gold-devouring Bug King's favorite sky silver. This gold-eating Worm King will not let them go unless he eats the spaceship. But the gold-eating Bug King has been sending out his men to consume the energy, and most of the energy of their spaceship has been used to protect the hull from damage and attack other bugs. Now there is very little left. Although they can reach the next wormhole, they dare not go all out. Because once all the energy is used as the driving force for moving forward, the gold-eating worm king will appear and attack. The hardness of the teeth of the gold-eating bug king. In the absence of energy to protect the hull, one bite can drill a big hole in the ship. After all, this is just a ship they use for traveling, not a combat ship. Don't worry, Your Highness Wu Bai. Our family's fleet will be here soon. As long as we can hold them off, we still have a chance. No need for that. The fair and lovely girl said silently. I didn't expect that I would be attacked just because I wanted to sneak out to see the world outside the endless sky. Upside. Your Highness, I have already told you that there are only savage creatures outside this endless sky. Not only are the creatures on the planet barbaric, but the beasts in this universe are also extremely barbaric. Just when the one-eyed dwarf was angry, suddenly, several operators in front who were responsible for controlling the spacecraft screamed, Lord One-Eye, there's a spaceship approaching us as well. It looks like a star beast. The operator of the spacecraft suddenly became excited. Star beast? Then the other party must be someone from the endless sky area. It even has a very high status in the endless sky area. Otherwise, it would be impossible to own a pet of the level of starry sky beast and use it as your own mount. At that moment, Wu Bai and the one-eyed man had the same thought in their minds. The other party will definitely recognize them. As the number one Star Lord in the endless sky region, how could anyone not recognize them? The Wuxing people. You can see the logo on it from outside the spacecraft. Quick, send a distress signal to the adults in the Star Beast immediately. Wu Bai hurriedly gave orders. This is an opportunity. Even the top 3 families in the endless sky region may not necessarily own Star Beasts. Wu Bai concluded that the owner of the Star Beast must be a powerful person with a very high status. I was lucky enough to encounter it in such a place today. What great luck. The signal has been sent. It's a signal that the Star Beast can receive. The operator, who was originally in despair, now became energetic. As the master of the Star Beast, isn't it a simple matter to kill the gold-eating bug king? At the same time, Lin Sheng also received the signal. Those guys are from Wuxing. Wuxing is the largest planet in the sky region. If we rescue them, we might get a lot of rewards in the future. The last thing those guys lack is money. The three-eyed Star King was a little excited. This is a favor for free. Can. Lin Sheng nodded. It doesn't matter whether to save him or not. The universe cannot distinguish the hostility or goodwill of the other party. The most important thing is that Lin Sheng needs the genes of these gold-eating insects, and the most important thing is the genes of the Insect King. Following Xiaobai, Lin Sheng went straight to the outside of the universe. That huge dragon body is very eye-catching. Oh my god, he's actually a spirit master. We are really lucky this time. The one-eyed dwarf was shocked. They can even encounter such a rare existence as the spirit master. Moreover, the bloodline of this giant dragon is at least 4 levels higher. It seems to be the legendary star dragon. That should be the name. Anyone who can own such a pet must be a big shot. But the young man sitting cross-legged above is a human like us. But he seems to only have the strength of the 8th level of Transcendental, and the level of his pet is only Starry Sky level 1. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the giant dragon. It's not that the Starry Sky level strength is weak. In fact, it is not weak, it is already very powerful. No matter which planet you go to, you will be treated as a guest of honor by the local planet master. Even warriors like them, even the one-eyed dwarves, their strength is only at the 9th level of the extraordinary level. However, with the help of the exoskeleton armor on his body, it is still possible to fight against the low bloodline creatures of the 1st level of the Starry Sky together. But it also depends on who the opponent is. There are quite a few extraordinary 9th level beings in that insect swarm. Even the level of the Insect King is likely to be at the 2nd level of the Starry Sky. Even though it is just a stage, it can take hundreds or even thousands of years to evolve. And this also depends on the talent level of the pet. The lower the talent level, the more difficult it is to evolve. They cannot evolve at will like those highly talented creatures as long as they reach a certain level. Why? Why didn't that senior come out in person? The dwarves all blinked. I was very confused. It's simple. I'm afraid that senior is training his offspring. Wu Wubi spoke silently. A little yearning also arose in my heart. Compared with the way this senior trained his offspring, those old guys in my family are simply a piece of shit. Don't you know that you can't grow good flowers in a greenhouse? Learn from others. Although they look about the same age, this young man's strength is far superior to hers. As expected of a senior who possesses the Star Beast, you really have great skills. Ub's eyes sparkled. Chapter 192 Kill the Starry Sky Second-Level Insect King. Being born rebellious, Wu Bai would naturally seize anything that could make her rebellious. The process, beginning, result, right or wrong of things, it doesn't matter to Wu Bai. She would go against her family as long as she could rebel. Roar. As soon as I reached the void, a huge amount of heat energy immediately emanated from Xiao Bai's body, emitting a little light in the dark universe. The energy spread to the surrounding spacecraft, causing the solar energy system to rotate unconsciously. The innate skill of the Flame Sun Dragon King, Flame Sun. Reaching the proficiency level can rapidly increase your popularity, and it can be immune to large amounts of heat energy. And this immune heat energy is equivalent to the heat energy that the body can release. Therefore, the heat released cannot harm Xiao Bai itself. But this is simply poison to those creatures in the void. If sound could be transmitted in the universe, you would hear a crackling sound here. Those are the cells of the gold-eating bugs wailing in death. The gold-eating bugs below the king level turned into a skeleton as soon as they touched Xiao Bai. Even the emperor-level gold-eating bug can't last more than a few seconds. At Xiao Bai's speed 10 times the speed of sound. Just by wandering around, a large number of gold-eating bugs were killed. Roar. At this time, the gold-eating worm king hiding behind the cosmic meteorite finally couldn't hold back and rushed towards Xiao Bai. Can't stand it anymore? Sitting upright on Xiao Bai's forehead, Lin Shang extracted the corpse of the gold-eating insect from the void, while looking at the gold-eating bug king in front of him. The size of the gold-eating worm king is even smaller than some ordinary gold-eating worms. It's about the size of 3 ping-pong balls, but it is extremely fast. It shuttled through the void, flapping its wings rapidly, and shot towards Lin Shang like a bullet. So fast. This is indeed a second-level Starry Sky gold-devouring bug king. The one-eyed dwarf in the spaceship couldn't help but sweat from his armor, soaking through the thin clothes underneath. Fortunately, they didn't go out at that time. Otherwise, based on their strength, as long as you leave this spaceship, you will be instantly killed by the second-level Starry Sky gold-eating bug king. The Flame Sun Dragon King is only at the first level of the Starry Sky. Can he deal with the second level of the Starry Sky gold-devouring bug king? Those on the spacecraft couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's not that I'm afraid for this man's safety. If even he died, the gold-eating bug king would surely become furious and attack them. The one-eyed dwarf slammed the table hard, veins popping out on his forehead. The bloodline level of the Flame Sun Dragon King is not low either, but it is not too far behind the gold-devouring bug king. The Flame Sun Dragon King is a level 4 bloodline creature, while the gold-devouring bug king is considered to be at the top of the level 3. Don't underestimate the fact that there is only one level difference between the two sides. The amount of energy required is completely different. The existence of the first-level Starry Sky may be seen everywhere on the road, but the existence of the second or even third level of the Starry Sky is hard to come by on the streets. With the strength of the first level of Starry Sky, he can cross levels to deal with the second or even third level. Among the top 10 planets, only the most outstanding geniuses can do it, right? Gold-devouring bug king. Level: Starry Sky level 2. Talent: Starry Sky level 4. Skills: Devour, Mastery, Steel Teeth, Perfect. Evolutionary route: None. Introduction: Survives in the universe, usually able to command tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold-eating bugs. You really don't have many skills? Lin Sheng whispered. It seems that the lower the bloodline level of a creature, the more complex its skills. On the contrary, these are creatures with high bloodline levels. They have few skills but are extremely proficient. Roar. The gold-eating worm king opened its sharp teeth and bit towards Xiao Bai. There are dozens of rows of teeth in the mouth, and each one is extremely sharp. Hardening. Xiao Bai hardens the place where he is bitten. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. The perfect level of hardening skill just blocked the steel teeth. However, there was still a clearly visible tooth mark left on Xiao Bai's scales. Although it is not enough to penetrate, it is still very amazing. What a sharp tongue. Lin Sheng frowned slightly, but I was also happy in my heart, because this tooth will soon be mine. The more you bite, the more excited I am. Ka ka ka. The gold-eating worm king was hovering around Xiao Bai. With the help of its wings, it vibrates at high speed and keeps flashing in search of opportunities. Damn humans. Killed so many of my men. The gold-eating worm king was furious and found the right opportunity to concentrate his strength at one point, intending to penetrate Xiao Bai's body all at once. The target of its attack was the scales of Xiaobai that had just been bitten by it. Buzz! In just a flash, the gold-eating bug king came close to Xiaobai. It opened its mouth wide and rushed towards the scale that had been bitten open. For a moment, the gold-eating bug king was also extremely excited. If we kill this creature, maybe its bloodline can evolve again. At this moment, Xiaobai's scales turned black again. Do you think hardening can stop my teeth? Innocent. The gold-eating bug king activated his skill, and his teeth instantly turned silver white. Then he stabbed Xiaobai's scales fiercely. Then the next moment, bang! A loud noise was heard. The gold-eating worm king was shaken away. The teeth were shaking wildly, releasing the force, causing him to fall into dizziness for a moment. At this time, Xiaobai's body was emitting a faint golden light, and it was this golden light that blocked the opponent. Vajra body. Mastery-level defensive skills. Quick. Seize the opportunity. Xiaobai got the order. A large amount of lava immediately spewed out of its mouth, wrapping the gold-eating worm king in a lava-like ball. As Xiaobai continued to spit out flames, the temperature of the ball became higher and higher, and the color continued to deepen. Lava cage. Ga. The gold-eating worm king's eyes suddenly turned red when he reacted. How is it possible that my sharp teeth can't penetrate that guy's scales? At the same level, there is no way anyone can stop me in my tracks. The gold-eating bug king sensed the crisis of life and death and madly crashed into the lava wall. However, it is itself that gets hurt every time. Following Xiaobai's operation, there was a lava cage that was shrinking smaller and smaller. The gold-eating bug king's activity space is becoming smaller and smaller. Finally, with a sizzling sound and smoke, the gold-eating bug king was burned to ashes. However, what Lin Sheng needs is not the whole thing. Just one cell can be used to extract its genes. At most, it is impossible to extract that much energy from the body. Sequence extraction. Obtain the bloodline gene of the gold-devouring bug king. Obtain the gold-devouring bug king devouring. Mastery, skill gene. Obtain the skill gene of the gold-devouring bug king steel teeth. Perfect. Extract the genes. Lin Sheng immediately injected the gold-devouring bug king's perfect steel tooth gene into Xiaoling. Chapter 193 The Big Shot in the Sky. Devourer Dragon. Level. Extraordinary level 7. Talent. Starry Sky level 6. Skills. Death Domain. 3 steps to soul extermination. Proficient. Corrosive Breath. Proficient. Awakening the Remains. Proficient. Endless Devouring. Mastery. Steel Teeth. Perfect. Soul Mark. 17,500 years. Evolutionary Route. Starry Sky Dark Dragon. Star Devouring Beast. Introduction. The changes that have already occurred in the bloodline genes have begun to lead to an unknown direction. Xiaoling's Endless Devouring skill was upgraded to the Mastery level after receiving the opponent's Perfect level Devouring. Ka. Xiaoling opened his mouth and bit twice in the beast taming space. Very happy with this set of teeth. I always feel like I can bite off anything now. Not bad, not bad. These teeth seem to be made of a variety of metal substances. The more metal they swallow, the sharper the teeth become. For a moment, Xiaoling's eyes were directed towards the silver-white spaceship in the sky. I feel like the material of this spaceship seems to be very delicious. Of course, the spaceship is made of celestial silver, which is a very expensive metal. The price of this one is almost enough to buy a city on a small planet. Xiaoling echoed silently in the beast taming space. Then why don't we just kill them all? Anyway, no one in this deep space knows who did it. If I can't sell this silver-white spaceship, I can eat it. Xiaoling bared her teeth, revealing her pure white teeth. Don't even think about it. The more expensive the spaceship, the more detailed the design is. Does anyone know where this spaceship has hidden its signal transmission system? Now we still need to enter the endless sky area. Once we are wanted by the Galaxy Association, everything will be over. The deer said calmly. What we need to do now is to build good relationships. Cut. Xiaoling lay on the ground feeling somewhat unhappy. At this moment, Lin Sheng's consciousness also sneaked into the beast-controlling space. He casually placed a large piece of red crystal in front of everyone. The moment she saw the red crystal, Xiaoling suddenly stood up, drooling from the corners of her mouth. Pure energy. The attraction to it is really too great. Absorb the energy in here and advance the levels of both of you to the starry sky level as soon as possible. Lin Sheng walked forward, smiled and touched Xiaoling's dragon horn. Yes, master. The little deer also walked forward silently. Oh, Why are you so obedient today and willing to call me master? Hearing Lin Shang's teasing, Xiaolu pretended not to hear it. Xiao Ling, on the other hand, seemed to be full of energy. He opened his mouth and swallowed the red crystal in one gulp. Ouch! I also want to grow to the star level. Who would dare to snatch the master's pet at that time? Xiao Ling was extremely excited as she felt the pure energy flowing throughout her body. It was at this time. This senior. There was a message coming from the spacecraft. Lin Shang parked the star beast here and asked the three-eyed Star King to take care of it. I came to the silver-white spaceship. As he stood on the side of the spaceship, the silver door of the spaceship burst open, and Lin Shang followed him in. I saw the one-eyed man and a woman who were the leaders. Why are there so many children in this spaceship? Lin Shang blinked. The tallest one-eyed man here is probably only about 1.12 meters tall. The girl next to her is even smaller, probably less than 1 meter tall. But why do these guys look so mature? Is this the result of excessive androgen secretion too early? Who is the kid? I'm older than you. Hearing Lin Shang's words, Wu Bai rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. Then he curiously leaned forward and looked behind Lin Shang. What about the senior on the spaceship? Didn't he come? Why did he send a disciple like you here? Now, even the one-eyed man was unhappy. No matter how high your status is, you can't be so rude when you see our whooshing spaceship, right? He actually sat in the body of the starry sky beast and sent his disciple to meet him? But after all, the other party saved his life, so One Eye was embarrassed to say anything more. And maybe his background is even more powerful than theirs. Bigger than me? Are these guys dwarves? Lin Shang didn't care about what they said. It's not a dwarf, it's a weasel. The deer spoke silently. Mouse. Lin Shang was shocked. The weasel tribe has rats, but not all of them are rats. The deer's voice came from his mind and explained to Lin Shang. Also, I'm going to sleep for a while, so you better cheer yourself up. As he spoke, the deer's voice disappeared. No matter how Lin Shang called out, there seemed to be no response. Hey, you are so unreasonable. Didn't you hear us talking to you? Wu Bai put her hands on her hips and looked up at Lin Shang in front of her. Oh. Lin Shang reacted. He looked down at the attaché in front of him. Only then did I discover that there was a long, thin tail swinging behind it. But those weasels wearing armor didn't know where they hid their tails. Which branch of the human race are you from? Which planet in the endless sky region is your teacher from? Hearing the girl's question in front of him, Lin Shang's heart was shocked. Endless sky area? The fact that he could ask this question meant that the people in front of him were from the endless sky area. And it seemed that he had mistaken himself for a person in that endless sky area. We can build good relationships with these guys first, so that we can have channels to go to the endless sky area later. Lin Shang made up his mind. Yes, we are from the Blue Water Star. Lin Shang smiled slightly. It revealed the planet where the people from Blue Star went after leaving Blue Star. Water Blue Planet. But you are already considered a super short person on Water Blue Planet, right? Wu Bai looked around Lin Shang, his long tail swinging behind him. Your Highness. Sorry. This guest from the Blue Water Planet, it seems that your Highness is not very good at speaking. The one-eyed man apologized quickly. The relationship between the Blue Water Star and their Black Star cannot be said to be good, but it is definitely not tense. Dear guest from the Blue Water Planet, our spaceship is currently lacking energy, and we hope to buy some from you. If possible, we will explain this matter to the Star Lord after returning to the Black Planet. One Eye made the request. Of course you can, but you don't have to tell the Blue Water Star Lord. Lin Shang thought for a moment and then responded. Now he has to be careful and cautious with every word he says. If something goes wrong, you might end up being hunted down by all the planets in the sky area. Hearing Lin Shang's words, Du Yin's eyes lit up. Thank you very much, Senior. I wonder where this senior and the senior behind you are going? Well, we're going to a planet and have some business to do, Lin Shang said casually. Chapter 194 Rat King, the legendary 7th level life. Then he took out a few purple crystals from the beast taming space and handed them to a few people. When the one-eyed man saw the crystal, his eyes lit up and he quickly took it. He held it in his hand and looked at it for a while, then a look of shock appeared on his face. The highest grade void crystal. This is the purest energy. At this point, the other party's identity was confirmed without a doubt. In that endless sky area, it must be not low. Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Shang waved his hand. Thank you very much, Senior. If we have the chance to meet in the future, I will definitely invite you to dine at the best restaurant on our whooshing. The one-eyed man hurriedly thanked him. After Lin Sheng left, Wu Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. Should we follow him and see where he's going to play? Anyway, it's out now, and I'd feel like I'd be missing out if I didn't try it out. Forget it, Your Highness. I'm afraid the place they are going to is the Plague Planet. The one-eyed man frowned slightly. Just at this moment, a phone call came. One-Eye, how is the situation there? Is His Highness Wu Bai okay? Of course not. Fortunately, we met a senior from the Sky region who helped us on the way. Otherwise, it might be dangerous. One-Eye breathed a sigh of relief. Seniors in the Sky region? You should know how small the chance of meeting someone in this universe is. Don't be fooled by those who want to sneak into the Sky region. Don't worry, that person has a star beast and the purest void crystal, and even the bloodline of his pet is not low. With his strength, it won't be difficult for him to enter the Sky area. Of course, One-Eye had his doubts. But in the face of such huge financial resources, there is really no reason to doubt it. So that's how it is. There are only a handful of people with star beasts in our Zhangqiong area. I will tell the Star Lord that I must pay him a visit later. After hearing the other party's words, the one-eyed man did not stop him. Although Lin Sheng asked Du Yan not to tell the Star Lord and wanted to remain unknown, but this matter is of great importance. It would be better to let the Star Master confirm it. If he is really someone from their Zhangqiong area, One-Eye would be willing to go there in person and apologize. So, the people in that spaceship should be from Wuxing, right? The three-eyed Star King recognized the logo on the outside of the spaceship. Yes. Lin Sheng did not deny it. You are doing the right thing. Build a good relationship with them, so that we can act more smoothly when we get to the Zhangqiong area. The three-eyed Star King smiled strangely. After all, they are thieves after all. Of course, I hope no one else will find out. Let's go. I know a boss in the black market. He is the only one on this planet who dares to forge a fake identity in the Sky region. The three-eyed Star King has finally given it his all this time. He also understood a truth in the universe. Sometimes being too honest won't bring you much benefits. The one who draws the dagger first will be the one who laughs last. Riding in the body of the Star Beast. After a few days, Lin Sheng arrived at the wormhole. However, the location of the wormhole cannot be seen with the naked eye. This universe is a plane, and the speed can never exceed the speed of light. But there is a way to relatively exceed the speed of light. A wormhole is one of them. It's like two holes on a piece of paper. Although they are unrelated, if you fold the paper, the two holes will be connected, allowing for ultra-long distance transfer. The three-eyed Star King explained to Lin Sheng a theory that he had read in some magazine. But wormholes can only be generated naturally, not artificially. As he spoke, the Star Beast flew into the wormhole. It cannot be formed artificially, so how do wormholes come about? Lin Sheng's question stumped the three-eyed Star King. You humans really like to ask questions? Never mind. We've already arrived. Already here? Lin Sheng looked around. Of course. They are just two holes on a piece of paper. When you pass by them, nothing will happen. The three-eyed Star King smiled dryly. Lin Sheng's reaction was expected. This is also the reaction many people should have when they travel through a wormhole for the first time. He fed the Star Beast a few more void crystals to replenish its energy. After several time and space jumps, a planet appeared in front of it. It was a pitch-black planet that looked extremely dead in the universe. The overall color is gray, exuding a breath of death, but its size is even smaller than the moon. There are no stars or satellites around this planet, and not even a meteorite can be seen within a radius of several light years. Just standing naked in the dark universe. I don't know why, but it makes me want to cry. And in the distance of this dark planet, a bright white light can be vaguely seen. That is the Sky region thousands of light years away, where the most elite people in the universe gather. All the planets outside the Sky region are slums. The three-eyed Star King sighed. Of course, this slum area refers to all low-level and medium-level planets. Three-eyed stars and blue stars are not included. It can even be said that these two planets are stronger than some planets in the Sky area. Outside the Sky area, no one dares to provoke it easily. Soon, the Star Beast landed towards the dark planet. This is the Black Market, also known as the Plague Planet, which is far away from the Sky region and is the top planet outside the Sky region. There are even powerful people from the Sky area coming to this planet. But the Sky region will not recognize the existence of this Plague Planet, so it was designated as a planet that cannot be naturalized. Naturalization requires at least reaching the level of a low-level planet. The three-eyed Star King obviously came here many times. The technology of the three-eyed star was exchanged with a family in the Sky area of this Plague Planet. This is where dark transactions take place. Although everyone wants to get involved, but no one dares to rule here, let alone guide and make rules. Even the legendary 9th-level Starry Sky Powerhouse did not dare to be too presumptuous. It's so mysterious. How was this plague planet formed? As the star beast fell downwards, Lin Sheng asked Sanyan. It's the Rat King. The three-eyed Star King seemed afraid to mention this name. Rat King? The one that gives you a creature of a certain race for 2 mana every turn? Lin Sheng asked doubtfully. Of course not. The Rat King is not such a fragile creature. It's just a name. It's said that the Rat King, a 7th-level life form, once passed through the Milky Way. He only leaked a tiny breath from his body, a breath that couldn't be any smaller, and it corroded most of the Milky Way. And this plague planet is the only one that survived. Chapter 195. The Black Market Shop, Rat Tuki. There are 12 of the most powerful 7th-level beings in this world, the only contact with the outside world. It is the Rat King of the weasel species. As a mouse, he was able to evolve into one of the most powerful creatures in the entire universe. It even led the entire ethnic group to complete a major evolution. One can imagine what a powerful figure this Rat King is. Back then, the Rat King was born only once. It led to a great leap in life in the entire universe. Just by passing through a star field, the aura emanating from his body can crush half of the galaxy. This is the legendary 7th level of life. It's like a godlike existence. So strong? Only then did Lin Sheng know. The reason why the deer was so excited when I mentioned the contract of level 7 life. I am really dreaming. Perhaps in the eyes of such beings. The entire galaxy is just like an ant. Just stretching out a finger can completely crush all life here. Soon, carrying the star beast, Lin Sheng and the three-eyed Star King landed outside a market. In fact, it is possible to land directly in that market. But no one would do that because it would make others unhappy. Put away the star beast. Lin Sheng and the three-eyed Star King headed towards the black market. Along the way, we saw creatures of various races, rat men, snake men, minotaurs, as well as many races that Lin Sheng had never seen before, like the three-eyed Star King. Tall, with a body size of over 10 meters. Some are short, some are even shorter than Lin Sheng's ankles. But most of them are still of normal size, about 1 to 3 meters tall. Lin Sheng has attracted a lot of people's attention along the way. After all, almost no one here is of the same ethnic group as Lin Sheng. Even on the road, Lin Sheng could see fights between the two races, and even killings in the street. There's nothing strange about that. The strong only reason with the strong. Come with me, the store is deep inside. The three-eyed Star King led Lin Sheng across the wide street and into an alley. The surrounding tall buildings were 1 or 2 stories high and were all made of wood and stone. Metal buildings were rarely seen. Its architectural style is not much different from the bungalows on Blue Star. Only occasionally can you see some high-end technology products displayed indoors. Why aren't there any slave traders here? Lin Sheng felt a little strange. It stands to reason that this is such a dark place. Buying and selling slaves was probably the most common thing. There were already a lot of them in the giant tree empire back then, not to mention that this is the darkest place in the entire galaxy. Slave trading? There are planets that specialize in slave trading. How come it appears on the black market? The three-eyed Star King rolled his eyes. But of course there are, but what is sold here is identity. Identity? Yes, identity. Certainly. What he, the three-eyed Star King, likes most is the beauties of the three-eyed tribe. Ah, is anyone trafficking and wooshing people? Lin Sheng asked. The three-eyed Star King seemed startled. He quickly turned around, put his hand to his mouth, and made a hush gesture to Lin Sheng. Are you going to die? Even if you are, this kind of thing cannot be discussed face to face. If you want, I can ask for you. There are many people who like this petite race with a tail. Get lost. Lin Sheng cursed. It seems that the powerful races do have a hidden advantage. With the support of a powerful race, one's destiny has been changed invisibly. Lin Sheng also wants to build Blue Star into such a powerful race. Make him like whooshing. No matter how far away people on the planet are, it seems as if there is a line connecting them to the planet. This is it. Taking Lin Sheng, he came to a quiet alley, standing in front of a small store. There were a few big characters engraved on the plaque on the door of the store. One general's success is built on the sacrifice of thousands of men. Lin Sheng read out these big words silently. I guess the owner of this shop must be a fortune teller. Go in. The three-eyed Star King brought Lin Sheng into the store. The furnishings in the store are very simple. There is a 7-shaped counter against the wall on the side, and the rest of the space is filled with 4 neatly arranged platforms with strange little gadgets on them. Who's coming? A cough was heard. A short figure walked out from behind the counter, his height not even reaching the height of the counter. Mouse? Lin Sheng was surprised. It's like a human-shaped mouse. It's not that Lin Sheng wanted to scold him. He really had a sly look in his eyes. 3 big eyes. What are you doing here? The mouse asked silently. Touch. I came to you this time to forge an ID with this brother next to me. San Yin pointed at Lin Sheng, who was standing beside him. Everything will be easy once the money is in place, but I have other things to do today, so I can come back in a few months. With that, Tookie turned around and prepared to leave. We can't wait months. 3 Eyes immediately stopped Tucci from leaving. Oh shit. This damn rat. It is known that no new residents are allowed to join the Sky Area during the period of distributing rankings. Let them wait for a few months. They won't be able to get in even if they forge their identities. We have a distinguished guest today. Please go back. How much money do you need? Lin Sheng at the side suddenly spoke. Tucci stopped for a moment. Turning his head, his dark eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Sheng a few more times. It's not about money. How about the tripartite void crystal? Lin Sheng said again calmly. Are you crazy? Do you know how much the 3-sided void crystal can be sold for? The 3-eyed man was dumbfounded. A full 3 million galactic coins. Moreover, since the purity of the void crystal is so high, there will definitely be no shortage of buyers. It doesn't cost so much money to forge an identity. However, the mouse just sneered. I already said. I have AT-1 model clampant in my hand. Lin Sheng said expressionlessly. For a moment, even Tookie's mouth couldn't help twitching. Hey, that thing is a priceless treasure. It's out of print, you know? San Yin hurriedly came to Lin Sheng. It's a huge loss to give this treasure to this dead rat. Why don't you sell it to me? I'll introduce you to the beauty of my 3-eyed star. A handsome man is fine too. However, San Yin was also a little surprised. Why didn't this dead rat even want the tri-party void crystal worth 3 million galactic coins? Considering this dead rat's greedy character, this shouldn't be the case. It was at this time. Suddenly a voice came from the back room. Proportion contour integral 1 unspecified currency 1 Thady Shouj. Tucci, when will my equipment be ready? Chapter 196 Ji Ling, a grand event in the sky. Touch, when will my equipment be ready? A hoarse voice came from behind the door. Then, a figure that was at least 3 meters tall walked out from behind the curtain. He has a strong body, with bulging muscles, just like a coiled dragon. There are some green scales all over the body and cheeks. The whole person is like a tank. As soon as he appeared, he gave Lin Sheng a great sense of oppression. Xiaobai in the beast-taming space also became nervous. The 3-eyed Star King next to him felt even worse. After the strong green figure came out, he glanced at Lin Sheng and the 3-eyed Star King. And then I didn't pay much attention to it. The first level of Starry Sky could still make him take another look. However, the guy next to him is only at the 8th level of Transcendence and is not worth making friends with. I'm sorry, Prince Ji. I wanted to prepare the armor for you in advance, but I suddenly remembered that I promised this guy a commission before, but I haven't done it yet. Tookie slapped his head. It seems that I really forgot. Brother, I'll prepare what you want for you right now. But Prince Ji, you may have to wait a while. There was a gleam in Tucci's eyes. Lin Sheng was speechless after watching this. He is indeed a greedy rat, but Lin Sheng's expenses are worth it. Entering that area is the most important step. As long as you can enter it safely, money doesn't matter at all. Can AT-1 Chimera Ant be worth the entire blue planet? The 3-eyed Star King standing by seemed to have expected this. It was King Ji who frowned. Our sparring will begin soon, and I need to get used to that armor in advance. Prince Ji was obviously somewhat unwilling, and he seemed to really think that Tookie had forgotten about this matter. How about this? I'll give you double the price he gives you. Just do it for me first. Prince Ji seemed very confident in his financial resources. Now Tookie was in a dilemma. This Chimera Ant is a priceless treasure, and it is forbidden to disclose it to the public. When Lin Sheng heard someone bidding in person, his brows slightly frowned. Even Xiaobai felt a little unhappy. The owner is still here, and you dare to raise the price in front of him? This clearly shows that they don't take their master seriously. Since I came here first, of course you should do it for me first. Honesty is the most important thing for businessmen, right? Lin Sheng said silently. Yes, yes. The most important thing for us businessmen is integrity. Tucci's eyes lit up. This is a good sentence. I never thought that these two words that have nothing to do with businessman could be combined together. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. After hearing what Lin Sheng said, King Ji narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Sheng and the three-eyed king. He seemed a little surprised that someone would dare to contradict him. In the past, when some people encountered such a thing, they would be eager to curry favor and give him the opportunity. Now these guys actually dare to compete with him? And it seems that the strength of these two guys is very weak. So you came here. Just as everyone was confronting each other, a brisk voice came from outside the door. The short-statured Wu Bai, along with his group of dwarves, skipped into the store. The one-eyed man following behind him also held his forehead in frustration. I had originally planned to leave, but in the end, no matter how much I persuaded him, His Highness seemed unwilling to listen. You, Ubi-sama. Prince Ji seemed very surprised. I couldn't figure out why Wu Bai from Wuxing came here, no matter how hard I tried. However, the shop owner remained silent. He narrowed his gray eyes and stared at the black star in front of him. Aren't the Tuchi and the Ub the same race? Lin Sheng was a little surprised. What race? The owner of this shop is an incompletely evolved rat man. The genes of the Wuxing people are already very good and are beginning to approach human form. On Wuxing, this kind of rat man is very rejected. Sanyan explained to Lin Sheng. Really? Even the servants behind Wu Bai showed some disdain towards the shop owner. It seems that the chain of contempt within the race even transcends that between races. Lin Sheng, this is my first time to visit such an interesting planet. Wu Bai was looking around in the store, looking left and right. Tuki narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't move." Hearing this, Wu Bai was startled and quickly hid behind Lin Sheng, looking at Tuki in the distance. Is this guy the owner of the store? Why is he so sharp-tongued? Ub spoke silently. The corners of Tuchi's mouth twitched. I felt increasingly annoyed with this group of people. Prince Ji in the distance narrowed his eyes slightly. Prince Ji, you are here too. Do you know Senior Lin Sheng? Wu Bai looked at it, and King Ji looked at Lin Sheng and the three-eyed king beside him. It seems that the senior is still not here. Senior Lin Sheng? Upon hearing this, Prince Ji was slightly shocked. Being called a senior by Wu Bai of Wuxing, it seems that this person's status is indeed not low. I'm afraid he also has a certain status and power in the sky area. Your Highness Wu Bai, we just met, but what is your relationship with this Mr. Lin Sheng? Look at Wu Bai's wagging tail. The jealousy in Prince Ji's eyes was about to turn into a blade and kill Lin Sheng on the spot. Is this guy so perverted? He's 3 meters tall, but he actually likes a girl who's less than 1 meter tall. The three-eyed king secretly complained. Is this really Beauty and the Beast? Oh, just now in the universe, we were attacked by the gold-devouring Bug King, and it was Senior Lin Sheng and his master who saved us. This Senior Lin Sheng is a very powerful spirit master. His eyes were shining, and he seemed very envious. Spirit master. This is an extremely rare and powerful profession. My father once wanted to gather a group of spirit masters, and I don't know how much it cost. Prince Ji was slightly surprised. I really didn't expect that the person in front of me was actually a spirit master. Even his own strength has reached the extraordinary 8th level, so how strong should his pet be? Could it be that he has reached the 3rd level of the starry sky like me? Okay, Mr. Lin, please forgive me for being rude just now, but I suppose you will also attend that event? Prince Ji's attitude towards Lin Sheng has changed compared to before. At this time, the three-eyed Star King pushed Lin Sheng's arm. Yes, I will go. Upon hearing this, Prince Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. That would be great, to meet a strong man like you. However, I will not show mercy when the time comes. Prince Ji's gaze lingered on Wu by standing beside him for a while. In that case, we are on a first-come, first-served basis. You came here first, so I'll make it for you first. Your Highness Wu Bai, don't stay outside for too long. This planet is full of people of all kinds. It's easy to run into danger. If you run into someone with bad intentions, Prince Ji gave a meaningful smile. Then he left the place directly. Chapter 197. Take Wu Bai to the black market to buy advanced materials. Ha 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 ha. After we robbed him of his things, he still had to fawn over us and talk reason with us. Xiao Ling's weak voice came from my mind, and I almost laughed to death. You also need strength to reason. If the master is not strong, who will reason with you? Xiaoling also spoke up, but the voices of the two pets seemed very weak. Abbreviation, clip sound. Okay, you guys should just evolve honestly. Lin Sheng completely sealed off the beast taming space. Senior Lin Sheng, are you here to make armor as well? Wu Bai stood beside Lin Sheng, wagging his tail. Lin Sheng had to lower his head to look. Of course, Tucci, we're in a hurry. I hope you can hurry up. Haha, don't worry, this thing is easy to make. There was a gleam of light in Tucci's eyes. The fact of forged identity documents must not be known to people inside the sky area. They maintain an attitude towards the people from these planets outside. That's exclusion. Once he was found to be forging an identity card in the sky zone, not only will Lin Sheng suffer, but Tuki will also be in trouble. Follow Tucci into the store. Lin Sheng and the three-eyed Star King also found a place to sit down. Wu Bai, who was beside him, also sat down soon after. Until a few hours later. Are you really going to wait here for a few days? Wu Bai turned his head and looked at Lin Sheng beside him. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. Ignored it. The more you talk, the easier it is to be exposed. Why don't we go out and look around? There seem to be a lot of interesting things in this black market. Wu Bai tugged at Lin Sheng's arm. I would not agree to let Wu Bai go out if no one took her with them. After all, there are many people who hate them invisibly. Once Wu Bai's identity is recognized, it will not make her safe, but will make her more dangerous. Go ahead. I also need to buy something. In this black market, it's not easy to buy fake goods as long as you know how to identify them. The three eyes of the three-eyed king shone. Lin Sheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. His pet also needs to be purchased with evolution materials. Once the levels of both pets reach the 9th level of transcendence, a large amount of rare materials will be needed. I took this opportunity to buy all the materials. Yeah. Seeing the two men stand up, Wu Bai jumped up excitedly. I have to say that the Weasel tribe's jumping ability is indeed very strong. Lin Sheng really saw what it meant to jump 3 feet high. Then I'll leave your highness in the hands of you two. I had no intention of following. If we follow him, it would be like telling everyone around us that this is an important person on Wuxing. On the contrary, it seemed safer with Lin Sheng and San Yin, 2-star-level powerhouses, standing by. The next few days, Lin Sheng took Wu Bai and San Yin and wandered around the black market. Although it was said that Lin Sheng led the group, in fact, most of the time it was San Yin who led the group. However, since Lin Sheng inherited a lot of power from his pet, his eyesight was even stronger than that of the three-eyed alien. He avoided many fakes along the way, so the three of them still focused on Lin Sheng. And Wu Bai admired Lin Sheng even more along the way. My curiosity about the senior behind it has been greatly enhanced. Finally, on the last day, Lin Sheng managed to buy all the necessary materials. During this period, he also followed San Yin's instructions and established a good relationship with His Highness Wu Bai of Wuxing. Not only did he take her to various high-end places to eat, drink, have fun, and play games, I also take her to see all kinds of new things every day. The care in every aspect is meticulous, even better than a nanny. The consumption during this period was also astonishing, but all of them were contracted by San Yin himself. After all, it was this guy who proposed the plan, and Lin Sheng was just executing it on his behalf. Lin Sheng, that senior, is he still accepting disciples? Wu Bai's gray eyes stared at Lin Sheng. He placed his arms behind his back, his right hand tightly grasping the index finger of his left hand, and looked very nervous. Receive. Seeing the opportunity, Lin Sheng spoke quickly. Will you accept it? Then what do you think of me? Wu Bai was spinning around in excitement. Itachi seemed to do this when they were excited. I'll collect it, but... Lin Sheng frowned, seeming to be in a difficult situation. Don't worry, I'm very obedient and will definitely complete the task assigned by my senior according to your instructions. Wu Bai saluted with a black star. Okay then, leave me your contact information, and I'll tell you when you get to Wuxing. I will also tell that senior about your matter. Okay. Wu Bai excitedly gave Lin Sheng his contact information. The communication tool in the universe is a watch. Don't you have a communication watch? I happen to have a new one here. Wu Bai took out a brand new watch from his pocket and handed it to Lin Sheng. I felt sad in my heart that the life of an ascetic monk is really difficult. There is not even a communication tool. Damn, how could I have forgotten about this? Luckily, the one-eyed man didn't follow us. The three-eyed king was shocked. In other words, this little girl is easier to deceive. If that one-eyed guy follows us, we'll definitely be exposed. Only people outside the sky area are not equipped with this kind of communication tool. After taking the watch, Lin Sheng thanked him and put it on his wrist. Then he and Wu Bai exchanged contact information. The three of them immediately returned to the small shop where one general's success was built on the bones of thousands of soldiers. Then I won't bother you anymore and will leave first. One Eye seemed very impatient. After seeing Wu by coming back, he hurriedly left here. Haha, the signal here is isolated from the outside world. I think the Wuxing people are getting really anxious now. The three-eyed creature grinned strangely with its teeth bared. What is her identity? Lin Shang was a little confused. What else could they be? Tucci walked out from the back of the store. Just a bunch of rats who stole other people's work. As he said this, Tucci laughed twice. I have a deep hatred towards those guys. It's like you're not a rat. Sanyan complained in a low voice. I have already prepared your identities for you. According to your request, you are a resident of the Blue Water Planet. Whether it's your online identity or your resident identity, everything is ready, including your location and land, which have also been purchased for you. Now your name is Lin Shang, 3 Eyes, and you live in the 3rd Villa area of 111th Street, Shuelon City, Shuelon Planet. You have lived on Shuelon Planet for 30 years. Tuki explained everything in detail. It's a good investment. If I had to do it myself, I'm afraid I would never be able to enter the Sky Zone in my lifetime. Lin Shang couldn't help but sigh at Tuki's methods. Here are your 2 ID badges. Tuki handed 2 round blue signs to the 2 men. They both took it and put it in their pockets. But Tuki, do you have any armor specially made for ferocious beasts? Lin Shang asked. He was very interested in the armor made by King Ji. I can feel that King Ji is very powerful, but such strong people come to make armor, so it is obvious that that thing can greatly improve the combat power. Chapter 198. Sky Silver Armor. Heading into the sky. Armor. Tucci's eyes lit up when he heard there was more business. General armor includes exoskeleton armor, specially operated mechas, or mechas implanted in the body. The most expensive of these is the exoskeleton armor that is equipped on the outside of the body. Generally, exoskeleton armor is divided into iron level, sky silver level, and black gold level, and each level is divided into 1 to 3 cores. Iron level can only be equipped with a 3-core drive at most, silver level can be equipped with a 5-core drive, and gold level can be equipped with a 9-core drive at most. Iron-grade exoskeleton armor requires 1 million silver coins per core. Each upgrade requires an additional 2 million silver coins, or 3 million silver coins. For a sky silver level exoskeleton armor, 1 core requires 10 million silver coins. Each upgrade requires an additional 20 million silver coins, 30 million silver coins, and so on. Black gold exoskeleton armor. This is a priceless treasure. We don't have black gold exoskeleton armor in our galaxy yet. Listen to Tucci's explanation. Lin Shang couldn't help but gasp. It's too expensive. According to Tucci, even the cheapest single-core iron-grade exoskeleton armor can buy 10 three-eyed star secondary ships. The most expensive sky silver-level exoskeleton armor requires 150 million silver coins. This is a silver coin with extremely strong purchasing power. They all cost 150 million to buy. I can't say anything else, but I can tell you that a creature with a 3rd-level bloodline, who has obtained the top-level 3-core iron-level exoskeleton armor, can increase its combat power to the 4th-level bloodline level. Hear what Tuki said. The two were shocked again and again. Then this price is understandable. Generally, a bloodline creature that is 1 level lower is enough to crush the previous creature of the same level. Just like Xiaobai is now at the 1st level of the Starry Sky, with a 4th-level bloodline. Then its combat power will be enough to deal with creatures of the 3rd level and 3rd grade bloodline in the Starry Sky. But you can't calculate it this way. Although Xiaobai's bloodline level is at the lower level of level 4, with the blessing of skills and physical fitness, he can even reach the top of level 4 and even fight against level 5 creatures. Lin Shang is still relatively confident about Xiaobai. Although not the best, they are not too weak either. I suggest you buy an exoskeleton armor. Otherwise, with your strength, it's simply a dream to snatch a spot from those people. Tuki said bluntly. Rob them? Lin Shang was a little confused. Of course, in the Sky region, the 10 top planets that surpass the advanced planets will hold a grand event that happens only once in nearly 10,000 years, and the final reward of this event includes a place in the Sky region. Tucci began to explain. Are the places in the Sky region so worthless? The three-eyed Star King was also confused. Even a grand event for the younger generation can use a spot in the Sky region as a reward. And from what Tuki said, it seems that this is the less valuable reward. Haha. Isn't it just a matter of a word from them to let you enter the sky area? For you natives, what you desire so much may be nothing to the big shots in the sky. It is just a bonus at best. There was an inexplicable light in Tucci's eyes. How about this? Since what you gave me this time is so expensive, I will give you an extra set of 1st core iron grade armor as a gift, How about that? Tucci's mouth curled up. Tucci was happy that he could bring bad luck to the Wuxing people. It would be best if these two people could destroy the confidence of all the geniuses in that area of the sky. That would be best. Do you have the highest grade black and gold armor here? Lin Sheng still wants to change to a black gold level set. No. Even if it's the highest level of sky silver armor, I think it will take some effort to get it. Besides, can you afford it? Tucci rolled his eyes. With just that 1T1 model clamp ant, you still want to buy a city? Then make me 4 sets of the highest grade Tianyin exoskeleton armor, all of which must be defensive models. As he spoke, Lin Sheng stretched out his palm. A bunch of T1 model chimera ants appeared on it. This is Lin Sheng taking out the extra substitutes besides the main functions. Even if I lose this part, the functions it has have not diminished in the slightest. The only difference is that the efficiency is much lower and there are no replaceable accessories. But it doesn't matter. This thing is just an antique anyway. It's okay to deal with old spaceships. It is completely ineffective against those new types of spacecraft. I knew you still had me in your heart. In addition to your pet, you also made a set for me, right? The three-eyed king blinked. However, Lin Sheng ignored him. Where did you get this from? The rat king was surprised. Being able to get so much at one time is definitely not just luck. Just forget about it, and just tell me whether you will do it or not. Lin Sheng ignored the three-eyed star king and turned to speak to the rat king. Well, it's possible, but I need some time. At least a year. No, half a year. The rat king stared at the small machines without blinking. If this thing is resold, it will fetch a huge price. The descendants of powerful families love to collect these mechanical gadgets. This T1 model chimera ant is the rarest and most legendary thing. Nature is very attractive. It will be done in 3 months. I can't wait that long. Lin Sheng said bluntly. Okay, 3 months is 3 months. Unexpectedly, Tuki agreed directly. Damn, why do I feel like I've been cheated? The three-eyed star king at the side twitched his mouth. This dead rat actually agreed so readily. It doesn't matter. It will take King Ji several months to make a set. I have 4 sets in 3 months, which is already very short. Lin Sheng doesn't expect things to go too fast. It's always good to have a set of defensive armor. It can prevent you from being killed instantly before you have time to react when attacked by someone. You can go to the endless sky area first. When the things are ready, I can send them in for you. After taking the small machines from Lin Sheng's hands, Tuki returned to the store with an excited look on his face. Then he simply closed the store and went out of business. Lin Sheng and the other man did not stay for too long. Now that you have obtained the identity, go directly into the world of the sky and take a look. Lin Sheng was also very curious about where this world in the sky was. And at this time, a three-eyed star spaceship from the Blue Star met the returning main ship. Chapter 199, entering the sky. Isn't that our three-eyed star ship? The main fleet, which had been persuaded by San Yin and Lin Sheng to return home, encountered ships from Blue Star. Looking at the approaching ship, the main fleet sent a message, but no one responded. Instead, the ship hovered in the air. A figure emitting a dim light emerged from it. To be able to stand in the universe, one must be at least a star-level powerhouse. The people of the three-eyed star were shocked. The only star-level powerhouse on their three-eyed star is the three-eyed king. Who is this guy? Before anyone could hesitate, the figure arrived in front of the main ship at an extremely fast speed in an instant. Quick! Seal the spacecraft immediately and don't let anyone in. The people of the three-eyed star began to operate nervously. As long as the spacecraft is closed, even for a star-level powerhouse, it is not easy to enter. However, something surprising happened. The wall in front of the spaceship gradually melted away, and the figure walked straight in. It was as if the wall was invisible, just like the moonlight passing through glass without any hindrance. The person who came was Lin Ming. One of them was a sturdy, 4-meter-tall, three-eyed alien. He jumped up and punched Lin Ming. Boom! The fist wind whistled, and power beyond the Emperor level surged in. Lin Ming raised her hand and blocked the fist 1 meter away through a layer of air. How is that possible? The three-eyed alien felt as if he had hit a layer of celestial silver. No matter how hard you try, you can't make any progress. But in the next moment, the huge force actually backfired. Boom! The three-eyed alien was hit by an invisible force and turned into a ball of blood mist on the spot. No matter how strong a force is, it is still fragile inside. Lin Ming withdrew his bare hand. The lavender eyes looked at the three-eyed aliens in front of him. However, at this time, The other party was so frightened that he dared not move. I could only stand there, not knowing what to do. Well, it's best to be honest. Turn the spaceship around and take me to find my brother. Lin Ming smiled slightly. This charming smile at this moment seems like poison. The three-eyed aliens present were shocked, and they just obeyed his orders and started to operate the spacecraft immediately. The Moon God Clan's soul control ability. Once the soul control is cancelled, the lives of these guys will also disappear. The Chaos God Tree was in Lin Ming's hands, secretly frightened. It seems that I was overthinking it. This lofty, subtle nature is difficult to change. Perhaps in the eyes of today's masters, all life is just tools and nutrients to be used. There is no need for the Chaos God Tree to remind him specifically. His nature will gradually change accordingly. This is not bloodlust, it's indifference. A disregard that is even more cold-blooded than bloodlust. Even the Chaos God Tree itself was vaguely frightened. I'm afraid that one day, this criticism will be directed at me. Don't worry, just be obedient. Lin Ming said indifferently. The God Tree of Chaos was frightened and dared not think about it anymore. Why do I feel like my consciousness has become more and more confused recently? Lin Ming was a little unhappy. She could feel the emotions in her body being consumed. It seems that we need to find Lin Shang quickly. At the same time, Lin Shang and the Three-Eyed King were inside the starry sky beast, heading towards the endless sky area. The small white, in the distance, gradually enlarges over time until its boundaries can no longer be seen. Standing in front of Lin Shang, it is a huge mesh structure. At each intersection of the mesh structure, there is a white ball of light emitting hot energy. And at a glance, such balls of light appear endless. This is why the endless sky area emits white light when viewed from a distance. Through this net, you will reach the endless sky area, but you must not try to cross it directly. Otherwise, we will definitely be discovered. The holes in that net are full of detection signals. The Three-Eyed Star King explained carefully. Lin Shang looked at the huge machine in front of him with some shock. It's hard to imagine how much time it took to build such an area. The size of any random intersection is probably larger than the entire blue planet. Let's go. The Three-Eyed Star King pointed at the road. The star beast headed towards a larger opening in the mesh structure. This is the only way to get through. The Three-Eyed Star King and Lin Shang came to a steel platform together. I saw someone driving a star beast. The service staff on the platform also hurried out to greet them. Some residents in the surrounding sky area also looked here with shocked eyes. If you can own a star beast, you must be a resident of at least one of the 10 planets. Dear guest, is there anything I can do for you? The one in charge of managing the gate here is also a humanoid creature. Generally speaking, all living things in the universe will evolve towards human form. Only a very small number will retain their original appearance. We need to enter the sky area. We are residents of the blue water planet. The Three-Eyed Star King took out the round sign. Lin Shang also handed it over immediately. The administrator hurriedly took the sign respectfully, then lowered his head to examine it carefully. For a moment, the Three-Eyed Star King felt a little nervous. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the manager suddenly noticed something was wrong. Hey, but this guest doesn't look like he's from the blue water planet. The manager looked at the Three-Eyed King standing aside. However, the Three-Eyed King suddenly calmed down at this moment. I received an invitation from a friend on Aquamarine. Do you want me to send a message to that friend to confirm? As he spoke, the Three-Eyed King slowly raised his right hand, revealing the communication device inside. Lin Shang also unconsciously exposed the communication device. The manager was able to observe Lin Shang's expressions and immediately noticed Lin Shang's most advanced communicator. The managers were stunned. Oh my god, this is the highest level banana brand communicator in the Sky Zone, and it is sold in limited quantities. Being able to obtain this communication equipment, his status and position in this sky area, is definitely not something a small manager like him can mess with. I'm so sorry. Please follow me to the teleportation hall. To express my apology, all the costs of this transmission will be charged to my account. At this moment, the manager wanted to slap himself in the face. This time, half a month's salary is gone. It's also his fault that he didn't recognize the great man. You've already seen the Star Beast. What else is there to check? Isn't this the best proof of identity? Could the group of natives outside the Tsangkong area possess ferocious beasts of this level? Lin Shang exchanged a glance with the Three-Eyed Star King, then followed the manager to the teleportation hall of the platform. Chapter 200 Looking for opportunities to participate in the event. In the transmission hall at this time, I told you, I'm very dissatisfied with her service. A humanoid creature with a single horn on its head and purple skin seemed very angry. Standing next to him was the manager of the teleportation hall. Calm down. We have already punished him. To express our apology, we will waive the transfer fee this time. The manager standing by was sweating profusely. The purple-skinned creature in front of him is a resident of a very powerful and advanced planet. Although this purple-skinned creature may not have as high a status as him, the planet behind him will definitely protect him. With his mouth, if he goes back to that planet and says something casually, he will be fired as a manager after receiving a few letters of complaint. Really? Do you think I'm short of money for teleportation? The purple-skinned man was a little unhappy, then raised his eyebrows and looked at the guy in charge of service and reception. The young man seemed extremely nervous at this moment. He didn't expect to offend a big shot today. I won't make it difficult for you. Let him go for a drink with me, and let's just forget about it. The purple-skinned man glanced at the young man. The young man suddenly felt sick, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. The people passing by were no longer surprised by such things. Although this is a reception place, it also has a full range of facilities. There are often rich kids hanging around here, and if they see someone they like or who is easy to bully, they will deliberately go up and pick a fight. In the end, in order to calm their anger, they usually choose to let it go. There is also a strong class status in the firmament. The manager seemed a little embarrassed. If this is sent out again, there will be no one to help take care of the front desk. It is at this moment. Lin Sheng and Sanyan followed the manager and heard the argument from afar. I thought people in the universe were different from those on our planet. Lin Sheng smiled. Isn't there any difference? Ha ha ha, there is still a difference. At least on one planet, everyone is upright and dignified. They are no longer a race, so there is no need to disguise themselves. The three-eyed king followed suit. It can be said that the quality needs to be improved. Looking at the two smiling people, the purple-skinned beast suddenly felt a little unhappy. He felt that the two guys who had just arrived were making fun of his interests and hobbies. But Zeepy didn't dare to get angry. If it had gone up to everyone it saw and picked a fight with them, it wouldn't have survived to this day. Manager. The manager was relieved when he saw the manager. He hurried over to the manager and whispered something in his ear. The manager's annoyed look turned into shock after a few words. Then he quickly walked up to Lin Sheng and Sanyan, ignoring Zeepy beside him. Gentlemen, just tell me what service you need. The manager's face was full of smiles. If I say that I treated the purple-skinned beast like a servant just now. So now the manager treats Lin Sheng and the three-eyed king just like a pug. It attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding area at once. Everyone was a little surprised. Who were these two people? How could the manager treat them like this? Although the purple-skinned man was unhappy, he had to endure it. Even a blind man could see that those two people must have higher status than him. Forget it. It's better to run away from here. Zeepy didn't plan to pursue the matter further. In case it makes others unhappy, it would be bad to just shoot him to death. Besides, he was really embarrassed today. If those brothers knew about this, they would laugh at him to death. When the purple skin finally left, the male receptionist from other planets also breathed a sigh of relief. We are going to Waterblue Star, Waterblue City. Lin Sheng spoke silently. When the manager accidentally glanced at the communication watch on the wrist, his face was filled with envy, and then he recovered. He couldn't afford this thing even with several years' salary. How about this? I will prepare an independent teleportation array for you right away. We will cover all the expenses this time. The manager took the initiative to cover the expenses. Then he handed a business card to Lin Sheng. Then, Lin Sheng and the three-eyed Star King found a place to sit down and wait. Independent teleportation array. This Sangxiong area is so technologically advanced, but they also use teleportation arrays? Lin Sheng was a little confused. The teleportation array is very expensive. Only your blue planet has such a thing. It is impossible to have a teleportation array on ordinary advanced planets. The three-eyed king looked at Lin Sheng speechlessly. It's so numb. He is indeed a rich man. Rustic and rich. Generally, teleportation arrays are used by multiple people at a time, while single-person teleportation arrays can be used at any time, but they are relatively expensive. Moreover, the prices of teleportation arrays to different locations are also different. For example, the 10 top planets are relatively expensive, while the other hundreds of high-level planets and countless affiliated planets are relatively cheap. The three-eyed Star King began to explain. Our next goal is to use a fake identity to participate in the event in the sky. Look for an opportunity to get that spot. By the time we transfer the planet in, it will have already been a done deal. I guess by then, I will be more of a suck-up than a pushover. The three-eyed Star King explained silently. But it seems that it's not easy to attend the event. We met King Ji before. He is a third-level Starry Sky expert. I feel a little threatened by him. What's more, the other party hasn't even got the armor yet. Once it obtains exoskeleton armor, its strength will be raised to a new level. Of course, King Ji is from a family on one of the 10 major planets, so it's normal for him to be strong. They are so powerful that a single punch can bring down a mountain. Use the best resources, the strongest techniques, and the best masters to hone your skills. The three-eyed Star King said slowly. The saying that the poorer the place, the more likely it is to produce strong people is complete nonsense. On the contrary, these are creatures born in extremely powerful families. With strong genetic talents, the best resources, and more effort, how could they be weaker than those who come from barren lands? The real reality is that strong planets will become even stronger. Lin Shang's goal is to win a tiny place among the descendants of these powerful planets. It's a tough road ahead. You're facing the most perverted perverts in the galaxy. The three-eyed king suddenly felt a little reckless. Fortunately, Lin Shang also has his own advantages. That is, he is a spirit master, and it possesses an extremely rare fourth-level bloodline creature. You two, the teleportation array is ready. We can teleport you to the blue water planet at any time. The manager came running over at this time. Lin Shang looked at the three-eyed king and stood up.